If you could see lies, you would realize just how absurd this world is. Respected professors spout nonsense, while the innocent school beauty hides a scheming heart. I had long grown accustomed to turning a blind eye to the red glow, keeping to myself in this world full of hypocrisy. But when that monster tore through reality, descending with a cloud of rotting black mist, I finally understood that sometimes, lies are there to protect us. Because the real world, it really does eat people. This course is crucial, it impacts your entire future. The bald professor on the podium looked solemn, but in my eyes, his entire body emanated a faint red glow. False. Lin Chen, I really just wanted to invite you to join the club activity. I don't have any other intentions. The campus beauty, Gu Shishir, blinked her large eyes, looking pure and innocent. Yet, that same red light flickered around her. Also false. My name is Lin Chen. As you can see, this world is rife with lies. And I possess a rule known as deception. Whenever someone lies, I can see that accursed red light. This ability didn't lead me to the pinnacle of life. Instead, it made me deeply weary of this hypocritical world. I thought these tedious days would go on forever until that night arrived. Late that night, I started awake on the sofa to find a woman in my room. She was tall, carrying an unsheathed ancient sword on her back, her eyes as cold as ice. She just stood there watching me quietly, then said something that made my blood run cold. You are going to die. I instinctively wanted to mock this boring prank, but a second later, I froze in place, a chill rushing from the soles of my feet to the top of my skull. Because there was no red light on her. It was the truth. Before I could ask anything, my vision went black and my consciousness cut out completely. When I woke up again, the room was empty. Only the overturned table and chairs proof last night wasn't my hallucination. You are going to die. This phrase circled in my mind like a curse. Carrying this lingering unease, I was dragged by my roommate to the club activity organized by Gu Shishir. Just as I was staring distractedly out the window, that familiar tall figure flashed past the end of the corridor. I abruptly chased after her, but found nothing. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Gu Shishir chased out after me, still wearing that look of hesitant innocence. Just as I was about to brush her off, the sky suddenly changed. The cloudless blue sky was crushed by heavy dark clouds in mere seconds. Immediately after, a torrential downpour began, and the world seemed to be veiled by a gray curtain. The rain is too heavy, let's go back to the classroom. Gu Shishir shouted. I nodded, preparing to turn back, but the ground beneath my feet felt wrong. Fog had risen. It wasn't ordinary fog. It was a white mist as thick as milk that instantly swallowed all vision. I whipped my head around the teaching building that was just within reach had vanished into thin air. All that remained was a deathly silence and the sound of rain smashing against the ground. Is anyone there? I shouted. My voice was swallowed by the mist, returning no echo. No signal on my phone, my sense of direction completely failed. I ran like a headless fly through the fog until my lungs felt like they were going to burst, stopping only to gasp for air. Just then, the mist surged and a massive black shadow emerged ahead of me. Thank God, a student. I was about to step forward when the black shadow turned around. The smile froze on my face. It was a monster the size of a pickup truck, shrouded in rotting black mist. Its two hideous giant claws plowed deep furrows in the ground, and its pair of scarlet vertical pupils were staring dead at me. I understood that look. It was the ecstasy of a predator spotting its prey. Run! That was the only thought left in my mind. I turned and sprinted, the roar of a massive object tearing through the air erupting behind me. Roar! A fishy wind slammed into my face. I instinctively threw myself forward just as a giant claw, capable of smashing rocks, swept past my scalp. Bang! I hit the ground hard, my chest burning with pain. Looking down, I saw my hoodie was soaked in blood. The mere wind from the blow had torn my flesh. The monster gave me no chance to breathe. Its giant claw raised again, smashing down like it was swatting a fly. Am I going to die? Am I really going to die? No! A fierce desire to survive triggered a burst of power amidst the agonizing pain. I didn't know what was happening, only that my chest felt like it was being pierced by a red-hot iron. Put! Just as the monster's razor-sharp claw descended, a gold-stained chain exploded out from the wound in my chest. This bizarre golden chain acted like a wild python, stabbing viciously into the monster's chest. ZZZZT. The monster shrieked in agony as thick white smoke billowed from its wound. The golden chain went taut, one end connected to it, the other to me. The pain nearly made me faint, but I knew this was my only chance. I gripped the chain growing out of my body with both hands and pulled with all my might. The monster was restrained, but I was at the end of my rope. Just as the monster was about to break free and counterattack, a clear sword hum pierced the rain curtain. Hum! A cold light split the mist like lightning. That woman appeared. She strolled out of the mist holding that simple ancient sword. In her left hand, she even carried the severed head of another monster. It's you? I looked at her in shock. You really didn't die. She glanced at me coldly, tossed the head aside, took a step forward, and rushed toward the struggling monster like a phantom. The monster roared and swiped its claws, but couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. She leaped into the air, her long sword tracing a perfect half-moon arc. Crack! No fancy moves, just extreme speed and sharpness. The pickup-sized monster was sliced neatly in half down the middle. The monster's corpse disintegrated into black gas and dissipated. The rain stopped, the mist cleared. She sheathed her sword and walked to my side, her cold fingers pressing against my bloody chest. Don't move around, or you'll choke on your own blood. In my 15-square-meter rental room, I lay on the bed, my chest wrapped in bandages. The woman, named Jiangjin, sat by the bed, guarding that sword. 3 questions. She remained sparing with her words. Enduring the pain, my brain raced. Everything I had just experienced had completely overturned my worldview. What was that thing? A void. Jiangjin answered calmly. They feed on devouring rules. You possess the rule deception, so they are attracted to you. Are you also one of my kind? No, I am a cleaner. Jiangjin looked at me, her eyes devoid of ripples. I have no rules, but I can kill them. No red light. All truth. Last question. How do I survive? We will protect you. Jiangjin stood up, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Jinga Palace has created a file for you. Rank C, codename Deception. A rank cleaner Zhao. He personally ordered me to bring you back alive. Someone is protecting me? I sighed in relief and pointed to the door. I'm going to sleep then. Make yourself at home. Jiangjin paused, seemingly never having met someone so carefree after a life-and-death experience. For the next 2 days, Jiangjin followed me like a ghost. My injuries healed impossibly fast, reportedly due to the cleaner's methods. By the 3rd night, I couldn't stand being cooped up and went to the playground to clear my head. The playground was lively, filled with the scent of youthful hormones. Lin Chen. In the crowd, my roommate Wang Ming was standing on his toes watching beautiful girls dance. Seeing me arrive, he sidled over with a lecherous grin. Look who that is? Senior Qin Yuhan. Hot, right? I followed his gaze. The lead dancer was indeed fiery. Not far away, Gu Shishir was there too, glaring at me angrily, probably upset that I hadn't replied to her messages. Just then, disaster struck. The Bluetooth speaker in the center of the field suddenly let out a sharp, exploding noise. Beep. The sound was piercing, drilling into our brains like an auger. What's happening? Turn it off. The boy in charge of the audio fumbled frantically, finally kicking the speaker to pieces in frustration. But strangely, the ear-piercing noise didn't stop. Instead, it became sharper, carrying a kind of mental piercing force. The shattered speaker parts began to vibrate, and a familiar, nauseating black gas seeped out from them. My pupils contracted violently. This feeling, it's a void. Ah, is that a ghost? A scream tore through the night sky. From that pile of broken parts, 2 pitch-black, barbed arthropod claws reached out. Immediately after, a monster resembling a spider forcibly squeezed out of that tiny speaker. Its body expanded in the wind, instantly occupying half the running track. The crowd exploded into chaos. Screams and cries mixed together. I froze in place, cold sweat pouring down. Is it because of me again? Get lost. A shout exploded in my ear. It wasn't Jiangjin, it was my usually wretched and lecherous roommate, Wang Ming. Wang Ming's shout carried a strange vibration that forcibly suppressed the piercing sound waves. He ripped off his shirt, and his originally thin body suddenly bulged with muscle, his eyes becoming sharper than ever before. If you don't want to die, get out. Wang Ming roared and charged at the spider monster. Scree! The spider monster's 7 compound eyes stared dead at Wang Ming as if seeing a delicious treat. Lin Chen, get them out of here. Wang Ming roared without looking back. This thing is brank, don't get in the way. I was stunned. Wang Ming was also a holder? By now, the spider monster had lunged, its sharp legs like the sides of the Grim Reaper. Wang Ming didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, slamming one knee to the ground and slapping his palm hard onto the rubber track. Stone prison. Rumble. The earth trembled, and several thick rock spikes rose from the ground out of thin air, precisely jamming the monster's joints. They instantly formed a massive rock cage, trapping the behemoth inside. Amidst the flying dust, Wang Ming looked back at me, a crazy smile curling his lips. Since we can't escape, let's kill it. Across from the playground was the entrance to the teaching building, where dozens of students rushed inside. Lin Chen pulled Gu Shishir along, also dashing into the building. After escaping the playground, the sharp, piercing sound had vanished. Huff, huff. Damn it, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I'm still alive, I'm still alive. Many had collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Under the threat of death, the adrenaline had propelled everyone to flee for their lives, feeling no fatigue. But now that they had escaped the playground, the taut strings of tension suddenly relaxed, and their bodies went limp. Some were trembling uncontrollably, shivering with fear of that monster. Gu Shishir was now lying on the ground, having emptied her stomach. Lin Chen was beside her, also gasping, his stomach churning. What level of void was that? Lin Chen looked from the teaching building towards the playground, only to see a broken speaker on the ground, with no sign of Wang Ming or the void. And the sharp sound had completely disappeared, leaving the playground eerily silent. Is this what the purgatory is? Lin Chen recalled the heavy rain he had encountered during the day, the sudden downpour, and the inexplicable white mist, all reminiscent of the scene on the playground today. He understood that the playground was now surrounded by the void's purgatory. From the outside, it appeared calm, but once one stepped inside, they would encounter that void. Wang Ming actually has rules too. Can he deal with that void? Lin Chen murmured, surprised to find that Wang Ming, who was beside him, was also a person with rules. But the terror of that void far exceeded the one he had faced in the rain earlier, and Lin Chen was unsure if Wang Ming could handle it. At that moment, Gu Shishir trembled, gripping Lin Chen's arm tightly. Lin Chen! Lin Chen supported Gu Shishir, trying his best to keep her from collapsing to the ground. People around them were swaying, some still lost in the fear of what had just happened. What kind of monster was that? How could such a thing exist? Quick, call the police! Call the police! Yes, yes! Xin Yuhan was not far away, her face pale, trembling as she took out her phone. In her frantic escape, her black stockings had been torn to shreds, exposing her thighs, and her hair was a mess. No signal? Xin Yuhan looked at her phone screen, suddenly puzzled. How could there be no signal? She raised her phone, staring at the X in the top right corner, her expression blank. What are you talking about? How could there be no signal? We're in the 5G era, and the campus network covers the entire campus. Hearing Xin Yuhan's words, the others also took out their phones to check. Dozens of people present pulled out their phones, but all of them had no signal. I can't get through. Mine won't go through either. No signal, what's going on? Gu Shishir had recovered a bit, standing beside Lin Chen, and took out her phone from her pocket. She raised her phone, furrowing her brow, and said, there really is no signal. Lin Chen, does your phone have a signal? Gu Shishir panted, turning to look at Lin Chen beside her. But Lin Chen stood there, unresponsive. Lin Chen? What Gu Shishir didn't notice was that Lin Chen was standing still like a statue, completely motionless. The teaching building had turned off its lights, and only the glow from dozens of phones illuminated the dim space. Lin Chen felt incredibly stiff, his fingers trembling slightly. Lin Chen, what's wrong with you? Gu Shishir anxiously looked at Lin Chen, shaking his arm vigorously. But when she leaned in closer, she realized that Lin Chen's face was extremely pale. Lin Chen took a deep breath, ignoring Gu Shishir's words, and slowly pulled out his phone from his pocket, praying silently in his heart, there must be a signal, I was just overthinking it. But when Lin Chen unlocked his phone screen, the result was not miraculous. There was not a single bar of signal in the upper right corner of the screen. In that sudden downpour, the phone had no signal either. Lin Chen's face turned pale, gripping his phone tightly. On the playground, there was a void. That area was sealed off, with only Wang Ming inside. Could it be? No matter what, we need to leave here first. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, grabbing Gu Shishir's arm with one hand, and shouted to the crowd, everyone, leave the teaching building as quickly as possible. With Lin Chen's sudden shout, the empty teaching building echoed with his voice. At that moment, many people turned to look, sizing Lin Chen up. Who are you? Why do we need to leave the teaching building? The playground is right across. Yeah, we just barely escaped. Xin Yuhan also noticed the commotion and turned to look at Lin Chen and the others not far away. He is. Xin Yuhan recalled the scene on the playground earlier, where everyone was running out. But only two people walked through the crowd towards the center. One was Wang Ming, who was still on the playground, and the other was him. Moreover, Xin Yuhan remembered clearly that amidst the deafening buzzing sound on the playground, Wang Ming had said that Lin Chen was not ordinary. That Wang Ming could suppress the buzzing sound and face the terrifying monster alone was Lin Chen, who was also called not ordinary. Someone like Wang Ming? Everyone present dared not act rashly, exchanging glances. Why do we need to leave the teaching building? Someone shouted loudly at Lin Chen. Do you know something? Gu Shishir looked at Lin Chen, confused about why he suddenly reacted so strongly and insisted on leaving the teaching building. Lin Chen opened his mouth, paused, then said in a deep voice, I can't explain it to you, but I suggest everyone leave the teaching building immediately. WWHY? If we leave the teaching building, where do we go? Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, I don't know either. You don't know? Then why should we leave? Yeah, you have to give us a reason. Everyone looked at Lin Chen warily. The monster on the playground had already scared them out of their wits, and now the quiet teaching building had become their refuge. It was currently safe inside the teaching building, which had only one main entrance facing the playground, and no one knew if that monster had left the playground. If that monster had left, everyone would run right into it. Everyone exchanged glances, some wanted to leave but hesitated, not daring to be the first to step out. Faced with the stalemate in the teaching building, Lin Chen's expression turned cold. Without saying a word, he firmly grasped Gu Shishi's arm and dragged her towards the entrance of the teaching building. Ouch, Lin Chen, that hurts. Gu Shishi's arm was being gripped painfully, but Lin Chen showed no sign of letting go, forcefully pulling her towards the entrance. I'm coming with you. Suddenly, a female voice called out from the crowd, and dozens of people turned to see it was Qin Yuhan. Qin Yuhan jogged up, catching up to Lin Chen, her eyes fixed on him. I'm coming with you. Lin Chen turned to look at the woman, instantly recognizing her as the lead dancer, Qin Yuhan. If you want to follow, then follow. Lin Chen said no more, just tossed out that line and turned back to continue forward. Gu Shishi, held by Lin Chen, stumbled along behind him. Lin Chen, what is going on? Gu Shishi leaned her head out, asking Lin Chen. Hearing Gu Shishi's words, Qin Yuhan immediately focused on Lin Chen, straining to listen for an explanation. Lin Chen did not look back, his voice heavy. It's hard for me to explain. This is just my guess, hopefully. I'm just overthinking it. Qin Yuhan closely followed Gu Shishi, her chest rising and falling, breath quickening. The three of them had now arrived at the entrance of the teaching building, with the playground directly across from them. However, through the glass windows, the playground was completely empty, silent, and still. The monster is gone? Qin Yuhan asked in surprise. At this moment, not only was that monster missing, but even Wang Ming had vanished. Had they all left? Gu Shishi's eyes widened. What's going on? Did that monster leave? Lin Chen remained silent, taking a deep breath, slowly extending his hand to push against the door. But the door did not budge. Lin Chen's heart sank, and without thinking further, he quickly stepped back and kicked the glass door with all his might. Bang! A loud noise instantly reverberated against the glass. The expected shattering of glass did not occur. The glass door remained firmly closed. How is this possible? Qin Yuhan frowned tightly, looking incredulously at the glass door. It should be noted that the teaching building's door was not locked. At this moment, the people behind them began to sense something was wrong. A few boys exchanged glances and then rushed towards the entrance of the teaching building. Ah! Bang! Several boys kicked the glass door simultaneously, the loud noise echoing through the building, and a few of them fell to the ground. Yet that thin glass door remained unmoved. Why can't we open it? Quick, come and open the door! Several men shouted in shock. The others behind them were also awakened by the shouting, rushing towards the main entrance of the teaching building, continuously banging against the glass door. Bang bang bang! Come over! Push together! But no matter how many people rushed over, desperately pushing against the glass door, it remained futile. That glass door stood there stubbornly. We can't get out? A girl collapsed to the ground, tears rolling down her cheeks. Smash the windows! Yes, smash the windows! Several people immediately ran into the nearest classroom, grabbing desks and benches from the floor, and threw them towards the windows. Bang bang bang! The windows remained unmoved. At that moment, everyone felt an unbelievable thought arise in their hearts. Can't get out? Lin Chen stood at the back of the crowd, one hand tightly holding onto Gu Shishi while observing the surroundings of the teaching building. Could the prison have already enveloped the teaching building? Gu Shishi clutched Lin Chen's shirt tightly. Lin Chen, what should we do? Although Qin Yuhan did not move, her delicate face was already devoid of color. Prison has boundaries, it's not impossible to escape. The main entrance of the teaching building is close to the playground. We might be near the center of the prison. We should head in the opposite direction. Lin Chen's expression was serious as he assessed the main entrance of the teaching building. Outside the glass door was a quiet campus, and not far away, the silent playground. Everything seemed so ordinary, yet everyone was trapped inside the teaching building. Let's go! Lin Chen pulled Gu Shishi and turned to walk towards the other side of the teaching building. Seeing Lin Chen move, Qin Yuhan immediately followed closely behind him, heading towards the other side. Lin Chen, where are we going? Gu Shishi asked nervously. To the back of the teaching building, Lin Chen replied calmly. At this moment, Qin Yuhan interjected, do you have a way to escape? But Lin Chen ignored Qin Yuhan's question, simply stepping over the stairs and walking towards the back of the teaching building. Qin Yuhan awkwardly lowered her head, saying nothing more, just continuing to silently follow behind. Gu Shishi didn't know what Lin Chen was planning, but looking at his hand tightly gripping her arm, she felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. In the midst of fear, only following Lin Chen brought her a little sense of security. Lin Chen strode forward, passing through the hall on the first floor of the teaching building, heading towards the back. There's a back door at the rear of the teaching building. It's small, located at the corner of the stairs. Because of frequently skipping classes, Lin Chen was well aware that there was a small back door at the rear of the teaching building, which could be accessed from the back. Tap tap tap. Found it! Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he spotted the back door around the corner. He quickly stepped forward, grasped the doorknob firmly, and tried to pull it back. Creak! The door opened a crack. Gu Shishi's face lit up with excitement. It opened. This door can be opened. Shin Yuhan also smiled. Great, the back door can be opened. In front of the teaching building, those who had tried every means to break the glass heard the noise from the back and immediately began to shout. Go to the back door, it seems they opened it. Hurry, hurry. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon dozens of people rushed down the steps, running towards the back. Hearing the commotion behind them, Gu Shishi's heart tightened and she gripped Lin Chen's wrist tightly. Ha ha ha, we can get out. Run. Just then, Lin Chen pulled the back door wide open. In the next moment, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Shin Yuhan's pupils dilated violently, and Gu Shishir covered her mouth with one hand. Those who had been running behind them shifted from excitement to disbelief. Behind the back door was not a path leading away from the teaching building, but a wall. An unbreakable wall. How is this possible? I just walked through the back door this morning. It was clearly there. Where's the path? Where's the path? Why is it a wall? The people behind desperately rushed towards the back door, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not push open the wall. The back door that originally led outside the teaching building had turned into a wall. In an instant, the joy of escaping was extinguished and an indescribable despair enveloped everyone's hearts. They were all trapped in the teaching building. Lin Chen's face turned pale. Has the prison's range encompassed the entire teaching building? The glass at the front door could not be broken, and the only remaining back door had also turned into a wall, turning the entire teaching building into a massive cage, trapping everyone inside. We really can't get out. Gu Shishi's voice trembled as she looked helplessly at Lin Chen. The people around them, upon realizing that their last hope had been extinguished, had already fallen into despair. Ghost wall? We really have seen a ghost. Shin Yuhan's face was also pale as she struggled to suppress her fear and asked, Lin Chen, what do we do next? Lin Chen fell silent, took out his phone from his pocket, and glanced at the screen. Still no signal. But the virtual hasn't appeared yet. Is it entangled with Wang Ming? If the virtual hasn't appeared, then there's still a chance. Let's go upstairs. Lin Chen grasped Gu Shishi's wrist and immediately headed towards the stairs. Shin Yuhan saw Lin Chen making a move and quickly followed behind. Lin Chen must know something. Only by following him might there be a glimmer of hope, Shin Yuhan thought to herself. Gu Shishir followed Lin Chen and asked, Lin Chen, where are we going upstairs? The first floor of the teaching building is completely shrouded. Going to a higher floor might give us a chance to get out. Lin Chen pulled Gu Shishir to the second floor, and Shin Yuhan was panting as she followed behind. The three of them climbed the stairs to the second floor of the teaching building. Unlike the hall on the first floor, the second floor was lined with corridors, with large classrooms on both sides. It was now 10 o'clock at night, and the second floor of the teaching building was pitch dark, with only the faint green light of the emergency exit still flickering. Creak! A sound similar to a chair being dragged across the floor suddenly echoed. What sound is that? Gu Shishir jumped in fright and exclaimed. Lin Chen immediately shielded Gu Shishir behind him, staring intently at the source of the noise. Room 201. It's the sound coming from classroom 201. Shin Yuhan pointed to a nearby classroom, her finger trembling as she whispered. Lin Chen's expression was grim as he stared intently at the door of classroom 201. In the darkness, the classroom, which had long been empty, suddenly emitted a strange sound. The three of them held their breath, not daring to make a sound. But after waiting for a moment, there was no further noise from 201. Was it an accident? Lin Chen slowly lowered his arm, pulling Gu Shishir as they cautiously moved down the corridor. No matter what, we can't go into 201. Let's see if we can open the window in 202. Gu Shishi's big eyes were filled with terror as she nodded vigorously, carefully following Lin Chen. Shin Yuhan bit her lip, trying hard to suppress her inner fear, closely trailing behind the two. Step by step, Lin Chen leaned against the wall, slowly walking past the outer wall of classroom 201. Next to classroom 201 was a large window, high enough for Lin Chen to see through. As the three of them moved forward, Lin Chen gradually reached the window of 201. He held his breath, tilted his head slightly, and looked into classroom 201. Inside, it was pitch black, without a hint of light. Lin Chen squinted, carefully examining every corner of 201, and only relaxed when he confirmed there were no shadowy figures. Shin Yuhan, being taller, gently stood on her toes, just able to see the window of 201. She peeked her head out, also cautiously observing classroom 201, but found nothing unusual. Gu Shishir, being shorter, couldn't see the window at all, so she could only look at Lin Chen with caution. When she saw Lin Chen shake his head gently, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. However, just then, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Who? Lin Chen turned around sharply, staring at the corner of the staircase behind him. Classmate, it's us. The windows in the first floor classrooms can't be opened. I think we should try the second floor. A short, chubby boy scratched his head and said to Lin Chen. Behind this chubby boy were 5 others, 3 boys and 2 girls, who seemed to know each other. They all looked at Lin Chen warily, and one skinny boy, upon seeing Qin Yuhan standing next to Lin Chen, revealed a momentary hostility in his eyes. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, glancing at Qin Yuhan beside him. At that moment, Qin Yuhan's makeup was somewhat smudged, her hair was messy, and her black stockings had several tears. Yet her striking figure remained extremely eye-catching. Do you know him? Lin Chen tilted his chin towards Qin Yuhan. Qin Yuhan was taken aback when she heard Lin Chen speaking to her, then immediately followed his gaze. Upon seeing the skinny boy among the 6, she paused for a moment. Zhao Haxin? We're from the same department, he pursued me for 2 months before. Qin Yuhan considered for a moment and replied softly. Lin Chen squinted and nodded with a smile. So that's how it is. Neither side made any further moves, and the chubby boy, sensing the awkwardness, spoke up quietly. There's strength in numbers, let's look for a way out together? Gu Shishir tightened her grip on Lin Chen's hand, and Qin Yuhan remained silent, both instinctively moving closer to Lin Chen. Seeing that Gu Shishir and Qin Yuhan weren't speaking, the chubby boy turned to Lin Chen. What do you think? Lin Chen paused for a moment before saying, It's up to you. The chubby boy scratched his head and quickly replied. That's good, let's go together. Zhao Haxin behind them sneered softly, saying, What are you pretending for? A girl beside him rolled her eyes. Lin Chen ignored them and continued to pull Gu Shishir forward slowly. The chubby boy and Zhao Haxin exchanged glances and whispered for a moment, and the 6 of them decided to head in the opposite direction. Well, go the opposite way, splitting up will be faster, and we can meet up later. Zhao Haxin and the chubby boy quickly agreed. The second floor of the teaching building was circular, with the corridors connected. Lin Chen and the 2 were moving forward from 201, while the chubby boy and Zhao Haxin's group decided to search from the opposite direction. Lin Chen and the others slowly passed by classroom 201 and then arrived at the door of the second classroom. Qin Yuhan stood at the door, peering through the glass to take a look inside. After confirming there was nothing unusual, she raised her hand to reach for the doorknob. But just as she was about to press down on the knob, her arm was suddenly held down by a hand. Lin Chen? Qin Yuhan turned to see Lin Chen gripping her arm. What's wrong? She asked, confused as to why Lin Chen was holding her back. Lin Chen's expression was serious. He lifted his head slightly, signaling Qin Yuhan to look at the classroom number. When she looked up, she froze in place, a chilling sensation creeping deep into her bones. 201? Why is it still 201 after 201? Qin Yuhan stood there in a daze, her legs feeling as if they were filled with lead, the doorknob seeming to be covered in countless sharp needles that pricked her hand painfully. What's going on? Qin Yuhan's face turned pale as she blankly turned to Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen's expression was equally grim, his gaze fixed on the classroom number. 201. Did the original 202 turn into 201? Lin Chen looked back, and the 201 classroom they had just passed was still there, a good distance down the corridor. But the classroom that should have been 202 was still 201. Lin Chen, what should we do? Gu Shishir asked, trembling as she looked at Lin Chen. Qin Yuhan also stiffly withdrew her hand, staring blankly at Lin Chen. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen slowly said, We need to pass this classroom and keep moving forward. Qin Yuhan was already feeling numb all over, but she still steeled herself to move ahead. Lin Chen felt the cold sweat seeping from Gu Shishir's palm and gently squeezed her small hand. Gu Shishir looked up at Lin Chen, managing a smile that was more painful than tears. Just as the 3 were about to pass this classroom, a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed from the opposite side of the corridor. Lin Chen abruptly stopped, his gaze fixed on the darkness at the end of the corridor. Step, step, step. The footsteps grew closer, and 6 figures emerged from the depths of the corridor. Ha! It's you guys? The chubby boy suddenly exclaimed, surprised to see Lin Chen and the others. Zhao Haxin frowned, displeased as he said, Why are you so slow? We've already gone around in a circle and you're still standing here? Standing here? Lin Chen's heart sank. Yeah, the second floor is a connected loop from 201 all the way to 209, a total of 9 large classrooms. We've already circled back from 209 to 202, the chubby boy casually remarked. You've been to 202? Qin Yuhan exclaimed in shock. Seeing her astonished expression, the chubby boy paused and said, Yeah, right behind us is 202. He pointed behind him and continued, But from 209 to 202, the windows in the classrooms can't be opened, and we couldn't find a way out. Zhao Haxin stepped forward, interrupting the chubby boy, and coldly asked, What about you? Why have you been stuck here? Gu Shishir's voice trembled as she said, But we've already passed 201, there's number 202 ahead. Zhao Haxin's expression darkened as he replied, We've already gone past 202. You must not have found it while standing still. But, Gu Shirshir trembled as she pointed behind her. Qin Yuhan anxiously said, but we didn't find 202 at all, only 201. Zhao Huxin frowned, exasperated. What exactly is going on with you? Yuhan, we really have been to 202, the chubby boy said, looking just as confused. 202 is right behind us, we can just go back again, even though we just came out. Qin Yuhan turned to Lin Chen, who remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Deception had no reaction, it was indeed the truth. Then let's move forward. Zhao Huxin sneered, then led everyone down the corridor. It was just a few steps, and everyone had crossed the back door of 201, then arrived at the next classroom. Isn't 202 right here? We just came out. The fat guy raised his hand to push open the door of classroom 202. But all the windows inside are sealed, and no matter how hard you hit, you can't break in. Wait. Just as the fat guy was about to push open the classroom door, Lin Chen suddenly said in a deep voice, "What is it?" Zhao Huxin looked at Lin Chen with an unhappy expression. The fat guy also turned back to look at Lin Chen, confused about what he wanted to do. Lin Chen's face darkened. You all take a good look at which classroom this is. Isn't this 202? The fat guy muttered, looking up at the classroom sign. The classroom sign clearly read 201. In an instant, the fat guy froze in place, his pupils dilating. 201? How is that possible? Zhao Huxin took a step back, staring in horror at the classroom sign. We clearly just passed 202. This can't be. Gu Shirshir covered her mouth with one hand, trying not to scream. Qin Yuhan unconsciously took a step back, her face pale. A wave of fear spread through the corridor. No, it can't be. Zhao Huxin shouted, immediately running towards the front of the corridor. It must be a mistake. It must be a mistake. 202 has to be ahead. Zhao Huxin, the fat guy exclaimed, quickly following after him. Zhao Huxin ran down the corridor and arrived at the door of the next classroom. But the moment he saw the classroom sign, he stood frozen in place, trembling all over. 201, how is it still 201? At this moment, the others also rushed over, and after seeing the classroom sign, they all stood there in shock. After 201, it was still 201. We clearly passed 202. Zhao Huxin muttered, his eyes wide open, already losing focus. One of the girls among the six had collapsed on the ground, her expression vacant. The fat guy was also trembling all over, mumbling, what on earth is going on? A ghost hitting the wall? At this moment, Lin Chen, along with Gu Shirshir and Qin Yuhan, also walked over. Upon seeing that this classroom was still 201, Lin Chen's expression turned grim. As expected, the entire floor's classrooms are left with only 201. We are trapped here. Gu Shirshir clutched Lin Chen's arm tightly, biting her lip desperately to keep herself from making a sound. No, I don't want to be here. I don't want to die. The stairs, yes, there's a staircase at the back door. I want to go downstairs. Suddenly, a girl who had a mental breakdown screamed, got up, and ran in the opposite direction. The girl stumbled as she ran backward, quickly disappearing into the darkness. But soon, hurried footsteps came from the darkness of the front corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The next moment, the girl who had been running in the opposite direction actually ran out from the front corridor. Ah! Upon seeing Lin Chen and the others again, the girl suddenly screamed, her legs giving way, losing balance, and falling to the ground. How did you come back? How did you come back? The fat guy helped the girl up, constantly comforting her. But the girl was still on the verge of a mental breakdown, shouting loudly, her voice echoing in the corridor. Lin Chen stood in place, first looking towards the front of the corridor, then turning back to look behind him. No matter whether we go forward or backward, will we return to 201? The first floor was just the main door being sealed. Has reality twisted to this extent here? An increasingly distorted reality, so we haven't moved away from the prison? Or even, is this the center of the prison? Within the prison's range, the closer one gets to the center, the deeper the influence. The second floor is clearly more distorted than the first, so this place is closer to the center of the prison. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly raised his head, staring intently at the door of classroom 201. If this is the center of the prison, then the void is right here? Lin Chen's heart trembled violently as he stared intently at the door of classroom 201. Zhao Huxin and the six others had already searched all the classrooms from 202 to 209, but they had never set foot in 201. Now, the entire second floor was left with only classroom 201. Just then, a sudden sound of a chair being dragged echoed from inside classroom 201. Kriak, the sound came from classroom 201, reverberating in the dark corridor. In an instant, it sent chills down everyone's spine, making their hair stand on end. What's in classroom 201? The fat guy said, trembling. No one knew what was making the noise just one door away in 201. An indescribable fear enveloped everyone's hearts. At that moment, a heavy footstep slowly emerged from inside the door. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Chen and the others instantly held their breath, fixating on the door of classroom 201. As the footsteps drew closer, Lin Chen could be certain that something inside classroom 201 was approaching the door. Thud! The footsteps abruptly stopped, just one door away. Creak! In the next moment, the doorknob of the classroom was slowly pressed down, bending from its original horizontal position. Inside the classroom, someone was slowly pushing down the doorknob. Qin Yuhan covered her mouth tightly, her pupils shaking, staring in terror at the slowly descending doorknob. Someone inside classroom 201 was about to open the door. What do we do? The fat guy stammered. Zhao Huxin stood frozen in place, and the girl who had been panicking was now completely limp. Gu Shishir could only grip Lin Chen's wrist tightly, her eyes shut, yet she was still trembling all over. Lin Chen tensed up, his gaze fixed on the classroom door, then reached out towards Qin Yuhan's ear. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Qin Yuhan exclaimed, covering her ear with one hand and turning to look at Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen had already produced an earring, which he had taken from Qin Yuhan's left ear. Lin Chen didn't answer, he just held the earring tightly in his hand, and as it pierced his palm, blood began to flow. As blood filled his palm, Lin Chen took a deep breath, then glared fiercely at the doorknob. The doorknob continued to press down, and Lin Chen slowly raised his arm. Once the door opens, just run back as fast as you can, get as far away from the second floor as possible. Lin Chen released Gu Shishi's hand, not looking back, and said calmly. Gu Shishir, confused, asked in a panic, "WWHY, what about you?" Lin Chen said nothing more, just gave Qin Yuhan a look. Qin Yuhan's heart jolted, but she immediately understood, stepping back a pace and grabbing Gu Shishi's arm, ready to escape with her. The fat guy and Zhao Huxin exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Lin Chen glanced at the six of them and said flatly, just try to escape, whether you can leave depends on your luck. Yais, the fat guy nodded repeatedly, though he didn't understand why Lin Chen said that, but a strong instinct for survival drove them to want to flee. Click! A crisp sound of the lock echoed. The doorknob of 201 was pressed all the way down. But in that instant, Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly kicked the door of classroom 201. Without waiting for whatever was inside to open, Lin Chen had already kicked the classroom door open. Run! Lin Chen shouted angrily. Bang! As the classroom door was kicked open by Lin Chen, everyone who heard his voice instantly took off running. Gu Shishir was about to speak when she was yanked away by Qin Yuhan. Gu Shishir was pulled by Qin Yuhan as they ran backward, while the fat guy and Zhao Hexin's group also ran desperately, not daring to look back. The moment the door to classroom 201 was kicked open, Lin Chen saw what was on the other side of the door. It was a creature with a gaping maw filled with terrifying serrated teeth. But upon seeing this creature, Lin Chen's heart suddenly jolted. Wasn't it the same creature from the playground? The second creature? But there was no time for Lin Chen to think. The creature suddenly opened its massive mouth and lunged directly at him. Get lost! Lin Chen shouted angrily, slamming his bloodied right fist into the creature's body. A certain condition was met once again. A golden light shone in the palm of Lin Chen's hand, and a sharp lock tip instantly pierced into the creature's body. Just as I thought. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. The golden chain had indeed appeared again. Put! The moment the golden chain entered the creature's body, white vapor began to rise, hissing ominously. Roar! The creature let out a roar and then bit down hard. Bang! Lin Chen had anticipated this. He immediately crouched down, dodging the creature's massive jaws. Hiss, hiss! The white vapor continued to hiss around Lin Chen's right hand, relentlessly scorching the creature's body. The creature roared again, slamming a claw into Lin Chen's chest, sending him flying. Bang! Lin Chen was knocked backward by the claw, crashing against the wall of the corridor. The creature's abdomen now had a fist-sized gash, precisely where the golden lock tip had pierced. Oomph! Lin Chen grunted, a sharp pain shooting through his back, but he dared not linger for a moment, quickly getting back on his feet and running down the corridor. Seizing the opportunity while the creature paused, Lin Chen desperately ran toward the stairs. Tap, tap, tap. As Lin Chen passed classroom 201, the original staircase gradually appeared from the darkness. It's here! Lin Chen exclaimed with joy. Indeed, after injuring the creature, the prison began to fluctuate, and the second floor, which had been sealed off, finally revealed the original staircase. Without hesitation, Lin Chen jumped down the stairs in one leap. Bang, bang! In just a few seconds, Lin Chen had jumped down from the second floor. Huff, huff! Lin Chen gasped for breath, half kneeling on the ground. Lin Chen! Gu Shishir exclaimed, then threw herself directly into Lin Chen's arms. Whoa, Lin Chen, are you okay? Gu Shishir could no longer hold back her tears. Clinging tightly to Lin Chen. I'm fine. Lin Chen swallowed the blood rising in his throat and gently patted Gu Shishi's back. Qin Yuhan stood nearby, both surprised and delighted, her hands clenched tightly as she stared at Lin Chen. What happened just now? Lin Chen, what did you do? Zhao Hexin stepped forward, glaring at Lin Chen with a questioning look. Why did the original staircase reappear after you opened the door? What did you see inside? Xin Yuhan frowned, casting a cold glance at Zhao Hexin. Zhao Hexin, Lin Chen saved all of us, now it's your turn to question him? Zhao Hexin's forehead bulged with veins. Lin Chen must know something. If he doesn't say it, how will we survive? Xin Yuhan coldly reprimanded, Zhao Hexin, if it weren't for Lin Chen, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand here. Seeing the atmosphere turn tense, the chubby guy quickly stepped in, saying, stop arguing, stop arguing. As the confrontation continued, the others who had been on the first floor were drawn over. The crowd in the first floor hall grew larger, with everyone who had fled into the teaching building gathering here, surrounding Lin Chen in the center. Dozens of people formed a circle, their expressions varied as they looked at Lin Chen in the middle. What happened on the second floor? Someone couldn't help but ask. The 6 from Zhao Hexin's group and the 3 from Lin Chen's group had all gone to the second floor, and the others had seen it. Now they had come down from the second floor again, and it seemed something significant had occurred. Zhao Hexin stepped forward, pointing at Lin Chen, who was half kneeling on the ground, and said, him. We were trapped on the second floor, and it was he who precisely told us how to escape. He must know the way out. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present's eyes lit up. The people on the first floor had tried almost every method, yet they still couldn't escape the teaching building. Everyone was nearly in despair, but Zhao Hexin's words suddenly gave them a glimmer of hope. What method? How can we get out? Hurry up and tell us. Yes, yes. As long as we can get out, anything will do. The people present all spoke at once, turning to Lin Chen in the center, unwilling to miss this flicker of light in the darkness. Lin Chen said little, only gasping for breath, his thoughts a chaotic mess. It was only at this moment that he had time to reflect on what had happened on the second floor. Classroom 201 was not the same as the empty space on the playground. The empty space on the playground was filled with a harsh buzzing sound, while this empty space was akin to a ghostly maze. That's right, from the very beginning he had stepped into another empty space. This was the second empty space. Roar! At that moment, a roar echoed from upstairs. Then came the heavy footsteps, each step thudding on the stairs. Well, what's that sound? It must be a monster. There's a monster upstairs. The people in the hall were thrown into chaos. The monster with 7 sharp claws on the playground had already left them psychologically scarred. Zhao Hexin realized this and trembled as he looked at Lin Chen. You encountered that monster upstairs? Lin Chen remained silent, slowly rising to his feet. Xin Yuhan's face turned pale, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. If it really was that monster in 201, how had Lin Chen survived? Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed on the stairs, the empty space slowly descending. Quick, run! Hurry up! Many people in the hall were already panicked, starting to scatter in all directions. Roar! The roar of the empty space came again. Lin Chen, what do we do? Xin Yuhan asked anxiously. Gu Shishi's eyes were red from crying, gripping Lin Chen's arm tightly. Lin Chen frowned. Has it caught up so quickly? In that instant, Jiang Zhen's words echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The empty space is attracted by the rules. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he suddenly looked at his palm. This empty space was attracted by his own deception? The empty space on the playground was attracted by Wang Ming, while this empty space in the teaching building was attracted by him. As long as he was present, this empty space would follow him. The prison moved with the empty space, so the closer it got to him, the closer it was to the center of the prison. No wonder the second floor is closer to the center of the prison. In fact, that empty space has been getting closer to me. After realizing this, Lin Chen pried Gu Shishi's hand away. Xin Yuhan, after I leave, take Gu Shishir and run in the opposite direction from me. Xin Yuhan was taken aback. What do you mean? You're leaving? That thing is coming for me. I will draw it away. You two run as far in the opposite direction as possible. Maybe you can escape the teaching building. Lin Chen slowly opened his palm. The earring had already embedded deeply into his hand, flesh splitting, blood slowly oozing out. The prison's range was limited and moved with the empty space at its center. Since the empty space would be attracted to him, as long as he and they were far enough apart, perhaps they could escape the prison's boundaries. Gu Shishir shook her head desperately, clinging to Lin Chen's wrist. What about you, Lin Chen? What will you do? Lin Chen slowly pried Gu Shishi's hand away, calmly saying, this is the only chance. With that, Lin Chen straightened up and looked around. There were still a dozen people standing in the first floor hall, while the rest had already scattered. You all heard that. This is your only chance to survive. If you want to escape the teaching building, run as far in the opposite direction from me as possible. Lin Chen said in a deep voice to the people around him. The people around hurriedly nodded. Understood, understood. Thud. Heavy footsteps came from the stairs. It's coming, Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin Chen glanced at Xin Yuhan and Gu Shishir again, calmly saying, we need to hurry. Qin Yuhan nodded firmly while Gu Shirshir bit her lip tightly. Let's go. With that, Lin Chen immediately took off running down a side corridor. As Lin Chen left, Qin Yuhan quickly pulled Gu Shirshir to run in the opposite direction, and the others hurriedly followed suit, fleeing in the same direction. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Chen walked cautiously down the long corridor, not daring to go too fast, needing to ensure that the creature was following closely behind. As for the others scattered in the first-floor hall, whether they can escape or not is left to fate. Before he had even told them to flee in the opposite direction, many had already scattered, unable to bear the fear. Lin Chen knew well that in the direction he was heading, there would surely be others hiding, but he had no other choice. Creak, an ear-piercing sound of claws scraping against the wall echoed behind him. It's here! Lin Chen turned around sharply, only to see the creature with its gaping maw and blood-red vertical pupils staring intently at him. Run! Without hesitation, Lin Chen took off. The creature immediately followed, roaring with its mouth wide open, its claws leaving terrifying scratches along the corridor, its heavy footsteps pounding like a drum, relentlessly pursuing Lin Chen. He ran down the corridor, calculating the time in his mind. Roar! The creature was hot on his heels, intent on tearing Lin Chen apart. Just then, a classroom door suddenly swung open, and a boy's trembling head peeked out. Go back! Lin Chen shouted in shock. But it was too late. The moment the boy saw the creature, his head was bitten off in an instant. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed under his breath, watching the headless body of the boy slowly collapse. Yet he still dared not stop. Ahead was a shaped corner, and Lin Chen suddenly turned and dashed to the left. But just as he entered the left corner, his eyes widened in shock. There, huddled in the corner, were 4 people trembling in fear, staring at Lin Chen. Damn it! Lin Chen abruptly stopped, quickly turning to run towards the right corner. But at that moment, the creature's massive jaws were already lunging for Lin Chen's head. Get away! Lin Chen shouted angrily, then slammed his bloodied right hand down onto the creature's head. Bang! A golden spike suddenly pierced into the creature's skull. The creature let out a roar and violently knocked Lin Chen away. He flew back towards the wall, crashing to the ground with a thud. Lin Chen trembled as he propped himself up, feeling as if his body was falling apart, the old injury in his chest reopening. Did I break another bone? Lin Chen muttered to himself. Roar, roar. The creature now had a new wound on its head, seemingly inflicted by the golden spike, and its body rolled on the ground, its howls echoing through the classroom building. Lin Chen tilted his head to look at the others, hoarsely saying, Hurry, go forward. The 4 people helped each other to their feet, their eyes filled with fear, and could only nod frantically. They dared not linger, stumbling away in the opposite direction from Lin Chen. Lin Chen pushed himself up, pressing a hand against his chest. Seeing the creature still rolling and howling not far away, he dared not stop, continuing to flee down the right corridor. Lin Chen looked at his bloodied palm. The earring had embedded itself deep into the flesh, wedged tightly against the bone. Though he didn't understand why, his blood seemed to trigger the golden chains when it touched the creature. Is this also a part of the ability of deception? As the creature was still hot on his heels. Just then, the creature's roar suddenly ceased. Ha! Lin Chen glanced back, only to find that the creature that had been rolling not far away had vanished. Where did it go? Lin Chen's heart raced. The prison has not yet disappeared, and the void still exists. Lin Chen felt as if there were thorns in his back, his whole body tense, scanning the surroundings in different directions. Not seeing the void meant it could appear from any direction. Lin Chen remained on high alert, constantly listening for sounds from various angles. Do you know how to get out? A voice came from one side. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Chen instinctively prepared to throw a punch, but stopped immediately upon seeing who it was. A girl peeked through a crack in the classroom door, trembling as she spoke. That person said you know how to get out. Please. After getting a good look, Lin Chen sighed in relief and then raised his hand to point in the opposite direction. Thank you. The girl nodded excitedly, tears welling up in her eyes. Hurry, hurry. The girl pushed open the classroom door and several others stumbled out, running in the direction Lin Chen had indicated. Lin Chen took a deep breath and continued walking forward. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the building. Lin Chen was startled, his body tensing up in an instant as he ran toward the sound. No, don't. Ah! Another heart-wrenching scream followed. It's the void. Lin Chen cursed under his breath. Step, step, step. Lin Chen suddenly yanked open a classroom door, only to find 2 bodies torn in half inside, blood pooling on the floor. Damn it! Lin Chen quickly backed out of the classroom and continued running toward the source of the screams. As he passed through the corridor, he saw a man sitting on the ground at the center of the shaped corner. Lin Chen approached slowly, but then heard heavy footsteps echoing as well. Step! Lin Chen suddenly stopped, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The heavy footsteps vanished. There was not a single sound of footsteps around. Lin Chen. The trembling voice of the man across from him broke the silence. Help, help me. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Zhao Huxin? The man, sitting at the shaped corner and too scared to move, was indeed Zhao Huxin. At that moment, Zhao Huxin was shaking uncontrollably, his lips quivering, his face pale. Strangely, he dared only to look straight ahead, not daring to tilt his head even slightly to the left or right. Lin Chen looked down at his bleeding palm, where a faint golden chain shimmered. The void was nearby. Lin Chen was less than 10 meters away from Zhao Huxin, and he was certain that the void was on one side of the shaped corner. The void is next to you, right? Lin Chen stood still, calmly addressing Zhao Huxin. Yes, yes. Zhao Huxin replied, eyes tightly shut, trembling. Lin Chen nodded, then slowly grasped the golden chain on his right hand. Now, tell me, is the void on your left or right? Right, right. Zhao Huxin hesitated for a moment, raised his hand, and slowly pointed in a direction. But the next moment, to Lin Chen's eyes, a faint red glow began to emanate from Zhao Huxin's body. Lin Chen squinted and said calmly, when I make my move, you run straight ahead without looking back, understand? Understood, understood. It's coming. Zhao Huxin's body tensed, gasping for breath, completely consumed by fear. In the next moment, Lin Chen leaned forward and suddenly took a step. Whoosh! Lin Chen's right hand gripped the golden chain, dragging it across the ground with a clatter as he charged toward the shaped corner. Zhao Huxin also suddenly got up and desperately ran toward Lin Chen. The two brushed past each other in an instant. Lin Chen rushed toward the shaped corner, swinging the golden chain in his hand. At the same time, a roar erupted. The next moment, the void bared its fangs and lunged out from the corner. But unexpectedly, the direction from which the void appeared was not the one Zhao Huxin had pointed to. The void emerged from the opposite direction. Zhao Huxin ran forward without looking back, a sense of exhilaration from narrowly escaping death on his face, desperately fleeing ahead. Die, die. If you die, I can escape. Zhao Huxin laughed maniacally, still not turning his head as he sprinted into the distance. When the phantom lunged out from the other side, Lin Chen was not surprised, he merely sneered. As expected, it's a lie. He then suddenly flicked his wrist, accurately sending the chain towards the side where the phantom had emerged. Thud! The golden chain pierced directly into the phantom's chest, and immediately white vapor began to hiss and rise. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the chain, suddenly choking the phantom by the neck and yanking it backward. Bang! The phantom was directly pulled down to the ground by Lin Chen. Roar! The phantom bared its teeth and claws, trying to tear apart Lin Chen in front of it. But Lin Chen held the chain tightly, firmly constricting the phantom's neck. Lin Chen gripped the golden chain, securing the phantom tightly. No matter how desperately it rolled, Lin Chen refused to let go. Roar, roar. The phantom rolled back and forth in the corridor, leaving countless cracks in the walls, yet it still could not break free from the chain's restraint. The golden chain wrapped around the phantom, hissing with white vapor, crazily scorching its body. On the other side of the teaching building, Qin Yuhan and Gu Shishir were desperately running down the corridor, with a dozen others also running behind them. Huff, huff. Qin Yuhan gasped for breath. Gu Shishir was utterly exhausted. They didn't know where to go. Only running based on Lin Chen's words. How much further? Qin Yuhan asked, panting heavily. Gu Shishir crouched on the ground, continuously spitting bile and shaking her head vigorously. Just then, someone nearby suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the window can be opened." What? The window can be opened. It was unclear who smashed the window first, but everyone was overjoyed, rushing towards the window. Seeing the window smashed open not far away, Qin Yuhan also smiled, exclaiming, "It's open, finally open." Qin Yuhan forcibly pulled Gu Shishir up and ran towards the window. The two climbed onto a stool and suddenly tumbled out of the teaching building's window. Bang! The two fell onto the lawn outside the teaching building together. Around them, a dozen others were also lying on the ground, all immersed in the joy of having escaped death. Ha ha, we made it out. I'm alive, I'm not dead. Woo woo, finally got out. The surroundings were filled with cries of joy. And Qin Yuhan collapsed onto the lawn, gasping for breath, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. What Lin Chen said was true. But Gu Shishir struggled to stand up. Lin Chen is still inside. Qin Yuhan suddenly grabbed Gu Shishi's wrist, scolding, "Are you crazy? We barely escaped." Gu Shishi's eyes were red and swollen from crying, just repeatedly murmuring, "What about Lin Chen? What about Lin Chen? Going back will only complicate things for him." Qin Yuhan shook Gu Shishi's arm vigorously. Just then, a figure suddenly swept past Gu Shishir. A tall woman climbed onto the windowsill, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, with an ancient long sword strapped to her back. "Wait, don't go in!" Gu Shishir shouted urgently upon seeing her. But the woman merely glanced back at Gu Shishir, then instantly dashed into the teaching building. Gu Shishir stared blankly at the window. The tall woman had already vanished. Gu Shishir turned to look at Qin Yuhan. only to find her with a similarly bewildered expression. At a corner on the first floor of the teaching building, Lin Chen's hands were covered in blood, 2 golden chains tightly wrapped around the phantom's neck and chest. Crack, crack. The golden chains were taut, continuously emitting hissing sounds from the scorching, white vapor rising from the phantom's body. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, desperately pulling on the chains. Roar! The phantom, covered in scars from the chains, kept roaring, trying to break free from the 2 chains. Then let's see who can outlast whom. Lin Chen muttered under his breath, then wrapped the chain around his forearm and pulled it tight again. The creature, Su, was yanked down to the ground with a thud, its claws digging into the floor tiles as it desperately resisted. Lin Chen and Su found themselves in a stalemate. Just as Lin Chen was about to reach his limit, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from afar. In just a few breaths, a tall figure burst forth from the darkness. The sound of a sword ringing out filled the air. The figure, wielding a long sword, instantly cleaved the chain Su in 2. Bang! Zu's body was split in half and fell to the ground. The chain lost its effect, and Lin Chen fell backward, landing on the ground. Buzz! The long sword was slowly sheathed, and Su dissipated as well. You finally made it, Lin Chen gasped, looking at the figure across from him. Jiang Jin glanced at Lin Chen and calmly said, "It took me some time to find you." "Not too late, I almost got done for," Lin Chen replied as he got up from the ground, looking at his bloodied hands. Hiss! Lin Chen gritted his teeth and pulled out the earring from his right ear, tossing it to the ground. "What was that golden chain about?" Jiang Jin paused for a moment before asking. Lin Chen shook his head and casually replied, "I'm not sure, maybe it's the ability of deception?" Jiang Jin frowned slightly, pondering something. "Let's not talk about that, lend me your sword for a moment." Lin Chen slowly twisted his neck and reached out to Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin directly tossed the long sword to Lin Chen. "So straightforward, not even asking what I'm going to do?" Lin Chen was taken aback by Jiang Jin's action and looked at him curiously. Jiang Jin merely cast a calm glance at Lin Chen and said, "Even though Su has been slain and the prison has dissipated, there are still some matters I need to attend to, so hurry up." Lin Chen drew the long sword, weighed it in his hand, then waved and disappeared into the darkness. Tap tap tap. The hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by ragged breathing. Phew, phew, I made it out. Zhao Hexin's face was filled with joy as he sprinted toward the other side of the teaching building. At the end of the corridor was the window that had been smashed open, and Zhao Hexin could vaguely see figures outside. "Finally, I'm alive. Ha ha ha. What a load of nonsense, monsters. It's all over, it's over." Zhao Hexin wiped the sweat from his face and excitedly ran toward the end of the corridor. Almost there, right in front. But in the next moment, a figure silently appeared from the side. Thud! A long sword pierced through Zhao Hexin's back and emerged from his chest. Bang! Zhao Hexin's shoulder was pressed down, and he crashed to the ground. Zhao Hexin felt a warmth in his chest, pinned to the ground and unable to move. With someone pressing down on him, Zhao Hexin tried to struggle, but it felt as if all his strength had been drained. What's going on? Zhao Hexin strained to turn his head to look behind him, only to meet a pair of cold eyes. Is it you? Zhao Hexin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the person behind him. Lin Chen gripped the sword hilt, having pierced through Zhao Hexin's body from behind, his legs pressing down on Zhao Hexin's shoulders, pinning him firmly to the ground. A large pool of blood quickly spread out on the floor. Lin Chen, you can't. Zhao Hexin's eyes widened as he stared intently at Lin Chen, his hands flailing. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, "You brought this upon yourself." In the next moment, Lin Chen pulled out the long sword and slowly stepped back. It was only when Zhao Hexin lay completely still on the ground that Lin Chen vanished into the darkness of the corridor. The smashed exit was at the end of the corridor, but Zhao Hexin died there. "Here you go." Jiang Jin, in the hall on the first floor, suddenly turned around and caught the long sword thrown from afar. "All done?" Jiang Jin asked, looking at Lin Chen, who was slowly walking out of the darkness. "Well, it's done." Lin Chen's expression was calm as he replied lightly. Jiang Jin looked down at the long sword in his hand, the blade already stained with streaks of blood. But Jiang Jin said nothing more, simply sheathing the sword again. Neither of them mentioned what they had done. "That hollow is clever, it's not too troublesome to deal with," Jiang Jin said as he walked through the first floor with the sword on his back. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "If you had come any later, I might have ended up sacrificing myself. By the way, there's another hollow on the playground, and it looks like it should be more than clever." Jiang Jin nodded and said, "That's a Blevel hollow. But it was already dealt with before I arrived. When I got here, the playground only had some residual traces of the hollow." "Dealt with?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, incredulous. He knew how terrifying that hollow was, he had seen it with his own eyes, and it was a Blevel hollow, not at all comparable to the one in the teaching building. Wang Ming took down that Blevel hollow all by himself? Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting Wang Ming to be that strong. able to handle a hollow alone. From what you said, that person named Wang Ming is like you, someone who possesses the rules. Jiang Jin casually remarked while pushing open the classroom doors to check. Lin Chen recalled his conversation with Wang Ming on the playground and couldn't help but frown slightly. Before the hollow appeared, Wang Ming was just a typical loser college student. Yet this person turned out to be someone who also possessed the rules and could take down a level hollow by himself. Lin Chen and Jiang Jin walked through the teaching building, opening classroom doors one by one to confirm if there were any survivors. Just as they reached the last classroom, Lin Chen was about to open the door when Jiang Jin suddenly pulled him back forcefully. Step back. Jiang Jin yanked Lin Chen behind him, drawing his sword in an instant. The next moment, the classroom door burst open with a bang, and countless stone spikes shot out from inside. Jiang Jin's eyes sharpened, and with one hand holding the sword, he shattered all the incoming stone spikes. Crash! Stones scattered all over the ground. Come out! Jiang Jin held the sword in front of him, his gaze cold as he stared at the classroom door, speaking in a chilling tone. Quick reaction. A man in sweatpants with a buzz cut slowly walked out of the classroom. It's you, Wang Ming? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the figure. Wang Ming nodded at Lin Chen and smiled. Good to see you again, brother Lin. The person who walked out of the classroom was indeed Wang Ming from the playground. Jiang Jin narrowed his eyes, holding the sword with one hand, and said coldly, It seems you are the one from the playground, person. Wang Ming stared at Jiang Jin, sneering, Person? Don't you all call us thieves? Thieves? Lin Chen frowned, looking at Jiang Jin in confusion. Wang Ming let out a cold laugh. Looks like you haven't told him anything. Jiang Jin's expression remained calm as he replied coldly, It has nothing to do with you. A glint of sharpness flashed in Wang Ming's eyes as he suddenly stepped forward, fingers splayed, charging straight at Jiang Jin's face. Jiang Jin reacted instantly, lifting his sword to slash at Wang Ming's palm. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Wang Ming grasped the blade of Jiang Jin's sword with one hand, locking them in a stalemate. Lin Chen sensed a special aura emanating from Wang Ming. It's the rules flowing. Jiang Jin held the sword with one hand, his gaze calm, as sparks erupted from the sword's edge against Wang Ming's palm. Wang Ming's hand was wrapped in a thin layer of rock, allowing him to firmly grip the long sword. A level scavenger? Wang Ming frowned slightly. Observing the rock peeling away from his hand, he was somewhat surprised, then released Jiang Jin's sword and leaped back a step. A clever thief. Yet accompanied by a level scavenger, Jiang Jin still pointed the tip of his sword at Wang Ming and said Wang Ming possesses the rule stone. Awakening level B. Wang Ming's expression darkened as he looked at the crumbling stones in his palm, feeling conflicted. This is a bit troublesome. I didn't expect a level cleaner to have detected the stone. Should he fight or retreat? After some inner turmoil, Wang Ming finally slowly lowered his hand. A level cleaner was indeed troublesome, and he wasn't entirely confident he could handle it. The risk was too great. It wasn't worth it. Not going to continue attacking? Jiang Jin's arm tensed, the long sword glinting coldly. Wang Ming scratched his head, sighed, and said helplessly, This is unexpected. I didn't think you were actually a level cleaner. I was planning to deal with you easily, but it seems today I not only can't succeed but also have to give up my own information. What a huge loss. As he spoke, Wang Ming slowly backed away, his eyes on Lin Chen. But brother Lin, I advise you not to stay close to her. This group of cleaners will eventually kill you. In the next moment, Wang Ming's figure vanished into the darkness. Lin Chen stood frozen in place, staring in the direction Wang Ming had disappeared, his expression one of shock. Wang Ming referred to those with rules as thieves? The cleaners would eventually kill me? The most critical point was that deception showed no reaction. There was no red light appearing on Wang Ming. The truth. So, Lin Chen stood there, his body tense, turning to look at Jiang Jin, who was holding a long sword beside him. Jiang Jin merely stood silently, her gaze emotionless as she looked at Lin Chen. Jiang Jin, however, ignored Lin Chen and quietly took out a black phone from her pocket, pressing the call button. Beep beep. It rang only twice before the call was connected. This is the Jinga Palace. Please state your identity. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Level cleaner, Jiang Jin. Level cleaner Jiang Jin, identity confirmed. Please report on task progress. There was a brief pause on the other end, then a response came. Jiang Jin held the phone with one hand and slowly said, An incident occurred at Jiangcheng University. There are two phantoms, one Blevel and one Clevel. The person on the other end clearly paused, then asked, What are the specific circumstances? Both phantoms have been eliminated. The number of casualties is unknown but will not exceed 20. That's good. In the next moment, Jiang Jin suddenly said, Level cleaner Jiang Jin, applying to establish a file. Found the rule stone. The communicator on the other end jolted, fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, immediately saying, Establishing file, preparing to input information. Wang Ming, male, 20 years old. Rule stone, attribute is young, awakening level moderate. Ability uncertain. Initially manifested as manipulation of stones, others unknown. Capable of independently dealing with level phantoms. I recommend rating is B. The keyboard tapping on the other end stopped. File established. Does cleaner Jiangjin confirm? Confirm. After saying this, Jiangjin directly hung up the phone and then glanced at Lin Chen beside her. I want kill you right now. Jiangjin simply said, sheathing her long sword. Lin Chen stared at Jiangjin, not daring to relax for a moment. After a moment, when no red light appeared on Jiangjin, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The truth. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead with his fingers and asked, what do we do now? Jiangjin replied while walking through the teaching building, after we leave, someone will come to clean up. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the corridor of the teaching building. Lin Chen? Lin Chen, are you still there? Lin Chen and Jiangjin turned their heads simultaneously to look at the end of the corridor. They saw Gu Shishir cautiously feeling her way along the wall, carefully walking towards them. Lin Chen? Gu Shishi's voice trembled a bit, illuminating the corridor with the light from her phone screen, moving step by step. Here, Lin Chen wiped the blood on his hands on his clothes and then walked towards Gu Shishir. Lin Chen. The moment she saw Lin Chen, Gu Shishir threw herself into his arms. Whoa whoa, Lin Chen, it's so good that you're okay. Gu Shishir tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck, burying her head in his chest, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Lin Chen simply raised his hand and gently patted Gu Shishi's back, softly saying, it's okay now, it's all over. Jiangjin put away his sword and glanced at Gu Shishir with indifference. Just as Gu Shishir lifted her head, her eyes met Jiangjin's. It's you. Gu Shishir looked at Jiangjin. Her eyes blurred with tears. Jiangjin did not respond, only glanced at Lin Chen and said flatly, it seems you need to handle some matters. Let's go back first. After saying that, Jiangjin quietly took a step back and then turned to leave. Gu Shishir hugged Lin Chen and quietly asked, Lin Chen, who is she? Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words and could only casually say, a friend. Let's go, they'll take you out first. Lin Chen held Gu Shishi's hand and slowly walked to the main entrance of the teaching building, raising his hand to push it open. It was already 11 o'clock at night and the entire campus had fallen into silence. However, at the entrance of the teaching building, 2 vans appeared, their doors swung open, and 10 men dressed in gray work uniforms and wearing baseball caps rushed out. Each of them was carrying a suitcase, not knowing what was inside. 4 of them moved quickly, nimbly leaping up the steps and running into the teaching building. The remaining 6 gathered the students who had escaped from the building and began to register their information one by one. Among them were nearly 20 people, all sitting together, including Qin Yuhan. Lin. Qin Yuhan's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen and Gu Shishir, and she opened her mouth but was met with a stern look from the person in uniform beside her. The 6 uniformed individuals controlled the scene, confiscating the phones of Qin Yuhan and the others, and forbidding them from leaving without permission. The chubby guy was also among them, and when he saw Lin Chen he was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but say, Lin Chen, Zhao Hexin is missing. No talking without permission. A man in a gray uniform immediately walked over, his gaze cold as he looked at the chubby guy. Just that one look made the chubby guy wilt immediately, obediently sitting back down. Lin Chen merely glanced at the chubby guy and said nothing more. At the front was a middle-aged man holding a registration form, recording information one by one. Lin Chen and Gu Shishir approached, and the middle-aged man turned to look at Lin Chen, slightly bowing his head. Mr. Lin, you can leave this to us. Lin Chen paused for a moment and asked, are you the ones handling the aftermath? The middle-aged man nodded immediately and said, that's right, Mr. Lin, we are responsible for the aftermath of special incidents. After saying that, the middle-aged man took out a business card from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Lin Chen. This is my business card, you can contact me if you need anything, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen took the card and examined the information on it. It was a gray card with just a string of phone numbers and a name. Zhao Hao. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, smiling, that's my name, Mr. Lin. How will these people be handled? Lin Chen glanced at the 20 people over there and casually asked. Zhao Hao slightly turned to the side and said, after registering their information, they will be taken for psychological counseling, with specialized psychologists responsible for the follow-up. Zhao Hao lightly tapped his temple and whispered, they might not remember clearly. Lin Chen understood and nodded. Hearing this, Gu Shishir instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Chen's hand, looking at him with fear. Lin Chen casually put the card back in his clothes, pointed to Gu Shishir beside him, and said, she doesn't need to register, they'll take her away. Zhao Hao's expression stiffened, and he said somewhat awkwardly, Mr. Lin, this. Lin Chen calmly looked at Zhao Hao and said, this is Jiangjin's intention. Upon hearing the name Jiangjin, Zhao Hao immediately straightened his posture and respectfully replied, understood. As Lin Chen led Gu Shishir past the group, Qin Yuhan bit her lip and couldn't help but shout, Lin Chen. Shut up. Zhao Hao said in a low voice. Lin Chen stopped and turned to look at Qin Yuhan. At that moment, Qin Yuhan blinked, her eyes brimming with tears, looking at Lin Chen with a pleading gaze. Gu Shishir also gently tugged at Lin Chen's wrist. Lin Chen glanced at Gu Shishir, hesitated for a moment and then pointed at Qin Yuhan. Register her information and there's no need to take her for psychological counseling. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately stopped his actions and respectfully said, Yes, Mr. Lin. He then quickly stepped forward to register all of Qin Yuhan's information before turning to walk towards others. Qin Yuhan hurriedly caught up with Lin Chen, repeatedly saying, Thank you, thank you. Lin Chen merely shook his head and said, You saved Gu Shishir, this is what you deserve. Go back. Qin Yuhan paused, wanting to say something, but Lin Chen had already walked away with Gu Shishir. Lin. Qin Yuhan watched Gu Shishi's back, bit her lip, and ultimately said nothing. She simply adjusted her clothes and then walked alone towards the school gate. Lin Chen walked with Gu Shishir along the path in the campus and neither of them spoke. Until they reached the dormitory building where Gu Shishir lived, Lin Chen tidied her hair. You should go back and rest early. Lin Chen, Gu Shishir looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling, her hand tightly gripping Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen gently released Gu Shishi's hand and said, It's okay now. After saying that, Lin Chen smiled, waved goodbye to Gu Shishir, and turned to leave alone. Gu Shishir stood downstairs for a long time, looking at her disheveled clothes, feeling somewhat at a loss. She picked up her phone, opened the chat window with Lin Chen, and hesitated for a long time, not knowing where to start. The next moment, a message suddenly popped up in the chat. Good night. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly from pain. It was already autumn, and the night air had turned cool. Lin Chen walked alone on the street, his mind a chaotic mess. Just then, a ding sound came from his phone. Lin Chen pulled out his phone from his pocket and lit up the screen. He initially thought it was a reply from Gu Shishir, but found it was a friend request. Friend request? Lin Chen clicked on the request interface in confusion. The profile picture was an animated duck, and the ID was called De Wang. The message accompanying the request was just one sentence. Hello, I am Wang Ming. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, his fingers stiffening in place. Wang Ming? The scene of Wang Ming battling Jiangjin in the teaching building was still fresh in his mind. This Wang Ming, who possessed the stone, was now reaching out to him? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen ultimately clicked to accept. Ding! Soon, Wang Ming's first message came through. Brother Lin, can we meet alone? Before Lin Chen could reply, another message from Wang Ming popped up. Alone. Then a location was sent. Lin Chen rubbed his phone, thought for a moment, and finally clicked on the location. The F building was the geography college, and the rooftop had a weather observation aerosol radar that emitted a green light straight into the sky. Lin Chen climbed the stairs, layer by layer, until he reached the iron door leading to the top floor. Gently pushing it, he found that the lock had indeed been removed. Creak! Pushing open the iron door, Lin Chen stepped onto the rooftop. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew, tousling Lin Chen's long hair. Brother Lin, you really came. A voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned to look and saw Wang Ming wearing a baseball cap and a jacket, standing on the railing behind him. Hey, Brother Lin! Wang Ming jumped down from the railing and walked towards Lin Chen. I originally thought I was the only one with rules in this university. But it turns out you are just as special. Wang Ming smiled as he approached Lin Chen, revealing a row of neat teeth. Lin Chen did not respond but asked, What do you want from me this time? Wang Ming patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and said with a grin, Relax, don't be so tense, we are the same kind of people. Same kind of people? Lin Chen paused. Wang Ming suddenly burst into laughter and said, Ha, of course. Brother Lin, you don't think you and that cleaner are the same kind of people, do you? Although that cleaner is indeed very beautiful and has an absurdly good figure, don't let her fool you. Thieves and cleaners will never stand together. Lin Chen heard the term thief again and then asked, Why do you call us thieves? Wang Ming chuckled and slowly walked towards the rooftop railing. It seems that cleaner hasn't told you anything. With a leap, Wang Ming jumped onto the railing, the wind howling past his ears. One more step and he would fall. Brother Lin, do you know what the world is made of? Lin Chen thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. Wang Ming raised his hand, and the sand and stones on the rooftop began to stir restlessly. Crash! Hundreds of stones gathered, gradually forming a small house. Each stone represents a rule, and each rule is a building block for constructing a house. Countless rules together build a house, which we call the world. But there are some people in the world who are particularly special, able to possess one of those building blocks. Wang Ming pointed to a stone with a smile and said, For example, me, possessing stone. Stone? Lin Chen murmured. Rules constitute the world, inherently one with heaven and earth, while people like us steal rules for our own use. Isn't this behavior of taking public for private a thief? Wang Ming cheerfully pulled out that stone and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heart jolted, his gaze fixed on the stone in Wang Ming's hand. His emotions unsettled for a long time. Thief! Wang Ming playfully pushed, toppling the small house made of stones, and continued, since ancient times, where there are thieves, there are captures, where there are thieves, there are police. I don't know when it started, but a group of people gradually emerged in the world. They are born with immunity to rules and are the nemesis of us thieves. Every time a thief is killed, that unique rule returns to heaven and earth, reconstituting into building blocks, and the two sides have been entangled for thousands of years. Because of the chaos we thieves create, they exist to clean up this world, so these people gradually came to be known as cleaners. Lin Chen focused on Wang Ming, noticing the absence of a red glow around him, and continued to ask, what about the void? Wang Ming stroked his chin, remaining silent for a moment before slowly saying, I heard an older brother say that the void suddenly appeared in 2000. This group of monsters appeared without warning, specifically hunting as thieves, and every time they appear, it is accompanied by strange phenomena, which we call purgatory, but no one knows what the void really is. The appearance of the void has changed a lot, but the cleaners are still the nemesis of thieves, that will never change. After saying this, Wang Ming stood up and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Brother Lin, that woman may be protecting you now, but we are the same kind of people. With the emergence of cleaners and the void, our group of thieves will only find it more difficult. Only by banding together can we survive in this world. As he spoke, Wang Ming took out his phone and tapped around on the screen. Ding! Lin Chen took out his phone and saw a group chat that Wang Ming had sent over a water margin chat group. What is that? Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then asked. Wang Ming chuckled, putting his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder, and whispered. Everyone in there is just like us, you know what I mean. In this group chat, we exchange information with each other, and everyone uses a nickname, so identities won't be revealed. Brother Lin, if you keep following that cleaning lady, something will happen sooner or later. Why not join us? After saying that, Wang Ming took off his baseball cap, rubbed his buzz cut, and smiled. My nickname in here is Flower Monk. You can still grab a nice nickname if you join now. What do you think? Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, I need to think about it. Wang Ming wasn't in a hurry. He just shook Lin Chen's arm and said with a grin, no rush, no rush. After that, Wang Ming put on his baseball cap and left the rooftop. Only Lin Chen remained on the rooftop, staring at the chat group on his phone, lost in thought. The phone showed there were 21 people, which meant including Wang Ming, there were 21 people with rules inside? Lin Chen took a deep breath. The cool breeze filling his lungs. Wang Ming and Jiang Jin weren't lying. Who should I trust? Where have you been? In the dim room, Jiang Jin's emotionless voice came from the sofa. Lin Chen jumped in surprise, quickly turning on the light, and said, Don't you turn on the lights at home? With the light on, Lin Chen could see Jiang Jin sitting on the side more clearly. The long sword was set aside, and she sat motionless on the sofa, like a perfect, flawless sculpture. What, do I have to report to you where I go? You are my... Lin Chen took off his coat and draped it over a nearby hanger, casually saying. But just as Lin Chen turned back, a long sword was already pressed against his Adam's apple. Gulp! Lin Chen swallowed hard and slowly looked ahead. Jiang Jin was still sitting on the sofa, but the long sword that had been set aside was now raised by her, the tip pointed at Lin Chen's neck. Jiang Jin remained expressionless, her stunning face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Yet the chill emanating from the sword's tip made cold sweat bead on Lin Chen's forehead. Just a joke. Lin Chen cautiously pinched the blade with his fingers, slowly moving it aside. Jiang Jin didn't say much, just allowed Lin Chen to inch it away. My task is to protect your safety. If you leave like this again, I won't be able to complete my mission. Jiang Jin spoke coldly, like a machine. Lin Chen sighed and said helplessly, I just ran into a hollow in the rain. I wanted to get some fresh air. Who knew I would be so unlucky? In the past 20 years, he had never encountered one, but in just 2 days, he had run into 3 hollows. Jiang Jin paused for a moment and said, This is indeed quite rare. Theoretically, hollows shouldn't come after you so frequently. Lin Chen cautiously observed Jiang Jin's expression, ultimately deciding not to tell her about his meeting with Wang Ming. Nor mention the group chat. Lin Chen shrugged and said, If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have left your side for anything, really. Saying this, Lin Chen walked over to the bed and sat down, rubbing his shoulders. By the way, in the teaching building, what did Wang Ming mean when he called us thieves? Lin Chen casually asked, though his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Wang Ming is not wrong. The rules you possess are stolen blocks from this world, and using them for personal gain makes you a thief. Seeing that there was no red glow appearing on Jiang Jin, Lin Chen fell silent. Thieves? Stealing the rules of the world for personal gain. Lin Chen thought again about what Wang Ming had said to him. Someone like Jiang Jin was a cleaner, while he and Wang Ming were the thieves of the world, as if they were to be hunted down by everyone. Damn! Lin Chen felt an immense frustration. He hadn't done anything yet. He was labeled a thief, and now he was being virtually hunted, worrying that Jiang Jin might one day decide to kill him out of displeasure. Jiang Jin glanced at Lin Chen, noticing that both of his hands were wrapped in thick bandages with visible bloodstains. "What's the deal with that golden chain?" Jiang Jin asked, voicing the question that had been on his mind. Hearing Jiang Jin's words, Lin Chen was taken aback. "What do you mean? Isn't that the ability of deception?" Lin Chen looked at Jiang Jin in confusion, having thought Jiang Jin knew about his ability. But Jiang Jin shook his head gently and said, "I am not sure." Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Ever since encountering that class hollow in the heavy rain, his blood had been able to summon this golden chain, which seemed to have a significant effect on the hollows. When he faced the hollow alone in classroom 201, it further confirmed this point. Hollow, blood. If these two conditions were met, the golden chain would appear. Just thinking about being entangled in chains while the hollow rolled and roared made Lin Chen's heart race. When did he acquire this ability? Had he had it since childhood but just never realized it because he hadn't encountered a hollow? At that moment, an untimely phone call broke the silence. Jiang Jin pulled out that black phone again and pressed the call button. "This is Jinga Palace." A male voice came from the other end. "Class cleaner Jiang Jin." Jiang Jin spoke as he had last time. After a moment, a voice on the other end confirmed his identity. Jiang Jin calmly said, "Retrieve the deception file, supplement the ability section." Lin Chen, male, 20 years old, rule deception, attribute in, class, ability to discern lies. Class cleaner Jiang Jun, you may begin to supplement the ability section. The voice on the other end was devoid of emotion. Supplement ability, Lin Chen possesses a golden chain that requires blood as a medium. Suspected to have suppressive power over hollows, effects on cleaners unknown, effects on thieves unknown. Received. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jin didn't waste any more words and directly hung up the phone. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. I'm still here, can't you avoid me a bit? Jiang Jin frowned slightly, looking at Lin Chen in confusion. "Why should I avoid you?" Lin Chen looked at Jiang Jin's serious expression, his mouth twitching. Nothing at all." Jiang Jin put away his phone, still not quite understanding. Lin Chen then changed the subject and asked, "Earlier, you said my attribute is in. What does that mean?" While Jiang Jin was supplementing the file, Lin Chen had keenly caught a detail. The rule deception had it in attribute. "What is in?" Jiang Jin did not hide it and replied, "There are countless rules, with significant differences among them. For convenience, rules are broadly divided into two categories. Yin and Yang. Yang refers to the tangible and visible, like the stone that Wang Ming possesses. Yin refers to the intangible and abstract, like the deception you possess." Lin Chen was taken aback. Yang and Yin? Those who possess Yang rules are Yang thieves, so I am a Yin thief? A lecherous thief? Lin Chen's expression soured. What an unpleasant title. However, after pondering for a moment, Lin Chen pinched his chin and asked, "What is the substantial difference between these two categories of rules? Since they could be divided into Yin and Yang, there must be a reason behind it. It couldn't just be a simple classification." Jiang Jin looked at Lin Chen, paused for a moment, and finally said, "Currently, it is widely accepted that Yang rules are far stronger than Yin rules. In fact, Yin rules are already recognized as useless." Lin Chen widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Why? Being called a thief was one thing, but to be recognized as useless?" Jiang Jin's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "Because the awakening of Yang-type rules is progressive, deepening the control and use of the rules step by step, and is more utilitarian. Yang-type rules are initially at level upon awakening, but with mastery, they can gradually reach level, a level, or even S-level. However, Yin-type rules are too abstract, intangible and difficult to control and use, so the vast majority of Yin-type thieves remain at level." Lin Chen cursed under his breath. How could there be such a big gap among thieves? But thinking about it, it made sense. Just looking at Wang Ming's stone, the simplest example, Wang Ming progressed from manipulating a small stone to manipulating a boulder and even a mountain peak. This kind of ability transformation is extremely useful. But his own deception, from detecting lies now to detecting a big lie later and then detecting an even bigger lie? It really sounds completely useless. When Wang Ming throws a mountain at you, is your response to give him a set of lie detection services? However, although Yin-type rules are difficult to master, there are a very few individuals who can develop them to a level not weaker than Yang-type rules, or even more perverse, Jiang Jin added. Lin Chen nodded and then continued to ask, "Who was the first thief?" Jiang Jin set his sword aside and slowly spoke the words that shook Lin Chen's mind. "It's hard to say who the very first was. There is controversy, but the earliest batch of thieves can be traced back thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Some of the outstanding individuals had reached an unimaginable level of control over the rules, almost omnipotent, and they were given a new title in history, gods." Gods? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Jin in disbelief. Jiang Jin nodded, thought for a moment, and continued, once there were two individuals who controlled fire and water. And they both had reached an extremely terrifying level of control over the rules. Later, they even fought and it was quite a spectacle. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he whispered, they are Shu Rong and Gong Gong, the legendary god of fire and god of water? Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. This story, once revered as an ancient myth, was now laid bare in this way, leaving Lin Chen's mind reeling. Under the erosion of time, past events are depicted in various colors, presenting a special form. Lin Chen covered his forehead. So the ancient tale of Lei Gong and Dian Mu was actually about two thieves who mastered thunder and electricity? And then? Lin Chen quickly asked. And then? Then they both died, Jiang Jin said, looking at Lin Chen with confusion, speaking calmly. Died? Lin Chen frowned. Jiang Jin nodded as a matter of course and said, even level thieves have their day of death. After a thief dies, the rules they stole will return to the world, until they are stolen again by the next thief. Lin Chen fell silent, reaching for a cigarette from the box on the table and lighting one up. Exhaling, Lin Chen held the cigarette in one hand while looking at Jiang Jin, asking, since deception is a yin-type rule, why does that Jinga Palace want me? From Wang Ming's reaction in the teaching building, Lin Chen could tell that a purger of Jiang Jin's level was definitely overqualified for his side, but why did Jinga Palace want Jiang Jin to protect him? Jiang Jin fell silent and then bluntly said, I don't know either, I just have to complete the task. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Jin through the smoke, confirming there was no red glow before slowly extinguishing the cigarette. Ding dong! A notification sound suddenly rang out. Jiang Jin looked at Lin Chen, who pulled out his phone from his pocket, lit up the screen, and found a message. Gu Shishir, can we meet tomorrow? Lin Chen frowned slightly, gently stroking the screen of his phone. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen looked at Jiang Jin and asked, I need to go out tomorrow, is that okay? Jiang Jin nodded, sure, but you need to tell me where. Lin Chen lowered his head, his fingers tapping on the screen, replying to Gu Shishir, okay. Where? Soon, the notification sound from the phone rang again. Gu Shishir, amusement park. Amusement park? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Gu Shishir is inviting him to the amusement park? That makes sense, tonight's events were too shocking. Perhaps Gu Shishir wants to relax. Lin Chen put away his phone and said, I need to go to the amusement park tomorrow, will there be enough time? Jiang Jin nodded and then said, your leave of absence approval will go through in the next couple of days. Once the leave of absence is granted, we can head to Jinga Palace. Lin Chen lit another cigarette. Wow, the leave of absence approval is already coming. But it makes sense. With someone as special as Jiang Jin, the energy behind it must be unimaginably vast, and a leave of absence approval is nothing complicated. Just thinking about how hard he worked to get to this point, only to suddenly have to take a leave of absence, made Lin Chen smile wryly. Understood, then let's take care of some things in the next couple of days. Lin Chen lay back on the bed, turned off the light, and placed his hands behind his head. Jiang Jin remained sitting in place, like a statue. Seeing that Jiang Jin seemed unwilling to leave, Lin Chen simply shifted over a bit. Hey, you coming up? Lin Chen pointed to the space beside him, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin squinted slightly, his gaze icy cold. After a long standoff, Jiang Jin finally stood up, picked up the long sword beside him, and quietly left. Lin Chen watched Jiang Jin leave, chuckling softly, then slowly closed his eyes. However, his mind was racing with thoughts, and he couldn't fall asleep. Whether it was the illusion he encountered tonight or what Jiang Jin told him about the thief, it all left Lin Chen extremely shocked. But most importantly, it was the WeChat group that Wang Ming had pushed to him. To join or not to join? Lin Chen turned his screen back on in the dark, stroking his phone, staring at the group chat Wang Ming had sent, indecisive. After a long while, Lin Chen's finger finally tapped on the join group chat option. After doing that, he directly turned off his phone and tossed it aside, drifting into a light sleep. The next day, Gu Shishi's call woke Lin Chen up. Hello, what's up? Lin Chen brought the phone to his ear, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Lin Chen, I'm at the amusement park, where are you? Gu Shishi's voice came from the other end, instantly energizing Lin Chen. I'll be there soon. Lin Chen hung up, sat up in bed, and looked at the sunlight outside the window, feeling a bit of a headache. Did he oversleep? After all, he had already promised Gu Shishir. Lin Chen tore off the gauze on his hand, discovering that the original wound had already scabbed over, healing faster than before. He quickly got dressed, hurriedly left his home, and headed to the amusement park. Shortly after Lin Chen left, Jiang Jin pushed the door open and entered the rental apartment. Not seeing Lin Chen, Jiang Jin was about to leave when the black phone in his pocket rang. Beep beep beep. Jinga Palace? Jiang Jin was a bit puzzled, then pressed the call button. But before Jiang Jin could say anything, a deep and urgent voice came from the other end. This is Zhao He. Is Lin Chen's file supplement accurate? A level cleaner Zhao He? Jiang Jun was taken aback. It was actually a level cleaner Zhao He again? One should know that a cleaner of Zhao He's level is extremely busy. It was already surprising enough when he called last time. How could he call again so soon? Level cleaner Jiang Jun. Respond immediately. Zhao He's deep voice, filled with an undeniable authority, rang out again. Jiang Jun snapped back to attention and immediately asked, Captain Zhao, what aspect are you asking about? Yesterday you updated the file on deception, adding details in the abilities section. I asked you if it was true? In the Jinga Palace, Zhao He leaned forward with both hands on the table, pressing close to the communication phone with an imposing presence. The people around him, seeing Zhao He like this, quietly stepped back, all of them silent as if frozen, not daring to approach. Are you referring to Lin Chen's golden chains ability? Jiang Jun pondered for a moment before cautiously responding. Zhao He furrowed his brow, his sturdy body leaning even further forward as he said in a deep voice, exactly. A few seconds later, it's true, Jiang Jun's voice came through the phone. Zhao He suddenly slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing through the communication room, startling those nearby. Good. Jiang Jun, I need you to bring him back to Jinga Palace safely. Absolutely. Zhao He's deep voice, filled with excitement, came from the other end of the line. Jiang Jun was also taken aback but immediately replied, understood. The call from Jinga Palace ended and the sound of a dial tone came through. But Jiang Jun frowned. Why was Zhao He so concerned about a clever thief? Even his tone was urgent, insisting that he must bring Lin Chen back? What secret are you hiding, Lin Chen? On the other side, at the amusement park, Lin Chen hurried to the entrance of the amusement park only to find a long line in front of the ticket area. The weather had turned to autumn and the wind carried a chill. Just as Lin Chen was about to take out his phone to message Gu Shishir, he heard someone call his name from behind. Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned around to see Gu Shishir in a white dress. She wore a white dress that reached her calves, with a delicate black coat draped over her shoulders. Her hair was curled and fell over her shoulders, and she held a small bag in her hand. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Gu Shishir smiled and waved her hand. In her hand, she held 2 entrance tickets to the amusement park. Lin Chen, I came a bit earlier today and already bought the tickets. We can go in and have fun right away. Gu Shishir smiled and waved at Lin Chen. Saying this, she had already reached Lin Chen's side, grabbing his arm and heading towards the ticket gate. The security guard at the gate punched holes in the 2 tickets in Gu Shishi's hand, and then the 2 of them walked in. Gu Shishir quietly tucked the punched tickets into her bag. Gu Shishir, you. Lin Chen looked at Gu Shishir, wanting to ask how she was after what happened yesterday. But Gu Shishir interrupted him first, pulling on his arm and pointing to the nearby carousel. Lin Chen, let's go ride the carousel. Gu Shishir said excitedly, not giving Lin Chen a chance to respond as she dragged him towards the carousel. The carousel was beautifully crafted, with each horse painted in vibrant colors, a timeless attraction at the amusement park filled with children and girls. Lin Chen rode on a green horse, while Gu Shishir stood beside him, and as the music started, the carousel began to spin. Gu Shishir was very happy, her smile radiant, with 2 dimples appearing on her cheeks. Seeing Gu Shishir so joyful, Lin Chen decided not to bring up yesterday's events. When he left the teaching building yesterday, there were already people responsible for handling the aftermath, with Zhao Hao at the forefront leaving his business card for him. Those who survived, except for Qin Yuhan and Gu Shishir, were secretly taken away for psychological counseling. Today, that teaching building continued to open and hold classes as usual. The appearance of the 2 voids did not stir any waves. The campus remained as it always was. Only Lin Chen, Wang Ming, Gu Shishir, and Qin Yuhan remembered the terrifying experience from last night. Wang Ming possessed stone, with an awakening level already at B, so he was no stranger to the voids. Although Lin Chen had just come into contact with it, he also possessed the rule of deception. But Gu Shishir is just an ordinary person. After experiencing what happened last night, what kind of shadow will it leave behind? Lin Chen felt a bit conflicted. Was it right or wrong to strike Gu Shishi's name off the list from Zhao Hao's registration yesterday? Perhaps letting Gu Shishir forget was the right choice. While Lin Chen was lost in thought, the carousel had already come to a stop. Lin Chen, let's go. Time to play the next ride. Gu Shishir had already stepped down, grabbing Lin Chen's hand and heading towards the next attraction. Lin Chen followed behind, ultimately remaining silent. Lin Chen, how about the roller coaster? Are you brave enough? Gu Shishir provocatively looked at Lin Chen, raising the corners of her mouth, her finger playfully curling. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Chen forced himself to suppress the cramping in his calves and said with a stiff face, ah. As the roller coaster screamed through the highest curve, Lin Chen regretted this decision. Gu Shishir was beside him, one hand gripping the safety bar, the other tightly clutching Lin Chen's arm, both of them shouting loudly. It wasn't until the roller coaster slowly came to a stop, the safety belt popped open, that Lin Chen wobbled off the ride, his legs weak and his face pale, gasping for breath. But Gu Shishir looked rosy-cheeked, her eyes bright, though her hair was a bit tousled. Damn! Lin Chen felt his stomach churning and silently decided never to ride a roller coaster again. Yet Gu Shishir was still excited, pulling Lin Chen to the next attraction. Roller coaster, swinging pendulum, pirate ship, bumper cars. The two played until the afternoon. The sky slightly yellowing. Huff, huff. There's one last ride. Gu Shishi's eyes sparkled as she pointed in a direction. Another one? Lin Chen instinctively leaned back, feeling completely out of sorts. What else is there to play? The Ferris wheel. Gu Shishir pointed at the Ferris wheel in the distance, her eyes squinting into crescents. Lin Chen sighed in relief. The Ferris wheel? Huh. Come on, let's go. Gu Shishir tugged at Lin Chen's arm, leading him towards the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel was large, with couples and families with children queuing below. Lin Chen and Gu Shishir stood in line, and under the staff's guidance, they boarded a small cabin. Click, click, click. As the Ferris wheel slowly turned, Lin Chen and Gu Shishi's cabin rose higher and higher. The sunset painted the horizon in golden hues. At that moment, Gu Shishir suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen, are you leaving? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback by her words and looked at Gu Shishir. He saw her turn sideways, gazing outside. How did you know? I saw your leave of absence application in the office, Gu Shishir said softly. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, not hiding the truth. That's right, I'm leaving here. Where to? Gu Shishir asked nonchalantly. But Lin Chen shook his head and said, sorry, I can't tell you. It's for your safety. Gu Shishir turned to look at Lin Chen, her eyes seeming like a pool of water, rippling as she asked, will we meet again? Lin Chen fell silent, slowly saying, Gu Shishir, you know what happened last night? I have to leave. And you should continue with your normal life. Click. The Ferris wheel reached the bottom, the cabin opened, and Lin Chen and Gu Shishir stepped out. Then let's part ways here. Lin Chen calmly spoke to Gu Shishir at the entrance of the amusement park. Gu Shishir lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping her bag in front of her. Then gently nodded. Lin Chen didn't say much more and simply turned to leave. From the illusion in the heavy rain to the following illusion in the teaching building, Lin Chen clearly knew he could no longer return to a normal life. He didn't know when the illusion would find him again. The memories of those killed by the illusion in the teaching building were still vivid, and Lin Chen could hardly protect himself, let alone others. The best outcome for Gu Shishir would be to distance herself from me and return to a normal life. After leaving the amusement park, Lin Chen took out his phone, only to find that he had received over a dozen messages. Lin Chen unlocked the screen and discovered messages popping up from the water margin chat group, with even more notifications appearing now. At some point, his application to join the group had been approved, and he was now part of the water margin chat group. The group had grown from 21 members to 22 with Lin Chen's addition. Flower Monk. The virtual I encountered yesterday was Bleble. The prison of that virtual was filled with a harsh buzzing sound that would leave an ordinary person in a daze. Flower Monk? Is this Wang Ming? Lin Chen thought of what Wang Ming had said to him upon seeing this ID. In this group, no one reveals their real names, everyone uses nicknames from the characters in water margin instead. At that moment, another new message popped up. Jade Qilin, so, did you resolve it? Flower Monk, with my strength, of course, I resolved it, otherwise, how would I have the chance to talk to you here? Flower Monk, but there was a bit of an accident, I ran into a cleaner. I originally wanted to eliminate him, but it turned out he was Bleble. Not only did I fail to get rid of him, but I also exposed my information. Jade Qilin? Jade Qilin, the cleaner knows about your possession of the stone. Do you know which faction is aware of it? Flower Monk, the East, people from the Jinga Palace. Jade Qilin, the East? That's a bit troublesome. I'm in the West, so I can't reach over there. You might want to ask Timely Rain. Lin Chen frowned, looking at this Jade Qilin's ID. This person claimed to be in the West, while Wang Ming was in the East, which implied a division of regions, each with different factions. Timely Rain, it's done, your records have been erased. Suddenly, someone with the ID Timely Rain appeared and sent a message saying it was done. Flower Monk, you're reliable as always, ha. Jade Qilin, good thing Timely Rain is in the East, otherwise, you would have been in trouble. Upon reading this, Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. The records have been erased? Lin Chen knew the process Jiang Jin used to establish the records with that black phone, which definitely involved secrets from the Jinja Palace. But how could this Timely Rain have erased Wang Ming's records so quickly? This person's influence was beyond imagination. They might even be someone from the Jinja Palace. And their status was certainly not low. Jade Qilin, Flower Monk, what about the newcomer you invited? Flower Monk, I'm not too clear on Brother Lin's rules, it should involve suppression or something like that. Seeing them mention him, Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart and then tapped the screen with his finger. Leopard Head, hello, everyone. Leopard head? Lin Chen was taken aback at his own ID. When did he change it to leopard head? Jade Qilin, oh, the newcomer has shown up. Flower Monk, brother Lin, you're online. Flower Monk, ha, I noticed you weren't speaking, so I assigned you a nickname. Since your surname is Lin, it fits quite well. Leopard head, please take care of me. Jade Qilin, by the way, has the Qinglong from the east been found? It's been missing for almost 3 years. If it's not found soon, the entire east will be in chaos, right? Green-faced beast, it would be best if he's dead. This group of cleaners should disperse quickly. Jade Qilin, ha, you're here too. Back then, Qinglong almost killed you. Have you held a grudge for so long? Lin Chen looked at the chat page, and another ID called Green-faced beast appeared. East, Qinglong? Lin Chen stared at the phone screen, deciding to continue lurking and see what they would say next. Green-faced beast, I'm so scared to return to the east now. That guy is truly despicable. Jade Qilin, Qinglong has been missing for 3 years. He might already be dead, right? Green-faced beast, I wish, but there's absolutely no one today who could kill that guy. Jade Qilin, without Qinglong holding down the fort in the east, it will inevitably fall into chaos sooner or later. Just then, the ID Timely Rain popped up again. Timely Rain, the Azure Dragon hasn't been found yet, but the east is still stable. Jade Kirin, what do you mean? Green-faced beast, without the Azure Dragon, the cleaners won't fall apart? Timely Rain, there's an old guy who has stood with the cleaners and stabilized the situation. Jade Kirin, an old guy? He even took the Azure Dragon's position and stabilized the east? How is that possible? The Jade Kirin ID sent 3 shocked messages, clearly finding it hard to believe. Timely Rain, that old guy is Glass Thief. Green-faced beast, Glass Thief? Jade Kirin? Flower Monk? Timely Rain, right now, the east is under the influence of that old guy, and the relationship between the cleaners and thieves in the east has changed because of him. After saying this, Timely Rain disappeared and stopped talking. Lin Chen held his phone, staring blankly at the screen. Azure Dragon? Glass Thief? Lin Chen recalled what Jiangzhen had said to him yesterday, and Glass Thief's control over the rules must be beyond comprehension. Moreover, he was in the east, and he never expected such a character to be in charge there. Jade Kirin and Flower Monk exchanged a few more words before falling silent again. The water margin chat group returned to calm. Lin Chen turned off his phone screen. It seems only Wang Ming and that Jade Kirin are chatty, the rest are mostly quiet in the group. Indeed, joining this group was the right choice. And he had become the 22nd member of this group. Hey, what's up? A groggy voice came from the other end of the phone. What, still not up at this hour? Lin Chen glanced at his phone. It was already 5 in the afternoon. I stayed up all night playing games, just woke up. The person on the other end yawned and said casually, with your schedule, you'll end up collapsing sooner or later. Lin Chen got on a bus and continued, TSK, get lost, why are you suddenly calling me? What's the matter? Lin Chen leaned against the bus window, holding his phone, hesitating for a moment before slowly saying, do you have time tonight? Let's meet up. Sure, just don't delay my gaming. The person on the other end chuckled awkwardly. Hang up, he'll be downstairs at your place soon. Lin Chen ended the call and leaned against the glass, watching the sky darken. Next stop, Chengdong Road. Passengers getting off, please stand by the back door and prepare to disembark. When Lin Chen got off the bus, he saw a building labeled Kyoto New City not far away, with a chain hotel next to it. It was a typical apartment building, not much larger than Lin Chen's rental, with 2 units per floor, considered a typical hotel-style small apartment. Under the streetlight, there was a tall, thin young man wearing a thick hoodie, hunched over, yawning. Oi, over here. Lin Chen called out. Hearing Lin Chen's voice, the man slowly turned around and staggered over. As he got closer, his features became clearer. Indeed, it was that handsome face that made Lin Chen feel uncomfortable every time he saw it. However, that authoritative handsome face was sporting 2 thick dark circles under his eyes, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, hunched over, and swaying as he walked. Even from 20 meters away, one could feel the overwhelming aura of despair. Lin Chen looked him up and down. Messy long hair, dark circles, a heavy hoodie on top, shorts on the bottom, and flip-flops on his feet. By Tianhong, you're not about to drop dead, are you? Lin Chen looked at the young man approaching him, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and said sarcastically. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the man walking towards him seemed to freeze, then paused, his eyes barely opening a slit as he slowly tilted his head to look at Lin Chen. Ha! This appearance, as if he could collapse at any moment, left Lin Chen speechless. How long did he stay up? Judging by the severity of those dark circles and the dead look, it seemed like he had been on a non-stop flight for a month. Bi Tianhong yawned and rubbed his eyes. I say, why are you looking for me? I haven't cleared the game yet. I've been fighting that boss for 7 hours, and I think I'm about to beat it. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. With your ridiculously poor gaming skills, you're still trying to take on the bull demon? Lin Chen had played games with Bai Tianheng before, and it can only be described as a level of bad that was hard to articulate. Sometimes Lin Chen even doubted whether a human was really sitting behind the keyboard. This guy was definitely a gaming-obsessed primate. Yet, Bai Tianheng was extremely addicted to games, any games. Ever since Lin Chen met him 3 years ago, he had been holed up at home playing games all night, even setting a record of not stepping outside for a month. Bad, but with a huge addiction. The only special thing about him was that he was really handsome. Even in his current disheveled and half-dead state, he exuded a unique kind of decadent charm that made Lin Chen grit his teeth in frustration. But this guy was one of Lin Chen's few friends, and a very heartfelt one at that. I'm here to tell you that I'm going back to my hometown. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Back to your hometown? Oh. Bai Tianheng nodded, then half opened his eyes to look at Lin Chen, his whole demeanor suggesting he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Seeing Bai Tianheng's bland reaction, even his drowsy appearance, made Lin Chen's forehead twitch, and he gritted his teeth. Bull demon, I'm leaving, and I specifically came to tell you. Farewell. Do you even know what farewell means? Bai Tianheng yawned, scratched his head, and said, what's the big deal? It's just going back to your hometown, as if you're going to another world. It's not like we won't see each other again. Lin Chen laughed in anger. Maybe I'm really going to another world this time? With the ability of deception, he had been forced into a whole new world, completely derailed from normal life. Bai Tianheng paused, then looked at Lin Chen with a disdainful gaze. What, are you reincarnating as an evil goblin? What the hell? Lin Chen kicked Bai Tianheng in the butt. Bai Tianheng stumbled, scratched his butt, and said, all right. Stop being dramatic. It's just going back to your hometown. Is it necessary to call me out separately and waste my gaming time? Lin Chen smiled. 666, with your skills, you're still playing a bull demon game. Playing FPS and being treated like a walking ATM. Bro thinks switching to single-player games will help, but in reality, he's still getting kicked to death by the boss. Upon hearing this, Bai Tianheng's eyes widened, his face flushed. How can you slander a person's reputation out of thin air? Can a gamer be called bad? Then came a series of obscure phrases like didn't press it, underworld, and lagged. Finally, Bai Tianheng, furious, turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Lin Chen. Get lost, hurry back to your hometown. Lin Chen could only helplessly shrug. There was no dramatic farewell, the two simply met, exchanged a few insults, and that was it. Bai Tianheng didn't look back at Lin Chen, just waved a hand. Lin Chen, hands in pockets, smiled, then turned to leave. The sky had darkened, and Bai Tianheng was still hunched over, swaying as he passed through an alley. At that moment, a strange sound came from the alley. The alley was deep and dark, making it impossible to see what was inside. Creak and ear-piercing sound emerged. Bai Tianheng stopped in his tracks and walked deeper into the alley. The alley was narrow, allowing only one person to pass, and a strong smell of urine lingered in the air. Bai Tianheng squinted, looking toward the deepest part of the alley. In the darkness, a pitch-black hand slowly reached out. The hand was enveloped in black mist, with sharp, elongated nails, and black liquid dripped from between the fingers, hissing as it hit the ground. A pair of crimson vertical pupils suddenly opened wide in the darkness, terrifying beyond measure. In the next moment, the darkness deep within the alley rapidly spread outward, enveloping the entire alley in an instant. The darkness surged forth, wrapping the entire alley within its grasp. Not only that, but the darkness continued to expand at an incredibly terrifying speed, already shrouding most of the street. The pedestrians and vehicles on the street had yet to realize they had fallen into a realm of horror. In the profound darkness, a vague human silhouette could be seen. The crimson vertical pupils slowly opened, and the blurred figure gradually stood up. A terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire alley. On the street, a middle-aged man suddenly stopped, looking up at the sky in confusion. Why did it suddenly get dark? The darkness was still spreading, showing no signs of stopping. At this moment, Bai Tianheng stood in the alley with his hands in the pockets of his hoodie. Black, dead, thief. From the deepest part of the alley, that figure intermittently uttered a few words, the voice sounding like a malevolent spirit crawling out of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Step, step, step. From the depths of the alley, the figure with crimson vertical pupils gradually stepped forward, walking toward the outside one step at a time. Bai Tianheng glanced back at the darkness behind him, then slowly lifted his eyelids, his originally pitch-black pupils flashing with a momentary golden light. In an instant, that figure had already appeared right in front of Bai Tianheng. This figure was almost indistinguishable from a human, its body covered in black patterns, its crimson vertical pupils fierce and terrifying, one hand already thrusting toward Bai Tianheng's chest. But in the next moment, Bai Tianheng, with his hands still in his pockets, casually lifted his leg and kicked the figure. Bang! The figure's body was instantly shattered by the kick. Its form exploded into a cloud of black mist. Unbelievable. This figure was casually kicked to death. The darkness that had been spreading outward instantly halted, losing the support of the figure. And this realm immediately collapsed. Everything returned to normal. On the street, the darkness before the middle-aged man vanished in an instant, the moon still hanging in the sky. Could it be that I've been working overtime too much lately? The middle-aged man took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Getting old, can't do this anymore. Just now, my vision went dark for a moment, I almost thought I was going to faint from a brain hemorrhage. He then put his glasses back on and continued walking down the street. Tonight my wife made ribs, that little rascal probably enjoyed it. The middle-aged man smiled as he walked into the distance. In the alley, Bai Tianhong showed no change in emotion, merely yawning as if he had just done a trivial task. Woof woof. From deep within the alley, a dirty stray dog barked a few times at Bai Tianhong before running toward a pile of garbage. Bai Tianhong, wearing flip-flops, walked out of the alley. Tonight I can definitely beat that boss. I remember all the moves perfectly. On the other side, Lin Chen, who had already left, suddenly stood still, a chill instantly creeping over his entire body. What's going on? Lin Chen froze in place, his whole body motionless as if his blood had turned to ice. But just a second later, that feeling of fear suddenly vanished. Lin Chen was taken aback, slowly moving his body, finding no issues. Was it just my illusion? In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared from nowhere. Jiangjun, holding an ancient sword, instantly appeared beside Lin Chen, exuding an aura of sharpness and tension. Jiangjun? Lin Chen was startled by Jiangjun's sudden appearance. Where the hell did you come from? But Jiangjun, ignoring Lin Chen's shock, was already on high alert. At this moment, cold sweat beaded on Jiangjun's forehead, gripping the long sword tightly, her sharp gaze scanning everything around. The pedestrians nearby felt a chill from Jiangjun's gaze. Instinctively moving away from this beautiful woman, this girl is crazy. This group of idiots is really out of their minds. That sword looks terrifying, it's better to stay away from her. The people around silently moved aside, distancing themselves from Lin Chen and Jiangjun. Lin Chen awkwardly said, Jiangjun, can you put away your sword? People are starting to think we're insane. On the street, a beautiful woman was holding a long sword that looked quite intimidating, her expression tense as she scanned every passerby with a fierce gaze. Lin Chen stood beside her, receiving plenty of strange looks himself. After a long while, Jiangjun's tense body slowly relaxed. Jiangjun let out a long breath, gradually sheathing the long sword. But Lin Chen frowned, noticing the slight tremor at the tip of Jiangjun's sword. Are you scared? Lin Chen couldn't believe it. A woman who could slice through a monster like Su was actually afraid at this moment? Jiangjun calmed her emotions and then coldly asked, did anything happen here just now? She didn't say it outright, but Lin Chen knew what that something represented. Su. Lin Chen shook his head and said, nothing happened. Not only did Su not appear, but even the prison hadn't sensed anything. Jiangjun furrowed her brows tightly and whispered, that's impossible. I clearly felt a very terrifying aura. At this point, Lin Chen suddenly recalled the momentary chill he had felt earlier. Could it have been that instant? Jiangjun looked around in confusion but found everything was just as usual, with no trace of Zu's presence. Did I misfeel it? Jiangjun hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not call the Jinga palace. Maybe it's just that too many things have happened recently and you're being overly cautious, Lin Chen casually remarked. Jiangjun said nothing, silently placing the long sword behind her. Your leave of absence has been processed. We should go. Lin Chen shrugged and said, sure, I've finished my business too. Jiangjun nodded, then took out her black phone and dialed a number. Come on. After the call connected, Jiangjun simply dropped 2 words before hanging up. Lin Chen looked at Jiangjun in confusion, so aloof, not even willing to say more than 1 word? And you didn't even mention a location, how will others know where you are? Jiangjun ignored Lin Chen's chatter, still looking around with lingering fear. Did she really misfeel it? But that terrifying sensation had even made her, a level cleaner, feel despair. Lin Chen quietly observed Jiangjun's expression, not saying much. However, soon, Lin Chen's earlier words were slapped back in his face. In just about 10 minutes, a black sedan rushed over, then came to a steady stop in front of the two. That driving skill is impressive, Lin Chen thought to himself. The next moment, Jiangjun directly opened the car door. And Lin Chen quickly followed her into the back seat. Just as they got in, the driver leaned his head out. With a bright smile, he looked back at the rear seat. Team Jiang, shall we set off? Jiangjun merely nodded indifferently. The middle-aged man then turned to Lin Chen, smiling and nodding, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then immediately recalled the person who had come to handle things that night. Zhao Hao. Among those in grey work uniforms, one man had given him a business card and it was this Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao immediately nodded, smiling as he said, it's me, Mr. Lin remembers me. After saying that, Zhao Hao turned back to grip the steering wheel, pressed the accelerator, and the car sped off. Jiangjin sat in the back seat, the ancient long sword resting beside her as she quietly closed her eyes to rest. Zhao Hao drove seriously, remaining still, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Completely ignoring Lin Chen and Jiang Jin in the back, there was no music in the car, nor any fancy decorations, the entire cabin was quiet, save for the hum of the engine. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Hao, who was wearing a grey work uniform with no special insignia. It must belong to someone who handles logistics, right? The streetlights outside the window flew backward at high speed. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang, an untimely notification breaking the silence in the cabin. Lin Chen unlocked his phone, but the message on the screen made his heart race. Group chat message. Flower Monk, something felt off on my end just now. A very terrifying prison appeared. Wang Ming? Lin Chen instinctively glanced at Jiangjin, only to find Jiangjin with his eyes closed, showing no intention of acknowledging him. Zhao Hao in front was staring straight ahead, completely motionless. It was indeed a message from Wang Ming. After all, Wang Ming was from the same university as him. Jade Kirin. A powerful phantom has appeared? Flower Monk, not sure, I only felt it for a moment. Jade Kirin, what do you mean, you weren't pulled in? Flower Monk, that terrifying prison only appeared for a moment, and before it fully opened, it collapsed. Jade Kirin, collapsed? At that moment, Wang Ming was standing on the teaching building of the Earth Ring Academy, his face serious as he looked towards the direction of Kyoto New City. Wang Ming rubbed his head, feeling a bone-chilling cold all over. That momentary prison was truly terrifying, and its expansion was extremely rapid. What the hell is going on lately? Wang Ming looked down at his phone, his fingers continuing to tap on the screen. Flower Monk, that's right, it collapsed in an instant, and that phantom has vanished without a trace. Jade Kirin, could it be a misperception? Wang Ming's expression was grave as he slowly typed 4 words on the screen. Absolutely impossible. Then Wang Ming thought of something and found Lin Chen's leopard head ID in the group. Flower Monk, leopard head, you felt it too, right? Lin Chen furrowed his brows in the car, his fingers rubbing the screen. Wang Ming felt it too? So I wasn't imagining things in Kyoto New City just now? Leopard head, that's right, I felt it too. Flower Monk, see, brother Lin felt it too. Jade Kirin, it shouldn't be, logically speaking, a prison shouldn't disappear on its own, and if the prison is that terrifying, the phantom must be of a high level. Just then, the previously quiet Timely Rain spoke up again. Timely Rain, they didn't misperceive, a phantom indeed appeared in Zheng City, and it's of a high level. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, it was this Timely Rain again. He then quietly glanced at Jiangjin, who was meditating with his eyes closed. This Timely Rain could easily erase the records of the Awakening Palace. Perhaps he was a significant figure within the palace. Jade Kirin, high level? How so? Timely Rain, it's hard to estimate accurately, but at least level or higher. Timely Rain, however, that phantom was eliminated in an instant. Timely Rain's sudden words plunged the group chat into silence. Even the most talkative Jade Kirin fell silent. At this moment, Wang Ming was squatting on the rooftop, rubbing his head as he stared at the phone screen, murmuring, to eliminate that phantom in an instant, damn, how strong must that be? Lin Chen was also frozen in place in the car, incredulously staring at the information on the screen. Eliminating a phantom in an instant? If it weren't for Timely Rain's words, no one would probably believe it. The group remained silent for a long time, and finally, Flower Monk was the first to break the silence. The one who can eliminate that phantom in an instant must be an A-level. An A-level thief or an A-level cleaner. No one in the water margin chat group continued to speak, and it soon fell silent again. Lin Chen quietly exited the interface, gripping his phone, trying to remain calm. A-level? At this moment, the car had entered the highway, speeding through the night. Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes in the back seat. With no one knowing where the future would lead, he could only comfort himself to take it one step at a time. According to Wang Ming and Jiangjin, the cleaners and the thieves have indeed been entangled for thousands of years, opposing each other. Jiangjin is a level cleaner, affiliated with the Jinga Palace, but now this thief is being taken to the cleaners' stronghold. According to news from the group, the leader of the cleaners in the east, a person known as Qinglong, has disappeared, and now there is an S-level thief in charge. Is it because of this S-level thief that the relationship between all cleaners and thieves has eased? Lin Chen suddenly shook his head. No. It can't be that simple. To break the hostile relationship maintained between cleaners and thieves for thousands of years, it must be more complicated than that. Could it be related to the void? Lin Chen sat in the back seat of the car, eyes closed, slowly deducing. Since the year 2000, the void has gradually appeared, and each time it shows up, it is to kill thieves who steal the rules. But if that's the case, it would actually be good for the cleaners, as their duty is to kill thieves. Originally, only cleaners chase thieves, but now with the void, the cleaners could simply team up with the void to eradicate the thieves completely, achieving a great victory. Thinking of this, Lin Chen opened his eyes and quietly glanced at Jiangjin beside him. But Jiangjin was sent by the Jinga palace to protect me, a cleaner protecting a thief. So, the cleaners don't want the void to kill the thieves? Moreover, Wang Ning had told him that Jiangjin, as a cleaner, would eventually kill him. In other words, what the cleaners want is for the thief to die at their hands, not at the hands of the void. Thieves, cleaners, the void, what is the connection between these three? Lin Chen was unclear about the specific reasons but could be certain that compared to letting the thief die at the hands of the void, the cleaners would even prefer to let the thief live. A night passed in silence. Zhao drove the car along the highway, eyes straight ahead, while Jiangjin rested with her eyes closed, not saying a word. Lin Chen wasn't even sure if Jiangjin had fallen asleep. Looking at the ancient longsword beside Jiangjin, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel curious about what material it was made of. It was simply incredible that Jiangjin could use a sword to cut through monsters from the void. What are you looking at? Jiangjin's sudden question startled Lin Chen. Wow, you're not asleep? Lin Chen looked at Jiangjin in shock, knowing that she had maintained this position without moving since they got in the car. No, just resting. Jiangjin still kept her eyes closed and spoke. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, awkwardly changing the subject. How long until we arrive? Not sure. Seeing that Jiangjin seemed unwilling to talk to him, Lin Chen simply shrugged and leaned back in his seat. What a pretender. Mr. Lin, it should be about 2.5 hours, 300 kilometers. At this moment, Zhao Hao, driving in front, smiled and respectfully spoke to Lin Chen. Lin Chen tilted his head, looking at Zhao Hao with a smile. So you can talk? Zhao Hao quickly laughed and said, Mr. Lin, you're joking. You must have seen quite a few cleaners, right? Lin Chen asked curiously. Zhao Hao glanced at Jiangjin, who was resting her eyes through the rearview mirror, and seeing that she showed no intention of stopping him, continued, Yes, Mr. Lin. I have seen a dozen cleaners. Lin Chen glanced at Jiangjin beside him. Are they all like her, so tight-lipped? Hearing this, Zhao Hao's face turned awkward, unsure of how to respond, and could only force a smile. Mr. Lin, you really love to joke. Zhao Hao tightened his grip on the steering wheel, determined not to engage with Lin Chen anymore. Jiangjin finally opened her eyes and calmly looked at Lin Chen beside her. Are you that bored? Lin Chen helplessly spread his hands and casually said, Yeah, it's been hours, and you haven't said a word. Don't you find it dull? Jiangjin's expression remained unchanged as she coldly replied, Not at all. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and tentatively asked, What did you feel just now in Kyoto New City? Upon hearing this, Jiangjin's expression grew serious as he replied earnestly, At that moment, I felt a very strong sense of oppression, as if everything around was being pulled into a whirlpool of death. Lin Chen paused, carefully observing Jiangjin's expression. Did a void appear? Jiangjin furrowed his brows but sighed, slowly saying, I'm not sure. The scavenger's perception of the void isn't strong. You guys, with your rules, have a natural sensitivity to the void, which is why I asked if you saw anything. The truth. Lin Chen nodded silently. It was no wonder that the scavenger's perception of the void wasn't strong, considering how late Jiangjin had gone there that night in the teaching building. Lin Chen tentatively asked, Could it be that the void really appeared, but someone dealt with it? Jiangjin fell silent and calmly replied, That possibility cannot be ruled out. Although it was just a momentary pressure, the terror of that void should be quite high. The person who could resolve it instantly must be at least a level. Was it a scavenger or a thief? Lin Chen asked. It's hard to say. You can't deduce from this alone whether it was a thief or a scavenger, but I lean towards it being a thief. Jiangjin said calmly. Lin Chen was a bit curious and asked, Why? Jiangjin didn't rush to respond. Instead, he took out a black phone from his chest. Every scavenger is registered with information. This phone is our locator, and the deployment of an A-level scavenger must go through layers of reporting. Lin Chen stroked his chin and asked in confusion, But not all scavengers are in the organization, right? Aren't there scavenger experts hidden among the common people? There are, but very few. Jiangjin said seriously. Do you know what the scavenger's abilities are more derived from? Jiangjin looked at Lin Chen and asked. Is it something like a secret manual for cultivation, or something else? Lin Chen tentatively inquired. Jiangjin turned his head, staring into Lin Chen's eyes, and slowly uttered two words. Bloodline. Bloodline? Lin Chen was taken aback. The scavenger's abilities were actually determined by bloodline? Jiangjin looked down at his ancient long sword, slowly resting it against the scabbard. The scavenger's ability is an immunity to rules. From level to slevel, the higher the level, the greater the immunity to rules. Lin Chen pressed on, You said you're level. How much immunity do you have to the rules? 47. Jiangjin did not hide it and straightforwardly told Lin Chen. 130 is level, 3060 is level, 6090 is a level, and 90 and above is slevel. Lin Chen frowned and asked, How exactly is this so-called immunity level manifested? Lin Chen, do you think him a man or a woman? Jiangjin's sudden question left Lin Chen stunned. Lin Chen looked Jiang Jin up and down, taking in the stunning features, impressive curves, and long legs. What are you talking about? You can't be a man if you're not a woman? Jiang Jin fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, enunciating each word, I am a man. Lin Chen was bewildered, saying, Are you joking? A beauty so standard claiming to be a man? But in the next moment, Lin Chen's expression suddenly stiffened as he stared intently at Jiang Jin. Deception, no reaction? The expected red light did not appear, which meant Jiang Jin was telling the truth. Lin Chen was taken aback, looking at Jiang Jin in horror. You are a man? A transgender? A hex? An organic beauty? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, each one more difficult to accept than the last. Jiang Jin ignored Lin Chen and continued, You are a woman. I am a woman? Lin Chen was even more confused, looking at Jiang Jin in disbelief, but in the next moment, deception still showed no reaction. Is it really the truth? Lin Chen felt a chill beneath him and immediately reached for his pants. Still there. Lin Chen came to his senses and began to think carefully, reassured. You said it was a lie, but deception had no reaction. Is this what you call the ability of a scavenger? Jiang Jin nodded, that's right, it can be immune to certain rules. That's the ability of a scavenger. At this point, Lin Chen's heart was already complicated. Deception had actually failed, so this is what a scavenger is. So that's how it is, Lin Chen murmured. Thieves and scavengers are divided into 4 levels of CBS. A thief is about the degree of control over the rules, while a scavenger is about the degree of immunity to the rules. No wonder thieves and scavengers are in opposing positions. With this in mind, Lin Chen curiously asked, if a scavenger's immunity reaches 100, what will happen? Jiang Jin shook his head, no one in the world can reach 100. You can only get infinitely close, but it's absolutely impossible to reach 100. Lin Chen frowned and asked, why? Jiang Jin replied, the world is made up of countless rules, like building blocks for constructing a house. Everyone is influenced by the rules, living together in this house. Birth, aging, illness, and death, the changing of the seasons, the alternation of day and night, all are rules of the world. But if someone is immune to all rules, then everything in the world has nothing to do with him, he will completely detach from this world. There are a few sparse records in history, some call this way of being transcendence. There are other names for it, like nirvana, ascension, etc. They all describe the same thing. Lin Chen fell silent, carefully pondering Jiang Jin's words. Just then, Zhao Hao had arrived at the toll station at the highway exit. Hello, the highway fee is a total of 372.6 yuan. Zhao Hao rolled down the car window, paid the fee, and drove off the highway. Lin Chen opened his phone map. Since the Jinga Palace is an organization of scavengers, it must be hidden in a remote place. Is it deep in some remote mountains, or hidden in some corner? Like a bar on the surface, but actually has a secret underground door that only insiders can enter? As Zhao Hao drove a bit further, the surrounding traffic gradually increased, and tall buildings stood everywhere. Is this the city center? Lin Chen asked, somewhat confused, looking out the car window. Until Zhao Hao parked the car in front of the most iconic building in the city center. It was an 88-story building, located in the best golden area of the city center, surrounded by a circular boulevard. Standing at the top of this building, one could overlook the entire city. Zhao Hao approached the security guard, took out a work ID from his gray work uniform pocket, scanned it, and the barrier slowly lifted. Then, as Zhao Hao turned the steering wheel, he found an empty parking space and stopped. We're here. Zhao Hao pulled the handbrake and then quietly waited for Jiang Jin's instructions. Here? Lin Chen looked blankly at the impressive 88-story building not far away, as well as the parking lot filled with luxury cars. Not far away, many white-collar workers in suits were walking towards the building's entrance. Well, let's go. Jiang Jin didn't waste any words, directly grasping the ancient long sword and getting out of the car first. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Before leaving, Zhao Hao waved at Lin Chen, then got out and walked in a different direction. Lin Chen followed Jiang Jin, bewildered, saying, wait, don't tell me this is Jinga Palace? Jiang Jin looked at Lin Chen with a look of disbelief, retorting, what else could it be? Lin Chen gazed at this landmark building in the city center. The 88-story building was grand and imposing, almost blinding to others, and yet you tell me this is Jinga Palace? Jiang Jin scoffed and said, what era do you think this is? Do you still think it's some deep mountain forest? 666, are you not even going to act anymore? Jiang Jin looked at Lin Chen with disdain, then strode towards the entrance of the building. The door was spacious, and the floor was so shiny it could reflect light, making one feel a sense of grandeur upon entering. There were also quite a few people in suits coming and going around, giving off an air of urban elite at first glance. Jiang Jin walked to the center reception desk in the lobby, where 6 beautiful women with professional smiles were quietly waiting. Hello, how can I assist you? One of the receptionists politely asked as she saw Jiang Jin approaching. Jiangjin took out his black phone and handed it to the receptionist. The receptionist skillfully accepted the black phone and began entering information into the computer. Level scavenger Jiangjin, welcome back to the Jinga Palace. After confirming his identity and registering the record, the receptionist respectfully returned the phone to Jiangjin with both hands. Jiangjin nodded, took the phone, and then led Lin Chen towards a nearby elevator. In this 88-story building, there were a total of 8 elevator entrances on the first floor. Lin Chen followed closely behind Jiangjin, unable to help but complain. What's the difference between this and the elite office buildings in TV dramas? Do we still have to clock in for work? Jiangjin ignored Lin Chen, simply pressing the elevator button and waiting quietly. Lin Chen observed his surroundings. Jiangjin swaggered in with a long sword, and the people around seemed to ignore it, or perhaps they were just used to it. Were all the people here members of the Jinga Palace? Ding! The elevator doors opened wide. A man wearing a sports tank top and shorts stepped out, sweat dripping from his body, even his hair was in disarray, with bone conduction headphones on his ears. Hey, Jiangjin, you're back? The man smiled and greeted Jiangjin as soon as he saw him. Jiangjin, however, showed no reaction, as if he were looking at air, and walked straight in. The man felt no embarrassment and turned his gaze to Lin Chen behind him. You're the thief they brought back, right? I think you had something to do with a scam, but sorry, I can't remember. The man wiped his sweat while looking back at Jiangjin, smiling as he asked, Jiangjin, why did you bring this kind of trash back to the Jinga Palace? A clever shadow attribute thief, are you just bringing him back to make up the numbers? Jiangjin's expression was cold as he calmly replied, Li Haiyuan, this is my mission, and it has nothing to do with you. The man shrugged, helplessly saying, Zhao Team really is confused, letting you bring back something like this, I can't see what's different. At that moment, the man suddenly felt a pat on his shoulder. Ha! As Li Haiyuan turned around, a fist came flying towards him. Bang! Li Haiyuan reacted extremely quickly, instantly blocking the punch with one hand. Upon seeing clearly, he realized the one who threw the punch was actually the shadow attribute thief. Li Haiyuan. I curse you, foam. Lin Chen said word by word. Li Haiyuan's expression changed, and he coldly asked, what do you mean? Although he couldn't understand, he felt something was off. The next moment, without saying a word, Lin Chen slapped him again. Li Haiyuan's eyes turned cold. A thief daring to act in the Jinga Palace, you really have some guts. Li Haiyuan grabbed Lin Chen's fist with one hand while using the other to block Lin Chen's incoming palm. Poof. The next moment, Li Haiyuan bent down and kicked his knee towards Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen instinctively stepped back but suddenly froze, realizing his fist was tightly gripped by Li Haiyuan, unable to break free. Just as Li Haiyuan's knee was about to hit Lin Chen's chest, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and suddenly slammed his head into Li Haiyuan's face. Bang! The tremendous force nearly distorted Lin Chen's face. Li Haiyuan also took a step back in pain. Clearly not expecting Lin Chen to dare to do such a thing, the two people stepped back, and Lin Chen only felt a buzzing in his head as if his entire face was about to twist. Opposite him, Li Haiyuan merely shook his head and snorted coldly. Jiangjin, is this the thief you brought back? A thief daring to attack a cleaner in the Jinga Palace? You really are asking for death. Li Haiyuan sneered, then twisted his neck, his body cracking with the movement. Originally dressed in sports shorts, Li Haiyuan slowly stretched his body, his eyes playfully fixed on Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen, swaying unsteadily, managed to stand firm, he felt something trickling out. Instinctively wiping it away, he realized it was blood from his nose. Li Haiyuan, what do you want? Jiangjin had already stepped out of the elevator, his gaze icy as he looked at Li Haiyuan. However, Li Haiyuan ignored him, casually saying, you saw it too. He struck first. The argument between the two quickly drew the attention of those around them, and the people who had been coming and going in the hall stopped to look from a distance. A man in sunglasses stood not far away, holding a cup of iced Americano, watching Lin Chen with great interest. Oh, this thief is a bit interesting, daring to take the initiative against Li Haiyuan. Pretty gutsy, not bad. Slurp. The man in sunglasses took a sip of his iced Americano and then shouted over, Kid, don't embarrass yourself. Wang Mang, you really love to stir up trouble. At that moment, a man in a sharp suit walked over, frowning as he spoke. Oh, Xiao Lu, you're here too. Quick, look, that thief is about to fight Li Haiyuan. This is a rare sight. A thief, right at the main entrance of the Jinga Palace, actually daring to attack Li Haiyuan? No matter what, we can't let them just mess around like this. With that, the man in the suit, referred to as Xiao Lu, was about to step forward. But Wang Meng pressed down on Xiao Liu's shoulder with one hand, smiling as he said, No, let them play for a while, nothing serious will happen. Wang Meng took another sip of his iced Americano, pushed up his sunglasses, and continued, a clever thief against a newly promoted level Li Haiyuan, what can happen? Xiaolu struggled a few times but couldn't break free from Wang Meng's arm, so he stood still, calmly saying, "Recently, the higher-ups have shown interest in recruiting thieves to join the Jinga Palace. You should know how important this is." Wang Meng remained unfazed, still smiling. "Don't worry, with me here, no one will die." By this time, more than a dozen people had stopped around them, each wearing different expressions, eagerly watching the two at the center. As the crowd grew, Li Haiyuan's face darkened, and he couldn't help but say, "Jiangjun, consider this a warning. Keep your thief in check." Li Haiyuan knew that the higher-ups had decided to ease the relationship between cleaners and thieves, and if he openly attacked this clever thief, he would inevitably be held accountable. So, he had to swallow his anger and was about to turn to leave. But just as Li Haiyuan was about to turn away, he heard Lin Chen's voice from behind. "I say, what's the matter, Li? Already backing down?" Lin Chen wiped the blood from his face, then smiled, mockingly staring at Li Haiyuan. Li Haiyuan's forehead throbbed with veins, gritting his teeth as he said, "You want to die so soon?" Lin Chen pointed at his feet, grinning. "Did you see that?" Li Haiyuan frowned and asked, "See what?" Lin Chen smiled. "I just rode past on your old Fengzi." Li Haiyuan clenched his fist, grinning menacingly. "Alright, then I'll break one of your arms today to teach you a lesson." Jiang Jin's expression changed, and just as he was about to move, a voice rang out beside him. "Xiao Jiang, no need to worry. I'm here." Jiang Jin paused, looking towards the source of the voice, and saw Wang Meng lifting his sunglasses, smiling at him. Jiang Jin then took a step back, quietly watching the two confronting each other. Li Haiyuan was somewhat surprised by Jiang Jin's reaction, but immediately turned to Lin Chen with a sneer. "Very well, it seems Jiang Jin doesn't want to take care of you either." In the next moment, Li Haiyuan stepped forward and charged at Lin Chen, throwing a powerful punch. So fast. Lin Chen was startled, unable to react in time as the fist was already in front of him. Instinctively, Lin Chen raised his hand to block, but the fist that had been right in front of him suddenly stopped. Li Haiyuan instantly changed his move, opening his palm to grip Lin Chen's shoulder. "Ha, I've taken one of your arms. Remember to be more cautious in the future." Li Haiyuan sneered, then tightened his fingers, intending to crush Lin Chen's shoulder. Intense pain shot through Lin Chen's shoulder. But his gaze was fierce as he stared at Li Haiyuan in front of him. "That's close enough." Lin Chen didn't struggle or retreat. Instead, he leaned forward, and a hand covered in blood from his nose quickly grabbed Li Haiyuan's neck. Li Haiyuan was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's action, but he sneered, "Just you?" He was already a level cleaner, and even if Lin Chen managed to grab him, it would never hurt him. But in the next moment, Lin Chen revealed a strange smile. He had succeeded. A golden chain suddenly shot out from Lin Chen's bloodied hand, wrapping tightly around Li Haiyuan's neck. "What?" Li Haiyuan was taken aback, completely unaware of how the golden chain had appeared. Lin Chen yanked on it, and the chain immediately tightened, causing hissing white mist to rise from Li Haiyuan's neck, turning it crimson in an instant. "Ah!" Li Haiyuan screamed in agony, feeling as if his neck was being burned by fierce flames. And all the strength in his body was rapidly drained away. Li Haiyuan tried to break free but found he had no strength left, only able to watch helplessly as Lin Chen tightened the chain. "What is this thing?" Li Haiyuan's eyes were fierce, and he unhesitatingly gave up on escaping, instead gripping Lin Chen's shoulder tightly. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking came from Lin Chen's shoulder, but he showed no fear, still gripping the chain tightly. Li Haiyuan felt as if his neck was about to be twisted off, teetering on the edge of death. "Damn it!" Li Haiyuan's face turned purple, hissing sounds coming from around his neck, one hand gripping Lin Chen's shoulder tightly. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between the two. The person grasped the chain with one hand and pushed against Li Haiyuan's chest with the other. Lin Chen felt a tremendous force coming from the end of the chain, making it impossible for him to continue tightening it. Bang! Li Haiyuan was pushed away with a single palm, and the chain was broken. "Ah, ah!" Li Haiyuan fell to the ground in pain, a ring of blood-red marks around his neck. Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his shoulder, staring intently at the middle-aged man in sunglasses before him. Wang Meng, seeing that Li Haiyuan was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief and said, "Damn, that was close to causing a big mess." At this point, several medical staff rushed over, urgently lifting Li Haiyuan onto a stretcher and quickly heading to the emergency room. Lin Chen watched as Li Haiyuan was taken away, frowning slightly, then looked down at his left shoulder. There was still a sharp pain in his left shoulder, likely from a broken bone. But Lin Chen couldn't hide his smile. As expected, the golden chain not only has a suppressive effect on the virtual but even on cleaners. "I have to say, you kid are quite interesting." At that moment, Wang Meng turned to Lin Chen, speaking each word clearly. Lin Chen looked up, staring intently at the middle-aged man in front of him, his muscles bulging, wearing a pair of retro sunglasses and his chin covered in stubble. "Are you going to fight me too?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, glaring at Wang Meng. Wang Meng suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, kid, you're really something. But I like your character. I hope you can stay this bold. After saying that, Wang Meng turned to Jiang Jin and said, Xiao Jiang, this guy doesn't quite match the deception file you established. You didn't mention he had this skill. You really have put Li Haiyuan in a terrible spot. Jiang Jin remained silent, merely standing to the side with the ancient long sword in hand. Wang Meng, on the other hand, walked over to Lin Chen with a grin, placing a hand on Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately stood his ground without resisting. Wang Meng leaned closer to Lin Chen's ear, chuckling, "You're a smart guy. Being tough on Li Haiyuan was to test Jinga Palace's attitude towards you, right?" Lin Chen's pupils constricted, his heart racing. He hadn't expected this middle-aged man in sunglasses to see through his thoughts. The reason he had deliberately provoked Li Haiyuan, forcing him into a serious confrontation, was ostensibly due to his inability to tolerate Li Haiyuan's taunts, but in reality, Lin Chen wanted to use the fight to gauge Jinga Palace's thoughts and attitude towards him. Since the birth of Thieves and Cleaners, the two sides had been in a state of mutual destruction. The power of Jinga Palace was far beyond Lin Chen's expectations. A whole landmark building in the city center was actually occupied by Jinga Palace. Lin Chen had to probe what Jinga Palace really thought of him. This thief. Wang Meng still wore a playful smile, but don't worry, it's not just Jinga Palace. Now the entire East has received the highest order that cleaners cannot act against thieves without permission. Now, cleaners and thieves are experiencing the best relationship in history. However, your methods against Li Haiyuan have piqued my interest. This isn't a skill that deception possesses, right? Lin Chen turned to Wang Meng and replied with a light laugh, "I'm afraid I don't really know either." Wang Meng clicked his tongue and lazily said, "Kids these days are really stingy. But Shaolin, it's always been cleaners suppressing thieves. There are rarely thieves who can suppress cleaners. Your chains can actually suppress cleaners, so be careful not to attract some unwanted attention." Lin Chen maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, smiling without sincerity as he said, "Thank you for your concern, senior." Wang Meng chuckled, "Interesting kid." After saying that, Wang Meng yawned and muttered, "This iced Americano isn't working. I'm still dead tired. Alright, I've seen enough of the excitement, it's time to sleep." With that, Wang Meng stretched and walked towards the other side of the hall. However, just as he was leaving the first floor hall, he suddenly stopped, turning back to look at Lin Chen. Wang Meng slowly pushed up his sunglasses, revealing a pair of crimson pupils, extremely eerie. The moment Lin Chen saw those crimson eyes, he was startled, instantly thinking, "Void." Those crimson vertical pupils were strikingly similar. At that moment, Wang Meng smiled slightly at Lin Chen. "I'll be keeping an eye on you." Without giving Lin Chen time to react, Wang Meng put his sunglasses back on and left the hall. The crowd that had gathered in the hall began to disperse, but each person paid a bit more attention to this newcomer thief. Lin Chen stood in place, his brow furrowed. The situation with Jinga Palace was far more complicated than he had imagined. He just wondered if the timely rain from the water margin chat group would be in Jinga Palace? If so, who would he be? As the people around him dispersed, Jiang Jin had already pressed the elevator button with one hand. "What's wrong, not leaving yet?" Jiang Jin glanced up at Lin Chen and said flatly. Lin Chen shrugged and slowly walked into the elevator. "I say, are all of you from Jinga Palace like this mad dog? I really might need to get a rabies vaccine." Jiang Jin merely shot Lin Chen a casual glance before reaching out to grip his arm. A sharp pain shot through Lin Chen's left shoulder and he instinctively tried to shake off Jiang Jin's hand. But Jiang Jin blocked Lin Chen's arm with his own, using his other hand to press against Lin Chen's shoulder. "Hiss, that hurts." Lin Chen winced in pain, but was firmly held in place by Jiang Jin. "Don't move," Jiang Jin said coldly. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then felt as if something had been pulled out of his shoulder. Put. Two slender silver needles, as fine as hair, pierced through Lin Chen's shoulder. Jiang Jin pinched the silver needles with his fingers and pulled them out. Clink. The two silver needles fell to the ground. All done. Jiang Jin took a step back and released Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen stood there in a daze, then looked down at the two slender silver needles on the ground. "What is this?" Lin Chen picked up the two silver needles and examined them closely. They were as fine as hair, about 5 centimeters long, and would tremble slightly when he pinched them between his fingers. "This is Li Haiyuan's method. When you were fighting, these two needles were shot into your shoulder. If you hadn't noticed, your arm would have been useless within a week," Jiang Jin explained in a flat tone. But it made beads of sweat form on Lin Chen's forehead. Li Haiyuan actually had such a method? If it weren't for Jiang Jin, Lin Chen would never have known that Li Haiyuan had shot the needles into his body. "I really should have twisted off his head back then," Lin Chen said, looking at the slender silver needles in his hand. Jiang Jin remained silent, simply standing quietly at the elevator door. "The attitude of the cleaners in the Jinga Palace towards thieves is really not very good. I thought they were all like you." Lin Chen looked at Jiang Jin, who was standing in the elevator, and smiled. Jiang Jin merely shot Lin Chen a cold glance. "I'm just completing my task." Lin Chen pouted and asked, "What if your task was to kill me?" "Then I would kill you without hesitation," Jiang Jin replied calmly. "You really don't hold back in your words. It's quite heartbreaking." Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, not saying much more. As the elevator continued to ascend, the floors kept changing. Ding! The elevator chimed and then came to a stop. 61st floor? Lin Chen glanced at the electronic screen in the elevator, realizing the floor they were on. But even now, Lin Chen still found it hard to believe that the cleaners could achieve such a level. The cleaners, who should be hidden behind the scenes, had actually secured an office building in the best location in the city center. The elevator doors opened, and the two stepped out onto pristine white tiles, with a grand office door ahead. Jiang Jin stopped in front of the office door and gently knocked. "Come in." A deep male voice came from inside. Jiang Jin pushed the door open, and Lin Chen followed behind. Level cleaner Jiang Jin, carrying the owner of deception Lin Chen, arriving at the Jinga palace, requesting to end the mission. Jiang Jin said respectfully. Lin Chen followed Jiang Jin's gaze. In front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window was a desk piled high with documents, and a burly man sat behind it. Lin Chen glanced at the burly man, and in an instant he was enveloped by a wave of dizziness. In Lin Chen's eyes, everything around him twisted, and the man across from him seemed to tower infinitely high, like a massive mountain leaning down, making Lin Chen's breathing heavy. The moment he saw this burly man, for some reason, Lin Chen instinctively wanted to leave, to get away from this extremely dangerous burly man. Lin Chen subconsciously took a step back, but the original fantasy vanished in an instant. "What's going on?" Cold sweat broke out on Lin Chen's back as he stared intently at the burly man behind the desk. At that moment, the burly man slowly raised his head and looked calmly at Lin Chen. "You are deception?" Lin Chen came back to his senses and nodded slowly. The man placed his hands on the desk and slowly stood up. It was then that Lin Chen truly saw the burly man. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, tall and upright, with a strong presence. "I am Zhao He." Zhao He? When Lin Chen heard this name, he suddenly remembered what Jiang Jin had said to him. A significant figure in the Jinga Palace has specifically requested to protect himself. It seems that this man before me is the one. At this moment, Zhao He slightly turned his gaze towards Jiang Jin and said in a deep voice, "Zhao He, application approved, mission accomplished." Received. Jiang Jin slightly lowered his head. "Eh?" Lin Chen looked at Zhao He in surprise. This man before him was actually a level cleaner? "Nice to meet you, Lin Chen." Zhao He stepped in front of Lin Chen and spoke in a deep voice. As Lin Chen saw Zhao He so close, an inexplicable sense of repulsion arose in his heart. At that moment, Lin Chen recalled the story Jiang Jin had told him about cleaners and thieves. Cleaners and thieves had been at odds for thousands of years, and their enmity was ingrained in their very bones. Even if Zhao He did nothing but stand in front of Lin Chen, it made Lin Chen want to flee from this place. "You caused quite a commotion just now," Zhao He said with a serious expression. Calmly, Lin Chen remained silent, his body tense, locking eyes with Zhao He. "No one is allowed to make a move in the Jinja Palace, but since it's your first time here, they'll let it slide this time." Lin Chen smiled and asked, "What about Li Haiyuan? He's not a first-timer at the Jinja Palace, right?" Zhao He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Li Haiyuan will certainly be punished according to the rules." Lin Chen then bluntly asked, "So why did the Jinja Palace seek me out?" Zhao He did not rush to answer. He simply clapped his hands, and a large screen behind him lit up. "This is the Jinja Palace archive. Please state your identity." An AI mechanical voice echoed from the screen. "Zhao He." Verifying identity. The large screen behind began to display a loading circle. "Identity verification successful. Retrieving file deception." Zhao He said. "Verifying permissions, a level cleaner, access granted." In the next moment, the large screen instantly opened a 3D projection, projecting all the contents of the file deception. Lin Chen, male, 20 years old. Possesses the rule deception, attribute is Yin, currently at a very low awakening level. Rated C. Current ability manifests as the identification of lies, named lie detection. Not only that, but it even included all of Lin Chen's records from kindergarten to university, down to the detailed teacher comments from different semesters. It also recorded the process of Lin Chen's first encounter with the void in the rain, later supplemented by the incident in the teaching building. Lin Chen clearly saw that the two voids above were also defined as Clevel. At the bottom of the file, there was a line of small text. File creator, level cleaner Jiang Jin. Lin Chen possesses deception. Clevel currently only has the ability of lie detection, but possesses a golden chain that can suppress the void in cleaners. Source of ability unknown. Zhao He looked at Lin Chen and said, "Lin Chen, do you want to know why the Jinja Palace wants you?" It's actually because of the latest directive from the upper echelons in the East, requiring all organizations to include a portion of thieves. And you are on the Jinja Palace's inclusion list, so I invite you to join the Jinja Palace. Lin Chen still frowned tightly and asked, but why? Why should the cleaner organization include a portion of thieves? Zhao He stood straight in place and said in a deep voice, I only follow orders from above, no need to ask why. Your name, Lin Chen, is on the list given to me from above, so I will strictly execute the order. Lin Chen fell silent and then asked, are there other thieves being recruited besides me? Zhao He's expression remained calm as he said in a deep voice, before you join the Jinja Palace, this information is confidential, and I cannot disclose it. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. Do I have the right to refuse? Zhao He nodded and said, of course, but I will detain you in the Jinja Palace. Lin Chen's face darkened. This a-level cleaner, Zhao He, only followed the orders from above, handing him a list of recruits. If they could be recruited, that was great, if not, they would be directly detained. I agree. Lin Chen didn't hesitate for long and responded directly to Zhao He. Zhao He was somewhat surprised by Lin Chen's straightforwardness and exclaimed, you actually have this awareness? Very good. A hint of a smile unexpectedly appeared on Zhao He's iron-faced expression. Lin Chen's face turned ashen, forcing a smile. Damn it, he was already inside the Jinja Palace, and the a-level cleaner was standing right across from him. Is this even human talk? Either agree to be recruited or be detained in the Jinja Palace. Two paths laid out before him. Did he have any other options besides agreeing? Was he supposed to shout for human rights in the Jinja Palace? No one cared about him. Zhao He was clearly surprised by Lin Chen's cooperation and was in a good mood, probably because he had completed another person on the recruitment list. Zhao He then made a phone call, said a few words, and soon someone walked in with a thick stack of documents. Since you agreed, let's sign the contract. Zhao He nodded at the person. The man with the thick stack of documents immediately displayed a professional and friendly smile, then quickly walked up to Lin Chen, pulling out a black pen from his chest and handing it over. It's a pleasure to have you sign, Mr. Lin. Please read the document carefully and sign your name at the bottom. Lin Chen held the pen, staring blankly at the contract in front of him. What the hell? A contract? Did you really think the Jinja Palace was some Fortune 500 company? Why do we need to sign some employment contract? Even if there was a joining ceremony, it should be something like a blood oath or a hand-raising pledge, right? The man with the professional smile noticed Lin Chen's thoughts and explained with a smile, Mr. Lin, after all, times have changed, and contracts now have legal validity. Please read the contract carefully, and if you find no issues, sign at the bottom. Lin Chen held the pen and casually glanced at the so-called contract. What a joke, just a quick look would suffice. Being recruited into the Jinja Palace, even if it was a contract, it would only be some confidentiality agreement or something. How could it really be a work contract? The kind that includes 5 insurances and 1 fund? Until he saw below, where it clearly stated, monthly salary 812k, with commission, and 4 days off each month. What the hell, there really is a salary. And commission? Lin Chen didn't want to continue reading and directly signed his name at the bottom. Thank you for your choice, Mr. Lin. The man still wore that professional smile and shook hands with Lin Chen. Now, let me take Mr. Lin to the accommodation. Team Zhao, well, head out first. Go ahead. Zhao He nodded and then returned to his desk. Zhang Jin didn't linger either and left Zhao He's office together. In the elevator, the man with the professional smile diligently introduced the Jinja Palace to Lin Chen, covering everything from accommodation to meal standards, leaving no detail overlooked. As Lin Chen listened, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. To be honest, the treatment at the Jinja Palace was really good. If he could find such a job after graduation, it would be simply amazing. Hey, do we count as colleagues now? Lin Chen crossed his arms and curiously looked at Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin didn't look at Lin Chen at all, just replied with a faint Lin Chen was already used to Zhang Jin's personality and continued to speak to himself. Finding a decent job out of the blue isn't a bad thing. Do you want to grab a meal together later, colleague Zhang? Lin Chen continued shamelessly. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Zhang Jin merely tilted her head to give Lin Chen a cold glance before leaving on her own. Lin Chen could only shrug helplessly. If you don't want to go, then find the man with the professional smile beside him extended an arm and said, Mr. Lin, please follow me, we still need to complete some procedures for you. Lin Chen followed the man to the lobby, walking towards the front desk. Once the man handed Lin Chen's documents and contract to the front desk and everything was entered into the system, the receptionist took out a black box. The man took the box and handed it to Lin Chen. After receiving it, Lin Chen opened it casually and found that it contained a black phone. It had only a few simple buttons, and the phone felt heavy in his hand, clearly a special model. Mr. Lin, this is the communication phone we have provided for you. It can connect to the phone lines of Jinja Palace, and there will be an operator to assist you. Moreover, this phone allows Jinja Palace to locate your position in real time. The man continued, "You must carry this phone when you go on missions, and the progress of your tasks will also be reported through this phone." Lin Chen nodded, taking the phone out and examining it closely. This phone was no different from the one Jiangjin had. It seemed to be part of Jinga Palace's special communication system. "Does everyone have this phone?" Lin Chen asked the man. "Of course not, Mr. Lin. This type of phone is quite valuable, and members of the logistics department are not required to have one." The man smiled kindly. "Only frontline operatives like you, Mr. Lin, are required to be equipped with this phone." Lin Chen nodded, gaining a general understanding of Jinga Palace's structure. Only true cleaners, like Jiangjin and Wang Meng, were considered frontline operatives who needed to go on missions. A level cleaner Zhao He belonged to the management and also served as a frontline operative, essentially maintaining order. Others, like Zhao Hao, who handled aftermaths, and the man in front of him, the communicator, were part of the logistics department and not frontline personnel. "Got it," Lin Chen said, putting the phone away and following the man to the accommodation area. This 88-story building was enormous, capable of meeting almost all living needs. There were over 100 restaurants of various sizes, cinemas, gyms, and everything one could think of. There was even an entire football field crammed into one of the floors. Lin Chen had to admit that the scale of Jinga Palace far exceeded his imagination. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 30th floor. Lin Chen stepped out, where there were only hotel-style apartments. The man handed Lin Chen a room card. "Mr. Lin, if you need cleaning, just call the front desk. The same goes for room service." Lin Chen took the room card and placed it against the door handle, unlocking the door. The facilities inside were complete, even comparable to a 5-star hotel. Lin Chen lay on the sofa, looking at the black phone in his hand. Had he just been recruited into Jinga Palace? Lying alone on the sofa, he stared blankly at the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. "What the heck? I've been recruited just like that." Lin Chen glanced at the black phone on the table, then walked over to pick it up and examine it closely. It looks like a Nokia from 10 years ago, but the weight is off. Lin Chen weighed the phone in his hand. It was small but felt twice as heavy as an ordinary phone. The buttons on the phone were simple, just hang up and dial. Lin Chen turned on the screen and saw that the signal in the upper right corner was full. "That person said earlier that this phone can be tracked and I must carry it on missions." Lin Chen thought for a moment but ultimately placed the phone back on the table. For now, he was alone. Although he had almost snapped that guy's neck with a chain earlier downstairs, Lin Chen knew he had only taken advantage of the information gap of the guy named Li Haiyuan. Although also a level cleaner, is vastly different from Jiangjin. Jiangjin once said that only those who can withstand over 30 of the immunity rules are considered level, and Jiangjin is at 47. Li Haiyuan probably doesn't exceed 35, and his combat experience is also significantly lacking. Yet, despite this, Li Haiyuan even has the means to cripple his own arm. Not to mention someone like Zhao He, who is on another level entirely. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's mind once again conjured the image of that middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, Wang Meng. That guy. Lin Chen frowned slightly. The middle-aged man named Wang Meng, with his crimson pupils beneath the sunglasses, looked too much like the vertical pupils of a monster. Lin Chen wasn't sure what the connection was, but his instincts told him that Wang Meng was very dangerous. However, when Wang Meng was leaving the hall, he said he would keep an eye on Lin Chen, which was also quite a hassle. Although the Jinga Palace is an organization of cleaners, Lin Chen was currently alone and lacked the ability to deal with the appearance of monsters. So joining the Jinga Palace might be the best choice. With this thought, Lin Chen looked down at his palm, where there were still faint traces of blood that hadn't been wiped away. What exactly is that golden chain? Lin Chen examined his palm repeatedly but couldn't find anything unusual. The appearance of the golden chain required his blood as a medium. I originally thought this chain only suppressed monsters, but I didn't expect it to have suppressive abilities against cleaners as well. But this isn't the ability of deception. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Since it wasn't an ability possessed by deception, where did the chain come from? Lin Chen couldn't figure it out for now, but he had a vague premonition that the closer he got to this circle, the sooner he would find the answer. Deception's ability is too weak. Right now, my reliance is this golden chain. Since it suppresses both monsters and cleaners, what about the same kind of thief? Looks like I need to find an opportunity to experiment. Lin Chen clenched his fists, silently pondering. The Water Margin chat group had been silent for a day, with no messages. Even the most talkative Jade Shilin hadn't said anything. The group was very quiet. Lin Chen scrolled through for a while, then turned off his phone screen, starting to think about his future plans. Just then, a sudden knock on the door sounded. Knock, knock. Who is it? Lin Chen looked at the door in confusion, but the knocking showed no signs of stopping. Lin Chen walked towards the door and pressed the handle to pull it open. After the door opened, there was no one in front of it. No one? Lin Chen frowned and leaned out to look left and right. There was indeed no one in the corridor. Where did that knocking come from? Maybe it was a mistake. Lin Chen paused, then returned to his room and casually closed the door. Knock, knock. But just then, the knocking sounded again. Another knock? Lin Chen was startled and immediately rushed out of his room, standing in the corridor, staring intently at both sides. The entire corridor had only him. Lin Chen frowned, instinctively pressing his thumb against his palm, where there was still a wound that hadn't healed. If he pressed hard enough, it would break the skin, and blood would immediately flow out. Knock, knock. The knocking sounded again. And this time, the knocking came from behind him. Lin Chen turned around sharply, only to find a boy standing in his room, who he didn't know when had appeared. Lin Chen didn't rush to act, he just squinted his eyes and carefully examined the young boy. He looked quite young, around 12 or 13 years old. At this moment, the boy was lounging on Lin Chen's sofa as if he were back in his own home, casually flipping through the items on the table with one hand. What the heck, there's nothing fun here. The boy pouted and casually tossed the contract on the table to the ground. Oh, Lin Huan? The boy looked at the signature at the bottom of the contract and said, "Your name is Lin Chen, huh? So you are the one with deception." The boy lifted his head, pointing at Lin Chen with a grin. "Who are you?" Lin Chen took a slow step forward and asked. He had clearly been standing at the door the whole time, and no one had crossed him to enter the room. How did this boy appear? Me? My name is Chen Xiaoyuan, but you can also call me Chen Genius. The boy gave a thumbs up, pointing to his own nose. Lin Chen squinted his eyes and slowly said, "Chen Xiaoyuan, this is my room, right?" "Yeah, but I knocked on the door." Chen Xiaoyuan blinked, looking mischievously at Lin Chen. "The knocking sound was you?" "Of course, it was this genius knocking. Didn't you open the door too?" Chen Xiaoyuan smiled at Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't respond, just carefully scrutinizing the boy in front of him. "Are you a thief?" Lin Chen asked. Chen Xiaoyuan snorted, raising his chin. "Isn't that obvious? And this genius doesn't possess the kind of useless shadow attribute rules like you. The rule I have is door." Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting that Chen Xiaoyuan in front of him was also a thief. "Door?" Chen Xiaoyuan chuckled and said, "That's right, this genius has already been classified as a level thief. Someone like you, a clever loser, wouldn't understand." After saying that, Chen Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Chen with an expectant expression. Lin Chen stared at Chen Xiaoyuan for a moment and then said, "Are you done talking?" "Yeah, I'm done," Chen Xiaoyuan replied, somewhat surprised, stammering. Lin Chen stepped aside. "If you're done, you can leave." Chen Xiaoyuan? Wait, aren't you curious about what my ability is?" Chen Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. "To be honest, I don't care at all." Lin Chen shrugged casually. "Impossible. I suddenly appeared in your room, aren't you curious?" Chen Xiaoyuan visibly became anxious. Standing up and addressing Lin Chen. "And I told you my rule, shouldn't you want to investigate a bit?" Lin Chen didn't respond, just took a step back. "Can you leave now?" Chen Xiaoyuan stood awkwardly in place, at a loss. Since you want to know so badly, this genius will generously tell you. I have the rule door. As long as I want, I can open any door in the world and even create a door that doesn't exist out of thin air. How about that? Isn't it amazing?" Chen Xiaoyuan raised his chin, his eyes shining, waiting for Lin Chen's response. Stop, who asked you?" Lin Chen showed a disdainful expression, impatiently urging Chen Xiaoyuan. Faced with Lin Chen's attitude, Chen Xiaoyuan's face turned red, anxiously saying, "Impossible, you must be curious." "Not at all. You are. No. You just want to know. No one cares." Chen Xiaoyuan jumped up from the sofa, his whole body flailing in anger. Lin Chen. You better say you want to know." Lin Chen pressed down on Chen Xiaoyuan's head with one hand, smiling, so anxious. Chen Xiaoyuan was like a kettle boiling over, buzzing loudly. Lin Chen pushed Chen Xiaoyuan away. All right, I want to know." Chen Xiaoyuan's chest heaved, angrily saying, "That's more like it." Then Chen Xiaoyuan took a step back, happily walked to the nearby wall, and raised his hand to press against it. Let me show you this genius ability." Saying this, Chen Xiaoyuan actually knocked on the wall. Knock, knock. The next moment, a crisp knocking sound echoed from the originally solid wall. "This?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, staring at Chen Xiaoyuan's actions. Chen Xiaoyuan raised his hand again and knocked on the wall. Knock, knock. The wall echoed with another crisp knocking sound. Under Lin Chen's puzzled gaze, Chen Xiaoyuan knocked on the wall once more. Knock, knock. The third knock sounded, but just at that moment, a door suddenly appeared on the original wall. Chen Xiaoyuan raised his hand to press the doorknob, and after pushing open the door, he directly walked into the next room. A door that appeared out of thin air? Lin Chen looked at the wall in surprise. This door just appeared out of nowhere, leading to the next room. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyuan sneakily poked his head out. How about it? Isn't this genius ability amazing? Lin Chen looked at the door that Chen Xiaoyuan had conjured out of thin air. Was this how he entered his own room just now? Knock 3 times and you can create a door out of thin air? Chen Xiaoyuan said, somewhat surprised. How did you know? After all, he hadn't told this guy. To create a door out of thin air, there was a prerequisite. It required 3 knocks. Lin Chen, however, was not surprised, as expected. He had indeed heard 3 knocks just now, and when he turned around, Chen Xiaoyuan had already appeared in his room. You're actually a level thief. Lin Chen sized up Chen Xiaoyuan, who was not very tall, just reaching his chest, and very young, but he didn't expect him to be a level thief. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyuan puffed out his chest again and said, of course. This genius was already level at the age of 10. When I was clever, I could easily open any door, even a bank vault. After becoming level, this genius can even create a door out of thin air. How about it? Isn't this something that a useless person like you wouldn't even dare to imagine? Chen Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Chen proudly. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. Impressive, impressive. But how did you know I was deceiving? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Chen with a dumbfounded expression and said matter-of-factly, check the files. What files? Oh, you don't know yet. The files in the Jinga Palace record many rules, and yours is among them. The file is called deceiving. Chen Xiaoyuan said casually. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised and asked, where can I check? Chen Xiaoyuan rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a black phone. Right here. You input your identity and you can unlock the permissions. Lin Chen picked up the black phone and pressed the call button. This is the Jinga Palace. Please input your identity. Lin Chen. Identity verification successful. Welcome Lin Chen. A large number of documents popped up on Lin Chen's screen, each labeled with a file name. Was this the convenience he received after joining the Jinga Palace? Lin Chen moved to the search bar and typed in door. Soon, a file named door was retrieved. Chen Xiaoyuan, male, 12 years old. Possesses the rule door, Yang attribute, medium awakening level. Rated B. Current ability is to open any door and create a door out of thin air, leading to the opposite side with the prerequisite of 3 knocks. Note, the destination may change. Below were some of Chen Xiaoyuan's experiences, detailing everything from childhood to now. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised that Chen Xiaoyuan had also encountered a void, and it happened when he was 10 years old. At that time, Chen Xiaoyuan was still clever, and a clever void had found him and opened the prison. Just as Chen Xiaoyuan was about to be killed by the void, he created a door out of thin air on the ground and escaped through it. After passing through the door, Chen Xiaoyuan found himself back in the restroom of his middle school. That time, Chen Xiaoyuan had crossed a full 13 kilometers, simply by going through a door. It was that experience that transformed Chen Xiaoyuan from a clever to a blevel and granted him new abilities. However, after that, Chen Xiaoyuan never crossed long distances through the created door again. He could only pass through walls to reach the other side. This is also why it was specifically noted that the destination of the door may change. Lin Chen continued to scroll down and found that Chen Xiaoyuan had caused quite a stir that time, adamantly refusing to go to school, claiming that a monster was chasing him. Jinga Palace had heard about Chen Xiaoyuan and brought him back after confirming the news. Chen Xiaoyuan also appeared on the list compiled by Jinga Palace. So that's how it is. Chen Xiaoyuan, like me, is a thief recorded by Jinga Palace. Just as Lin Chen was about to exit after scrolling to the end, a line of small text in the bottom right corner caught his attention. Record established by Blevel Cleaner, Wang Meng. Is it him? Lin Chen looked at the familiar name, and once again the image of that middle-aged man and his red pupils appeared in his mind. It turned out that the file of the gate was established by Wang Meng, which meant that Chen Xiaoyuan was brought back by Wang Meng. Lin Chen closed the phone screen and asked Chen Xiaoyuan, do you know how many people are on the Jinga Palace's recorded list? Chen Xiaoyuan thought for a moment and said, not sure, but besides you, I've seen one older sister. She should also be on the recorded list, but she's out on a mission now. Out on a mission? Lin Chen asked. Chen Xiaoyuan nodded, yeah, since we are recorded by Jinga Palace, we naturally have to go out on missions, just like those frontline cleaners. Lin Chen pondered and nodded. What about the rules for that older sister you mentioned? I don't know, she never told me. Chen Xiaoyuan replied. Lin Chen then asked, have you ever been on a mission? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyuan's face flushed red, and he angrily said, I already said I wanted to go, but that guy Zhao he wouldn't let me. He really underestimates this genius. Lin Chen nodded. So that's how it was. Then Lin Chen shook Chen Xiaoyuan's head and said, alright, kid, I get it, you can go back now. Chen Xiaoyuan forcefully shook off Lin Chen's hand and angrily said, you're the kid. I'm a genius. Then Chen Xiaoyuan huffily turned around, pushed open the door on the wall, and slammed the door behind him. After Chen Xiaoyuan closed the door on the wall also disappeared. Lin Chen stood in place, pondering. Jinga Palace has already recorded quite a few thieves, and this plan has been in place for at least a year. Thieves also have to go on missions, though what kind of missions is still unclear. It should also be related to the virtual. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, browsing through the file on his phone. He typed Jiangjin into the search box. The next moment, Jiangjin's file was pulled up. Jiangjin, female, 19 years old. Immunity level 47, level cleaner. 19? Younger than me by a year? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Looking at Jiangjin's unapproachable face, her cold demeanor, and tall figure, he originally thought she was older than him, but it turned out she was actually a year younger. Lin Chen roughly scrolled down, and it was all records of Jiangjin's missions over the years, among which she had killed 17 level virtuals and even taken down a level virtual. Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Jiangjin's file was neat and tidy, just like her. At the very bottom of the file, it recorded Jiangjin's most recent mission. Killed 3 level virtuals, brought back Lin Chen, established file deception. Lin Chen chuckled. He had also become an achievement in Jiangjin's file. Lin Chen closed Jiangjin's file and then typed Zhao He into the search box, wanting to see what this A-level cleaner's file looked like. But the next moment, Lin Chen's phone screen unexpectedly went black. And then 4 words popped up. Insufficient permissions. Damn. He couldn't access Zhao He's file, indicating that his permissions were too low. It seems this file database in Jinga Palace isn't something that can be casually browsed. It also involves permission issues. Lin Chen could only exit Zhao He's file helplessly and casually browse through the database. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly thought of Wang Ming. He then typed stone into the search box. And the next moment, a prompt popped up on the phone saying this file does not exist. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wang Ming's file had really been deleted. It was known that this file had been personally established by Jiangjin over the phone, but now there was simply no record of this person. The timely rain really did it. Lin Chen couldn't help but recall that day when Wang Ming had just mentioned his exposure, and shortly after, the timely rain said it had been handled. Someone who can delete the Jinga Palace files at any time must hold a high position. Lin Chen felt shocked once again. With mixed emotions, Lin Chen turned off his phone and lay down on the big bed, unknowingly falling into a deep sleep. That night, Lin Chen did not sleep soundly. He woke up several times intermittently, with vague images flashing in his mind, making it hard for him to settle into sleep. The vague figure in the heavy rain and the one in the teaching building kept flickering in his mind. Lin Chen opened his eyes again, and it was already daytime. He reached for his phone beside him, lit up the screen, and found it was already 11:30 in the morning. Have I slept this long? Lin Chen rubbed his temples. Too much had happened in the past few days, leaving him utterly exhausted. A feeling of hunger arose from his stomach, and after thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone on the bedside and dialed. Hello? This is the logistics department of Jinga Palace. How may I assist you? A woman's voice came from the other end. Is there lunch? Lin Chen asked casually. Of course, sir. What would you like? The girl on the other end inquired. Lin Chen thought for a moment and casually said, beef noodles without the noodles. All right, sir, beef noodles without noodles. Would you like anything else? The woman on the other end maintained her professional demeanor. Then I'll have another serving of beef noodles without the beef. All right, sir, please provide your room number. The person on the other end fell silent for a moment before continuing. Lin Chen gave his room number and then hung up the phone. It wasn't long before there was a knock on his door, just 15 minutes later. Mr. Lin, your lunch is ready. Lin Chen got off the bed and opened the door, finding a man in a gray work uniform standing at the entrance, holding a thermal box. Thank you. It's my duty to serve you. The man smiled slightly and then quickly left. Lin Chen returned to his room, opened the thermal box, and was surprised to find 2 bowls inside. He opened one, which was filled to the brim with beef. He opened the other and found it contained only noodles. They really made 2 servings. The logistics department of Jinga Palace had indeed strictly followed Lin Chen's request, making 1 serving of beef noodles without beef and another without noodles. Lin Chen poured the beef into the bowl of noodles and gently stirred with his chopsticks. The logistics department of Jinga Palace serves frontline personnel and strictly adheres to their requests, even if they sound absurd. Through Zhao Hao from the logistics department and the kitchen staff who prepared lunch today, Lin Chen began to understand the operational model within Jinga Palace. Frontline personnel were responsible for missions, accompanied by risks. The vast logistics department provided comprehensive support for living and working, centered around the needs of frontline personnel. Lin Chen finished the beef noodles. He had to admit, they tasted quite good. Lin Chen spent an entire day exploring almost all of the 88-story Jinga Palace building, except for those areas where he lacked sufficient permissions. Most of it was where the logistics department operated, and the lower the floors, the more ordinary they were. For instance, the first 20 floors felt no different from a regular office building, even if an ordinary person came in for a tour. However, from the 61st floor upwards, Lin Chen's permissions could no longer reach the 61st floor as Zhao He's office. Could it be that every one of the 28 floors above has a level cleaner like Zhao He? Lin Chen pondered as he looked at the buttons in the elevator. Although he had never seen the level cleaner Zhao He in action, he could infer from the previous messages in the water margin chat group that level cleaners and thieves were extremely rare. The Jinga Palace is one of the cleaner forces in the east and it probably doesn't have many level cleaners. Lin Chen pressed the elevator button again and returned to his 30th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing the entire 30th floor as a hotel-style apartment with 40 rooms. It was very quiet on the 30th floor, and Lin Chen wasn't sure how many guests were inside, but it shouldn't be many. Aside from that kid Chen Xiaoyuan, who always randomly dashed around using the door out of boredom, Lin Chen hadn't seen anyone else. He returned to his room, placed his finger on the doorknob, and the fingerprint was accepted. Back in his room, Lin Chen first called the logistics department to order dinner, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Through this huge window, Lin Chen could see the circular main road outside the Jinga Palace, which was now filled with cars. It was rush hour, and being in the city center, the outside was already bustling with traffic. Lin Chen instinctively reached for his pocket, only to realize he hadn't brought any cigarettes, so he could only rub his fingers together in frustration. Just then, a door in the wall behind him opened, and Chen Xiaoyuan peeked out sneakily. I said, can you not just barge into other people's rooms? It's really intrusive. Lin Chen glanced back at Chen Xiaoyuan and said helplessly. Chen Xiaoyuan turned his head away, snorted coldly, and said, who wants to come in? If it weren't for Sister Li leaving, I'd be too bored alone to come find you. Sister Li? Lin Chen turned back to look at Chen Xiaoyuan in confusion. Oh, you mean that thief who went out on a mission? Lin Chen realized, recalling that Chen Xiaoyuan had mentioned before that there was another thief who had been recruited, but that person had gone on a mission. Chen Xiaoyuan nodded and said, yeah. Sister Li would always play video games with me when she was here. When she's out on a mission, I'm really bored alone. Lin Chen looked at Chen Xiaoyuan with disdain. You don't expect me to play games with you, do you? Sorry, I'm not that caring towards elementary school students. Who are you calling an elementary school student? Chen Xiaoyuan glared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen shrugged and said helplessly, if there's a chance in the future, I can introduce someone to play games with you. That guy has a huge addiction. Chen Xiaoyuan sulked and angrily said, who cares to play with you? After saying that, Chen Xiaoyuan slammed the door and left, causing the door in the wall to start disappearing. Lin Chen didn't pay it any mind and continued to stand in front of the glass window, deep in thought. But just then, Chen Xiaoyuan poked his head out again. I said I won't play video games with you. Not that. Chen Xiaoyuan bared his teeth at Lin Chen, then angrily said. I just wanted to remind you to be careful of encountering ghosts in your dreams tonight. Lin Chen looked bewildered. Are you sick? You're the one who's sick. Chen Xiaoyuan shouted at Lin Chen. Believe it or not, I've reminded you. Chen Xiaoyuan threw down this line and then slammed the door again, making the door in the wall disappear once more. What does dreaming of ghosts mean? Lin Chen shook his head in confusion, dismissing it as Chen Xiaoyuan's nonsense and not paying it any attention. Door is really convenient. It can connect two different places. The file states that the location the door leads to may change. If Chen Xiaoyuan continues to develop it, could he cross an entire world through the door? Lin Chen lowered his head in thought. After all, it was the first time Chen Xiaoyuan had encountered a situation that forced him to unleash his potential, escaping through the door and crossing 13 kilometers directly. It was also that time that Chen Xiaoyuan became a level thief. Indeed, the development of yang attributes has great potential while yin attributes seem utterly useless. No wonder they say yin attributes are of no use. Lin Chen sighed. Just as there was a knock on the door, it was his dinner arriving. Thank you. Lin Chen took the dinner from the man in the gray uniform, quickly finished eating, and lay back on the bed. For some reason, he felt particularly drowsy today. Lying on the bed, he felt his eyelids growing heavier and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, in his sleep, Lin Chen suddenly found himself in a pure white space, his consciousness remarkably clear. What is this? Lin Chen looked around in confusion, realizing he was in a space that was entirely white, devoid of any impurities. He had clearly fallen asleep in his bed. Why was he here? Lin Chen looked at his palm, staring for a moment. Am I dreaming? That's right, this is a dream. A voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Lin Chen immediately turned around, startled by what he saw. In the originally pure white space, a man bound by black bandages had appeared at some point. The man was completely wrapped in black bandages, his hands and feet locked in special shackles, even his eyes and mouth were sealed. He was tightly bound, his senses blocked, resembling a sealed evil spirit. Although the man's eyes were covered, Lin Chen could clearly feel him looking at himself. You finally came. The man spoke in a hoarse voice. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Who are you? Lin Chen stared intently at the bound man. Me? He. The man let out a strange laugh from his throat. I am you. I am your inner demon. He. As the man's eerie laughter echoed, the originally pure white space began to shake, gradually becoming stained with blood, turning the entire space blood red. Inner demon? Lin Chen was taken aback, looking incredulously at the bound man before him. When did he develop an inner demon, and to such an extent? But in the next moment, Lin Chen noticed a faint red glow emerging from the man. Deception reacted. Lin Chen. The man continued to speak to himself. I know what you desire deep down. Come, I will give you everything you want. The faint red glow appeared on the man once more. Lin Chen, 6. The man remained oblivious, still passionately whispering demonic words. As the man's words flowed, the originally pure white space began to change continuously, blood seeping in, making the surroundings resemble hell. But Lin Chen quietly watched the man's performance. I am the trapped you. Come on, release me, and I will give you everything you want. Power, fame, strength. The man trembled all over, and the surrounding space shook violently. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, You're full of crap. The man suddenly froze. And the entire space fell into a standstill. What did you say? As if sensing something was wrong, the man's figure began to dissipate, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Lin Chen sensed something was off. He vaguely felt the urge to wake up. Is he destroying the dream? Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately cut his palm, blood oozing out, and then he raised his hand towards the man. With a whoosh, as the blood flowed out, a golden chain shot out from Lin Chen's palm, piercing directly into the man's chest. Lin Chen steadied himself, grasped the chain with both hands, and suddenly yanked it back. The man's already semi-transparent body was forcibly pulled back, crashing to the ground with a thud. The space, already filled with cracks, restored itself with the man's reappearance. How is this possible? The man stared in shock at the golden chains around his chest. My powers have failed. I can't leave the dream. He looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Struggling to break free from the golden chains, but found himself completely wrapped in black bandages, unable to escape. He attempted to break away from the dream, only to discover that his abilities were unresponsive. Lin Chen grasped the chain with one hand. Indeed, this golden chain is effective against thieves as well. The man looked up, fixated on Lin Chen, and asked, Who exactly are you? How can this golden chain suppress my rules? Lin Chen ignored him, walking around the man. After confirming that the man couldn't leave, he returned to stand in front of him. Looking at the man, who was entirely wrapped in black bandages and the hellish space from before, Lin Chen suddenly recalled what Chen Xiaoyuan had said to him. Be careful not to dream of ghosts at night. You must be the ghost that Chen Xiaoyuan mentioned, right? You really don't look human anymore. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent, and after a moment, he said, Don't mention that little brat to me. Lin Chen smiled at the man and asked, What inner demons, what powers? Did you say the same thing to Chen Xiaoyuan? The man fell silent again. I'm not saying this to you, but talking to Chen Xiaoyuan about this is like playing the lute to a cow. You could give him a monkey with all its skin, and it would be more tempting than this. A monkey with all its skin, I'll try that next time. The man nodded. Lin Chen, why don't you believe what I'm saying? The man said somewhat dejectedly. I've thought about this for a long time. Doesn't it sound enticing enough? The man seemed to doubt himself, visibly withdrawing. Unable to deal with Chen Xiaoyuan, after so long a brewing, he ended up meeting Lin Chen, who saw right through him. Was it really that fake? Lin Chen shrugged and said, I told you, you definitely didn't do your homework in advance. My rule is deception, which can discern whether you're lying. The man fell silent once more. Then can you help me get out? After holding it in for a long time, the man seemed to break down and blurted out this sentence. Lin Chen looked at him in shock. Are you crazy? You don't want to set the stage first? You look like some kind of sealed monster. We just met, and you're urging me to do this? The man said, feeling frustrated, I really have no other options. Lin Chen squatted down, looking at the man whose face was filled with frustration. Introduce yourself. You know my rule, don't lie to me. Unable to walk away or deceive, the man sighed, seemingly resigned, and said directly, My name is Zhou Kuan. Like you, I'm a captured thief, but I'm the first one. My rule is dream, of the shadow attribute. Later, due to a conflict with the Jinga palace, I attempted to murder a class cleaner and failed, so I was imprisoned here. Lin Chen was greatly shocked. Murder a class cleaner? Zhou Kuan, however, showed little reaction, simply saying, Yeah, he wanted to kill me, should I just wait? But I miscalculated. I didn't expect there to be a special case among the cleaners that could erode rules, tearing my dream apart. Otherwise, I would have killed that class cleaner and escaped from here. Lin Chen listened, stunned, as deception showed no reaction at all. This guy was telling the truth. Murdering a class cleaner? Defecting from the Jinga palace? What level of thief are you? Lin Chen asked curiously. Zhou Kuan casually replied, a class. Otherwise, how could I go kill a class cleaner? Lin Chen stood frozen. You're a class thief? Zhou Kuan simply nodded. Lin Chen asked in confusion, why would the cleaners from Jinga Palace want to kill you? Zhou Kuan sighed and said helplessly, the duty of a cleaner is to kill thieves, don't you think? Lin Chen frowned and replied, that's not right, haven't you already been recruited? Zhou Kuan sneered without hiding his disdain. Do you really believe that nonsense? These cleaners are all hypocrites. On the surface, they claim to recruit thieves to resist the virtual, but what's the reality? Once you gain a deeper understanding of the rules, they will kill you without hesitation. I saw through their intentions, so I acted first, planning to take out a level cleaner and then defect, but unfortunately, I failed. Not only did I not kill that cleaner, but I also ended up imprisoned in the Jinga Palace. Lin Chen fell silent, recalling once again what Wang Ming had told him. These cleaners would eventually kill you. Zhou Kuan was a prime example right in front of him, and a level thief was already imprisoned, which spoke volumes. Zhou Kuan sighed and said helplessly, I know you have no other choice right now, but I advise you to be wary of the Jinga Palace. Don't think they are truly your allies. If you get the chance, you still need to escape. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then suddenly frowned. Wait. Aren't you a shadow attribute of Dream? How can you reach a level and even kill a level cleaners? The shadow attribute rules were notoriously useless, right? Hearing this, Zhou Kuan suddenly burst into laughter and said, haven't you heard that saying? There are no useless things, only useless people. Who told you that shadow attribute rules can't reach a level? Zhou Kuan chuckled and said, that's just a lack of development of the rules. You don't really think Dream is only for dreaming, do you? Lin Chen asked curiously, what else can you do? Have you ever heard of killing in dreams? Killing in dreams? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Zhou Kuan laughed wildly and said, it's not just that. Do only humans dream? Do dreams only last for a single night? Rules are rules, there's no distinction between yin and yang, it's just an external classification. The reason people say shadow attributes are useless is simply because most people outside are fools who can't develop their own rules. At this point, Zhou Kuan suddenly lowered his head mysteriously. Oh, I forgot to tell you, although I didn't kill that level cleaner, he isn't unscathed. He's probably lost in a beautiful dream right now. Lin Chen pressed for clarification. What do you mean? Zhou Kuan grinned and said, although I didn't directly succeed, that a level cleaner will probably be stuck in a dream for decades, maybe even for the rest of his life. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Zhou Kuan could actually trap a level cleaner in a dream for decades? So that's how it is. Rules are rules. Could his deception also be developed into different abilities? Lin Chen silently suppressed this thought and then continued to look at Zhou Kuan, asking curiously, since you are a level thief, why are you in such a predicament? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhou Kuan's anger flared up. This place is full of cleaners, and my powers are sealed. I can't enter dreams at will. Li Xinha is a stubborn woman who doesn't listen to anything I say. Every time she sees me, no matter what I do, she thinks she's having a nightmare, and for half a month, she never suspected a thing. Then Shin Xiaoyuan came along. I thought the kid would be easier to fool, but as soon as he saw me, he screamed about seeing ghosts, and he forcibly opened a door from the dream and escaped. It went on like that for a month, every time the same. Zhou Kuan looked frustrated and said, what's wrong with thieves these days? I finally waited for you, and now you have deception. Lin Chen patted Zhou Kuan's shoulder and said helplessly, hey, to be honest, I'm also powerless to help. You might not know, but I'm just a clever thief, and I was just recruited yesterday. I can't save you at all. Zhou Kuan suddenly looked up. Even though his eyes were covered, he could still feel the incredulous expression. You're only clever? How is that possible? I can sense your golden chains. That's also a power brought by some kind of rule. Otherwise, even if my powers are sealed, you wouldn't be able to suppress me. The source rule of those golden chains must also be a level. A level? Lin Chan's eyes widened. The golden chains within him actually originated from an A-level rule? It's important to note that this ability doesn't belong to deception, and he still didn't know why he possessed it. Lin Chen frowned and fell silent, still without any thoughts. Zhou Kuan didn't say much more, just continued, with your current abilities, it's indeed impossible. If you reach level or higher in the future, it might be possible. I've left an MP3 in a corner of the Jinga Palace. You just need to find it and play the music, and I can escape. At that time, I will give you unimaginable rewards. As he spoke, Zhou Kuan's figure began to turn transparent once again. Lin Chen tried to use the golden chains to hold him back, but it was futile. It's useless. My abilities have reached their limit. Because my 5 senses are sealed. Being able to send dreams to others is already the limit. As he spoke, the surrounding space began to collapse, and Zhou Kuan's figure started to dissipate. I hope you can survive. After saying this last sentence, Zhou Kuan completely vanished. Lin Chen suddenly sat up in bed, gasping for breath. Am I awake? Lin Chen looked at his palm, where there were clear traces of blood. He had cut his palm in the dream, and he was actually hurt in reality. No wonder Joe Cohen had said he could kill people in dreams. Lin Chen stood up, picked up a glass of water, and went to the floor-to-ceiling window, gulping it down, feeling much more awake. Joe Cohen told me to keep a hand to guard against the Jinga Palace. Wang Ming also mentioned that the cleaner would kill me. It seems I really need to keep some backup. Outside the window, the streets were still bustling with traffic, the noisy city unabashedly showcasing its prosperity. Rules are rules, since Joe Cohen can develop dream to this extent. Then it's not impossible for me. Deception. Lin Chen looked at his palm. Indeed, this dream had yielded great insights, not only giving him a better understanding of the Jinja Palace but also providing new ideas for developing rules. He had indeed been too narrow-minded before, only possessing the ability to deceive. Since the rule is deception, what if he lied? I have some ideas, but they still need to be refined. Just then, a sudden knocking sound came from the wall behind him. After 3 consecutive knocks, a door appeared from behind, and Chen Xiaoyuan peeked in again. You come into my room in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid of scaring me to death? Lin Chen glanced at Chen Xiaoyuan behind him and said. Chen Xiaoyuan, dressed in pajamas, blinked at Lin Chen and said, Did you dream of a ghost tonight? Lin Chen turned around in surprise. How did you know? Chen Xiaoyuan chuckled and said, This genius has been dreaming of ghosts for a whole month. Today, suddenly not dreaming means you, this unlucky guy, must have dreamt it for me. Lin Chen twitched his mouth. Get lost. Chen Xiaoyuan laughed happily and bounced out of the door, clearly relieved after being tormented by Zhou Kuan for a month, finally able to sleep soundly. After Chen Xiaoyuan left, Lin Chen stared at the wall, lost in thought. Zhou Kuan had said that Chen Xiaoyuan encountered him in a dream, scared out of his wits, and as a result, Chen Xiaoyuan opened a door in the dream and escaped from Zhou Kuan's dream. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. Chen Xiaoyuan's door can actually escape from a dream? He had to admit that Chen Xiaoyuan was indeed a genius, but he was still too young and didn't know how to utilize his own rules. Lin Chen glanced at the time and dialed the logistics department's number. Do you have any cigarettes? Hiss, hiss. In the dimly lit room. Sparks flickered. Huff. I still don't have any good ideas for now. Lin Chen exhaled a puff of smoke and then stuffed the remaining pack of cigarettes into his pocket. He didn't expect that there was actually an A-level thief imprisoned in the Jinja Palace, and it was a thief with a shadow attribute. Zhou Kuan provided me with another perspective. Rules are rules, it all depends on how to utilize and develop them. The shadow attribute is not useless. Lin Chen looked at his palm, where a significant scar had formed due to the recurring wound. The golden chain is also a kind of rule ability, and its source has even reached a level. If this rule is not the deception I inherently possess, then what could it be? After finishing the cigarette in his hand, Lin Chen extinguished the butt and continued to stand by the window, watching the flow of traffic on the main road in the city center. Ding! A notification sound from his phone caught Lin Chen's attention. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and then tapped the screen. Water Margin Chat Group? Lin Chen looked at the message on the screen in surprise. It was the Water Margin Chat Group that had been silent for many days. After being quiet for so long, a message suddenly popped up at 2 in the morning? Opening the chat page, he found a distress message sent by Wang Ming, who was using the ID Flower Monk. Flower Monk, I've been targeted by a void, and that void is very unusual. The prison is extremely special, and I urgently need assistance. The reward will be substantial. Wang Ming? Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he looked at the ID Flower Monk. Wang Ming has been targeted by a void? Soon, messages began to reply in the chat group. Jade Qilin, how are you doing now? Flower Monk, it's tough, this void is very special. I just escaped from the prison. But I estimate it won't be long before I'm caught. Jade Qilin, where are you? Flower Monk, East, Jiang City, outskirts, Xiaohu Villa. On the outskirts of Jiang City, in a dense forest under the night sky, Wang Ming was panting heavily, one hand clutching his abdomen, desperately staring at the phone screen. Huff, huff. Surrounding him was a fortress made of rocks, tightly protecting Wang Ming inside. Behind the dense forest was a villa flickering with eerie green light, large Chinese-style buildings exuding an indescribable horror. Damn it! Wang Ming glanced down at his abdomen and found blood seeping through his clothes, a section of a crimson blade still lodged in his abdomen, causing him to bleed profusely. The Xiaohu villa behind him flickered with green light, as if the entire villa had come to life. Continuously approaching Wang Ming. Wang Ming turned to look at the Xiaohu villa that was getting closer and immediately began typing on his phone screen. Before Wang Ming could finish typing, the Xiaohu villa had instantly swallowed the entire dense forest, and Wang Ming vanished in an instant, his phone dropping to the ground. The screen glowed faintly, displaying an unfinished line of text. Flower Monk, this void has already swallowed a yang attribute. After a moment, a strange sound echoed from outside the dense forest. Creak, creak. A blurry figure emerged from the darkness, a blood-red hand seeping out, stained with thick blood. The hand picked up the phone from the ground and then pressed the send button. Ding. Flower monk, this void has swallowed a yang attribute. Hurry up. The blurry figure then threw the phone on the ground and slowly retreated, walking towards the Shohu villa not far away. Under the moonlight, the blurry figure trailed a crimson machete behind it. Though the tip of the blade was missing a small section, the eye in the water margin chat group, after the flower monk sent this message, he fell silent. Jade Kirin, are you still there? Jade Kirin, flower monk? No matter how Jade Kirin inquired, the flower monk never came online again. Timely rain, don't ask, he should have already been dragged into the realm of the prison. Jade Kirin, you came at the right time. Do you have a way to handle things over there? Timely rain, you should know the rules of the group benefit exchange. The flower monk hasn't offered a reward. I have no reason to take this risk. Jade Kirin, Lin Chen keenly sensed these 4 words benefit exchange. Sure enough, the essence of this group is benefit exchange. Jiang City, that's the city where I went to university, and it's only about 400 kilometers from the Jinga Palace. The group fell silent for a moment, the others did not speak. Suddenly, Jade Kirin's ID appeared in the group again. Jade Kirin. I can't make it to the west. Who is willing to help the flower monk once? I can offer a poem as a reward. Green face beast? Green face beast, you really are willing to part with something. Green face beast, although it's tempting, sorry, unless the green dragon is really dead, I will never return to the east in my lifetime. Timely rain, a poem? I might consider it. A poem? What does that mean? Lin Chen looked at the chat records on his phone, lost in thought. This Jade Kirin is willing to exchange a poem for someone to help save Wang Ming once, although he doesn't know what it specifically is. Judging by the reactions of Green Face Beast and Timely Rain, it seems to be quite enticing. Bailo Mountain Villa? Lin Chen searched his memory for this name and vaguely recalled something. It seemed to be an ancient residence passed down, later targeted by developers for redevelopment, turning into a villa area that's quite nice for vacationing. The group was silent for a while. Then Timely Rain sent another message. Timely Rain, tomorrow, the Jinga Palace will send someone to handle the situation at Bailo Mountain Villa. Tomorrow, Jinga Palace? Lin Chen looked in shock at the small line of text on the screen. This Timely Rain actually revealed such important information. He didn't expect it to be the Jinga Palace handling this matter, sending a group of people to deal with it tomorrow. Who exactly is this Timely Rain? Lin Chen frowned. To obtain such tightly held information from the Jinga Palace, their status must be quite high, perhaps even above frontline personnel. Jade Kirin, I've laid out the conditions. No matter who it is, as long as they can save the flower monk, I will give it. With Jade Kirin's last message, the water margin chat group fell silent once more. Lin Chen stared at the screen that no longer had any messages, remaining silent for a long time. There are a total of 22 people in the group. The others should have seen the message too. Perhaps due to insufficient benefits, no one besides Timely Rain is willing to take on this matter. Wang Ming is already a level thief, possessing a stone, and even he feels desperate enough to seek help. The danger level must be higher than that of the creature on the playground. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then closed the screen. A sleepless night. The next day, Lin Chen pushed open his door. Ordering takeout for 2 days in a row was really boring, so he decided to go downstairs to the restaurant for something to eat. Lin Chen pressed the elevator button, and as the elevator descended, it suddenly stopped on the 21st floor. Ding! The elevator door opened, and Lin Chen saw an unexpected figure. Jiang Zhen? Lin Chen looked at the woman outside the elevator in surprise. At this moment, Jiang Zhen had her black hair tied up, wearing a black tight outfit, and was carrying an ancient long sword on her back. After seeing Lin Chen, Jiang Zhen merely raised her eyelids slightly and walked into the elevator. Lin Chen hadn't seen Jiang Zhen's figure in the Jinga Palace these past 2 days. So you live on the 21st floor. Lin Chen smiled and said to Jiang Zhen. Jiang Zhen pressed the button for the first floor, remaining silent and showing no intention of responding to Lin Chen. Lin Chen quietly shifted to the side, then scrutinized Jiang Zhen's outfit. Where are you going? I'm also frontline personnel now, qualified to know what you're up to. Only then did Jiang Zhen lift her eyelids slightly and casually throw out 3 words. Going on a mission. Going on a mission? Lin Chen frowned, recalling the message he saw in the group chat last night. Bailo Mountain Villa? Lin Chen asked tentatively. How do you know? Jiang Zhen turned her head, frowning as she looked at Lin Chen. You're not on the mission list. How would you know the mission location? Jiang Zhen turned around to face Lin Chen, her cold, indifferent eyes appearing aggressive. Lin Chen shrugged and said, no comment. After that, the elevator fell into a silent atmosphere again. When they reached the 11th floor, the elevator stopped, revealing various restaurants outside. At that moment, Lin Chen's floor arrived, and he stepped out decisively. Just before exiting the elevator, Lin Chen glanced back at Jiang Zhen. Be careful. Oh. Jiang Zhen merely responded lightly, and then the elevator doors closed. Lin Chen watched the elevator leave, falling into silence. Yesterday, Timely Rain said they were sending Jinga Palace on a mission. I didn't expect Jiang Zhen to be involved. Wang Ming's abilities were no less than Jiang Zhen's, yet even he had fallen, that unknown entity seemed to have something special about it. Could Jiang Zhen handle it? Lin Chen knew he couldn't warn Jiang Zhen too much. Since Jinga Palace had sent more than one cleaner, they must have made preparations. Lin Chen shook his head, trying not to overthink, and turned towards a restaurant. Hello, Mr. Lin, what would you like to eat? As soon as Lin Chen sat down in a restaurant, a smiling waiter approached him. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. You know me? The waiter smiled and respectfully said, it's our duty to know every frontline personnel. Lin Chen was taken aback. It seemed the status of frontline personnel in Jinja Palace was higher than he had imagined. Just a bowl of beef noodles will do. Okay, please wait a moment. Lin Chen sat in his chair, took out his phone, and scrolled through the chat records of the Water Margin group. Since the last message from Yuchilin last night, there had been no further news in the group. Lin Chen helplessly turned off his phone, but just as the screen went dark, a message popped up. Wang Yuan, Lin Chen, has Shishir contacted you recently? Wang Yuan? Lin Chen thought for a moment. She was Gu Shishi's best friend, the girl who had pointed at him on the playground and called him a scumbag. Lin Chen pondered and then tapped out a response. Lin Chen, not recently. Why? Wang Yuan, Shishir hasn't been in touch for 3 days. I can't reach her. If this goes on, I might have to call the police. From Wang Yuan's message, it was clear she was anxious. Gu Shishir and Wang Yuan were inseparable friends, and now Wang Yuan hadn't been able to contact Gu Shishir for 3 days. Lin Chen, where did she go last? Wang Yuan, let me think. The last time was 3 days ago. Shishir went on a team-building trip with the club, and since then, there's been no news. Lin Chen, where did they go? Wang Yuan, it seems to be Shaohu Mountain Villa? Shaohu Mountain Villa? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat as he stared intently at the 4 characters on the screen. Gu Shishir went to Shaohu Mountain Villa. Lin Chen tightly gripped his phone. After all, Shaohu Mountain Villa had an unknown level entity. Lin Chen forced himself to stay calm and type. Did you ask about Shaohu Mountain Villa? Wang Yuan, I did, but now Shaohu Mountain Villa is sealed off, not accepting anyone and not allowing anyone to approach. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This should be Jinja Palace's tactic, sealing off Shaohu Mountain Villa to prevent more people from getting caught up in the prison. Wang Yuan, Lin Chen, what should we do? Shishir won't be in any trouble, right? Lin Chen had no time to reply to Wang Yuan's message. He just pressed his phone screen, pinching the bridge of his nose. This was a big problem. Shaohu Villa had already been covered by the prison, and Gu Shishir couldn't reply to messages. She must have entered the range of the prison. Mr. Lin, your noodles are ready. When the restaurant server brought out the beef noodles, they found that Lin Chen was already gone from his seat. Ha! Did Mr. Lin leave? The server looked around in confusion and confirmed that Lin Chen was indeed missing, so they could only take the beef noodles back. 30th floor. At this moment, Lin Chen had returned to his room, his expression dark. He then threw his phone aside and lay flat on the bed, tightly closing his eyes. I hope I can dream during the day. Just fall asleep. Lin Chen kept telling himself that he had fallen asleep. As he repeated this, it seemed to be a psychological effect, or perhaps some kind of rule was triggered, and Lin Chen's consciousness truly began to sink. At the last moment before his awareness faded, Lin Chen seemed to sense something. Deception seemed to sway slightly. The consciousness that was about to dissipate was suddenly pulled back, and Lin Chen found himself once again in a pure white space. Is this a dream? I say, what did you call me here for? A voice came from behind him. Lin Chen turned around to see Zhou Kuan, bound in black bandages, half kneeling behind him. Had he really fallen asleep? Lin Chen, not caring about his surprise, immediately turned to Zhou Kuan. I'm here to ask you some questions. Zhou Kuan looked up in confusion. You little brat, you're really not polite. But I'm in a good mood today, so go ahead and ask. Lin Chen didn't want to linger too much, so he asked, what are the chances of an ordinary person surviving in the prison? Zhou Kuan thought for a moment and replied, that's hard to say. The void is here for the rules. Theoretically, it has no interest in ordinary people. But you know, even a slight action from the void can lead to a one-sided massacre for ordinary people. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, then he pressed on, is there a way to directly pull an ordinary person out of the void's prison? Zhou Kuan was silent for a while. That's almost impossible, but there are certain special rules that might make it possible. For example, that Chen Xiaoyuan. He once opened a door from the prison and escaped. Zhou Kuan looked at Lin Chen calmly and said, although I don't know what you've encountered, I don't recommend you delve deeper into a prison. Lin Chen frowned and asked, why? Zhou Kuan thought for a moment and gave an analogy. The void itself is meant for thieves to appear, a fight to the death, while the emergence of the prison is like a raging fire. Using thieves to kill the void is like using wood to save fire. Once you accidentally fall in, the fire will only burn hotter and become harder to control. Unless you are a giant log that can forcefully extinguish this pile of fire. Lin Chen fell silent, then asked, "Is there a difference between the voids of the same level?" Zhou Kuan looked at Lin Chen as if he were an idiot and said, "Of course. Just like a cleaner with 30 immunity and one with 59 immunity, both are called level cleaners. But the strength of these two cleaners is worlds apart. The same principle applies to the void." Lin Chen nodded and said, "I understand. Hey, you still haven't told me what." Before Zhou Kuan could finish, the pure white space began to shatter, and Lin Chen had already left. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide from the bed, only to find that it was already dark outside. "It's dark?" Lin Chen was surprised and pulled out his phone, checking the screen to find that 8 hours had already passed. It was just a moment in the dream, but 8 hours passed in reality? It seemed that the passage of time in dreams was different from reality. Lin Chen recalled the conversation he had with Zhou Kuan in the dream, his brow furrowed. What should I do now? Just at that moment, someone suddenly knocked on Lin Chen's door. Who? Lin Chen turned and shouted towards the door. "Mr. Lin, could you please come to the 72nd floor? A male voice came from outside. Lin Chen was taken aback. The 72nd floor? Since the 61st floor, his access had been insufficient to go any higher, and now he was being asked to go to the 72nd floor? Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already late at night. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the door to find a respectful man in a suit standing there. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for the disturbance, but please follow me." The man respectfully stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Chen to follow him. "What's going on?" Lin Chen asked. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but this is confidential. I must keep it a secret until you reach the 72nd floor," the man replied respectfully. Lin Chen frowned slightly. "Confidential?" The man said nothing more, simply walking ahead while Lin Chen followed at a leisurely pace. Once they entered the elevator, the man took out a black and gold card and swiped it on the screen. Beep. The elevator screen lit up briefly. Then flashed the words "Access granted." The man pressed the button for the 72nd floor. A clicking sound echoed around them as the elevator ascended rapidly. Lin Chen stood in the elevator, a vague sense of unease creeping into his mind. Ding! As the elevator stopped on the 72nd floor, the doors opened to reveal a conference room. The man did not leave the elevator but made a gesture for Lin Chen to go ahead. Lin Chen glanced at the man, then stepped out directly, pushing open the large door of the conference room. Whoosh! As the door swung open, Lin Chen saw 4 people standing inside the conference room. At the center sat a bald man with glasses, surrounded by 3 others. As Lin Chen entered, all 4 turned to look at him. "Lin Chen, you finally made it!" Chen Xiaoyuan shouted, immediately jumping out of his chair and running towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback. Chen Xiaoyuan was here too? Chen Xiaoyuan grinned widely, looking at Lin Chen with enthusiasm. Hee, this time, let this genius take you to achieve great things. Chen Xiaoyuan excitedly stood beside Lin Chen, waving his hands. "Oh, good to see you again," a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses greeted Lin Chen from the side. Lin Chen took a closer look and realized it was Wang Meng. Wang Meng raised his hand, revealing a strange smile, pushing his sunglasses up with his middle finger. Besides Wang Meng and Chen Xiaoyuan, there was a stranger standing nearby who said nothing but glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and surveyed the conference room. Apart from Wang Meng, Chen Xiaoyuan, and the stranger, the most noticeable figure was the bald man sitting in the center. "Please take a seat, Lin Chen," the bald middle-aged man gestured. Lin Chen glanced at Wang Meng, then pulled out a chair and sat down slowly. Chen Xiaoyuan also sat beside Lin Chen, excitedly rubbing his hands together. "I apologize for interrupting your rest," the bald man began solemnly. "First, let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Qi, the executive officer of the Jinga Palace. The reason I called you all here in the middle of the night is not out of boredom, but because there is an important matter we need to discuss." Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned and glanced at Wang Meng. Wang Meng still appeared nonchalant, occasionally scratching his ears and yawning. The stranger, on the other hand, sat upright with a serious expression. Chen Xiaoyuan was excitedly rubbing his hands on the side. Zhao Qi distributed 4 file folders to the 4 people present. "This is confidential material, absolutely no leaks are allowed." Lin Chen took the file folder and pulled out a stack of photos from inside. The first photo was taken during the day, showing an ancient villa, quiet and peaceful, yet exuding a hint of eeriness. The second photo was taken at night, in complete darkness, with large buildings glowing green, ominously shadowy. The third photo shows a person in a gray uniform pulling up a barrier, blocking the street. The moment Lin Chen saw this photo, he recognized it immediately. "This is Zayahushan Villa." Zhao Qi sat at the table, his expression grave. "As you can see, this is a suburban villa in Jiang City, and 3 days ago, a virtual event occurred, with a prison enveloping the entire Zayahushan Villa. The estimated level of the virtual event inside is level, and it has been confirmed that there is a thief in Zayahushin Villa, with nearly 100 ordinary people inside. To minimize losses, the surrounding roads have been blocked off and Zayahushin Villa has been sealed. This morning, we dispatched a group of cleaners to handle the situation, but unfortunately, the mission failed. Mission failed? Lin Shen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the documents in his hand, his expression serious. Yesterday, the Jinja Palace sent out 4 cleaners, 3 level and 1 clevel. We originally thought we could handle the Zayahushin Villa incident, but unfortunately, an hour and 45 minutes ago, all the cleaners went missing. Lin Shen flipped through the documents in his hand. Aside from the first 3 photos, there was also the report from the last operation. Among the 3 level cleaners, Jiang Zhen's name stood out. So it really is Jiang Zhen. Lin Shen squinted, carefully examining the files on the 3 individuals. All 3 level cleaners and the 1 clevel cleaner had gone missing, leading to the conclusion that the mission had failed. Not only that, but Wang Ming also got caught up in it. The situation at Zayahushin Villa is more complicated than we expected. Lin Shen thought to himself. Chen Xiaoyuan clearly didn't pay much attention, casually flipping through the documents in his hand, grinning as he said, "It's fine, let this genius handle it personally." Unlike Chen Xiaoyuan's excitement during his first mission, Wang Meng and the others appeared somewhat serious. In one mission, 3 level cleaners had fallen, and all 3 had an immunity level of over 40. Zayahushin Villa would not be simple. Zhao Qi quietly waited for the 4 to review the documents in their hands. For a moment, the conference room fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of pages flipping. Aside from Chen Xiaoyuan, who was excited and oblivious to the severity of the situation, the others wore solemn expressions. Wang Meng straightened up from his chair, adjusted his sunglasses, and said, "Old Zhao, Jiang Zhen and the others have all fallen. We all know how difficult this mission is. We're relying on just the 4 of us, 2 level cleaners, a kid who doesn't even understand the rules, and a newly arrived clevel rookie. What do we have to deal with Zayahushin Villa?" Wang Meng, who are you calling a kid? Chen Xiaoyuan glared at Wang Meng, baring his teeth. Wang Meng merely glanced at Chen Xiaoyuan, disdainfully saying, "In talking about you, kid." Next to Wang Meng, the unfamiliar young man also fell silent, looking at Zhao Qi, waiting for his response. Lin Shen also set down the documents in his hand and turned to look at Zhao Qi. Lin Shen knew very well that Wang Meng was absolutely right. If even Jiang Zhen's team had fallen, what could the 4 of them do? Wang Meng and the unfamiliar young man were both level, and although Chen Xiaoyuan was a level thief, his abilities were unstable, and he had just joined the Jinja Palace without any mission experience. But looking at this configuration, it indeed couldn't compare to the cleaners led by Jiang Zhen. Moreover, Wang Ming, who possessed the stone, had also fallen. Zhao Qi straightened up and slowly said, "This incident is still classified as level by the information department of the Jinja Palace." At this point, Lin Shen asked, "Then why not send in a level cleaner to handle it, like Zhao He?" Before Zhao Qi could respond, Wang Meng had already spoken up first. "Rookie, you need to understand that level cleaners are much busier than us. The incidents they handle are of a much higher level than that of Zayahushin Villa." Lin Shen nodded, not saying anything further. Zhao Qi then looked at Wang Meng and said, "Wang Meng, if you can't handle the situation in the Jinja Palace right now, we'll have to call in cleaners from other regions. Until then, we can only adopt a lockdown strategy." Lockdown strategy? That's right, we can only completely seal off the Shouhu Villa from the outside, and the cleaners inside will have to be abandoned. Wang Meng fell silent, pinching his chin with one hand, staring at the documents in his hand without a word. Zhao Qi continued, "After all, you are a cleaner with a 59 immunity to rules." Lin Shen's pupils constricted. 59 immunity? A 30 to 60 immunity level is classified as a level cleaner, while anything above 60 is already in a level cleaner. I didn't expect Wang Meng to be a cleaner with 59 immunity. The unfamiliar young man beside them said, "There are still many ordinary people inside Shouhu Villa. If we adopt a lockdown strategy, they won't survive. The losses would be too great. We must deal with that virtual entity inside as soon as possible." Zhao Qi nodded and said, "Exactly, and sealing off Shouhu Villa will also provoke public opinion. Too many people are involved. If we don't handle it quickly, it will lead to troublesome social repercussions. Moreover, Wang Meng, this time your mission is primarily focused on rescue, not on eliminating the virtual entity as the first objective." Lin Shen quietly listened, realizing that this mission mainly depended on Wang Meng's decision. Wang Meng paused for a moment, then looked at Chen Xiaoyuan and said, "The reason you brought Chen Xiaoyuan along is to utilize the ability of the gate to escape from the prison, right?" Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, Chen Xiaoyuan immediately raised his head high, wearing an expression that said, "Count on me." Wang Meng then turned to Lin Shen. "Although this guy is a newcomer, he has experienced 2 virtual entities and possesses chains that can suppress them. Combined with me and Xiaolu, focusing on not killing the virtual entity as the primary goal, we can indeed save quite a few people. At this moment, Lin Chen also realized that the reason he was called was because of his golden chain's ability. But Wang Meng nodded but suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhao Qi and said something strange. Old Zhao, what if that guy has an accident after I leave the Jinga palace? Hearing Wang Meng's words, Lin Chen frowned slightly. That guy? Zhao Qi, upon hearing this, also seemed to be in a dilemma, falling silent. You know how significant the impact would be if that guy escapes. Zhao Qi sighed and said, don't worry, I've already sent someone to keep watch. There won't be any accidents. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. It seemed that Wang Meng stayed in the Jinga palace to keep an eye on a certain special existence. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of Zhou Kuan, who had his 5 senses sealed and was bound by black bandages. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Meng kept tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment, Wang Meng looked at Lin Chen and the other two and asked, what are your opinions? Chen Xiaoyuan was the first to nod, excitedly saying, no problem, of course we should go. Xiaolu sat up straight and said, we must provide support, otherwise the losses would be too great. We can't just watch so many people wait to die. And since the primary goal isn't to eliminate the virtual entity, but just to save people, the chances are quite good. I agree to this mission. Finally, Wang Meng's gaze fell on Lin Chen, who had been silent all along. Newcomer, what about you? Through Wang Meng's black sunglasses, one could vaguely see the flickering red pupils inside, like candle flames dancing in the dark. Lin Chen was silent for a moment. I agree. In the conference room, everyone's gaze focused on Wang Meng. Wang Meng threw the documents in his hand onto the table. Then we will meet in the hall in 1 hour. Zhao Qi nodded solemnly and said, for this mission, the communication department of the Jinja Palace will fully cooperate. Everyone must carry the assigned mobile phones. That mobile phone will help you establish contact with the Jinja Palace while in the prison. This operation is primarily a rescue mission, and we will avoid direct confrontation with the void as much as possible. The squad leader will be Wang Meng. Everyone, move out immediately. After Zhao Qi finished speaking, Lin Chen and 3 others walked out of the conference room. Wang Meng took the elevator with Xiao Lu, while Lin Chen and Chen Xiaoyuan took another. Before parting ways, Wang Meng looked at Lin Chen and said, newcomer, gather in an hour. Lin Chen nodded, then entered the elevator with Chen Xiaoyuan and pressed the button for the 30th floor. Chen Xiaoyuan stood beside Lin Chen, looking particularly excited. Having been at the Jinja Palace for so long without going on a mission, he had waited a long time for this opportunity, and it was clear that he was now extremely thrilled. Lin Chen curiously asked, aren't you afraid? Chen Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Chen in confusion and replied, why should I be afraid? With this genius taking action, isn't it a sure thing? As he spoke, the elevator stopped at the 30th floor. Lin Chen and Chen Xiaoyuan exited the elevator and returned to their respective rooms to prepare. Back in his room, Lin Chen opened the drawer under the desk and took out a black phone. He tucked the black phone into his clothes, then took out his own phone and opened the water margin chat group. Since Yu Qilin sent a message yesterday, no one had replied, not even Timely Rain. Lin Chen stared at the chat box and slowly typed a line of text. Ding! Leopard Head, I am preparing to head to Zayahushan Villa. Lin Chen sent this message in the group under the ID Leopard Head, then turned off the screen. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he didn't rush to do anything else. Instead, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Whoo! White mist surrounded him. Lin Chen supported his chin with one hand, his expression serious. Gu Shishir had entered Zayahushan Villa 3 days ago and had not left since. Wang Ning sent a support text yesterday and then went silent. Today, Jiang Jin led a team to Zayahushan Villa, and now they were all unreachable. Lin Chen recalled what Zhou Kuan had said to him. Every time he pulled Chen Xiaoyuan into a dream, Chen Xiaoyuan would wail and open a door to escape. Moreover, the first time Chen Xiaoyuan reached level, he also escaped from the prison. Chen Xiaoyuan's door definitely had the ability to escape from prison, and Wang Meng was a scavenger with a 59 immunity level, while the person referred to as Xiao Lu was also level. As long as killing the void wasn't the primary goal, there shouldn't be a problem. I hope everything goes smoothly. Lin Chen extinguished the cigarette but in his hand, then stood up and walked out of the room. When Lin Chen entered the elevator, he pressed the button for the first floor. As he arrived in the lobby on the first floor, it had only been 15 minutes, yet Wang Meng, Xiao Lu, and Chen Xiaoyuan had already gathered in the lobby. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised, but Wang Meng gave Lin Chen a meaningful glance. The longer we waste a minute, the more risk the people at Zayahushan Villa will face. Since we are all gathered, let's head out directly. Outside the Jinja Palace was a van that had been prepared in advance. The 4 of them all got into the back seat, and the driver was a man in a gray work uniform. He exchanged a glance with Wang Meng, immediately shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. V-room. The van let out an unexpectedly loud roar and then shot out. Lin Chen looked around in surprise at the van. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary van, but the interior was extremely comfortable, even featuring a dedicated drinks cabinet. Not only that, as Lin Chen watched the scenery rush by, the van's speed had already reached 200 miles per hour and was still climbing. Is it specially modified? Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was 3 in the morning. The van sped down the road, leaving everything behind. Inside the vehicle, Chen Xiaoyuan was clearly still immersed in excitement, chattering away to Lin Chen about all sorts of things. Lin Chen crossed his arms, pondering the situation at Xiaohu Villa. Newcomers, now we are a team of 4, and I am the captain. I don't care what those people at the command center say. Once we enter Xiaohu Villa, I call the shots. Wang Meng pointed to the black phone on his chest and said, this phone can locate our position. It's the only way to communicate with the outside world after entering the prison. You've seen the void and know how terrifying those things are. This time, our main focus is on rescue, and we should avoid confrontation with the void as much as possible. At this point, Wang Meng glanced at Chen Xiaoyuan beside him and said, your abilities are crucial for this retreat mission. At a critical moment, we need you to open a door to the outside world. Chen Xiaoyuan nodded vigorously. Wang Meng nodded back, then lay back in his seat and surprisingly started to snore. On the other side, the man known as Xiao Lu sat upright, eyes closed in meditation. Chen Xiaoyuan continued to excitedly gaze out the window. Lin Chen, however, had his arms crossed and his brow furrowed. The cabin fell into silence. An hour and a half later, Lin Chen returned to the familiar Jiang city. The vehicle headed towards the suburbs, and soon the first blockade appeared ahead. A few people in gray uniforms set up roadblocks, blocking the way forward. Sorry, the road ahead is closed. Please take a detour. A man approached the van with a smile. The driver rolled down the window, revealing his credentials and pointing to the back. The man glanced at the credentials, then looked back at Lin Chen and the others, his expression changing immediately as he respectfully said, understood. The next moment, he shouted towards the front, clear the way. Soon, the roadblocks were cleared, and the people in gray work uniforms stood aside, making way. The van rushed to the front. Lin Chen looked out the window. They were already in the suburbs, where traffic was usually light. Searching for news about Xiaohu Villa on his phone, he found that it was already closed. It seems the Jinga Palace has taken control of the surrounding roads. Before long, the van stopped at the foot of a mountain. 3 temporary tents had been set up around, with a dozen vehicles parked nearby. As Lin Chen and the others' van came to a halt, more than 10 people in gray work uniforms emerged from the tents. Lin Chen looked through the car window and saw the villa on the mountain. Xiaohu Villa. Since Team Jiang entered, after 5 hours, all 4 of them suddenly lost their location. According to our calculations, there should be 86 people inside Xiaohu Villa, but the number of survivors is unknown. As soon as the 4 got out of the car, logistics personnel rushed over with a stack of reports to quickly brief Wang Meng. Wang Meng took the report, flipped through it casually, then tossed it back. Tell me their last known location. Quick! Print 4 copies of the map and mark the positions of Team Jiang. The staff immediately shouted to those behind. Lin Chen followed Wang Meng, squinting at the distant Xiaohu Villa. It was already 5 in the morning, and green lights flickered continuously on the villa, exuding an extremely eerie atmosphere. Lin Chen gazed at the distant Xiaohu Villa, faintly sensing the presence of some boundary. Is this the prison? When several staff members handed over the paper version of the report, Lin Chen looked down at the document in his hands, which included the layout of the entire Xiaohu Villa. 4 locations were marked in red, likely the last places where Jiangjun and the others' signals disappeared. Wang Meng examined the map in his hands, adjusting his black sunglasses slightly. It's larger than I imagined. At this moment, the 4 stood together at the mountain path, with a road leading up to the Xiaohu Villa. Lin Chen took out his phone again. It was now 6 in the morning. The sky was beginning to brighten. Wang Meng glanced back at the 3 behind him, took a deep breath, and spoke in a low voice. Let's begin the operation. The 4 of them then stepped onto the road, heading towards the small lake villa in the mountains. This time our mission is primarily a rescue, and we should avoid confrontation as much as possible. Chen Xiaoyuan, if we encounter a void, Lin Chen and I will hold it off, and you must use the door immediately to take the people with you, Wang Meng said as he walked. Unbeknownst to him, a cup of iced Americano had appeared in his hand, which he sipped while climbing the mountain. Chen Xiaoyuan nodded vigorously and said, I understand. Wang Meng turned to look at Lin Chen, who also nodded, got it. Lin Chen gazed at the increasingly close small lake villa, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. It had been 3 days since Gu Shishir entered the small lake villa. He wondered if she had survived in the prison. As the 4 of them wound their way upward, Lin Chen suddenly stepped out, his pupils constricting, his entire body freezing in place as a chill crept over him. We have entered the range of the prison, Wang Meng said calmly. Lin Chen instinctively looked back, noticing that the road behind him had begun to blur. Although everything ahead seemed normal, his body was already feeling a sense of rejection. Have we really entered the prison? Lin Chen took out his phone from his pocket, and after lighting up the screen, he found that there was indeed no signal. He then pulled out the black phone equipped by the Jinga Palace and discovered it still had a weak signal. As the four of them continued upward, the distant villa gate appeared. Chen Xiaoyuan, try using the door ability, Wang Meng said, stopping in place. Okay. Chen Xiaoyuan immediately squatted down, took a deep breath, and lightly tapped the ground with his hand. Thud. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the first knock. Chen Xiaoyuan raised his hand again and knocked. Thud. The second knock. Just then, Chen Xiaoyuan suddenly grimaced in pain, his fingers trembling slightly. What's wrong? Lin Chen's expression tightened. Chen Xiaoyuan knocked on the ground again. Thud. The third knock. Chen Xiaoyuan had knocked 3 times, and the next moment, a door indeed appeared out of thin air on the ground. On the other side of the door was the foot of the mountain. It worked. We can get out of the prison through this door, Wang Meng nodded. However, after opening the door, Chen Xiaoyuan was already panting, sweat beading on his forehead. What's going on? Lin Chen supported Chen Xiaoyuan with one hand and asked. I don't know, I just feel like this time it was very strenuous, Chen Xiaoyuan gasped. Wang Meng, however, wore an expression of having expected this. Tossing the empty cup of iced Americano to the ground and saying, it's normal, trying to break through a prison created by a high-level void is definitely not easy. At this rate, Chen Xiaoyuan can open the door at most 3 times, our opportunities are limited and we must cherish them. Xiao Lu frowned at this moment and said, but the number of people stranded inside the small lake villa is conservatively estimated to be dozens. With this level of difficulty, it's hard to guarantee that we can rescue everyone. Wang Meng adjusted his sunglasses and said, then we need to prioritize. We should first rescue the 4 cleaners, including Jiangzhen, with level priority over Clevel, and then focus on ordinary people. Xiao Liu's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, that's not right. To prioritize lives, we must try to rescue everyone as much as possible. Wang Meng sneered and said, enough, the life of a level cleaner is worth much more than that of an ordinary person. Xiao Lu, you've executed quite a few missions, how come you haven't worn down that pitiful saintly heart of yours? Anim the captain. Xiao Lu fell silent and stopped speaking. Alright then, let's begin the operation. Wang Meng took the lead, followed closely by Xiao Lu, then Chen Xiaoyuan, with Lin Chen bringing up the rear. Walking through the main entrance of Xiahushan Villa, there was an open courtyard with a dozen cars parked inside. No way. Wang Meng suddenly stopped, scanning each vehicle. He approached the nearest car, raising his hand to slowly feel along the car door. Suddenly, in the middle of the door, he discovered an extremely fine long line. This extremely fine long line ran straight, wrapping around the entire car. Is this a crack? Wang Meng took a step back and suddenly kicked the car door. Bang! The car split in half along that fine line. What is this? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Wang Meng did not stop his actions, walking towards another car, and with a kick, that car also split in 2. Lin Chen approached another car, crouched down, and felt that fine line. The car has long been cut in half, Lin Chen thought to himself. Wang Meng took a deep breath and slowly said, this is a bit tricky. Lin Chen's expression also changed slightly. How fast must one be to instantly cut an entire car in half? Even after being cut, it only left a thin crack, and the car still looked intact. Wang Meng adjusted his sunglasses and said, let's go. Since we're here, we can't be scared off like this. Lin Chen stood up, just glancing at the cut mark before following Wang Meng onward. The map marks the last location where Jiangzhen and the others disappeared in Xiahushan Villa. Let's head to the nearest one first. Wang Meng looked at the map in his hand, tapping it with his finger. Xiao Lu nodded from behind and said, sure, let's check the closest place first, there should be some traces left there. At this point, Chen Xiaoyuan had already shifted from excitement to tension, his body tense as he constantly scanned the surroundings. Wang Meng turned to look at Lin Chen, who also nodded back at him. The 4 then began walking towards the nearest location where the scavenger had disappeared. Xiahushan Villa has a total of 14 large buildings and 120 guesthouses scattered throughout the villa. There must be quite a few survivors hiding here. Xiao Lu looked at the map, using a marker to circle potential gathering spots for survivors. Lin Chen followed at the back of the group, continuously assessing the surrounding buildings. The void is attracted by the rules. Wang Ming, who possesses the stone, has gone missing, but the prison still exists, indicating that Wang Ming is not dead yet. Lin Chen pondered silently. Wang Meng followed the path, passing through a small bamboo grove, and arrived at the nearest location where the scavenger had disappeared. It was a Chinese restaurant. Wang Meng pushed open the glass door and walked in, the bell on the door ringing. Welcome, a mechanical voice sounded from a nearby doll. The silence of the restaurant was broken by this mechanical voice, but there was no one inside. The echoing welcome conveyed an inexplicable eeriness. "What a mess," Wang Meng remarked as he looked around the Chinese restaurant. Lin Chen and the others followed him inside, discovering that the floor was littered with scattered tables and chairs, and there were many vegetables that had already rotted and shattered. "It seems a scavenger encountered the void here." Lin Chen observed the scattered furniture on the floor, then picked up a table leg which had a clear-cut mark, identical to the cuts on the cars in the parking lot. "These chairs have all been cut like this." Wang Meng casually kicked aside the pieces of tables and benches at his feet and walked towards the center of the restaurant. He kicked open the door to the kitchen and walked inside. The other three, including Lin Chen, stayed in the restaurant, not rushing to act. But after Wang Meng entered the kitchen, there was no sound. Lin Chen and Xiaolu exchanged glances, then Xiaolu lifted his wrist to reveal a watch. "Wang Meng has been in there for 3 minutes. Let's go to the kitchen." Xiaolu quickly ran towards the back kitchen along the path opened by Wang Meng, flipping over the counter and then charging straight into the kitchen. Lin Chen and Shen Xiaoyuan followed closely behind, but when the three entered the kitchen, they found Wang Meng standing motionless in place. "Wang Meng?" Lin Chen was about to raise his hand to pat Wang Meng's shoulder, but when he glanced to the side, he froze in place. In front of Wang Meng, there lay a corpse that had been chopped in half. The blood beneath the body had already thickened, and the entire body was severed at the waist, lying face down in the pool of blood. Xiaolu had already crouched down, reaching out to grab the upper half of the corpse, twisting it slightly while looking at the person's face. Kong Shengsen. Xiao Liu's expression turned grim as he spoke the man's name. He was one of the 3 level cleaners on the mission. Xiao Lu slowly set down the severed body. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. "So this is one of the level cleaners on the mission." Xiao Lu put on white gloves and, without hesitation, dragged Kong Shengsen's body, piecing the upper and lower halves together. Aside from the horizontal cut across the waist, there were no other wounds on the body. "One strike to kill," Wang Meng said heavily from the side. "How is that possible?" Xiao Lu incredulously removed his gloves, staring at the body that had been cut in half on the ground. A level cleaner killed in 1 strike, severed at the waist, without even a chance to resist? Lin Chen surveyed the entire kitchen. Aside from this body on the ground, there were no signs of a struggle. It was clear that this level cleaner had indeed been killed in 1 strike. Wang Meng fell silent, then slowly said, "The difficulty of this mission needs to be reassessed. It's not that simple. I suggest we terminate the mission and retreat immediately." "Retreat immediately?" Xiao Lu frowned. "But we haven't even seen the void, and we don't even know how Kong Shengsen died. This is too hasty." Wang Meng completely ignored Xiao Lu, directly taking the black phone from his chest and pressing the call button. Beep, beep. After just 2 beeps, the call was immediately connected. On the other end of the line came a slightly anxious voice. "This is Zhao Qi. Wang Meng. How is your team's mission going?" On the 75th floor of the Jinga Palace, in the communication room, Zhao Qi was standing in front of the screen, which displayed a live feed of the area outside Xiaohu Mountain Villa. It was already daytime, and Xiaohu Mountain Villa looked no different from usual, but the surrounding warning lines and the makeshift tents indicated that something was amiss. Wang Meng spoke into the phone. "Zhao Qi, this is Wang Meng. I suggest we immediately abort the mission and start retreating." Hearing Wang Meng's words, Zhao Qi was clearly taken aback, his brows furrowing. "It's only been 45 minutes since you entered Xiaohu Mountain Villa. Wang Meng, what happened?" Wang Meng held the black phone, calmly saying, "We found Kong Shengsen. He is suspected to have been killed in 1 strike by the void. I believe we need to reassess the difficulty of this mission. I suggest we immediately seal off Xiaohu Mountain Villa." There was silence on the other end of the line. "Are you sure?" Zhao Kai's voice came through. Wang Meng took a breath and said, "To be honest, I think we need to cut our losses quickly, otherwise, we might all be in trouble." At this moment, Xiaolu stood up and said to Wang Meng, "Wang Meng, once we seal off Xiaohu Mountain Villa, it's equivalent to sentencing all the survivors inside to death." Wang Meng merely glanced at Xiaolu and said, "Am I the captain or are you the captain?" Xiaolu lowered his head, silently stepping back and no longer speaking. In the communication room on the 75th floor of the Jinja Palace, Zhao Qi leaned on the table, lost in thought. The surrounding operators were also anxiously waiting for Zhao Kai's decision. After 5 minutes, Zhao Kai's heavy voice came through Wang Meng's phone. "The mission can be aborted. You can retreat immediately to I in the 75th floor communication room." Zhao Qi sighed and then sat silently in his seat. A young liaison officer couldn't help but say, "Wang Meng and the others have only been in for 45 minutes, and they haven't even seen the void. To request a mission interruption now is just too inappropriate." The young liaison officer originally wanted to say it was too cowardly, but the words caught in his throat, and he had to rephrase. "If the secondary mission fails, according to protocol, we must implement a lockdown on Xiaohu Villa and then report to a higher-level Reaper. But once we lock down Shohu Villa, the more than 80 ordinary people inside will just have to wait to die. Are we really just going to abandon them? The young liaison officer turned to Zhao Qi, his eyes filled with anger. Shut up! Zhao Qi scolded with a dark expression. The young liaison officer never expected Zhao Qi would tell him to be quiet, and his face turned red instantly. Zhao Qi, with a grim face, stood up from the table, surveyed the entire communication room, and said in a deep voice, "Remember, from now on, no matter what mission you execute, everything must be based on the decisions of the frontline reapers." A bunch of people sitting in the communication room, just moving their lips, want the frontline personnel to risk their lives. Anyone with that kind of thought should get the hell out of here. Zhao Qi slammed the table and then left the communication room. Follow Wang Meng's judgment, contact the logistics department around Shohu Villa and implement a lockdown strategy. Inside Shohu Villa, Wang Meng hung up the phone. Mission interrupted. Chen Xiaoyuan, you start using the ability of door now, we need to evacuate immediately. Xiao Lu stood silently beside him. Chen Xiaoyuan had never seen such a scene and quickly nodded, crouching down to begin using the ability of door. Lin Chen frowned tightly. Are we really just retreating like this? Bang! Chen Xiaoyuan had already raised his hand and knocked on the floor. The first knock echoing. Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Is this how the mission fails? Bang! The second knock sounded. Chen Xiaoyuan raised his hand, about to knock a third time. In an instant, a sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Get down! Wang Meng shouted, forcefully pressing Chen Xiaoyuan's head down. Lin Chen also felt his hair stand on end and quickly crouched down. Xiao Lu and Lin Chen reacted almost simultaneously. As the four of them crouched down, a crimson long knife sliced through the entire kitchen in an instant. Boom! The next moment, the entire kitchen was cut in half. Scatter! Wang Meng grabbed Chen Xiaoyuan and rolled him aside. Lin Chen and Xiao Lu lunged to the other side, and all four immediately pressed against the wall. What happened? Lin Chen's face twitched as he looked at the kitchen that had been sliced in two. That crimson long knife had whistled past the heads of the three, cutting the entire kitchen and the wall directly in half. It was a close call. If Lin Chen and the others hadn't reacted quickly, in that moment, all four would have been cut in half like Kong Shengsen. Wang Meng, on the opposite side, tightly covered Chen Xiaoyuan's mouth to prevent him from screaming. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyuan was trembling all over, tears welling up in his eyes. Lin Chen and Xiao Lu exchanged glances, holding their breath and making not a sound. The four of them crouched tightly in the corner, not making any noise. Silence. Only the faint sound of the wind remained around them. Aside from that, there were no other sounds. After that knife, everything fell into silence. The void didn't appear? Lin Chen thought to himself, a blade now in his palm. This isn't right, it's too quiet. The next moment, a sound of a door opening suddenly came from the restaurant outside the kitchen. Welcome! That mechanical voice rang out again. But this emotionless mechanical voice made the few of them feel a chill run down their spines. Who came in? Lin Chen instinctively tightened his grip on the blade, the edge cutting into his palm, blood slowly beginning to seep out. Creaked the sound of a blade dragging on the ground. The sharp friction echoed from outside the dining room. Wang Meng tightly covered Chen Xiaoyuan's mouth with one hand while slowly removing his sunglasses with the other, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. On the other side, Xiao Lu silently loosened his tie and began to wrap it around his hand. Lin Chen's right hand was already covered in blood as he hunched over. The three of them remained silent, but they were all ready to take action. Creak clatter. Suddenly, the sharp sound of the blade dragging on the ground came to an abrupt stop. Lin Chen stared intently at the kitchen door, which was covered with a white cloth. Looking down, he could only see a pair of blood-soaked feet and a section of a crimson long knife. Just a step away. The Phantom and Lin Chen's group were only a step apart. Lin Chen squinted, fixating on that crimson long knife. Just a moment ago, it had sliced through the back kitchen. But what surprised Lin Chen was that the tip of the crimson long knife was actually missing a small section. Wang Meng's muscles bulged, his blood-red pupils, identical to the Phantom's, began to swirl, black patterns creeping up his arm. Lin Chen also raised his right hand, ready to bind this Phantom with golden chains at any moment. But strangely, this Phantom stood motionless at the kitchen door. Not moving? Lin Chen's heart raced, holding his breath and focusing, staring intently at the Phantom's feet. But the next moment, the Phantom slowly turned around, dragging the crimson long knife, and began to walk slowly towards the dining room. Welcome. Soon after, a mechanical voice echoed again. The doll hanging at the door wasn't that precise. It would say welcome as long as it sensed the door opening. The second welcome meant that the Phantom had pushed the door and left. Left? Lin Chen turned to Wang Meng, only to find Wang Meng looking equally surprised. The four maintained their original positions for a moment before slowly relaxing their guard. The black patterns on Wang Meng's arm faded, and he put his sunglasses back on. Lin Chen silently tucked the blade in his palm away. The phantom actually left on its own? At this moment, Wang Meng finally released Chen Xiaoyuan, who was now a mess of snot and tears, trembling uncontrollably. Wang Meng adjusted his sunglasses and said, "Something's off. Phantoms are attracted to rules, and both Chen Xiaoyuan and Lin Chen possess rules." The phantom had no reason to leave. Xiao Lu crouched down, carefully lifting the kitchen curtain, peeking outside the dining room. No one. Xiao Lu shook his head at Lin Chen and Wang Meng behind him. But just as Xiao Lu finished speaking, a crimson long knife suddenly slashed through. Xiao Liu's neck was severed in one blow. Thud. Xiao Liu's head rolled to one side, his body collapsed on the ground. It was only then that the doll outside the dining room slowly began to sound. "Welcome." Wang Meng's expression changed drastically. He instantly removed his sunglasses and shot out like a cannonball. Bang! Wang Meng's arm was covered in black patterns as he punched the phantom squarely in the chest. "Lin Chen!" Wang Meng shouted. Lin Chen reacted quickly, rushing out at the same time, raising his hand to grab the phantom. Buzz! 3 golden chains shot out from Lin Chen's palm in an instant. Clatter! 1 golden chain wrapped around the phantom's neck, another coiled around the crimson long knife, and a third ensnared the phantom's calf. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and suddenly yanked back. The 3 chains tightened instantly, firmly locking the phantom in place. It was only then that Lin Chen saw the phantom's full appearance. Standing at least 2 meters tall, its body looked as if it had been skinned, blood and flesh dripping, with bulging eyeballs on its head. One eye was blood-red, glaring at Lin Chen, while the other was black, half-closed as if in a stupor. One hand dragged a large crimson knife, blood flowing along the blade. Wang Meng's sunglasses shattered, his muscles bulged, black patterns covered his entire arm, and with terrifying strength, he punched straight into the phantom's chest. Roar! The creature let out a sudden roar, raising its hand to grasp the crimson long knife. Lin Chen! Got it! With a whoosh. The creature held the knife's handle and lifted it slightly, but Lin Chen pressed it down again. Golden chains wrapped tightly around the crimson long knife, securing it firmly to the ground. Hiss! Where the golden chains coiled, white vapor hissed and rose, scorching the creature's body. Yet, the creature seemed oblivious to the pain, still lifting its hand to drag the crimson long knife. Lin Chen grunted, nearly being pulled off balance by the immense force coming from the other end of the chain. Wang Meng had already punched into the creature's chest, but his arm felt as if it had sunk into a quagmire, sticky and sluggish. Wang Meng's eyes were fierce, and with his other hand he suddenly thrust into the creature's abdomen. Thud! Wang Meng's palm sank deep into the creature's belly, swiftly slicing sideways, instantly eviscerating it. The creature let out another roar, its terrifying arms lunging towards Wang Meng's neck. Crack! Wang Meng's neck was seized, the immense force nearly twisting it off. Damn it! Wang Meng's crimson pupils trembled, black veins gradually creeping up his neck, dark energy swirling around him. With a whoosh, the creature suddenly lifted the crimson long knife, ready to strike Wang Meng down. Seeing this, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and roared, desperately pulling on the chain with all his might. Bang! Just as the creature raised the crimson long knife, the chain yanked it back down into the ground once more. Roar! The 3 of them were locked in a stalemate. But in the next moment, without any warning, the creature suddenly stopped moving. Feeling the terrifying force at the other end of the chain vanish, Lin Chen looked up at the creature. It stood there motionless, as if asleep. The originally crimson eye slowly closed, while the other black eye gradually opened. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Meng pulled his fist out of the creature's chest, bringing out a mass of flesh and blood. He then raised his hand to break the creature's arm, freeing himself from its claws. What's going on? Wang Meng stared at the creature's chest, which was a mess of blood and flesh. The creature remained still, not moving at all. Chen Xiaoyuan, quickly use door. Wang Meng shouted towards the kitchen behind him. Chen Xiaoyuan trembled as he crawled out from under the table, not daring to hesitate, immediately activating the ability of door. Bang! The first knock echoed quickly. Wang Meng kept his eyes fixed on the creature. Although he didn't know why it was motionless, he dared not relax for a moment. Lin Chen did not let go of the chain, still tightly binding the creature with the golden chains. Bang! The second knock sounded. But at that moment, the creature's other black eye fully opened, and the next second, its face began to twitch, lips trembling. Hurry, leave. The creature surprisingly spoke in a hoarse voice. Lin Chen and Wang Meng were shaken to their core. Wang Meng's forehead throbbed with veins, asking, "Who are you?" A creature could actually speak? Yet the bloodied creature before them showed an expression of extreme pain in its black eye. Leave. Leave. The creature could hardly respond to Wang Meng, weakly repeating leave. Damn it! Wang Meng felt his scalp tingle. Chen Xiaoyuan, hurry up. To know, I'm coming. Chen Xiaoyuan shouted, crying. Lin Chen looked up and down at the creature. Rather than a creature, it looked more like a person. A person skinned and forcibly stuffed into the creature's body. A wave of dread swept over him. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth was this thing? But just then, the originally black eye began to slowly close, while the other crimson eye snapped open once more. Roar! The creature suddenly let out a furious roar. Not good. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically as he immediately tightened the golden chain in his hand. The with its scarlet pupils fixed its gaze on Lin Chen, slowly gripping the crimson long knife. In an instant, a block in the world was pried loose. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. This feeling is, the rules are flowing? The next moment, a layer of rules attached itself to these crimson long knife. They gripped the crimson long knife and swung it down fiercely. Crack! The golden chain, which should have been impossible to break free from, was actually sliced in half. Lin Chen was taken aback. How is that possible? Beside him, Wang Meng quickly grabbed Lin Chen's arm and pulled him back, narrowly avoiding the crimson blade. Whoosh! The crimson long knife whistled through the air. Lin Chen's golden chain was cut cleanly as if it were tofu. Not only that, but the ceiling of the restaurant was also directly split open by this strike. These scarlet pupils remained fixed on Lin Chen as it raised the crimson long knife once more. Whoosh! The crimson blade came crashing down. Chen Xiaoyuan! Wang Meng shouted loudly. Enough! Chen Xiaoyuan yelled urgently. Bang! With the final knock on the door, a door appeared from the ground. Chen Xiaoyuan pushed the door open, and Wang Meng pulled Lin Chen as they rushed through the door behind them. Bang! The crimson blade fell, directly slicing the entire restaurant in half. But beneath the blade, Lin Chen and the others had long since vanished. They slowly raised the crimson long knife, paused for a moment, then turned and left, continuing to wander around the Xiaohu villa. On the wall of a restroom, 3 rapid knocks sounded, and then a door appeared out of thin air. Bang! The door on the wall was directly smashed open, and the 3 of them tumbled in from the opposite side of the door. Damn it, we were so close. Wang Meng sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Chen fell to the floor, struggling to twist his body. Fortunately, Chen Xiaoyuan didn't mess up. Chen Xiaoyuan knelt to the side, drenched in sweat, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Chen wiped the blood from his hands, stood up, and felt the surroundings, frowning involuntarily. This feeling? No. We haven't left the prison? Chen Xiaoyuan, drenched in sweat, gasped, I don't know. I can't open doors too far away. I could only come here. Wang Meng looked around and realized they were in a restroom. Chen Xiaoyuan, you really have a thing for restrooms. Then Wang Meng took out the folded map from his clothes and looked outside through the restroom window. Not only have we not left Xiaohu Villa, but we're actually in the center of Xiaohu Villa now. But it's better than being sliced in half. Lin Chen helped Chen Xiaoyuan up, then turned on the faucet at the restroom sink to wash his right hand. The icy cold water made Lin Chen's palm tremble slightly. Lin Chen, what just happened? How did they directly cut your chain? Is it ineffective? Wang Meng looked at Lin Chen, puzzled. Lin Chen lowered his head, panting, and said with lingering fear, I saw it on these knife, the attachment of rules. Rules? That's impossible. Wang Meng's expression changed, stating firmly, how could they possess rules? That's absolutely impossible. Lin Chen turned off the faucet, covered his forehead with one hand, and said, I can't be mistaken, that possesses a kind of rule. It's a power similar to cutting or severing. My chain was severed by that kind of rule. Lin Chen recalled that black eye, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. That guy doesn't seem like it feels more like a thief. A grotesque monster that combines a thief with rules in a. Wang Meng fell silent, instinctively reaching for his sunglasses from his clothes, only to find they had long been shattered. Damn it! Lin Chen leaned both hands on the sink. Chen Xiaoyuan, can you still use the door? Chen Xiaoyuan stood to the side, trying to knock on the wall, but as soon as he made a sound, it was as if all his strength had been drained, and he fell backward. Lin Chen caught Chen Xiaoyuan, only to see his face pale, devoid of color. No, I can't use the door yet. Chen Xiaoyuan shook his head vigorously. Forcing the door open just now drained too much of his energy. He can't use his ability for a while, Wang Meng said from the side. This is troublesome. If we can't escape from Xiahushan Villa, we will eventually be found by the void, Lin Chen said, frowning. The 3 of them fell silent in the restroom. After a moment, Wang Meng took out that black phone and pressed the call button. Beep, beep. Wang Meng, why haven't you evacuated yet? As soon as the call connected, Zhao Kai's voice burst out from the phone. Old Zhao, we're in trouble. Wang Meng rummaged through his pockets and finally pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, but he couldn't find a lighter. Damn it, Wang Meng muttered under his breath, cigarette in his mouth. At that moment, Lin Chen took out a lighter and lit Wang Meng's cigarette. Wang Meng glanced at Lin Chen, nodded, and took a deep drag. Wang Meng? Wang Meng? Zhao Kai's urgent voice came through the phone repeatedly. We've encountered the void. That guy seems to possess some kind of rule that can cut through everything. Xiao Lu is already dead. We barely escaped through Chen Xiaoyuan's door, but we are still trapped in the prison of Xiahushan Villa, Wang Meng said, holding the cigarette and exhaling a puff of white smoke calmly. What? You encountered the void? Xiao Lu is dead? In the communication room on the 75th floor of the Jinja Palace, Zhao Qi clenched his fists tightly, shocked. Wang Meng, Team 3 will arrive in 3 hours, you need to hold on. No, old Zhao, Wang Meng interrupted Zhao Qi. Stop all teams and implement a lockdown strategy. Seal off the entire Xiahushan Villa until we can dispatch an A-class cleaner to handle it. Lockdown strategy? What about you? How will the 3 of you retreat? Zhao Qi asked in a deep voice. Wang Meng frowned, took a deep breath and said, as the team leader, I declare the mission a failure. Any other cleaners sent will just be walking to their deaths. I will do my best to get Lin Chen and Chen Xiaoyuan out. This void is very special. It seems to be a hybrid abomination of a thief and the void. I suggest changing the danger level of Xiahushan Villa to A-class. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Qi fell silent. I understand. Hearing Zhao Kai's response, Wang Meng hung up directly and threw the cigarette but on the ground. Lin Chen and Chen Xiaoyuan stood to the side and the 3 fell into silence. Let's go, we can't wait here any longer. We need to at least go out and look for opportunities, Wang Meng said casually as he stuffed the cigarette into his pocket. Chen Xiaoyuan looked up in a daze and asked, Are we going to die? Wang Meng shrugged and replied, I don't know. Let's go, the longer we stay, the greater the danger. Just then, a faint sound suddenly came from inside the restroom. Who? Wang Meng and Lin Chen turned around sharply. From the innermost partition of the restroom, there was indeed a sound. Lin Chen and Wang Meng exchanged glances and rushed toward the back of the restroom. Lin Chen gripped the blade in his hand, cutting into his flesh again. The wound that had just begun to heal burst open once more, blood flowing out. The two nodded at each other, and Wang Meng took a step back, kicking the restroom door open. Bang! The restroom door shattered upon impact. After the kick, Wang Meng immediately dodged to the side, and Lin Chen quickly raised his right hand to reach inside. But the next moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Lin Chen, it's me. Lin Chen abruptly halted his movement. The golden chains that had been poised to strike suddenly froze. Lin Chen stood still, looking into the restroom. In the toilet stall, there was a gigantic stone egg towering at least a person's height, nearly filling the entire space. That voice is Wang Ming? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The sound overlapping with Wang Ming's appearance. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, the shell of the stone egg began to crumble, gradually revealing a fist-sized hole. Through this hole, Lin Chen saw someone inside, a person. Wang Ming? It's me. As the stone egg slowly shattered, Wang Ming gradually emerged from within. But before Lin Chen could speak, he was stunned into silence by the scene before him. After the stone egg broke apart, Wang Ming was half laying on the ground, his left forearm neatly severed, and both of his lower legs had completely vanished, with a clean cut at the knee. The Wang Ming before him was left with only a right hand, and a strong smell of blood rushed towards him. You? Lin Chen stared in shock at Wang Ming inside, never expecting that their next meeting would be in such a scene. Lin Chen, I didn't expect it to be you. Wang Ming grinned, revealing a pale smile. Lin Chen grabbed Wang Ming's hand and helped him up from the ground. There's actually a thief here? Wang Ming stood to the side, squinting at the inside, clicking his tongue and saying, But it looks like you're much worse off than us. That makes me feel a lot better. Wang Ming looked up at Wang Ming and said, Hey, from your tone, you guys encountered that thing too, right? How was it? That guy is tough to deal with, right? Lin Chen nodded. That's right, we had a close encounter with that thing and almost got completely bisected. Wang Ming coughed and continued, That thing is not a mere illusion, it's a living thief stuffed into an illusory body, forcibly merged together. A chill ran through Lin Chen's heart. What are its rules? Slash. That thing possesses the rule of slash and simultaneously has the illusory prison. It's a thoroughly deformed monster. Wang Ming said solemnly. Slash can cut through anything in front of it. And the illusory prison allows it to be everywhere. Because of its inherent rules, the illusion's instinct keeps it here. This is a pure killing monster. Wang Ming spat, cursing, I don't know how that thing got out. I barely escaped, but I almost got dismembered alive, and now I can only hide here, suppressing my presence, waiting to die slowly. Lin Chen's face turned grim because he himself possessed rules, and the illusory instinct allowed him to linger here for a long time. Lin Chen, although I don't really want to interrupt you, we can't stay here for long. Now that there are 3 of you thieves, the rules will attract that thing over here, Wang Ming reminded with a frown. Lin Chen picked up Wang Ming on his back. Let's go. As long as we can hold out until Chen Xiaoyuan's ability recovers, we still have a chance. Chen Xiaoyuan? Wang Ming looked towards the child outside the toilet and asked, Can he find a way to leave the prison? Don't underestimate him. The rule he possesses is door. Wang Ming smiled at Chen Xiaoyuan. Is that so? Hello, little boy. Chen Xiaoyuan looked at Wang Ming's condition, his face turning pale with fright. Having never been on a mission, Chen Xiaoyuan had never seen such a scene. Wang Ming's lower legs were neatly severed, his left forearm was gone, and he was left with only a right hand, reeking of blood. Chen Xiaoyuan shrank his neck and ignored Wang Ming. This time, it was Lin Chen carrying Wang Ming at the front, with Chen Xiaoyuan closely following behind, while Wang Ming was responsible for bringing up the rear. Wang Ming leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, "I sent a message in the group. Did anyone take over?" Lin Chen shook his head and said, "No one took over before I came in." Wang Ming sighed, helplessly saying, "It's tough." Lin Chen, carrying Wang Ming, whispered, "The Jinga Palace has dispatched a team of cleaners, but unfortunately, they have all gone missing." Wang Ming smiled and said, "That group of cleaners, if they die, so be it." Wang Ming let out a cold laugh from behind, turned to Wang Ming, and said with a grin, "If you want to seek death, I can send you on your way right now." Wang Ming didn't respond, only letting out a cold snort. The four of them walked down the stairs and arrived at a hall. Just as they got there, Lin Chen suddenly stopped, squinting at a counter in the corner. "Come out," Lin Chen shouted in that direction, but no one responded. "I'll count to 3. With that, Lin Chen slowly rolled up his sleeves, ready to spring into action. 3, 2. Just as Lin Chen was about to count to 1, a middle-aged man with glasses trembled and stood up behind the counter. Don't make a move," the man said in terror, holding his hands over his head, a bag of snacks still in his hands. Lin Chen stared at the man for a moment and asked, "Ordinary person?" Yes, the man nodded quickly. "What are you doing here?" The man stammered, I came out to find something to eat." Lin Chen frowned. "Besides you, are there other survivors?" Many. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, pressing further. "Where?" Right now, Zayahushin Villa had a place where many survivors could gather, possibly leading to the lost cleaners. The man pointed to a private room at the end of the hall, trembling as he said, "Over there." The group quickly made their way to the private room at the end of the hall and suddenly pushed the door open. Bang! "Watch out!" Wang Ming exclaimed from behind. The moment the door to the private room was pushed open, a long sword flew out from inside. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the sword. But the sword was heading straight for Chen Xiaoyuan behind him. Chen Xiaoyuan! Before Lin Chen could act, Wang Ming had already rushed in front of Chen Xiaoyuan, his forearm covered in black patterns, raising his hand to grip the blade directly. "Jiang Zhen!" Wang Ming shouted at the figure rushing over. The figure froze for a moment, then abruptly stopped. "Wang Ming?" Jiang Zhen frowned, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him. "You really are here." Wang Ming casually tossed aside the long sword and looked into the private room. Upon closer inspection, he found nearly 30 people sitting inside. All of them were trembling, nervously watching the doorway. Jiang Zhen turned to Lin Chen beside him, his frown deepening. "What are you doing here too?" Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. "What do you mean?" It was at this moment that Lin Chen noticed Jiang Zhen, seeing dozens of wounds on his body and a haggard face. At the same time, Jiang Zhen also recognized the person behind Lin Chen, Wang Ming, looking at Jiang Zhen as well. "It's you?" Jiang Zhen glared at Wang Ming. Wang Ming's expression darkened, muttering, "This time has really attracted evil." The two who had briefly clashed in the teaching building had unexpectedly met again at Zayahushin Villa. Just then, a girl inside the private room suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Chen!" Lin Chen instinctively looked over and saw a girl rushing towards him. "Lin Chen!" He felt someone crash directly into his arms. Looking down at the girl in his embrace, he said, "Gu Shishir? Woo." Gu Shishir buried her entire head in Lin Chen's chest, tears uncontrollably streaming down. "I thought I would never see you again." Gu Shishir clutched Lin Chen's clothes tightly, her whole body trembling. Lin Chen gently supported Gu Shishir, noticing her clothes were stained with blood, her hair a mess, her eyes red and swollen, and her face pale. It had been 3 days since Gu Shishir entered Zayahushin Villa, and Lin Chen had been feeling uncertain. But amidst the misfortune, it was a stroke of luck that Gu Shishir was still alive. Lin Chen tightly embraced Gu Shishir, comforting her. "It's okay, I'm here." Wang Ming, who had been thrown to the ground by Lin Chen, reached out a hand to tug at Lin Chen's pants, saying, "I say, brother Lin, that's a bit unkind." Wang Ming glanced at the surrounding survivors and then asked Jiang Zhen, "Are there any survivors left in your team of 4 scavengers?" Jiang Zhen only looked at Lin Chen for a moment before shifting his gaze away, responding, "In our team that entered Shouhu Villa, 3 hours later, we encountered that phantom. Only Kong Shengsen and I managed to escape. The other 2 died on the spot, and Kong Shengsen's whereabouts have not been found yet." Wang Ming nodded and said, "No need to search anymore. We've already been to the last location where Kong Shengsen was tracked. He is dead." Jiang Zhen fell silent, although he had long anticipated this outcome. This time, led by Jiang Zhen, there were 3 Blevel scavengers and 1 Clevel scavenger. Apart from Jiang Zhen, the other 3 had all perished. During this time, I have gathered all the survivors found at Beihu Villa here, a total of 31 people, but there should still be some who haven't been found. Jiangjun looked back and said. Wang Meng surveyed the surroundings and calmly said, no need to search, we don't have enough time. The reason you haven't been found is that there are no thieves among these survivors, but now, counting Wang Ming, there are 3 thieves with rules here: stone, door, deception. That monster should be attracted here soon, we don't have time. Jiangjun did not refute and asked, will there be reinforcements from Jinga Palace? Wang Meng shook his head. I've already instructed Zhao Qi to implement a lockdown strategy. Before we can bring in a level scavenger, Xiaohu Villa will be sealed off for a long time, we won't have reinforcements. At this moment, Wang Meng turned around and found Qin Xiaoyuan, who was trembling in a corner, and unceremoniously pulled him over. Whether we can get out depends on this kid. Jiangjun looked down at Qin Xiaoyuan in Wang Meng's hands, frowning. How did he end up on this mission? It should be noted that although Qin Xiaoyuan had long been incorporated into Jinga Palace, he had never had any experience executing missions. Moreover, due to Qin Xiaoyuan's unstable use of door, Jinga Palace had never taken the risk of deploying him. Wang Meng stroked his chin and said, don't underestimate him, he can now open the door outside the prison. Looking at Jiangjun, Qin Xiaoyuan nodded vigorously. At this moment, Lin Chen also walked over and asked, Qin Xiaoyuan, how is your ability recovery going? Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Chen with a pained expression and said softly, not yet. Opening the door in the prison was too taxing for Qin Xiaoyuan, and because he had just led Lin Chen and the others to escape, he had already overexerted himself and could not use door to leave. Wang Meng glanced at Gu Shishir behind Lin Chen and said, no wonder you were willing to take on this mission, it turns out it was for her. Gu Shishir hid behind Lin Chen, her gaze evasive, shrinking her head. Lin Chen did not deny it, only saying, Qin Xiaoyuan's door is unstable, it may not guarantee a safe exit from prison. Even if we can escape, it may not accommodate everyone. Wang Meng nodded, unabashedly saying, no need to beat around the bush, I understand your meaning. I'm not that soft-hearted. After Qin Xiaoyuan opens the door, the scavengers and thieves will evacuate first. As for the others, we'll save as many as we can. As he spoke, Wang Meng raised his eyes, smiling at Gu Shishir, and asked, what about her, what do you mean? Lin Chen did not hide it, calmly stating, I want her to be the first to evacuate, outside of the scavengers and thieves. Unexpectedly, Wang Meng did not hesitate at all and directly nodded, saying, okay. The conversation among the few of them was not concealed. Everyone in the entire compartment heard it clearly. Hearing Wang Meng's words, the crowd began to stir restlessly. You can't do this, you can't abandon us. Why do you get to leave first? You're the one saving people, shouldn't we ordinary folks go out first? Exactly. You can't leave first. Wang Meng said nothing, just smiled and looked around, saying, don't get it wrong, my mission isn't to save you, your lives aren't worth that much. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire private room fell into an even noisier environment. What gives you the right to say that? If you don't let us go, then no one gets to leave. You have to save us. Just then, Wang Ming, lying on the ground, slapped the floor with his right hand. Clap. Countless stone spikes surged from the ceiling and the floor, filling the entire private room, with stone spikes pressing against everyone in front of them. Don't look at me like this now. But if anyone talks back, they'll kill him right now. Wang Ming lay on the ground, addressing the entire private room. The originally noisy room instantly fell into dead silence, no one dared to speak. Jiangjun frowned, looking at Wang Ming on the ground. Wang Ming grinned and said, you guys in the Jinga Palace are too constrained in handling these matters, it's much easier for me to deal with them. Wang Ming raised his hand, and the stone spikes on the floor and ceiling began to shatter. The people present fell silent, not daring to speak again. After all, those who had survived to this point all knew that this group of people was extraordinary. But just then, a middle-aged man slowly stood up and quietly walked towards Gu Shishir, who was behind Lin Chen. As he reached behind Gu Shishir, the man suddenly lunged at her. Gu Shishir didn't have time to react and screamed. Ah! The man grabbed Gu Shishir by the neck with one hand, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen, and shouted, why does she get to leave first? I want to live too. Lin Chen suddenly turned around, and the man widened his eyes, shouting, don't move. As he spoke, the man tightened his grip on Gu Shishi's neck and pulled out a folding knife from his pocket. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. Lin Chen stood still, narrowing his eyes and staring at the man. Gu Shishir was held by the man's grip on her neck, the blade pressed against her cheek. My request is simple, let me leave first, and everyone else will be fine. You care about her, I know. If you don't agree, I'll kill her right now. The man's eyes were wild, staring intently at Lin Chen. But before the man could finish speaking, Lin Chen had already rushed in front of him in an instant, raising his hand and directly twisting the man's arm. Ah! Before the man could scream, Lin Chen snatched the folding knife and plunged it directly into the man's heart. Bang! These actions happened in the blink of an eye. The man had already lost his breath, collapsing to the ground. The faces of everyone in the private room turned pale, staring in terror at Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen paid no attention to them and simply released Gu Shishi's hand. "I'll come to get you later." Gu Shishi's small face turned pale and she could only nod numbly. On the other side, Jinja Palace. Bang! The door to the communication room on the 75th floor was kicked open. "Zhao Qi, is your head filled with water or something?" A short-haired woman rushed in, yelling at Zhao Qi, who was sitting in his seat. The communication staff in the entire room turned around in surprise to look at the short-haired woman. It was known that the communication room of Jinja Palace was a highly confidential area, and this person had kicked open the door and barged in like this. The woman ignored everyone else, kicked the table aside, and grabbed Zhao Qi by the collar while he lay in the chair. "Zhao Qi, why did Xia Hushan adopt a lockdown strategy? Don't you know Chen Xiaoyuan is still inside?" The woman, wearing leather boots, stood on the chair, gripping Zhao Kai's clothes with both hands, her anger boiling over. Li Xinhe, calm down a bit. Zhao Qi did not resist, only spoke calmly. "Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down?" Li Xin's pupils trembled as she shouted at Zhao Qi, "Who allowed you to send Chen Xiaoyuan on a mission? Don't you know his abilities are unstable? Now you've left them to die at Xiaohu Villa." "Zhao Qi, you really have water in your brain." Li Xinhui slammed her hand on the table, shattering it into pieces. "Li Xinhui, do you think I want to adopt a blockade strategy?" Zhao Qi pushed Li Xinhui away and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to give up any of the scavengers. I'm suffering more than you inside, but we have no choice. Xiaohu Villa is no longer something we can handle. Blocking Xiaohu Villa is the best option right now." Zhao Qi slammed the table and scolded Li Xinhui. Li Xinhui, furious, laughed in anger and said, all right, if you want save them, I will." Zhao Kai's expression changed, angrily rebuking, "Li Xinhui, don't act on your own. This is not the usual ordinary illusion we've encountered. Now there are already two thieves, Lin Chen and Chen Xiaoyuan, inside Xiaohu Villa. If you join them, it will be even harder to handle." Li Xinhui shot him a fierce look and said, "I can't care about that." After saying this, Li Xinhui kicked the door open and rushed down from the 75th floor. Soon, a fiery red sports car burst out of the garage, the engine roaring as it quickly left Jinja Palace. In the communication room on the 75th floor, Zhao Kai's face turned pale as he slammed the table. "This is ridiculous. If she goes again, once it spirals out of control, well, I've lost 3 thieves." Zhao Qi kicked a chair and shouted at the surrounding liaison officers. "Have we contacted an A-level scavenger yet?" "No, not yet. The nearest A-level scavenger will take 24 hours to be dispatched." "Damn it!" Zhao Qi cursed. "By the time he arrives, the people inside Xiaohu Villa will be dead. Search, keep looking for me." Just then, a female liaison officer's expression changed suddenly as she grabbed the headset. "Yes, this is Jinja Palace. Yes. Understood." The female liaison officer's face changed several times before she immediately hung up the phone. "Leader, we found it. The northern side has news that an A-level thief is coincidentally heading to Jiang City and should arrive in about 3 hours. Zhao Qi was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Quick, connect with the north." But the next moment, Zhao Kai's expression froze as he asked, "An A-level thief? It wasn't an A-level scavenger, but an A-level thief? Who is he?" The female liaison officer quickly replied, "Checking now. The person heading to Jiang City is Chen Jianpain." At Xiaohu Villa, in the private room, after Wang Ming and Lin Chen took action one after the other, no one in the entire room dared to say another word, all trembling in place. No one dared to approach Gu Shishir anymore. Wang Ming lay on the ground, smiling at Lin Chen. "Brother Lin, your moves were decisive." Lin Chen's expression was calm as he tossed aside the bloodied folding knife. "We should start preparing." Wang Ming stood aside, his crimson pupils fixed on Lin Chen, but he said nothing more. "Chen Xiaoyuan." I know. Chen Xiaoyuan shouted. Then he squatted on the ground, closed his eyes, and activated the rule gate. Wang Ming came to Lin Chen's side, arms crossed, smiling as he said, "You were quick just now." Lin Chen glanced at Wang Ming, who continued, "Don't overthink it. I think what you did was right. If we don't act to intimidate them, once chaos ensues, even more people will die. Only by controlling the situation can we minimize harm and let more people survive." Lin Chen didn't respond, just looked around, silently calculating. Chen Xiaoyuan, who possesses the door, Wang Ming, who has the stone, Jiang Jin with a 47 immunity level, and Wang Meng with a 59 immunity level. The 4 of them are all level thieves and scavengers, and Chen Xiaoyuan's door is the key to their escape. Including himself, if the 5 of them encounter that monster again, will they have a chance? Lin Chen furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, but still shook his head. "We can only retreat." Lin Chen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, lit it, and took a deep breath. "Hopefully, nothing unexpected will happen." Beep beep. Wang Meng's black phone suddenly rang, and instantly, Lin Chen and the others looked over. Wang Meng was taken aback, pulled out his phone from his chest, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Wang Meng. Are you still alive? Zhao Kai's voice came through urgently from the other end. Wang Meng held the phone to his ear and said, I'm alive, old Zhao. Zhao Qi spoke excitedly, Wang Meng, and a level thief is on the way to Xia Hushan Villa. It will take about 3 hours. You just need to hold on for 3 more hours. Wang Meng's eyes narrowed, and a level thief is coming? Lin Chen immediately looked over, unable to hide his shock. They could actually dispatch an A-level so quickly? And it's a thief? The last A-level thief Lin Chen had seen was Zhou Kuan. No matter what, hold on for 3 more hours. Zhao Qi urged. Got it. Wang Meng nodded and then hung up the phone. The group exchanged glances, and Chen Xiaoyuan, feeling relieved, collapsed onto the ground, sighing, we're saved. And A-level is on the way here. They will definitely be able to handle everything. Jiang Jin also breathed a sigh of relief, sheathed her sword. If an A-level could come, that would be the best. Wang Meng lay on the ground, grinning, damn, what luck. But Lin Chen frowned, looking around. Even though an A-level was on the way, would they make it in time? Ha! Lin Chen took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. Including himself, there were 3 thieves present. Although that monster wasn't completely virtual, would they really make it in time? It seemed to reflect Lin Chen's thoughts. The next moment, a heavy footstep sounded from outside the door. Thud! The sound of heavy footsteps was not loud, but it sent chills down the spines of everyone in the room. Creak, an ear-piercing sound of a blade dragging across the floor echoed. Lin Chen and the others instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. He's here. Scatter! Lin Chen shouted, and the group quickly dispersed as a crimson long knife shattered the door to the room in an instant. Bang! Lin Chen sprang up from the side, his gaze fixed on the shattered door. Thud! The monster, reeking of blood, as if skinned alive, standing at a towering 2 meters, was now holding the crimson long knife in one hand at the entrance. The corridor outside the room was smeared with bloody footprints. The monster's black eyes were completely closed, while its other, virtual, scarlet eyes stared at the group inside the room. Roar! Lin Chen! Wang Meng shouted loudly. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen once again slashed his right hand, directly reaching for the monster. Buzz! A golden chain flew from Lin Chen's hand, instantly wrapping tightly around the monster's arm. Hiss! As soon as the golden chain touched the monster's body, it immediately showed signs of suppression. White mist hissed and rose. Lin Chen stood firm in place, then suddenly yanked, pulling the monster's form to the side and causing it to fall. Attack! Wang Meng and Jiang Jin moved simultaneously. Jiang Jin had already drawn her long sword, and black patterns appeared on Wang Meng's arm as they both charged at the monster. Thud! Wang Meng and Jiang Jin struck together, instantly tearing a large hole in the monster's chest. Wang Meng, stop watching the show! Lin Chen shouted through gritted teeth at Wang Meng, who was on the ground. I know, Wang Meng, even with his calf and left arm severed, left with only one hand, still gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, striking the floor with force, activating stone. Dozens of stone spikes shot up from the ground in an instant, piercing through the monster's body one after another. Lin Chen slashed open his left hand, blood splattering, and wrapped a golden chain around the monster's neck, binding it tightly in place. Chen Xiaoyuan, hurry, and use gate! Wang Meng shouted as he punched the monster's chest, calling out to Chen Xiaoyuan. Chen Xiaoyuan stared blankly at the others, and upon hearing Wang Meng's words, he snapped back to reality. Oh! In a panic, Chen Xiaoyuan crouched down, exerting all his strength to use gate. Raising his hand to knock on the floor. Bang! The first knock echoed. Help! The survivors in the box screamed frantically upon seeing the monster. The monster's neck and arms were bound by golden chains, its limbs pierced by Wang Meng's stone spikes, its chest punctured by Wang Meng's punch, and Jiang Jin's sword had even pierced through its entire body. The monster once again fell into a state of immobility. That crimson eye slowly closed again, while the black eye slowly opened once more. Kill me! I beg you! The black eye strained to look around, hoarsely squeezing out those few words. Wang Meng gritted his teeth, controlling the stone spikes, and said, damn it, then just die. Chen Xiaoyuan! How much longer? Wang Meng shouted at Chen Xiaoyuan. Bang! The second knock sounded. Blood was already streaming from Chen Xiaoyuan's nose, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, almost there. Lin Chen fixed his gaze on the black eye, but just as they were at a standstill, that black eye slowly closed again. A strong sense of crisis surged in Lin Chen's heart. Not good. Spread out. Lin Chen shouted loudly. Wang Meng and Jiang Jin's expressions changed drastically as they retreated instantly. Just as Lin Chen spoke, the monster's red eye suddenly opened wide again. At the same time, the rule slash was activated. The monster wielded a crimson long knife, swinging it horizontally. In an instant, Lin Chen's chains were all severed. Wang Meng's stone spikes were also shattered completely. Poof! Wang Mang, closest to the monster, was split open at the chest by a single strike, blood gushing out instantly. Jiangjin raised his long sword to block the crimson long knife, but the moment the ancient sword made contact with the crimson blade, it was as if the knife was cutting through tofu, instantly cleaving in half. Jiangjin desperately twisted his body but still received a horrifying wound across his abdomen, nearly being cut in half. In the next moment, the group quickly distanced themselves. Jiangjin suddenly knelt on the ground, raising his hand to cover his abdomen, but the blood just wouldn't stop. Damn it! Wang Mang cursed as he looked at his chest wound. Just one strike. There was no time to hesitate. I'm going all out. Wang Mang gritted his teeth, his once crimson pupils began to tremble, black flames igniting all over his body, the black patterns on his arms rapidly climbing up towards his neck. In the next moment, it was as if Wang Mang had broken some kind of seal, his entire being enveloped in black energy. Crimson pupils, black flames. Lin Chen was shaken by this scene. The Wang Mang before him looked just like a void. Lin Chen, cover me. Wang Mang growled, instantly launching himself forward. Lin Chen couldn't afford to think about that, immediately slashing open his arm, blood instantly enveloping his entire forearm. A small pool of blood began to gather beneath his feet. Lin Chen raised his right hand, reaching out towards the monster, and the blood beneath him surged forth, forming several golden chains that shot straight at the monster. The monster, however, tightened its grip on the crimson long knife and suddenly swung out dozens of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The dense blades instantly scattered in all directions. The blades infused with slash shattered all of Lin Chen's chains into countless pieces. Poof! Wang Mang was also instantly covered in numerous horrifying wounds, as if he were about to be chopped into pieces. Yet Wang Mang still reached the monster's front, delivering a punch that directly broke the monster's arm, but in the next moment, the monster's crimson pupils rolled, fixating intently on Wang Mang in front of it. Then the monster raised its blood-red long knife once more and swung down in an instant. Thud! One of Wang Mang's arms was instantly severed. Before Wang Mang could react, the blood-red long knife struck again, cutting off his right leg. Thud! Wang Mang fell to the ground. The monster stepped over Wang Mang's back and slowly walked towards Chen Xiaoyuan. Cough! Seeing this scene, Wang Mang, with one arm and one thigh severed, struggled on the ground and roared, "Damn it!" Black patterns began to swirl around Wang Mang's entire body, and the human energy on him rapidly vanished, replaced by a chilling emptiness. A circular vacuum opened up around Wang Mang, extending 1 meter in diameter. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he stared in shock at the circular vacuum area surrounding Wang Mang. This is the abyss? What opened up around Wang Mang was actually a piece of the abyss. The entire Bailo Mountain villa was shrouded in the monster's abyss, yet within this abyss, Wang Mang had forcibly torn open a piece of space. At this moment, Wang Mang could no longer be considered human, he resembled more of a void. The monster seemed to sense something, its body twisting oddly to turn towards Wang Mang behind it. Its crimson pupils fixated on him. Creak! The monster changed direction, not heading towards Chen Xiaoyuan, but instead dragging its long knife towards Wang Mang. Wang Mang let out a roar, and the 1 meter diameter abyss around him expanded once more. But what responded to Wang Mang was a blood-red long knife. Slash was activated. Crack! The monster's blood-red long knife struck directly at the abyss surrounding Wang Mang, cleaving the already opened abyss in half. Wang Mang's abyss was sliced open. Thud! A massive gash was cut into Wang Mang's back. Blood splattered, and Wang Mang's pupils shook as he fell to the ground, the surrounding black aura dissipating completely. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xiaoyuan on the other side bled from all 7 orifices, screaming, Thud! At the critical moment, the third knock on the door finally sounded. Crack! A door opened beneath Chen Xiaoyuan. The door was open. Come quickly! Chen Xiaoyuan screamed desperately. There's still time. Lin Chen looked at the open door. There was still a chance. There was still a chance. Chen Xiaoyuan had opened the door, he just needed to step through it to leave Bailo Mountain Villa. Roar! But in the next instant, the monster wielding the blood-red blade suddenly turned the knife tip, abandoning its attack on Wang Mang, and instead swung down towards the door beneath Chen Xiaoyuan. Slash activated once more. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, the door that Chen Xiaoyuan had conjured out of thin air was sliced in half. The door was severed? Lin Chen's mind shook violently, leaving him stunned in place. He saw the monster holding the blood-red long knife, cleaving Chen Xiaoyuan's door directly in two. This was the collision of slash and door. At this moment, Lin Chen truly realized what the rules were. The monster with slash could cut through everything in front of it with that blood-red long knife, even severing Chen Xiaoyuan's door. Cough! Chen Xiaoyuan spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Creak! The monster dragged the blood-red long knife on the ground, slowly straightening up, its body drenched in blood and flesh, that crimson eye constantly rotating, oscillating between Lin Chen and Wang Ming. Lin Chen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his hands and feet icy cold. Is it targeting me? Thud, thud. The monster dragged the blood-red long knife, slowly approaching Lin Chen. The knife tip scraped against the ground, producing a piercing sound. Wang Meng's last trump card was shattered by a single slash, and Chen Xiaoyuan's door was also cut open. Despair. The kind of despair that felt like drowning instantly engulfed Lin Chen. Lin Chen, Lin Chen. Wang Ming's loud shout jolted Lin Chen back to reality. Lin Chen's eyes widened in an instant, but in his line of sight there was only a slender blood-red blade coming straight at him. Thud. The moment the blood-red long knife fell, Jiang Zhen's figure rushed in, and Lin Chen was thrown back by Jiang Zhen's embrace. Bang! Lin Chen fell heavily to the ground, cradling Jiang Zhen's pale face in his arms. Thank. Lin Chen instinctively began to say something, but then he saw the enormous gash behind Jiang Zhen. The wound stretched from Jiang Zhen's shoulder down to his waist, nearly slicing his entire upper body in half. Although Jiang Zhen had tried to dodge that blow by pulling Lin Chen back, his back was still struck. Jiang Zhen, Jiang Zhen. Lin Chen cried out in terror, holding Jiang Zhen tightly, but he could feel the blood soaking through his clothes, and Jiang Zhen's body began to go limp. No, no. Jiang Zhen merely lifted his eyes to glance at Lin Chen, not saying a word, and then closed his eyes heavily. Lin Chen looked down and saw a pool of blood gathering on the ground. Wang Ming was still activating stone, desperately trying to block the monster's advance. Bang, bang, bang. Countless stones surged from all directions, attempting to hinder the monster's movements. The monster was submerged under a mass of stones, but with just one slash, all the stones were cleaved apart. Wang Ming was struck down to the ground, his life unknown. A screeching sound echoed once more. The monster, dragging its crimson long knife, continued to approach Lin Chen. Inside the private room, there were severed limbs everywhere. The originally surviving 31 people, now it was uncertain how many were still alive due to the effects of slash, wails, blood, despair. The entire room was filled with these three elements. Lin Chen began to hear a ringing in his ears, drowning out all other sounds around him. Jiang Zhen's body and his arms had gradually gone limp, completely devoid of life. Chen Xiaoyuan had fainted, and Wang Ming and Wang Ming's fates were unknown. No matter the means, before that crimson long knife, everything was cleaved apart in one stroke. The monster with the crimson long knife drew closer. The thick smell of blood hit Lin Chen's face. He struggled to stand up, shaking his head to stop the ringing in his ears. Get away, get away! Lin Chen roared, raising his hand to grasp at the monster. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several golden chains shot up from the blood on the ground, racing towards the monster's crimson long knife. Clang! The golden chains wrapped around the crimson long knife, locking it tightly. Ah! Lin Chen gasped for breath, gritting his teeth and roaring, his hands gripping the chains with all his might. Crack, crack, crack! The golden chains tightened in midair, preventing the monster from pulling out the crimson long knife. Bang! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The monster's crimson long knife shattered in the middle. The originally tumtor-long crimson long knife was now broken in half, leaving only a fragment. Is it done? Seeing this scene, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. But the monster merely lifted the remaining half of the long knife, its crimson pupils fixated on Lin Chen. In the next moment, slash activated again. Boom! All the golden chains were severed in one stroke. The crimson long knife swept past Lin Chen. In an instant, his mind went blank and he was flung into the air. What is happening? Lin Chen watched as his perspective gradually rose, and then he crashed heavily back to the ground. Bang! Lin Chen's gaze fell to the floor, feeling no pain at all throughout his body. Confused, he turned his gaze to the side, only to clearly see his lower half still standing in place. Bang! His lower half also fell to the ground, and Lin Chen looked down at himself, only to find that from below his chest there was nothing at all. The monster's crimson pupils rolled, slowly lowering the crimson long knife in its hand. Below him lay the severed golden chains, and opposite him was Lin Chen, cleaved in two by a single stroke. From his chest down, Lin Chen was split in half. Lying on the ground, blood gushed out around him in an instant. Am I going to die? Lin Chen struggled to get up, but he had long lost feeling in his lower half. Helpless, despairing. The threat of death surged like a tide, invading Lin Chen's mouth and nostrils, the sensation of suffocation drowning him. Cough, cough. Lin Chen coughed violently, as if he were submerged in a tide, only able to feel himself slowly dying in pain. Under the intense suffocation, Lin Chen's consciousness began to gradually dissipate. No matter how many times he prayed, no miracle would occur. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly recalled a conversation he had with Zhou Kuan in a dream. Rules are rules. In this instant, Lin Chen remembered the rule he inherently possessed: deception. This seemingly dispensable and ineffective rule. Deception granted me the ability to discern lies, but what if I were to lie myself? Whether out of desperation or the comfort before death, in the final moments of fading consciousness, Lin Chen told himself a lie in despair. I will have the power to turn everything around. Lin Chen completely lost his vitality. The monster, wielding a crimson long knife, turned and walked towards Chen Xiaoyuan. Inside the private room, Gu Shishir trembled in the corner, her eyes filled with despair as she looked at Lin Chen, who had been cut in half. But in the next moment, a block in the world was shifted. Lin Chen told himself a lie, and deception responded. In an instant, Lin Chen opened his eyes once more. Lin Chen deceived himself. Deception was activated. Thus, Lin Chen truly obtained the power to change everything. In the next moment, Lin Chen's consciousness was instantly pulled back and his body, which had already been severed in two, began to restore itself. Everything around him started to change with Lin Chen's return. Wails, despair, helplessness. Everything felt as if it had been paused. The monster instantly turned around, its scarlet pupils bursting with intense killing intent. Bang bang bang. The monster roared, madly crashing through the obstacles in front of it, charging towards Lin Chen. Driven by instinct, the monster was enveloped by a strong sense of crisis, propelling its body to slash at Lin Chen. Slash was activated. Lin Chen merely stood in place, allowing the monster's knife to swing towards his head. The blade drew closer, but just as it was about to strike Lin Chen, bang! In the next moment, the monster was unexpectedly sent flying backward. No one saw what happened. The monster that was supposed to slash Lin Chen's head instead flew back in an instant. The monster crashed through the wall, thundering out of the private room. Lin Chen stood still, surveying the scene around him, which was now drenched in blood. The remaining dozen or so survivors stared at him in terror. Lin Chen looked down at his palm, this feeling. Lin Chen had only one thought in his mind, that he could turn everything around. Roar! The monster's roar echoed from outside. The monster crawled up from the ground, wildly crashing into the surrounding walls, charging at Lin Chen once more with the crimson long knife. Lin Chen merely bent slightly, raising his hand to press against the monster's chest. Get lost! Bang! In the next moment, the monster was sent flying. The monster smashed through a side window, being hurled out of the room, directly falling from midair. The monster flailed its bloodied arms, gripping the crimson long knife. Lin Chen slightly turned his gaze, then leaped out of the window, also soaring into the air. Boom! In midair, Lin Chen felt everything around him. His thoughts incredibly clear. Is this the prison? Lin Chen clearly saw the prison enveloping the entire Xiaohu villa, for the first time witnessing the existence of the prison. It was like a large glass dome covering the entire Xiaohu villa. The drowning sensation of death vanished, replaced by the power to change everything. Boom! The two crashed to the ground together. The monster fell to the ground, countless pieces of flesh exploding, and blood splattered everywhere. Roar, roar! The monster struggled wildly, standing up from the ground, raising the crimson long knife to look up at the sky. But in the next instant, Lin Chen had already kicked the monster in the chest. Bang! Without giving the monster a chance to activate, Lin Chen kicked it in the chest, shattering its upper body instantly. With overwhelming power, he suppressed the creature in an instant. Lin Chen squinted slightly. After the monster's upper body was shattered by a kick, another human body surprisingly emerged from within. This is a thief with? Amidst the splattering flesh, a man with black eyes was revealed inside the monster's body. This was the thief who possessed, forcibly stuffed into this hollow body. Roar! The monster instinctively grasped the crimson long knife in midair and suddenly slashed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen merely sidestepped, the blade veering off to the side. Snap! Lin Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers at the monster in midair. Buzz buzz buzz. In the air, the space was violently torn open, and dozens of golden chains appeared out of nowhere, shooting out with such speed that they created sonic booms, binding the monster in midair in an instant. Roar! No matter how the monster howled, it could not break free from the golden chains' restraint. The golden chains acted like unshakable eternal shackles, pinning the monster firmly in the air, even suppressing the it originally possessed. Clang! The crimson long knife fell to the ground, and Lin Chen casually picked up the broken blade. Is this a medium attached to? It seems I can't recklessly use the rules. Outside Xiaohu Villa, 3 layers of security lines wrapped around the area, with all roads leading here blocked off, completely sealing off the entire Xiaohu Villa. A fiery red sports car sped down the road, effortlessly breaching the 3 layers of security. The car drove straight to the foot of Xiaohu Villa. Screech! Bang! The car door was kicked open, and a short-haired woman rushed out energetically. The moment this woman appeared, several people in gray work uniforms immediately approached her. Ms. Li Xinhe, Minister Zhao Qi from Jinga Palace is on the phone. Captain Li Xinhe, you cannot enter. Sister Li, Xiaohu Villa is already sealed off. Orders have come down from above. You get out of my way. Li Xinhe shouted angrily. She then broke through the obstruction of the logistics personnel and headed up the mountain. Li Xinhe. In the next moment, a bald man pressed down on Li Xin's shoulder from behind. Li Xinhe instantly turned and kicked backward. Snap! The bald man raised his hand to block Li Xin's kick. Li Xinhe, calm down. Li Xinhe looked at the bald man behind her and coldly said, Duran, get out of my way. Duran shook his head and said, Jinja Palace has orders. Xiaohu Villa is not allowed to enter. Li Xinhe narrowed her eyes and coldly replied, I don't care about that. I need to enter Xiaohu Villa to save someone right now. If anyone tries to stop me, they will die too. Duran raised his phone, interrupting, Li Xinhe, latest news from Jinja Palace. And a level is already on the way to Xiaohu Villa and will arrive in an hour. Entering now is completely useless. Li Xinhe was taken aback and asked, a level? Didn't Zhao Qi say that the nearest a level would take a day to be dispatched? Duran released Li Xin's foot and said, this a level happened to be passing by, so he was requisitioned to Xiaohu Villa. In an hour, he will come to handle the current situation. All we can do is not make things worse. Li Xinhe still frowned. No, the longer we wait, the more danger Chen Xiaoyuan is in. Duran's expression changed, and he said sternly, Li Xinhe, don't be reckless. Li Xin's expression also darkened. Just as the two were at a standoff, a logistics personnel's phone suddenly rang nearby. Captain Li, Captain Du, Minister Zhao Qi is on the line. Both Li Xinhe and Duran were taken aback. A call transfer. The two exchanged a glance. Go ahead. Zhao Qi, in the communications room on the 75th floor of the Jinja Palace, was trembling as he held a black phone. Minister Zhao. The call has been connected to the front line at Xiahushan Villa. Duran and Li Xinhui are listening in. Zhao Qi nodded heavily, then fixed his gaze on the black phone in his hand. The call was coming from inside Xiahushan Villa. Wang Meng, how are you all doing now? Zhao Qi suppressed his heavy heart and asked in a low voice. On the other end of the line, there was only a crackling sound. Crackle. Wang Meng? Wang Meng? Zhao Qi clenched his fists, holding his breath. Although an A-level agent was already on the way to Xiahushan Villa, it would still take an hour. Whether Wang Meng and the others could hold on during this time was still uncertain. Outside Xiahushan Villa, Li Xinhui and Duran were also holding their breath focused. The prolonged silence on the line made Zhao Kai's heart sink and his face turn grim. Could it be? Just as Zhao Qi was feeling desperate, a series of intermittent sounds came from the other end. Hello, hello. Zhao Kai's eyes widened. Leaning over the table as he pressed, Wang Meng, is that you? It's Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Zhao Qi was taken aback. Why is it you, Lin Chen? What's your situation now? The call on the other end seemed to have poor signal, producing a series of static noises. Hello? Lin Chen? Zhao Kai's face flushed red, his fists clenched tightly in anxiety. But after a moment, the crackling sound suddenly stopped, and a calm voice came through. Lin Chen, the mission has been completed. Not just Zhao Qi, even Duran and Li Xinhui outside Xiahushan Villa were frozen in place. What did you say? Mission completed? Zhao Qi asked incredulously, raising his voice. Inside Xiahushan Villa, on the rooftop of a hotel, Lin Chen held up a half-broken black phone high. Damn, the signal isn't great. Lin Chen walked a bit to the side and finally heard Zhao Kai's clear voice. Hello, I'm Lin Chen. The virtual entity at Xiahushan Villa has been eliminated. The prison is about to be lifted. And everyone outside should prepare. Zhao Qi stood there in shock, unable to utter a word. Mission completed? How could that be? Wasn't there almost a total annihilation and the lockdown strategy was even initiated? Now you're telling me the virtual entity has been eliminated? Zhao Qi wanted to ask more, but the call suddenly disconnected. Hello? Lin Chen? Zhao Qi shouted loudly, but the other end had already cut off. Inside Xiahushan Villa, Lin Chen looked at the black screen of the phone and smirked. What the hell, such poor quality? Lin Chen casually tossed the phone aside and glanced at the monster still bound in midair by chains. At this moment, the monster was completely suppressed and unable to move. Lin Chen shoved his hands into his pockets and leaped down from the highest floor, landing with a thud. The monster was suspended in the air by golden chains, on the verge of collapsing. Lin Chen stroked his chin, took a look, and clenched his hand. Crack, crack, crack. The golden chains continued to tighten, and with a loud bang, the monster was forcibly dismembered. Bang! As the monster was dismembered, a man fell out from inside, crashing to the ground. Lin Chen walked over, kicked the man, and glanced at the man's black eyes. This was the thief inside the virtual entity. Lin Chen ignored this and looked up at the sky. In Lin Chen's eyes, the prison that had enveloped Xiahushan Villa began to dissipate with the death of the virtual entity. It's over. Outside Xiahushan Villa, Li Xinhui stared in disbelief at the villa and asked, Duran, did you feel that? Duran also widened her eyes, murmuring, how is this possible? The prison is dissipating. The two exchanged a glance. The only possibility for the prison to dissipate was that the virtual entity had been eliminated. What exactly happened at the Little Lake Villa, which was originally trapped in a life-or-death situation, that suddenly turned the tide? The logistics personnel around them were all smiling. Hurry, news from Minister Zhao Qi. Medical team, get ready to assist the injured. A group of logistics staff in gray uniforms rushed forward with stretchers and first aid kits. Along the main road of the little lake villa, a young man slowly appeared. In his arms, he held a tall woman. The moment Li Xinhe saw the man, her brows furrowed instantly. He is. Duran was momentarily stunned and said, a thief just recruited by the Jinga palace, a clever newcomer with deception. At that moment, Lin Chen came down from the mountain path holding Jiangzhen. The wound on Jiangzhen's back, which had nearly severed her body, was no longer visible. Mr. Lin, please hand the injured over to us, a medical staff member said to Lin Chen, stopping the stretcher beside him. Oh, okay, Lin Chen nodded and placed Jiangzhen on the stretcher. They are in the box on the 13th floor of Area B, Lin Chen casually said to someone nearby. Got it. Dozens of gray uniformed personnel were called over and rushed towards Lin Chen's indicated location. Lin Chen, with his hands in his pockets, slowly walked down the mountain against the crowd. Are you Lin Chen? Li Xinhe blocked Lin Chen's path and asked loudly. Lin Chen looked up at the short-haired woman in a wynard coat and black leather shoes. Who are you? Lin Chen asked. Li Xinhe interrupted directly. Lin Chen, what happened to Chen Xiaoyuan? Is he okay? Lin Chen rubbed his chin, recalling Chen Xiaoyuan's unconscious state, and said, probably, not dead? Li Xin's eyebrows shot up, her voice cold. What did you say? What do you mean probably? Lin Chen ignored Li Xinhe and simply frowned. What was wrong with him? An inexplicable feeling of unreality enveloped him, as if he were out of sync with the world. Seeing that Lin Chen was ignoring her, Li Xin's expression turned cold, and she raised her hand to grab Lin Chen's collar. You better explain yourself. But just as Li Xin had grabbed Lin Chen's clothes, he suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at her. You. Li Xinhe was about to continue speaking when she was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable force and fell to the ground. Bang! Lin Chen merely raised a finger, and two golden chains appeared out of thin air, directly binding Li Xinhe to the ground. Li Xin's face changed dramatically, and she immediately tried to use her own rules, only to find that there was no response at all. How is this possible? My rules are suppressed? Lin Chen ignored Li Xinhe and simply frowned. Sorry, I'm a bit tired, so we'll let you be quiet here for a while. With his hands still in his pockets, Lin Chen slowly walked away. Duran immediately stepped aside to give Lin Chen a clear path. After Lin Chen left, Duran glanced at Li Xinhe, who was bound to the ground by the golden chains, then looked at Lin Chen's retreating figure. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In just an instant, he had suppressed Li Xinhe? She didn't even have a chance to resist? Another drop of cold sweat slid down Duran's face as he muttered, is this really a clever newcomer? After the prison of the Little Lake Villa was lifted, more and more logistics personnel poured in, quickly cleaning up the aftermath. Just below the hotel on the north side of the Little Lake Villa, there was a monster dismembered into several pieces. Quick, over there! Is this the void? The logistics personnel looked at the bloodstains on the ground and couldn't help but swallow hard. The monster had been dismembered into several parts, carelessly thrown on the ground, surrounded by large patches of black blood, with a crimson broken knife stuck in the ground, the stench of blood thick to an unimaginable degree. Yet, this single void had still been dismembered. A few logistics personnel exchanged glances, then immediately set to work cleaning up the bloodstains, tidying away the monster's severed limbs. Wait, there's a person here! A man from the logistics team suddenly shouted, raising his hand. Come quickly, come quickly! In no time, several people gathered around, discovering a man curled up inside the monster's blood-soaked chest. Quick, cut this person out! A few of them sliced open the monster's chest cavity and pulled out the unconscious man. First, send him to the medical team for treatment and report to the Jinga Palace after it's over. Meanwhile, a dozen logistics personnel had already sprinted upstairs, arriving at a chaotic private room. The entire room was in shambles, the floor covered in terrifying knife marks. The floor was soaked red with blood, and the remaining few survivors seemed to have grasped onto a lifeline, rushing forward in panic. Quick, save them! The medical team opened box after box of simple first aid kits, attending to the survivors present one by one. In the center of the room lay two people, Chen Xiaoyuan and Wang Meng. Wang Meng was sprawled on the ground, his arm and leg severed, with numerous knife wounds on his back. The medical team immediately placed Wang Meng on a stretcher and rushed him out of the room. Although Chen Xiaoyuan had blood in his mouth and nose, his injuries were not severe. Aside from these two, Wang Meng had already vanished without a trace. At the foot of Bailo Mountain Villa, Li Xinhe was twisting her wrist, her expression grim. What exactly is that Lin Chen's background? I checked his file. He's just a crated thief with the ability of deception. How could he possibly have such power? Duran shook her head and said solemnly, this matter needs to be confirmed back at the Jinga Palace. But it can be confirmed that Lin Chen's file should be re-evaluated. After Lin Chen left, Duran helped Li Xinhui break the chains, allowing her to stand up from the ground. Li Xinhui frowned and asked, a thief with shadow attributes, could he also? Although the rules of shadow attributes were widely regarded as useless in the entire circle, there were a few rare individuals who could become exceptions, developing the shadow attribute rules to a terrifying degree. Such individuals all shared one characteristic: their abilities were extremely perverse. Duran nodded and said, to reach this level, he must have achieved it as well. At this point, both Li Xinhui and Duran simultaneously recalled a forbidden name from the Jinga Palace. The last person who developed shadow attributes nearly destroyed the entire Jinga Palace, Li Xinhui said calmly. Duran's expression darkened as she said in a low voice, Li Xinhui, don't mention that name. Li Xinhui ignored Duran and turned to walk towards Bailo Mountain Villa. Wait. As Li Xinhui passed by a medical stretcher, she suddenly called out to a nearby medical staff member. Captain Li Xinhui, what's wrong? The medical team members immediately stopped in their tracks. Li Xinhui looked at the woman on the stretcher. Jiangjun? Jiangjun lay on the stretcher with her eyes closed, showing no visible injuries. No. Li Xinhui raised her hand and gently touched Jiangjun's wrist, then frowned. Jiangjun must have sustained a life-threatening injury at some point. But now, she looked too healthy. Most importantly, Li Xinhui sensed a certain aura of rules emanating from Jiangjun. Let's go. Li Xinhui waved her hand, dismissing the medical team members. Just then, a logistics personnel in a gray uniform shouted towards Li Xinhui, Chen Xiaoyuan has been found. Li Xinhui turned sharply and immediately ran towards Chen Xiaoyuan. She directly lifted Chen Xiaoyuan off the stretcher, anxiously examining him from head to toe. It's fine, Chen Xiaoyuan just fainted, his injuries aren't serious. A nearby medical staff member reported softly. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyuan slowly opened her eyes. In her blurry vision, she saw Li Xinhui, who looked anxious. Xiaoyuan, how do you feel? I'm fine, sisterly, Chen Xiaoyuan smiled. Li Xinhui held Chen Xiaoyuan in her arms, nervously stroking her head. It's okay, it's okay. This will never happen again. I will protect you. On the other side, Wang Meng was urgently lifted onto the ambulance, surrounded by several medical personnel who raised the 4-bag high, and an oxygen mask was pressed onto Wang Meng's face. Wang Meng? Looking around, Li Xinhua's brows furrowed tighter. Wang Meng almost died at Xiaohu Villa. The mission at Xiaohu Villa, which had originally been deemed a failure and was under lockdown, suddenly turned the tide in an instant. The person who turned everything around was Lin Chen. What exactly did he do? Li Xinhui murmured. Meanwhile, in the woods outside Xiaohu Villa, Lin Chen, who had just left, suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, and everything around him began to twist. Lin Chen staggered and leaned against a nearby dead tree, frowning and shaking his head vigorously. What's going on? Lin Chen felt everything around him was so surreal, as if he was being rejected by reality itself. Something was terribly wrong. After shooting that monster, the discomfort grew stronger, forcing Lin Chen to leave alone. Suddenly, Lin Chen knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling the entire world spinning. Lin Chen told a lie, and within that lie, he possessed the power to turn everything around. A lie is ultimately a lie. But at this moment, the lie was rejected by reality. The person who had deceived himself faced the moment when the lie was exposed. In that instant, the power that could turn everything around vanished, replaced by the pain brought by reality. Cough. Lin Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, as if his internal organs were being torn apart, and every inch of his bones felt like they were being crushed. Lin Chen told a lie, and within that lie, he had the power to turn everything around. Deception brought a response to Lin Chen, but the moment the lie was exposed, reality nearly tore Lin Chen apart. The power that could turn everything around disappeared, and Lin Chen felt himself trapped at the boundary between lie and reality, his body beginning to twist, pulled back and forth. Ah! Lin Chen wailed, struggling and twisting on the ground. The next moment, he fainted. Just after Lin Chen collapsed, a beam of swordlight appeared in the sky. Buzz! A beam of swordlight shone above Xiaohu Villa. Chen Jianpain stood with his hands behind his back, stepping on a phantom flying sword, looking down from above. The prison has shattered, the illusion has been resolved, am I late? Chen Jianpain stroked his chin, surveying Xiaohu Villa. At that moment, below Xiaohu Villa, Duran and Li Xinhui both looked up and saw the young man with white hair standing on the flying sword in the sky. Is that A-class? What a joke, how could it be him? Duran said in disbelief. How could Chen Jianpain have arrived? Duran was still curious about which A-class it was, but never expected it would be this guy. Chen Jianpain had no intention of descending, he merely looked down at the area below, then his star-like eyes fell upon a small grove. Oh, here it is. Chen Jianpain chuckled lightly, then stepped down on the flying sword. The sword light retracted, and Chen Jianpain floated down. Looking at Lin Chen lying not far away, Chen Jianping stroked his chin. Is this the deception? This time, the illusion at Xiaohu Villa was actually killed by him. Chen Jianping squatted down, curiously examining Lin Chen. A C-class deception, and you were able to develop it. No wonder he is her son.as, he spoke. Chen Jianping waved his hand, and Lin Chen was lifted off the ground. The two figures vanished together from the Xiaohu Villa. Jinga Palace. Lin Chen opened his eyes once more, finding himself lying on a hospital bed. The sounds of medical equipment beeped around him. Lin Chen raised his hand to pull out the needle from his arm just as he was about to sit up. But the sudden, intense pain made Lin Chen's vision go white and he nearly fainted again. Just lie down, don't move around, a cool voice came from the side. Lin Chen turned his head to look, discovering Jiang Jin sitting beside him. Why are you here? Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Jin, then closed his eyes again, saying helplessly. Jiang Jin calmly looked at Lin Chen for a long time before slowly saying, the mission is over. Right now, Jinga Palace is compiling the mission report. Lin Chen nodded and casually said, can you summarize it? Jiang Jin did not refuse, saying, among the 2 teams that were deployed, only the 4 of us survived. Qin Xiaoyuan is not seriously injured, he's probably already playing video games. Wang Meng lost a hand and a leg, but he survived. There are a total of 13 survivors, all of whom have undergone psychological counseling, including your college classmate Gu Shishir. Xiaohu Villa has been sealed off and will reopen in half a month. Jiang Jin fell silent while Lin Chen furrowed his brows, nervously looking at Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin met Lin Chen's gaze and slowly said, Wang Ming, who possessed the stone, has disappeared and has not been found yet. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief and then lay back down. Damn, the missions from Jinga Palace are too troublesome. I almost lost my life on the first deployment. Lin Chen complained casually. However, Jiang Jin suddenly said, Lin Chen, I remember being struck by the crimson long knife attached to Slash. At that level, I shouldn't have survived. Did you save me? Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Jin. Yeah. You saved me once, and I saved you once. It's fair, isn't it? If you're really moved and want to repay me with your body. As he spoke, Lin Chen actually chuckled, sizing up Jiang Jin from head to toe. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jin did not directly interrupt Lin Chen but instead lowered her head. Thank you. After saying this, Jiang Jin stood up and walked out of the ward. Oh, still in the mood to flirt with beautiful women. Looks like your injuries aren't too serious. A mocking voice came from the side. Lin Chen turned to look and found a young man with white hair standing at the door, squinting and smiling at him. The moment Lin Chen saw this man, he felt only one thing. Damn, how did another handsome guy show up? After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen realized that only Bai Tianheng could slightly overshadow this man. Lin Chen, how are you feeling? Zhao Kai's voice came from behind the man. Only then did Lin Chen notice that Zhao Qi was following behind. Still alive. Lin Chen replied casually. While responding to Zhao Qi, Lin Chen was also sizing up the man in front of him. Behind the white-haired man, to the left was Zhao Qi, and to the right was another middle-aged man, both silently following behind. This guy seemed to have quite the presence, able to make Zhao Qi follow him around. Mr. Chen, thank you very much for your assistance. The subsequent rewards will be coordinated with you by Jinga Palace. Zhao Qi smiled at Chen Jianping. Chen Jianping leaned against the doorframe, smiling as he said, no need to thank me. After all, I didn't actually intervene. Zhao Qi nodded and bowed, quickly saying, still, we appreciate it, we appreciate it. Chen Jianping raised his chin and said, Minister Zhao, let me have a word with him. Zhao Qi exchanged glances with the middle-aged man beside him, and after a brief exchange of looks, they said, all right, Mr. Chen, feel free. With that, Zhao Qi directly exited the ward. Even closing the door behind him. In the entire ward, only Lin Chen and Chen Jianping remained. Lin Chen looked at Chen Jianping in surprise, wondering how this guy had such influence. Chen Jianping looked at Lin Chen with interest. I actually wanted to meet you a long time ago, but there was a problem in my jurisdiction that forced me to go back. Lin Chen frowned and asked, you know me? Chen Jianping yawned, sitting casually beside him, and said, I didn't know you at first, but an old guy took a special interest in you, and I happened to find out. I was just bored and wanted to come see you. After all, there aren't many people like that old guy who cares so much. Old guy? Lin Chen asked, confused. Chen Jianping chuckled and said, oh right, you haven't met that old guy yet. But it's fine, you might meet him in the future. Lin Chen fell silent and then asked, who is this old guy? Chen Jianping rubbed his chin and said helplessly, TSK. This is a bit difficult for me. If the old guy doesn't speak up, I can't say directly. After all, I still can't take him on. Are you here to support the A-level Zaya Hushin Villa? Lin Chen reacted quickly. Chen Jianping did not hide it and nodded. A-level. He really was the A-level thief who had been transferred here, Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin Chen stared closely at Chen Jianping, knowing that the man before him was an A-level thief. Aside from Joe Cohen in his dreams, this was Lin Chen's first time seeing a level thief in person. At this moment, Chen Jianping crossed his arms and said, "Actually, I came specifically to see you, and I happened to encounter a request for help from the Jinga Palace, so I thought I'd come over and do a good deed." "You came specifically to see me?" Lin Chen's pupils contracted. Hearing Chen Jianping's words, Lin Chen's heart trembled. "And a level thief actually came specifically to find me?" Lin Chen suddenly thought of his first meeting with Jiang Jin, who had also mentioned that someone above was looking out for him. Could it be that old guy Chen Jianping was talking about? Chen Jianping seemed to guess Lin Chen's thoughts and said, "Actually, Zhao, he doesn't know your identity either. That guy is just an idiot who only knows how to follow orders from above." Chen Jianping actually referred to the level cleaner Zhao He as an idiot without any hesitation. "I'm not like those idiots who play tricks. They'll tell you, I came to find you purely because of your mother." Chen Jianping picked up an apple nearby and took a bite. "Mother?" Lin Chen's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this strange yet familiar term. "I have no so-called mother. She doesn't deserve that title," Lin Chen said calmly. Oh, didn't see that coming. Turns out you have the pain of a biological family?" Chen Jianping looked at Lin Chen with a smile. Then Chen Jianping frowned and spat out the apple he had bitten into. "Really tastes bad." "Lin Chen, right? I don't care what your biological family is like, I'm here just to repay a favor to her. 12 years ago, she sealed off a section of the prison, at the cost of her own life. And coincidentally, now the place she sealed off is under my supervision," Chen Jianping said to himself. Lin Chen frowned and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? She sealed off a section of the prison 12 years ago? How is that possible?" In Lin Chen's memory, the so-called mother was a vague figure, with hardly any memories of her. When he was 8, his parents had already divorced. It was said that his mother remarried, abandoning him and his dad, and a few years later, his dad also died in a car accident. Now Chen Jianping was actually telling him that his so-called mother was also a person in this circle? And she even sealed off a section of the prison? Lin Chen felt his mind was in a mess, unable to make sense of it. "Wait, what are you really saying?" Lin Chen looked at Chen Jianping in disbelief, but Chen Jianping did not explain much to Lin Chen, only impatiently saying, "Alright, you just need to know that she was once a level thief and then sacrificed herself for the so-called greater good. It's that simple. Your words could be called the son of a hero?" Lin Chen suddenly sat up, angrily rebuking, "What on earth are you talking about?" Chen Jianping squinted his eyes and slowly said, "I don't quite like the way you talk to me." In the next moment, the entire hospital room was suddenly illuminated by a flash of sword light. Lin Chen felt as if countless swords were pointed at him, rendering him unable to move. Chen Jianping glanced at Lin Chen and continued, "Be quiet. As for your mother, back then when that area was sealed off, I took over later, saving me a lot of trouble, so I owe her a personal favor. I was originally going to save you this time, but since you handled it yourself, consider it a wasted trip for me." "Alright. I'm short on time. Those people in the north can't find me and will be in a panic. I can help you once more, but the opportunity is only once. Remember, my name is Chen Jianping." After saying this, Chen Jianping disappeared from the spot. After Chen Jianping left, Lin Chen fell into silence. Chen Jianping's sudden appearance brought up the mother who had disappeared 12 years ago. The woman who had remarried and abandoned him and his father had transformed into a so-called hero? Even Chen Jianping said he would help him because of her? Lin Chen raised his hand to cover his forehead. What a joke! Lin Chen directly overturned the medical equipment beside him, his face dark. But in the next moment, Lin Chen fell silent. Because all the words Chen Jianping had said to him, the deception, showed no reaction. It was all true. "Oh, right. It seems that your file has a power related to a golden chain. Coincidentally, your mother's rule back then was called lock." Chen Jianping's voice echoed in the hospital room again, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. "Lock?" Lin Chen looked incredulously at his palm. Her rule was actually lock? The golden chain he possessed, could it be? Lin Chen suddenly recalled what Zhou Kuan had said to him, that the golden chain was also a power of a certain rule, and that rule's source was also a. At that moment, Lin Chen fell into a long silence. A reality he had to face lay before him. The reason the golden chain had the ability to suppress was actually because it originated from the rule lock. And this ability, was it also locked within his body by that woman? For a moment, Lin Chen couldn't see clearly who that so-called mother of his was. The memories he had were already few and blurred, and now they were even more unclear to Lin Chen. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed softly. The prison that Chen Jianping mentioned. And that old guy, his vague mother. Lin Chen had never thought that one day he would have such a connection with the woman who abandoned him and his father 12 years ago. By the time Lin Chen regained his senses, he found that the night outside the window had darkened. No matter what, these matters will be clarified one by one later. But I can't delay any longer. I need to find that guy. Lin Chen tore off the needle from his body and then flipped off the bed alone. As soon as he landed, Lin Chen felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter and he fell to the ground with a thud. Cough. Blood poured from his mouth and nose. Is it because of forcibly using deception? Lin Chen looked down at the blood he had coughed up. In Zayahushan Villa, deceiving oneself into believing they had the power to turn everything around, in that lie, not only did it save Jiangjin, but it even directly dismembered that monster. But after the prison shattered, Lin Chen felt an increasingly strong sense of repulsion. That feeling, it was as if the world was rejecting him. Because I deceived reality, it was like I briefly created a bug, but once reality discovered this bug, it would immediately fix it, piercing through the lie. Lin Chen looked at his palm. The tug-of-war between reality and lies nearly tore him apart. He vaguely felt that it was because the lie he told back then was simply too grand, something he couldn't bear now. So when the lie was pierced, the backlash almost shattered him. If I had said, I possess the power to destroy the world, that lie would have been instantly exposed, and I would have been erased by reality. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and then told himself another lie. My hair will grow longer. In the next moment, a block of the world was pulled away. Deception reacted once again. Lin Chen deceived himself once more, and so his hair began to grow wildly. In just a few breaths, it had already reached his shoulders. My hair has grown longer. Lin Chen stared in shock at his hair cascading to his shoulders. But soon, as Lin Chen's consciousness cleared, the lie was instantly pierced. His long hair began to vanish into thin air, quickly returning to its original length. Reality repaired this bug once again. Was the lie pierced? Lin Chen looked in the mirror and found no difference in the length of his hair compared to before. So that's how it is. Lies come in different sizes. Such a trivial lie won't bring me backlash. Lin Chen recalled the scene at the Xiaohu Villa, when he was cut in half, despair flooding over him like a tide, and in the moment before death, a strong will to survive drove him to say the lie of turning everything around, moving from clevel to blevel. Lin Chen understood that he had a deeper grasp of the rule of deception. The pain in my body will disappear. Deception reacted. The intense pain in Lin Chen's body gradually faded, as if being slowly erased by an invisible hand. As expected. Xiaohu Villa. Hey, buddy, we can't go any further up ahead. The taxi driver stopped the car and said to Lin Chen behind him. There was already a circle of roadblocks ahead, and behind the roadblocks was a caution tape. Buddy, the road has been closed for the past few days. Should we take a detour? The driver asked tentatively. Let's stop here, thank you. Lin Chen pulled out a few cash bills from his pocket and handed them to the driver. The driver took them with some surprise, muttering, Buddy, why cash? You should know that nowadays, everyone uses mobile payments, and not many people carry cash when taking a taxi. My phone's out of battery. Lin Chen casually said before getting out of the car. The taxi driver didn't think much of it, leaving Lin Chen behind as he drove away. Lin Chen, wearing a hat, stuffed his hands in his pockets and exhaled a puff of warm air. Without coordinating with the logistics department, Lin Chen headed straight for the back mountain, passing through the woods and crossing the caution line. Lin Chen left the Jinga Palace alone, taking a taxi back to Xiaohu Villa in Jiang City in the middle of the night. Since the void had been shot dead during the day and the prison had vanished, the lockdown of Xiaohu Villa wasn't as strict. Lin Chen quietly bypassed the duty personnel and returned to Xiaohu Villa. However, he didn't enter the villa directly. Instead, he walked behind a rockery. Lin Chen looked around, confirming that there was no one nearby, then pulled out a folding shovel from his backpack. He crouched down and began to dig. After digging for a full hour, the shovel got stuck with a crunch. Lin Chen poked at it and found a stone beneath the shovel. Found it. Lin Chen raised the shovel and struck the stone's surface with force. Crash! A pile of rubble fell away, revealing the space inside. Lin Chen crouched down, reached in, and grabbed an arm. Then he pulled hard, bringing a person out. Hey, wake up! Lin Chen placed the person on the ground and patted his face. Wang Ming slowly came to from his unconscious state, and upon seeing Lin Chen, he cursed, Damn, why did it take you so long to get here? I almost thought I was going to be buried here. Lin Chen tossed some dirt aside, saying, There was an accident. After leaving Xiaohu Villa, I fainted until midnight and then took a taxi from Jinja Palace. Wang Ming spat out the dirt in his mouth and said, Alright. At Xiaohu Villa, after Lin Chen dealt with that monster, he had moved Wang Ming to a different location using the ability of stone, leaving him in the back mountain of Xiaohu Villa. When the logistics personnel from Jinja Palace came to clean up later, they found no trace of Wang Ming. Lin Chen had been a bit worried, but after waking up and hearing Jiang Jin's action report, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not bad already, better than you being taken to Jinja Palace, Lin Chen said while shaking his hands. Wang Ming wiped his face and said, That's true, thanks a lot, Brother Lin. Brother Lin, you really are something else. If it weren't for you, we would have all died at Xiaohu Villa. Lin Shen looked at Wang Ming, whose limbs were left with only his right hand, the rest having been severed by that monster, looking pitiful. How are you going to walk like this? Wang Ming smiled, revealing a row of neat teeth. Brother Lin, you don't need to worry about that. I've already contacted someone to pick me up. Lin Shen didn't ask further and nodded. Oh, right. It cost me $500 to take the taxi here. Remember to pay me back. Wang Ming was taken aback and then asked, Brother Lin, are you short on money? Lin Shen fell silent and slowly uttered two words. Very short. The salary from Jinga Palace hadn't come through yet. Although he was doing well now, the money he spent was all saved up from his school days. Wang Ming looked at himself, covered in a mix of dirt and blood, dark and grimy. Can I transfer it to you later? Lin Shen hesitated for a moment and nodded. Sure. Lin Shen put his hands in his pockets and said, since someone is coming to pick you up, I'll head back first. Wang Ming nodded and then said, Brother Lin, I still advise you. After all, Jinga Palace is a cleanup organization and those guys are all Blackheart. You mustn't be deceived by them. Now that you have this kind of strength, you can totally go solo. Lin Shen didn't respond directly, just threw out a got it. Wang Ming didn't say more on the matter, only seriously stated, Brother Lin. Thanks to you this time. When I get a chance, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Lin Shen nodded, then his figure disappeared into the woods. After digging Wang Ming out, Lin Shen took out his phone from his pocket and lit up the screen. Several new messages had appeared in the water margin chat group. It had been 12 hours since he entered Shouhu Villa. At that time, Lin Shen had sent a message using the ID Leopard Head saying he was preparing to enter Shouhu Villa. Yu Qilin, Leopard Head, how's it going? Yu Qilin, Leopard Head, it's been 10 hours, is everything smooth? Lin Shen continued to scroll down through the group chat messages, and after Yu Qilin sent 2 messages, Ji Shiryu actually replied. Ji Shiryu, the illusion at Xiaohu Villa has been shot dead. Yu Qilin, really? Yu Qilin, did you find the flower monk? Ji Shiryu, Jinga Palace didn't find him, he should be hiding. Lin Shen frowned, as expected. This Ji Shiryu is a high-ranking member of Jinga Palace. At that time, I was still unconscious, and the task report about Xiaohu Villa probably had just taken shape when he got the news. Who exactly is Ji Shiryu? Lin Shen frowned. If the Timely Rain was a high-ranking member of the Jinga Palace, then wouldn't he know his true identity? Just then, the screen lit up and a new message popped up. Flower Monk, I'm out. Flower Monk, this time, thanks to Leopard Head, or I would have really been done for. You were picked up so quickly? Lin Shen was a bit surprised to see the ID of Flower Monk. To think that just 20 minutes ago he was lying in a pit and now he had a phone? Jade Qilin, good, as long as you're alive. Flower Monk, Divine Doctor, I've met up with the Divine Doctor. Jade Qilin, that's good, this time it's all thanks to Leopard Head. Jade Qilin, Leopard Head, I keep my word, they'll have Flower Monk hand over that poem to you. Lin Shen looked at the chat history, frowning slightly. Divine Doctor? The person nicknamed Divine Doctor? Lin Shen scrolled through the group chat members and indeed found the person with the ID Divine Doctor, but their avatar and profile were blank, only a string of numbers for a phone. From this ID, it should be him who picked up Wang Ming. Lin Shen looked at the chat history, thought for a moment, and then typed on the keyboard. Leopard Head, good. Lin Shen didn't say much more and closed the screen again. The more he spoke, the more he exposed himself. After all, this water margin chat group wasn't clear on who was really in it. Moreover, there was also a Timely Rain, so he had to be cautious. In this group, everything was based on the principle of exchanging benefits. Lin Shen hailed another taxi, still pulling out cash. On the way back to Jinga Palace, Lin Shen suddenly remembered something. Damn, I forgot to ask Wang Ming for the return fare. Leaning back in his seat, Lin Shen gazed out at the passing scenery and unknowingly dozed off. Hey, young man, we've arrived. The driver's voice woke Lin Shen. He opened his eyes and found the Jinga Palace 88-story building not far away. Thank you. Lin Shen handed the cash to the driver and then got out of the car. This time, to prevent Jinga Palace from finding traces, Lin Shen had specifically withdrawn cash from his card. Lin Shen took the elevator back to the 30th floor, and just as he entered the room, a knocking sound came from the wall beside him. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 consecutive knocks, a door appeared out of thin air on the wall. Click. The door was pushed open, and Shen Xiaoyuan poked his head in. What's up, little brat? Got something? Lin Shen glanced sideways at Chen Xiaoyuan. Chen Xiaoyuan didn't retort, just quietly looked at Lin Shen with a flattering smile. Brother Lin, I just came to see how your injury is. After I came back, I heard you were in a coma. I went to see you tonight and found you weren't there. Turns out you've already returned to your room. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow, watching Chen Xiaoyuan warily. What's up? Do you need something? This kid was acting strangely. He should have jumped up to curse at him when he called him a little brat. Now, with this kind of fawning attitude, calling him Brother Lin. Chen Xiaoyuan chuckled and said, "Isn't it just to check on you, Brother Lin?" Lin Chen chuckled and replied, "Just say what you want." Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyuan shook his head like a rattledrum and quickly said, "No, Brother Lin, I just came to check on you. Hee, Lin Chen, from now on, you're my big brother." After saying this, Chen Xiaoyuan slowly pulled his head back. "I want to disturb Brother Lin's rest." Click. The door disappeared again. Lin Chen ignored Chen Xiaoyuan, sitting alone on the sofa and letting out a deep breath. "I'm going to dream." The next moment, a strong wave of drowsiness hit him, and Lin Chen fell asleep once more. As his consciousness gradually awakened, Lin Chen opened his eyes again to find himself in a pure white space. "How did you get in here?" Zhou Kuan looked at Lin Chen in confusion and asked. These 2 times Lin Chen entered the dream were too smooth. He knew that previously, using dream to pull someone into the dream wasn't always successful. "I just wanted to dream," Lin Chen replied casually. Zhou Kuan looked Lin Chen up and down and asked, "Is your mission over?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "It is." Just then, Zhou Kuan suddenly frowned. "No, something's off with the rules on you." In the next moment, Zhou Kuan abruptly looked up, staring intently at Lin Chen. "Could it be that you also?" Lin Chen did not deny it and nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right, I've developed a new ability for deception. The reason I came to find you this time is to ask, when you first developed Dream, what was the feeling?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuan suddenly chuckled. "Kid, from the sound of it, you've encountered backlash too, haven't you? You should have noticed as well, although the rules of the shadow attribute are more abstract than those of the light attribute, they can't be used recklessly." "Exactly, this time I almost died from the backlash of the rules." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Zhou Kuan did not hide anything and said, "When I first developed Dream, I could pull others into dreams. That time, I tried to pull everyone in the Jinga palace into the same dream." Hearing Zhou Kuan's words, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Zhou Kuan had just developed the ability to pull people into dreams and actually attempted to pull the entire Jinga palace into the same dream? Zhou Kuan shook his head and said, "Naturally, I failed. Or rather, I succeeded halfway." "What do you mean?" Lin Chen asked, confused. Zhou Kuan continued, "The dream did respond to me, but in that moment, I felt thousands of different dreamscapes. In just an instant, I was swept into the vortex of dreams, experiencing thousands of dreams at once, almost getting lost in them." At this point, Zhou Kuan smiled bitterly. "After that time, I couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality for an entire month. The rules indeed have no limits, but we thieves can't control the rules all at once." Lin Chen nodded, "So that's how it is. The rules have no end, but how many rules one can control still depends on oneself. The light attribute progresses steadily, step by step, from C to S. The shadow attribute, due to its own abstraction, is unstable in use." Lin Chen was about to say something else when suddenly a phone rang from outside. The entire pure white space shook with the sound of the phone. "Someone's looking for me, I have to go." With that, Lin Chen began to wake up. Zhou Kuan merely smiled at Lin Chen's casual behavior of coming and going as he pleased. "Kid, don't forget our agreement." Lin Chen glanced back at Zhou Kuan. And then the dream space began to collapse. In the next moment, Lin Chen on the sofa opened his eyes. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The phone beside him continued to ring incessantly. Lin Chen looked at the black phone on the table. "Is this the phone provided by the Jinga Palace?" Surprised, Lin Chen picked up the black phone and pressed the call button. "Lin Chen, this is Zhao Qi. Please come to the 70th floor immediately for a task summary." It was Zhao Kai's voice on the other end. "Okay." Lin Chen replied and hung up the phone. Just after hanging up, there was another 3 knocks on the wall. A door appeared out of nowhere, and Chen Xiaoyuan poked his head out with a grin. "Brother Lin, let me take you." Lin Chen glanced at Chen Xiaoyuan, realizing he had also received a call. "Let's go." Lin Chen did not refuse, stood up, and was about to go with Chen Xiaoyuan to take the elevator. But Chen Xiaoyuan called out to Lin Chen, "Brother Lin, you don't need to go through all that trouble." Lin Chen turned back to look at Chen Xiaoyuan, puzzled and about to speak, when he saw Chen Xiaoyuan knock on the wall again. Bang bang bang. After 3 knocks, a door appeared on the wall. "What is this? Did Chen Xiaoyuan use the ability of door?" Before Lin Chen could continue speaking, Chen Xiaoyuan eagerly pushed the door open. "Brother Lin, after you." Once the door was pushed open, it directly led to the conference room on the 70th floor. Lin Chen looked at Chen Xiaoyuan in shock, who also had a face that seemed to say "praise me." It seems that after the Xia Hushan Villa incident, Chen Xiaoyuan has gained a deeper understanding of the door. Before this, Chen Xiaoyuan couldn't consistently reach the designated location. "Let's go." Lin Chen strode through the door, and he and Chen Xiaoyuan directly arrived at the conference room on the 70th floor. In the conference room, Zhao Qi, Jiang Zhen, Wang Meng, and several unfamiliar faces were present. Their expressions varied when they saw the suddenly appeared door. Has Chen Xiaoyuan's door been further developed? Looks like we didn't arrive late. Lin Chen and Chen Xiaoyuan took their seats in the conference room. Lin Chen scanned the people in the room. Jiang Jin still sat coldly on one side, while Zhao Qi occupied the main seat. "Oh, newcomer, we owe you this time," Wang Meng said, wearing sunglasses and greeting Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Wang Meng in surprise, knowing that he had taken several stabs before. He didn't expect him to recover so quickly. At this moment, Wang Meng, wearing sunglasses and with one hand on his prosthetic limb, waved at Lin Chen. "Alright, let's proceed with the task summary." Zhao Qi knocked on the table and said in a deep voice. Immediately, an assistant beside him took out a stack of documents, which recorded all the actions of Lin Chen and others since leaving the Jinga Palace. Lin Chen casually flipped through it and found that even the conversations of Zhao Qi and others in the communication room were recorded one by one. It detailed some discoveries and action specifics from Zayahushan Villa. Lin Chen flipped to the back and found a page documenting that monster. A combination of the void and the thief. The cause of its appearance is unknown, suspected to be man-made. Below, all the information about that thief had been retrieved. Chu Juhua, male, 27 years old. Possesses the rule/yang attribute. Rated B ability. The ability to slash through things in front of him. Chu Juhua? Lin Chen looked at the large photo above, which looked exactly like the person in the void. A brat thief. Ha! Lin Chen examined this Chu Ju's record and found that this guy had a blank period in his history. Lin Chen thought of that crimson long knife and couldn't help but feel a chill. Chen Xiaoyuan's door could actually be slashed open. That was the first time Lin Chen clearly felt the collision between rules. Everyone, see if there are any additions to this task. Behind were several professionals analyzing this task bit by bit. Lin Chen was nearly falling asleep. Due to the special nature of this task, after re-evaluation, we have determined the monster's level to be pseudo-A. Lin Chen, do you have any objections? Zhao Qi looked at Lin Chen, who was sitting far away, and asked. At that moment, Lin Chen had a document covering his face, lying back in his chair. Lin Chen? Lin Chen? Zhao Qi said loudly. Lin Chen suddenly woke up, and the document on his face fell to the ground. Lin Chen, because you were the first to handle the Zayahushan Villa incident, we have determined the monster's level to be pseudo-A. Do you have any objections? Zhao Qi patiently repeated. Pseudo-A? Lin Chen thought for a moment. No problem. The monster's level was definitely greater than B, but still far from A, as it possessed both slash and prison, making it even more special. Zhao Qi nodded and then sealed the file. Since there are no further additions, the file regarding Zayahushan Villa will conclude here. After Zhao Qi finished speaking, Lin Chen stood up to leave. He had been sitting too long and was feeling sore. But just then, Zhao Qi suddenly called out to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, stay a moment. Why? Lin Chen turned back in confusion. Zhao Qi took out another stack of documents. Next, we need to discuss the re-evaluation of Lin Chen's level. 3 o'clock in the morning. Lin Chen left the conference room. He didn't take the elevator. Chen Xiaoyuan still courteously opened a door for Lin Chen, leading him directly back to the 30th floor. Brother Lin, hey, please. Chen Xiaoyuan pushed the door open, allowing Lin Chen to return to his room without needing to use a key. Brother Lin, I'm fine, I'll head back first. Chen Xiaoyuan smiled at Lin Chen and then hurried back to his own room. Lin Chen nodded and then plopped down onto the sofa. Ha! Lin Chen took a deep breath, looking at a new file on the table. The file was titled Deception. This brand new file had just been taken out of the printer. Lin Chen opened the file called Deception, and the first line was his name. Lin Chen, male, 20 years old. After Lin Chen encountered two virtual entities at Jiangcheng University, the file was updated with the incident at Zayahushan Villa. Lin Chen flipped through the file, which had new additions documenting his actions at Zayahushan Villa, noting that he personally shot and killed a pseudo-level virtual entity. On the last page of the file, there was a line of small print. At the Jinga Palace. Lin Chen's level was rated as B level. In the meeting room earlier, Zhao Qi led the re-evaluation, with Chen Xiaoyuan, Wang Meng, and Jiang Jin providing supplementary information, redefining Lin Chen from a C level to a B. Lin Chen glanced at the file, casually tossing it onto the table, then pulled out a business card from his pocket. Logistics Department, Zhao Hao. This was given to him by Zhao Hao the first time he met someone from the logistics department under the teaching building at Jiangcheng University. Lin Chen took out his phone and dialed Zhao Hao's number. Hello, this is Lin Chen. On the other end of the line, Zhao Hao immediately set aside what he was doing upon receiving Lin Chen's call and respectfully replied, Okay, they'll come to pick you up. Zhao Hao nodded with a smile and then hung up the phone. Lin Chen left his room and took the elevator down to the first-floor lobby. By the time Lin Chen arrived at the first-floor lobby, Zhao Hao, dressed in a gray work uniform, had been waiting for a while. Mr. Lin, over here. Zhao Hao greeted Lin Chen with a smile. Lin Chen nodded. Where are those survivors now? Zhao Hao respectfully said, they are currently on the 3rd underground level. We are providing them with psychological counseling. Mr. Lin, I'll take you there. Saying this, Zhao Hao took out his work card and swiped it on the elevator. The elevator doors opened and Zhao Hao stepped aside. Mr. Lin, please go ahead. Lin Chen didn't stand on ceremony and walked directly into the elevator. As the elevator descended, Lin Chen and Zhao Hao arrived at the -3rd level. How is the psychological counseling for the survivors going? Lin Chen asked. This time, the Zayahushan Villa incident was quite significant, and the remaining dozen or so survivors have been quite affected, Zhao Hao replied. After a moment's thought, Zhao Hao added, also, because the road closure for this Zayahushan Villa incident caused quite a stir. The cleanup work isn't as easy as before. Lin Chen nodded, and as the elevator doors opened, the two stepped out. The underground 3rd level of Jinga Palace resembled an underground parking lot, but it was divided into individual rooms, with logistics personnel in grey work uniforms moving back and forth. Zhao Hao led Lin Chen forward, passing by rooms that looked like interrogation chambers, and Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. Inside, 2 people in grey work uniforms were taking notes, while across from them sat a middle-aged man who looked haggard. What are they doing? Lin Chen asked, peering through the glass. Zhao Hao immediately walked over and respectfully said, Mr. Lin, as you know, ordinary people entering prison are often uncertain about what they see. We need to record their memories to document the effects of different prisons and supplement the task files. Similarly, we can also use this method to assess their mental state and then take varying degrees of psychological counseling. Lin Chen looked at the drowsy middle-aged man inside, nodded, and then left the area. This way, Mr. Lin. After Zhao Hao led Lin Chen around 3 corners, they arrived at a huge room. Outside was a layer of single-sided glass, allowing Lin Chen and Zhao Hao to see inside, while the people inside could not see them. In this room, Lin Chen saw the more than 10 survivors from Xiaohu Villa. Mr. Lin, except for 4 who are still being rescued and unconscious, all the survivors from Xiaohu Villa are here, Zhao Hao said. Lin Chen glanced around. There were only a dozen people. Each one appeared to be in poor mental condition. Some were rambling incoherently about blood and ghosts, while others stared blankly ahead with vacant eyes. Lin Chen scanned the room and found Gu Shishir sitting in a corner, hugging her knees. Gu Shishir. Lin Chen looked at her through the glass. Gu Shishir had no injuries, and thanks to her previous experience with the void, her mental state was relatively good. But this good was only in comparison to the others who had already broken down mentally. Zhao Hao noticed Lin Chen's gaze and asked, Mr. Lin, do you need me to bring her out? Lin Chen raised his hand and pressed it against the glass, looking at the haggard Gu Shishir, frowning. Not for now. What is your psychological counseling like? Can you show me? Zhao Hao quickly nodded and said, of course, Mr. Lin. You are frontline personnel. We in the logistics department can handle these matters as you wish, as long as it doesn't take up your time. With that, Zhao Hao directly opened the door to the next room. The 2 people inside, dressed in grey work uniforms, immediately stood up and nodded at Zhao Hao. Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao. Zhao Hao did not respond but instead stepped aside to let Lin Chen stand in the center. This is Mr. Lin Chen, here to observe. You can continue with your work. Hello, Mr. Lin. The 2 called out loudly. Lin Chen nodded, hello. The 2 sat back down, organizing their materials. One of the young men in grey work clothes quietly sized up Lin Chen and whispered to the person next to him, is he the first person to kill the void at Xiaohu Villa? The person next to him nodded and whispered back, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He was the first to leave Xiaohu Villa and I saw him directly pin Li Xinhui to the ground. The 2 continued to whisper and Zhao Hao's face turned pale with anger as he shouted, have you completed your work? The 2 immediately lowered their heads and continued sorting their documents. Mr. Lin, please excuse them, Zhao Hao said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his hand and then looked at the items in their hands. There were 3 iron boxes containing capsules of 3 different colors, red, green, and yellow. The 3 colored capsules resembled traffic lights placed inside the iron boxes. What is this? Lin Chen asked. Zhao Hao quickly explained, Mr. Lin, this is a form of psychological counseling. Depending on the mental state of ordinary people, they take different colored capsules. Green represents mild, yellow represents moderate, and red represents severe. Lin Chen looked at the 3 colored capsules and asked, what are the effects? Zhao Hao whispered, they are used to process memories, allowing ordinary people who have experienced the void to blur or forget that memory. Forgetting memories? Lin Chen frowned, casually picking up a capsule and rubbing it in his hand. This feeling. Rules? Lin Chen directly cracked open the capsule, discovering only a bit of white powder inside. Almost indistinguishable from the cold medicine capsules he usually took. The powder is just a carrier. There are actually rules hidden inside? Lin Chen frowned, his fingers pinching the white powder. Just then, a survivor from the next room was brought over. It was a man in his 20s, trembling all over, his legs weak, being escorted in. It's so terrifying, the man muttered repeatedly. Sit down. Two logistics personnel urged the man to take a seat on the stool, but he continued to tremble uncontrollably. The man stammered, "What do you want to do?" Just then, as he looked up, he suddenly noticed Lin Chen standing to the side. "It's you!" The man's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "You killed that monster all by yourself. Bro, you're amazing, thank you so much." Lin Chen remained silent, quietly observing the actions of the two logistics personnel. "Alright, have some water. The situation has been resolved. You'll be sent home shortly." One of the logistics personnel smiled and patted the man's shoulder, then handed him a cup of water that contained a green capsule. The man, without suspicion, swallowed it down. In the next moment, he suddenly stiffened, his gaze losing focus. The two logistics personnel expertly dragged the man out. "What will happen to him?" Lin Chen asked Zhao Hao, who was standing nearby. "He has been taken away from the Jinga palace, and another logistics team will take over. He will soon return to a normal life," Zhao Hao replied honestly. Lin Chen stared at Zhao Hao for a few seconds. The lack of reaction from deception indicated it was the truth. After the man left, another deranged old lady was brought in. I want to steal eggs, don't take my eggs." As soon as she entered, the old lady began to scream loudly, struggling wildly. Sit down, sit down." The logistics personnel brought the old lady to a seat, but she became even more frantic, pointing her finger at the logistics personnel and cursing. "Give me your seat, I'm an old person, you have to give me your seat." Lin Chen frowned. The old lady looked like she had already lost her mind. "What's wrong with me taking your package? I just took it, I thought it was left behind." The old lady continued to throw a tantrum. But in the next moment, the logistics personnel directly pressed down on the old lattice head, pried her mouth open, and threw in a red capsule. Soon, the old lady quieted down. "Take her away." From the moment the old lady entered the room to when she was taken out, it only took a few seconds, all done in one go. Zhao Hao smiled awkwardly and said, "Mr. Lin, you know that in this situation, we can only handle it forcibly. After making them forget and blur this memory, we will also provide proper psychological counseling to help them return to normal life. Actually, these people are relatively easy to handle. The real headache is the ordinary people who died at Ziyahushan Villa. Their aftermath is even more troublesome." Lin Chen nodded in understanding. "Gu Shishir, what level is her condition?" Zhao Hao immediately flipped through the documents on the table and found the assessment of Gu Shishi's mental state. "Mr. Lin, Gu Shishir is at a moderate level." Lin Chen nodded, then picked up a yellow capsule and tossed it directly into his mouth. "Mr. Lin!" Zhao Hao exclaimed in shock. Seeing Lin Chen swallow the yellow capsule without hesitation, Zhao Hao's face turned pale with fear, and he rushed over to try to make Lin Chen spit it out. "I'm fine." Lin Chen raised his hand to interrupt Zhao Hao. Feeling the capsule dissolve in his mouth, as the white powder melted away, a certain force of rules was attempting to erase Lin Chen's memory. "This is, forget." Lin Chen sensed the power of this rule, clearly noticing bits of his memory fading away. Realizing what this rule was. So that's how it is. The source rule was forget. That thief used the capsule as a carrier, stuffing the ability to forget inside. After taking this capsule, a certain memory would become blurred. The so-called red, green, and yellow were merely the amounts of ability stuffed inside. "My memory will not be erased." Lin Chen decisively activated Deception Die. In the next moment, the memories that had been slowly fading suddenly became clear. The power of forgetting was directly dispelled. Lin Chen's recollection of the Xiaohu villa sharpened once again. "Mr. Lin, are you alright?" Zhao Hao asked anxiously from the side. "I'm fine," Lin Chen waved his hand. Seeing that Lin Chen was okay, Zhao Hao let out a long sigh of relief. "Mr. Lin, about Gu Shishir?" Zhao Hao observed Lin Chen's expression, cautiously inquiring. Lin Chen fell silent, and after a while, slowly said, "Handle it normally." "I understand," Zhao Hao nodded. Lin Chen left the room directly, leaving Zhao Hao and the others to continue their work. Standing in front of the one-way glass in the adjacent room, Lin Chen frowned, looking through the glass at Gu Shishir in the corner. Gu Shishir hugged her knees, her gaze vacant. Gu Shishir was an ordinary person. Perhaps she shouldn't have been allowed to remember that incident in the teaching building. Lin Chen had originally intended to take Gu Shishir away, but seeing those who had mentally collapsed, he changed his mind. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen still did not go in to meet Gu Shishir. "Perhaps forgetting is a better choice for you." Lin Chen realized after this experience at Xiaohu Villa that these things were enough to destroy an ordinary person's heart. The further ordinary people stayed away from these things, the better. After personally trying the capsule, Lin Chen understood the principles of psychological counseling. The forget shouldn't have any issues. Lin Chen sighed and then left the third underground floor. After leaving, Lin Chen reflected on the three-colored capsule. To be able to use forget to this extent, it seems at least in a level thief. This guy had made a tremendous contribution to the stability of society. By the time Lin Chen left the third underground floor, it was already daytime outside. Let's have breakfast. Lin Chen took the elevator and pressed the button for the 11th floor. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand suddenly reached in, stopping the elevator. Ding! Sensing the palm, the elevator doors reopened. A woman with short hair, wearing a red coat, walked in. The moment Lin Chen saw her, he felt an odd familiarity. Lin Chen, we meet again, the woman said calmly, looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned. Who are you? Li Xinhe, the second thief recruited by the Jinga palace. Li Xinhe said, hands in her pockets, addressing Lin Chen. Lin Chen suddenly recalled the memories after leaving Shouhu Villa. At that time, after breaking out of prison with Jiang Zheng, he indeed encountered two people. One was bald, and the other seemed to be this short-haired woman. Lin Chen frowned. At that time, he was in a daze due to the backlash of the rules and had no mind to chat with them. So it seemed he had directly fought with this Li Xinhe? Lin Chen glanced at Li Xinhe, who was standing still beside him, and asked, aren't you going to press the elevator button? Since entering, Li Xinhe had just been standing there without pressing the elevator. Oh, right. Li Xinhe sneered, then pressed all the buttons from the first to the 11th floor. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Li Xinhe, you know, that kind of behavior can easily get you beaten up outside. Li Xinhe didn't care at all and retorted, is that so? By the way, what was that chain of yours outside Shouhu Villa? How could it suppress my rules? Lin Chen yawned, glancing sideways at Li Xinhe. No comment. Li Xinhe sneered, then slowly unzipped her coat. Lin Chen, you don't really think you can suppress me, do you? Lin Chen chuckled, then directly pressed the emergency stop button of the elevator. V-room. The elevator came to an abrupt halt. So you came looking for trouble, then let's not waste time. I still need to have breakfast. That's even better. Li Xin's gaze turned cold. In the next moment, Li Xin had directly raised her hand and grabbed Lin Chen's neck, slamming him against the side of the elevator. Boom! The tremendous force made the elevator shake a few times. Lin Chen looked down at Li Xin's hand gripping him, her movements so fast and her strength absurdly great. Lin Chen, it seems you're not that strong after all. Is this really the level of the Xiahushan resort you handled? Li Xinhe narrowed her eyes, staring intently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen met her gaze and smiled. You've got quite a bit of strength. Then I should have strength too. The moment Lin Chen's words fell, deception was activated. Lin Chen told a lie, and within that lie he possessed strength. In the next moment, Lin Chen, who had been pinned by the neck against the elevator wall, swiftly turned his hand and grasped Li Xin's wrist, slowly applying pressure. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Hiss. The immense force on her wrist made Li Xinhe gasp, as if that sudden power was about to crush her wrist. How could you suddenly be so strong? Li Xinhe was startled, but the sharp pain in her wrist forced her to pull her hand back. Just as she attempted to withdraw, Lin Chen's other fist struck her abdomen. Not good. Bang. Cough. Li Xin's pupils constricted, the intense pain in her abdomen contorting her face. Without giving her time to react, Lin Chen charged forward, slamming Li Xinhe against the elevator wall. Lin Chen's strength was so great that he lifted Li Xinhe off the ground, one hand pressing her head down, smashing it against the elevator wall. Bang! The tremendous force created a large dent in the elevator wall, causing the already suspended elevator to shake violently. Li Xinhe, I told you not to mess around with the elevator. It's easy to get beaten up, do you believe it now? Lin Chen pressed down hard on Li Xin's head, grinning. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Xin's mouth as she struggled to break free, but she couldn't pry Lin Chen's fingers apart. Lin Chen! Li Xinhe shouted angrily, and in an instant flames ignited around her. Lin Chen's expression changed. This is the rule? In that moment, Li Xinhe unhesitatingly activated her rule. Fire! Boom! A massive fireball instantly engulfed the entire elevator. The already cramped elevator was swept by flames, its interior charred black. As the flames dispersed, Li Xinhe was completely covered in fire, her red coat glowing brilliantly. But amidst the thick smoke, a hand suddenly burst forth. Bang! Lin Chen's arm tore through the smoke, disregarding the flames on Li Xinhe, and directly grabbed her neck, slamming her down to the ground. How is this possible? Li Xinhe gripped Lin Chen's wrist tightly, the immense force choking her. She knew she was enveloped in flames, with surface temperatures nearing 1,000 degrees, enough to melt bronze. How could Lin Chen possibly withstand it? Li Xinhe clutched Lin Chen's wrist tightly, but soon the flames charred his flesh, a burnt smell filling the elevator. After the smoke cleared, Lin Chen was burned all over, his face unrecognizable. My body will recover as before. Deception activated once more. In the next moment, Lin Chen's burned skin began to heal rapidly. At the same time, 2 golden chains appeared from Lin Chen's hands. He raised his hand and yanked. The golden chains wrapping around Li Xin's neck. Cough, cough. As the golden chains tightened, the flames on Li Xinha began to extinguish, her own rule being suppressed. Li Xinha was once again firmly restrained by the golden chains. Ding! In the next moment, the elevator doors reopened. Outside stood several cleaners who had gathered, including Jiang Jin, Wang Meng, and even Chen Xiaoyuan. Lin Chen. The moment they saw the elevator open, everyone was taken aback. Li Xinha was tightly bound by Lin Chen's chains, thrown to the ground like a dead pig, completely restrained. Oh, what a coincidence, everyone! Li Xinha glared angrily at Lin Chen, struggling fiercely and twisting on the ground. Lin Chen, with his hands in his pockets, stepped on Li Xin's backside. Be good. Don't delay me from having breakfast. In the dining hall, Lin Chen held a steamed bun in one hand and a tea egg in the other, stuffing his mouth with food. Oh, Lin, you seem to be in the mood for breakfast? Wang Meng sat down opposite Lin Chen, pushed up his sunglasses, and grabbed a bun from the table to eat. Lin Chen glanced at Wang Meng. Why wouldn't I be in the mood? Wang Meng removed his prosthetic limb and casually tossed it on the table, saying, You made such a big fuss with Li Xinha this morning, yet you remain so calm. If she wants to fight, there's not much I can do, Lin Chen mumbled with half a boiled egg in his mouth. Wang Meng nodded, saying, Li Xinha has already been taken away, the higher-ups have put her in confinement. Considering your special statuses, the higher-ups are quite concerned about this matter. After all, there are only a few thieves in the entire Jinga Palace, and losing one would have a significant impact. Lin Chen pulled out a tissue and wiped his hands. What's the relationship between Li Xinha and Chen Xiaoyuan? Wang Meng thought for a moment and said, although they aren't blood relatives, they're closer than siblings. Since Chen Xiaoyuan entered Jinga Palace, it's been Li Xinha taking care of him. But Lin Chen, your reputation is quite something now. You actually handled Li Xinha in the elevator. Lin Chen twitched his lips, saying, What do you mean by handled? Can you be a bit more precise with your words? Wang Meng chuckled, stroking his chin. You tied her up with chains, SM style. The young people these days really go hard. Now everyone in Jinga Palace is saying, You're the elevator god of war. Lin Chen's expression darkened. What kind of nonsense is that? It's true, and it's already spreading. If you encounter Lin Chen, never ride the elevator alone with him, Wang Meng said with a laugh. Lin Chen ignored Wang Meng and got up from his seat. Alright, I have things to do, I'm leaving. Wang Meng sat in his chair, watching Lin Chen's departing figure, his crimson pupils flickering slightly beneath his sunglasses. After leaving the dining hall, Lin Chen waited in front of an elevator. Soon, he noticed that everyone waiting for the elevator was looking at him with strange expressions, silently making way for him. When the elevator doors opened, 3 people inside were chatting and laughing. Hey, did you hear? Today, Li Xinha got handled. Is that true? Who in Jinga Palace could handle that female tyrant? It's true, and she was tied up with chains on the ground, her backside seems to have been pinched. It's a newcomer, Lin Chen, he solved the task at Hushin Villa not long ago. Wow, that Lin Chen is so impressive? As they spoke, the elevator doors opened, and the 3 people saw Lin Chen directly across from them. Their faces changed dramatically, and they lowered their heads as they exited the elevator. Lin Chen entered the elevator alone and pressed the button for the 30th floor. After waiting for a while, he noticed that no one outside was coming in. Aren't you coming? Lin Chen asked the people outside. No, it's fine. We're not in a hurry, you go ahead. Yeah, well take the next one. None of the people outside entered, laughing awkwardly. Lin Chen twitched his lips and then rode the elevator alone. Looks like I won't have to queue for the elevator in the future. Today, Li Xinha suddenly approached him, probably because of the incident where he had locked her on the ground outside Hushin Villa. Lin Chen took out the black phone provided by Jinga Palace from his pocket, verified his identity, and entered Li Xin's name into the database. Soon, Li Xin's file was retrieved. Li Xinha, female, 24 years old. Attribute fire, yang attribute, B-level. It really is fire. Lin Chen murmured to himself. When he faced off against Li Xinha today, he felt her rules. Lin Chen looked at his palm. At that moment, he had gripped Li Xin's neck tightly, and although he had her firmly suppressed, his entire arm nearly melted. If it weren't for using deception, he would have likely been burned to a crisp. Lin Chen continued to scroll down, looking at the records of Li Xin's missions, and couldn't help but frown. How has this guy completed so many missions? Lin Chen was somewhat shocked as he looked at the dense list of mission experiences below, discovering that since joining the Jinga Palace, Li Xinha had already handled 26 incidents, with 14 of them being classified as blevel. It's worth noting that Li Xinha had only joined the Jinga Palace for a short time, a year or 2 at most. No wonder Li Xinha is so famous in the Jinga Palace. Lin Chen recalled the process of his confrontation with Li Xinhe. If it weren't for his golden chains being able to suppress her rules, relying solely on deception, even if he could win, he would undoubtedly have to pay a hefty price. Wait a minute. Lin Chen suddenly clicked on a mission file and found that in the list of mission personnel, Li Xinhe was followed by Chen Xiaoyuan. But hadn't Chen Xiaoyuan never taken on a mission? So that's how it is. No wonder Li Xin's number of missions is so outrageous. She took on the missions that originally belonged to Chen Xiaoyuan as well. Chen Xiaoyuan was also rated Blevel in the Jinga Palace, and due to her unique abilities, she had a significant advantage in handling prisons. But the reason Chen Xiaoyuan had been carefree in the Jinga Palace was still thanks to her sister Li Xinhe. Lin Chen turned off his black phone. The elevator reached the 30th floor, and just as Lin Chen stepped out, a message alert suddenly rang out. Lin Chen looked down, pulled out his phone, and unlocked the screen, only to find a message from Wang Ming. Wang Ming, do you have time tonight? Lin Chen, yes. Wang Ming, let's meet at the Donghu Hotel tonight, I'll send you the room number later. Lin Chen closed his phone, his fingers tapping on the screen. Wang Ming is asking to meet tonight? Lin Chen thought back to how Wang Ming had looked at Xiuhu Villa with his limbs reduced to just one hand. Could he really have recovered from such severe injuries so quickly that he could meet him now? Lin Chen returned to his room, tossed his phone onto the table, and lay down on the bed. He had been so exhausted these past few days. After returning from Xiuhu Villa, he had gone back to dig up Wang Ming, followed by a task summary, and this morning he had encountered Li Xinhe and fought with her. Lying on the bed, Lin Chen finally relaxed his mind. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. This time, Lin Chen did not dream. He slept until evening when the message alert rang out again. Lin Chen was awakened by the alert, fumbled for his phone, lit up the screen, and found a message from Wang Ming. Wang Ming, Donghu Hotel, 3rd floor, 316. Lin Chen, okay. Wang Ming, be careful, don't let anyone from the Jinga Palace follow you. Lin Chen stood up from the bed, took the black phone provided by the Jinga Palace out of his pocket and left it on the table. Then Lin Chen left the Jinga Palace alone. Donghu Hotel. Lin Chen, wearing a black hoodie, walked to the 3rd floor, searching for the room number. 316. Lin Chen stood in front of room 316 and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, the door opened. Wang Ming peeked out, showing his teeth, and smiled. Brother Lin, we meet again. Upon seeing Wang Ming, Lin Chen was taken aback. The Wang Ming before him had all his limbs intact. The limbs that had been severed had miraculously healed in just one day. Lin Chen looked at Wang Ming in disbelief. How could such severe injuries heal so quickly? Wang Ming raised his hand to scratch the back of his head and smiled. Brother Lin, I know what you're thinking. This is the work of a divine doctor. Divine doctor? Lin Chen frowned and asked, hearing this familiar title. Lin Chen thought of the messages in the water margin chat group from yesterday. At that time, Wang Ming said he had already met up with the divine doctor. Was it this person with the ID divine doctor who assisted Wang Ming at the Ziyahushan villa? Wang Ming nodded and smiled. You probably don't know, Brother Lin, that guy known as divine doctor has a rule called medicine. As long as you give him money, even if you have just one breath left, he can save you. Medicine? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. There was actually such a special thief in the water margin chat group? But his fees are outrageous. To be honest, he cleaned me out this time when I had him restore me. Brother Lin, the money I owe you will have to wait until later, Wang Ming said, scratching his head awkwardly. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay it back, it was just that the divine doctor was really too damn greedy. Wang Ming even suspected that the guy knew exactly how much money he had, as the price he quoted was spot on, leaving him completely broke. It's fine, just pay me back 1,000 next time. Lin Chen waved his hand casually. Wasn't it 500? Wang Ming asked, puzzled. Interest on interest, Lin Chen chuckled. Wang Ming didn't argue. Alright, whatever you want. Thanks to you this time at Ziyahushan Villa, or I would have really been in trouble. I called you here to give you this, Wang Ming said, pulling out a jade token from his pocket. What is this? Lin Chen took the jade token and examined it closely, noticing a line of small characters engraved on it. Anger rising to the crown at the railing. Upon seeing this line of small characters, Lin Chen suddenly felt the aura of a rule. This jade token concealed a rule? Wang Ming grinned and said, Brother Lin, this is something the Jade Qilin promised you. Jade Qilin? Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then recalled the message from the Jade Qilin before he entered Ziyahushan Villa. Whoever could bring Wang Ming out would receive a line of poetry from the Jade Qilin. Judging by the reactions in the group, this line of poetry was quite valuable. Brother Lin, keep this, it's very useful for desperate situations, Wang Ming said with a smile. Lin Chen held the jade token, feeling the rules contained within. Using a carrier to bear rules, this method. Lin Chen suddenly thought of the three-colored forgetting capsule that Zhao Hao had shown him, which also contained rules within a carrier. The capsule had forgetting, and this jade token similarly possessed a kind of rules power. Anger rising to the crown, Lin Chen mused over the small characters on the token. Was this the handiwork of the Jade Qilin? Just then, Wang Ming continued, Brother Lin, according to the group's rules, since you helped me this time, I should give you a reward. Brother Lin, this is for you, Wang Ming said, handing a small box to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the box. What is this? Wang Ming chuckled mysteriously, this thing I got from Timely Rain before. According to him, this thing involves a secret of the Jinja Palace. He emphasized that its value is worth my life. Timely Rain? Lin Chen heard this idea again. Every time Timely Rain appeared in the group, he could bring insider information about the Jinja Palace and even erased Wang Ming's records. The item in this box was also given to Wang Ming by Timely Rain? Lin Chen opened the box and found a small gadget inside. This is an MP3? Lin Chen took it out and discovered it was an old-style MP3. Wang Ming continued, I don't even know what this thing is for. By now, MP3s should have been obsolete. To be honest, Brother Lin, I've listened to it myself, but it was of no use. However, that guy Timely Rain said this thing is very valuable. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, examining the MP3 in his hand. In that instant, he suddenly recalled what Zhou Kuan had said to him. At that time, he had met Zhou Kuan in a dream, and he mentioned that he had hidden an MP3 in the Jinja Palace. Timely Rain, could this be that MP3? Lin Chen's expression changed as he looked at the MP3 in his hand, flipping through the songs, only to find an anonymous audio clip. Lin Chen pressed the play button. Ding ding ding, a slow, intermittent melody began to play. The sound was very old, crackling like something from the last century. But this nameless audio seemed to be a lullaby? Cold sweat broke out on Lin Chen's forehead as he abruptly shut off the MP3. It couldn't be wrong. This was definitely a backup left by Zhou Kuan. The reason it had no effect here was that this MP3 had been taken out of the Jinja Palace. In Zhou Kuan's backup plan, this MP3 needed to be opened inside the Jinja Palace. Brother Lin, this thing is my most valuable possession, do you think it will work? Wang Ming asked from the side. Lin Chen put away the MP3, yes, this will do. Wang Ming flashed a toothy grin and said cheerfully, then it's settled. However, Lin Chen was still fiddling with the MP3 in his hand, vaguely sensing something was off. Timely Rain had given the MP3 to Wang Ming, who then gave it to him, and yet he had met Zhou Kuan before? It should be noted that inside the Jinja Palace, apart from Zhou Kuan, there were only Qin Xiaoyuan, Li Xinhui, and himself, 3 thieves. Zhou Kuan had only pulled 3 people into the dream, but now this MP3 had somehow ended up in his hands. Everything felt too coincidental. Lin Chen turned around and stared intently at Wang Ming, asking, when did Timely Rain give you this MP3? About half a year ago, Wang Ming thought for a moment and replied. Lin Chen kept his eyes fixed on Wang Ming's, but after Wang Ming answered, there was no reaction from the deception. The truth. Wang Ming was telling the truth. Timely Rain had given Wang Ming the MP3 half a year ago, at a time when he had not yet come into contact with the Jinja Palace. Lin Chen frowned, could it be that I'm overthinking? Looking at the MP3 in his hand, had it really just come to him by coincidence? But how did Timely Rain find this MP3? Lin Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling his thoughts tangled. Zhou Kuan, as the first thief to be recruited by the Jinja Palace, had reached a level. When he defected from the Jinja Palace, Zhou Kuan even attacked in a level cleaner, causing that cleaner to still be lost in a deep slumber. Such a big incident could not have gone unnoticed by the higher-ups of the Jinja Palace. But Timely Rain actually gave this MP3 to Wang Ming? Lin Chen couldn't find any clear direction and could only put the MP3 away. Alright, I've been away from the Jinja Palace for too long. I need to head back. Lin Chen tucked away the jade token and the MP3, speaking to Wang Ming. Wang Ming nodded, then sighed and said, Brother Lin, I know you don't like to hear this, but I still want to advise you one more time. We are ultimately thieves. Thieves and cleaners can never walk the same path. Lin Chen said nothing, only falling silent. Leaving. Lin Chen exited the Donghu Hotel and got into a taxi back to the Jinja Palace. The scenery outside flashed by as Lin Chen took out the MP3 from his pocket, lost in thought. Although he didn't know Zhou Kuan's specific backup plan, since Zhou Kuan had left this means, he must have had confidence in escaping. As long as he brought it back to the Jinja Palace and released the MP3, Zhou Kuan would likely be able to get away. What should he do? No, I can't let Zhou Kuan go. Lin Chen shook his head, denying his own thoughts. The appearance of this MP3 is too coincidental. And there is still a Timely Rain hiding in the Jinja Palace. He knows my identity, but I don't know who he is, and after all, Zhou Kuan isn't a level thief, possessing the shadow attribute of dream. Once he loses control, he could do something completely unpredictable. Ever since Lin Chen developed his own deception, he has been even more wary of the rules of the shadow attribute. The rules of the light attribute are mostly straightforward enhancements, with direct abilities being stronger, but once the shadow attribute's abilities are developed, they tend to be abstract and unconventional, making them extremely tricky. I'll keep this MP3 for now. Lin Chen placed the MP3 into his pocket. Perhaps one day in the future, this MP3 would serve an unexpected purpose. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar call came in. Lin Chen picked up the phone and frowned slightly at the strange number. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to answer and hung up. But soon after hanging up, the phone rang again. That unfamiliar number was calling once more. Lin Chen straightened up, holding the phone in his hand, paused for a few seconds, and hung up again. However, after the second hang-up, the strange call came in again. Third time now. Lin Chen looked at the unfamiliar number on the phone screen and pressed the answer button. Once connected, Lin Chen didn't say anything, just held the phone to his ear. Surprisingly, there was no sound on the other end. The call was connected, but neither party spoke first. Lin Chen squinted, glancing down at the call page. A full 20 seconds passed, and just as Lin Chen was about to hang up, a hoarse voice suddenly came through. Lin Chen. Hearing his name called from the other side, Lin Chen didn't respond immediately, remaining silent. The other side let out two hoarse laughs. Hee hee, Lin Chen. How was your meeting with Wang Ming? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. The other party actually knew about his meeting with Wang Ming? Lin Chen pressed mute and shouted to the driver, "Stop." Although the driver didn't know what was happening, he immediately pulled over to the side of the road. "Young man, what's wrong?" The driver turned to look at Lin Chen, a puzzled expression on his face. Lin Chen didn't answer, casually tossed out a bill, and directly opened the door to get out. The driver wanted to ask something, but seeing the crisp $100 bill in his hand, he swallowed his words. "Hey, anyway, I was given a lot, so no need to send me off." The driver happily stepped on the gas and left. Lin Chen stood by the roadside, holding his phone, cautiously scanning his surroundings. It was already 1 in the morning, and this road was quite remote, with very little traffic. "Hee hee, no need to be nervous." The voice from the other end came through again. Lin Chen opened the microphone and said softly, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Lin Chen, although you don't have a tracking phone on you, it doesn't mean no one knows where you are." The voice on the other end came again. This person actually knew about the tracking phone from the Jinga Palace? Lin Chen's expression darkened. "Who are you?" The hoarse voice from the other side replied again, "Let's skip my name, but you can call me Timely Rain." Hearing this name, Lin Chen's heart jolted. Timely Rain? The Timely Rain from the Water Margin chat group? "Lin Chen, don't be so nervous, we are not enemies," the voice slowly said. "No one will know about your meeting with Wang Ming. The reason I'm calling you this time is to make a deal." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. "A deal? I refuse." The person on the other end was not surprised, just continued, "Of course, that's fine, but it's not a wise choice. You're a smart person, I don't want to say anything that would make us uncomfortable." Lin Chen tightened his grip on the phone, his brow furrowed. And after a minute of silence, he finally spoke. "What do you want to do?" Timely Rain didn't rush to speak, but instead said slowly, "Lin Chen, in a few days you will receive a task, and at that time I need you to help me with something in that task." "What is it?" Lin Chen asked. "You'll know when the time comes." Timely Rain's voice came from the other end. Lin Chen held his phone and retorted, "The principle of exchange of benefits is paramount. What can I gain from trading with you? You must have met Zhou Kuan. Aren't you curious why he decided to defect back then? I can tell you that the higher-ups in the Jinja Palace have started to have some differing opinions about your direction. Because of Zhou Kuan's precedent, some have already suggested that you should be dealt with sooner rather than later." Timely Rain's hoarse voice came through. Hearing Timely Rain's words, Lin Chen frowned. The higher-ups in the Jinja Palace have differing opinions about his direction? They see infinite possibilities in you. Timely Rain's voice came from the other side. Lin Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the screen. "I understand." "Good, then let's cooperate happily," Timely Rain said on the phone. Lin Chen directly hung up Timely Rain's call. Walking alone by the roadside in the early morning, Lin Chen silently recalled Timely Rain's words. "Just because of what Timely Rain said, I can't conclude the Jinja Palace's attitude towards me." During his time in the Jinja Palace, Lin Chen had already discovered that the Jinja Palace places great importance on every thief. The reason for this is largely due to the directives from the highest levels in the east. With the disappearance of the Qinglong stationed in the east, an S-level thief has taken over his position, and he intends to reconcile the relationship between the cleaners and the thieves. This is already the highest directive in the east. Lin Chen took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shielded it from the wind with his hand, and pressed down on the lighter. Hiss, hiss. Lin Chen exhaled a puff of white mist. "Inside the Jinja Palace, there is a Timely Rain who knows my identity. I have no initiative and can only stabilize him." Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out the MP3 from his pocket. "Is this also Timely Rain's arrangement?" What Timely Rain said cannot be completely trusted, but it cannot be entirely dismissed either. It is certainly necessary to be cautious against the Jinja Palace, but to say that the Jinja Palace wants to deal with me, a thief, is absolutely impossible. At least not now. I have just entered Blevel and resolved the Zayahushin Villa incident, and the Jinja Palace has no reason to act against me. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then extinguished the cigarette butt. 5 days later. On the 30th floor of the Jinja Palace, Lin Chen lounged on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through his phone. For the past few days, Lin Chen had been doing nothing in the Jinja Palace except eating, as if he were on vacation. Through his contact with Wang Yuan, Lin Chen learned that Gu Shishir had returned to school. Wang Yuan pressed Lin Chen to ask if he had done anything, but Lin Chen did not respond. Through Wang Yuan, Lin Chen found out that Gu Shishir could hardly remember what had happened at Zayahushin Villa. The Jinja Palace sealed off Zayahushin Villa, claiming to the outside world that it was due to mismanagement, resulting in a large-scale food poisoning incident. The operating license of Zayahushin Villa has now been revoked, and they have been ordered to rectify the situation. Gu Shishir only felt that she had food poisoning and was rescued by the hospital. In the meantime, Wang Yuan deliberately revealed that a junior had been pursuing Gu Shishir fiercely lately, waiting downstairs every night with flowers. The junior was very handsome, bringing flowers and gifts, and showing concern. The scene of the junior holding flowers downstairs at the dormitory building was secretly photographed by many girls, and it seemed to have appeared on the confession wall several times. However, that junior was very devoted to Gu Shishir and was unmoved by other girls. Wang Yuan's words were full of hints that Lin Chen should be worried about Gu Shishir being taken away, but Lin Chen turned a blind eye to Wang Yuan's hints. Finally, Wang Yuan, frustrated, didn't bother to waste too many words with Lin Chen. This is fine too. Lin Chen closed his phone. Gu Shishir had safely returned to school and had completely forgotten about the Zayahushin Villa incident. As time passed, Gu Shishi's life would return to normal. Lin Chen sat up, pondering what to eat tonight when suddenly his phone rang. It's a call from Jinja Palace. Lin Chen picked up the black phone from the table and looked at the incoming call. Hello, this is Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Come to the 70th floor at 7 p.m. tonight. Got it. Lin Chen said calmly, holding the phone. After hanging up, Lin Chen squinted. Is it here yet? After dinner, Lin Chen walked out of his room alone, glancing at the next room as he left. The sound of video games was still coming from Chen Xiaoyuan's room, quite loud. It seems Chen Xiaoyuan won't be participating in this mission. If Chen Xiaoyuan had also received the message, he would definitely have come to find him. Lin Chen didn't linger and pressed the elevator button. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 30th floor. The moment the doors opened, everyone inside was taken aback upon seeing Lin Chen. They instinctively made way for him, and as Lin Chen stepped into the elevator, everyone averted their eyes and fell silent. A few timid individuals had already quietly exited the elevator. After all, Lin Chen's reputation as the elevator god of war had spread throughout Jinja Palace, and some female colleagues dared not make eye contact with him, fearing they might catch his attention. Aren't you all getting out? Lin Chen looked around at the remaining people, but no one dared to respond. The rest were mostly dealing with important matters and were unwilling to wait for the next elevator, so they had no choice but to tough it out with Lin Chen. Lin Chen then pressed the button for the 70th floor. After verifying Lin Chen's identity, the button for the 70th floor lit up. The moment the button lit up, the others' expressions changed, and they immediately exited the elevator, clearing the way for Lin Chen. It should be noted that going above the 60th floor was not something one could do casually. Lin Chen heading to the 70th floor indicated that a frontline mission had arisen. In the entire logistics department of Jinja Palace, everything prioritized frontline personnel. The elevator doors closed, and Lin Chen headed straight for the 70th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Lin Chen checked the time. 6:55. As Lin Chen arrived at the conference room, he found that besides Zhao Qi, who was at the center, there was also a young man in a black coat. Lin Chen squinted. The young man in the black coat had a Japanese long sword hanging at his waist. Lin Chen, you're here, Zhao Qi said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen merely nodded in response. Just then, the young man in the black coat turned around and extended a hand towards Lin Chen. Good to see you again, Lin Chen. Upon seeing the man's face clearly, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then frowned. Chu Juha? The man before him was actually the thief who had merged with Su He at Zayahushin Villa. He was also the owner of Zhan, Chu Juha. I'm glad to see you here. Chu Juha extended a hand and firmly shook Lin Chen's hand. Thank you for what you did at Zayahushin Villa. Lin Chen did not respond. Only looking towards Zhao Qi explained. At that time, after Yoshatsu at Zayahushin Villa, Chu Juha was brought back by Jinja Palace. After treatment, he is now a frontline personnel officially part of Jinja Palace. Chu Juha will also participate in this mission. Lin Chen was taken aback upon hearing Zhao Kai's words. Chu Juhua had actually been recruited? It's fortunate that you didn't kill Chu Juhua at Zayahushan Villa, otherwise we would have lost John. Zhao Qi smiled at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, then pulled out a chair and casually sat down in the conference room. I didn't expect Chu Juhua not only to be rescued but also to be recruited by Jinga Palace. Lin Chen thought to himself. It should be noted that during the incident at Zayahushan Villa, Zhun had truly caused them a lot of trouble, that Crimson Longsword had genuinely bisected him. What mission is this? Lin Chen asked Zhao Qi 5 days ago. The timely rain called Lin Chen, saying that a task would be assigned to him soon. Lin Chen stared at Zhao Qi, wondering if this was the task. Zhao Qi handed a file to Lin Chen. This task is very special, you can take a look first. Lin Chen tore open the classified envelope marked top secret and pulled out a stack of documents. Hunting? Lin Chen frowned as he looked at the documents in his hand. That's right, this task is to hunt down a thief, Zhao Qi said with a serious expression. Hunting a thief? Lin Chen flipped through the documents. Yifeng? Yifeng, male, 19 years old. Possesses the rule of wind, yang attribute, level. Lin Chen looked at the large photo on the file. It was a handsome young man with long hair. This Yifeng was originally a member of the Meiyu Pavilion in the east. But 3 days ago, during a mission, he killed 2 level cleaners who were with him, discarded his tracking phone, and defected from the Meiyu Pavilion. Hearing Zhao Kai's introduction, Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Meiyu Pavilion? Defection? This was the second time Lin Chen had heard about the cleaner organization outside of the Jinga Palace. Meiyu Pavilion is the cleaner organization in Xicheng, responsible for handling incidents in Xicheng, just like the Jinga Palace. Yifeng was brought back to the Meiyu Pavilion a year ago and has completed 17 missions without a single failure. But just 3 days ago, during his 18th mission, Yifeng defected without any warning. According to reliable sources, Yifeng has now entered Jiang City, Zhao Qi added. Lin Chen continued to flip through the file, which detailed Yifeng's previous missions. 17 missions, 16 of which were level. Lin Chen frowned. This Yifeng was taken to the Meiyu Pavilion right after turning 18. How could someone who has completed every mission perfectly suddenly defect? Lin Chen asked the question that lingered in his heart as he looked through the documents. The publicly available file on Yifeng recorded that he had completed all 17 missions perfectly, with an extremely low casualty rate. How could such a high-performing thief suddenly defect from the Meiyu Pavilion? Zhao Qi shook his head gravely and said, the Meiyu Pavilion is still investigating, but there are no leads. A thief's sudden defection was not a trivial matter for the current Eastern Cleaner organization, especially one with a level rule. Zhao Qi leaned on the table and looked at Lin Chen, saying, in any case, Yifeng is out of control and must be captured as soon as possible. Lin Chen nodded, not pursuing the matter further. Who is the team leader for this mission? Lin Chen asked. Zhao Qi leaned down, raised his hand, and pointed at Lin Chen, saying, this time, the Jinga Palace has chosen you as the team leader. Me? Lin Chen looked at Zhao Qi in confusion. They chose him as the team leader for this mission? He had only completed one small task at Zayahushan Villa and was still considered a newcomer. Now he was appointed as the team leader? That's right. After our analysis, we decided to appoint you as the team leader for this mission. Your performance at Zayahushan Villa is enough to take on the role of team leader. This mission includes Chu Juhua and Li. Zhao Qi continued. Before Zhao Qi could finish, the door to the conference room was kicked open. Bang! Zhao Qi! Why am I not the team leader for this operation? Li Xinhui stormed into the conference room, angrily slamming the file onto the table. Why should I be a team member? Who else could possibly be the team leader? Li Xinhui kicked over a chair and shouted at Zhao Qi. Li Xinhui, stop shouting. Zhao Qi slammed the table and scolded. Li Xinhui, undeterred, retorted, then explain it to me. Zhao Qi stood up and said in a deep voice. This is a decision made by the higher-ups of the Jinga Palace, no explanation is needed. Li Xinhui laughed in anger. Then tell me who the team leader is? A calm voice sounded from the side. You? Who do you think you are? Li Xin had turned her head to look at the corner of the conference room, where she saw Lin Chen resting his chin on one hand, smiling at her. Lin. The moment Li Xinha saw Lin Chen, the word she had prepared suddenly got stuck in her throat. You. Lin Chen pushed himself up from the armrest, slowly standing up. Li Xinha, I am the captain of this mission. Do you have any objections? Or is your butt itching again? Lin Chen said with a grin. Li Xin's face turned pale as she picked up the documents that had fallen on the table. Zhao Qi, seeing Li Xinha silenced, breathed a sigh of relief and continued. This mission will be carried out by the three of you, with Lin Chen as the captain. You should have all seen Yifeng's information. This capture mission is very important. If Yifeng goes out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Chen flipped through the documents in his hand and suddenly interrupted. Wait, why is it the three of us this time? Chu Juha, Li Xinha, and I, all of us are thieves with rules, and not a single cleaner is being deployed. Isn't it more advantageous for a cleaner to deal with thieves? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Qi sighed. Because the latest directive from the Eastern cleaners requires easing the relationship between cleaners and thieves. All cleaner organizations are currently recruiting thieves. At present, there are still many thieves in the East who are watching. If the cleaners were to pursue Yifeng, the impact would be too great. And they fear it would damage the current situation. So we can only let you take action, Zhao Qi said helplessly. Lin Chen fell silent and then nodded. The East intends to ease the relationship between cleaners and thieves, but now a huge mess has been stirred up. If the cleaners take action, it would be difficult to contain the situation, but letting thieves pursue thieves, killing their own kind seems much cleaner. Is it mutual slaughter among thieves? Lin Chen simply asked. When do we act? Zhao Qi said in a deep voice. We act early tomorrow morning. At this point, Zhao Qi added, not just the three of you, Meiyu Pavilion has also dispatched 2 frontline personnel to act together. Likewise, they are both thieves. Lin Chen frowned. Meiyu Pavilion will also send personnel? And they are also thieves? For a Blevel Yifeng, it requires a lot of effort to mobilize 5 Blevel thieves to capture him? Lin Chen looked at the documents in his hand and asked. But looking at his team, with Chuja's slay, Li Xin's fire, and his own deception, he had directly or indirectly crossed paths with both of them, and they were both strong. Adding himself into the mix, capturing a Yifeng should be a piece of cake, but now there are 2 thieves from Meiyu Pavilion going along? Li Xinha also asked in confusion. It's just a Yifeng. I can take him down myself. Why go through all this trouble? Give me 3 days. As long as I can catch him, I can bring him back, Li Xinha said confidently. Facing the doubts of the two, Zhao Qi sat down and said slowly, Lin Chen, you can take a look at the last page of the documents. Lin Chen flipped to the last page, where a line was written. Yifeng, Rule Wind, suspected to be on the verge of breaking through to a level. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, suspected to be on the verge of breaking through to a level? Li Xinha hurriedly flipped to the last page as well, looking at the words with a furrowed brow. But it can be confirmed that Yifeng has definitely not broken through to a level. But he has already reached the limit of Blevel, which is why you 5 have been dispatched for this capture mission. It is essential to minimize losses, Zhao Qi said solemnly. Once Yifeng goes out of control, the scope of the impact and the harm caused would far exceed that of a single Blevel phantom. However, since Yifeng has discarded his tracking phone, trying to find a person in Jiang City is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lin Chen said, you don't need to worry about that. Yifeng has a concealed nano-level locator on him, and the communication room will provide you with his location when the time comes, Zhao Qi said. Lin Chen nodded. Zhao Qi continued. The team from Meiyu Pavilion has already started their operation and is on their way from Zicheng to Jiangchang. You will begin your mission tomorrow. Lin Chen stuffed the file back and then asked, I have just one question. If there are special circumstances, directly authorized to shoot to kill, Zhao Qi replied straightforwardly. That's good. Lin Chen nodded and stood up from his seat. You two, gather in the hall at 7 a.m. tomorrow, Lin Chen said to Chu Juha and Li Xinhui beside him. Understood, Chu Juha nodded. Li Xinhui nodded reluctantly. Lin Chen left the conference room first and pressed the elevator button alone. Inside the elevator, Lin Chen flipped through the file about Yifeng in his hand. Yifeng. Lin Chen frowned. What truly concerned him was that another thief had openly defected. Moreover, this Yifeng was suspected of breaking through to a level. A year ago, Zhou Kuan also defected from the Jinga Palace after reaching a level. Although Yifeng had not yet reached a level, he should be close. Did he defect because he learned something? Lin Chen murmured as he looked at Yifeng's photo. Lin Chen was unsure what the connection was, so he could only silently suppress the question in his heart. Ding! The elevator opened, and Lin Chen returned to the 30th floor. As he pushed open the door, he found a card had been slipped into the gap. Lin Chen didn't rush to pick it up. Instead, he stepped back and looked around the corridor, finding no traces. Picking up the card from the floor, Lin Chen noticed a line of small text written on it. Kill Yifeng. Lin Chen tore the card into pieces, frowning. Kill Yifeng? Why does Jishiri want me to kill Yifeng? Yifeng is a thief who defected from Meiyu Pavilion. Is it because of his defection? No, it can't be. Jishiri couldn't have such a simple reason. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, unsure why Jishiri wanted him to kill Yifeng. Ding, ding. The phone rang. Lin Chen picked up his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the call. Hello, Lin Chen said. You saw it, right? A hoarse voice came from the other end. Why do you want me to kill Yifeng? Lin Chen asked calmly. There's no particular reason. If I had to say one, it's simply because I want to, Jishiri replied cheerfully. Lin Chen didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. That night, Lin Chen sat on the sofa without closing his eyes. To avoid being pulled into a dream by Jo Kwon, Lin Chen stayed awake all night. Since he now had that MP3, he wasn't sure if Jo Kwon had other means. Once pulled into a dream, it could easily go beyond his control. Lin Chen straightened up and took out the MP3 from his clothes. Now is not the time to release Jo Kwon. Lin Chen put the MP3 back into his clothes and then hung the black phone provided by Jinga Palace around his neck. Before leaving, Lin Chen took out the jade token that Wang Ming had given him. With a surge of anger, he hesitated for a moment and decided to take the jade token with him. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A door appeared out of nowhere on the wall of Lin Chen's room, and Chen Xiaoyuan peeked out from the other side. Brother Lin, are you going to carry out a mission too? Lin Chen looked at Chen Xiaoyuan and asked, how did you know? Chen Xiaoyuan grinned and said, Sister Li told me. Brother Lin, can you take me with you? Lin Chen chuckled and countered, why don't you let Li Xinhui take you? Chen Xiaoyuan scratched his head and said, she never wants me to go out on missions. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders, that I refuse as well. Chen Xiaoyuan immediately flattered, please, Brother Lin, my abilities can definitely help you. Lin Chen raised his hand and pressed it on Chen Xiaoyuan's head, saying, get lost, don't bother me. Chen Xiaoyuan was forcibly pushed back by Lin Chen's hand. Brother Lin, Chen Xiaoyuan was still wailing. Lin Chen coldly pressed Chen Xiaoyuan back. Also, from now on, when you come over, use the front door. After sending Chen Xiaoyuan away, Lin Chen took the elevator. When the elevator stopped on the 21st floor, it paused for a moment, but as soon as the doors opened, no one was willing to enter upon seeing Lin Chen. Lin Chen, unfazed, pressed the button again, but just as the elevator doors began to close, a figure walked in. Lin Chen caught a glimpse of that figure. Someone actually dared to ride the same elevator alone with him? But just as Lin Chen looked up at the figure beside him, he suddenly froze. It was a tall woman, wearing sports shorts and a tight tank top, with white headphones on her ears. Her long, straight legs and the tight sports tank accentuated an exaggerated curve. Jiangjun? Lin Chen was about to admire this beautiful sight, but upon seeing her face, he was taken aback. Jiangjun took off her headphones and glanced sideways at Lin Chen, her eyes revealing no emotion. Upon seeing the black phone on Lin Chen's chest, Jiangjun frowned. On a mission? Lin Chen nodded, yes, going to carry out a mission. Jiangjun said nothing more, just nodded. Lin Chen, standing beside her, shamelessly asked, what are you going to do? Exercise. Jiangjun tilted her head to look at Lin Chen and nodded again. Lin Chen casually said with a smile, wait for me to come back, let's grab a meal together. I know a pretty good restaurant. It was just a casual remark, after all, with Jiangjun's personality. She would either ignore him or tell him to get lost. Okay. Jiangjun replied. Get lost then, Lin Chen suddenly turned his head to look at Jiangjun. What? Jiangjun merely glanced sideways at Lin Chen, said nothing more, and walked out of the elevator. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, watching Jiangjun's departing figure with lingering thoughts. What does this mean? As the elevator descended, Lin Chen arrived alone at the lobby on the first floor. At this time, Li Xinhua and Chu Juha had already arrived early, waiting for Captain Lin Chen's arrival in the lobby. Chu Juha was dressed in a traditional black long robe, looking like the second male lead from an ancient drama, with a long knife hidden at his waist, covered by the robe, only a faint outline visible, exuding an elegant aura. But who would have thought that Chu Juha was actually a thief with the ability of slay? On the other side, Li Xinhua maintained her usual style, with short hair and a red coat, exuding confidence. Carrying a designer bag on her shoulder, looking like a socialite at first glance. Li Xinhua's style was as flamboyant as her possession of fire. Lin Chen was dressed simply, in a sharp black shirt tucked into suit pants, with a brown coat on top. Since we're all here, let's set off. After seeing Lin Chen, Chu Juha and Li Xinhua nodded, and the three of them walked out of the Jinja Palace together. This mission focuses on capturing Yi Feng alive. If we encounter strong resistance or special situations that endanger ordinary people, we can eliminate Yi Feng. Lin Chen opened the black phone on his chest and connected to the communication room. Li Xinhua took out a red key from her coat and pressed it towards the nearby red sports car, causing the headlights to flash twice. Lin Chen looked at the red sports car in surprise. Damn, Li Xinhua is so rich? After silently refunding his high-speed train ticket, Lin Chen and Chu Juha got into Li Xinhua's red sports car. Captain Lin, where is Yi Feng now? Li Xinhua, in the driver's seat, turned her head to ask Lin Chen. Lin Chen held the black phone, staring at the message on the screen. Go, Shia Church. There was a star mark, and the location was suddenly shifting, right near Shia Church in Jiangchang. Buzz, buzz. The red supercar unleashed a wave of air and then roared out. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, watching the fiery red supercar, raising his hand to press an unknown button. Beep beep. Is Li Xinhui really this rich? Lin Chen shifted his body, leaning back in the seat. This was his first close encounter with a sports car. Are you interested, Captain Lin? Li Xinhui glanced at Lin Chen and then asked. Lin Chen shrugged, it's okay. After all, it's a supercar, it's really my first time seeing one. Li Xinhui chuckled and said, if Captain Lin is interested, I can have my butler deliver a new one to you after this mission. Lin Chen? Butler? Did she inadvertently reveal her wealthy identity in just a few words? Lin Chen looked at Li Xinhui in the passenger seat and even felt the golden light shimmering around her. What happened to you? Lin Chen curiously looked at Li Xinhui. It should be noted that Li Xinhui had openly fought with him twice, and not long ago he had locked her in the elevator, for which she had been punished by the higher-ups. Not only had she lost face, but she had also been penalized. Logically, Li Xinhui should want to kill him, so why were they getting along so well now? Xiao Yuan told me about the situation at Xiahushan Villa. I was too impulsive before, sorry. I hope Captain Lin doesn't mind. Moreover, Captain Lin's strength is higher, and I have to admit that I have nothing to say. Li Xinhui said casually. Li Xinhui indeed had a fiery temper, but she absolutely respected the strong. As long as you could defeat her, then okay. Li Xinhui, acknowledge you. Lin Chen nodded and casually said, what's the deal with Zhao Qi? He's neither a thief nor a cleaner, right? Why is this middle-aged greasy man in a high position at the command center? A big-bellied, balding middle-aged man, not a thief or a cleaner, yet he was a high-ranking member of the Jinga Palace? Lin Chen did not deny Zhao Kai's abilities, but for a cleaner organization, Zhao Qi seemed a bit lacking in weight. Li Xinhui looked at Lin Chen in surprise and said, you actually don't know? Do you know Zhao He? Lin Chen nodded when he heard Zhao He's name. Of course, a level cleaner, Zhao He, the leader of Jinga Palace. Zhao Qi, Zhao He, guess what their relationship is? Li Xinhui said with a smile. Zhao Kai's biological brother is Zhao He. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at this. Zhao Kai's brother was actually the level cleaner Zhao He? No wonder Zhao Qi can hold his position at the command center. Lin Chen said casually. Ahem, Captain Lin, your mic is still on. An awkward female voice came from the phone in Lin Chen's chest. In the communication room of Jinja Palace. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and everyone awkwardly looked at Zhao Qi. Everything Lin Chen and the others said was transmitted to this place through the phone, and everyone in the communication room heard it clearly. Zhao Kai's face turned ashen behind them, his arms crossed, not saying a word. The female liaison at the front could only grit her teeth and speak into the microphone. In the supercar, Lin Chen heard the voice from the phone in his chest but didn't pay it any mind. Li Xinhui drove fast. The fiery red supercar roared down the road, overtaking countless cars along the way. The wind howled in his ears, and Lin Chen tilted his head, asking, Chujua, what's going on? You just joined Jinja Palace? Chujua straightened up in the backseat, leaned over, and smiled. Zhao Qi said I committed a serious offense this time. Unless I joined Jinja Palace to atone for my sins, I would be directly executed. I have no other choice. Lin Chen wasn't surprised, after all. He was a thief with the ability of slay, and Jinja Palace couldn't easily let him go. After all, they were well aware of the power of slay. You thief, how could you merge with the void into such a monster? Lin Chen asked directly, without any hesitation. In Xiaohu Villa, Chu Jua had fused with the void, becoming an odd creature. Captain Lin, I was set up by someone, Chu Jua said calmly. I currently have a gap in my memory. I don't remember anything about Xiaohu Villa, not even how I ended up there. However, in the fragmented pieces of memory, I can vaguely recall that I was forcibly mixed with the void by some kind of rule, Chu Jua said, his face pained. This memory was too distressing. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, mixed together by a rule? So, the Xiaohu Villa incident was actually man-made? West Asia Cathedral. A fiery red supercar roared in, drifting smoothly to a stop in front of the cathedral. Click. The car door opened. And a woman in a short red coat stepped aside. Captain Lin, this is West Asia Cathedral, Li Xinhui said casually, looking at the grand yet somewhat dilapidated cathedral before her. Looking around, there weren't many people. It seemed to have fallen into decline over the years, reduced to an ordinary building. Lin Chen leaned back in his seat, picked up his black phone, and looked at the location on the screen. This was the location sent by the Jinja Palace. Based on the nano-level locator on Yifeng, it was clear that Yifeng was currently inside West Asia Cathedral. This is the place, Lin Chen said, tucking the phone into his chest as he climbed out of the car, gazing at the ancient cathedral before him. According to the location, Yifeng is on the second floor of the cathedral. Chu Jua, dressed in a black robe, stood behind him, squinting as he surveyed the grand West Asia Cathedral. But we haven't heard from the operatives of Meiyu Pavilion yet. Should we meet with them first? Chu Jua asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his hand and glanced at his wristwatch. Hello, this is Jinja Palace. Zhao Qi. The voice of Zhao Qi came through the black phone. This is Lin Chen, what's the matter? Lin Chen replied, tilting his head towards the phone at his chest. According to the files from Mayu Pavilion, Yifeng has the ability to fly with the wind. Once he chooses to escape, he will be very fast, Zhao Qi said into the microphone. Lin Chen nodded. Got it, that means we act immediately. He then looked at Li Xinhui and Chu Juha behind him. Yifeng's ability is special. Once he escapes, it's hard to catch up. We don't need to wait for the operatives from Mayu Pavilion, we move now. After saying that, Lin Chen adjusted the black phone hanging at his chest to make it less obvious. Li Xinhui and Chu Juha exchanged glances, then nodded, and followed Lin Chen into West Asia Cathedral. The cathedral was in Gothic style, with many slender decorations resembling bamboo shoots on the exterior. The thin-shelled dome had 3 large doors in the center, with the middle door being the main passage. The 3 of them walked along the passage into the Grand Cathedral, where a few different people were scattered about, praying. Yifeng isn't on the first floor, let's go, Lin Chen said calmly after scanning the area. He looked up at the cathedral. The ceiling was very high, and the second floor only had a railing, without a ceiling. Following the corridor upwards, the 3 of them arrived at the second floor. The second floor was a narrow corridor, tightly hugging the surrounding walls. Wait, Li Xinhui suddenly spoke, her eyes signaling Lin Chen to look back. Lin Chen stopped, turning to look down the corridor behind them, where he saw a man in a white suit. The man wore a white suit jacket over a floral shirt with an open collar, paired with matching white suit pants and brown leather shoes. Even from several meters away, the faint, elegant scent of his perfume could be detected. Ding, ding, ding. The man casually leaned against the railing, rolling a beautifully crafted gold coin engraved with a rose in his hand. This guy doesn't seem right. Chu Jua squinted from the side, then raised his hand to slowly touch his waist. Beneath the black robe there was a Japanese long sword, and Chu Jua had already slowly grasped the hilt. No rush. Lin Chen did not hurry to act, but focused intently on the man in the white suit. He took out his phone from his chest, which was tracking Yifeng's location in real time, now overlapping with his group. This man was Yifeng? The man had slick back hair, and the gold coin in his hand, engraved with a rose, seemed to dance, flipping continuously between his fingers. The white suit exuded an air of nobility, while the open-collared floral shirt inside added a sense of reckless abandon. Just then, the man seemed to sense the gaze from the side and tilted his head to look over. Lin Chen locked eyes with the man. The man slowly stood up and walked towards Lin Chen. Chu Jua squinted, gripping the hilt of his sword. The black robe behind him lifted halfway. As the man approached, just as Chu Jua was about to draw his sword, Lin Chen raised his hand to stop him. Wait! Lin Chen called out to Chu Jua, watching the man in the white suit approach. With Lin Chen's words, Chu Jua could only silently grip the hilt, suppressing the urge to draw. The suited man walked closer, smiling at Lin Chen, the gold coin flipping in his hand. Ding! The man flicked his finger, and the engraved gold coin flew into the air. Then with a snap, he pressed it into his palm. Take a guess? The man smiled at Lin Chen, extending his hand forward. Li Xinha glanced at Lin Chen, seeing that he showed no emotional fluctuations, so she did not rush to act either. Lin Chen exchanged a look with the man and smiled, saying, sure. Floral side. The man immediately moved his palm away, revealing the coin with the engraved side facing up. Wrong. The man smiled regretfully. Lin Chen looked down at the coin, one side engraved with a rose, the other side covered in dense English text. Saying this, the man flicked his finger again, and the coin flew up once more, then landed back in his palm. Guess again? Floral side. Lin Chen continued. The man rubbed his palms together, slowly moving his hand away, the coin still showing the engraved side up. Wrong again. Li Xinha and Chu Jua exchanged puzzled glances, but without Lin Chen's words, neither of them moved. The man tossed the coin up again, and it landed back in his palm. The man smiled, extending his hand forward, signaling Lin Chen to guess again. Hold on, let me think. Lin Chen squinted, asking, floral side. Right? The man opened his palm slightly, leaning in to take a closer look, and smiled. No. Deception. With that reaction, Lin Chen saw a red glow around the man. A lie. Lin Chen chuckled and said, then I guess it's the floral side. The man raised an eyebrow, smiling as he said, aren't you going to change your answer? It's really not the floral side. Saying this, the man pushed his closed palm forward, seemingly trying to entice Lin Chen to change his answer. Lin Chen stared intently into the man's eyes. Floral side. Open. The man directly raised his palm, and the coin inside was indeed facing up. Lin Chen frowned. How could it be the engraved side? Clearly, the deception had already reacted. The man grinned, helplessly saying, what a pity, I wanted you to change your answer. Lin Chen squinted, sensing something was off, very off. At that moment, he felt the breath of rules. Beside him, Li Xinha had slowly clenched her fist, ready to act at any moment. Stop playing with him. You can't win. At that moment, a clear female voice came from the side. What he possesses is inversion. No matter which side you guess, it will turn into the other side when opened. Lin Chen and the others turned their gaze to the side where a woman in jeans and a mask walked over. Hey, Xiaowei, don't expose my secrets. The man in the white suit shouted at the woman. Reverse? Li Xinha and Xu Zhi's expressions changed. This man in the white suit was indeed a thief, and the rules he possessed were reverse. Was he not Yifeng? Who are you? Lin Chen asked, looking at the woman wearing a mask. My name is Qin Xiaowei, and the rule voice is that I am one of the operatives of the Meiyu Pavilion. The woman extended a hand towards Lin Chen. Shin Xiao, rule reverse, also one of the operatives of the Meiyu Pavilion. Saying this, Qin Xiaowei pointed at the man in the white suit behind her. Lin Chen squinted. Meiyu Pavilion? Chan and Shen? Voice, reverse? Just then, Lin Chen's black phone in his chest rang. Lin Chen, this is Zhao Qi. The Meiyu Pavilion has sent us a message. Xin Chao and Chen Xiaowei have arrived at the West Asia Church, and we can confirm their identities. Zhao Kai's voice came from the other end. Hello, I am from the Jinga Palace, Lin Chen, deception. Lin Chen put down the black phone and raised his hand to shake hands with Chen Xiaowei. Li Xinha, fire. Xu Juha, slash. Li Xinha and Xu Juha said from behind Lin Chen. Upon hearing Xu Juha say slash, Chen Xiaowei looked at him in surprise. The thief with slash from the recent Xiaowu Mountain Villa incident? What's going on? The positioning provided by Jinga Palace indicates that Yifeng is right here, Lin Chen asked. Chen Xiaowei said helplessly, we've all been played by Yifeng. That guy knew there was a tracker on him long ago and deliberately threw the tracker here. Xin Xiao fiddled with a gold coin, speaking slowly. I said it before, Yifeng is very meticulous. With this nano-tracker, he definitely won't be caught off guard. But did those pig-brained folks at the Meiyu Pavilion Command Center listen? What? The tracker has already been discovered? Li Xinha frowned. So after chasing for so long, they found nothing? The Meiyu Pavilion currently has no means to track Yifeng. Chen Xiaowei shook her head. So we just made a wasted trip and the mission failed? Li Xinha muttered in dissatisfaction. 5 thieves were dispatched at once, and in the end they didn't even find a trace of Yifeng? Shin Xiao adjusted his suit. This is a good thing. Saves energy, no need to fight. We can just go back and continue eating and drinking. At this point, Shin Xiao looked at the time and said, in 3 hours, if we still can't find Yifeng's whereabouts, I will declare the mission a failure. Punch out on time, I have a dinner party tonight. Chen Xiaowei was already used to Shin Chaos demeanor and ignored him, directly contacting the Meiyu Pavilion through her phone. What to do? Without the tracker, it's impossible to find Yifeng in Jiang City. Li Xinha frowned. They'll contact Zhao Qi. Saying this, Lin Chen picked up the black phone from his chest. Hey, Zhao Qi, can we locate Yifeng now? Yifeng's last tracker has disappeared. We can't locate him. Zhao Qi said helplessly in the communication room. Lin Chen nodded. Then don't blame us for punching out. In 3 hours, it can be declared a mission failure, and return is permitted. Zhao Qi said. What a waste of a trip. Li Xinha said with her hands in her pockets, looking displeased. Ms. Li Xinha, if you're willing, I've organized a dinner party tonight. Would you like to come and relax? Li Xinha looked up in confusion, only to find Xin Chao had already reached out a hand, looking all affectionate. This Xin Chao had come too close, a strong scent of perfume hitting her head. Get away. Li Xinha rolled her eyes. She had seen too many of these playboys. Xin Chao, scolded, was not angry. He just said to himself, what a pity. Speaking of which, Xin Chua couldn't help but adjust his white suit, smoothing back his hair with both hands. Lin Chen leaned against the railing nearby. It seemed this time it was a deadened mission. Ding dong. Just as Lin Chen was pondering, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. He rummaged through his pocket and realized it wasn't the phone provided by the Jinja Palace, but rather a message on his own phone. After lighting up the screen, he saw a text from an unfamiliar number. Lin Chen frowned and opened the message, which contained only a brief line. Jiang City, Changdong District, 75, Nanhu Road. Is this a location? The next moment, another message popped up from the same number. Don't forget our deal. Timely rain. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Was this Timely Rain sending him Yifeng's location? Neither the Jinja Palace nor the Meiyu Pavilion could locate Yifeng, yet Timely Rain knew? Lin Chen, unable to contain his shock, shot a glance at Li Xinhui. Looks like it's not going to be easy to clock out this time. Let's go. Li Xinhui understood and followed Lin Chen out of the church. Zhu Jua saw the two leave and quickly followed behind. What's going on? Li Xinhui asked quietly. We have Yifeng's location, but it's not confirmed, Lin Chen said in a low voice. Ha? Why are they leaving? Chen Xiaowei asked, puzzled, as she watched Lin Chen's retreating figure. Who knows, let's just clock out, Xinchua said nonchalantly. Alright, I need to clock out too, I have things to do tonight. As Xinchua was about to leave, Chen Xiaowei pulled him back. Hey, don't tug at my clothes, they'll get wrinkled. Xinhua shouted at Chen Xiaowei. Follow them, Chen Xiaowei said quietly, watching Lin Chen's back. Outside the West Asia church, the three of them were back in the sports car. Where to? Li Xinhui asked from the side. Changdong District, 75, Nanhu Road. Get ready to take action, Lin Chen said calmly. Li Xinhui and Chu Jua were taken aback. Get ready to take action? So this was Yi Feng's location? But how did Lin Chen know when neither the Jinga Palace nor the Meiyu Pavilion could locate him? Li Xinhui knew it wasn't the time for questions, so she started the sports car and slammed on the gas. The fiery red sports car shot out instantly and the three left the West Asia church. Hey, Xiaowei, aren't you being a bit boring, tailing them? Xinhua said, driving a convertible sports car with a hint of melancholy. Stop talking, keep up, Chen Xiaowei said impatiently. Nanhu Road. Captain Lin, someone is following us from behind, Li Xinhui said, gripping the steering wheel. It's Xinhua and Chen Xiaowei. Captain Lin, do we need to shake them off? Li Xinhui asked. Lin Chen rested his arm on the window, tilting his head to look in the rearview mirror and saw a convertible sports car closely following them. Xinhua was in the driver's seat, with Chen Xiaowei beside him, tailing closely. They don't seem to have any intention of hiding. Captain Lin, this distance is enough. Do you need me to take action? Chu Juha lifted his black robe, raising his hand to grip the long knife at his waist, his gaze sharp. Chu Juha held the knife handle, activating slash. At this distance, he was confident he could slice through the engine of the car behind them. No need. Lin Chen raised his hand to stop Chu Juha, looking at the convertible in the rearview mirror. Let them follow. Understood. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chu Juha slowly released the knife handle. I say, Xiaowei, do we really need to follow them this closely? Xinhua yawned, seemingly indifferent. That Lin Chen gives off a complicated vibe. Stop talking and stay close, Chen Xiaowei said, one hand gripping her mask. You felt it, right? That guy named Chu Juha almost made a move just now. Xinhua glanced at Chen Xiaowei, who had already pulled down her mask, ready to activate her rules at any moment. Chen Xiaowei did not respond. After confirming that Chu Juha had not made a move, she slowly adjusted her mask back on. That Chu Juha has very special rules. In the Xiaohu Villa incident, he single-handedly wiped out 2 cleansing teams. One of them even included Wang Meng, who had a 59 immunity level. The lethality of Slay is terrifying. We must be cautious. Chen Xiaowei's expression was serious as she stared at Chu Jua in the back seat of the red sports car ahead. The Xiaohu Villa incident has been classified as pseudo-A level, which is the first in over a decade. If we need to be wary of Chuja's Slay, then Lin Chen, who resolved the Xiaohu Villa incident alone, must be even more frightening, right? Shen Chao suddenly shifted gears and overtook the obstructing car on the left. Indeed. There is too little information about Lin Chen and his abilities are unclear. Moreover, deception is a shadow attribute rule. We all know how troublesome abilities developed from such rules can be. Chen Xiaowei pressed her mask down and said, staring at the red sports car ahead. This time, the team sent by the Jinga Palace has Lin Chen as the captain, which means Lin Chen's abilities have now surpassed Li Xinhui and Chu Jua. However, our goals this time are the same, so there shouldn't be any conflict. Ding, ding. Chen Xiaowei took out her black phone from her chest and pressed the call button. Chen Xiaowei, this is Meiyu Pavilion. We have relocated Yi Feng's position. Oh really, where? Chen Xiaowei squinted and asked. Changdong District, 75, Nanhu Road. The voice on the other end replied. Nanhu Road? Chen Xiaowei was taken aback, then quickly flipped through the car's navigation map, which marked the current road as Nanhu Road. Sure enough, Lin Chen and the others knew Yi Feng's location. I hope you and Xin Xiao can hurry to Nanhu Road. We can't let Yi Feng escape again. Understood. Chen Xiaowei hung up the phone. Interesting, it seems the Jinga Palace's tracking is much stronger than Meiyu Pavilion's, Xin Xiao joked while driving. After all, Yi Feng was a thief from Meiyu Pavilion, yet they couldn't find his location and it was Lin Chen and the others who first pinpointed Yi Feng. No, that's not right. The Jinga Palace should still be unaware that only Lin Chen and his team know Yi Feng's location. Chen Xiaowei put her phone back in her chest pocket and said calmly. Meanwhile, Lin Chen also received a call from the Jinga Palace. Lin Chen, Yi Feng is on your road now, Zhao Qi said on the other end of the line. Lin Chen held the phone without any surprise, as this was the timely information provided to him. Although he didn't know how the timely rain located Yi Feng with his abilities, it certainly wouldn't be wrong. This time, I hope you and the Meiyu Pavilion team can work together to capture Yi Feng, Zhao Qi said solemnly. Lin Chen said nothing more and hung up the phone, placing it back on his chest. Yi Feng is nearby, get ready. Lin Chen reminded Li Xinhui and Chu Jua, then looked at the sports car in the rearview mirror. Now, Chen Xiaowei and Xin Xiao were also following closely behind. They must have received Yi Feng's location as well. Inversion and sound. Meanwhile, in a quiet cafe, a man wearing black-rimmed glasses leaned back on the sofa holding a cup of coffee in his hand, with a book placed beside him, savoring it slowly. The man's hair almost covered his eyes, and he wore a black knitted sweater, sitting quietly on the sofa, gently inhaling the aroma of the coffee. A breeze blew in from outside, causing the man's hair to sway slightly. The man tilted his ears slightly, as if listening to the sound of the breeze. Have they found me so quickly? The man frowned slightly, knowing that he had already removed the nano-level locator from his body, yet they had locked onto his position so quickly. What a pity. The man sighed, then placed the unfinished coffee on the table. Mr. Yi, are you leaving? Aren't you going to have your coffee? The barista in a black long dress asked the man. Is there something wrong with the coffee this time? She leaned on the table, curious. No, the coffee is quite good. But I'm sorry, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so we'll have to come back next time. The man smiled and nodded gently in apology. Alright then, see you next time, Yifeng. See you next time. On Nanhu Road, a red sports car sped down the road, leaving countless cars behind. Captain Lin, something feels off. Li Xinhe suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The wind around us. Li Xin's brow furrowed as she felt the howling wind around them, murmuring. Vaguely, Li Xinhe felt as if she had touched a delicate thread. The wind around them seemed almost sentient, spreading out like ripples, announcing their arrival. Saying this, Li Xinhe turned the steering wheel and the fiery red sports car came to a sudden stop by the roadside. Captain Lin, we're here. Number 75 Nanhu Road. Across the road was a coffee shop, very quiet and elegantly decorated. Just then, the door of the coffee shop across the street was pushed open and a man in a black knitted sweater slowly walked out. Yifeng had just stepped out of the coffee shop when he was drawn to the red supercar across the road. That fiery red sports car was so eye-catching that even parked across the street, it caught Yifeng's attention immediately. Inside the car, Lin Chen squinted, looking at Yifeng at the entrance of the coffee shop. Their eyes met. At that moment, Xinchua's convertible sports car also arrived. With Xinchua and Shen Xiaowei's arrival, they spotted the man standing at the entrance of the coffee shop across the road. Yi, Feng. Shen Xiaowei straightened up, her eyes sharp, gritting her teeth. Long time no see. Yifeng smiled slightly, nodding gently to Xinchua and Shen Xiaowei. Xinchua, one hand on the steering wheel, met Yifeng's gaze and sighed. Yifeng, I really hoped I wouldn't find you. Yifeng shook his head with a smile, then we'll meet again. No, he's leaving. Li Xin's expression changed, and she shouted loudly. I'll go. Chu Juha had already leaped out of the back seat, raising his hand to pull aside his black robe, and the long knife was instantly drawn, rushing across the road. Slash was activated. Chu Juha raised his hand and swung the long knife directly at Yifeng. But the next moment, a strong wind suddenly swept in. Whoosh! The wind howled past and Yifeng's body swayed with the wind, then he transformed into countless wisps of breeze, drifting away. Chuja's long knife struck nothing but air, passing right through Yifeng and slicing into the curb behind him. The curb was neatly cut in a straight line. It's the wind transformation. Yifeng activated wind. Chen Xiaowei gritted her teeth and immediately grabbed the steering wheel. Chase! Hey, don't grab my steering wheel, that's dangerous. Xinchua was startled and quickly snatched the steering wheel back from Chen Xiaowei, slamming on the gas pedal, chasing after the direction Yifeng had gone. Chu Juha, come back quickly. Seeing Xinchua's car speeding away, Li Xinhe shouted to Chu Juha across the road. Coming. Chu Juha immediately sheathed his long knife, hiding it back under his black robe. Then he dashed across the road and jumped into the back seat of the sports car. Go! Li Xinhe raised her hand to shift gears and slammed on the gas, the fiery red sports car hot on the heels of Xinchua and Chen Xiaowei. Captain Lin, I didn't hit him just now, he blended with the wind. Chu Juha leaned forward, speaking to Lin Chen in the passenger seat. I saw it seems Yifeng's ability is not that simple. Lin Chen recalled the moment Yifeng activated wind. In that instant, Yifeng seemed to merge with the wind, vanishing away in an instant. No wonder Mayu Pavilion has been chasing for so long without success, this ability is indeed impressive, Li Xinhe said while driving. On Nanhu Road, a rare scene unfolded. A convertible sports car and a red sports car were racing down the highway like madmen, completely disregarding the flow of traffic and people, recklessly speeding ahead. They shot out of the city directly from Nanhu Road, heading towards the remote suburbs. Is this the road back to the West Asia Church? Li Xinhe frowned as she drove. Don't worry about that, just keep close to them. Up front, Yifeng had transformed into a gust of wind, speeding away. Yet, despite this, the sports car behind continued to race fiercely, refusing to let go. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Xin Xiao was driving, drifting all the way, the tires screeching against the ground, leaving 2 black marks. Ignoring the speeding sports car, Chen Xiaowei unbuckled her seatbelt and stood up from her seat. Chen Xiaowei! Xin Xiao exclaimed, gripping the steering wheel. Chen Xiaowei stood up from the sports car, half her body exposed, staring intently at the raging wind above. Yi Feng. Chen Xiaowei's eyes were bloodshot as she gritted her teeth. This time, you can't escape. She took off her mask, revealing her mouth. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiaowei suddenly opened her mouth and shouted, "Stop!" Boom! The sound erupted. Chen Xiaowei's voice instantly pierced through everything around, forcing Chen Xiao, who was closest, to cover his ears with one hand, muttering, "Are you crazy?" Chen Xiaowei's voice even exceeded the decibel level audible to humans, leaving Chen Xiao feeling dizzy, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel. Behind them, Li Xinha and Lin Chen felt a wave of sound wash over them, their insides vibrating painfully from the sonic shock. Is this, the sound has been unleashed? Li Xinha gritted her teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly. What an ear-piercing sound! Chu Jua covered his ears from the back, gritting his teeth. As Chen Xiaowei unleashed her sound, a loud roar followed, the sound crashing upwards towards Yi Feng like a tidal wave. Stop! The surrounding sound waves instantly swept away all the gentle breezes. The transformed Yi Feng was forced to reveal himself, the surrounding gentle winds scattered, and the sound waves suddenly pressed down, directly slamming Yi Feng to the ground from midair. Bang! Yi Feng fell straight to the ground. After rolling a few times, he stood up, staring at the approaching Chen Xiaowei and Chen Xiao. "Xiaowei, you really show no mercy." Yi Feng adjusted his glasses and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Chen Xiaowei jumped down from the sports car. "Yi Feng, I have no reason to hold back against a traitor," she said coldly. "Xiaowei, I really didn't want it to come to this. Let me go, okay?" Yi Feng frowned slightly, sighed, and spoke to Chen Xiaowei. "Yi Feng, do you even deserve to say that? I'm taking you back to Meiyu Pavilion today," Chen Xiaowei said firmly. Chen Xiao stood by, hands in pockets, looking at Yi Feng with a complex expression. "Yi Feng, we were colleagues once, why did it have to come to this?" Yi Feng's expression was equally complex. "Chen Xiaowei, whether you believe it or not, I really don't want to fight you." Chen Xiaowei let out a cold laugh and asked, "Yi Feng, when you defected from Meiyu Pavilion and killed team members, did you not think about today? Now putting on this act, pretending to be righteous, what's the point?" Yi Feng sighed and said, "Xiaowei, I was also left with no choice." Just then, behind them, the fiery red sports car came to a stop, and Lin Chen and the others got out. "Looks like you are Yi Feng," Lin Chen said as he took his phone from his chest and pressed the call button. Lin Chen, we've found Yi Feng. Good, we can start the operation. Minimize losses as much as possible. If you encounter special circumstances, lethal force is permitted, Zhao Qi said in a low voice from the communication room. Received, Lin Chen nodded. Yi Feng looked at the three people stepping out of the red sports car. "Oh, you are not from the Meiyu Pavilion, Jiang City, is it the Jinga Palace?" Yi Feng looked at Lin Chen and the other three, his eyes flickering. "To mobilize 2 teams at once, 5 thieves to surround me, Yi Feng, that's quite a bold move." Lin Chen hung his black phone back on his chest, gazing at Yi Feng not far away. "Although I'm not clear on your past, I'm sorry, we have orders to follow." Yi Feng squinted, staring at Lin Chen, and asked, "Are you the thief who recently handled the Xiahushan Villa incident alone? Am I already that famous?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. "A clever newcomer handling a pseudo-A-level task, your reputation in the East must be greater than you think," Yi Feng said, pushing up his glasses with a smile. Lin Chen, hands in his pockets, chuckled. "Is that so? Then I truly apologize." Yi Feng's gaze fell on Chu Jua beside Lin Chen. During their time at the South Lake Road Cafe, Chu Jua had once attacked Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng had dodged, that single strike confirmed Chu Jua's identity for him. "Xiahushan Villa, with a thief who possesses slay. I didn't expect you to be recruited by Jinga Palace so quickly." Chu Jua remained silent, merely lifting his black robe to reveal the Japanese long sword at his waist. Li Xinha stood to the side, unbuttoning her red coat, tucking her hands into her hair to tie her short hair into a ponytail. Yi Feng, wind, suspected to be on the verge of a level. "Let me see just how far you've developed." Chen Xiaowei stood at the front, her mask already removed. Staring intently at Yi Feng, wishing she could immediately take him back to the Meiyu Pavilion. Shin Chaos' expression was complex as he stood behind Chen Xiaowei, the rose gold coin in his hand also returned to his pocket. "As colleagues, Yi Feng, do we really have to come to this?" Yi Feng simply looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. "You will understand me sooner or later." As Lin Chen and the others drew closer, Lin Chen, Li Xinha, Chu Jua, Chen Xiaowei, and Xin Xiao had formed a surrounding stance, encircling Yi Feng at the center. Yi Feng looked around and smiled. "Alright then, let me, Yi Feng, take on all 5 of you." With that, Yi Feng raised 2 fingers, standing in front of him. Wind domain. The wind was activated. In the next moment, a fierce wind blew outwards from Yi Feng's center in all directions. Whoosh! The dry grass on the ground was blown away in layers, flattening around Yi Feng. Lin Chen stood still, but the oncoming gale pushed him back slowly, making it hard to keep his eyes open. Is this mimicking prison? The gale, spreading out from Yifeng, placed Lin Chen and the others in a headwind position, making every movement a struggle against the wind. Meanwhile, Yifeng, at the center, was like the eye of the storm. No matter which direction he moved, he was propelled forward by the wind. In this wind domain, Yifeng was in an absolute advantageous position, while the others were in a disadvantageous one. This area was like a virtual prison created, providing a natural advantage to anyone within it. Chen Xiaowei, at the forefront, was the first to lose her composure, shouting against the wind, "Get lost!" The sound was activated. Boom! The sound wave burst forth, forcefully pushing back the gale in front of her, creating a large area of calm. Chen Xiaowei took a deep breath, preparing to activate sound a second time. But Yifeng moved. With a simple step, he instantly appeared in front of Chen Xiaowei, his speed leaving an afterimage. So fast! Chen Xiaowei was taken aback. Yifeng, in a favorable wind position, accelerated his own speed, appearing before Chen Xiaowei in the blink of an eye, raising his hand to press against her abdomen. The wind activated once more. Yifeng's palm compressed the gale again and again, gathering it into a small white wind ball, pressing it against Chen Xiaowei's abdomen. Chen Xiaowei had no time to react before the white wind ball in Yifeng's palm exploded instantly. Boom! The violent wave of air exploded in an instant, tearing a huge gash in Chen Xiaowei's lower abdomen, sending her flying backward. Xiaowei! Xin Xiao moved, instantly appearing behind Chen Xiaowei, supporting her back with a raised hand, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" Chen Xiaowei spat out a mouthful of blood, a bloody gash appearing on her lower abdomen. As Yifeng attacked Chen Xiaowei, Xu Jua had already drawn the long knife from his waist, charging through the raging wind to Yifeng's side, raising his hand to swing the knife. The skill slash was activated. Swoosh! Chuja's blade, imbued with slash, cleaved the raging wind in front of him in two, striking at Yifeng's waist. With the rule slash attached, this blow directly split everything in front of him apart. But as it grazed Yifeng's lower abdomen, Yifeng's body swayed once more with the wind, transforming into countless strands of raging wind that scattered. Another one of those moves. Chuja's expression darkened. This strike once again passed through Yifeng's body, yet still failed to hit anything solid. Wind transformation. Yifeng squinted, watching Chu Jua strike beside him. But before Yifeng could turn around, Li Xinhua was already staring at him, having approached against the wind. Li Xinhua raised her fist and struck at Yifeng's lower abdomen, but it too passed right through, as if hitting nothing but air. Useless. Yifeng snorted coldly. Is that so? Li Xinhua sneered, then without hesitation activated fire. As fire was activated, fierce flames ignited on Li Xinhua's fist, and with a gust of wind from around Yifeng, the flames surged instantly. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a large expanse of flames erupted. Chu Jua had to retreat immediately. Li Xinhua, are you trying to kill me too? Fire and wind overlapped. The original flames surged instantly, howling in the wind, transforming into a massive fire tornado that enveloped both Li Xinhua and Yifeng. Chu Jua retreated in an instant, but a small patch of his hair was still singed. Lin Chen did not rush to act. Upon seeing this scene, he squinted. Does wind fuel the fire? The overlap of rules? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting that rules could overlap in this way. Li Xinhua's fire had borrowed from Yifeng's wind, causing the flames to surge dramatically in an instant. If that's the case, can my rules also overlap? Lin Chen furrowed his brows and thought. He did not rush to act, but the central fire tornado continued to burn fiercely. At the center, Li Xinhua was completely enveloped in crimson flames, her red coat glowing even more brilliantly. Boom! The fire tornado exploded, forcing Yifeng's figure to appear, falling backward. Bang! Yifeng's body was marked with black scorch marks, his black wool sweater tattered and torn. I didn't expect my rules to actually fuel yours. Yifeng fixed his gaze on Li Xinhua at the center. He looked down at his blackened palm and said, Li Xinhua, if we join forces, we could achieve a result greater than the sum of our parts. Our rules can overlap. Li Xinhua was also somewhat taken aback, but with a flick of her arm, the flames flickered, and she coldly replied, Yifeng, it seems you're not very lucky. We are not teammates, but opponents. Yifeng raised his eyes, staring intently at Li Xinhua. Li Xinhua, would you be willing to come with me? If the two of us join forces, we would have unimaginable power. Yifeng still looked excited as he said, Li Xinhua, I hope you will consider it. Yifeng did not expect that among those pursuing him, there would be a thief whose rules could overlap with his. Li Xinhua was only at B rank now, her abilities still far from fully developed. Yifeng knew that as long as Li Xinhua teamed up with him and they overlapped their rules, the two would achieve extraordinary results. But Li Xinhua remained unmoved, her fists clenched. My mission is to take you back. Yifeng's expression darkened at her words. What a pity, it's rare to encounter a thief whose rules can overlap with my own, yet I can only regard them as an opponent. Li Xinhua and Chu Jua exchanged a glance, not giving Yifeng a moment to breathe, and once again, they struck simultaneously. Boom! Li Xinha was engulfed in flames while Chu Juha wielded his sword, charging against the wind towards Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to grasp. The surrounding gale was once again compressed by Yifeng, the white wind coiling into sharp blades that shrieked in the air. Wind blade. Yifeng waved his hand, and dozens of wind blades shot towards Li Xinha and Chu Juha in an instant. The blades, compressed to their limits, emitted a piercing shriek as they sliced through Li Xin's flames. Although Chu Juha managed to sever one wind blade with his sword, he was still struck by another blade across his thigh. Li Xinha and Chu Juha were both cut by the wind blades, instantly suffering multiple wounds. Yifeng, also possessing the Sun attribute rules, now had a mastery over the rules that far exceeded that of Li Xinha and Chu Juha. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaowei clutched her abdomen and grabbed Shen Xiao by the collar. Shen Xiao, are you really going to let Yifeng escape like this? Shen Xiao, think this through. Shen Xiao sighed, patted Shen Xiaowei's hand, and said, I understand. In the Meiyu Pavilion, Shen Xiao and Yifeng were friends, and this time the pavilion had sent Shen Xiao to pursue Yifeng, which was undoubtedly a test of Shen Chaos loyalty. Shen Xiaowei took a deep breath and said, I need to hold back my big move, buy me some time. Shen Xiao stood up, adjusted his white suit, and looked towards Yifeng in the distance. With a sigh, Shen Xiao aimed at Yifeng and tossed a coin high into the air. Ding! As the gold coin, engraved with a rose, spun and fell, Shen Xiao activated his rule inversion. In the next moment, the wind domain centered around Yifeng was suddenly distorted by an inexplicable force, and the gale that had been blowing outward instantly reversed direction, surging towards the center where Yifeng stood. The wind direction had flipped. Whoosh! Yifeng was suddenly bombarded by the gale from all sides. The original tailwind now turned into a headwind, placing Yifeng in a position of disadvantage. Conversely, those who had been in a headwind were now in a tailwind due to the reversal. Humph! Yifeng braced against the headwind, looking through his glasses at Shen Xiao, who was dressed in a white suit in the distance. Shen Xiao, you finally made your move. Shen Xiao grasped the coin, sighed, his expression complex. With Shen Chaos action, the balance of power shifted. Shen Xiao, Li Xinha, Chu Juha, and Shen Xiaowei had all made their move sound. Inversion. Fire 4 rules had been activated in succession. Only Lin Chen remained, like an outsider, standing on the periphery with his hands in his pockets, not yet making a move. While Yifeng faced the headwind and engaged with Li Xinha and Chu Juha, he couldn't help but keep an eye on Lin Chen. Lin Chen still hasn't made a move. Yifeng deflected Li Xin's punch with a flick of his hand, his gaze flickering. Among these individuals, Yifeng was most wary of Lin Chen. Because Lin Chen had just debuted, and his profile information had not yet been fully disclosed, his abilities remained ambiguous. Moreover, Lin Chen had managed to resolve the pseudo-class Sayahushin incident on his own, indicating he must possess some decisive power. What is he waiting for? Yifeng's expression darkened as Lin Chen's watchful presence forced him to divide his attention. He had not yet fully activated his rules precisely to guard against this Lin Chen who had yet to make a move. Yifeng, watch my fist. Li Xinha stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Flames erupted along with the gale, transforming into a pillar of fire that surged towards Yifeng. Not only that, but Chu Juha also followed up with a slash, a blade capable of cutting through everything coming straight at him. I can't wait any longer. Yifeng's eyes sharpened, and he extended a hand, fingers curled like claws, suddenly raising it to grasp at the air before him. With a strong tug from Yifeng, the airflow in front of him was instantly pulled back. A nearly vacuum-like area was forcefully created before Yifeng. A massive suction force surged in an instant. Li Xin's fire pillar and her own flames uncontrollably rushed toward that area. Not good. Boom, boom, boom. A gigantic fireball gathered in front of Yifeng, sweeping in Chu Juha's long knife as well. Without hesitation, Yifeng activated the wind domain once more, but this time the wind direction was reversed. With Shen Chua's inversion taken into account, Yifeng returned to a favorable position. He raised his hand and coldly said, Die. In the next moment, Yifeng smashed the compressed vacuum fireball directly toward Li Xinha and Chu Juha. Once Li Xinha activated fire, the flames were immediately pulled forward, making the fireball even more magnificent. Chu Juha, having his long knife sucked in, had no attachments, making it difficult to easily activate slash. In the distance, Shen Chua's expression changed drastically upon seeing this scene, and he immediately threw the gold coin in his hand again, trying to activate inversion once more. No, it's too late. Shen Chua's face turned ugly. Yifeng had reversed the wind domain, and the speed of that fireball was too fast, leaving no time to use inversion. Just a second before the fireball struck Li Xinha and Chu Juha, a figure suddenly charged out from behind. The speed was so fast that even against the wind, it turned into an afterimage. I will possess strength. I will possess speed. I will be immune to fire. Like a demon's whisper, 3 lies appeared simultaneously. Deception was activated. Lin Chen, who had been inactive, finally made his move. He rushed in an instant, punching straight through the entire fireball. Boom! The vacuum area was torn apart. Lin Chen's figure crashed through the fireball, his fist aimed directly at Yifeng. Bang! Yifeng had no time to activate the rules again and was struck in the chest by Lin Chen's punch. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds of broken ribs echoed from Yifeng's chest. Put! Yifeng spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward like a kite with a severed string. Bang! Yifeng crashed heavily to the ground, his chest caved in, blood gushing out. Lin Chen's figure paused, standing still, twisting his wrist and squinting at the fallen Yifeng. At the same time, a sense of rejection from reality surged in, causing Lin Chen's vision to blur, and everything around him began to twist. The lies were instantly torn apart by reality. However, this time Lin Chen did not experience the pain he felt at Zayahushin Villa. He merely shook his head. Is stacking 3 lies my current limit? Lin Chen looked at his palm. He had just spoken 3 lies at once, activating deception 3 times simultaneously. But it only lasted a few seconds before the lies were shredded by reality. At Zayahushin Villa, to reverse a fatal situation, Lin Chen's lie was that he would possess the power to turn everything around. That lie had a significant impact on reality, so the backlash was much more severe later on. In the subsequent confrontation with Li Xinhe in the elevator, and this time, the lies had less impact on reality, resulting in almost no backlash. Lies of this degree can only stack up to 3 at most. Lin Chen had completely grasped his control over deception. Cough, cough. Yifeng covered his chest with one hand, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. What a heavy punch. Yifeng supported himself on the ground. Lin Chen's strike had been too quick, catching him off guard and shattering his ribs with a single punch. Further away, Chen Xiaowei, who had been accumulating power, was dumbfounded at this scene, incredulously saying, "How is this possible?" Shinchua's gold coin returned to his hand. Inversion didn't need to be activated again. This person named Lin Chen had determined the outcome with a single punch. Team Lin. Li Xinhe and Chu Jua rushed to Lin Chen's side, asking, "Are you okay, Team Lin?" Fine. Li Xinhe was observing Lin Chen closely. It was known that just now, Yifeng had unleashed a powerful fireball using the vacuum, yet Lin Chen had managed to punch straight through that vacuum area, emerging unscathed. So strong. Li Xinhe thought to herself. She understood that Lin Chen had not yet used his trump card, the golden chains. Under the same level, the suppressive ability of those golden chains was virtually unbeatable. Lin Chen possessed the shadow attribute of deception, along with chains that could exert suppressive effects. At the same level, he had already entered the ranks of the elite. Li Xinhe even suspected that if given some time to accumulate practical experience, Lin Chen could take down Yifeng even in an unknown fight. Yifeng, it seems your luck isn't too good. Cough, Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be so decisive. Yifeng slowly propped himself up and said to Lin Chen. From the moment Lin Chen struck to the end, everything happened in an instant. This ability to assess the situation and seize the opportunity to act was truly terrifying. It was an innate talent. Lin Chen walked over to Yifeng and grabbed his hair. With his other hand, he took the black phone from his chest and pressed the call button. Hello, this is Lin Chen. I've captured Yifeng. Great. What about casualties? Zhao Kai's voice was filled with excitement. The confrontation took place in the suburbs, and there were no casualties, Lin Chen replied calmly. Good, good, good. Zhao Qi repeated 3 times. In the communication room of the Jinga Palace, Zhao Qi excitedly slapped the table. This time, not a single thief was lost. And it didn't affect any ordinary people. That's fantastic. Zhao Qi couldn't hide his excitement. Lin Chen was more capable than he had imagined. The next moment, Zhao Qi lowered his voice and spoke into the microphone. Lin Chen, try to bring Yifeng back to the Jinga Palace. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Chen, with one hand pressing on Yifeng's shoulder, nodded after hearing Zhao Kai's words. Understood, it means not handing him over to the Meiyu Pavilion. Lin Chen hung up the phone back to his chest. Although both the Meiyu Pavilion and the Jinga Palace were organizations of cleaners, each was responsible for a different area, and it seemed they were not entirely united. Yifeng looked up at Lin Chen and suddenly smiled. Lin Chen, do you think I've lost? No, I still have one last chance. With that, Yifeng began to activate his own rules once again. Not good. From a distance, Chen Xiaowei shouted in alarm upon seeing this. Quick, stop him. Yifeng still has a trump card. After all, Yifeng was a thief on the verge of breaking through to a level, and he still had hidden cards from their earlier confrontation. Damn it! Shen Chaos' expression changed upon seeing this, and he immediately rushed over, trying to stop Yifeng. Hurry, do something! Chen Xiaowei was too far away and could only shout at Lin Chen and the others. But unexpectedly, the 3 of them remained unmoved. Chu Jua didn't even show any intention of drawing his weapon, while Li Xinhe crossed her arms, appearing indifferent. It's over. Chen Xiaowei felt a chill in her heart. For some reason, the people from the Jinga palace showed no intention of intervening even though they were right next to Yifeng. Ah, useless. Lin Chen, you're too careless. I may have been injured by you, but am far from my limit. Yifeng laughed loudly, then fully activated wind. In the next moment, a fierce wind suddenly rose over the previously calm field, rustling the grass and trees. With winds from a 3-mile radius converging here. Seeing this scene, Shen Xiao, who was rushing over, changed his expression. It's too late. Shen Xiao's face turned grim as she could only watch helplessly as Yifeng activated his own rules. Yifeng's figure instantly soared into the air. The surrounding wind howled incessantly, lifting Yifeng off the ground in an instant. Lin Chen, I win! Yifeng laughed triumphantly in midair, but just at that moment, 2 golden chains suddenly shot out from below, instantly binding Yifeng's hands and feet. What the? Yifeng looked at the golden chains on his limbs in confusion. Below, Lin Chen was gripping a golden chain in each hand. Did I say you could leave? Lin Chen yanked his hands, and Yifeng was abruptly pulled down from midair. Bang! Yifeng fell to the ground, landing in a heap. Impossible! This can't be happening. How could my rules be suppressed? Yifeng twisted and turned frantically. But the howling wind that had been at his command suddenly vanished, and the wind offered no response. Xinhua, who had rushed over, saw Yifeng being pulled down and exclaimed in disbelief, "What's going on?" Yifeng had clearly activated his rules, so why was he instantly suppressed? Don't make such a fuss, Team Lin specializes in this kind of flashy stuff, Chujua said with a grin. Li Xinha showed no surprise either, casually letting her tied-up hair down. As long as Lin Chen's golden chains were in play, it was a pipe dream for Yifeng to think he could escape. You might have a trump card, but do you have the chance to use it? As long as you're entangled by Lin Chen's golden chains, as long as you're still Blevel, no matter what rules you have, you'll be pulled down obediently. Xinhua looked at Lin Chen, unable to hide his shock. No wonder when Yifeng activated his rules, Li Xinha and Chu Juha remained indifferent. It turned out Lin Chen possessed this kind of ability. Yifeng was still on the ground shouting, wriggling like a caterpillar. Lin Chen kicked him in the rear. Hey, can you be a little quieter? Seeing Lin Chen's action, Li Xin's face darkened and she cleared her throat twice. Ahem. Oh, sorry, I'm just used to it, Lin Chen said with an awkward smile, then resisted the urge to continue kicking Yifeng. In a suburban area on the east side of the West Asia Church, Yifeng was bound by golden chains, his hands and feet restrained as Chu Juha dragged him toward the trunk of a sports car. Beep beep. Chu Juha raised his hand and opened the car's trunk. Hey, no way? Yifeng's face turned ugly as he looked at the cramped trunk space. Chu Juha sneered and directly lifted Yifeng, forcefully stuffing him into the trunk. Lin Chen, Yifeng is one of our Mayu Pavilion members. He should be taken back by us. Just as Lin Chen and the others were about to get in the car, Shen Xiaowei approached and blocked Lin Chen. She glanced at the trunk and said, "He belongs to us." Lin Chen pointed to the black phone on his chest. "Sorry, the mission I received is to bring Yifeng back." With that, Lin Chen was about to get in the car, but Shen Xiaowei raised her hand to stop the door. "Lin Chen, Yifeng is a frontline member of Mayu Pavilion. He should be taken by Xinhua and me." Xinhua, dressed in a white suit, sat silently on the side, smoking, not getting involved. The capture of his friend Yifeng left Xinhua in a bad mood. To be honest, Xinhua even hoped Yifeng could escape this encirclement. But unexpectedly, this operation included Lin Chen. If it were just Xinhua, Chen Xiaowei, Chu Juha, and Li Xinha, Yifeng would surely have been able to escape the pursuit. But reality has no ifs, and the result was that Yifeng was captured. Chen Xiaowei, I'm sorry, but I can't hand Yifeng over to you, Lin Chen said, shaking his head with a smile. Then opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Chu Juha leaned out from the back seat and said, "If you want to try to snatch him, go ahead, but I wouldn't recommend it." Li Xinha had already started the sports car. Chen Xiaowei wanted to say something, but Lin Chen and the others had already driven away. Yifeng has been taken away. Chen Xiaowei shouted to Xinhua behind her. Xinhua nodded, "I saw." Chen Xiaowei frowned in question, "Are we just going to let Yifeng be taken to Jinga Palace? How are we going to explain this when we go back?" "You're right, we can't explain it, but I don't think it's a bad thing that Yifeng was taken to the Jinga Palace. At least he won't be executed there," Xinhua said calmly. Yifeng killed the cleaner at the Mayu Pavilion, and if he were caught and brought back, even if he wasn't executed, he would be imprisoned for life. On the other side, in the sports car, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen realized it wasn't the black phone, it was actually his own mobile phone. He unlocked the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. "Hello," Lin Chen answered the call. "Lin Chen, don't you remember our agreement?" A hoarse voice came through. "Timely Rain?" Lin Chen frowned. This was actually a call from Timely Rain? He had just captured Yifeng, and Timely Rain called immediately. Indeed, every move of his mission was being monitored by him. "Lin Chen, you should have shot Yifeng. You should know that Yifeng has been captured. I didn't have the chance to act, Lin Chen replied calmly. The process of surrounding Yifeng went smoothly, without any extreme situations. After Yifeng lost the ability to resist, if he suddenly shot him, it would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. You're right, then let me create an opportunity for you, Timely Rain said on the other end. What? Lin Chen's expression changed, gripping the phone tightly. Create an opportunity? What are you going to do? Hello? Lin Chen shouted into the phone, but there was no sound on the other end. The call had been disconnected. Captain Lin, what's wrong? Chu Juhan noticed Lin Chen's strange expression and leaned over to ask. Is something the matter? Lin Chen's face was grim, tightly clutching his phone. Timely Rain knew he hadn't shot Yifeng and said he would create an opportunity for him. What was he planning to do? A bad premonition arose in his heart. In the next moment, the sky suddenly turned gray. The originally clear day was instantly filled with gray, and Lin Chen and the others crashed into a gray world. What's going on? Li Xinhui, who was driving, changed color and exclaimed. In Li Xinhui's view, the original road suddenly disappeared, replaced by a muddy gray path. The sky was also dyed gray, and everything around changed. Graves appeared densely on the once open fields, connected in clusters. Crows circled in the gray sky, and the ground beneath them was rotten and stank, a sense of death enveloping this gray world. The red sports car, which had been driving normally, suddenly stalled. Li Xinhui felt the steering wheel slipping out of control, spinning left and right. The car is out of control. Li Xinhui gripped the steering wheel tightly and slammed on the brakes. Squeak! Bang! The red sports car skidded and tilted on the muddy path until it crashed into a tombstone and finally stopped. What's going on? Li Xinhui tried to restart the engine, but the red sports car showed no response. Lin Chen looked out the window. The once clear day had turned into a gray, desolate sky, and the graves in the fields were thick and numerous, stretching endlessly. Click! Lin Chen opened the passenger door and stepped out of the car. But as soon as he stepped down, half of his foot sank in, and a foul smell rushed up. Ugh! Li Xinhui gagged a few times. What is that smell, so stinky? Lin Chen looked down at his feet, and all he could see was this black, rotten, stinking mud, utterly disgusting. Something's not right. Chu Juha also stepped down and looked around. Everything has changed. Lin Chen and Chu Juha exchanged glances, then Lin Chen took out his phone from his pocket and lit up the screen. The signal bar now had an extra crossmark. No signal. Feeling the gray world around them, an undeniable fact emerged. We have entered a prison. What? Li Xinhui couldn't believe it, stepping out of the car and looking at the distant graves. Is our luck this bad? Have we been targeted by the virtual? The appearance of the void is always without warning, only drawn by the rules. Including Yifeng, the simultaneous activation of 6 rules just now, did it attract the void? Lin Chen furrowed his brows, holding his phone. Or is this the opportunity that the Timely Rain spoke of? Captain Lin, we have entered an unknown prison. Chu Juha looked at Lin Chen and said, Hey, Lin Chen. Can you hear me? A broken voice came from Lin Chen's phone in his chest. Lin Chen picked up the black phone from his chest. This is Lin Chen. Lin Chen, near the church in West Asia, a special area has appeared, and we suspect this is the prison. An unknown level void has appeared. Zhao Kai's anxious voice came through. Lin Chen held the phone and calmly said, I know, we have already entered the prison. What? You have already entered the prison? Zhao Kai's shocked voice came through. Yes, what level is the void? Lin Chen looked around and asked. The prison has just appeared, and we cannot determine that yet, Zhao Qi said on the other end of the line. But, Zhao Kai's tone paused, his face dark as he stared at the large screen in front of him. It displayed the range of the prison, rapidly expanding around the church in West Asia. But what? Lin Chen asked with a frown. Lin Chen, the range of this prison has already expanded to a diameter of 5 kilometers. Zhao Qi said in a deep voice. 5 kilometers? That's right. Based on our past experience, a void that can create a diameter of 5 kilometers is very likely to be. Class AA. Zhao Qi continued. I have already started contacting the cleaners, and a support mission will be formulated soon. Lin Chen's expression darkened. I understand. After temporarily hanging up the phone, in the Jinga Palace communication room, Zhao Qi clenched his fists. What is going on? Why did the prison suddenly appear? Notify the logistics department to rush to the church in West Asia immediately and seal off the surrounding roads to prevent ordinary people from wandering in. Immediately contact all Class B and above cleaners currently in Jinja Palace and have them come to the 70th floor conference room. Zhao Qi quickly arranged the tasks and then hurriedly left the communication room, heading to the 70th floor conference room. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen's expression was grim. Is it possible that it's a Class A void? Damn it, what a joke! Li Xinha, who had overheard the conversation, couldn't help but curse. A Class A void is targeting us? Chu Juha also had a serious expression, saying, "Is it because we 6 Class B thieves gathered and simultaneously activated the rules that it attracted a Class A void?" Lin Chen remained silent, but in his heart he knew that this Class A void was closely related to the timely rain. Is this what they call creating opportunities? Indeed, if it really is a Class A void, Yifeng would undoubtedly be doomed. Not only that, but Lin Chen and the others would also have no place to die. The appearance of a Class A void will inevitably bring Class A cleaners for support. Li Xinhe calmly analyzed. The premise is that we survive until then. Lin Chen's gaze was serious as he surveyed this gray world. The sky was left with only decaying gray. Crows circled and screeched in the low air. The stench of rotting earth permeated, and graves were scattered everywhere. Just then, a voice came from behind. Lin Chen! Lin Chen and the others turned around to find it was Xin Chao and Chen Xiaowei. They are here too? Lin Chen's heart sank upon seeing the two. Including Yifeng in the trunk, there were a total of 6 thieves. Did you receive the news? We have been caught in a prison. Chen Xiaowei shouted to Lin Chen. We received it, and unfortunately, the diameter of this prison has now expanded to 5 kilometers. The level of this void cannot be determined yet, but it is very likely to be Class A. Li Xinhe spoke up. Class A? Chen Xiaowei's expression changed. Then are we not doomed? The Jinga Palace has already contacted a level cleaner, Li Xinhe quickly replied. Xin Xiao and Chen Xiaowei had already trudged through the mud to stand before them. Xin Xiao, dressed in a white suit, looked completely out of place, his brown leather shoes caked in mud. The scent of his perfume overwhelmed by the stench around them. Xin Xiao raised his hand to adjust his white suit, expressing his disdain. This place is truly disgusting. Just the foul air made Xin Xiao nearly retch several times. Prisons have boundaries, they are not endless. Can we try to leave the prison? Chen Xiaowei asked. Li Xinhe glanced at the red sports car behind her and said, "My car has stalled, can yours still work?" Xin Xiao shook his head in response, "Ours is broken too. This is troublesome. Are we supposed to walk out?" The 5 of them looked at the endless graves around them, with no direction, no road, only a dense array of tombstones. Thud, thud, thud. A knocking sound came from the red sports car. They turned to look at Li Xin's red supercar, noticing the trunk vibrating incessantly. Chu Juho walked over and opened the trunk, discovering Yifeng kicking it with his legs. Still not behaving? Yifeng was bound by golden chains on both hands and feet. This isn't a level prison. Don't even think about escaping. What do you mean? Chu Juho frowned and asked. Yifeng smiled and said, "An A-level prison is completely different from B and C levels. This is the real prison. To walk out of the boundaries is nothing but a delusion." Lin Chen approached at that moment. "Go on. Here, we can't escape at all. Meeting with the void is just a matter of time," Yifeng said. "You mean we can only wait to die?" Lin Chen retorted. Yifeng nodded bluntly, "That's just the way it is. Facing the void is inevitable, but you have one more choice." "What choice?" Lin Chen asked. "Let me go, and I will face the void with you," Yifeng said in a deep voice. "Let you go? I think you're the one with delusions," Li Xinhe mocked from the side. But in the next moment, the golden chains on Yifeng shattered. "Captain Lin?" Li Xinhe looked at Lin Chen in surprise. "How did you?" This was Lin Chen retracting the golden chains. Lin Chen had already turned to leave. "We have no choice." Yifeng twisted his wrist. "You're a smart man. In this prison, the void will indiscriminately kill us all. Only by letting me go can we have a better chance of survival." Lin Chen reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, taking one out and lighting it. Hiss. Huff. Lin Chen pinched the cigarette with one hand while running the other through his hair. "Yifeng, tell me your thoughts." Yifeng pushed up his black-framed glasses, gazing at the gray world around them. A significant change in the surrounding environment. This level of prison, although the Jinga Palace hasn't made a conclusion yet, it's definitely in a level void. Chen Xiaowei watched as Yifeng was released, her eyes fixed on him, gritting her teeth. Yifeng was a wanted criminal. They had finally captured him, but now Lin Chen had let him go? Chen Xiaowei stepped forward, about to speak. Xin Xiao raised a hand from behind to press on Chen Xiaowei's shoulder, shaking his head. "Xiaowei, this isn't the time for that." Lin Chen noticed the commotion and glanced over at Chen Xiaowei. Chen Xiaowei opened her mouth but ultimately swallowed her words. Lin Chen and Yifeng stood together, Lin Chen looking up at the sky. "Can you use your wind to escape from here?" Yifeng raised a finger, a small breeze swirling around it, then he lifted his hand towards the sky. A thin wisp of wind spiraled upward from Yifeng's fingertip. Lin Chen looked at Yifeng's finger and asked, "Is this all the power you can use?" Yifeng smiled and said, "In prison, the more you use your own rules, the more noticeable you become. The void will quickly lock onto your position. It's fortunate that we haven't encountered that a level void yet. Heavily relying on rules would be akin to digging our own graves." Lin Chen nodded. "So that's how it is." Since the few of them had not used any rules since entering the prison, the void had not appeared for the time being. A wisp of gentle wind from Yifeng's fingertips spiraled upward. But the gray sky above seemed like a cage, and that wisp of wind collided with the sky before dissipating on its own. Yifeng retracted his finger. Even the wind transformation can't do it. This prison has turned into a square box, and the sky has been sealed. Lin Chen frowned and asked, "Is there any chance of forcibly breaking through the prison?" Yifeng pondered for a moment but shook his head, saying, "It's difficult. If I were a level, it would be possible, but right now, trying to break through the prison under the void's nose is absolutely impossible." At that moment, Chu Juho walked over and raised his hand to grip the long knife at his waist. "Team Lin, should I give it a try?" Lin Chen was taken aback, then looked at the long knife in Chuju's hand. "Right. Breaking through the prison's boundary is tough, but what if it's with slash?" Yifeng squinted his eyes at that moment. Slash. If it's to slash through everything, perhaps it really could cut through the prison's boundary. But the premise is that we need to reach the boundary, Lin Chen added. The two exchanged glances. Chuju's slash could cut through anything, and the prison's boundary would be no exception. According to the news from the Jinga Palace, the diameter of this prison is 5 kilometers, which means the boundary shouldn't be too far. Unfortunately, the car broke down, Lin Chen said, looking at the stalled red sports car. So we should determine a direction, where to go. Yifeng turned to look at Chen Xiaowei in the distance and smiled. "Xiaowei, stop eavesdropping, it's your turn to use your ability." Chen Xiaowei snorted coldly. "Eavesdropping?" Lin Chen frowned slightly and turned to look at Chen Xiaowei in the distance. Yifeng did not hide it and directly exposed. "Chen Xiaowei possesses sound, how could our voices escape her ears?" Lin Chen suddenly realized, no wonder when they left the church in West Asia, Chen Xiaowei had followed him without hesitation with Xin Chao. It turned out that everything he had said in a low voice back then had been heard by Chen Xiaowei. Chen Xiaowei walked over, looked at Yifeng, and said coldly, "Yifeng, don't forget you're still wanted." Yifeng smiled helplessly. "Xiaowei, what time is it now? We can only talk about other things if we survive." Lin Chen interrupted the two, saying, "Enough, this is not the time for infighting. Chen Xiaowei, can you determine the direction?" Chen Xiaowei snorted again, then slowly opened her mouth. A strange syllable escaped from her lips. The sound was low but quickly spread outwards. Sound was activated. That strange syllable rapidly dispersed through the air from Chen Xiaowei's mouth. The speed of sound in the air is about 340 milliseconds, much faster than we can walk. Yifeng said from the side. "You know that prisons have boundary barriers and sound waves have another characteristic. Reflection?" Lin Chen asked. Yifeng smiled. "That's right. Chen Xiaowei's sound waves rapidly spread in all directions, and when they encounter the prison's boundary, they will reflect back. Chen Xiaowei can determine the distance to the boundary based on the time it takes for the sound waves to return." Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "That's surprisingly reasonable." Chen Xiaowei closed her eyes and waited quietly. Soon, that strange syllable returned to Chen Xiaowei. "Found it." Chen Xiaowei opened her eyes and pointed in a direction. "Going there is the closest, it's about 1 kilometer away, and we should reach the boundary. It seems we haven't reached the center yet," Lin Chen said. "Suppress the rules as much as possible and don't attract the attention of the void." The others nodded silently. No one daring to casually use their own rules. Lin Chen gave Li Xinha a glance and she nodded, understanding his meaning. Li Xinha tied her hair back into a ponytail and stepped forward in that direction first. Chen Xiaowei followed closely behind, constantly confirming the direction through echoes, followed by Chu Juha. Xinhua adjusted her white suit and trailed behind Chu Juha. The four had already established their order, leaving only Yifeng and Lin Chen. "Team Lin, you go first?" Yifeng stepped aside and smiled at Lin Chen. Lin Chen squinted and smiled back, raising his hand. "President Yi, you go first." "Hey, Team Lin, what are you being so polite for?" Yifeng smiled at Lin Chen. "Brother Lin, you go first. Brother Yi, you go first. You go first. You go first." The two held their ground for a moment. Lin Chen stood still, maintaining his original posture, a friendly smile still on his face. "All right, then I'll take the lead," Yifeng said, seeing that Lin Chen was unmoved. And he stepped ahead, following Xinhua. As Yifeng walked in front, exposing his back to Lin Chen leisurely followed behind. The 6 thieves set off towards the edge of the prison. Li Xinha, Chen Xiaowei, Chu Jua, Xinhua, Yifeng, Lin Chen. The 6 maintained this formation, each keeping a small distance apart, stepping through the mud little by little. They walked intermittently for 500 meters. The stench of rotting earth suddenly intensified, piercing their nostrils. Xinhua frowned and coughed in disgust. "It stinks. The smell is getting more pronounced, something's not right," Chu Jua said, also frowning. The last Lin Chen looked down at his feet. The soft, rotten mud had now covered his ankles. What had just begun to sink was now gradually engulfing his entire foot. "The mud beneath is getting softer. No, should I say the rate of decay is accelerating?" Yi Feng turned back to Lin Shen and said, Team Lin, the soil is decaying faster, shouldn't we speed up? Lin Shen nodded and shouted to Li Xinha ahead, Li Xinha, speed up. Understood. Li Xinha, at the front, took a deep breath and then looked back at Chen Xiaowei. Chen Xiaowei understood and pointed Li Xinha in a direction, correcting their position once more. Go! In the next moment, Li Xinha bent down and charged forward, followed by Chen Xiaowei, then Chu Juhua. The group gradually quickened their pace, running through the mud. At this speed, we should reach the boundary soon. But after running for a while, Li Xinha suddenly stopped. Bang! With Li Xin's heavy step, mud splattered beneath her feet. What's going on? Chu Juhua asked, stretching his head out from behind. Team Lin, something's wrong. Li Xinha said, her brow furrowed. Yi Feng and Lin Shen both looked to the front, where they saw a grave half submerged in mud, cracks appearing on the tombstone. Crack, crack. The cracks were worsening. Something's not right. In the next moment, a rotting hand suddenly shot up from the ground. Bang! The tombstone was smashed apart, and a half-decayed corpse crawled out from the mud beneath. The corpse was completely rotten, half of its face had even turned to bone, struggling and shaking, with decaying flesh falling off its hands. Li Xin's expression changed, and without hesitation, she stepped forward. Before the corpse could fully emerge, Li Xin had kicked it in the head. Bang! The rotten head was sent flying by her kick. Can it be done? Li Xinha squinted at the headless corpse before her. But after losing its head, the decaying body only paused for a moment, then suddenly went wild, frantically clawing at the mud, trying to crawl out of the grave. Incoming! Chu Juhua burst out from the ranks, drawing his sword without hesitation. Slash was activated. With just one strike, the corpse and the grave were split in two. Thud! The body fell into the mud, the stench of decay spreading as it lay motionless on the ground. Chu Juhua sheathed his long knife again. Li Xinhui looked towards the end of the line. Team Lin, there's a grave here, and a corpse crawled out from inside. As if in response to Li Xinhui, cracks began to appear in the surrounding graves. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking echoed all around. The graves showed varying degrees of fissures, and rotting hands reached out from the ground. Lin Shan raised an eyebrow. So it was discovered after all? The distance between the six of them quickly closed, forming a small circle. Corpses continued to rise from the ground, the stench of decay permeating the entire area, and the gray sky seemed to grow even denser. So many. Li Xinhui stood beside Lin Chen, watching the corpses crawling out of the surrounding graves. Just a quick glance revealed at least 20. Don't delay, act quickly, Lin Chen said to Li Xinhui. Understood. Li Xinhui nodded firmly, then clasped her hands together and clapped hard. Fire was activated. Flames erupted fiercely from the palms of Li Xinhui. Just as she was about to act, the flames suddenly surged more than twice their size, transforming into a wave of fire that surged outward. What is this? Don't worry. At the back of the team, Yi Feng raised a hand, a gentle breeze swirling around his fingertips. Wind was activated. Yi Feng manipulated the wind, fanning the flames, which blazed fiercely, instantly enveloping the surrounding corpses. Ah! The wails of the corpses rose and fell, a burnt smell gradually overpowering the stench of decay. Soon, the 20 corpses around them were cleared away. All right. Yi Feng lowered his hand, dispersing the gentle breeze, and Li Xinhui, taken aback, also extinguished the flames in her palms. She had barely used any of her power, yet the flames had swiftly incinerated the surrounding corpses. This was almost too easy. Rules can be stacked for use, activating them to the minimum extent for maximum power. Team Lin, this way we can avoid attracting the attention of the void, Yi Feng said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Yi Feng, their eyes meeting. Yi Feng smiled and returned to his position. Lin Chen, however, gazed at the traces left by the raging fire, lost in thought. To achieve this level, Li Xinhui would need to mobilize more rules. But now, both Li Xinhui and Yi Feng had only slightly adjusted the rules to reach this extent. Is this what rule stacking is? Li Xinhua's fire, Yi Feng's wind. The combination of their rules produced an effect even greater than 113. It was no longer just two. Yi Feng returned to his position obediently, merely nodding and smiling at Li Xinhui in front of him. Continue moving forward. The six continued to sprint through the mud. Stop. But just a few steps into their movement, a large number of graves seemed to respond to a call, beginning to tremble wildly. Crack, 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 crack. A multitude of graves began to collapse, and rotting hands reached out from the ground. This time, it was not just 20, countless corpses crawled out of the muck, like a tide of zombies, enveloping Lin Chen and the others in the center. Looking at the endless tide of corpses, Lin Chen's expression darkened. This is getting more and more exaggerated. But the corpses crawling out of the graves gave Lin Chen and the others no time to think, charging madly towards them. Roar! Ah! The corpses, stepping through the mud, surged crazily towards the six. Chen Xiaowei, how much further? Lin Chen shouted to Chen Xiaowei. At most 200 meters. Chen Xiaowei replied excitedly. Lin Chen looked at the boundless tide of corpses, his gaze sharpening. If this continued, they would surely be overwhelmed by the dead. No more holding back. With only 200 meters left, they should be able to make it in time. Go all out and charge straight to the edge of the prison. Lin Chen shouted to the others. Understood. In the next moment, the group no longer suppressed their own rules and unleashed their full power. Boom! Li Xinhao was the first to strike, instantly activating fire, and the surging flames engulfed everything around. Countless corpses were immediately turned to char as soon as they got close. Chu Juhua also held nothing back, gripping his long knife, which was imbued with slash. Any corpse it touched would be split in two. Chen Xiaowei needed to maintain sound waves to determine their position, so she did not attack. Xin Xiao stayed close to Chen Xiaowei, continuously activating invert, causing any nearby corpses to inexplicably flip over and crash to the ground. Bang bang bang. Any corpse that approached Xin Xiao immediately flipped over and fell to the ground. The four of them maintained their formation at the front, clearing the surrounding corpses as they advanced. Lin Chen and Yi Feng brought up the rear, blocking the endless stream of corpses chasing from behind. Wind blade. Yi Feng used wind, and the screeching wind blades sliced through the air, continuously cutting down the corpses. Thud thud thud. The corpses were sliced in half by the wind blades. Meanwhile, Yi Feng kept an eye on Lin Chen beside him. How will you strike? Faced with the relentless tide of corpses, Lin Chen murmured softly. I will possess power. Deceit responded. But Lin Chen did not continue to stack lies. Instead, he cut open his palm, blood gushing out, and a golden chain instantly spun around, sweeping away the surrounding corpses. The more lies I stack, the faster I am rejected by reality. The tide of corpses is endless. I must maintain the ability to act for a long time, Lin Chen thought to himself. Currently, his limit for stacking lies was 3. Although he could become stronger by stacking more at once, this was not the time to pursue short bursts of high intensity. The corpses were not strong, but they were endless, and what he needed now was the ability to act for a long time. At the same time, Yi Feng noticed the golden chain in Lin Chen's hand. That's the kind of chain. Yi Feng's pupils constricted. He had been suppressed by this golden chain before. This golden chain had the ability to suppress, even capable of restraining his own rules. What kind of ability is this? Yi Feng frowned. Bang bang bang. Li Xinhao and Chu Juhua were responsible for clearing the path, simply dealing with the corpses in front. Xin Xiao and Chen Xiaowei were in the middle, constantly correcting their direction. Yi Feng and Lin Chen were at the back, under the most pressure, as the tide of corpses surged from behind, accumulating more and more as the group moved. The mud beneath their feet splashed as they fought their way through the tide of corpses. But as they moved, the number of corpses around them began to gradually decrease. Are there fewer corpses? Chu Juhua cleaved a corpse in front of him and asked the side. Li Xinhao raised her hand to burn the corpse before her and said, I feel it too. It seems like as we move, the corpses are getting fewer. Lin Chen and Yi Feng at the back felt it the most. They had gone from barely maintaining their strength to now only needing one person to clear the incoming corpses. What's going on? Yi Feng manipulated the wind blades in his hand, directly slicing the surrounding corpses into pieces. Could it be that we're nearing the boundary? Lin Chen's golden chain spun, sweeping everything around. But just then, Chen Xiaowei suddenly exclaimed. Wait! Bang! Hearing Chen Xiaowei's shout, the group instantly stopped in their tracks. What's wrong? Xin Xiao asked, supporting Chen Xiaowei's shoulder. Li Xinhao and Chu Juhua also looked at Chen Xiaowei. Chen Xiaowei had her eyes closed, feeling the echoes, her brow furrowed as she shook her head repeatedly. No, no! What's happening? Chu Juhua shouted at Chen Xiaowei. Chen Xiaowei suddenly opened her eyes, sweat beading on her forehead, her face pale. No! We're getting further from the boundary. What? As soon as Chen Xiaowei's words left her mouth, the faces of several people changed dramatically. The distance to the boundary has become even farther? This is impossible, Li Xinhui said in disbelief. They had been moving all this time. How could they be getting farther from the boundary? It's true. Chen Xiaowei's face looked grim as she spoke with difficulty. Just then, Li Xinhui suddenly came to her senses and noticed that the corpses around them had vanished. Where are the corpses? Li Xinhui gasped, the flames on her body extinguished. Chu Juhua also looked around in confusion. Gone? To their astonishment, there were no corpses left around the 6 of them. Lin Chen and Yi Feng approached, both looking troubled. The corpses have disappeared. Since just now, the number of corpses has been decreasing. And now they have completely vanished. Chen Xiaowei continued to emit sounds, that strange syllable spreading in all directions, then returning as an echo. But no matter how Chen Xiaowei perceived it, the distance to the boundary still seemed to be increasing. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly pointed to a spot not far away. Look over there. The others followed Lin Chen's finger and discovered a grand black church standing not far off. The church was entirely black and gray, its walls tainted with a rotting stench, incredibly foul. That is, the West Asia Church? Xin Chao recognized the church. It was the very place where they had first met, the West Asia Church. But now, the West Asia Church was filled with the stench of decay. With the corpses around them gone, they could only stand still for the time being. We are moving, yet we are getting farther from the boundary. Why is this happening? Unless the center of the prison has changed? Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. He quickly picked up the black phone and pressed the call button. Hello, Lin Chen, this virtual entity has been classified as a level, and 2 level cleaners have been notified, along with 6 level cleaners heading your way to execute a rescue mission. Zhao Kai's anxious voice came through. Lin Chen wiped the black blood from his hands and asked, how long will it take? Zhao Qi replied solemnly, according to calculations, it will take another 57 minutes. I understand. Lin Chen nodded. Before they arrive, you need to stay as far away from the center of the prison as possible to avoid direct contact with the virtual entity. Zhao Qi continued on the other end of the line. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and asked, where is the center of the prison? Zhao Qi in the communication room of the Jinga Palace immediately opened the map and looked at the location. The center of this prison is approximately at the West Asia Church. The West Asia Church? Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, his body stiffening, every hair on his body standing on end. The others standing next to the phone also turned pale, glancing back at the black church not far away. Hello, Lin Chen, hello? Zhao Kai's voice continued to call out on the other end. But Lin Chen did not respond. Zhao Qi slammed the table in frustration. Damn it, why did the line drop? On the other side, Lin Chen and the others stared at the West Asia Church in the distance, the overwhelming silence pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. What the hell is going on? Lin Chen's face was grim as he shoved the now disconnected phone back into his chest. Zhao Kai's support would take another hour to arrive, but the question was, would they still be alive by then? The surrounding corpses had completely vanished, even the remnants of the corpses that Lin Chen and the others had dealt with were buried again by the rotting soil. That decaying soil seemed alive, quietly writhing, consuming all the corpses once more. Thousands of graves reappeared, and everything around them returned to its original state. Lin Chen looked up at the sky, unsure if it was an illusion, but the sky seemed to have deepened in gray. Team Lin, what should we do? Li Xinha asked with a grim expression. Originally, the group had been sprinting towards the boundary for so long, thinking they were about to reach it, but now they found themselves back at the center of the prison. Is it because we made extensive use of the rules that we attracted that entity? Chu Juha asked. The entity moves in pursuit of the rules. Did their excessive actions draw its attention? It seems so, Lin Chen said quietly. Chen Xiaowei, check how far we are from the boundary. Chen Xiaowei's face was pale, her whole being in a daze. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, she merely nodded instinctively but made no move. Xiaowei? Xin Xiao noticed something was off with Chen Xiaowei and reached out to grip her shoulder, shaking her vigorously. Xiaowei. Oh, I'll check right away. Chen Xiaowei was jolted awake by Xin Chaos' voice, fully coming to her senses. She then closed her eyes and once again emitted that strange syllable from her mouth. The syllable spread out in all directions. During this process, Lin Chen stared at Chen Xiaowei, his brow slightly furrowed. Is she zoning out because of excessive fright? But looking at Chen Xiaowei's absent-minded appearance, Lin Chen had a vague sense of foreboding. Just then, Yifeng quietly approached Lin Chen's side. Yifeng raised a finger and gestured in the air. A small wisp of wind gathered, transforming into a string of small characters at Yifeng's fingertip. No, something's off. Look at her feet. Yifeng gave Lin Chen a look, then turned to Chen Xiaowei, who was using the rules. Following Yifeng's gaze, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He saw that Chen Xiaowei's lower leg was already submerged in the rotting soil beneath her feet. What is? Lin Chen looked down at his own feet and found that, at some point, the rotting soil had already covered his ankles. He then glanced at Yifeng, Li Xinha, Chu Jua, and Xin Chao. The others were all varying degrees of sunk into the rotting soil beneath them. Among them, Chen Xiaowei was the worst off, with half of her lower leg already buried. Yifeng was the least affected, but even his entire foot was sunk in. When did this happen? Lin Chen's brow furrowed tightly. At this level of sinking, they should have noticed it long ago, but why had they been completely unaware until Yifeng spoke? Moreover, judging by Chen Xiaowei's expression, she seemed completely oblivious to the fact that her lower leg was submerged in the rotting soil beneath her. At that moment, Chen Xiaowei opened her eyes and said, Team Leader Lin, no matter which direction we go, the distance to the boundary is the same. We are right at the center of the prison. Chen Xiaowei said in despair. Lin Chen did not rush to speak, exchanging a glance with Yifeng. Chen Xiaowei's condition was already starting to seem off. What's wrong? Chen Xiaowei asked, noticing the serious expressions on Lin Chen and Yifeng's faces. The two had been staring at her, and Chen Xiaowei felt puzzled, so she lifted her leg and walked towards them. She slowly pulled her lower leg out of the rotting soil, dragging out a disgusting, sticky substance, then took a step forward, only to step back in again. Yet, Chen Xiaowei herself seemed completely unaware, walking over step by step. Seeing her like this, Li Xinha and Xu Zhi's expressions changed as they realized something was wrong. "Xiaowei, your foot!" Shen Xiao exclaimed, wide-eyed, from behind Chen Xiaowei. "What about my foot?" Chen Xiaowei looked down at the rotting soil that had already engulfed her lower leg. "Oh, did it sink in?" she said to herself, then clumsily pulled her lower leg out. Watching Chen Xiaowei's strange demeanor, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the group. No one spoke first, the five around them fell silent. But just as Chen Xiaowei pulled her foot out, as if reacting slowly, her eyes suddenly widened. "No way! How could my lower leg be sinking in?" Chen Xiaowei exclaimed and suddenly took 2 steps back. Thud, thud. Chen Xiaowei moved 2 steps in the rotting mud, but the muck that had long since reached her calves slowed her down, causing her to fall backward. "Xiaowei." Shen Xiao reached out to support Chen Xiaowei, gripping her shoulders tightly. "Are you okay? What's happening to me?" Chen Xiaowei covered her head, frowning tightly. "It feels like my consciousness is getting blurry." Chen Xiaowei looked at her calves, which were already sunk in the mud, and her first reaction upon seeing it was not surprise, but rather a sense of inevitability. It was only during the process of pulling her legs out that she suddenly realized she had actually gotten stuck. This must be the effect of the prison. Yi Feng walked over and supported Chen Xiaowei with one hand. He then pointed to the ground beneath the other's feet and said, "We are all sinking into the mud to varying degrees. The deeper we sink, the easier it is for our consciousness to blur." The others looked down at their feet and indeed found themselves sinking to different extents. Lin Chen glanced at Yi Feng and then at Chen Xiaowei. "It seems the speed of sinking is influenced by how well we grasp the rules. Yi Feng is the closest to a level feet, so he sinks the slowest, just barely covering his feet. Chen Xiaowei must have just reached level, so she sinks the fastest, already up to her calves." Among those present, Chen Xiaowei was sinking the fastest, followed by Shen Xiao, then Xu Zhihua, Lin Chen, Li Xinhua, and Yi Feng. Lin Chen gauged his understanding of the rules based on how deep he was sinking. Greater than Xu Zhihua, less than Li Xinhua, still a distance from Yi Feng. "What will happen if we all sink completely?" Shen Qiao asked. Yi Feng looked at the surrounding graves and said, "Probably end up like these corpses. Rotting in the mud, then becoming a corpse, with a tombstone erected, just like these graves around us, becoming part of the prison." Shen Chaos' expression darkened as he grabbed Chen Xiaowei's hand. "Come on, get up." Chen Xiaowei struggled to pull her calves out with Shen Chaos' arm, but when she tried to place her feet down again, she sank back to her calves. "It's useless. She's already sunk to this extent, no matter how much she lifts her legs, it won't help," Lin Chen said calmly. Li Xinhua looked at Lin Chen and asked, "Captain Lin, should we report to the Jinga Palace? Each prison looks different, and if the situation here is communicated, others will be more cautious when they come to handle it later." But Lin Chen just shook the black phone that had gone dark and said, "This phone has no signal either." After entering the prison, normal phones lose signal, only the phones provided by the Jinja Palace can contact the outside. But this time, after arriving at the center of the prison, even the black phone provided by the Jinja Palace had lost its function. "We can't delay any longer. The longer we stay here, the deeper we sink. Once we sink more than halfway, we won't be able to escape," Xu Zhihua said from the side. Li Xinhua nodded in agreement. "That's right, we still have a chance to rush to the boundary now." Shen Xiao supported Chen Xiaowei, and the two were also ready to make a plan to escape again. But the four noticed that Lin Chen and Yi Feng were still standing in place, their expressions different, showing no intention to move. "Captain Lin, the longer we wait, the smaller our chances of escaping become. Aren't we going to act?" Li Xinhua asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned, remaining silent. Even though the mud beneath them continued to creep upward, Lin Chen did not rush to give the order to act. Yi Feng looked over and said, "As expected, you thought of that too, right?" Lin Chen glanced at Yi Feng, then looked at the four and calmly said, "The instinct of the void is to be attracted by the rules. No matter how we run, the center of the prison will move with us, and we can't escape at all." Yi Feng also spoke up, saying, "We are not ordinary people. The rules we possess constantly attract that illusion to draw near. The center of the prison follows the illusion's movement, and if this continues, we will never reach the boundary." Li Xinha hurriedly asked, "Does that mean we are doomed to die?" "No, there is a way to survive, unless..." At this point, Yi Feng deliberately paused and then looked at the silent Lin Chen beside him. Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly said, "Unless we sacrifice half of the people." "What?" Li Xin's face changed dramatically as she looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Shen Qiao also frowned and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his head and calmly said, "There are 6 of us, which means there are 6 rules. If we act together, we will never escape the prison. Unless we split into 2 small teams, 3 people in each group, running in opposite directions. The illusion will be attracted to one direction, allowing the three in the other direction to escape the prison. Lin Shen spoke in a calm tone, devoid of any emotion. However, Li Xin's expression turned grim as she urgently asked, "But what about the other team?" "The fate of the other team is only death. From the moment we entered this prison, the outcome was already determined. If we want more people to survive, we can only do it this way." Yi Feng spoke at this moment, then looked at Lin Chen. "I didn't expect Team Lin to be so decisive at a critical moment." Li Xinha frowned tightly, instinctively shaking her head and saying, "No, this won't work. Team Lin is right." Chu Juhai interrupted Li Xin's words, speaking in a deep voice from behind. "We have no other choice. If we act together, we will only end up with total annihilation. Only this method can ensure that more people survive." Li Xinha lowered her head, understanding that this was the best solution at the moment, and simply nodded. "I understand." Xin Xiao, supporting Qin Xiaowei with one hand, asked, "How should we divide ourselves? Since 3 out of the 6 were destined to die, who would it be?" Lin Chen raised his head and scanned the 5 people present. "To maximize the probability of escape, Yi Feng and I will separate and each lead a group. Which group the illusion will pursue is unknown. There is no certainty of death. Yi Feng, Li Xinha, and Chen Xiaowei, you 3 will be one group. I, Xu Jua, and Xin Xiao will be the other group." Lin Chen knew that even without facing the illusion, the tide of corpses on the way would not be easily resolved. He and Yi Feng, as the 2 strongest individuals, needed to lead separate teams. After hearing Lin Chen's arrangement, Li Xinha frowned and asked, "Team Lin, why can't I be in your team?" Lin Chen did not hide anything and calmly said, "Because your and Yi Feng's rules can stack, it makes the most sense for you two to act together." At this moment, Yi Feng walked up to Lin Chen and patted him on the shoulder. "Lin Chen, I have to admit, you are indeed very rational." Even someone as proud as Yi Feng felt admiration for Lin Chen at this moment. He was already a wanted criminal, and Li Xinha was Lin Chen's right-hand person, but in this situation, Lin Chen could set aside personal feelings and make the most correct arrangement. In Yi Feng's mind, this was also the most reasonable arrangement. Li Xinha wanted to say something more, but Lin Chen merely shot her a cold glance, and she could only silently close her mouth. Then Lin Chen scanned the others. Xin Xiao and Chen Xiaowei also did not say much. "Since there are no objections, let's prepare to act." Xin Xiao released Chen Xiaowei and walked to Lin Chen's side. Chu Jua had already stood to Lin Chen's right. Li Xinha glanced at Lin Chen but still stood beside Yi Feng with Chen Xiaowei. On the left were Lin Chen, Chu Jua, and Xin Xiao. On the right were Yi Feng, Li Xinha, and Chen Xiaowei. Yi Feng looked at Lin Chen and smiled, saying, "Lin Chen, I hope we will have a chance to see each other again in the future." Lin Chen merely glanced at Yi Feng with the truth. "Everyone, let's move." With Lin Chen's command, the 2 teams immediately started running in the opposite direction. Yi Feng raised his hand and waved. The wind was activated, and a gust of wind appeared beneath Li Xinha and Chen Xiaowei's feet. The 2 felt a lightness underfoot, and their speed increased. "You 2, we are now on the same team, and our goal is to survive," Yi Feng said. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the other 3 were also sprinting in another direction. "Captain Lin, do you really think Yi Feng will take them away?" Xu Juha asked from the side. Nearby, Xin Xiao, dressed in a white suit now stained with foul mud, was closely following Lin Chen. Hearing Chu Zhe's words, Xin Xiao spoke up, "He definitely will." Chu Jua turned to look at Xin Xiao, puzzled, and asked, "Didn't Yi Feng defect from the Meiyu Pavilion? How could a wanted criminal who killed his colleagues be so kind?" Xin Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't know why Yi Feng defected from the Meiyu Pavilion, but based on my interactions with Yi Feng over the past 2 years, I know he is not that kind of person." At this point, Xin Xiao furrowed his brow. With Yi Feng's character, he shouldn't have defected for no reason. Moreover, from the process of pursuing Yi Feng, I could feel that he held back several times when it came to me and Xiaowei. He didn't intend to kill us. Chu Juha looked at Xin Xiao in confusion. Then why did he defect? Xin Xiao sighed and replied frankly, "I don't know. But he will definitely do his best to get Xiaowei and Li Xinha out." In his memory, Yi Feng was a proud yet gentle man, and unlike a playboy like Xin Xiao, Yi Feng preferred to leisurely enjoy a cup of coffee in a cafe with a book in the afternoon. Moreover, with Yi Feng's abilities, he would eventually step into a level sooner or later. Xin Xiao, as Yi Feng's friend, also couldn't understand why Yi Feng would suddenly defect. Up front, Lin Chen fell silent. The reason for Yi Feng's defection, for some reason, Lin Chen thought of the defector Zhou Kuan. Yi Feng was on the verge of breaking through to a level. Could it be? Lin Chen shook his head, still unable to draw a conclusion easily. "It's a pity I don't have the chance to ask Yi Feng properly." The 3 of them raced through the mud, and around them, corpses began to appear from the graves, which were nothing compared to the original tide of corpses. On the way, Lin Chen looked back at Xin Xiao. "Your rule inversion is also of the shadow attribute?" Xin Xiao looked at Lin Chen and nodded, saying, "That's right. Chu Juha, surprised, hadn't expected Shin Chaos Rule to also be of the shadow attribute. Shin Shao did not hide it, saying, initially, my ability was simply to make coins flip upside down. Later, after development, I could influence a larger area around me, causing things nearby to invert. As he spoke, Shin Shao raised his hand towards a nearby corpse and clenched it. The corpse immediately flipped upside down and fell to the ground. This range is about 5 meters around me. While drawing his knife, Chu Juha paid attention to the movements around him. And after seeing Shin Chaos' ability, he couldn't help but say, how is there such a big gap compared to Captain Lin? After all, Lin Chen had developed deception for the first time and single-handedly resolved the entire Shouhu villa. Shin Shao did not refute but simply said, the development of shadow attribute rules is all special. I've been trying to expand the range, but the results haven't been good. Shin Shao knew that he had been rated level because he developed a 5-meter invertible range. From initially only being able to invert coins in his hand to being able to invert things within a 5-meter radius. But since reaching level, Shin Chaos' development of the rules had not gone smoothly. He had spent about half a year and had only expanded the range by less than half a meter. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked, could it be that the development approach is wrong? The development of shadow attribute rules depends entirely on the owner. Shin Shao smiled and said, perhaps. Captain Lin, do you have any suggestions? Shin Shuo looked at Lin Chen. Now, Lin Chen's name had spread through the east at a terrifying speed. A newcomer who had just entered the circle had single-handedly dealt with the pseudo-level Zayahushin villa. If it weren't for encountering an 11 phantom this time, Lin Chen would have already brought Yifeng back to the Jingja palace, completing the task with 0 casualties. From surrounding Yifeng to entering this prison, Shin Shua had noticed Lin Chen's several moves. His timing was very precise, and his actions were decisive. Shin Shua could conclude that if Lin Chen could survive this, his future would be limitless. It was just a pity that he had been targeted by an 11 phantom this time. Lin Chen did not rush to respond to Shin Shua, only saying, I have some ideas, but am still thinking. Shin Shua was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lin Chen to actually have ideas. Lin Chen was pondering Shin Shua's rules, inversion. Shin Shua thought Lin Chen was just speaking casually, so he smiled. But I don't know if there will be another chance to develop it. After all, encountering an 11 phantom this time, whether they could survive was still uncertain. At this point, Shin Shua sighed and said, what a pity, there was a private party tonight. What's the point of a private party? Chu Juha asked from the side. Shin Shua chuckled, I booked a cruise ship and organized this party at sea. All electronic devices will be confiscated once on board. Just the people getting on board, hey. Chu Juha smirked and said, what private party? This is just a gathering of debauchery. Shin Shua cleared his throat, you scared me, I almost thought you were talking about a gathering of debauchery. If we can survive this time, and if there's a chance in the future, just let me know if you're interested. And I guarantee to arrange it clearly for Team Lin. Wait. Lin Chen, who was at the front, suddenly spoke. In the next moment, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks simultaneously. What is it, Team Lin? Wait, what is that? Chu Juha had just started to ask Lin Chen, but halfway through, his attention was drawn to a church not far away. There stood a dark church, with crows hoarsely circling in the air. That dark church, filled with a stench of decay, stood quietly not far away, as if it had been waiting for a long time. The West Asia Church. Didn't we leave the West Asia Church? Chu Juha asked incredulously. Shin Shua adjusted his suit and smiled, it seems our luck isn't too good. At the center of the prison, the West Asia Church. The 3 of them had run for a long time, only to find themselves back at the West Asia Church. Or rather, it was the West Asia Church that had found them. Lin Chen looked down at his feet. The decaying soil had already covered his calves. Chu Juha and Shin Shua were in the same situation. The distant church was filled with tranquility and eeriness, as if it harbored unspeakable terror. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yifeng and his 2 companions were running wildly. Almost there, Qin Xiaowei said, sensing the distance through echoes. Hearing Qin Xiaowei's words, Yifeng paused. It seemed their team was having better luck. Li Xinhui lowered her eyes, feeling somewhat downcast. If their team was approaching the boundary, then the other side. But just then, Yifeng suddenly stopped. No way! The 3 of them abruptly halted. At the end of their line of sight, there stood a dark church. Team Lin, what should we do? Chu Juha looked at the distant dark church with a grim expression. It seemed that their trio had been targeted by that 11 phantom. Lin Chen remained silent, only glancing at the decaying soil beneath his feet. The decaying soil had now covered their calves, and Lin Chen could feel his consciousness being eroded by some strange force. Since we can't avoid it, let's go in and take a look. Lin Chen's gaze was calm as he stared at the dark church not far away. Team Lin? Shin Shua looked at Lin Chen with some concern. It is known that this West Asia church has been deemed the center of the prison, yet now Lin Chen actually wants to walk inside? Lin Chen pulled his foot out of the rotting soil and said, rather than being eroded bit by this decaying earth, I might as well go see what's inside this West Asia church. Lin Chen took the lead towards the West Asia church, and Chu Juha followed closely behind without hesitation. Although Xinshua was worried, he still followed Lin Chen forward. The original West Asia church had been completely transformed. The once predominantly white church was now engulfed in black, and the surrounding walls were permeated with the stench of decay. The three large doors hanging from the dome above seemed like a one-way path to hell. Lin Chen stepped through the central door, and the first floor, which was originally used for worship, had changed drastically. All the seats had vanished, replaced by 7 blood-red steps. What is this? Chu Juha looked at the 7 blood-red steps beneath his feet, each ending in a throne. The entire West Asia church was shrouded in darkness, the outside sky covered in gray, with only a dim yellow light of hope shining through. The three stood at the entrance, and Lin Chen turned to look at the sky. Just as it was about to turn completely black, after the three entered the church, they indeed no longer touched the rotting soil. Lin Chen gazed at the 7 blood-red steps. What will the end be? Lin Chen attempted to step onto the steps, but as soon as he lifted his foot to step on the blood-red step, countless flesh buds crawled out from the step, frantically burrowing into the soles of Lin Chen's shoes. Lin Chen was taken aback and immediately stepped back, trying to pull his foot out from the blood-red step. However, as Lin Chen lifted his foot, the flesh buds on the step stretched and firmly embedded themselves into the soles of Lin Chen's shoes. Those flesh buds writhed madly, unwilling to let go of the person who had stepped onto the step. Captain Lin, be careful. Chuja's expression changed upon seeing this scene, and he immediately drew the long knife from his waist. Slash was activated. Chuja's blade sliced through, severing the elongated flesh buds. Lin Chen took a step back, abruptly stopping himself. What's going on? Lin Chen frowned, looking at the writhing flesh buds on the steps. Just now, when he stepped on the steps, Lin Chen clearly felt those flesh buds trying to devour his flesh and blood. If you step on the steps, will you be devoured? Lin Chen looked at the blood-red step beneath him, which extended from the church's main entrance all the way to the throne at the center of the church. If I step on this step, I'm afraid that halfway through, my flesh and blood will be completely devoured, turning into white bones and collapsing. Lin Chen frowned slightly. If the end was the throne, then stepping on this step was like an audience or a pilgrimage? And the price of the audience was one's own flesh and blood. Don't step on the steps, go around from the side, Lin Chen said. Although the 7 steps spanned the entire church, there were also gaps of floor between the steps. The three of them then stepped onto a side floor. Aside from some decay, there was nothing else strange about the church's floor. Lin Chen slowly walked along the leftmost floor towards the front, the entire church silent, with only the cawing of crows outside. Step, step, step. As Lin Chen moved forward, the distance to the throne at the end of the blood-red steps grew closer. In the darkness, Lin Chen could vaguely see a shadow on the throne. What is this? Lin Chen squinted, trying to see clearly what was on the throne. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and Lin Chen could only see a dark mass. As Lin Chen continued to approach, his vision gradually became clearer. He saw that beneath the throne there was a thick tail, resembling a snake's tail, covered in hard scales and filled with sharp spikes. Lin Chen's brow furrowed tightly. This was a snake's tail. Could it be that what was on the throne was a snake? But strangely, this snake's tail had already rotted, filled with the aura of death. Dead? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, not continuing forward, but instead took out his phone from his pocket. Although there was no signal in the prison, the flashlight still worked. Lin Chen turned on the flashlight and shone it towards the distant throne. Following the thick snake tail upwards, there lay a giant snake coiled on the throne, its fangs protruding, looking terrifying. But surprisingly, the snake was dead. Lin Chen felt no life from it, only the stench of decay. He raised the flashlight and pointed it at the other throne, wanting to see what was on that one. However, it was too far away, and the light could only faintly illuminate a bit. Lin Chen glanced at the phone in his hand, then raised it and threw it towards the other side. As the phone flew away, the flashlight also illuminated the other throne. The first thing revealed was a rotting battle flag, a dark blue hand tightly gripping it, and on the other side was a long spear, its tip already broken in half. As the phone fell through the air, the light hit the throne, just enough to reveal the upper bodies. 3 terrifying heads emerged from the darkness. On the left was a rotting bull's head with a nose ring, on the right was a blood-stained ram's head, and in the middle was a ghastly skull with sharp fangs. 3 heads? Chu Juha beside him had veins bulging on his forehead, instinctively gripping the handle of his knife. Bang! The phone hit the ground, the screen shattered, and the light was obscured, leaving only a faint glimmer. Wait! Xinshua suddenly spoke up, frowning in thought. A giant snake covered in scales and spikes, a 3-headed demon of bull and sheep. This is a church, right? Lin Chen looked at Xinshua and asked, what are you thinking? Xinshua stared at the throne and said, when I was young, I studied in Western Europe and encountered some of their beliefs. Lin Chen, have you heard of the 7 deadly sins? Lin Chen frowned. 7 deadly sins? Xin Shui nodded and said, that's right. The 7 deadly sins are a classification of human wickedness in their doctrine, usually considered the root of other sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Legend has it that each of these original sins has a corresponding demon. The monsters on these 2 thrones resemble the 2 demons from the legends: Leviathan, representing envy, and Asmodeus, representing lust. Shinchua's brow furrowed tightly as he said, and the number of thrones here is exactly 7. Hearing Shinchua's words, Lin Chen's expression changed, suddenly recalling another version of the myth that Jiangzhen had once told him. Could it be that these legendary demons came about this way too? Just then, Lin Chen suddenly noticed the phone that had fallen to the ground. Under the faint light, the 3-headed monster on the throne seemed to shift slightly. Suddenly, a pair of crimson vertical pupils opened in the darkness. In an instant, Lin Chen's hair stood on end. A wave of immense terror washed over him. Those crimson vertical pupils are a void. The next moment, the 3-headed monster awakened. This is that a rank void. Bang! In an instant, the 3 of them were thrown out of the church. Bang bang bang. Lin Chen fell into the mud, then quickly rolled over and stood up. Xu Juhua and Xin Shui were in the same situation. But just then, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right leg. Captain Lin, your leg! Xu Juhua exclaimed. Lin Chen looked down at his right leg and saw a rotting spear embedded in it, piercing through his thigh, blood gushing out wildly. Damn it! Lin Chen unhesitatingly raised his hand to cover the spear and forcefully pulled it out of his right leg. This is that void. The source of this prison was that 3-headed monster sitting on the throne. It was only at this moment that the monster stood up from the throne. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from inside the church. A pair of crimson vertical pupils emerged from the darkness, followed by a decaying battle flag thrusting forward. A low growl echoed from the shadows. A dark blue hand gripped the battle flag, and on the head of the ghoul, a pair of crimson vertical pupils fixed their gaze on Lin Chen. To the left was a bull's head adorned with a nose ring, to the right was a bloodstained sheep's head, and in the center stood the ghoul. This 3-headed creature had emerged from the church. Lin Chen looked at the blood hole in his right leg. He hadn't even seen how this creature had struck inside the church, and the 3 of them were instantly knocked away. He, being the closest to the creature, had been shot through the thigh. Roar! The creature let out a fierce roar, then the dark blue hand raised the battle flag and plunged it into the mud. Bang! The rotting battle flag sank into the earth. In the next moment, the surrounding soil seemed to respond to a call, beginning to churn and writhe. Graves erupted from the muck, a thick stench spreading across the area. Crack, crack! The graves split open once more, and a decaying hand crawled out. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at this scene. Just as I thought, it is this creature. The previous wave of corpses had also been the result of this creature's ability. Countless graves enveloped Lin Chen and his companions, and one corpse after another rose from the ground. The 3 of them stood back to back, surrounded by a dense mass of corpses. Xu Juhua drew a long knife from his waist, his expression grim, and said with a forced smile, finally survived, and it looks like we're going to die again. Shinchua glanced at the 3-headed creature and said in a low voice, if we can delay for a bit longer, Yi Feng and the others will have a better chance of escaping. Lin Chen remained silent, simply raising his hand to wipe the blood from his thigh. Buzz! As Lin Chen clenched his hand, a golden chain appeared in the blood. The red light in the 3-headed creature's eyes flickered, and the surrounding corpses instantly roared, surging towards Lin Chen and his companions. Attack! The 3 of them struck out against the corpses coming from different directions. Xu Juhua gripped his knife with both hands, applying the skill slash to the blade, sweeping it horizontally, and all the corpses in front of him were split in 2. Thud, thud, thud. Xu Juhua swung his knife swiftly. Wherever the blade passed, the corpses were instantly severed. Shinchua took a deep breath, raised his hand to sweep his hair back, expanding the range of his skill inversion to the maximum. Within nearly 6 meters, all the approaching corpses were instantly inverted. Bang, bang, bang. All the inverted corpses were then directly shredded by the golden chain. The suppressive power of the golden chain meant that any corpse brushed by it would immediately lose its ability to move. Lin Chen wielded the golden chain, keeping all the surrounding corpses at bay. Thud, 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 thud. Countless corpses were directly chopped into pieces, scattering across the ground. Captain Lin, this won't work. Xu Juhua shouted to Lin Chen while swinging his knife. Although the 3 of them stood back to back, with no corpse able to approach, the tide of corpses was endless, showing no signs of abating. Xu Jia's arm muscles had begun to cramp, his movements gradually slowing, and a corpse managed to claw open his forearm. Damn it! Xu Juhua kicked the corpse in front of him away, then immediately followed up with a slash. The corpse was cleaved in half. Lin Chen swung the golden chain while keeping an eye on the ground beneath him. Now, all 3 of them had their knees sunk into the rotting mud below. The tide of corpses continued to surge, showing no signs of diminishing. The great three-headed creature still stood in place, its crimson pupils fixed intently on the three of them. After a long time of using the skill, Shinchua was struggling to maintain the 6-meter range. The area affected by inversion had gradually shrunk to 3 meters. Lin Shen understood that if this continued, the three of them would eventually be worn down here. He looked towards the creature standing in the distance and the decaying battle flag planted in the ground. This creature is the source. We can't wait any longer. We must take a gamble. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before the three of us die here. The longer we drag this out, the smaller our chances of survival become. Lin Shen took a deep breath and then unhesitatingly activated deception. I will possess strength. I will possess speed. I will ignore pain. 3 lies stacked one after another. Lin Shen directly layered 3 lies, and the wounds on his body no longer throbbed. He couldn't even feel the pain from the blood hole in his right leg. Chu Jua and Shinchua noticed Lin Shen's movements and realized that he was about to take action against that level phantom. Both of them understood that this was their last chance to fight. In the next moment, they desperately urged their own rules, forcefully isolating the corpse from 6 meters away, creating a space for Lin Shen to strike. Team leader Lin, go for it. Chu Jua gritted his teeth. Even though the long knife in his hand was on the verge of shattering, he still frantically attached slash. Lin Shen took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the chain in his hand, and fixed his gaze on the three-headed phantom. Not enough. In the next moment, Lin Shen pulled out a jade token from his pocket. There was a line of small characters on the token. Anger rises to the crown at the railing. This was the reward given to him by the Jade Shilin for saving Wang Ming. Without hesitation, Lin Shen crushed the jade token. Bang! The moment the token shattered, that line of poetry lit up instantly. A brand new rule attached itself to Lin Shen's entire being. In the next moment, Lin Shen's eyes turned crimson, power gushing forth like a spring, every hair on his head standing on end. Anger rises to the crown. The Jade Shilin had once said that this line of poetry was a good thing for desperate situations. Indeed, it is a good thing. Feeling the enhancement from the rule, Lin Shen suddenly charged forward. Holding the golden chain, Lin Shen instantly carved out a space amidst the tide of corpses. He single-handedly broke through the tide, moving so fast he left after images, wielding the golden chain as he charged towards the three-headed phantom. Chu Jua and Shinchua stood back to back, desperately blocking the approaching tide of corpses, their eyes focused on Lin Shen. You must succeed. This was their last chance. Lin Shen's forearm muscles bulged, the golden chain in his hand twisted into a single strand, his eyes crimson as he instantly arrived in front of the phantom. The simultaneous stacking of 3 lies can't last too long. It can't be a protracted battle, it must be quick. Chu Jua and Shinchua were also nearing their limits. The enhancement from the jade token had a time limit. They couldn't drag this out with the level phantom. They had to settle it in one blow. Lin Shen gripped the golden chain tightly, gathering all his strength in his right hand, and thrust it towards the head of the ghoul in front of him. Bang! Cough, this is... Coming back to his senses, Lin Shen looked down in confusion at his chest, only to see a long spear embedded in it, the tip piercing through. Along with his back being impaled by the same spear. The three-headed phantom was holding a long spear, having pierced Lin Shen's chest, lifting him high into the air. The crimson pupils of the three-headed phantom flickered, staring at the thief who had been impaled. The stacked 3 lies were torn apart by reality, and Lin Shen's deception became ineffective. How is this possible? Lin Shen opened his mouth, blood gushing out instantly, all his strength drained, leaving him helplessly watching as he was lifted high by the spear. Just moments ago, he had clearly thrust the golden chain towards the three-headed phantom, but now, coming back to his senses, he found himself pierced by a spear. Everything had happened in an instant. Lin Shen's brain hadn't even registered the action before the three-headed phantom had already impaled him through the chest. Seeing this scene, Chu Jua and Shinchua's faces turned ashen. Just moments ago, Lin Shen had charged right in front of the phantom. But the phantom's speed was even faster, making its movements indistinguishable. In just a flash, Lin Shen had been pierced by a spear. Is this what an A-level phantom is like? Despair surged wildly within. Even though Lin Shen had simultaneously stacked 3 lies and used another rule for enhancement, he still had no power to fight back. He couldn't even see the three-headed phantom's attack. This battle had no suspense from the very beginning. The endless stream of corpses was the easiest situation to deal with. Lin Shen struggled to pull out the spear lodged in his chest, but he couldn't budge the three-headed phantom even a fraction. The head of the ghoul grinned, seemingly mocking Lin Shen's overestimation of himself. Then, it raised a hand and casually tossed Lin Shen away. Bang! Lin Shen fell from the air, landing in the mud, his whole body collapsing into the dirt. Cough, cough. Blood poured from Lin Shen's mouth. His body convulsing. My body will recover as before. Deception activated once again. The large hole in Lin Shen's chest gradually disappeared, and his injuries healed rapidly. Ha! Lin Chen stood up again, staring intently at the three-headed phantom not far away. But just as the hole in his chest had healed halfway, a sudden sense of rejection from reality emerged. The wound on his chest burst open once more. Have I reached my limit? Lin Chen looked down at his chest, where the blood hole had grown larger again. The lies were being rejected by reality. Was it because he had just stacked 3 lies at once that he was now restricted? In the midst of the tide of corpses, Chu Juhua and Xinshua were already battered and bruised, the corpses drawing closer to them, with one even biting into Chu Ji's neck. Chu Juhua grabbed the corpse with one hand and then slashed down with a knife. Bang! At the moment the knife fell, it finally reached its limit, shattering into 2 pieces. Damn it! Slash vanished, and Chu Juhua could only use his elbow to smash down, delivering a series of elbow strikes that crushed the ghoul's skull. Xinshua gasped for breath, supporting herself on her knees. Her once white suit was now covered in blood and mud, the original color unrecognizable. The three-headed phantom jabbed the spear into the ground, and more graves began to emerge from the earth. Was she going to die here? Xinshua panted, constantly asking herself. Perhaps from the moment they stepped into this prison, the outcome had already been predetermined. Jinga Palace. Zhao Qi paced anxiously in the communication room. Have you connected with Lin Chen? Report, we haven't reached team leader Lin yet. The call is still disconnected. Keep trying. Zhao Qi shouted angrily. Keep calling until you get through. Yes, yes. Zhao Qi slammed his fists on the table, muttering under his breath. Damn it! Damn it! Beep beep beep. Minister, your call. Answer it. Hello? This is Zhao Qi said hurriedly. On the other end of the line, a deep voice came through. I am Zhao He. I will arrive at the prison in 20 minutes. The people in the communication room changed their expressions and turned to look at Zhao Qi. The level cleaner for this operation was actually Zhao Kai's older brother, Zhao He. Zhao Qi clenched his fists. Understood. There will be a communicator in contact with you at all times. Have you contacted the team inside the prison yet? In a helicopter, Zhao He asked on the phone. This light helicopter had only 2 people, one was the pilot and the other was Zhao He. Not yet. Zhao Qi paused for a moment before speaking heavily. Zhao He held the phone calmly and said, prepare for their complete casualties. In the A-level Phantom prison, a 30-minute disconnection meant something everyone understood. I understand. West Asia Church. Lin Chen resisted the swarm of corpses with a golden chain while continuously using deception to try to repair the blood hole in his chest. Unfortunately, every time a lie appeared, it was quickly rejected by reality. Xinchuan and Chu Juhua were also at their limits, each having reached their breaking point. Faced with this situation, Lin Chen recalled the battle where they had surrounded and beaten Yifeng. There's no choice left, I have to gamble this time. Lin Chen's eyes were resolute, gritting his teeth and making up his mind. Although this is just a hypothesis for now, there's no time for slow experimentation. In the next moment, Lin Chen shouted toward Xinshua, use invert on me now. Xinshua had already been bitten on the shoulder by a corpse. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, in this life-and-death situation, Xinshua had no time to think and instinctively agreed. Okay. In the next moment, Xinshua took out the intricately carved gold coin with one hand and threw it high into the air. Ding! As the coin spun in midair, Lin Chen lied once more. My body will be restored to its original state. Deceit activated, and the blood hole in Lin Chen's chest began to heal, but soon, the rejection of reality appeared again. However, just at the moment before Lin Chen's lie was exposed, the coin fell, and invert activated. Invert and deceit activated simultaneously. In an instant, the 2 rules overlapped. The lie was inverted. And the opposite of a lie is the truth. In the next moment, Lin Chen's broken body instantly restored to its original state. When the false becomes true, the true also becomes false. Lin Chen's broken body instantly restored to its original state. In the next moment, Lin Chen raised his hand to grasp the golden chain, instantly breaking through the tide of corpses. The golden chain traced a semicircle, severing all the corpses around Chu Juhua and Xinshua in half. Bang! Captain Lin! Chu Juhua exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at Lin Chen. Xinshua's one hand hung limply while the other held the carved rose gold coin, equally shocked as she stared at Lin Chen. This is rule overlap? Did deceit overlap with invert? Looking at Lin Chen, whose body had returned to its original state, Xinshua could hardly hide her astonishment. No wonder Lin Chen seemed to have other ideas about his development of invert. It turned out he had been considering rule overlap back then. Looks like luck is better than expected, I bet right. Lin Chen raised his hand to grasp the golden chain, clearing away all the corpses around him. The moment the lie was inverted, it was like a mirror flipping, instantly defined as the truth. Lin Chen picked up the long knife that had already broken in half from the ground and tossed it to Chu Juhua. Can you still move? Chu Juhua grasped the broken knife. His gaze resolute and said in a deep voice, I can. Lin Chen nodded and said, "Stay put." Chu Jua was taken aback and asked, "Stay put? Then Captain Lin, what about you?" Lin Chen took off his coat, the once brown coat now tattered, soaked in blood and mixed with decaying mud, and then tossed it aside. Lin Chen rolled up the cuffs of his black shirt and turned to look at the three-headed phantom not far away. "It'll create an opportunity for you." Upon seeing Lin Chen recover, the three-headed phantom's crimson pupils suddenly burst with red light, and its dark blue hands pulled the long spear from the ground again. The head of the ghoul grinned, revealing uneven fangs, seemingly eyeing a grand feast. Lin Chen did not dodge or avoid, he even met the phantom's gaze heat and took the lead in stepping towards it. "Shinshua, get ready to strike." "Understood." Shinshua grinned, repositioning the gold coin against her thumb, aiming at Lin Chen's back. In the next moment, Lin Chen activated Deceit once more. "I will possess speed." Like a devil's whisper, Deceit instantly responded. At the same time, Shinshua threw the gold coin in her hand. Invert. Invert activated. The two rules overlapped again, and Lin Chen slightly bent his body, stepping down, his figure shot out like a cannonball. "I will possess strength." Lin Chen lied again. Behind him, Shinshua aimed the gold coin at Lin Chen and threw it again. Invert. At the same time, the three-headed phantom grabbed the long spear and charged at Lin Chen. Bang! The golden chain and the spear collided. The three-headed phantom let out a roar, the spear tip directly crushing the golden chain, then thrusting towards Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen twisted his body with all his might, but still, the spear pierced through his heart. Bang! Just at the moment of contact, Lin Chen's heart exploded into fragments. Lin Chen grasped the golden chain in midair and said in a deep voice, "My body will return to its original state." Inversion. Lin Chen's shattered heart instantly restored itself, and then he flipped over and fell to the ground. Not enough. Lin Chen looked at the three-headed phantom across from him, clearly aware that merely relying on the combination of three lies was far from sufficient. Then, a madness flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. "My heart will never run dry." Lin Chen uttered the fourth lie. The combination of three lies had already reached its limit, and the moment Lin Chen spoke the fourth lie, the rejection of reality surged in. But just as Lin Chen was about to collapse, Shinshua activated inversion once again. Inversion. In the next moment, Lin Chen's heart raced wildly, and the blood throughout his body surged violently, crashing about. Lin Chen had stacked the fourth lie. At the same time, the three-headed phantom had instantly arrived before him, raising its spear to stab at Lin Chen's abdomen. The head of the ghoul revealed a sinister smile, one hand gripping the spear, and suddenly yanked it. Lin Chen was instantly eviscerated, blood splattering everywhere. The other hand of the three-headed phantom formed a fist and smashed toward Lin Chen's chest. Yet, facing this punch, Lin Chen smirked. Without any hesitation, he spoke again. "My body will be as solid as rock." The fifth lie. Lin Chen had stacked the fifth lie. Inversion. Shinshua activated inversion once more. The two rules stacked again. Bang! The punch from the three-headed phantom struck Lin Chen's chest. The anticipated scene of a punch piercing through his chest did not occur. Lin Chen merely crashed into the rotten mud beneath him. The decaying soil exploded into a massive pit, and Lin Chen's entire body plunged into it. But just at that moment, "My hands will be indestructible." The demon's roar echoed once more. Inversion. Shinshua responded without hesitation. The sixth lie stacked successfully. In the next moment, a hand shot out from the mud, fingers like hooks instantly grasping the phantom's ram head. Bang! The bloodied ram head was crushed directly. Roar! Blood splattered, and the phantom howled violently, struggling to retreat. The original three heads became two, the ram head crushed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen rolled over and stood up from the ground, his hands stained with blood, a sinister smile on his face. Thud 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 thud. The entire prison echoed with Lin Chen's frenzied heartbeat. Like a drum, it resonated between heaven and earth. Roar! Upon seeing Lin Chen, the phantom's crimson pupils oozed blood, dark energy surged around it, and its ashen hand pulled out the rusted battle flag. With the phantom holding the gun in its left hand and the flag in its right, the entire prison began to tremble incessantly. The mud beneath his feet surged like waves, and countless graves erupted from the ground. Hands reached out from the earth. Like demons crawling out of hell, madly rushing toward the center where Lin Chen stood. A dense tide of corpses surged forward like a tsunami. Lin Chen did not retreat but advanced, raising his hand to punch through the head of a corpse in front of him, then directly crashing into the tide of corpses. Bang bang bang! The tide of corpses was split in two, and Lin Chen forcefully carved out a bloody path, which from above looked like a straight line rapidly spreading outward from the center of the tide. Seeing this scene, Chu Jua in the distance was frozen in place. Team Lin. Accompanied by the drum-like heartbeat, Lin Chen tore through countless corpses with both hands, charging madly toward the three-headed phantom. The ghoul's head revealed its fangs, raising its hand to grip the spear once more, charging toward Lin Chen. Both of their speeds were incredibly fast. Bang! At the moment of collision, Lin Chen smashed the Phantom's ox head with a punch. But the Phantom's spear also pierced through Lin Chen's heart. The heartbeat that had been like a drum suddenly stopped. But just at that moment, my body will return to its original state. The demon's whisper reappeared. Deception activated once again. Xinhua desperately threw that coin high into the air, shouting, "Inversion! The inversion has been activated once again. The seventh lie has successfully stacked." Lin Chen's heart, pierced by a bullet, began to beat wildly once more. The sound of his heartbeat, like a drum, echoed again. At the same time, Lin Chen's eyes glinted with ferocity as he grasped with both hands, instantly freezing the blood around him. Clang! Golden chains appeared around Lin Chen in an instant. The golden chains bound the Phantom's hands and feet tightly, and with a forceful tug from Lin Chen, the chains held the Phantom firmly in place. Roar, roar! The Phantom, entangled in the golden chains, emitted hissing white vapor from its body. Struggling madly to escape, the chains rattled loudly, but Lin Chen held on tightly, preventing the Phantom from breaking free. "Chu Juha!" Lin Chen shouted. "Understood." Hearing Lin Chen's command, Chu Juha dashed out from his position, sprinting towards the scene. Chu Juha grasped the broken blade and leaped, gripping the hilt tightly. Slash was activated. Ah! Chu Juha swung the blade towards the Phantom's ghoul head. The blade, imbued with slash, cleaved the ghoul's head in two. Bang! The chains in Lin Chen's hands shattered and he fell backward. Chu Juha also collapsed to the ground, exhausted, gasping for breath. The three heads of the Phantom were destroyed, its body swaying as it fell to the ground, transforming into a mass of black mist. However, the black mist did not dissipate. Instead, it flew towards the distant West Asia church. Huff, huff! Chu Juha gasped, his body aching all over. Damn it, we actually managed to take down this Phantom. Even now. Chu Juha found it hard to believe, but the Phantom had indeed vanished. At that moment, Lin Chen extended his hand towards Chu Juha. "It's not time to rest yet." Chu Juha struggled to grasp Lin Chen's hand and asked, "What's wrong, Captain Lin?" Lin Chen looked around at the gray sky and said, "The prison hasn't disappeared yet." What? Only then did Chu Juha realize that this prison had not yet vanished. "What's going on?" Chu Juha asked in disbelief. Lin Chen pulled Chu Juha up and said, "I'm afraid something went wrong on the other side." At that moment, Shin Chao also approached. "Captain Lin, what's wrong?" "There's a problem on Yi Feng's side." "What?" Shin Chao was taken aback. They had already encountered an 11 Phantom here, and logically, Yi Feng and the others should have escaped the prison by now. Lin Chen squinted towards the distance where Yi Feng's team had left. A gut feeling told him that this prison was not so simple. Lin Chen looked at his palm. He had stacked 7 lies this time. And he didn't know how long this state could last. "We can't waste time, we must hurry to Yi Feng's side." Understood. The three immediately rushed towards the direction where Yi Feng's team had left. "I hope we make it in time," Lin Chen thought to himself. Just then, as the three were sprinting, a passionate voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. "Ha ha ha ha! Do you not hear that heaven does not close off all paths for man?" The voice spread like waves, resonating throughout the entire prison. "Is that Yi Feng?" Lin Chen's pupils constricted. It was indeed Yi Feng's voice. "Captain Lin, what's going on?" "Yi Feng and the others are still in the prison. Quick!" Lin Chen didn't wait for Shin Chao and Chu Juha. He stepped forward and dashed out, leaving the two behind. Lin Chen charged towards the direction of Yi Feng's voice. On the other side, a giant snake covered in scales coiled on the ground, baring its fangs and roaring at the person in the sky. Li Xinha and Shen Xiaowei had already fainted, collapsing to the ground. Yi Feng, drenched in blood, was floating in midair. A fierce wind whipped around him, making a rustling sound. Yi Feng spread his arms wide and laughed. "Do you not hear that heaven does not close off all paths for man?" The entire prison swayed in the gusts of wind, and even the original gray sky began to tremble. A level. Yi Feng, in a life-or-death situation, had successfully broken through to a level. Yi Feng raised his hand and grasped, and the surrounding fierce winds instantly converged madly towards the center. A tornado rose from the ground. The massive tornado swept in, obliterating everything around it with overwhelming force. The giant serpent's crimson vertical pupil fixed intently on Yi Feng, its scales bristling, coiling its body high and opening its massive mouth to bite at Yi Feng. Yi Feng did not dodge or evade, transform into wind. The giant serpent snapped at empty air. Then, the enormous tornado engulfed the entire body of the serpent. Ding ding ding. Countless blades of wind whirled within the tornado, crashing against the serpent's scales, igniting a flurry of sparks. At that moment, Lin Chen appeared from the hillside on the other side, just in time to witness this scene. This is the serpent-shaped phantom on the throne of the West Asia Church. Another level phantom. Indeed, Yi Feng and the others had encountered another level phantom. Yi Feng also saw Lin Chen appear. Lin Chen, you really are still alive. Without hesitation, Lin Chen raised his hand and grasped. Whoosh! Golden chains shot forward instantly. The tornado and the golden chains intertwined, and the serpent-shaped phantom was shredded inch by inch. Roar! The phantom had been able to struggle within the tornado, but once entangled by the golden chains, it could no longer break free. Soon, the serpent-shaped phantom was completely crushed. As this phantom was ground to pieces, the entire prison began to tremble and collapse. Yi Feng descended with the wind, coming before Lin Chen. Lin Chen, it seems you encountered a special situation over there as well. Lin Chen looked at Yi Feng and said, you actually broke through to a level. Yi Feng smiled and replied, it seems it is fate. Are you still going to take me back? With your current state, you probably can't do that, right? Lin Chen glanced at the watch on his wrist. There are less than 10 minutes until the A-level Reaper from the Jinga Palace arrives. Holding you off for 10 minutes shouldn't be a problem. Yi Feng crossed his arms and asked, do you want to do this? Lin Chen ignored Yi Feng and walked towards Li Xinha and Chen Xiaowei, who were lying on the ground. After confirming that both were not in life-threatening danger, he said, you have 8 minutes to leave. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yi Feng laughed heartily. Alright then. Lin Chen. I look forward to our next meeting. Lin Chen raised his head and calmly asked, will we? Yi Feng soared into the air, pausing not far from Lin Chen before leaving. We will. Hey, raise a suggestion, be wary of the Jinga Palace. After saying this, Yi Feng's figure shot up, transforming into a gust of wind and leaving the place. With Yi Feng's departure, the once trembling prison completely collapsed. Lin Chen stood in place, watching the direction Yi Feng had left, falling into silence. The gray sky had already collapsed more than half, the muddy ground beneath his feet had vanished, and everything around began to return to normal. But at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly noticed the dark church not far away. The dark church showed no signs of collapsing. Lin Chen turned around, staring at the dark church. The dark church had not collapsed, instead, it began to fade rapidly. What is this? The main entrance of the church remained shrouded in darkness, but vaguely. It seemed as if a pair of eyes were watching him. In the next moment, the West Asia church vanished into thin air. The prison completely disappeared, everything returned to normal, but the original West Asia church had vanished. In its place was a vast expanse of wasteland, incongruous with the surrounding environment. Captain Lin. At that moment, Chu Jua rushed over from a distance, calling out to Lin Chen. Captain Lin, what happened here? Chu Jua looked at Li Xinha and Chen Xiaowei lying on the ground and immediately went to check their injuries. Xin Xiao also arrived, glancing around and asking, where's Yi Feng? He has already left. Left? Xin Xiao asked in shock. Lin Chen replied calmly, he broke through to a level. Xin Chaos pupils constricted, Yi Feng actually broke through to a level. No wonder Lin Chen has already arrived, yet Yi Feng still managed to leave. Now that the prison has vanished, the A-level Yi Feng can go without anyone being able to stop him. Xin Chua sighed and said, I understand. As Yi Feng's friend, Xin Chua felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he hoped to detain Yi Feng back to the Meiyu Pavilion, while on the other, he wished for Yi Feng to leave. Fortunately, they didn't suffer any fatal injuries, Chu Jua said after checking the condition of the two, his heart still heavy with lingering fears. Thud 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 thud. A strong sound came from the sky. The group looked up to see a small helicopter appearing above. What is this? As the helicopter slowly descended, a burly middle-aged man stepped down from it. Zhao He. The newcomer was none other than Zhao He, the A-level cleaner from the Jinga Palace. Zhao He looked at the scene before him, somewhat shocked. You guys are actually still alive? Just a moment ago, Zhao He had noticed the situation from a distance. The prison had started to become unstable and soon collapsed. At that time, Zhao He thought that Lin Chen and the others inside the prison had all perished. Originally, Zhao He believed that after dealing with Lin Chen and these thieves, he could leave. Even the Jinga Palace and Meiyu Pavilion had prepared for the complete annihilation of these two teams. But to his utter surprise, when Zhao He arrived here, he found that Lin Chen and the others were all alive. Zhao He couldn't hide his shock, and then his gaze fell on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what happened? Lin Chen stepped forward and said, the A-level Void has been killed. What? Zhao He's eyes narrowed, shocked as he asked, you killed the Void? Scanning the surroundings, there were only 5 level cleaners. How could they have killed an A-level Void? Meanwhile, in the communication room of the Jinga Palace, Zhao Qi slumped in his chair, a pile of cigarette butts on the table. Sigh. Zhao Qi extinguished another cigarette butt, and the atmosphere in the communication room was heavy. We lost 6 thieves in one go. How am I supposed to report this to the higher-ups? Now the entire Eastern Cleaner organization had received the highest directive, requiring special attention to the recruitment of thieves. But now, during a single mission, they had lost 6 thieves at once. Zhao Qi knew that after this, he would be kicked out of the upper echelons of the Jinga Palace. Not only that, but the entire upper management of the Jinja Palace would also be held accountable. Even a level cleaner Zhao He would find it hard to escape blame. The atmosphere in the communication room was heavy, and the contact personnel were all silent. But just then, a female contact personnel in a corner suddenly received a call from Zhao He. Her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Minister Zhao Qi." With her shout, all eyes in the communication room turned to her. "Breaking news, Lin Chen, Li Xinhe, and Chu Juhua are all alive." "What?" Zhao Qi jumped up from his chair. "What did you say? They're not dead? Is the news reliable?" The female contact personnel was also excited, saying, "Reliable. This is the message relayed back from a level cleaner Zhao He." Just then, another contact personnel suddenly said with joy, "Minister Zhao, Lin Chen's call has gone through. Quick, answer it." Zhao Qi rushed to the front. "Hello, Lin Chen, hello." Zhao Qi leaned over the microphone and shouted loudly, "Hello, this is Lin Chen." Lin Chen's voice came through the phone. "What's going on, Lin Chen?" "The level void has been killed. Chu Juhua, Li Xinhe, Chen Xiaowei, and Xin Shuai have all sustained varying degrees of injuries, but they are all alive." "What? Good, good, good." Zhao Qi slammed the table, repeating "good" 3 times. Zhao Qi couldn't believe it. Not only had Lin Chen's team not suffered losses, but even the team from Meiyu Pavilion was intact. This was a tremendous surprise. But the mission to capture Yi Feng failed. Yi Feng broke through a level and is now missing, Lin Chen continued. Zhao Qi was taken aback by the news. Yi Feng has already broken through to a level. This time, the mission to capture Yi Feng not only failed, but Yi Feng even broke through to a level? Zhao Kai's expression turned grave as he slowly said, "I understand. This matter will be reported to Meiyu Pavilion immediately." Yi Feng breaking through to a level is no small matter. One must know that a level and level are worlds apart. Moreover, Yi Feng possesses the yang attribute of wind, making it increasingly difficult to capture him in the future. "You all meet up with Zhao He and return to Jinja Palace immediately," Zhao Qi said calmly to Lin Chen. "Understood." Lin Chen hung up Zhao Kai's call and then looked at the level cleaner, Zhao He, in front of him. Zhao He was also staring intently at the young man before him. When Lin Chen had just joined Jinja Palace, it was Zhao He who personally interviewed him. At that time, Lin Chen was still a clever newcomer, even with the most useless yin attribute rules. Yet, in just a month, Lin Chen had become someone who could survive under the hands of an level phantom. Zhao He could hardly imagine that after just going out to execute a mission and returning, Lin Chen had reached such a level. The logistics department of Jinja Palace will arrive soon. The most important thing now is to ensure your safe return to Jinja Palace. Zhao He knew it wasn't the time to discuss the details of this mission. Lin Chen and the others were in poor condition, and their safety was the priority. If the thief hadn't died at the hands of the level phantom but instead in front of him, it wouldn't be a simple matter of accountability. Before long, the logistics department of Jinja Palace had arrived. The personnel in gray uniforms immediately lifted the injured on stretchers, opening medical kits one by one. "Lin Chen, you really have a strong fate," Wang Meng said as he got out of a vehicle, wearing sunglasses and addressing Lin Chen. "Wang Meng?" Lin Chen was somewhat surprised to see him. "Looks like we don't need to go in this time," Wang Meng said, holding up a cup of iced Americano and smiling at Lin Chen. Behind Wang Meng, several level cleaners appeared one after another. Upon seeing the logistics department of Jinja Palace and the cleaners come to assist, Zhao He didn't linger, as he was a level cleaner who had been urgently recalled. There were still tasks left unfinished on the other side. "Lin Chen, they'll be waiting for you at Jinja Palace," Zhao He said as he returned to the helicopter, glancing at Lin Chen before leaving. Lin Chen didn't respond, just watching Zhao He board the helicopter and depart. At that moment, Wang Meng walked over, putting an arm around Lin Chen's shoulder, saying, "Brother Lin, this time you really did something amazing. Quick, tell Uncle Wang how you managed to survive under that level phantom." Lin Chen shrugged casually and said, "I was in good shape this time." Wang Meng's smile froze on his face as he said, "Then you really are." Meanwhile, a logistics department staff member shouted to Wang Meng, "Captain Wang, something's not right over here." Wang Meng shouted back, "Coming, coming." He then released Lin Chen, smiling, "He'll tell you more when we get back." Since this incident involved a level phantom, the impact was significant. The logistics department and the level cleaners who came to assist were all working together to handle the traces and check for any remnants. Lin Chen stood alone in place when Xin Chao walked over. "Team Lin." Xin Chao had quickly changed into a new outfit, but the smell of blood was still extremely pungent. "The logistics department of Meiyu Pavilion has also arrived. Xiao Wei and I need to return to Meiyu Pavilion immediately." Xin Chao pointed behind her, where several logistics personnel from Meiyu Pavilion were present. And Shen Xiaowei had already been lifted onto a vehicle. "Xin Chao, you all are leaving?" Lin Chen nodded and looked at Xin Chao. "Yes, Team Lin, we have to go back." Xin Chao raised her hand to adjust her clothes as she spoke. Back to Zicheng City? Yes, Team Lin, it's several hundred kilometers away from Jiangqing City. Oh, that's really far. Yes, very far then. So he cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, let's keep in touch later. Xin Chao nodded and then said, Captain Lin, about that private wine gathering of mine, if you're interested. Well, talk about that later, come on, they'll see you off. The logistics staff at Mayu Pavilion witnessed an extremely bizarre scene, seeing the man in the black shirt reluctantly sending Xin Chao to the car, then kindly opening the car door for her. Who is that guy? I think his name is Lin something. They saw Lin Chen carefully fastening Xin Chao's seatbelt, reluctantly saying, Xin Chao, be careful on the road. Xin Chao also looked as if they were parting for life and death, nodding vigorously. Until the logistics staff drove away from Mayu Pavilion, in the rearview mirror, the man in the black shirt was still closely following behind. Xin Chao, will we meet again, Xin Chao? Xin Chao, when we meet next time, you must be happy, you must be joyful. Be happy, be joyful. Xin Chao. How can I live without you? Xin Chao, Xin Chao. Wang Mang raised his phone while mimicking a high-pitched voice. He. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Jua suddenly appeared behind Wang Mang and said, Nothing. Wang Mang quickly put away his phone, pretending nothing had happened. But I saw you filming Captain Lin. You saw it wrong. And you were speaking in a high-pitched voice saying some nonsensical things. You heard it wrong. Wang Mang put away his phone, glanced at Chu Jua and then quickly walked away. Chu Jua stood there, hesitating whether to tell Lin Chen about this. Just then, a logistics staff member came over holding a phone. The phone was still blowing, ringing intermittently. Captain Chu, is this your phone? Found it nearby, the screen is a bit cracked. The logistics staff member asked Chu Jua. Chu Jua took the phone and looked at it. Oh, this is Captain Lin's phone. I'll deliver it to Captain Lin. You go ahead and be busy. All right. Then Chu Jua walked over to Lin Chen with the phone. Captain Lin, your phone. Lin Chen was lost in thought, staring in the direction Xin Chao had left, when Chu Ju's words brought him back. Oh. Lin Chen took the phone, realizing he had dropped it while using it for lighting inside the West Asia Church. He didn't expect that after it disappeared, it could still be found. Captain Lin, your call. Chu Jua pointed to the screen, where an unfamiliar number was displayed. Lin Chen's heart sank when he saw the unfamiliar number and his expression changed slightly. Got it, you can go back to your work. After sending Chu Juha away, Lin Chen pressed the answer button. Hello. He. Lin Chen. A hoarse laugh came from the other end of the line. The moment Lin Chen heard that voice, his gaze sharpened. Timely rain. It really is him. Yi Feng has broken through to a level. I can't kill him. I can't complete the transaction. Lin Chen said into the phone. At that time, Yi Feng broke through to a level and Lin Chen knew he had lost the ability to kill Yi Feng. Timely Rain's hoarse voice came through. I know, that's not important. This transaction is considered void. I just want to ask you, how does it feel to have the rules stacked? How is it? How do you know? Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he asked in a low voice. It should be known that what happened in the prison was only known to Chu Jua and Xinhua, no one else had any idea. Even Zhao He and Zhao Qi were completely in the dark. But this Timely Rain actually knew about his rule stacking? Lin Chen looked around, convinced that it couldn't have been Chu Juha or Xinhua who leaked it. The only possibility left was, Timely Rain had been in the prison all along. A chill ran down Lin Chen's spine, and he suddenly recalled that before the prison collapsed in the dark depths of the West Asia Church, it seemed there were eyes watching him. Was that not just an illusion? Lin Chen, you did well. I will contact you again. The hoarse voice of Timely Rain came through the phone, and then the call was abruptly ended. Hello? Hello? There was no response on the other end. Lin Chen put away his phone. He couldn't feel at ease until he got to the bottom of this Timely Rain. No rush, as long as this Timely Rain was still active, it would eventually lead him to some clues. 3 days later, Lin Chen walked out of the conference room, twisting his neck and exhaling deeply. The debriefing after each mission was truly exhausting. This was already the second time he had fallen asleep directly in the conference room. This time, the mission file was named West Asia Church. There were still no leads on the mysteriously vanished West Asia Church, but Zhao Qi said he had sent someone to look for traces. As for the mission to capture Yi Feng, it was deemed a failure. Regarding the capture policy after Yi Feng broke through to a level, it was said to have been submitted to a higher level file. Lin Chen, wait a moment. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave the conference room, Zhao Qi called out to him from behind again. What now? Lin Chen turned around impatiently. But the next moment, Zhao Qi handed Lin Chen a bank card. This is a bank account opened for you by the Jinga Palace. Since you just joined, it has only just been set up. Your salary for this month, along with the commissions from these 2 missions, are all in there. Lin Chen immediately smiled and took the bank card with both hands. Thank you, Director Zhao. Holding the bank card, Lin Chen took the elevator back to the 30th floor. Salary plus commission? Lin Chen almost forgot about this. He had signed a contract when he was recruited into the Jinga Palace. There was a guaranteed salary every month, and commissions for completing missions. After returning to his room, Lin Chen plopped down on the sofa and entered the card number into the bank app on his phone. 300,000? Upon seeing that balance, Lin Chen sat up straight from the sofa. There lay a cold 300,000 in the bank account. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Although he had been prepared for it, receiving the money still came as a shock. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating how to spend it, another call suddenly came in. Li Xianha? Lin Chen was taken aback when he saw the name on the phone. Hello, this is Lin Chen. Lin Chen, someone will deliver the keys to you today. After saying this, Li Xinha directly hung up the phone. Lin Chen wanted to ask what keys, but he found that Li Xinha had already ended the call. What keys didn't really matter. Now, thinking about how to spend this warm 300,000 was the real issue. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded. Lin Chen instinctively looked at the wall beside him, only to find that no door had appeared out of nowhere. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking came again, and Lin Chen realized someone was knocking on his door. I'd been psychologically scarred by Qin Xiaoyuan. Now, whenever Lin Chen heard knocking, he instinctively thought it was that little brat Qin Xiaoyuan opening a door in the wall. Lin Chen opened the door to find a logistics staff member in a gray uniform. Mr. Lin, this is the key that Miss Li asked me to deliver to you. The logistics staff member flashed a friendly smile and handed a delicate little box to Lin Chen. Oh, thank you. Lin Chen took the key and nodded at the logistics staff. It's what I should do. The logistics staff immediately replied respectfully, then led Lin Chen to the door. Lin Chen casually opened the box in his hand and took out the key inside. This is a car key? Lin Chen glanced at it, not paying much attention, and tossed it casually onto the table. There was a strange car logo on it that Lin Chen had never seen before, so he didn't think much of it. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, staring at the bank card in his hand, lost in thought. Ding dong! A message notification sounded. Lin Chen picked up his phone, originally thinking it was a message from Li Xinhui, but found it was a message from Gu Shishir. Gu Shishir? Lin Chen frowned slightly. After the incident at Xiahushan Villa, Gu Shishir and the other survivors were taken back to Jinga Palace for psychological counseling. At that time, he had also been to the underground third floor of Jinga Palace and personally tried the so-called forgetfulness capsule. In the end, Lin Chen didn't intervene, allowing Gu Shishir to take the forgetfulness capsule. Later, through Gu Shishi's best friend, he learned that Gu Shishir had returned to a normal university life and seemed to have a lovesick handsome guy pursuing her. Since then, Lin Chen had lost contact with Gu Shishir, so he didn't expect her to message him today. Curiously, Lin Chen opened the chat box. Gu Shishir, Lin Chen, will you come back for this year's school anniversary? School anniversary? Lin Chen was taken aback, then remembered that there was a school anniversary every winter. It was probably just a gala where people sang and danced. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and typed sorry in the chat box. After Lin Chen sent it, Gu Shishi's reply came back instantly. Gu Shishir, it's okay, you need to work hard out there. After receiving the message, Lin Chen didn't reply, just pressed the phone screen. Forget it. Lin Chen stood up, wanting to go have dinner, but just as he stood up, a sudden wave of intense dizziness hit him. What's going on? In the next moment, a wound suddenly appeared on the left side of Lin Chen's abdomen, quickly spreading to the right. The wound grew larger, and Lin Chen felt as if his body was about to split in half. Not only that, but it felt like a large hand was gripping his heart, trying to crush it. Lin Chen raised his hand to cover his heart, but his palm visibly began to turn charred black, burns spreading across his entire arm. At the same time, countless accumulated pains erupted, instantly coursing through his body, and Lin Chen nearly fainted from the pain. He fell backward, a wave of reality's rejection sweeping over him. Lin Chen's expression was pained. In that moment, it felt as if countless lies were teetering on the brink of collapse. What's going on? Lin Chen looked at the cut on his abdomen, which stretched from left to right, his face twitching. At that moment, all the lies began to sway precariously. From the first lie Lin Chen told, all the lies were violently rejected by reality. Lin Chen tried to reach for the phone, but the intense pain made his body convulse, the wound on his abdomen growing larger. And his arm had turned completely charred. The phone fell from the table, landing beside Lin Chen. He struggled to reach for it, but suddenly his pupils dilated. His once beating heart began to be squeezed little by little, as if a large hand was gripping it tightly, determined to crush it. Blood surged from Lin Chen's abdomen, the smell of burnt meat filling the air. Lin Chen lay on the ground, convulsing a few times, then fell silent. 1 minute later, the blood around him began to flow backward, the charred skin on his arm started to peel away, and the heart that had stopped began to beat again. The wound that had nearly split his body in two also began to slowly disappear. Thud thud. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath. Who? Lin Chen's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his whole body seemed to still be immersed in a tremendous pain, his palms trembling uncontrollably. Is it the backlash of the rules? Lin Chen covered his forehead with one hand, his body already soaked in sweat. Just moments ago, Lin Chen clearly felt that all the lies were simultaneously pierced by reality, and all the pain that had been concealed by lies surfaced. All the suffering concentrated at one point erupted, and at that moment, Lin Chen truly felt on the brink of death. But just before his consciousness shattered, Lin Chen whispered softly, once again telling a lie. My body will recover as before. Deception activated. Thus, Lin Chen, who was on the verge of death, woke up again. Something's not right, this lie won't last long. Lin Chen lifted his shirt and looked at his lower abdomen. The wound, though erased by the lie, already showed signs of reappearing. The previous lies had been filled by new lies, but how long could the new lies hold? Lin Chen could sense that the new lies were already beginning to show signs of instability. Once this lie is pierced by reality, all the pain will erupt once again, and I will still die. Lin Chen sat there, gasping for breath. The emergence of one lie required countless lies to compensate. At this moment, this truth dawned on Lin Chen. It's because I engaged in too many rule overlaps with Xinqiao, exceeding my own capacity to bear, that I suffered the backlash of the rules. Lin Chen looked at his palm, and this time the backlash was different from the one at Zayahushan Villa. This time, due to the inversion of lies, certain lies were forcibly turned into truths, and after the inversion overlay disappeared, those false truths instantly collapsed. Like a chain reaction, this even affected the lies Lin Chen had told before. Lin Chen looked at his lower abdomen, where he had been cut open at Zayahushan Villa by slash. The burns on his arms were the result of being scorched by fire. The shattering of his heart was due to the wounds left from his encounter with the three-headed phantom. The concentrated pain was the result of his previous forced suppression. I can't wait any longer. I must find a solution. Lin Chen knew that covering up with new lies was only temporary. Sooner or later, the new lies would be pierced, and with the increasing accumulation of lies, no one knew if Lin Chen would be able to continue covering them up next time. Lin Chen sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Who? In the drifting white mist, Lin Chen's expression was grave. Report to the Jinga Palace and seek help through the scavenger? He was now a staff member of the Jinga Palace and had taken down both the fake A and A-level phantoms, proving his worth. But more than one person had warned him to be cautious of the Jinga Palace. Moreover, there was a timely rain secretly watching him. No, I can't report to the Jinga Palace. Lin Chen extinguished the cigarette, but dismissing that thought. What about finding Zhou Kuan? Lin Chen reignited a cigarette and continued to ponder. Zhou Kuan was an A-level thief and possessed the shadow attribute Dream. Zhou Kuan's understanding of the rules of the shadow attribute was certainly greater than his own. He might have a way. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out the MP3 from his pocket and rubbed it repeatedly in his hand. Release Zhou Kuan? Once Zhou Kuan is released, the entire Jinga Palace will be thrown into chaos. Whether this guy will keep his promise is still uncertain. Lin Chen carefully considered the pros and cons. Once Zhou Kuan was released, the situation would no longer be under his control. Moreover, whether Zhou Kuan would keep his promise was still an unknown. I'll consider this as a backup. If I'm truly at my wit's end, then I'll go see Zhou Kuan. Lin Chen didn't rush to make a decision and put the MP3 away again. Do I have to go find Xinqiao again? Lin Chen exhaled a puff of smoke. Frowning. Utilizing Shin Chaos Inversion in conjunction with his own deception could maximally suppress his backlash. But this method ultimately treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Once, twice, one might be able to cover it up, but what happens after that? As the lies pile up until one can no longer conceal them, what awaits is a far more troublesome situation. No, this method is akin to a slow death, exhausting the future. The ashtray on the table was filled to the brim, and the entire room was shrouded in smoke. Lin Chen had rejected 3 ideas in a row, maintaining a single posture without moving for 2 hours, only smoking one cigarette after another. Is it really a certainty of death? Wait. Lin Chen suddenly thought of something and picked up his phone from the ground. He opened the water margin chat group. Asking for help directly in the water margin chat group was inappropriate. Timely Rain was also in there. But Lin Chen suddenly thought of someone. An ID called Divine Doctor that Wang Ming had mentioned to him. After the incident at Zayahushan Villa, Wang Ming was left with only one arm, but after meeting the Divine Doctor, he recovered completely in just 2 days. Moreover, Wang Ming had mentioned that the Divine Doctor only charged for his services and asked no questions. And the Divine Doctor's rule was medicine. He might have a solution. Lin Chen didn't rush to contact the Divine Doctor but opened the chat box with Wang Ming. Lin Chen, what abilities does the Divine Doctor you mentioned last time have? Soon, Wang Ming's message popped up. Wang Ming, why are you asking this, Brother Lin? Wang Ming, are you injured? Lin Chen, I ran into some problems and wanted to ask if he has a way. Wang Ming, he definitely can. Lin Chen, are you so sure? Wang Ming, of course. Lin Chen looked at Wang Ming's message, slightly furrowing his brows. Wang Ming was so certain about this divine doctor? Lin Chen thought for a moment and typed in the chat box. Do you know where he is now? Ding dong. Wang Ming, he's right next to me, watching us chat. Lin Chen? Lin Chen stared at the message on his phone in shock. He's right next to Wang Ming, watching me chat with Wang Ming? Before Lin Chen could respond, Wang Ming's message came through again. Wang Ming, as long as you pay, he can cure all ailments. Lin Chen knew this wasn't Wang Ming's words, it was definitely a message from the divine doctor beside him. Lin Chen, where are you? Lin Chen raised his head and tossed the cigarette but in his hand aside. Looks like I need to meet this divine doctor. Ding dong. Wang Ming's message popped up. Wang Ming, Jiangcheng University. Jiangcheng University? Lin Chen was taken aback by Wang Ming's message. They were actually at Jiangcheng University. But then he thought about it and realized it made sense, after all. Wang Ming and he were from the same university and were still studying there. Lin Chen, I'm heading over right now. Wang Ming, okay. Lin Chen stood up, put his phone back in his pocket, and pinched the empty cigarette box on the table before tossing it out. Looks like I have to make a trip back to Jiangcheng University. Ever since Lin Chen took a leave of absence, he hadn't returned. Lin Chen opened his phone, intending to call a taxi, but his gaze suddenly fell on the car keys on the table. Perfect, I can drive the car Li Xinhui gave me. Lin Chen grabbed the car keys and took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. As Lin Chen arrived at the parking lot on the basement level, a row of cars came into view. Where to find it? Lin Chen glanced at the car keys and pressed the button. V-room. A roar of the engine echoed. Right in front of Lin Chen, the headlights of a matte black Ferrari LaFerrari slowly opened, its 950 horsepower V12 engine growling softly, patiently waiting for its owner. Lin Chen was momentarily frozen in place, staring blankly at the keys in his hand. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered what Li Xinhui had said to him. Captain Lin, are you interested? 3 minutes later, a black supercar burst out of the underground parking lot, speeding straight onto the road. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, and on the sparsely populated road in the evening, the black supercar roared, flying low along the highway. Jiangcheng University. Wang Ming put away his phone, sitting next to a young man with a hunchback and thick glasses. Who is this Lin Chen? The hunchbacked man pushed up his glasses and asked Wang Ming. Wang Ming touched his buzzcut, thought for a moment, and said, a really impressive guy. He was the one who solved the problem at Zaya Hushin Villa back then. The hunchbacked man was taken aback and said, he saved you? Wang Ming nodded, that's right. But Brother Lin actually wants to find you. It seems he has serious health issues. The hunchbacked man chuckled and said, no matter who it is, everyone gets sick. When you're sick, you need to take medicine, right? Wang Ming didn't argue and scanned the QR code on the table with his phone. What would you like to drink? Is there anything free? The hunchbacked man leaned in and asked. Wang Ming scrolled down the page. Boiled water is free. He'll have a bucket of boiled water. The hunchbacked man nodded in satisfaction. The other college students nearby cast strange glances at the hunchbacked man's words. What's wrong with this guy? A bucket of boiled water? Wang Ming smirked and said, Hua Baichao, you're really stingy. He'll treat you to a drink, that's enough. Then Wang Ming ordered 2 cups of fruit tea, not forgetting to order a cup of boiled water for the man nicknamed Divine Doctor. The hunchbacked man chuckled, frugality is a virtue. Wang Ming glanced at the man. Despite his stingy demeanor and shabby clothes, this man, known as Divine Doctor Hua Baichao, had a frighteningly high number in his bank account. How much money Hua Baichao actually had, Wang Ming couldn't say for sure, but he was certain that this guy had an astonishing number of zeros. Hua Baichao sipped his fruit tea, hunched over, his heavy eyelids drooping slightly, chuckling to himself. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Wang Ming's thoughts wandered. We're going to meet again, Brother Lin. Outside the restaurant where Wang Ming and Hua Baichao were, a group of female college students practicing dance were taking a break in a large open area. Gu Shishir sat alone in a corner, staring blankly at her phone, her eyes betraying her disappointment. Shishir? Wang Yuan walked over, looking at Gu Shishir's phone screen. What's wrong? Did he reply to you? Gu Shishir's mouth turned down, and with a huff, she handed her phone to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan looked at Lin Chen's reply and pouted. What the heck? He rejected you. This guy really doesn't know how to appreciate. Gu Shishir turned off her phone, hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, pouting. It's okay, maybe he's really busy. Pfft, this scumbag, and you're making excuses for him. Wang Yuan said angrily beside her. Shishir, what's so good about this Lin Chen? Jiahao has been pursuing you for so long, just agree to him. Wang Yuan nudged Gu Shishir with her elbow, making a teasing face. Gu Shishir lowered her head and said listlessly, I don't want to. At the front of the group of dancing female college students, Qin Yuhan was surrounded by several handsome men. Beside her was a pile of milk tea and bouquets. Qin Yuhan crossed her long legs and tossed those things aside. So boring. Qin Yuhan was the lead dancer and also the dance instructor. They had come to rehearse for the anniversary celebration of Jiangcheng University. Qin Yuhan occasionally glanced at Gu Shishir in the corner. When will I see Lin Chen again? Qin Yuhan had privately asked Gu Shishir for Lin Chen's WeChat, adding him dozens of times, but Lin Chen had never agreed. I wonder if Lin Chen will come back for this anniversary. Just then, a sunny and handsome boy walked over. Senior Qin, is Shishir here? As the boy approached, many girls resting nearby quietly took out their phones, gazing at him with admiration. Chen Jiahao? Qin Yuhan looked up and then casually pointed, uninterested. Over there. Chen Jiahao smiled and said, Thank you, Senior Qin. Qin Yuhan didn't even lift her eyelids, continuing to play on her phone. Chen Jiahao, holding a bouquet of flowers, walked over to Gu Shishir. Wang Yuan saw this scene and poked Gu Shishir. Hey, Shishir, here he comes again. Shishir, are you tired? Chen Jiahao smiled as he handed the flowers to Gu Shishir. Gu Shishir looked up but did not take the flowers. I don't want them, don't send them to me. Chen Jiahao acted as if he hadn't heard, placing the flowers beside Gu Shishir. Sure. I booked a restaurant for tonight. After the performance, let's go eat together? Gu Shishir ignored Chen Jiahao. He was already used to this situation and sat down by himself. Shishir, I've been pursuing you for so long, are you really not considering it? Chen Jiahao said gently from the side, Shishir, I've checked on the person you like. He even dropped out of school. His GPA is very low, his family conditions are poor, and he looks average. What do you even like about him? What I like about him has nothing to do with you, right? Gu Shishir frowned. Chen Jiahao leaned closer, smiled gently, and said, Shishir, we are adults now. Although this sounds very realistic and cliché, we have to think about the future, right? Now that we are about to graduate, whether you work or take the postgraduate entrance exam, he can't provide you with any help. He can't accompany you while you study for the exam, and he can't provide you with resources when you work. But I'm different. My family has the means. We have 2 businesses in Jiangcheng. As long as you are willing, you can start working immediately. Gu Shishir turned her head away, ignoring Chen Jiahao. He adjusted his sitting posture, stretched one leg out, and relaxed his upper body, revealing his broad shoulders. Shishir, I truly like you, and my family likes you too. Why don't you like me? Gu Shishir said coldly, Chen Jiahao, I've said it many times. I'm not interested in you at all. Chen Jiahao shrugged and smiled, Shishir, you will eventually fall in love with me. That Lin Chen is just a passerby. Just then, Qin Yuhan walked over and said, Classmate Chen, we need to rehearse. Can you please finish up quickly? Chen Jiahao's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yuhan approaching, but he just nodded and didn't speak. Seeing Gu Shishir's expression turn sour, Chen Jiahao stood up and adjusted his clothes. Alright, Shishir, I'll wait for you outside the playground. Then Chen Jiahao stood up and strode away, not forgetting to smile at Qin Yuhan before leaving. I'm off, Senior Qin. Qin Yuhan just nodded and said nothing. Hey, look, he drove here. Yeah, it looks like a Porsche. Under the infatuated gazes of the girls behind, Chen Jiahao got into the Porsche and drove away. Babies, let's continue practicing the dance. We have to perform soon, last round, babies. Qin Yuhan uncrossed her legs, stood up with a smile, and called to the surrounding girls. Coming, senior. Okay, senior. Soon, the college girls who had been resting stood up again to continue practicing. Gu Shishir and Wang Yuan were among them, but Gu Shishir had a cold expression, clearly in a bad mood. The anniversary gala had already started, the host was on stage, and the audience was filled. Wang Ming and Hua Baichao stood on the playground, each holding a cup of fruit tea, squatting in a corner, looking like 2 losers. Hua Baichao pushed up his thick glasses and asked, Why do you have to come to this anniversary? Wang Ming slurped his fruit tea and said, You wouldn't understand. Tonight, my goddess Qin Yuhan has a performance. I have to come and see. Hua Baichao glanced at Wang Ming beside him and asked, Isn't Lin Chen busy tonight? Wang Ming smiled and said, It's fine, just let him come here. After saying that, the 2 continued to squat in the corner, slurping their fruit tea. One program after another ended, and after a boring joke from the host, the next program was introduced. As the host exited, Qin Yuhan, dressed in a short black skirt, took the stage with a dozen female college students. As soon as they appeared, the playground erupted with cheers like a tsunami. Qin Yuhan stood in the center, her makeup exquisite, tying her shirt at the waist, confidently lifting her head. Gu Shishir and Wang Yuan were also among them, but positioned further back. Look, my goddess. Wang Ming threw his fruit tea aside and raised his phone, snapping pictures of the stage. Hua Baichao looked up briefly, then continued to squat down, finishing her fruit tea before picking up the one Wang Ming had discarded and slurping it through the straw. Wang Ming's face was flushed, his emotions running high, while Hua Baichao remained indifferent. Ding, ding. Wang Ming's phone rang. Hello, Lin Chen, I'm over here at the playground, come on over. Wang Ming stared intently at the playground, speaking casually. Which part of the playground are you at? No time to talk, I'm watching my goddess. Before Lin Chen could finish, Wang Ming hung up and continued recording the stage. As the music played, the girl group on stage began to dance. In the center, Qin Yuhan had participated in the school anniversary performance for 4 consecutive years, mastering the stage with ease. Her confident dance, combined with her sultry figure, elicited screams from the crowd below. Gu Shishir was also among them, quickly drawing attention with her outstanding looks. Hey, isn't that the girl Jiahao was pursuing? Some girls in the audience noticed Gu Shishir and began gossiping. At Jiangcheng University, Chen Jiahao was much more famous than Gu Shishir. That image of him holding flowers, infatuated under the dormitory building, had gone viral on the confession wall countless times. Moreover, it seemed that Qin Jiaheao's family was well off, owning a business locally. More importantly, he drove a Porsche. As the dance performance ended, Qin Yuhan and the others went backstage. Soon, boys eager to get WeChat crowded the backstage area. Qin Yuhan had the most attention, enjoying the feeling and handling it with ease. Boys gathered around Gu Shishir as well, but when a Porsche appeared, Chen Jiahao got out with a large bouquet of flowers, and the other boys tactfully left. Shishir, you danced really well, Chen Jiahao said, smiling gently as he approached Gu Shishir with the flowers. Gu Shishir did not take the flowers. I told you, I don't like you. Don't say that. As Gu Shishir's words left her mouth, everyone present turned to watch with a gossiping mindset. Chen Jiaheao's expression stiffened, not expecting Gu Shishir to say such a thing in public, leaving him a bit embarrassed. What's so good about Lin Chen? I have a Porsche, you know? A Porsche. Chen Jiahao raised his hand to grab Gu Shishir's wrist. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a roar of an engine echoed from afar. A black Ferrari supercar charged into the campus, its headlights like the eyes of a demon, roaring towards the edge of the playground. What is that? What a cool sports car! The black Ferrari pulled up next to Chen Jiahao, and everyone stared in awe at the supercar. The low-end Porsche looked like a chick squatting beside the roaring black Ferrari. I'm here. Lin Chen got out of the black supercar, pressing a hand to his ear as he spoke softly. All eyes around were focused here, and in an instant, even the spectators on the playground were drawn to the roaring Ferrari that charged into the campus. Did you see that? That sports car is so cool. Of course, it's a Ferrari. I can't believe it, someone actually drove a Ferrari in? A crowd gathered around the suddenly appeared black sports car, whispering among themselves. Lin Chen? Qin Yuhan couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the man get out of the Ferrari. The others around also turned to look at Qin Yuhan. Senior Qin, do you know him? A boy holding a WeChat QR code glanced at Qin Yuhan, somewhat at a loss. Qin Yuhan shook off the suitors around her and walked straight towards Lin Chen. The rest of the crowd, wanting Qin Yuhan's contact information, stood awkwardly frozen in place. Senior Qin actually knows someone like him? Forget it, let's go. No wonder Senior Qin is indifferent to these suitors. Qin Yuhan approached Lin Chen, unable to hide her surprise. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? Her cheeks flushed slightly, her long legs rubbing together nervously, one hand anxiously clutching her skirt, breathing heavily as she looked at Lin Chen. Are you here to see my show? Lin Chen was scanning the playground when he heard Qin Yuhan's words and looked down at her. Lin Chen frowned, locking eyes with Qin Yuhan. Why are you staring at me? Qin Yuhan's heart raced, shyly averting her gaze, her chest rising and falling. In that moment, many thoughts flooded Qin Yuhan's mind. Could it be that Lin Chen really came back for her? Should she follow him? Their future children. Who are you? Lin Chen frowned, remaining silent for a long time before uttering this sentence. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Yuhan stood there stunned, staring blankly at Lin Chen. The surrounding people widened their eyes in shock, looking at Qin Yuhan. What's going on? Qin Yuhan doesn't know him? Then why was she so enthusiastic about approaching him? Lin Chen, you don't remember me? Qin Yuhan's heart instantly turned cold, looking at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. Lin Chen pressed his hand to his forehead, frowning as he stared at the pitiful Qin Yuhan before him. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, the current Qin Yuhan had already become a blur, her face indistinct. Lin Chen felt dizzy, clearly sensing that the lies were about to shatter once again, and he had already entered a state of confusion. It was no wonder Lin Chen couldn't recognize her. The Qin Yuhan before him had become a hazy figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven straight into the school, even speeding all the way to park beside the playground. The previous lie can't hold up much longer. Lin Chen suppressed his dizziness and directly pushed Qin Yuhan aside. Qin Yuhan was stunned as she was pushed aside, falling into a state of self-isolation. The dazed Gu Shirshir finally came to her senses. Looking at Lin Chen in shock. Lin Chen! Gu Shirshir shook off Chen Jiahea's hand and ran towards Lin Chen. As Gu Shirshir lunged forward, she fell directly into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen instinctively raised his hand to embrace Gu Shirshir, but his vision was still a blur. Chen Jiahao, left behind, looked displeased, throwing the flowers in his hand to the ground, then angrily walked towards Lin Chen. So you are Lin Chen? Lin, do you know you drove this car into the school? I'm the student council president and I can directly deduct points from you, making this semester. As he spoke, Chen Jiahao reached for Gu Shishi's wrist with one hand while grabbing Lin Chen's collar with the other. Chen Jiahao thought that Lin Chen's physique was not robust and he could easily pull him down and then take Gu Shirshir into his own arms. But just as Chen Jiahea's hand touched Lin Chen's collar, Lin Chen reflexively grabbed Chen Jiahea's wrist. Snap. Chen Jiahao didn't react at all, only feeling a tremendous force on his wrist as if it were about to be crushed. What do you want to do? Chen Jiahao shouted angrily at Lin Chen, but before he could finish, he was yanked by Lin Chen and flung aside. Bang! Chen Jiahao fell heavily to the ground, rolling a few times before finally stopping. So painful! Chen Jiahao clutched his wrist in agony, his eyes blazing with fury. Lin Chen had no mood to deal with Chen Jiahao. The feeling of being rejected by lies was becoming increasingly apparent. If he didn't find Wang Ming soon, he feared he wouldn't last much longer. Lin Chen frowned, feeling extremely restless, and suddenly turned to look around. Lin Chen? Gu Shirshir was pulled into Lin Chen's embrace, being dragged around in circles. Chen Jiahao got up from the ground, seeing Lin Chen's back turned to him, and attempted to lock Lin Chen's neck from behind. Lin Chen! On the playground, Wang Ming was running towards Lin Chen, waving and shouting. Upon hearing Wang Ming's voice, Lin Chen looked in that direction. He was incredibly irritated and turned just in time to see that low-spec Porsche blocking his way. Get out of the way! Lin Chen growled, raising his foot to kick the car door. Bang! The Porsche was kicked back half a meter by Lin Chen's foot. The door was left with a massive dent and the windshield shattered with a loud bang. Chen Jiahao? Is this even human? Chen Jiahao stood frozen in place, hands at his pants seams, utterly motionless. Everyone present instantly fell silent, staring at the Porsche that had been kicked back half a meter, unsure of what to do. Wang Ming noticed the commotion and immediately sensed something was off with Lin Chen. He quickly grabbed Lin Chen's arm and said in a low voice, Brother Lin, this isn't the place to talk, come with me. Gu Shirshir looked up at Lin Chen in confusion, seeing his dazed expression and the veins bulging on his forehead. Lin Chen, are you okay? Gu Shirshir asked worriedly. However, Lin Chen was starting to experience tinnitus, unable to hear Gu Shishi's words, let alone respond. Don't worry, leave it to me. Wang Ming nodded at Gu Shirshir, then took Lin Chen and quickly moved aside. As Lin Chen left, everyone present immediately erupted into intense discussion. Many people took out their phones and started snapping pictures of the black supercar. Chen Jiahao stood there, scared silly, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. The Porsche, now unrecognizable from the kick, went unnoticed in the corner. Gu Shirshir stood still, watching the direction Lin Chen had left, her heart in turmoil. Isn't he not coming back? Gu Shirshir thought, feeling lost and confused. Qin Yuhan approached, observing Gu Shishi's expression, and tentatively asked, did he come back to see you? Gu Shirshir was taken aback, then shook her head vigorously, saying, he said he wasn't coming back. Seeing Gu Shishi's expression, Qin Yuhan raised an eyebrow. Was Lin Chen not coming back for Gu Shirshir? Meanwhile, Chen Jiahao had already called a tow truck to take away his low-spec Porsche, not even daring to think about asking Lin Chen for compensation. No one knew what kind of background someone who could drive a Ferrari had, but Chen Jiahao knew he definitely couldn't afford to provoke him. On the other hand, Chen Jiahao glanced at the huge dent on the car door and the black tire marks on the ground. This guy was definitely not human. As Lin Chen left, the crowd gradually dispersed. One by one, students arrived to gawk at the black supercar, but they had no idea what had happened. Gu Shirshir and Qin Yuhan waited for a while, sensing that Lin Chen had no intention of returning, and then decided to leave separately. On the way back to the dorm, Gu Shirshir looked at the chat history on her phone, which contained messages between her and Lin Chen. He clearly said he wouldn't come back. Gu Shirshir seemed to think of something, and her heart began to race. Could it be that he was trying to surprise me? On the other side, on the rooftop of a teaching building, Lin Chen lay sprawled on the platform, the cold wind making Wang Ming shiver beside him. Next to Wang Ming was Hua Baichao, who wore thick glasses. Hua Baichao, what's wrong with him? Wang Ming asked, shivering as he looked at Hua Baichao, who was squatting on the ground. Hua Baichao had been squatting there for 20 minutes, staring at Lin Chen without moving. This is really strange. Hua Baichao pushed up his thick glasses and smirked. What's going on? Wang Ming leaned in to ask. Hua Baichao gazed at Lin Chen and said, the residual energy on this person is actually the aura of rule backlash. To have this level of backlash, Hua Baichao pressed down on Lin Chen's wrist and said he must have used rule stacking. Rule stacking. Wang Ming's body jolted, looking at Hua Baichao in disbelief. Is it really possible to have rule stacking? This bold attempt was something Wang Ming had only heard about in circles, but he had never seen rule stacking in reality. Although there were quite a few thieves with rules, encountering one in the vast sea of people and meeting the conditions for stacking was quite harsh. Not only that, Hua Baichao checked Lin Chen's pulse, revealing an excited expression once again. His rule stacking is actually stacking yin attributes with yin attributes. What? Wang Ming's face changed dramatically. Lin Chen actually performed the stacking of yin attributes with yin attributes? No wonder it turned out like this. If it were just a stacking of yang attributes, even if it exceeded the range of his own rules, the backlash would still have its limits. Once yin attributes were developed, the various bizarre and unconventional abilities were already difficult to control, let alone stacking yin attributes with yin attributes. So, can it be treated? Wang Ming asked nervously from the side. Hua Baichao looked at Wang Ming with some confusion and asked, what does it matter to you whether he lives or dies? Why are you so anxious? Wang Ming raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, frowning with an anxious expression, and said, oh no, Brother Lin saved my life. Just then, countless wounds suddenly appeared on Lin Chen's body. Burn marks on his arms, slashes on his abdomen, gashes on his chest. In just a few breaths, Lin Chen was covered in injuries, and each one was fatal. What is going on? Wang Ming's face changed dramatically at this sight. Hua Baichao, however, showed little emotional change, only expressing some surprise as he said he previously suppressed the rule backlash in some way. How interesting, you should have died long ago, yet you managed to survive and make it here. Wang Ming slapped Hua Baichao on the head, angrily saying, why are you still talking nonsense? Can it be treated or not? Just say something. With that, Wang Ming pulled out his phone from his pocket. Damn it, I can't count on you. I'm going to find Yu Qilin. Wang Ming quickly opened the Water Margin chat group, then clicked on Yu Qilin's private chat page. Let me first ask Yu Qilin for a life-saving poem. However, Hua Baichao pressed down on Wang Ming's hand and said, why are you in such a hurry? This guy has managed to survive to this point and met me. This is his fate not to be extinguished. There is nothing in this world that I, Hua Baichao, cannot cure. With that, Hua Baichao took out a patched-up cloth bag from beside him and began rummaging through it. Found it. Hua Baichao pulled out a strange herb from the ragged bag and casually crumpled it in his hand. Will this work? Wang Ming asked nervously from the side. Shut up, Hua Baichao cursed softly, then closed his eyes, gripping the bundle of herbs tightly. In the next moment, a block in the world was shifted. Medicine activated. Using this herb as a medium, Hua Baichao forced the power of medicine into Lin Chen's mouth. As Lin Chen swallowed the herbal pill infused with medicine, the shaky lies began to settle. It was as if a dilapidated house, with drafts coming from all sides, was being sealed up with newspapers. The wounds on Lin Chen's body started to disappear. Soon, Lin Chen opened his eyes again. Emma, Brother Lin, you're awake. Wang Ming exclaimed, excitedly shaking Lin Chen's shoulders. Lin Chen looked at Wang Ming in front of him and Hua Baichao beside him, then assessed his own condition. This feeling, the backlash has been suppressed? The lies that had been rejected by reality became stable once more, and the sense of rejection vanished. Hua Baichao adjusted his glasses and smiled weakly. I told you, there's nothing I can't cure. Lin Chen turned to Hua Baichao and asked, are you the one known as Divine Doctor? Hua Baichao nodded, saying, that's right. After saying that, Hua Baichao naturally extended his hand towards Lin Chen. What does that mean? Lin Chen asked in confusion. The medical fee, Hua Baichao said matter-of-factly. Lin Chen realized and asked, how much? Hua Baichao pushed up his glasses, staring at Lin Chen, pondering for a moment. 300,000. 300,000? So precise? Lin Chen, alright, but Hua Baichao shook his head again, saying, not enough. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment while pulling out his bank card, saying, but this is all the money I have. That 300,000 was just sent to him by Zhao Qi and it hadn't even warmed up yet. Hua Baichao smiled. Don't you have a car? Lin Chen. Alright, here are the car keys. Lin Chen handed over the keys to his nearly new Ferrari. Hua Baichao accepted them with satisfaction, then lifted his chin, looking at the back of Lin Chen's phone. Lin Chen was taken aback. You know about that too? Hua Baichao nodded. Lin Chen took out his already cracked phone, raised his hand to remove the case, and pulled out a neatly stacked $100 bill from the back. Here you go. Hua Baichao took the $100 bill as well, nodding in satisfaction. Wang Ming, who had long since gotten used to this, said, Brother Lin, this guy is like this, he has to clean you out completely. Hua Baichao retorted confidently, so what? Is money more important or life? Lin Chen nodded, saying, life is more important. Lin Chen never expected that Hua Baichao could really suppress his own rule's backlash. Hua Baichao nodded, looking at Lin Chen, saying, Lin Chen, since you were so straightforward, I'll tell you the truth. I did suppress the backlash of your rule this time, but as you continue to use the rule in the future, new backlashes will inevitably arise. Although Wang Ming didn't tell me your rule, I know that your shadow attribute rule must be extremely special. Lin Chen fell silent. Indeed, Hua Baichao was right. As long as he continued to lie in the future, he would eventually face a situation where all the lies would collapse. However, the solution is actually quite simple. Hua Baichao pushed up his thick glasses, grinning mischievously. Lin Chen, understanding, handed over his watch, the headphones in his pocket, and even the already cracked phone to Hua Baichao. I seek the master's guidance. Hua Baichao collected all these items into his ragged bag, then revealed a sly smile. Alright, then I'll tell you. As long as you continue to deepen your understanding of the rules, that's all you need to do. To put it simply, it's about leveling up. Lin Chen was taken aback. Is that it? Hua Baichao nodded and said, actually, the backlash of the rules is similar to taking out a loan. You overdraw your credit in advance to gain abilities beyond your limits, and you will definitely have to pay it back later. The simplest solutions are two: either you honestly eat and pay back the debt, or you just run away. Hua Baichao said seriously. Lin Chen stretched his neck, frozen in place. As long as you run fast enough, a loan isn't called a loan. The backlash from the ability of level overdraft when you reach a level, is that still a problem? Hua Baichao stood up and tidied up her ragged bag. Alright, I'll leave you with this for today, just a hint. I'm off. With that, Hua Baichao cheerfully left the rooftop, fiddling with the car key in her hand. That incredibly stylish Ferrari is now mine. Wang Ming wanted to invite Lin Chen to a small gathering at a restaurant, but Lin Chen declined. He knew he hadn't fully explored his body yet, so he didn't leave with Wang Ming. After Wang Ming left, Lin Chen stood alone on the rooftop. He first tried the ability of deception, simply stacking the smallest lies. My hair will grow longer. My nails will get shorter. My breathing will become heavier. My ears will become sensitive. My nearsightedness will disappear. After stacking 5 lies, Lin Chen finally felt the rejection from reality. That was the limit. Did it go from stacking 3 lies to stacking 5 lies? Although Hua Baichao's earlier words were mostly jokes and unrealistic, Lin Chen had a new idea. The emergence of a lie requires countless lies to compensate. As long as he keeps filling in, the previous lies will continue to exist. It's like continuously leveraging myself. Lin Chen took a deep breath, then tightened his clothes. In any case, the most pressing issue at hand has been resolved. As long as the current matter is settled, there will always be opportunities in the future. It will definitely get better. Lin Chen walked down from the rooftop of the teaching building, pondering about the person named Hua Baichao. The rules are medicine. It's not surprising that Hua Baichao can suppress her own rule backlash, but what's interesting is how she knows exactly how much money she has. This behavior specifically suggests that she should be able to clearly know all the value a person currently possesses. Lin Chen frowned. It should be some kind of equivalent exchange? Hua Baichao's actions can't just be for money. It can't be that simple. Lin Chen shook his head, still unsure of the fundamental logic behind Hua Baichao's behavior. As he walked, Lin Chen returned to the outskirts of the playground. The Ferrari that had originally been parked there had disappeared. It must have been driven away by Hua Baichao. Lin Chen frowned, vaguely remembering that he seemed to have dealt with someone here. Lin Chen. Just then, someone suddenly called out his name. Lin Chen was startled, turned to the side, and saw a woman in a black silk short skirt running towards him. You really came back. Xin Yuhan's hands were numb from the cold, her cheeks flushed, yet she looked radiant as she gazed at Lin Chen. Gu Shishir, what do you have to compete with me? Xin Yuhan? Lin Chen looked at the long-legged woman in black silk in surprise. She had been waiting here all along? After all, it was already winter, and Xin Yuhan was dressed very lightly for her performance tonight, shivering as she huddled together. Where are you going? The dormitory is already closed at this time. Xin Yuhan looked at Lin Chen and asked tentatively. Lin Chen was about to say he would drive away, but suddenly remembered that his car keys had been given to Hua Baichao. He reached for his phone, only to realize he didn't have that either. It dawned on Lin Chen he was truly broke. He looked at Xin Yuhan, remaining silent for a moment. Let's stay out for a night, Xin Yuhan said, her breath quickening as she nervously glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. You pay for the room. Xin Yuhan? A day later. A day later. A day later. Lin Chen sat up from the big bed, rubbing his temples. Clothes were scattered on the floor, along with violently torn black stockings. Behind him came a soft rustling sound. Qin Yuhan peeked out, her face flushed, shyly looking at Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen cleared his throat, then stood up from the bed, picking up his clothes from the floor. Qin Yuhan also clutched the blanket to her chest with one hand, while the other moved her long legs, slowly stepping onto the carpet. Lin Chen, you. Lin Chen raised his hand, stopping Qin Yuhan's words. You've got the wrong person. Actually, I'm not Lin Chen. Qin Yuhan? 666. Qin Yuhan gritted her teeth in anger and punched Lin Chen in the waist. Slap. Lin Chen raised his hand to grab Qin Yuhan's wrist, pulling her directly out of the bed. Ah! Qin Yuhan screamed in surprise, frantically clutching the blanket. Alright, it was just a joke. Lin Chen gave Qin Yuhan a look, then released her wrist. Only then did Qin Yuhan nod, using her toes to lift her short skirt from beside her. Lin Chen put on his clothes and asked, "How much money do you have on you right now?" Qin Yuhan was taken aback, puzzled. Are you short on cash? At this thought, Qin Yuhan couldn't help but complain. She had paid for the hotel yesterday. Originally, she thought Lin Chen was joking, but when they arrived at the hotel, Lin Chen really just stood there with his hands in his pockets, acting as if nothing was wrong. In the end, it was still Qin Yuhan who had to pay. Lin Chen buttoned his shirt and said seriously, I really am. This was a truth that couldn't be more real. The 300,000 given to him by the Jinga palace had vanished before he could even warm it up, and the black supercar that Li Xinhui had gifted him was driven only once before saying goodbye. Not only that, but even his old Android phone with a shattered screen was handed over to Hua Baichao. Lin Chen truly had not a single cent left. Qin Yuhan frowned and said, how is that possible? The car you drove yesterday was already worth over 10 million. Lin Chen didn't elaborate, casually saying, that car was borrowed, not mine. I really have no money now. Qin Yuhan thought for a moment and didn't press further, then took out her phone. I'll transfer you some. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly interrupted Qin Yuhan's action, saying, I don't have a phone right now, it's useless. Qin Yuhan. Although she didn't know what Lin Chen was up to, she still took out her small bag and pulled out a stack of cash. Here. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. You have so much cash on you? He took the stack of cash, estimating it to be around 3,000. Okay, this money counts as a loan from you. Lin Chen unceremoniously stuffed the cash into his pocket. Qin Yuhan shot him a glare but said nothing. Lin Chen then moved to open the door to leave, and Qin Yuhan lowered her head, somewhat disappointed. Just before opening the door, Lin Chen paused, then turned back to look at Qin Yuhan. Click. Without saying much, Lin Chen left the hotel. Phew. Lin Chen tightened his clothes as he walked out of the hotel, heading straight to a mobile phone store. He pulled out half the cash and directly bought a phone, inserting the SIM card from his pocket. As the screen lit up, messages began to pop up one after another. There were 12 messages from Gu Shishir alone. Lin Chen glanced through the messages and found that Gu Shishir was asking how he was doing and where he was. After considering it for a moment, Lin Chen simply replied that he was fine and told Gu Shishir that he was still near Jiangcheng University. Li Xinhui also sent Lin Chen a message, inquiring if he was still satisfied with the sports car. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead, genuinely unsure how to respond. He couldn't exactly say that the supercar you gave me has already been passed on to someone else, could he? Just then, a message from Gu Shishir popped up. Gu Shishir, Lin Chen. I'm at Hanyuan restaurant, can we meet? Lin Chen had originally planned to leave, but seeing this message, he hesitated for a moment and replied with a simple okay. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Qin Yuhan was feeling a bit down as she got dressed. What the hell, just pull up my pants and run away. Qin Yuhan, who had always been pursued by various men, had never been treated like this before. She even paid for the hotel herself and lost 3,000 yuan in the process. Just then, her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Confused, Qin Yuhan picked up her phone, thinking it was some bored suitor checking in on her. But there was no message, just a notification. Lin Chen has accepted your friend request. This is a greeting message, you can start chatting now. Lin Chen accepted? Qin Yuhan was stunned by the notification from Lin Chen, staring at the screen in disbelief. She had previously gotten Lin Chen's phone number from Gu Shishir and had added him back and forth over a dozen times. But it had never gone through. And now, it actually worked? A smile spread across her face at the thought. The money wasn't wasted after all. At Hanyuan restaurant. On the left platform of the first floor, there were dozens of chairs, with a few scattered students sitting together, chatting and playing cards. Gu Shishir sat at a table, nervously staring at the entrance, glancing at her phone from time to time. It showed Lin Chen's reply of okay. Before long, Lin Chen pushed aside the restaurant's curtain and walked in alone. A quick scan revealed Gu Shishir sitting off to the side. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Gu Shishir immediately waved. Lin Chen, over here. Lin Chen walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down across from her. Long time no see, he said with a casual smile. Gu Shishir, seeing Lin Chen again, couldn't hide her excitement and asked, "You were taken away yesterday, how are you doing?" Gu Shishir had sensed something was off with Lin Chen's condition yesterday. "I'm fine now, all good," he replied. Then, it seemed Gu Shishir wanted to chat with Lin Chen a bit longer, continuously finding topics to discuss. She also shared everything that had happened to her during this time, including Chen Jihea's persistent pursuit. Lin Chen mostly sat silently across from her, speaking very little. "Lin Chen, how long can you stay this time?" Gu Shishir looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, the entire restaurant suddenly erupted in exclamations. "Wow, another supercar? What's going on these days?" Outside the restaurant, a fiery red supercar came to a stop. A woman in a red coat with short hair walked straight in. Ignoring the gazes around her, upon seeing Lin Chen, Li Xinhui quickly made her way to his side. Li Xinhui glanced at Gu Shishir across the table, then leaned down and lowered her voice. "Captain Lin, there's a problem. We need you to come back." Upon seeing Li Xinhui suddenly appear, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Before he could ask, his phone rang. "Hello, this is Lin Chen." "Lin Chen, this is Zhao Qi. There's a special situation. We need you to return immediately." Zhao Kai's voice came through the phone. "Got it," Lin Chen replied, hanging up and looking at Li Xinhui. Li Xinhui gave Lin Chen a knowing look and nodded slightly. Gu Shishir, sitting across from them, was still trying to process Li Xinhua's sudden appearance, but upon hearing the phone, Gu Shishir hurriedly said, "Lin Chen, if you have something to do, just go ahead." Lin Chen stood up, looked at Gu Shishir, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and lightly poked her forehead. "Live well." Then Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Li Xinhui. "Let's go." Li Xinhui and Lin Chen walked straight out of the restaurant, got into the red sports car, and with the roar of the engine, left the place. Gu Shishir sat in her chair, watching Lin Chen leave, slowly tightening her brows. Upon seeing Li Xinhui, Gu Shishir had a feeling that she had seen her somewhere before. But no matter how she searched her mind, she couldn't find it, so Gu Shishir shook her head. "Maybe I remembered it wrong." In the sports car, Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, looking at Li Xinhui beside him. What happened? This time, Li Xinhui suddenly appeared, and Zhao Qi even urgently recalled himself. What was going on? Li Xinhua's expression was serious, her hands gripping the steering wheel. "Wang Meng is in trouble." "Wang Meng?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Wang Meng was in trouble? What happened? Li Xinhui shook her head and said, "It seems Wang Meng has been attacked by an unknown rule and is now being kept under secret surveillance. This matter is still confidential in the Jinga Palace, and only a very few people know." Lin Chen frowned. Wang Meng was attacked by an unknown rule? That sounded ridiculous. "What's the reason?" Lin Chen asked. Li Xinhui shook her head again, sighing. "It's still unclear." As the red sports car roared down the road, the two hurried towards the Jinja Palace. When Lin Chen and Li Xinhui returned to the Jinja Palace, they walked into the first-floor hall, where someone was already waiting. A logistics staff member in a gray work uniform saw them and quickly walked up. "Mr. Lin, you finally returned." Saying this, the logistics staff member went to press the elevator button for the two. Originally, the logistics staff was also responsible for clearing the people inside the elevator, but upon seeing Lin Chen, everyone voluntarily left. With identity verification successful, Lin Chen and Li Xinhui made their way to the 87th floor of the Jinja Palace. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. They had directly reached the 87th floor this time? It was known that the 88th floor was the highest in the Jinja Palace. Just in time to see what was on the second highest floor. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Chen and Li Xinhui stepped out. Zhao Qi had been waiting for a long time, and Chu Juhua was standing nearby. "Brother Lin." Chen Xiaoyuan rushed over to Lin Chen with a flattering smile upon seeing him. Li Xinhui shot a glare at Chen Xiaoyuan, but he pretended not to see. Lin Chen frowned slightly at this scene. Had all the thieves in the Jinja Palace been summoned? "Lin Chen, Li Xinhui, you're back." Zhao Qi quickly approached upon seeing the two. Lin Chen nodded, but his gaze was drawn to the glass chamber behind him. He saw several people standing behind a large glass, where there was a bed, and Wang Meng was struggling on it. Even though the bed was bound with bandages, Wang Meng was still frantically thrashing, making the bed rattle. "What's going on?" Lin Chen frowned, looking at Wang Meng through the glass. At that moment, Wang Meng had his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by black energy. "This is the aura of the void?" The first time Lin Chen saw the black energy surrounding Wang Meng, he sensed something was off. This black energy was definitely the aura of the void. Lin Chen suddenly recalled Wang Meng's behavior at the Xia Hushan villa. At that time, Wang Meng's entire body was infinitely close to the void, and he even opened a small piece of the prison. Although it was cut open by Chu Juhua in an instant, the prison was only a fleeting moment, yet Lin Chen remembered it vividly. "That's right, this is the aura of the void." Zhao Qi did not hide it and directly confirmed Lin Chen's guess. I can responsibly tell you that inside Wang Meng is sealed a void. What? Li Xinhua's expression changed and she turned to look at Zhao Qi. There's a hollow sealed inside him? Lin Chen's heart sank. Although he had suspected it for a long time, hearing Zhao Kai's confirmation still made him feel a bit uneasy. Only Chu Jua, standing beside him, furrowed his brows and instinctively reached for his left eye. It's a class hollow. Wang Meng's own scavenger immunity level reached a balance with that hollow, allowing him to possess two abilities at the same time. But 6 hours ago, Wang Meng suddenly lost that balance and the hollow was gradually awakening. Zhao Qi said with a serious expression. The balance within him was broken? Lin Chen frowned slightly. No wonder Wang Meng had been maintaining an immunity level of 59. It turned out he was trying to achieve balance with that class hollow. Wait, didn't you say Wang Meng was attacked by an unknown rule? Lin Chen turned his head, staring at Zhao Qi. That's right, our preliminary judgment is that it was this special rule that broke the balance within Wang Meng. But we still can't analyze this rule clearly. The urgent task now is to find out what rule Wang Meng was attacked by. As he spoke, Zhao Qi stepped aside and opened the glass door. Lin Chen and the others walked inside. Where Wang Meng was lying on the bed, struggling wildly, black lines crawling up his arms only to be pushed back down. But the black mist surrounding Wang Meng was growing denser. At this rate, he would eventually become a hollow. There is indeed a presence of rules. Li Xin has stood to the side, staring at Wang Meng. As fellow thieves possessing rules, Lin Chen and the others were extremely sensitive to the presence of rules. But what kind of rule is this? Li Xinha frowned. The rule presence on Wang Meng was chaotic and impossible to perceive clearly. Chu Juha also stood beside her, shaking his head with a frown. It's very chaotic. I don't know what it is. Lin Chen stepped forward, crossing his arms, and looked at Wang Meng's forehead. There was indeed a presence of rules on him. As Lin Chen raised his hand to touch Wang Meng, in the next moment he suddenly squinted his eyes. Wait, why does the presence of the rules feel so strange? The root cause is actually, it's a combination of two rules. Lin Chen could clearly sense that two rule presences were simultaneously attached to Wang Meng. The reason Lin Chen could see this was that one of the rule presences was too familiar. It was Zhou Kun's dream. Zhou Kun escaped? Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, then he turned to look at Zhao Qi. No, if Zhou Kun had escaped, the entire Jinga palace would have been in chaos by now. Lin Chen carefully distinguished the two overlapping rule presences on Wang Meng. Aside from Zhou Kun's dream, the attachment of the other rule felt somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it no matter how hard he tried. Zhao Qi, where are the scavengers from Jinga Palace? Li Xinha frowned, looking back at Zhao Qi logically. With something like this happening, the scavengers led by Zhao He should definitely come to handle the situation here. After all, there was a genuine hollow inside Wang Meng. And if it opened the prison in Jinga Palace, it would likely cause a huge uproar in Zhang City. But now, aside from the scavengers who were on missions, the rest had completely disappeared. Hearing Li Xin's words, Zhao Qi fell silent. The other scavengers are dealing with more troublesome issues, so they can't attend to this matter. Li Xinha looked at Zhao Qi in confusion and asked, Zhao Qi, are you joking? The hollow inside Wang Meng is about to awaken. It's at least a class hollow, and you tell the other scavengers they can't attend to this? Zhao Qi remained silent for a moment before saying, that's the reality. I hope you can find a way to resolve the rule attack on Wang Meng. He is crucial to Jinga Palace. Lin Chen stood to the side, listening to Zhao Qi and Li Xinha, and narrowed his eyes slightly from Zhao Kai's words. It can be inferred that the A-level cleaner Zhao He is currently at the Jinga Palace. With such an A-level cleaner stationed there, even if Wang Meng's void were to awaken, Zhao He would quickly resolve it with a single move. But now, not only is Zhao He absent, the entire Jinga Palace has seen all its cleaners without tasks disappear. Are they dealing with more troublesome issues? Lin Chen glanced at Wang Meng, who was struggling on the bed. The only trouble that could make the cleaners led by Zhao He stand at attention is the secretly detained Zhou Kun. At the headquarters of Jinga Palace, the only one that requires such a grand response is Zhou Kun. Moreover, Lin Chen pressed down on Wang Meng's arm. Zhou Kun can't use dream on cleaners, can he? Zhou Kun has said that due to being sealed, he has only used his ability on Li Xinha, Chen Xiaoyuan, and me, the three of us. But now Zhou Kun can actually apply dream to Wang Meng. This means Zhou Kun's ability has partially recovered and he shows signs of breaking free? Lin Chen frowned, pondering silently. The Jinga Palace is unaware of Zhou Kun entering the dreams of Lin Chen and the others. Now, what Zhao Qi is trying to conceal from them is also the news of Zhou Kun's existence. So, any clues? Zhao Qi asked from the side. Li Xinha and Chu Jua both shook their heads, unable to discern what kind of rule was attacking. Chen Xiaoyuan was even more confused, just standing behind Lin Chen in a daze. Zhao Qi then turned to Lin Chen and asked, Lin Chen, what do you think? The others also looked at Lin Chen, who raised his head and said, I don't know either. Just then, Zhao Kai's phone rang. He glanced at the phone and answered it calmly. Hello? I understand, you'll be there right away. Zhao Kai's expression remained unchanged as he hung up the phone and said, I need to take care of something, you four keep an eye on Wang Meng here. If the void truly awakens, you all work together to eliminate it. After saying that, Zhao Qi hurriedly left. Before leaving, Zhao Qi made a call and 2 logistics personnel in gray work uniforms came out, standing outside the glass door, watching Lin Chen and the others. Chu Juhua crossed his arms and frowned at the 2 logistics personnel outside. Captain Lin, I feel like something's off. Lin Chen exchanged glances with Chu Juhua. I feel like Zhao Kai's intention is to isolate the 4 of us? Li Xinhe, hearing Chu Zhu's words, looked at the 2 logistics personnel outside. Li Xin's brows furrowed, angrily saying, What does Zhao Qi mean by this? I'm going to find him and ask for clarification. With that, Li Xinhe angrily tried to go out. But Lin Chen stopped her. Wait. Lin Chen, can you tolerate this? Zhao Qi is clearly hiding something from us, deliberately leaving the 4 of us here. Li Xinhe said angrily. Lin Chen remained silent, calmly looking at Li Xinhe. Then let's wait here for now. Under Lin Chen's gaze, Li Xinhe shifted her eyes away and said, Fine, okay. Chu Juhua, with a furrowed brow, walked over to Lin Chen's side. Captain Lin, what do you think? Wang Meng was attacked by an unknown rule and his void is on the verge of awakening. This series of events is too strange. Although Zhao Qi claimed that they needed to analyze what rule attacked Wang Meng and prevent the void from going out of control, the current situation is indeed too odd. Zhao Qi is clearly trying to keep them here. Lin Chen glanced at the door and then said to Chu Juhua, Keep an eye on the door for me. Chu Juhua was taken aback but nodded firmly without asking why. He then walked directly to the door, moved a chair, crossed his legs, and sat at the entrance. The 2 logistics personnel outside exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Lin Chen, what do you want to do? Li Xinhe asked. Lin Chen moved a chair over and lay back on it, doing nothing, just taking a nap. With that, Lin Chen closed his eyes and lay back in the chair. Li Xinhe looked at Lin Chen in confusion, as well as at Chu Juhua, who was standing guard behind him. By the way, Chen Xiaoyuan. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Xiaoyuan. Brother Lin, what's up? Chen Xiaoyuan walked over with a grin, asking flatteringly. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Don't forget to go to the bathroom later. Ha, but I don't want to go to the bathroom. Chen Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. However, Lin Chen ignored him, closing his eyes again and saying nothing more. So strange, Li Xinhe muttered, then walked over to Wang Meng's side to continue observing the situation. What are they doing now? A voice from Zhao Qi came through the earpiece of a logistics staff member. Minister Zhao, Chen Xiaoyuan is playing video games, Li Xinhe is watching Wang Meng's condition, Chu Juhua is sitting at the entrance, and Lin Chen is sleeping. The logistics staff awkwardly reported while looking at the 4 people inside, each in a different state. Wang Meng was tied to the bed, struggling wildly. But apart from Li Xinhe, the other 3 inside acted as if nothing was wrong. Got it, report at any time, Zhao Qi said on the other end. Understood. Lin Chen kept his eyes closed, reclining with his legs draped over another chair. Although he didn't know what had happened in the Jinga palace, he could ask the person involved. With that thought, Lin Chen activated deception. I will enter a dream. The next moment, Lin Chen's consciousness began to sink rapidly and he felt himself becoming drowsy. Sleepiness first enveloped Lin Chen's entire body, then a white light appeared. Lin Chen's consciousness awakened once again and he found himself in a pure white space. Directly opposite him was a man wrapped in black bandages. Lin Chen, why did it take you so long to arrive? Zhou Kuan seemed to have known Lin Chen would come and asked impatiently. Zhou Kuan, what happened? Lin Chen walked over to Zhou Kuan with his hands in his pockets. Although Zhou Kuan's senses were sealed, he still grinned. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The person from Jinga Palace who could invade dreams had an accident and the seal on me has started to loosen. Lin Chen frowned. He had heard Zhou Kuan mention before that when Zhou Kuan was using Dream to assassinate a class cleaner, he had an accident and was invaded by someone from Jinga Palace, which led to his failed assassination and subsequent imprisonment in Jinga Palace. Wang Meng? Oh, it seems Jinga Palace is already making moves. Zhou Kuan raised his head, staring at Lin Chen. It was indeed him. Lin Chen squinted slightly. The one who could invade Zhou Kuan's dreams was Wang Meng. Wang Meng has a void hidden within him. That guy can use the void's abilities to invade my dreams along the rules. It was he who found my location back then, causing me to be located by Zhao He, and the dream assassination also developed cracks. Otherwise, that class cleaner would have been dead long ago. And I wouldn't still be asleep now. Zhou Kuan spoke plainly without hiding anything. Lin Chen pinched his chin. So that's how it is, using the characteristics of the void, which is why you failed the assassination back then and exposed your location. At this point, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that every time he met Wang Meng, he always had a cup of iced Americano in hand. No wonder. Wang Meng forced himself not to sleep. If he doesn't sleep, he won't dream. Back then, when Wang Meng hesitated during the Zaya Hushin task, it turned out he was worried that after leaving, Zhou Kuan would take the opportunity to cause a commotion. Now that Wang Meng's own balance was off, he couldn't continue to suppress Zhou Kuan, so Zhou Kuan's abilities had recovered somewhat. Zhou Kuan couldn't hide his excitement and said, "It won't be long. As long as the void within Wang Meng awakens, I can completely escape." "No, I advise you not to do that." Lin Chen shook his head. "Why?" Zhou Kuan suddenly looked up. Staring intently at Lin Chen, "The level scavenger Zhao He is now at the place where you were sealed. You can't escape. Given the situation, once you lose control, Zhao He will likely shoot you on the spot," Lin Chen said calmly. "Damn it!" The Jinga palace reacted so quickly. Zhou Kuan gritted his teeth. Because his 5 senses were sealed, Zhou Kuan had no idea about the outside situation. He was even less aware that Zhao He was right in front of him. "Zhao He, what do you say?" Zhao Qi asked from the side. Zhao He stood at the front, tall and imposing, with a dozen level scavengers behind him. In front of them was a man half-kneeling on the ground, wrapped in black bandages. Zhao He stood before Zhou Kuan, looking down, fists clenched, his expression serious. "If it comes to it, I will immediately shoot Zhou Kuan." Once Zhou Kuan lost control, Zhao He would act without hesitation and shoot him dead. "What does the higher-ups say?" Zhao He turned to look at Zhao Qi, equally serious. Looked at Zhou Kuan and said, "I have reported this matter, and the higher-ups have permitted the shooting of Zhou Kuan if absolutely necessary." Zhao He nodded and said in a deep voice, "I understand." In the dream, Lin Chen stood opposite Zhou Kuan, frowning as he said, "Not long ago, a thief close to a level from the Meiyu Pavilion inexplicably defected. That guy is like you. Why did you defect? What does a level really mean?" Facing Zhou Kuan, Lin Chen finally asked this long-hidden question. Zhou Kuan raised his head and looked at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, do you know the difference between clevel and slevel?" "Difference? It's just a deeper understanding of the rules, right?" Lin Chen said, puzzled. Zhou Kuan nodded and said, "Exactly. But have you ever thought about what happens to the world the more rules we steal?" Lin Chen frowned. "The world? Every rule we steal is a block in the world. The more we steal, the more the blocks will be pried loose until they are completely removed. Once a rule is fully mastered, the world will lose that rule." "What? Lose a rule?" Lin Chen looked at Zhou Kuan in shock. Zhou Kuan said matter-of-factly, "A cake is only so big. The more you eat, the less others have. The more a person masters a rule, the greater the absence of that rule in the world until it is monopolized by one person." At this point, Zhou Kuan suddenly looked up at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, let me ask you, do you believe there are dragons in this world?" "Dragons?" Lin Chen was taken aback. "If there are no dragons in the world, why is there a dragon in the 12 zodiac signs? Why are there legends like Yi Gong's fondness for dragons in history?" Zhou Kuan continued. Lin Chen frowned and fell silent. Zhou Kuan chuckled and said, "Lin Chen, actually, there used to be dragons in the world, they just don't exist anymore." "Why?" "Because the dragons have all been occupied by one person." The Slevel scavenger Qinglong in the east went missing, and later an Slevel thief appeared, taking Qinglong's place, responsible for guarding the east. That old man, the rule he possesses is dragon. The reason dragons are becoming fewer is that old man's level keeps rising, and once he reaches Slevel, there will no longer be a single dragon in the world. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he looked at Zhou Kuan in shock. "So that's how it is. It turns out that the deeper the thief masters the rules, the more blocks are pulled away, and once they reach Slevel, that rule will be monopolized by one person, causing the world to lose that rule. The disappearance of dragons is all because someone stole dragon and completely mastered the rule, reaching Slevel." Zhou Kuan smiled and said, "Lin Chen, don't forget what we really are. We are all thieves. Those who steal from heaven and earth are the true thieves." Cold sweat beaded on Lin Chen's forehead as he clenched his fists. Stealing from heaven and earth. This is the real reason why Lin Chen and his companions are called thieves. No wonder the cleaners and thieves have been entangled for thousands of years. It's a relationship of no life and no death. "Lin Chen, now you understand why I chose to defect, right? Once you reach a level, the grasp of the rules changes drastically compared to level. If you go further from a level, you reach Slevel, and at that point, the world will lose another rule. This group of cleaners cannot allow that to happen. Their essence is to maintain the operation of world rules. Although the entire East is currently easing the relationship between thieves and cleaners because of that old man with the dragon, a level is still a warning line." Lin Chen fell into silence, pacing back and forth in the dream. Zhou Kuan looked at Lin Chen and lowered his voice, saying, "Lin Chen, I know you have the MP3. Open it. If I open it, I can escape." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He had indeed not managed to hide it from Zhou Kuan. That MP3 was originally Zhou Kun's backup, and Zhou Kun had indeed sensed the MP3 in his hands. Zhou Kun stared intently at Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen opened the MP3, even if Zhao Yi was guarding the Jinga palace, Zhou Kun could still escape. Lin Chen, what are you hesitating for? This is a huge opportunity. As long as I can get out, I can give you unimaginable rewards. Zhou Kun said excitedly to Lin Chen. The MP3 had been found, Wang Meng's balance was already off, and Zhou Kun had used dream to restrain Wang Meng. Wang Meng was trapped in the dream and unable to wake up, completely unable to adjust his balance. With such a great opportunity right in front of him, Lin Chen was actually hesitating? Lin Chen instinctively reached for the inner pocket of his coat. The MP3 was right there. But the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly raised his eyes. No way. What? Zhou Kun stared at Lin Chen in surprise. Why? Lin Chen put his hands in his pockets and squinted. The MP3 just happens to be in my hands, and the Wang Meng suppressing you suddenly has a problem. Everything is going too smoothly. It's as if someone is pushing me to this point. It was precisely because everything was too coincidental that Lin Chen sensed something was off. How could it be so coincidental? Lin Chen, you have no choice. Zhou Kun growled. Wang Meng is out of control, my abilities are starting to recover, and if you don't open the MP3, you won't be able to leave the dream today. Dream was being fully activated. The surrounding dream became extremely stable, and the white space began to shrink, gradually turning into a rectangular box. Lin Chen frowned, trying to awaken his consciousness and leave the dream. But Lin Chen failed. Although Zhou Kun was sealed and his abilities had not recovered, Lin Chen could not wake up when directly confronting a-level abilities. It's useless. Zhou Kun said coldly. You must open the MP3 today. Unless you want to sleep for decades too. Lin Chen, however, remained unfazed, calmly saying, Zhou Kun, I told you, now is not the time. If you want to keep me, you still can't do it. The next moment, a sudden knocking sound echoed in the pure white dream. Knock. This. Zhou Kun suddenly looked up, listening to the somewhat familiar knocking sound. Knock, knock. As 3 knocks sounded, a door suddenly appeared in the pure white dream space. Click. The door opened, and Chen Xiaoyuan peeked in sneakily. Hee, Brother Lin. You really are here. Chen Xiaoyuan? Zhou Kun's face turned ugly upon seeing the little brat, squeezing out 3 words through clenched teeth. How did you end up here? Chen Xiaoyuan glanced at Zhou Kun and said, Pa, what does it matter where this genius goes with you, little brat? After seeing Lin Chen, Chen Xiaoyuan grew bolder and walked in directly, grinning and saying, Brother Lin, how about it? This genius is smart, right? At that moment, Lin Chen told himself to go to the bathroom, and Chen Xiaoyuan sensed that something was off. The bathroom. For Chen Xiaoyuan, the bathroom was a special place. You're a genius, Lin Chen smiled at Chen Xiaoyuan. Let's go. Lin Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets, smiled at Zhou Kun, and then walked through the door with Chen Xiaoyuan, leaving the dream. Zhou Kun gritted his teeth, unable to stop them. When Chen Xiaoyuan entered the dream earlier, he had used this method to leave. Now Lin Chen was using Chen Xiaoyuan again, swaggering out. In reality, Lin Chen suddenly woke up and stood up from his chair. Fortunately, I arranged for Chen Xiaoyuan as a backup. Just then, Chen Xiaoyuan leisurely came out of the bathroom. Brother Lin, how did I perform? Lin Chen nodded and said, very good. This time, thanks to Chen Xiaoyuan, otherwise, he would have really been left in the dream by Zhou Kun. Li Xinhui looked at Chen Xiaoyuan, who was exchanging glances with Lin Chen, frowned, and asked, what are you two talking about? Nothing, haha. Chen Xiaoyuan stuck out his tongue and smiled at Li Xinhui. Li Xinhui looked at Lin Chen in confusion, wondering why everyone seemed so mysterious. Lin Chen ignored Li Xinhui's puzzled gaze and strode towards Wang Meng. How is Wang Meng doing? Not good. The degree of his virtual awakening has increased. Li Xinhui sighed helplessly. Although Wang Meng's subconscious was still suppressing the virtual, now most of his body was already enveloped in dark energy. At this rate, the virtual would likely awaken completely, and the prison might even open. Lin Chen frowned, watching the struggling Wang Meng. Wang Meng was under the influence of 2 sets of rules, one of which was Zhou Kun's dream, which Zhou Kun had immediately used to strike when he sensed Wang Meng losing balance. But what is the other one? Just as Lin Chen was pondering, Chu Juha, who had been on guard, walked over. Captain Lin. Lin Chen turned to look at Chu Juha, only to find him giving a knowing glance. The two exchanged looks and then walked to the window. Lin Chen took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled out 2, and handed one to Chu Juha. Chu Juha took one and then they both lit up. Li Xinhui didn't smoke, and Chen Xiaoyuan was still a child, so they didn't follow. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked Chu Juha. Chu Juha took a deep breath, then glanced at the 2 logistics personnel outside. Lowering his voice, he said, Captain Lin, Wang Meng's condition is not right. Lin Chen frowned and asked, what do you mean? Chu Juha turned around and whispered, Wang Meng seems to be merging with the virtual, very similar to how I was harmed at Xiaohu Villa. I suspect it's the same method. Hearing Chu Ju's words, Lin Chen's brow furrowed. What do you mean? The same method? Chu Juha turned slightly, whispering, That's right, Captain Lin. Because I've experienced it. I'm too familiar with this method. The virtual inside Wang Meng was definitely forcefully inserted, merging together. Lin Chen glanced back at the struggling Wang Meng and said, Continue. Chu Juha extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and lit another. I suspect that both Wang Meng and I are that person's test subjects. Test subjects? Lin Chen was taken aback. That's right, that person's ability should be related to merging and stitching. Wang Meng is a successful test subject, a combination of the virtual and the cleaner. I am a failed test subject. The combination of the virtual and the thief failed because the nature of the virtual is to devour rules, which caused problems when I merged with the virtual, leading to the Xiaohu Villa incident. Chu Juha exhaled a puff of white smoke and continued, Captain Lin, I suspect this person is currently inside the Jinga Palace. To create balance is to be able to break balance, Lin Chen said in a deep voice. That's right. Team Lin. Wang Meng's loss of control must have been caused by that person, Chu Juha said. Lin Chen fell into silence. Experimental subjects? The combination of the void and the scavenger, the combination of the void and the thief. That person seemed to be trying to forcibly merge two completely different existences together. Both Wang Meng and Chu Juha were experimental subjects, but Chu Juha had failed. Do you have any suspects? Lin Chen asked, looking at Chu Juha. Chu Juha thought for a moment but shook his head and said, I joined the Jinga Palace too recently and haven't seen anyone suspicious. But I can be sure that this person must be hiding very deep, moving around in the Jinga Palace under the guise of a scavenger. Lin Chen took a deep breath, smoke swirling around his face. I understand. A thief by nature, yet moving around in the Jinga Palace under the identity of a scavenger. Lin Chen reached into the inner pocket of his coat, where there was an MP3. This time, Wang Meng's loss of control was just too coincidental, almost forcing him to turn on the MP3. Timely rain. Lin Chen squinted. What exactly did this hidden figure in the Jinga Palace want to do? Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. He lit up the screen and looked at the unfamiliar number, feeling a chill run down his spine. Hello. Lin Chen answered the call in a low voice. Lin Chen, why haven't you turned on the MP3? A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Timely rain, it really is you. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the current situation was the handiwork of Timely Rain. The moment Wang Meng's balance was broken was also the moment Timely Rain exercised his power. What exactly do you want? Hee, Lin Chen. Timely Rain laughed on the other end of the line. Your deception is so interesting, can you give it to me? Lin Chen's forehead throbbed with veins and he hung up the phone directly, crushing the cigarette butt under his foot. Damn it. This guy actually had his eyes on his deception. Lin Chen cursed softly. Having Timely Rain watching over the Jinga Palace was like a thorn in his side. Based on the situations of Chu Juha and Wang Meng, Lin Chen could deduce that this Timely Rain was constantly trying to stitch together two completely different powers. No wonder he cares so much about my rule stacking. Just then, the previously agitated Wang Meng suddenly calmed down. Wang Meng. Li Xinhe, who was standing nearby, was the first to react, raising her hand to feel Wang Meng's carotid artery. What happened? Chu Juha and Lin Chen immediately walked over, looking at Wang Meng with serious expressions. This, Li Xinhe said with a strange expression. The restless void inside Wang Meng has calmed down. What? Chu Juha raised an eyebrow, looking at Wang Meng in disbelief. The void that was on the verge of awakening just moments ago had now calmed down? Lin Chen then raised his hand to press down on Wang Meng's arm, discovering that the dream that originally belonged to Zhou Kuan had disappeared without a trace. It seems Zhou Kuan has given up this opportunity, Lin Chen thought to himself. Wang Meng's balance being broken was just a trigger. What truly caused Wang Meng to lose control was the attack from Zhou Kuan. The dream had plunged Wang Meng into a deep sleep, preventing him from continuing to suppress the void within, which led to his loss of control. Initially, Timely Rain had suddenly made a move, breaking the balance within Wang Meng, and Zhou Kuan, who was imprisoned, naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, instantly using the power of dream. But now, after Lin Chen's non-cooperation, Zhou Kuan realized that Zhao He was right in front of him, ready to strike at any moment, so Zhou Kuan gave up this opportunity. Meanwhile, in the underground prison where Zhou Kuan was held, Zhao He walked briskly down the corridor with a team of scavengers, their footsteps in perfect unison. Why did Zhou Kuan suddenly give up? Investigate and find out what's going on, Zhao He said in a low voice to a nearby scavenger. Understood. The scavenger immediately turned and walked in another direction. Captain Zhao, I feel something is off this time. There are ghosts in the Jinga Palace. A female cleaner beside Zhao He whispered. I feel it too. Zhao He's voice was deep and serious. A ghost has actually infiltrated the Jinga palace? How audacious. Beside Zhao He was Zhao Qi, who had been following him closely. Immediately bring those thieves here. Zhao He shouted furiously. Zhao He, are you crazy? Zhao Qi blocked Zhao He's path and shouted back. Zhao He furrowed his brows, standing in front of Zhao Qi, and asked, what's the problem? This incident has already confirmed that thieves attacked Wang Meng, almost leading to Zhou Kun's escape. Isn't it obvious that there are several thieves in Jinga Palace? Zhao Qi stood his ground, saying, without evidence, you want to detain them? Zhao He, do you know what you're doing? Right now, the entire East is easing the relationship between thieves and cleaners. You, and a level cleaner, dare to arbitrarily detain all the thieves in Jinga Palace without evidence. Have you considered the consequences? Zhao He remained silent in the face of Zhao Kai's outburst. Zhao Qi ignored him. Any unusual actions from Lin Chen and the others on the 87th floor? Zhao Qi pressed his earpiece and asked. After hearing the report from the two logistics personnel on the 87th floor, he calmly said, so far, there doesn't seem to be any issues. The four of them stayed on the 87th floor without leaving, and there are no signs of using the rules. Zhao He also calmed down and said in a deep voice. You're right. Keep monitoring. Let's see if the ghost is among them. The rules for this attack on Wang Meng are very special. Only 5 people in Jinga Palace possess rules, and this attack is indeed likely to have come from one of them. Zhao Qi frowned. Focus on Lin Chen, Chuja's slay, Li Xinhua's fire, and Shen Xiaoyuan's gate. All 3 of their rules are of the Yang attribute. If they were the ones acting, it would be easy to spot. Only Lin Chen's deception is of the Yin attribute, and we all know how bizarre such Yin attribute rules can be. Reluctantly, Zhao He nodded at Zhao Kai's analysis. Zhao Qi stood still, turned to a small team of cleaners behind him, and then made a phone call. Notify all cleaners in Jinga Palace to gather on the 65th floor. I need to examine the bloodlines of the cleaners. Upon hearing this, the cleaners present all changed their expressions. Zhao Qi, what do you mean by this? Zhao He suddenly stopped and asked. Are you suspecting that the ghost is among our own people? Zhao Qi simply adjusted his glasses and said, this matter is very serious. We can't just investigate Lin Chen and the others. I believe we should also conduct a thorough check of all the cleaners in Jinga Palace. Zhao He, towering over Zhao Qi by a head, replied, Zhao Qi, don't you know that cleaners cannot steal rules? Since the emergence of cleaners and thieves, the two have existed without any intersection. It could even be said that they are completely opposite types of people. Now Zhao Qi, instead of capturing those thieves, is absurdly using this ridiculous assumption to investigate the cleaners of Jinga Palace? Zhao Qi, with a calm demeanor, said, Zhao He, this is my duty. I am the head of Jinga Palace. Zhao He remained silent, only letting out a cold snort. I'll leave this matter to you. I have other tasks to attend to. Zhao He glanced at Zhao Qi and then strode away. Meanwhile, on the 87th floor of Jinga Palace, the two logistics personnel pushed open the glass door after receiving the news. We received instructions from Minister Zhao, and we appreciate your hard work. A cleaner will come to take over here shortly, so you can go back and rest. Upon hearing this, Li Xinhua felt a surge of anger rise within her. What does Zhao Qi mean by this? Locking us in here without letting us go, and now just sending us back? You're still letting the two of you monitor us here. With that, Li Xinhua raised her hand and grabbed the collar of a logistics staff member in front of her. No, I'm sorry, Captain Li, we're just following orders, one of the logistics staff quickly explained, waving his hands. Lin Chen and Chu Jua exchanged glances, and Chu Jua stepped forward. Enough, Li Xinhua. Don't make it hard for them. Chu Jua pressed down on Li Xin's hand. Li Xinhua angrily shook off his hand and said, Zhao Qi must give an explanation. After saying that, Li Xinhua stormed off. Shen Xiaoyuan followed behind, giggling and acting nonchalant. Lin Chen and Chu Zhi's expressions were serious. Both realized the gravity of the situation. Captain Lin, should we? Lin Chen shook his head, stopping Chu Zhi's words. Chu Juha nodded in understanding and then fell silent. Lin Chen stood silently in the elevator, pondering the matter. Something's not right. If Timely Rain really wanted to take action against me, he had countless opportunities. Timely Rain could easily force both Chu Juha and Wang Meng to merge with the Void. With his abilities, capturing himself would be very easy. But Timely Rain hadn't made a move. Why? What did he have that made Timely Rain wary? 3 days later, Zhao Qi placed a thick report on the table with a serious expression, his fingers tapping on the surface. Minister Zhao, over the past 3 days, we've gradually checked all the registered scavengers, and the results are all here. I understand, Zhao Qi nodded, waving for the person to leave. The abilities of scavengers come from their bloodline, this can't be faked. Although the immunity level of scavengers to rules can be enhanced, the upper limit is locked by their bloodline. Thieves and scavengers have conflicting abilities. It's impossible for a thief to hide as a scavenger. During these 3 days, even the scavengers who went out on missions returned in turns for inspection. Zhao Qi reviewed the reports one by one, checking all the scavengers in the Jinga Palace, confirming there were no issues. Fortunately, it didn't come from within the Jinga Palace. Zhao Qi leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qi picked up the phone on the table. "Jiangjin, come to my office." Soon, a tall woman walked in. Minister Zhao. Jiangjin still had her cold demeanor as she spoke to Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi nodded, stood up, and said, "Jiangjin, have a seat. The reason I called you here is to give you a special task." Jiangjin frowned slightly. "What is it? Is there another void appearing that requires me to lead a team?" Zhao Qi shook his head and said, "No, it's not that. Jiangjin, do you remember the level void that suddenly appeared during the last operation to capture Yifeng?" Jiangjin thought for a moment and said, "The prison codenamed West Asia Cathedral? In that incident, according to the mission reports from Lin Chen and others, the file was named West Asia Cathedral." Zhao Qi nodded and said, "That's right. After the void was shot dead, that West Asia Cathedral actually vanished into thin air. Logically, when the void is killed, the prison should collapse as well. But that West Asia Cathedral was erased from reality. I want you to investigate the West Asia Cathedral." "Sure." Jiangjin nodded without hesitation. "Wait." Just as Jiangjin was about to leave, Zhao Qi hurriedly called out to her from behind. "Is there anything else?" Zhao Qi walked up to Jiangjin with a serious expression and said, "This time, there's another person responsible for investigating with you." "Who?" "Lin Chen." "Lin Chen? What? Investigating the West Asia Cathedral?" Lin Chen's expression was strange as he looked at the action report handed to him. It contained an order document personally signed by Zhao Qi, requiring Lin Chen and Jiangjin to investigate the West Asia Cathedral in Jiang City. This strange task suddenly appeared at this juncture, making Lin Chen sense something amiss. Moreover, the person assigned to carry out the task with him was Jiangjin. "Are you the one responsible for monitoring me?" Lin Chen stared at the document in his hand, where the name Jiangjin was printed. "I mean, which way are we supposed to go?" Lin Chen, wearing a black cold hat and a padded coat, impatiently said to Jiangjin, who was standing nearby, holding a cup of hot coffee. Jiangjin was also wearing a thick white knitted hat, wrapped in a white down jacket, her long legs clad in black boots. "I don't know," Jiangjin replied coldly, looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned his head in confusion. "You don't know?" "I said, Jiangjin, you're the captain, and you don't know where to go?" Lin Chen and Jiangjin stood together in the field where the former West Asia Church used to be. The area had already been cordoned off by the logistics personnel of the Jinga Palace, but no one was assigned to guard it. The once grand West Asia Church had vanished from this spot after that incident, leaving behind an empty lot. Later, the Jinga Palace put up a warning line around the area, but after inspection, they found no hazards and thus announced the demolition of the West Asia Church. Lin Chen turned on his phone and glanced at the time. "We've been standing here for 2 hours, isn't it about time?" Jiangjin leaned over, looked at the time, and asked, "What for?" Lin Chen put away his phone and casually said, "Let's go eat." The two got into a pure black sedan, which was the vehicle provided by the Jinga Palace for their joint operation. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, took a sip of coffee, and asked, "So, why did Zhao Qi send us to investigate the West Asia Church?" The incident at the West Asia Church had already concluded, and the Jinga Palace had searched the area dozens of times without finding any traces. Now, they were sending Lin Chen and Jiangjin to investigate again. Jiangjin held the steering wheel with both hands, maintaining her cold demeanor, only glancing at Lin Chen. "I'm here to monitor you." Lin Chen. 666, do you have to be so direct? Lin Chen took another sip of coffee, unable to hold back a retort. Although he had suspected that Zhao Qi sent Jiangjin over to keep an eye on him, he never expected Jiangjin to say it so bluntly. While driving, Jiangjin calmly said, "Is it useful to lie to you?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, "That's true." Ever since Lin Chen gained a deeper understanding of deception and was rated as B, his basic lie detection ability had already been applicable to level cleaners. Jiangjin's immunity level was 47, but she was still not immune to Lin Chen's abilities. Jiangjin glanced at Lin Chen and asked, "Did you do something about Wang Meng?" Lin Chen helplessly said, "Come on, you suspect it's me? But I can tell you the truth, it really wasn't me." Jiangjin nodded and said, "I believe you." Lin Chen stole a glance at Jiangjin, who was driving seriously, her gaze fixed ahead. "Is it really the truth?" Lin Chen felt good, so he casually leaned to the side, unabashedly observing Jiangjin's profile. A straight nose, a cold and beautiful face, long black hair, and Lin Chen's gaze trailed down her neck, landing on an exaggerated curve. "Where to?" "Let's go eat hot pot." The two drove straight to a hot pot restaurant. There weren't many people, and they were seated without a wait. Lin Chen didn't hold back, ordering a bunch of items on his phone, only briefly asking Jiangjin if she had any dietary restrictions. Jiangjin just sat there, and many people's eyes in the hot pot restaurant were drawn to her. This girl is just too cold. Cold and proud, just sitting there gave off a vibe that kept strangers at bay. Linchen sat down at his place, holding the prepared dipping sauce in both hands. You're lucky to know me, it's the only way you'll get to taste this sauce. Soon, the steam from the hot pot wafted up. Lin Chen and Jiangjin chatted casually, mostly with Lin Chen initiating the topics and Jiangjin responding in a nonchalant manner. On the other side, in the communication room of the Jinga Palace, the two communicators responsible for recording Lin Chen and Jiangjin's mission exchanged glances. Zhao Qi appeared behind them without them noticing. How are Lin Chen and Jiangjin doing? Has Lin Chen made any strange moves? Zhao Kai's expression was grave. He was still somewhat worried about Jiangjin's safety during this mission. After all, that guy Lin Chen was meticulous and decisive. He might have already discovered that Jiangjin was sent by the Jinga Palace to monitor him. Zhao Qi was indeed concerned that Lin Chen might suddenly turn on Jiangjin. To prepare for this, Zhao Qi had already deployed 2 cleanup teams specifically to assist Jiangjin. Report, Minister Zhao. Team Jiang and Lin Chen are currently, one of the communicators said awkwardly. Zhao Qi frowned and said, continue. Why are you stammering? They're eating hot pot. Zhao Qi was taken aback for a moment. Eating hot pot? The communicator then handed over the records in his hand to Zhao Qi, which detailed the process of Jiangjin and Lin Chen executing their mission. The two of them stayed at the West Asia Church ruins for 2 hours, then drove away to a hot pot restaurant? Zhao Qi frowned slightly as he looked at the action records. Soon, Zhao Qi suddenly noticed the dialogue between the two. Jiangjin told Lin Chen she was there to monitor him? After looking at the dialogue records, Zhao Qi fell silent for a moment before putting it back down. Continue according to the normal mission process. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Jiangjin had already eaten halfway through. Lin Chen, I have something to ask you. Jiangjin put down her chopsticks and looked at Lin Chen across the table. Lin Chen was taken aback by Jiangjin's question. Still holding a piece of meat with his chopsticks. Are you pregnant? Jiangjin. She held back and didn't flip the table over. A few days ago, did something happen to you? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and asked, what do you mean? Right after the West Asia Church incident ended. Lin Chen froze, staring intently at Jiangjin, narrowing his eyes. After the West Asia Church incident was when he faced the backlash from the overlapping rules with Xin Chao. At that time, Lin Chen was confronted with the collapse of all lies and only managed to suppress the backlash after finding the divine Dr. Hua Baichao. But this matter shouldn't be known to anyone in the Jinga Palace. Lin Chen frowned and then looked at the black phone on Jiangjin's chest. Without hesitation, Jiangjin turned off the black phone provided by the Jinga Palace. It's off now. On the other side, the two communicators in the Jinga Palace suddenly lost contact with Jiangjin. Hello? Why did the communication cut off? Lin Chen looked at Jiangjin and asked word by word, how did you know? Jiangjin replied flatly, because that day, my body suddenly split open. What did you say? Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he stared at Jiangjin. The body suddenly split open? Jiangjin nodded, then brushed aside her long hair that had fallen behind her, slightly turning to the side, her finger pointing to her back. That terrifying wound appeared on my back in an instant. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, and then a memory that he had long since cast aside resurfaced. This is the wound caused by Slash at Zayahushan Villa. That time, Lin Chen had followed Wang Meng to Zayahushan Villa for a mission and faced the monster formed by Chu Juhua and Su He. Jiangjin had pushed Lin Chen away, and her back was slashed open by Slash. Jiangjin stared at Lin Chen and said, after the Zayahushan Villa incident, the medical staff from the logistics department of the Jinga Palace checked my condition and said I had no fatal injuries. But I clearly remember being struck by a blade. Jiangjin let her long hair down and said calmly, that day, this terrifying wound suddenly appeared on my back, and with it came a kind of dissolution. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and frowned. That was your lie collapsing, right? Lin Chen did not deny it. Go on. Jiangjin did not hold back and continued, at that moment, I collapsed in the room and lost consciousness. That wound severed my spine. I tried to call for help but it was too late. Jiangjin paused. That suddenly appearing wound felt like a belated death arriving unexpectedly. The death that had been postponed by some lie came late when the lie collapsed, but it was equally fatal. Jiangjin had no time to react, as if struck again by a cut. Her back instantly splitting open. I even thought I was doomed. But the result was, a day later, I woke up again. The wound had vanished and everything returned to normal. Lin Chen frowned, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and pulled one out. Just as he lit it, a waiter immediately approached. Sir, smoking is prohibited in our establishment. Is smoking punishable by jail time? Lin Chen looked up and asked. Sir, not jail time, but there is a fine of 500. Lin Chen nodded, then put down his lighter and reached into his pocket. Just as the waiter was about to leave, satisfied, Lin Chen suddenly pulled out a stack of cash. "I'm feeling quite the urge today, hey race 1,000, please smoke too." The waiter froze in place, looking at Lin Chen in confusion. Is he crazy? The manager hurried over and pulled the waiter away. "Lin Chen, shouldn't you say something?" Jiang Jin was not interrupted by this sudden incident and continued to question Lin Chen. Lin Chen put away the cigarettes, rubbing his temples with one hand. "I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Jiang Jin furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Chen took a deep breath and frowned, saying, "A few days ago, I did have a problem. The backlash from the overlapping rules caused the lies I once told to become precarious. I just didn't expect it would also affect you." Jiang Jin paused. "You really did impose a deception in me." At that moment, Jiang Jin clearly sensed that it was a collapse of some kind of rule. The first person she suspected was Lin Chen. Sure enough, it was Lin Chen who had imposed a deception in her. Lin Chen did not continue to hide it and said calmly, "That's right, at Zayahushan Villa, I not only lied to myself, but I also lied to you." That lie made the terrifying wound on Jiang Jin's back disappear, bringing her back from the brink of death. But Lin Chen never expected that this lie would lay hidden dangers for the future. Lin Chen was backlashed by the rules, causing his own lies to be rejected by reality, and Jiang Jin was also affected. Jiang Jin's fatal wound was covered up by Lin Chen's lie, and after Lin Chen's own collapse, that lie would naturally also collapse. So the belated death arrived as expected. Fortunately, Lin Chen was suppressed by Hua Baichao, mitigating his own backlash, and the lie on Jiang Jin also stabilized again. "I understand now." Jiang Jin nodded, not too surprised by this answer. "In any case, thank you. Let's go." Jiang Jin stood up first, picking up her coat. "Wait." Lin Chen, sitting still, suddenly called out to Jiang Jin. "What is it?" Jiang Jin looked at Lin Chen in confusion. "You pay." Lin Chen looked at Jiang Jin seriously. "I have no money." Previously, all the money on him was taken by Hua Baichao, and he had only managed to get 3,000 from Qin Yuhan, which he spent on a phone and travel. The last 1,000 was spent on trying to look cool while smoking. Right now, Lin Chen truly had no money. "Why are you looking at me?" "Pay up." Jiang Jin was taken aback for a moment, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and went to the front desk to pay. Lin Chen sat in his seat, his face unflushed and his heart steady. After all, the expenses would be reimbursed by the Jinga Palace when he returned. At that moment, a man nearby leaned over, glanced at Jiang Jin's back, then nodded at Lin Chen and gave him a thumbs up. "Bro, you're really impressive. Got some skills." Another man nodded in admiration, thinking that going out to eat with such a cold and proud beauty ended with the beauty paying the bill. At the front desk, the waitress who had just taken Lin Chen's fine was momentarily stunned. No money but still acting like a big spender? The way he slammed the money on the table earlier was so fierce, and now he only had $1,000 on him? "Let's go." Jiang Jin finished paying and nodded towards Lin Chen in his seat. "No rush." Lin Chen put on his cold hat and didn't follow Jiang Jin out. Instead, he walked straight to the waitress and extended a hand. "Give me my money back." "Waitress? What the hell did you just say? Isn't this a fine?" The waitress looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen replied confidently, "Yeah, but I didn't smoke." The waitress felt a lump of blood stuck in her throat. How could there be such a shameless person? Jiang Jin was also left dumbfounded. The store manager leaned closer to Jiang Jin and whispered, "Beautiful lady, you're so pretty and have a great figure. How did you end up with him?" "Sister has been through it. Let me give you some advice. A man like that isn't worth it." Jiang Jin awkwardly nodded and immediately pulled Lin Chen out. In the end, Lin Chen stubbornly got his $1,000 back and walked out of the hot pot restaurant satisfied. Jiang Jin and Lin Chen got into the car. Jiang Jin kept her head down, her cheeks still a bit flushed. "Oh, look at you, blushing?" Lin Chen observed Jiang Jin with great interest. This was the first time he had seen her with such a range of expressions. She had always been so cold. Jiang Jin took a few deep breaths, then shot Lin Chen a glare and drove away from there. "Hey, Jiang Jin, this is Jinga Palace. What just happened?" As soon as the call connected, Zhao Kai's urgent voice came through. "Nothing, just a misclick. Report any situation immediately." "Got it." Jiang Jin reconnected the communication line to Jinga Palace, responding to Zhao Qi. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, resting his chin on one hand, frowning in thought. What had just been a joke in the hot pot restaurant was now something Lin Chen was deeply concerned about. The time he had used deception on Jiang Jin at Zayahushan Villa. That time, because the lie he told was too big, he was violently rejected by reality, and after narrowly surviving, Lin Chen even forgot that he had used deception on Jiang Jin. It was only when Jiang Jin brought it up that Lin Chen remembered. Since Zayahushan Villa, my development of deception has been limited to deceiving myself and stacking lies. Now I can stack 5 lies at the same time. If I keep going down this path, I can only keep increasing the number of stacked lies. But this time, Lin Chen had a new idea. What if I deceive others? Using deception solely on himself was too one-dimensional. What would happen if he tried to attach deception to others? But I can't do that yet. Lin Shen looked at his poem, clearly sensing that with his current grasp of deception, it would be difficult to apply it intensively to others. No rush. Lin Shen wasn't anxious. He had just used Hua Baichao to suppress the backlash of the rules and couldn't afford to experiment too recklessly with these ideas. Once it spiraled out of control, the situation would be hard to manage. Now, the use of deception needs to be controlled. I can't forcefully increase the stakes. Lin Shen understood that being able to stack 5 lies at the same time was already the current limit. If he forced it further, he would easily face a total collapse. Once everything collapses, it won't just be myself, even Jiang Jin will be dragged into it. Wait. Lin Shen suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Jiang Jin. Didn't you say that cleaners are immune to the rules? Why can my lies still take effect? Jiang Jin had already regained her composure, returning to her cold demeanor. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Jiang Jin glanced at him. You can't just look at the ability without considering the strength. I'm a level cleaner with 47 immunity. When you activated deception at Xiahushan Villa, the strength far exceeded my immunity level, so I was still affected by the rules. Lin Shen frowned, recalling the scene from that time. Indeed, at that moment, Lin Shen first deceived himself with the lie I can turn everything around. Then, based on that, he used deception on Jiang Jin. It was equivalent to a double layer of lies. The first lie had already elevated Lin Shen to a certain height, allowing him to attach deception to Jiang Jin. What if your immunity level exceeds mine in the future? Lin Shen asked. The lies on me will be pierced through, Jiang Jin replied. At that time, that fatal wound will reappear, but I should be able to handle it completely then. Lin Shen nodded, so that's how it is. By that time, the so-called fatal wound would no longer be fatal, right? Lin Shen lay back in his seat, closing his eyes and letting his thoughts wander. According to Jiang Jin, only when the strength of the rules exceeds the immunity level can it attach to the cleaner itself. Wait a minute. Lin Shen suddenly thought of Wang Meng. Wang Meng was already a cleaner with 59 immunity, yet he was still disrupted by timely rain. This means, timely rain must be a level thief? Lin Shen immediately felt a chill run down his spine. And a level thief hiding in the Jinga palace, yet no one knows? Lin Shen took a deep breath, feeling a prickling sensation on his back. As the car drove on, Jiang Jin and Lin Shen returned to the ruins of the West Asia Church, and the two of them came to this wilderness together. Stepping back onto this land, although this mission was to monitor himself, Lin Shen and Jiang Jin still had to pretend to investigate a bit. You entered the West Asia Church back then and saw 7 seats inside? Jiang Jin stood by, suddenly asking Lin Shen. Yeah, Lin Shen yawned and replied casually. Jiang Jin thought for a moment, then took out her phone to review the files on West Asia Church. Shinshua from Meiyu Pavilion had mentioned that the being on the throne had 3 heads, a bull, a sheep, and a ghoul. Later, Lin Shen added that Jifeng had also encountered an 11 being, a giant snake covered in scales. Lin Shen, have you heard of the 7 deadly sins? Lin Shen's expression changed, and he asked, why do you say that? Shinshua had asked him the same thing back then, and now Jiang Jin also mentioned the 7 deadly sins. Lin Shen sensed something was off and asked, what are you trying to say? Pride, envy, anger, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. Each of the 7 deadly sins has a demon. Prideful Lucifer, envious Leviathan, angry Satan, lustful Asmodeus, gluttonous Belphegor, greedy Mammon, slothful Beelzebub. You encountered those 2 beings that resembled Leviathan and Asmodeus, Jiang Jin said while checking the information. Lin Shen thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, then the other 5 thrones, each must have a being as well? At this thought, Lin Shen's hair stood on end. Each throne had an 11 being? If that's true, it would be too terrifying. But if that's really the case, we would undoubtedly be doomed. Lin Shen frowned and said, not every throne necessarily has a void. The source of the prison is the void. When the prison collapses, it signifies that the void has been completely eliminated. So, it's possible that among the 7 thrones, only 2 currently have a void, while the other 5 are empty. Jiang Jin stood to the side and continued, in mythological stories, certain characters can merge with the rules, but the void only appeared in 2000. Lin Shen was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? The voids on these 7 thrones were created based on mythological stories. Lin Shen recalled what Chu Juhai had told him, that timely rain possessed abilities similar to stitching and merging. The West Asia Church was also related to timely rain. In an instant, Lin Shen felt a chill run down his spine, freezing him in place. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the West Asia Church was created entirely by timely rain. He stitched different voids together, creating 11 voids that resembled demons according to the biblical records. Lin Shen took a deep breath and instinctively pulled out a cigarette pack from his pocket. If timely rain really wanted to do this, he would undoubtedly need to complete the remaining 5 thrones. If each of the 7 thrones had an A-level void, then the West Asia Church at that time would probably be S-level. Snap! Lin Chen pressed the lighter, and as the white smoke wafted away, he recalled what Timely Rain had said to him. Do you want to obtain deception? If that's the case, then Timely Rain probably wanted him to become one of the thrones in his West Asia Church. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Ha! Hearing the phone ring made Lin Chen's heart skip a beat as he looked down at his phone. Jiang Jun, beside him, was also drawn to the sound and looked over. After Lin Chen lit up the screen, he saw the number displayed as Wang Ming, and he let out a sigh of relief. Hello, what's up? Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Jun but still answered the call. Lin Chen, where are you? Wang Ming's voice was urgent, speaking hurriedly on the other end. I'm in the suburbs of Jiang City, what's wrong? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled as to why Wang Ming was looking for him in such a hurry. Lin Chen, haven't you seen the group messages? Timely Rain has put a bounty on you in the group, Wang Ming said in a low voice on the phone. What? Lin Chen was taken aback at first, then quickly reacted. He opened his phone and immediately checked the group chat, finding that there were indeed several new messages. Water Margin Chat Group 22. The most recent message. Timely Rain, everyone, I'm offering a bounty for a frontline personnel from the Jinga Palace, named Lin Chen, possessing deception, rated B, bounty amount, 3 million. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he stared at his name on the screen. A bounty? Soon, as Timely Rain's message was sent, the previously silent group began to buzz with conversation. Jade Qilin, oh, why did you suddenly put a bounty on a thief? Jade Qilin, 3 million is no small amount. Green-faced beast, a level thief from Jinga Palace, at this price, it's making my hands itch. Lin Chen, how did you offend Timely Rain? Wang Ming said urgently on the phone. In the Water Margin chat group, every thief was named by a nickname, so their identities were not revealed. Apart from Wang Ming and Hua Baichao, who had met offline, and Timely Rain, the others did not know that Leopard Head was Lin Chen. But now Timely Rain had directly put a bounty on Lin Chen in the group. As Timely Rain spoke, people in the group began to chime in one after another. Jade Qilin, Green-faced beast, are you going to take it? Green-faced beast, I'm not in the east. Jade Qilin, what, are you going back to the east? Green-faced beast. Green-faced beast, no, Xinglong is just missing, he might still be in the east. Green-faced beast, sigh, I'll have to give up on this 3 million. Yu Qilin, the Xinglong has been missing for years, it might have already died, why are you still afraid of this? The Qingmian beast did not reply to Yu Qilin, seemingly touched on a sad point, and continued to remain hidden, not sending any more messages. Lin Chen looked at the messages in the group, frowning. Lin Chen, should we reveal our identity? Wang Ming said on the other end of the phone. It's useless. Lin Chen tightly gripped his phone. In this group, it was all about exchanging benefits. Revealing his identity would only be a burden. Yu Qilin, why do these good things never come to me? They all benefit those in the east. Yu Qilin, Flower Monk, aren't you in the east? Want to give it a try? Flower Monk, no, I can't handle this. Just then, a person with the ID Traveler suddenly appeared. Traveler, I'll take it. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow upon seeing this unfamiliar ID. Traveler? This ID's owner accepted the bounty. Soon, a photo was directly sent to the group. Lin Chen's headshot was thrown into the group. Lin Chen closed his phone, took a deep breath. Timely Rain's actions are surprisingly fast. This is troublesome. Lin Chen knew that as a member of the Jinga Palace, he had handled 2 tasks in succession, and now he had gained some reputation in the Eastern Circle. The person with the ID Traveler, since they could take on this bounty, at the very least had over 70% confidence. Next, he would face a troublesome choice. Either retreat back to the Jinga Palace, or he would definitely not be hunted down and could receive protection. Even a level Zhou Kuan was forcibly taken down. That Traveler certainly couldn't just storm through the Jinga Palace. But the problem was, the Jinga Palace already had Timely Rain lying in wait. However, if he didn't return to the Jinga Palace, he would face an unknown thief's pursuit. No matter how he looked at it, it was extremely tricky. Is this trying to force me back to the Jinga Palace? Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang again. This time, upon seeing a string of unfamiliar numbers, Lin Chen squinted. Hello. Lin Chen, it's dangerous outside, I'm waiting for you at the Jinga Palace. The hoarse voice of Timely Rain came from the other end of the line. Hee, I'm waiting for you here. Timely Rain let out a strange laugh on the phone. Go to hell. Lin Chen abruptly hung up the phone, cursing under his breath. Jiang Jun, witnessing the entire process beside him, frowned and silently stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his hand to grip his phone. He couldn't go back to the Jinga Palace now, as Timely Rain was already waiting for him. Jiang Jun gazed at Lin Chen. You. Before Jiang Jun could speak, Lin Chen instantly punched Jiang Jun in the abdomen. Jiang Jun let out a muffled groan, curling up on the ground from the punch. Lin Chen took out the communication phone from his chest and then crushed it directly. Sorry. The next moment, Lin Chen quickly fled. The Jinga Palace's communication room was already in chaos. Hello? Report, Minister Zhao, Jiang Jun and the others have lost contact. What? Zhao Qi exclaimed, rushing to the front. Contact the other two teams, head to Jiang Jun's last known location immediately. Hurry! No, it's bad, Minister Zhao. The positioning phone on Lin Chen has been disconnected. The entire communication room erupted. Lin Chen's last actions were too swift, leaving no time to react. Lin Chen had decisively crushed his phone, then quickly attacked Jiang Jun, and swiftly retreated. What the hell is going on? Zhao Qi slammed the table, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted in anger. I don't know, Lin Chen suddenly. Find out for me. Immediately. As he spoke, Zhao Qi suddenly found everything before him pitch black, nearly stumbling. Minister Zhao, are you okay? Several people immediately supported Zhao Qi, asking with concern. Zhao Qi covered his forehead, angrily saying, find out clearly. What the hell is going on? Lin Chen's sudden action threw the entire communication room into chaos. No one expected that just a second ago, Lin Chen was fine, and then he would suddenly attack Jiang Jun and quickly flee. The other two teams are on their way to Jiang Jun's last location. We are relocating Jiang Jun's position. Zhao Qi pressed his forehead. Being supported out of the communication room, a liaison officer helped Zhao Qi back to a private office and rummaged through a drawer to find a bottle of anti-hypertensive medication. Minister Zhao, the medicine. Zhao Qi, in pain, pressed his forehead and raised his hand to take the pill, lying back in the chair. Minister Zhao, don't worry, we are searching with all our might. We will report to you immediately once there is any progress, the liaison officer said excitedly. Got it, you can go now. Zhao Qi waved his hand at the liaison officer while holding his forehead. Understood. The liaison officer nodded and quickly exited the office alone. Zhao Qi sat alone in the chair, feeling dizzy in front of him. Haven't I eaten enough? Zhao Qi reached for the bottle of medicine in front of him, but suddenly his vision went black and he collapsed directly onto the table. Bang! As Zhao Qi fell, the entire office fell into silence. A minute later, a fine crack suddenly appeared on the back of Zhao Kai's head. Clap, clap, clap. A faint sound of threads snapping echoed. It was like a plush toy being torn apart. The back of Zhao Kai's head gradually opened up a large gap, with threads snapping one after another. A withered hand suddenly reached out from the back of Zhao Kai's head. Clap, clap. As that withered hand gradually emerged, the crack on Zhao Kai's head grew larger. Then a second hand reached out, two withered hands pulling outward, tearing Zhao Kai's head in half. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of snapping threads was dense. Starting from the back of Zhao Kai's head, the crack gradually spread down to his neck, then to his spine. Finally, Zhao Kai's entire body was torn in half. A person, resembling a withered tree, violently emerged from Zhao Kai's body. The person with the withered hand was completely naked, with ribs protruding, looking emaciated, eyes bulging, and emanating a heavy smell of blood. Then this person bent down and picked up the phone from Zhao Kai's pocket. After re-verifying the fingerprint, another system was unlocked. The withered fingers tapped a few times on the screen. The next second, a message was sent. Water Margin Chat Group 22 Timely Rain. Traveler, bring back his head, I'll pay you. He. A hoarse laugh escaped the man's mouth, like an old wooden bed creaking. Run for your life until you squeeze out all your potential. You are still not a perfect puzzle piece, don't let me down. Lin Chen. The man's withered body began to twist, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed. The man's body gradually distorted, and he actually re-entered Zhao Kai's body. Those withered hands began to move from Zhao Kai's back, threads appearing out of nowhere, slowly restitching Zhao Kai's body. From the back to the neck, and finally to the back of the head. Zhao Qi, who had been torn in half, was restitched, like a damaged rag doll, being sewn back together with needle and thread. The next moment, Zhao Qi opened his eyes again on the table. Did I pass out? Zhao Qi held his head, struggling to sit up, still holding the bottle of medicine in his hand. My blood pressure has been rising lately, it seems I need to get checked again. Zhao Qi opened the medicine bottle and took a few more pills. He took off his glasses, rubbed his temples, and the original dizziness gradually disappeared. Zhao Qi took a few deep breaths and put his glasses back on. What on earth is going on with Lin Chen? I must get to the bottom of this. Zhao Qi stood up and walked back toward the communication room. Jiang Jun. Team Jiang, are you okay? Two cleaners rushed over from a distance and saw Jiang Jun half kneeling on the ground. They quickly reached Jiang Jun's side. One of the cleaners helped Jiang Jun up and asked, Jiang Jun, what happened? Lin Chen escaped. Jiang Jun raised his head and said tremulously, What? The two responsible for the backup were suddenly contacted by the communication room of the Jinga Palace, requesting them to head over immediately. Initially, after learning that Lin Chen and Jiang Zhen had eaten hot pot together, they thought the Jinga Palace was overreacting. But unexpectedly, they encountered the most undesirable scene. One of them immediately opened his phone. "Hello, we have found Jiang Zhen. This is the Jinga Palace. Please report your situation," the communicator said nervously. The cleaner held the phone in one hand, looked around, and then glanced down at Jiang Zhen. "Cleaner Jiang Zhen is not in danger. We have received him. It's just..." At this point, the cleaner hesitated. "What? Please report truthfully," the communicator said sternly. The cleaner gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "It's just that Lin Chen is suspected of defection." The entire communication room fell silent. "What?" Zhao Qi, who had just returned to the Jinga Palace, looked grim upon hearing this news, his hands pressed on the table. "Lin Chen is suspected of defection?" Bang! Zhao Qi slammed his fist on the table. Could it be that the person who attacked Wang Mang was really Lin Chen? Zhao Kai's expression darkened. For the past few days, the entire Jinga Palace had been investigating the attack on Wang Mang. Wang Mang had not yet woken up. Chen Xiaoyuan, Li Xinhua, and Chu Juhua were all being monitored in secret. The most suspicious Lin Chen was assigned to carry out a mission, but in reality, it was to have Jiang Zhen keep an eye on him. But Zhao Qi never expected that Lin Chen would suddenly erupt today. Could it really be him? Zhao Qi growled, pressing his hands firmly on the table. "Minister Zhao, what should we do now?" Zhao Qi took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Continue trying to contact Lin Chen. If you get in touch with Lin Chen, notify me immediately. On the other hand, prepare to activate the nanoscale locator on Lin Chen." The communicators in the communication room exchanged glances and then nodded immediately. Yes. Every thief in the Jinga Palace had a nanoscale locator secretly placed on them, which would not be activated unless absolutely necessary. The last thief to use the nanoscale locator was Yi Feng. Zhao Qi took out his phone and dialed a number. "Immediately call Chen Xian, Lu Xingyuan, Sun Yi, and Su Mu to my office." Zhao Qi quickly called 4 level cleaners. Just as Zhao Qi was about to hang up the phone, he said, "Wait. Also, bring Li Xinhua and Chu Juhua to my office." "What? Lin Chen defected? How is that possible?" Li Xinhua shouted angrily at Zhao Qi, pressing her hands on the table and yelling at him. Chu Juhua stood beside her, equally serious, silently looking at the report in front of him. It contained details about the mission to capture Lin Chen. Li Xinhua, "I understand how you feel, but this is the reality," Zhao Qi said with a dark expression. Lin Chen fled for no reason. Although it can't be classified yet, this behavior has already seriously violated regulations. Li Xinhua clenched the report in her hands, her face pale. "Lin Chen defected." Chu Juhua stood beside her, looking at the records above. The details of Lin Chen and Jiang Zhen's mission were meticulously recorded. The communication room is still trying to contact Lin Chen, but it has no effect at all. "I also hope this is a misunderstanding, but we must prepare for the worst," Zhao Qi said solemnly. Lin Chen smashed the communication phone, attacked Jiang Zhen, and then quickly escaped. Chu Juhua carefully examined the records above, keenly sensing something. If Lin Chen really intended to strike, how could Jiang Zhen be unharmed? Chu Juhua did not speak, but silently said in his heart. From his previous conversation with Lin Chen, Chu Juhua knew that Lin Chen also had doubts about the internal affairs of the Jinga Palace. Could this be the reason? Lin Chen must have used the rules. The nano-level locator is temporarily ineffective. "I have dispatched Chen Xian, Lu Xingyuan, and Su Mu. The 3 of them will form a team to carry out the task of capturing Lin Chen. Chu Juhua, Li Xinhua, and Sun Yi, you will form the second team and execute this task simultaneously," Zhao Qi said to the 2. A strong man with yellow-black skin walked over from the side. "Level cleaner, Sun Yi. The captain of the first team is Chen Xian, and your captain is Sun Yi." Li Xinhua and Chu Juhua exchanged glances. They only looked at Sun Yi without saying much. "I'm glad to cooperate with you both," Sun Yi said, extending a hand towards Li Xinhua, but she merely glanced at him, remaining indifferent. Sun Yi smiled and then offered his hand to Chu Juhua. Chu Juhua smiled slightly and shook Sun Yi's hand. "Since we currently do not have Lin Chen's location, you have more contact with him and can think about where he is most likely to go," Zhao Qi said to Li Xinhua and Lin Chen. "I don't know," Li Xinhua said coldly. Chu Juhua shook his head and said, "I will think carefully, Minister Zhao. But isn't our second team moving out now?" Zhao Qi shook his head and said, "The first team has already headed to Jiangcheng University. Your second team is not in a hurry. Wait until Lin Chen's locator is activated before setting out." Chu Juhua asked, "Minister Zhao, what if Lin Chen escapes Jiangcheng City?" Zhao Kai's face darkened as he said, "That won't happen. Lin Chen's information has already been recorded. As long as he wants to leave the city, he will have to expose his information. Unless he has means like Yi Feng." Chu Juhua nodded and said, "Understood. All right. You can go down and prepare." Zhao Qi waved his hand, covering his forehead. After Chu Juhua and Li Xinhua left, Li Xinhua angrily said to Chu Juhua, what's going on with Lin Chen? How could he defect for no reason? This is simply absurd. Chu Juhua remained calm, simply saying, no rush. I trust team leader Lin's judgment. Li Xinhua stormed out of the elevator without looking back. Chu Juhua returned to his room, carefully checked behind him, and then thoroughly searched the entire room. After confirming there were no issues, Chu Juhua took out a new phone card. Beep beep beep. Chu Juhua entered a string of phone numbers and then dialed. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Chu Juhua did not continue the call. Instead, he edited a text message to that number. Team leader Lin, why didn't you say you were going to defect earlier? Chu Juhua looked around to confirm there were no issues, then typed again. Then he'll run away tonight too. Soon. A reply came from the other side. No. Just a simple word, with no further response. Chu Juhua looked at Lin Chen's reply, so team leader Lin never intended to defect. Chu Juhua did not reply again, deleted the message, and then took out the phone card and put it back in his pocket. Zhengcheng University. A middle-aged man, plump and covered in acne, walked through the university. The surrounding students came and went, paying no attention to this plump middle-aged man. He walked into the cafeteria, moving along the window, stopping and starting. Looking at the food in the window, he appeared hesitant. Just then, a female voice suddenly sounded from behind. Uncle, do you not have a meal card? The middle-aged man paused, turned around, and saw a beautiful face. Gu Shishir bent over, blinked at the middle-aged man in front of her, and continued to ask, Uncle, do you want to use my meal card? The middle-aged man was about to speak but hesitated. Then simply shook his head. Gu Shishir was taken aback. Uncle, it's fine. You can use my meal card, she offered. The middle-aged man still shook his head. Then he turned and walked away, not looking at Gu Shishir again. Watching his retreating figure, Gu Shishir sighed softly. Alright then. Wang Yuan came over. Shishir, why are you bothering with him? Gu Shishir held her meal and sighed, saying, what if he forgot his meal card and has no way to eat? Wang Yuan smiled and said, you're still so kind, Shishir. Let's go. Wang Yuan pulled Gu Shishir away from there. Before leaving, Gu Shishir turned back once more to look in the direction the middle-aged man had gone. For some reason, there was always a strange feeling. The plump middle-aged man walked through the cafeteria and finally stopped in front of a table. Wang Ming was eating a chicken leg meal, while Hua Baichao sat beside him, drinking warm water from a thermos and munching on 2 steamed buns he had brought. What do you want? Wang Ming looked up at the plump, pockmarked middle-aged man, puzzled. It's me. When the middle-aged man spoke, surprisingly, it was a youthful voice. Wang Ming was taken aback upon hearing that familiar voice. Wait, you're Lin Chen? Wang Ming stood up in shock but was pushed back down by Lin Chen. Hua Baichao, who was gnawing on a bun, looked over curiously. Wang Ming stared in disbelief at the middle-aged man before him. Did you use deception to change your appearance? Lin Chen sat down next to Wang Ming and said, do you know the details about that ID walker? Now Timely Rain was openly offering a bounty on his head in the group, and since that person nicknamed Walker had taken the job, it wouldn't be long before they would come after him. Wang Ming thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, not really. Most people in the group have never met in person and don't know each other's true identities, only a very few have private connections. At this point, Wang Ming looked at Hua Baichao. He's the one who has met the most people offline in the group. Hua Baichao, still chewing on his bun, looked up at Wang Ming in confusion. Due to the peculiar nature of Hua Baichao's rules, he was famously known for only recognizing money, not people, so many sought his help. Wang Ming could be sure that at least half of the people in the group had met Hua Baichao offline. Lin Chen had also noticed Hua Baichao staring at him holding a thermos in one hand and a bun in the other, and Lin Chen paused. Wasn't this guy the one who had just taken away his 300,000 in a sports car not long ago? Hua Baichao, under the scrutiny of Lin Chen and Wang Ming, suddenly swallowed hard, almost choking, and quickly stood up, patting his chest vigorously. Once Hua Baichao finally managed to swallow the bun and took a sip of warm water, he looked at Lin Chen. Walker. I have indeed met him. Hua Baichao adjusted his glasses and said slowly. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, then he looked at Hua Baichao. What are his rules? Hua Baichao shrank back, glanced up at Lin Chen, and extended a hand. Lin Chen. I don't have any money right now. Lin Chen said stubbornly, as his recent salary and car had been taken by Hua Baichao, and he truly had no money left. Hua Baichao said nothing, just gestured towards Lin Chen's pocket. Following Hua Baichao's gaze, Lin Chen reached into his pocket and pulled out the phone he had just bought. Here. Lin Chen silently pulled out the SIM card and handed over the phone he had bought just a few days ago to Hua Baichao. Hua Baichao took the phone but still didn't speak, instead staring intently at the inside pocket of Lin Chen's clothes. With a dark expression, Lin Chen reached into the inner pocket and pulled out a whole stack of bills. Not too much, not too little, exactly 1,000. He placed the 1,000 yuan in front of Hua Baichao. Only then did Hua Baichao smile broadly, immediately putting the phone and the 1,000 yuan into his ragged bag. This traveler has a rather special rule called cough. Lin Chen was taken aback. Cough? Hua Baichao nodded and said, like you, it's also a rule of the yin attribute, but honestly, telling you the rule is of no use. Why? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Hua Baichao hesitated for a moment before saying, because he doesn't really rely on rules. Lin Chen frowned and asked, what's his name? Hua Baichao pushed up his glasses. Wu Kaishan. I see. Then Lin Chen looked at Hua Baichao and tentatively asked, so, have you seen Timely Rain? Hua Baichao smiled and said, I saw the news about him wanting to capture you, but I'm sorry, I haven't seen him in person either. Not just me. No one in the entire group has probably seen Timely Rain in person. Lin Chen nodded, not surprised by this outcome. A thief who could hide in the Jinga palace could hardly expose his identity. Lin Chen did not linger, stood up, and walked into the crowd. Wang Ming stared at Lin Chen's back, and in a moment of distraction, he suddenly vanished. Did he use deception to change his appearance again? Wang Ming murmured, looking somewhat surprised in the direction Lin Chen had left. This guy really has a quick grasp of the rules. Hua Baichao sat beside him, chewing on a steamed bun. Hua Baichao, why do you think Timely Rain wants to capture Lin Chen? Wang Ming asked, frowning. Hua Baichao sat in his chair, clearly in a good mood after just earning a phone and 1,000 yuan. Who knows, it has nothing to do with me. As long as there's money. Saying this, Hua Baichao rummaged through his ragged bag and pulled out the phone, secondhand. It should be worth 1,000 yuan, right? Wang Ming didn't respond, but when he touched his pocket he was taken aback. Where's my phone? On the other side, Lin Chen, who had changed his appearance again, had already left Jiangcheng University. Click. As the key was inserted into the lock, a security door was pushed open. A 15-square-meter rental apartment appeared before him. Lin Chen returned to this rental apartment once again. Since leaving with Jiangzhen a few months ago, Lin Chen had not come back. Ignoring the dust on the sofa, Lin Chen sat down and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took out the phone he had gotten from Wang Ming, removed the original SIM card, and completed the flashing process with a single click. Hiss. Exhale. Timely Rain, as an A-level thief, has managed to hide for so long right under Zhao Yi's nose. He must be extremely dangerous. An A-level cleaner hiding an A-level thief in the Jinga Palace is simply shocking. If Timely Rain really wanted to take my deception, he had countless opportunities. Lin Chen smoked, frowning and fought amidst the smoke. The reason Timely Rain had not acted for so long, since the incident at the West Asia Church, Lin Chen vaguely sensed that Timely Rain was extremely concerned about the development of deception. If he wants to complete the throne of the West Asia Church, the current deception isn't heavy enough. He is waiting for me to develop further. Lin Chen extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and lit another one. Timely Rain has long coveted Zhou Kun's dream, but he has yet to act. He is wary of Zhou Kun. Lin Chen took out the MP3 from his pocket and pressed the play button again. That drowsy whisper echoed once more. What would have happened if he had turned on the MP3 when Wang Meng lost control back then? Zhou Kun will definitely die. Zhou Kun was shielded from all senses, completely unaware of the outside world. But at that time, Zhao He had already personally arrived in front of Zhou Kun. As long as Zhou Kun broke free, Zhao He would act without hesitation as Zhao He and Zhou Kun were bound to end up with one dead and one injured. What is this, a tiger driving away a wolf? Lin Chen sneered, then flicked the cigarette but from his hand. Just then, a sudden, urgent knocking sounded from outside. Delivery. Lin Chen, sitting on the sofa, made no move, squinting at the door. He hadn't ordered any delivery. But considering the time, they should have arrived. On the other side of the door, Chen Xian, Lu Xingyuan, and Sumu, 3 cleaners, were already on high alert. Chen Xian pressed his ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds inside the room. There's someone. Chen Xian carefully discerned the subtle noises within. Lu Xingyuan raised his hand to grip the doorknob, his gaze sharp, while his other hand was clenched tightly into a fist. There's someone. Chen Xian mouthed to the two, forming the words without sound. Sumu frowned and gestured to Chen Xian. Get ready. Chen Xian nodded, holding his breath, his eyes fixed on the door in front of him. Be careful, we can't treat this guy like a newbie. Just 2 months after joining the Jinga Palace, and he's already executed a pseudo-A-level mission and an A-level mission. First, report our location to the Jinga Palace. Lu Xingyuan whispered from the side. Chen Xian nodded, then cautiously pulled out his black phone from his chest, his fingers slowly pressing down on the screen. But just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. No need to be so troublesome. What? Hearing the voice behind him, Chen Xin's hair stood on end. When did someone appear behind him? Chen Xin spun around abruptly, but before he could see who it was, Lin Chen slammed his hand down on his head, smashing him against the security door. Bang! The force was so great that the security door was dented inwards. Upon seeing the person who had suddenly appeared behind him, Lu Xingyuan's face changed dramatically. It was Lin Chen. Just as Lu Xingyuan was about to speak, a golden chain appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around Lu Xingyuan's neck. Lin Chen yanked with his left hand, and the golden chain immediately tightened. Bang! Lu Xingyuan was yanked down to the ground by the golden chain. On the other side, Sumu drew a folding knife from his waist and stabbed it towards Lin Chen's back. Thud! The knife plunged directly into Lin Chen's back. TSK. Lin Chen frowned and waved his hand behind him. Whoosh! A golden chain shot out from the side, sending Sumu flying, then instantly wrapped around his hands. What's going on? Sumu struggled to break free from the golden chain. But it was futile. Even his own cleaning abilities were suppressed. Lin Chen pressed one hand down on Chen Xin's head while reaching behind him to pull out the folding knife. Clang! Lin Chen casually tossed the folding knife to the ground, then whispered something. The wound on his back began to disappear rapidly. Chen Xin gripped Lin Chen's wrist with both hands, trying to break free from Lin Chen's control, but the strength in Lin Chen's hand was beyond imagination, almost crushing his skull. Chen Xin clutched Lin Chen's arm tightly, his eyes bloodshot. How is this possible? In just one encounter, this team sent to capture Lin Chen was completely subdued. Lu Xingyuan and Su Mu were bound by the golden chains, unable to move, firmly locked to the ground. Chen Xin was held down by Lin Chen with one hand, still struggling desperately. Lin Chen ignored Chen Xin, simply pressing down on his head. Then leaned down to whisper in Chen Xin's ear. Go to sleep. It was like a whisper from a demon. In that moment, deception seemed to activate. Chen Xin felt his consciousness blur for an instant, drowsiness washing over him like a tide. But the next moment, Chen Xin suddenly shook his head, the original drowsiness instantly dissipating, his awareness returning. You used a rule on me? Chen Xin shouted angrily at Lin Chen. Did it fail? Lin Chen frowned, sensing deception dissipating from Chen Xin. Indeed, trying to deceive others was not so easy, especially for a cleaner Lin Chen is. Chen Xin suddenly pulled out his phone from his chest and shouted into it. But before he could finish, bang! Lin Chen grabbed Chen Xin's head and slammed it against the wall. Go to sleep. Chen Xin was dazed from the impact, a warm stream flowing from his head. I damn. Still not working? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Then yanked Chen Xin's head and slammed it against the wall again. Bang! Go to sleep. Bang! Go to sleep. Bang! Go to sleep. After an unknown number of hits, Chen Xin's face was covered in blood, his entire consciousness a blur. Lin Chen, Illinois. Chen Xin trembled, managing to utter half a sentence before completely passing out. Lin Chen looked at the unconscious Chen Xin in his hands and casually tossed him aside. Still not very skilled. Using the rules on a level cleaner is still too much of a stretch. Then Lin Chen turned his gaze to Lu Xingyuan and Su Mu, who were bound by golden chains nearby. Lu Xingyuan, Su Mu, not buddies? Go to sleep. Bang! Su Mu's half-face slammed into the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Go to sleep. Completely knocked out. Watching Chen Xin and Su Mu, who had been forcibly lullabied to sleep, and Lin Chen squatting thoughtfully to the side, Lu Xingyuan's eyes twitched. Are you even human? Seems to be having some effect. Lin Chen stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Then Lin Chen stood up and walked towards Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan, tightly bound by the golden chains, lay on the ground, painfully closing his eyes. Go to sleep. As Lin Chen whispered like a demon beside him, Lu Xingyuan suddenly felt the world spinning, his eyelids growing heavy. What's happening? Lu Xingyuan was shocked, but the drowsiness was uncontrollable. However, this drowsiness was soon repelled. Lu Xingyuan's consciousness gradually became clear again. Go to sleep. Just as Lu Xingyuan was about to fully awaken, Lin Chen activated deception once more. Lies stacked. 2 lies layered simultaneously on Lu Xingyuan. In the next moment, the drowsiness that had retreated surged back again. But Lu Xingyuan's consciousness only wavered for a moment before quickly pushing the rules outward again. Go to sleep. The 3rd lie stacked. In an instant, the drowsiness came crashing down like a landslide, unstoppable. Lu Xingyuan's head tilted, and he fell into a deep sleep. Lin Chen squatted in place, watching Lu Xingyuan, who had already fallen asleep. Just a 40 immune cleaner needs 3 lies stacked. Deceiving others is much harder than deceiving oneself. Especially when the other party is a cleaner. Lin Chen stood up, stepped back, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the Jinga Palace, in the communication room, a red dot finally lit up on the big screen. The communicator excitedly said, "It's finally activated. The locator on Lin Chen." At the same time, Lin Chen's location synced to the phones of Chu Jua, Li Xinhua, and Sun Yi. Let's go. Start the operation. Be sure to capture Lin Chen back to Jinga Palace. If we encounter uncontrollable situations, direct orders to shoot Lin Chen on sight are permitted, Zhao Qi said solemnly to the three in front of him. Li Xinhua's face turned pale, but she couldn't say much. It had been over 24 hours since Lin Chen went missing. If it exceeded 48 hours, Lin Chen would be deemed a defector. At that time, if Lin Chen resisted, Jinga Palace would be able to shoot him dead. Understood, Li Xinhua said in a low voice. On the other side, Chu Jua had a blank expression, but the corners of his mouth had already begun to rise. Sunny, as the captain, you can make appropriate judgments based on the situation, Zhao Qi said to Sunny in a deep voice. Understood, Minister Zhao, Sunny nodded and said, let's get started. On the other side, Lin Chen walked down the safety passage. He didn't take the elevator, instead, he chose to descend via a secluded staircase. These three should be from the first team of the Jinga Palace. It won't be long before the second team finds me following my location. As Lin Chen descended the stairs, he pondered, deceiving others is still somewhat troublesome. Through the earlier experiment with the three, Lin Chen gradually explored a new line of thought. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps came from below. Footsteps coming up? Lin Chen instantly stopped in his tracks. The next moment, the footsteps below suddenly ceased as well. The entire safety passage fell into silence. Lin Chen stood still, squinting his eyes, not in a hurry, continuing to wait quietly. There were no fixed sounds in the building. Soon, the lights in the safety passage dimmed. Silence. Thud, thud. The footsteps resumed. From below to above, the steps were slow and light. Lin Chen remained motionless, carefully listening to the footsteps. Ha! Lin Chen breathed slowly, squinting in the darkness. Only the safety passage sign beneath his feet emitted a faint green glow. Thud. The footsteps stopped. So close. The building was still shrouded in darkness. Lin Chen slowly squinted, fixating on the vague figure at the bottom of the stairs. In the next moment, Lin Chen was suddenly enveloped by a sense of crisis, and he instinctively sidestepped. Whoosh! A fierce punch whizzed past Lin Chen's ear. He could even clearly feel the punch brushing by. Fast! Lin Chen's mind shook violently. Boom! The next moment, the roar of the punch's wind swept through the entire building. The punch was faster than the wind. Tap, 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 tap. From top to bottom, the sound-activated lights on each floor began to turn on one after another. The originally dark safety passage started to brighten. The sound-activated light above Lin Chen's head lit up again, revealing a face that was just inches away. The man had a rugged appearance, high cheekbones, a broad jaw, piercing eyes, and an extremely sturdy build. At that moment, the man was throwing a punch into the air, his arm pressed against the side of Lin Chen's ear. The two locked eyes. In the next instant, the man struck again, raising his arm for a horizontal sweep. Boom! The punch's wind howled toward him. Lin Chen suddenly leaned back, but still felt the man's arm graze his chin. Bang! The concrete beside him was smashed through by the man's punch. Lin Chen stumbled backward, returning to the platform of the previous floor. But just as he steadied himself, a violent wave of dizziness hit him. Lin Chen braced himself against the ground, shaking his head violently. What a heavy punch! Just grazing his chin almost made him faint. The man did not rush to attack, standing below and looking up at Lin Chen. Then he pulled out a photo from his pocket and carefully compared it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, the man's deep voice resonated. Lin Chen squinted. Was this man the cleaner from the Jinga Palace? You are. Lin Chen was about to speak when suddenly his chest heaved violently and he covered his mouth, coughing fiercely. Cough, cough, cough. Someone paid to buy your life, quite willing to spend money, the burly man said in a low voice. Cough, cough. Lin Chen covered his mouth, still coughing violently, unable to speak. But the identity of the man across from him was already apparent. Nicknamed the Traveler, Wu Kaishan. Lin Chen's chest heaved violently, uncontrollably coughing, almost bringing up his entire stomach. This feeling is the rule. Lin Chen raised his hand to touch his chin, where Wu Kaishan's arm had just brushed against. Was it at that moment? Cough had activated. Wu Kaishan clenched his fists, lifted his leg, and stepped up the stairs. Lin Chen coughed violently, half kneeling on the ground. Wu Kaishan pulled back, raising a fist high, staring intently at Lin Chen, who was half kneeling. Complete. The next moment, Wu Kaishan raised his hand and punched toward Lin Chen. But just as the fist was about to land, Lin Chen's coughing suddenly stopped. Coughing will cease. I will possess strength. I will possess speed. Deception was activated. Lin Chen simultaneously stacked 3 lies. Then, Lin Chen twisted his body and evaded that punch with an unbelievable speed, even springing up in an instant to deliver an uppercut to Wu Kaishan's chin. Bang! Wu Kaishan's chin was struck by the punch, causing his entire body to lean back. But just as Wu Kaishan was falling backward, his upper body suddenly halted. In the next moment, Wu Kaishan's body twisted back instantly, and then he threw a punch at Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen also threw a punch, and the two fists collided. Crack! Lin Chen's wrist was directly broken. What? Lin Chen's face changed dramatically as he instantly retreated. Looking at his powerless hand hanging down, Lin Chen's eyes twitched. He actually broke his own wrist with a punch? Opposite him, Wu Kaishan twisted his wrist, and a series of cracking sounds echoed. Humph! Wu Kaishan's burly body stood up, staring intently at Lin Chen across from him. No wonder you're worth 3 million. After saying that, Wu Kaishan charged at Lin Chen again. Without continuing to activate Koth, Wu Kaishan simply smashed his fists down. Boom boom boom. The concrete walls were punctured by Wu Kaishan's punches, the wind from his fists howling through the narrow building. Lin Chen was forced to twist his body continuously to dodge those ridiculously powerful punches. What a joke! Lin Chen's face looked grim as he kept evading. Wu Kaishan's fists came down in a dense flurry, like raindrops. Suddenly, in an instant, Wu Kaishan's punch grazed Lin Chen's shoulder. In that moment, Lin Chen's entire shoulder felt as if it had been slashed by a knife, leaving a gash. The moment blood flowed out, Lin Chen raised his hand to grab. Come out! In the next moment, golden chains appeared instantly. Clang clang clang. The golden chains directly bound Wu Kaishan's hands. Crack crack crack. The chains tightened straight. Wu Kaishan's movements were forced to halt, his hands spread open, the golden chains wrapping around his wrists, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, a crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. A punch whistled down. Wu Kaishan had actually broken the golden chains. What? Lin Chen's face changed dramatically as he suddenly bent down and dodged to the side. Bang! Wu Kaishan had indeed broken the golden chains, and with immense force, a punch smashed down towards Lin Chen. Boom! The entire wall was shattered by the punch. Wu Kaishan's eyes widened in anger, and he raised his arm for a horizontal sweep. The dust and debris were instantly swept aside. But after the smoke cleared, Lin Chen's figure had long since vanished. Only Wu Kaishan remained standing in place, his fists cracking ominously. Humph! On the other side, Lin Chen sat crouched in a narrow alley of the community. Hiss! Huff! Lin Chen held a cigarette, frowning, his expression puzzled. What the hell is wrong with that guy? The shadow attribute rule Koth had a very low development level, at most clever. But the problem is, how could that guy be so strong? Even when Lin Chen's stack lies about strength and speed, it was still difficult to match Wu Kaishan's punches. Not relying on rules, not virtual, not a cleaner. So the golden chains couldn't exert any suppressive effect at all. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then threw the cigarette butt at his feet. The golden chains had a suppressive effect on thieves, cleaners, and the virtual, making it an unbeatable suppression at the same level. But this Wu Kaishan, although he was a thief, Koth was suppressed, yet it didn't affect his combat power at all. What the hell kind of godly entry is this? Lin Chen extinguished the last cigarette, cursing softly. He never expected that Wu Kaishan would be so special. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly lit up, and a message notification popped up. Lin Chen nervously opened his phone, and when he saw the message, he was momentarily stunned. Bai Tianheng, where are you? Old Bai? Lin Chen frowned, surprised that it was Bai Tianheng sending him a message. He had specifically gone to see Bai Tianheng before leaving Jiangcheng University to take a break from school. At that time, Lin Chen had used the excuse of wanting to return home to brush him off, and Bai Tianheng was also eager to get back to gaming. The two of them didn't even have time to eat. After such a long time, was this guy thinking of him? Not really the right time. Lin Chen held his phone, his fingers tapping on the ground. Just thinking about that loser who was holed up at home, playing games day and night, made Lin Chen unable to hold back a laugh. Old Bai, oh old Bai. I really miss you too. But now is not the time. If it had been a few days earlier, Lin Chen would have had plenty of time to hang out with Bai Tianheng. But it just had to be now. Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, I've run into some issues lately, let's catch up later. Soon, Bai Tianheng's message popped up. Bai Tianheng, do you need my help? Old Bai, you really can't get involved in this. Lin Chen looked at Bai Tianheng's message and shook his head with a smile. Although Lin Chen knew that Bai Tianheng seemed to come from a well-off family, the situation he was facing now was no longer that simple. Lin Chen, no need. Bai Tianheng, okay. In a dimly lit small room, Bai Tianheng was wrapped in a blanket facing a large screen monitor with a buzzing computer beside him. On the screen was a large red character for death. Surrounding him were piles of instant noodle boxes, and he held a game controller in his hand. After seeing Lin Chen's message, Bai Tianheng blinked in a daze, then tossed his phone aside and continued gaming. Meanwhile, in the alley, Lin Chen put away his phone. I can't stay too long. Wu Kaishan was still nearby, and the second team from Jinja Palace should be on their way. Since Yifeng could be locked onto by a nano-level locator, I won't be any different. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure vanished from the alley. In the basement of Jinja Palace, Li Xinhe was driving a fiery red sports car, with Chu Jua sitting beside her, and the team leader for this mission, Sun Yi, sitting in the back seat. We've located Lin Chen's position. He's in an old residential area near Jiangcheng University. Chen Xin's team has already engaged with Lin Chen, and they have lost contact with Jinja Palace. Sun Yi, sitting in the back, held a black phone, reading the latest news transmitted from Jinja Palace. You've teamed up with Lin Chen before. What are his specific abilities? Sun Yi asked Li Xinhe and Chu Juhua in front. Li Xinhe, wearing sunglasses and gripping the steering wheel, was blasting an energetic English song, ignoring Sun Yi's inquiry. Chu Juhua, on the other hand, turned back with a smile and said, Captain Lin's abilities are quite complex, we're not very clear on them either. Sun Yi's expression grew serious as he said in a low voice, we're in pursuit of a fugitive, his intel is crucial. I hope you won't withhold any information, this mission is very important. If Lin Chen goes out of control, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chu Juhua nodded with a smile and said, we definitely understand that. But to be honest, I'm really not clear on Captain Lin's abilities, you can check the files on deception. Sun Yi's face darkened, and he stopped talking to Chu Juhua. Li Xinhe, driving, snorted and said, with Lin Chen's abilities, just the few of us trying to capture him is simply wishful thinking. Chu Juhua nodded and said, because of his special identity, the cleaners from Jinja Palace can't make too much noise. It's best to let us thieves take action, just like when we captured Yifeng back then. Li Xinhe tightened her grip on the steering wheel. I absolutely don't believe it. How could Lin Chen possibly defect? Chu Juhua sighed and said helplessly, whether we believe it or not, the reality is right in front of us. Lin Chen has been missing for over 24 hours, and the first team of cleaners responsible for the pursuit has completely lost contact. Li Xinhe fell silent and said solemnly, I must find Lin Chen and get to the bottom of this. Chu Juhua propped his chin on one hand and said, capturing Lin Chen is our mission. Since Lin Chen has already defected, we must not go easy on him. Li Xinhe tilted her head to glance at Chu Juhua, furrowed her brows, and turned back to continue driving. Chu Juhua remained silent but felt a bit puzzled. This operation to capture Lin Chen had only dispatched 2 teams. Yet it was clear to everyone that capturing Lin Chen like this was nearly impossible. The 3 cleaners in the first team had an immunity level of only 41 at most. Could it be that besides his own team, there were others hiding in the shadows? Chu Juhua glanced at Sun Yi in the back seat through the rearview mirror, confirming that neither Sun Yi nor Li Xinhe had noticed anything. He propped his chin with one hand while the other discreetly pulled out his phone from his pocket, placing it on the other side of his body. Chu Juhua stared straight ahead, but his other hand quietly unlocked the screen and began typing a message to a string of numbers. Team leader Lin, your location has been exposed. After quietly sending that message, Chu Juhua turned the phone face down. Where is Lin Chen now? Still near Jiangcheng University, moving very slowly, Sun Yi replied from the back seat. Chu Juhua nodded, his fingers nervously tapping on the seat. No message received? Li Xinhe suddenly shifted gears, pressing down hard on the accelerator, the roar of the sports car echoing on the road. I want to ask Lin Chen personally, Li Xinhe said with a serious face, gripping the steering wheel. Chu Juhua lit up the screen again, only to find no reply. What's going on? Chu Juhua thought to himself. Lin Chen had not responded for a long time, and as the sports car continued to speed, they were getting closer to Lin Chen's location. Sun Yi held a black communication phone and said, Lin Chen is at the noodle shop just around the corner. Li Xinhua's expression remained unchanged as she drifted the car, bringing it to a steady stop at the corner. This was a junction, surrounded by a row of shops, most of which had already closed. Only this solitary noodle shop still had its lights on. There was some trash on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of cooking oil. This is the place, Sun Yi said in a low voice, looking at the brightly lit noodle shop not far away. Bang! The 3 quickly got out of the car, with Li Xinhe and Sun Yi leading the way, while Chu Juhua slowed his pace slightly. Be careful, Lin Chen is inside the noodle shop. Sun Yi. We've located Lin Chen and are ready to take action, Sun Yi said softly into the black phone. In the communication room of the Jinja Palace, Zhao Qi leaned over the table and said in a deep voice, approved. In case of special circumstances, direct shooting is permitted. Understood. Sun Yi nodded, then relayed Zhao Kai's message to Li Xinhe and Chu Juhua. Li Xinhua's face darkened, remaining silent. Chu Juhua nodded resolutely. The 3 moved cautiously, surrounding the noodle shop in a triangular formation. Li Xinhe was on the left, Sun Yi on the right, and Chu Juhua positioned himself at the back. In front of the noodle shop was a semi-transparent plastic curtain, and since it was winter, there was an additional thick cotton curtain. Inside, Steam was rising, and through the gaps, a blurry figure could be seen sitting inside eating noodles. Sunny couldn't help but swallow. Lin Chen was so close. Li Xinhua's gaze turned firm and she quickly made up her mind. Chu Juhua was right. Since Lin Chen had defected, they absolutely could not show mercy. Creak! Li Xinhua clenched her fists, pressing her body against the wall. Chu Juhua stood behind the two, frowning, and pulled out his phone once more. Lin Chen still hadn't replied. Has team leader Lin not seen it? This was becoming troublesome. Just then, the blurry figure inside the noodle shop stopped moving, straightened up, and put down the chopsticks. Sunny held his breath, exchanging glances with Li Xinhua. It was time to act. Behind them, Chu Juhua watched the two figures, raising his hand to lift his long robe, revealing a long knife hidden at his waist. At this distance, one knife for two, confident, Chu Juhua slowly grasped the handle of the knife, squinting as he assessed the backs of Sunny and Li Xinhua. With a rustle, the person inside the noodle shop stood up, paid, and began to walk slowly toward the door. Chu Juhua took a deep breath, slightly bending forward, the long knife behind him pressed down, ready to strike at any moment. But just then, the blurry figure inside suddenly paused. Make your move, Sunny shouted, stepping sideways to appear directly at the entrance. Then, with a furious shout, Sunny spread his arms and charged toward the front door. Here it comes. In that instant, a massive fist suddenly burst through the door curtain. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Sunny's face, causing his entire face to cave in. Sunny was instantly sent flying. What? Chu Juhua, who was about to draw his knife, suddenly froze in place, the knife in his hand coming to a halt. Bang, bang. Sunny rolled on the ground a few times before finally coming to a stop. Ugh! Sunny lowered his head, blood gushing out as if it were free. Li Xinhua was also stunned, momentarily unable to react. The next moment, the door curtain was lifted. A burly man with huge fists and high cheekbones stepped out from behind the curtain. Li Xinhua stared at this unfamiliar face in shock. Not Lin Chen? Who are you? Chu Juhua behind her also looked bewildered. Who is this guy? Wu Kaishan, with fists clenched and piercing eyes, scanned the three in front of him. And who are you? In an instant, the four were locked in a standoff. Wu Kaishan looked confused, while Chu Juhua and his companions were equally perplexed. Sunny pushed himself up, wiping the blood from his face. How is this possible? Looking at the black phone, the red dot of the location that overlapped with his own made Sunny's eyes widen. How could Lin Chen's location be on him? Unbeknownst to anyone, on Wu Kaishan's back there was a small pool of blood, and a tiny, nearly invisible locator was blinking with red light. In an empty public restroom, Lin Chen sat alone in a stall. Looking at the message Chu Juhua had sent him, Lin Chen calculated the time. They should be encountering Wu Kaishan by now, right? Lin Chen opened his contacts and dialed an unfamiliar number. Beep, beep, beep. After a full minute, the call finally connected. Hello. A deep voice came from the other end. Lin Chen raised his phone. Timely Rain, you've gotten me into quite a bit of trouble. Lin Chen? Hearing that familiar voice, Timely Rain on the other end was taken aback. You actually have time to call me now? Timely Rain's hoarse voice came through, laced with undeniable confusion. Shouldn't Lin Chen be facing the dual pursuit of Wu Kaishan and Sunny's team right now? Lin Chen pressed the phone to his ear and chuckled. Timely Rain, you sound surprised. Forcing me to defect from the Jinga Palace and then arranging for Wu Kaishan and the Jinga Palace to hunt me down. You've really set me up with a script. Lin Chen, you. Timely Rain's hoarse voice interrupted. Enough, even though I don't know who you are or what the script has in store. Lin Chen cut Timely Rain off directly. I'm just telling you. I'm done playing with you. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Just as Lin Chen ended the call, three knocks suddenly came from beside the restroom. A door appeared out of nowhere. Lin Gu. Chen Xiaoyuan peeked his head in sneakily. On the other side of the door was the Jinja Palace. Let's go. Lin Chen pressed down on Chen Xiaoyuan's head and stepped over him, returning to the Jinja Palace. Screw you. Lin Chen took out the MP3 from his pocket and pressed the play button without hesitation. A slow, intermittent piece of music began to play. As the MP3 was casually tossed to the ground by Lin Chen, the slow music crackled to life. No one would have thought that Lin Chen would return to the Jinja Palace. As the music, reminiscent of a lullaby, began to play, Lin Chen pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. Hiss. I admit, Lin Chen, can't outplay you. But no matter who this Timely Rain is, or what plans you have behind the scenes, I'm done playing with you. Ding ding ding. The slow music played intermittently. Yet behind this calm melody, in a dungeon deep underground, sealed by layers of barriers, a person wrapped entirely in black bandages suddenly twitched a finger. In the communication room, a liaison officer responsible for contacting Sun Yi's team suddenly heard a slow melody in his earpiece. Sun Yi? Hello? What's going on? Where's this music coming from? The liaison officer, puzzled, took off his headset. The equipment here was all state-of-the-art. There shouldn't be any issues. But soon, every liaison officer in the communication room, regardless of their task, heard the same lullaby in their headsets. What's happening? Is there a problem with the equipment? You heard the music too. Everyone in the communication room took off their headsets, looking at each other in confusion. But soon, a wave of dizziness swept over everyone's minds. So dizzy. On the 20th floor of Jinga Palace, the logistics staff busy cooking suddenly had the music they were playing stop, replaced by a slow lullaby. Bang bang bang. The chef, flipping the pan, didn't notice the subtle change. The exhaust fan buzzed, and he continued to stir-fry. Unbeknownst to him, the chef's movements began to slow down, and his eyes felt heavy. In the lobby on the first floor of Jinga Palace, those at the reception also heard the lullaby in their earpieces. Ha! Xiaowen, do you hear something in your earpiece? Luge, yeah, you heard it too? A few of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Why am I suddenly so sleepy? But as they listened, an inexplicable drowsiness washed over them. From the first floor of Jinga Palace to the 88th floor, everyone, whether they were cleaners or logistics staff, heard the slow music. Something's wrong. A cleaner shouted suddenly upon hearing the music. The cleaner stood up abruptly, but before he could do anything, he started to sway and then collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly. So sleepy. Thud, thud. One after another, people fell to the ground, succumbing to sleep. The chef, while cooking, fell backward and hit the ground, the spatula slipping from his hand as he fell into a deep slumber. In the communication room, the liaison officers gradually slumped over their desks. Zhao Kai's expression changed as he watched the scene unfold. But soon, a wave of overwhelming sleepiness hit him. He swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground. Lin Chen sat in his chair, his cigarette just burned out. Sleep swept over everyone. The entire Jinga Palace fell into silence. Let me see your backup plan, just how reliable it really is. Lin Chen extinguished the cigarette butt, crossed his legs, and waited quietly. In the next moment, Lin Chen was also drawn into a dream. However, this time, his consciousness did not completely sink. Instead, it was in a third-person perspective. Lin Chen clearly saw himself sitting in a chair, eyes closed. This state feels like a bystander? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Just then, in Lin Chen's unique dream, a man wrapped in black bandages appeared. Lin Chen, I didn't expect this. You actually kept your word. Zhou Kuan grinned at Lin Chen. Although Zhou Kuan didn't know the reason behind Lin Chen's sudden activation of the MP3, he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Zhou Kuan, let me see how far the A-level shadow attribute rules can go. Lin Chen said, hands in his pockets, to Zhou Kuan beside him. It'll satisfy you. Lin Chen, have you ever heard of dreams coming true? Zhou Kuan turned to Lin Chen and grinned. The dream has activated. As he spoke, Zhou Kuan slowly shifted his body, and in the next moment, he actually extended a foot from the dream into reality. What? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. From the third-person perspective, he clearly saw his own dream, and Zhou Kuan was actually stepping out of it. In the dungeon of the Jinga Palace, Zhou Kun's body vanished into thin air. Stepping from the dream into reality? As Zhou Kun's foot touched the ground, he appeared beside Lin Chen. Phew, it's been a while since I've moved around. Zhou Kuan twisted his body, cracking sounds echoing as the black bandages on him began to fall away on their own. The A-class Zhou Kuan, imprisoned in the Jinga Palace, had completely freed himself. In the communication room on the 75th floor of the Jinga Palace, Zhao Qi, who had been slumped over the table in a deep sleep, suddenly twitched. In the next moment, a terrifying crack opened at the back of his head. Pop, pop, pop. A series of sounds like threads snapping filled the air. Zhao Kai's entire body was torn apart. And a gaunt man covered in slime opened his eyes. The man squeezed out two hoarse words from his throat. Lin Huan. The man stepped out from Zhao Kai's body, leaving the communication room one slow step at a time. On the other side, the freed Zhou Kuan was slowly stretching his body. My dream has enveloped the entire Jinga Palace. Everyone has fallen into a deep sleep. Even the only A-class cleaner, Zhao He, is absent. Zhou Kuan sneered, the entire Jinga Palace already shrouded by his power. Now, it's my turn to kill in the dream. But in the next moment, Zhou Kun's expression suddenly changed. How could this be? Someone has escaped my dream. Lin Chen stood up. It seems the timely rain is about to jump out. Timely rain? Zhou Kuan looked at Lin Chen. Just at that moment, a realm opened up. A red prison spread from the top of the Jinga Palace, rapidly expanding to completely envelop the entire palace. Lin Chen and Zhou Kuan had no time to react. Instantly being shrouded within the realm. The floor beneath their feet began to disappear, replaced by rotting soil, the ceiling vanished, and a gray sky appeared out of nowhere. As the realm opened, a gray world emerged. Lin Chen and Zhou Kuan found themselves in a field. The gray sky was filled with a sense of decay, the black soil reeked of rot, crows circled low, cawing, and countless graves. What's going on? Jo-kun's face changed dramatically as he looked at the suddenly appeared gray world. Lin Chen felt a sinking in his heart. It really is him. Not far from them stood a black church silently. The West Asia Church. This church, which had vanished into thin air, reappeared not far away. The rotting soil beneath their feet emitted a nauseating stench, sending chills down Lin Chen's spine as he recalled the scene from his first entry into this realm. An endless tide of corpses, the terrifying church with 7 thrones. Is this the realm? Jo-kun surveyed the gray-white world, frowning as he spoke. The Jinga Palace actually has a realm appearing? Jo-kun said in surprise. After all, this was the Jinga Palace, how could a realm appear here? This is man-made, Lin Chen said beside him. Jo-kun crossed his arms, scanning the surrounding graves. How interesting. I didn't expect there would be such talent within the Jinga Palace. Lin Chen's expression grew serious as he said, that guy is a big trouble. Jo-kun looked at Lin Chen and smiled. No wonder you suddenly released me. But it's fine, you have your thoughts, but I will keep our agreement. Unlike Lin Chen's tense demeanor, Jo-kun was curiously examining this gray world. The quality of this realm is average, it barely meets the A-class threshold. Jo-kun clicked his tongue in amazement, not expecting someone could achieve such a feat, creating a virtual world artificially. Truly audacious. At that moment, the originally gray sky grew even darker, and the taste of death spread instantly across the world. The densely packed graves around began to crack, and the decaying soil emitted a faint tremor. It's coming, Lin Chen said, looking down at the rotten mud beneath his feet, his expression changing slightly. In the next moment, the nearest grave suddenly shattered, and a decayed, withered hand reached out from the ground. Ah! The rotting corpses surged from the earth, gathering towards Lin Chen and Jo-kun. Lin Chen took a deep breath, preparing to use deception, but Jo-kun suddenly raised his hand. No need. Then Jo-kun slowly crossed his hands and stretched his body upwards. Due to his imprisonment, Jo-kun's cheeks were gaunt, his skin pale, and he looked sickly. It's been too long since I breathed fresh air, it's time to stretch a bit. Roar! All the graves in the prison shattered, and countless corpses crawled out from the decaying soil, converging into a tide of the dead. Bang 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 bang. The sound of the corpses running echoed through this gray world, the tide of the dead surging forward. Yet Jo-kun, at the very center, wore a smile, his expression calm. The surrounding corpses drew closer, 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. A corpse rushed to the front of the two, reaching out its decayed hand towards Jo-kun. But Jo-kun remained unmoved, while Lin Chen furrowed his brow and raised his hand. What was going on with Jo-kun? Just as Lin Chen was about to take action, Jo-kun raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! Suddenly, the corpse's hand passed right through Jo-kun's body. What? Lin Chen was taken aback, and then the tide of corpses surged towards him in an instant. But those decaying corpses passed right through his body. What's happening? Lin Chen watched as one corpse after another went straight through him. They were like projections, unable to touch his body no matter how frantically they moved. Bang 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 bang. The corpses all collided at a center, piling up into a massive heap, while Lin Chen and Jo-kun stood in place, as if they were not in the same space. Jo-kun glanced at Lin Chen beside him and grinned. Don't worry, we are both in a dream right now. How could anything in a dream possibly harm us? Lin Chen's mind jolted. Was it the ability of dream? When did he activate it? Lin Chen hadn't sensed Jo-kun's aura of rule activation at all. He raised his hand, looking at his palm. This feeling does indeed feel like dreaming. Jo-kun chuckled. Let's go, just consider it sleepwalking. With that, Jo-kun strolled leisurely towards the distant dark church. The surrounding tide of corpses surged madly, yet they could not touch Lin Chen and Jo-kun at all. Their bodies felt dreamlike as they walked straight towards the Church of Asia. Is this the ability of the shadow attribute rule developed to a level? Lin Chen felt his thoughts opening up once again. The Church of Asia is the center of the prison. There are 7 thrones inside, and there should be 2 A-level phantoms. Lin Chen said beside Jo-kun. Jo-kun was somewhat surprised and said, there are actually 2 A-level phantoms. But don't worry, this level of prison can't hold me. The two walked directly towards the dark church. As they reached the front of the church, the tide of corpses around them seemed to sense their futility or were unable to approach the church, and the number of corpses gradually began to decrease. Soon, those corpses that had surged like waves disappeared without a trace. Graves reappeared, densely scattered across the fields. Crows circled low, cawing, and the world fell back into a gray-white silence. Jo-kun did not rush to enter the church, he simply stood a short distance away, gazing intently. In the faint light, 7 blood-red steps could be seen inside the church. The end of those 7 steps should be the throne you mentioned, Jo-kun said. Lin Chen did not hide it and nodded, saying, there are at least 2 phantoms on the 7 thrones inside. The last time we encountered this prison, after killing those 2 A-level phantoms, the prison collapsed. Jo Koen nodded and said, the source of the prison is the phantom. When the phantom dies, the prison disperses. This is an unchanging iron law. Let's go in and take a look. Jo Koen did not hesitate and boldly stepped forward. Lin Chen followed closely behind, once again entering the dark cathedral. The two walked along the blood-red steps until they reached the end, where they saw the 7 thrones. This is a phantom with 3 heads, a bull, a ghoul, and a ram was sitting on the leftmost throne. On the other side was a giant snake covered in scales. Strangely, the 2 phantoms, Leviathan and Asmodeus, who had already been killed, were sitting upright on the thrones. Do phantoms disappear after being killed? Lin Chen asked. Jo Koen nodded and said, of course. Logically, phantoms should completely disappear after being killed. Lin Chen frowned and said, the last time, these 2 phantoms were already killed. Why are they still here? Jo Koen chuckled and tapped the floor with his hand. Interesting. Why haven't these 2 phantoms disappeared? Because the phantom itself is this cathedral of Asia. What? This cathedral is the phantom? Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he surveyed the dark cathedral. The surrounding walls had long rotted, with most of the plaster peeling off and chunks of foul-smelling flesh stuck to them. On the 7 blood-red steps, tiny flesh buds wriggled, as if ready to devour blood and flesh at any moment. The Cathedral of Asia was the true phantom. The things on those 7 thrones can only be considered pieces of this Cathedral of Asia, Jo Koen continued. Just then, the 2 phantoms on the throne suddenly made a cracking sound simultaneously. Oh, can't they hold back anymore? Jo Koen looked up at the 2 thrones. He saw the 3-headed phantom slowly stand up, the ghoul's head revealing a sinister smile, its dark blue hand raised, reaching for the long spear and the tattered battle flag. On the other side, the giant snake covered in scales began to twist its body, its scales bursting open, and a pair of crimson vertical pupils slowly opened, fixating on the 2 people in front of it. The 2 A-level phantoms awakened at the same time. In the face of this situation, Jo Koen remained unafraid, crossing his arms and closely examining the 2 phantoms. The stitching marks are quite heavy. 1, 2, 3. They actually stitched together 3 phantoms at once? Jo Koen crossed his arms and stretched his neck, scrutinizing the 3-headed phantom. The ghoul, the bull's head, and the ram's head are each a phantom. Just as Jo Koen was stretching his neck to examine it, the 3-headed phantom suddenly stood up and hurled the spear in its hand. Bang! The spear flew quickly, instantly piercing through Jo Koen's body. But as expected, the spear passed right through Jo Koen without harming him in the slightest. Jo Koen chuckled and then turned his attention to the giant snake covered in scales beside him. This one is a bit less, it only stitched together 2 phantoms. Roar! The giant snake raised its body segment by segment, opening its massive mouth, revealing its fangs, and suddenly roared at Jo Koen. Jo Koen still appeared completely unconcerned. With Jo Koen backing him up, the 2 A-level stitched phantoms posed no threat to Lin Chen either. Lin Chen had his hands in his pockets, also examining the 2 A-level phantoms. Stitching phantoms together? Wang Mang was a product of stitching a phantom with a scavenger, while Chu Juha was a product of stitching a phantom with a thief. It was just that due to the phantom's instincts, the stitching of Chu Juha and the phantom failed, resulting in a failed product, which led to the incident at Xiahushan Villa. Is the timely rain trying to stitch together thieves and thieves? Lin Chen recalled the conversation with Jishiryu, who was extremely concerned about the stacking of rules at that time. What if we stitched together deception and inversion? If both rules were possessed simultaneously and the stacking of rules was unrestricted, that level would only be the beginning of a grade. Now he was only grade. What if he developed to a grade in the future? The giant snake covered in scales twisted its body, surrounding Lin Chen and Jo Koen, looking down at the 2 from above. The 3-headed Su Zhang planted the battle flag in the ground, and that tattered flag fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound. Soon, a chilling wind swept through the entire West Asia church, mixed with a putrid stench. Lin Chen felt his consciousness begin to blur. What's going on? Jo Koen sneered and said, it's about to get violent. Making a move in this church will lead to great losses. We can't stay here. Jo Koen pressed down on Lin Chen's shoulder and quickly retreated. The 2 of them passed directly through the body of the giant snake, continuously moving backward. Swish, swish, swish. The scaled giant snake twisted its body, opened its massive mouth, and charged at Jo Koen and Lin Chen. Bang! The giant snake's body kept expanding, filling the entire church, its head crashing out of the church entrance. Thud! Lin Chen and Jo Koen stood firm in the field, watching the enormous snake head extending from the church. Be careful, Jishiryu hasn't shown up yet, Lin Chen whispered. The 2 A-grade stitched phantoms before them were terrifying enough, but what truly made Lin Chen wary was Jishiryu, who had not revealed himself from the beginning. Outside the prison, the originally brightly lit Jinga palace suddenly lost power, plunging into darkness. A blood-red light, like blood water, descended from above, enveloping the entire 88-story Jinga palace. This sudden change in the landmark building surprised people in the city center who took out their phones to take pictures. A car nearby stopped, and the taxi driver poked his head out. What the hell is going on? The taxi driver then pulled out his phone and started recording the distant 88-story building. Oh my, look quickly. Why did the 88-story building lose power? More and more people pressed the recording button on their phones aimed at the 88-story building. Everyone in Jinga Palace was first brought into a dream by Jo-kun's dream, then swept away by the suddenly appearing prison. Mayu Pavilion. What? At the round table in the conference room, a middle-aged man's face changed dramatically as he suddenly stood up, staring at the 88-story building on the big screen. What on earth is happening at Jinga Palace? How did the Phantom get in directly? A sudden emergency message gathered the high-ranking officials of Mayu Pavilion in the middle of the night. Minister Su, don't panic, we still can't confirm the situation at Jinga Palace. This situation has already been reported, and the higher-ups are currently dispatching a grade cleaners. A woman holding a ballpoint pen said to the middle-aged man. What are those people at Jinga Palace doing? Zhao He, where is Zhao He? Minister Su shouted to someone nearby. Minister Su, Zhao He is currently on another mission and is not in Zhang City. Where is the grade that was dispatched? When will they arrive? At least 3 hours. 3 hours? Damn it! Minister Su slammed the table. This is a big problem. In a mansion in Zicheng City, Shen Chao, dressed in pajamas, watched the video playing on his phone. Something happened at Jinga Palace? Shen Chao stood up with a serious expression. This prison? No way. West Asia Church? The phone in Shen Chao's hand fell to the ground. This West Asia Church, which should have disappeared, had directly appeared at the headquarters of Jinga Palace? The news of the loss of control at Jiang City's Jinga Palace spread rapidly. Meanwhile, in a residential area in Jiang City, a man with dark circles under his eyes was playing a game when he suddenly paused, stopped his movements, and slowly stood up, making his way to the window. Bai Tianheng squinted, staring in one direction. TSK. In the next moment, Bai Tianheng vanished from his spot. In the purgatory off the West Asia Church, the massive body of a giant serpent rolled in the mud, turning the entire area into chaos. As the giant serpent twisted its body, large graves were directly toppled, and corpses were pulled out, crushed beneath the serpent's massive form. The rotting, stinking earth was plowed into deep furrows by the serpent. Roar! The serpent's scales exploded, and its fangs viciously tore towards the center. In the center, 3 heads of a phantom, one holding a gun and the other a flag, the heads of a cannibal, a bull, and a sheep snarled at the 2 people in the center. At the very center, Lin Chen and Zhou Kuan stood side by side. Golden chains surrounded them as Lin Chen stacked 5 lies simultaneously, constantly resisting the giant serpent's impact. Zhou Kuan, with his eyes closed, entered a state of trance. Zhou Kuan, are you done yet? Lin Chen grunted as he took another hit from the giant serpent, shouting at Zhou Kuan. Humph! Zhou Kuan suddenly snorted coldly. Dream was activated. In the next moment, the 3-headed phantom not far away suddenly froze, no longer moving, just standing there. But just a few seconds later, all 3 heads of the phantom exploded. Bang bang bang! The 3 heads shattered into dust simultaneously. Zhou Kuan suddenly snapped back to reality, waking up, killing in the dream. As the heads of the 3-headed phantom exploded, it fell to the ground. The 3-headed phantom was killed on the spot by Zhou Kuan. Facing the still rolling and hissing giant serpent, Zhou Kuan sneered. If you can hold on a bit longer, I'll take care of this phantom. In the next moment, Zhou Kuan unhesitatingly activated Dream again. Zhou Kuan and the giant serpent both entered the dream. Zhou Kuan closed his eyes, completely falling into a trance. This was also the moment when Zhou Kuan was at his most vulnerable. Lin Chen gripped the chains tightly. The state of stacking 5 lies made him tense. Stacking 5 lies at the same time is already the limit. Lin Chen gasped heavily, staring intently at his surroundings. But just then, the purgatory that had covered the entire Jinga Palace suddenly began to shrink. No way! Lin Chen was taken aback. The boundary of the purgatory rapidly contracted. The originally gray-white sky became even more eerie, with crows circling low, almost landing on their heads. The shrinking boundary of the purgatory was meant to increase its intensity. In the next moment, Zhou Kuan suddenly opened his eyes. It worked! The giant serpent's body crashed down, directly falling into the mud. Lin Chen hurriedly shouted, Zhou Kuan, be careful. But at that very moment, a withered man suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Kuan. The withered man raised his hand, his protruding eyeballs fixated on Zhou Kuan's chest, a strange smile creeping across his lips. It's over. The man's hoarse voice rang out. In the next moment, countless threads appeared out of nowhere, instantly piercing through Zhou Kuan's chest. Poof! Zhou Kuan's face contorted in pain, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. There was no time to react. The timing was just too precise. At the moment Jo Kwon activated Dream, attempting to kill the giant serpent in the dream. The range of the purgatory was immediately reduced, fully suppressing Jo Kwon's rules, and then the man struck the instant Jo Kwon regained his senses. Cough. Jo Kwon's chest was pierced by countless threads, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Chen looked at the withered man before him, his heart racing. Timely rain. Timely rain chuckled hoarsely, then his fingers trembled. In an instant, the threads sliced open Jo Kwon's chest. Jo Kwon. Lin Chen's face changed dramatically. I'll take Dream. Timely rain sneered, tightly gripping Jo Kwon's neck. With Jo Kwon's chest sliced open and his neck firmly held, the veins on his forehead bulged as he laughed loudly. You want to kill me? Not that simple. In the next moment, Jo Kwon unhesitatingly activated Dream once again. A fleeting dream. The great dream of the Een attribute was fully unleashed. In an instant, everything around him rapidly dissipated like a bubble. Jo Kwon, whose chest had been cut open by threads, vanished without a trace. Everything around began to disappear quickly. The next second, Lin Chen and Jo Kwon found themselves back in the room of the Jinga Palace. The prison that enveloped the entire Jinga Palace also vanished. Jo Kwon's face darkened, and he sneered, "Want to kill me, Jo Kwon? It's not that easy?" Lin Chen looked around, unable to hide his shock. Could this be the ability developed to a grade under the Een attribute rules? Outside the conference room on the 75th floor of the Jinja Palace, a withered man stood in the corridor, his eyes twitching, with long threads trailing from his fingers. Looking for death. A hoarse roar echoed through the Jinja Palace. On the 30th floor, Jo Kwon also took a deep breath. Then let's see who can kill whom. The two great thieves were about to clash. But at that moment, both of them froze. The timely rain on the 75th floor and Jo Kwon on the 30th floor both halted, then turned their heads in the same direction. Outside the Jinja Palace, the imposing 88-story building was shrouded in darkness. Many people were holding their phones, recording this landmark building. A young man with dark circles under his eyes, his long hair almost covering his eyes, appeared. The man exuded an unmistakable aura of despair, his dark circles exaggerated from long nights. A woman in a bodycon dress instinctively avoided him, but upon seeing his face, she immediately tugged at her friend's sleeve. "Hey, Gini, look at him. Oh my, he's so handsome? Hey, really?" The three girls whispered together, starry-eyed at the man. "How can he be so handsome? I will never dislike men again." "Ah, baby, you are a baby." Bai Tianheng's expression was indifferent as he slowly lifted his eyelids to look at the 88-story building. "TSK, forget it, just consider it a professional hazard, he'll deal with it casually." Just as Bai Tianheng was about to take a step forward, the entire Jinja Palace building suddenly lit up. The previously dark Jinja Palace was fully electrified. "Hey, it's powered on." Yeah. Boring, let's go. Seeing the 88-story building regain power, these people gradually left in disappointment. Inside the Jinja Palace, the logistics staff and cleaners who had fallen into a deep sleep all awakened. What just happened? On the 75th floor, Zhao Qi slowly reopened his eyes, rubbing his brow. On the 30th floor, Lin Chen and Jo Kwon's figures had vanished. On the 20th floor, a chef who had been cooking got up from the floor and immediately went to turn off the stove. On the 11th floor, a cleaner who had been sound asleep suddenly opened his eyes, turned over, stood up, and gasped for breath. On the first floor, the receptionist at the front desk propped herself up, drowsily opening her eyes. Everything returned to normal. No prison, no void. No impending clash between the two great thieves. Bai Tianheng stood in place. His expression indifferent, casually yawning. "Forget it, I'm going back to play games." In the next moment, Bai Tianheng vanished from the spot. 5 kilometers away from the Jinja Palace, Lin Chen and Jo Kwon fell out of a sleeping security guard's dream. Lin Chen looked at Jo Kwon in confusion. The Jo Kwon who was about to fight had suddenly used Dream to escape from the Jinja Palace. What was going on? Jo Kwon was sweating profusely, his legs weak, leaning against the wall. "Damn. I almost died, you know." "What?" Lin Chen was stunned by Jo Kwon's words. "Almost died? Are you kidding?" Jo Kwon still had weak legs, leaning against the wall, shaken. "Got a cigarette?" Jo Kwon extended a hand towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled cigarette pack, which just happened to contain 2 cigarettes. He tossed one to Jo Kwon, who gasped as he lit it. "Ha!" Jo Kwon exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, "That feeling just now. It can't be wrong. As long as I keep making a move, in the next moment I will definitely die." Lin Chen frowned and asked, "Is that timely rain really that strong, forcing you to flee in such a sorry state?" Originally, Jo Kwon and the timely rain seemed to be evenly matched, so why did Jo Kwon suddenly turn tail and run? Lin Chen's heart sank. Could the timely rain really be that powerful? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Jo Kwon sneered and waved his hand. "That guy who possesses so? He thinks he can take me down? Not a chance." The rule that the timely rain possessed was so? Lin Chen thought to himself. No wonder he could create the West Asia Church as well as Wang Meng and the Chu residents of Xiahushan. That guy is in a level with a young attribute, but his development direction is indeed a bit strange. Zhou Kuan said calmly, pinching the cigarette butt. Possessing sewing together two A-level phantoms, sewing together a half-reaper, half-phantom Wang Meng. The method was indeed bizarre. That guy is indeed very powerful, but the one who truly made me feel a life-threatening crisis is not him. At this point, Zhou Kuan raised his hand and took a deep drag. Ha! It can't be wrong, that feeling. S-level. Lin Chen stood frozen, shocked. What? S-level? There was actually an S-level present at that moment? Zhou Kuan nodded and said, that person is not far outside the Jinga Palace. As soon as I make a move, he will immediately enter the Jinga Palace. That timely rain guy has a keen nose too. He sensed the gaze of that S-level. Originally at odds and about to fight, Zhou Kuan and the timely rain suddenly stopped in unison. Zhou Kuan frantically activated Dream, taking Lin Chen to escape directly from the dream of a dozing security guard 5 kilometers away. The timely rain immediately gave up the pursuit of Zhou Kuan and Lin Chen, diving back into Zhao Kai's body. The two quickly withdrew, and the entire Jinga Palace surprisingly returned to its original state. Is that an S-level thief or a reaper? Lin Chen asked Zhou Kuan. Zhou Kuan extinguished the cigarette butt and shook his head. Too far away, can't tell. Damn, to actually run into an S-level. Zhou Kuan slowly stood up, still shaken, and said, fortunately, that S-level seems to not care about the Jinga Palace. That S-level had already left the area. Lin Chen stood aside, frowning. In the entire East, the only S-level rumored was the old man who possessed dragon. Is that the old man who possesses dragon? Lin Chen asked. Zhou Kuan thought for a moment, hesitated, then shook his head and said, doesn't seem like it. That old man's temper is quite bad. If it were him, you and I would have been crushed long ago. Lin Chen nodded. Since it wasn't that S-level thief, could there be another hidden S-level in the East? Or, Lin Chen suddenly thought of a name. Qing Long. An S-level reaper who should have been stationed in the East but mysteriously disappeared 3 years ago. Zhou Kuan crossed his arms and said, alright, since we've escaped, let's consider ourselves lucky. It seems that Timely Rain is also very interested in you. Once this matter passes, you won't be able to return to the Jinga Palace. No matter what your thoughts are, I, Zhou Kuan, will not go back on my word. After saying this, Zhou Kuan felt around the electric pole in the alley and then tore down 3 advertisements. He then folded the 3 ads in his hands, and soon, they were transformed into 3 little paper boats. Take this. I promised you that as long as you let me go, I would give you unimaginable rewards. Zhou Kuan directly tossed the 3 little paper boats to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the 3 small paper boats and examined them in confusion. Although they were all folded from small advertisements on a telephone pole by Zhou Kuan, they were surprisingly exquisite. What is this? Lin Chen asked. Zhou Kuan grinned and pointed at the 3 paper boats, saying, this is your 3 lives. What did you say? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Zhou Kuan chuckled and then raised his hand to cover the 3 paper boats. In the next moment, Dream was activated. The 3 paper boats served as vessels carrying the power of Dream. Each paper boat is a dream vessel. When you open it, the dream vessel will take you into the dream of a random person. Zhou Kuan pointed to the security guard behind him who was dozing off and said, I used this trick to leave the Jinga Palace. Lin Chen squinted, staring intently at the 3 paper boats in his hand. These 3 paper boats actually carried such power? If that were true, saying they represented 3 lives would not be an exaggeration. Zhou Kuan stretched lazily and smiled. Lin Chen, you're a smart guy. Live a little longer, he said, and with that, Zhou Kuan began to disappear. He entered someone else's dream and vanished from the spot. Lin Chen stood alone in the alley, looking at the 3 paper boats in his hand. Is this what an A-level dream is? The rules of the shadow attribute, once developed to a level, were indeed too bizarre to be deduced by common sense. No wonder Zhou Kuan had dared to directly assassinate an A-level cleaner back then. With the ability to kill in dreams combined with the power to enter dreams, once Zhou Kuan succeeded, no one could stop him from leaving. Just then, Lin Chen's phone received a message. He opened his phone and found a location sent by Chu Juhua. The location was near Jiangcheng University. The message read, Team Lin, your location has been exposed. Lin Chen recalled the who-possessed cough. At that time, during the confrontation in the building, he had inadvertently left a locator on. It seems Chu Juhua and the others have already met with. He wondered if they had clashed with that guy. Before Lin Chen could reply to Chu Juhua, another message popped up on WeChat. Water Margin Chat Group 22 Traveler, I'm not taking on the bounty for Lin Chen anymore. Lin Chen was taken aback by the message. What? That actually gave up his bounty? Lin Chen looked at the location sent by Chu Juhua, frowning slightly. What had happened on the other side? A taxi stopped by the roadside. Handsome, we're here. Lin Chen got out of the taxi and looked at a 24-hour barbecue shop in the distance. Is this the place? Lin Chen confirmed the location sent by Chu Juha and then walked inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Chu Juha waving at him from the corner. Team Lin, over here. Lin Chen looked over to where Chu Juha was and found him sitting with Li Xinha, the table filled with barbecued food, while a burly man sat across from them. Lin Chen was taken aback when he saw the man's back. What was he doing here? At the corner table, Chu Juha, Li Xinha, and were sitting together in a harmonious atmosphere, with steaming skewers on the table. What's going on? Lin Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, keeping a wary eye on. Was munching on the barbecue, glancing at Lin Chen without saying much. Lin Chen shot a look at Chu Juha, asking what this meant. Chu Juha pointed to Li Xinha, who was holding a glass of orange juice, biting on the straw, and staring intently at Lin Chen. Li Xinha remained silent, just staring at Lin Chen with wide eyes. Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times. So, what's going on? Li Xinha let out a cold laugh, slamming the orange juice down on the table, crossing her arms, propping her leg up, and leaning back in her chair. Next to her, Chu Juha pointed at the ground beneath Wu Kaishan's feet. Lin Chen noticed a handbag at Wu Kaishan's feet. He bent down, tried to lift it, and found it heavy. With a squeak, Lin Chen opened the handbag and discovered it was stacked neatly with cash. Bundles of cash piled up like a small mountain, filling the entire handbag. Lin Chen stood there in shock. 3 million, Li Xinha said casually. Count it? Wu Kaishan put down the barbecue he was holding and pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands. No need. 3 million can buy your life. Lin Chen, are you really that cheap? Li Xinha said to Lin Chen with a cold smile. Lin Chen awkwardly chuckled. No wonder Wu Kaishan suddenly gave up on hunting him down. It turned out that Li Xinha had already offered this 3 million. Since it has nothing to do with me, I'm leaving. Wu Kaishan stood up, lifting the handbag with one hand. He then directly left the restaurant. Only Lin Chen, Chu Juha, and Li Xinha remained at the table. Let's talk, Lin Chen. Li Xinha said, suppressing her anger, speaking to Lin Chen word by word. Chu Juha also perked up, holding his breath, nervously looking at Lin Chen, and asked, Team Lin, did you really defect? Lin Chen leaned back in his chair and nodded. Yes. Li Xin's expression changed dramatically, and she suddenly stood up, pressing her hands on the table, leaning her whole body towards Lin Chen. What did you say? You really defected? Lin Chen remained calmly seated, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Things are more complicated than you think. I was forced to defect. Li Xinha grabbed Lin Chen's wrist angrily, saying, Come back with me. Lin Chen still sat there, calmly saying, That's impossible. Chu Juha raised his hand to press down on Li Xin's shoulder, speaking in a deep voice, Li Xinha, calm down. Li Xinha was burning with anger, staring intensely into Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen, don't push me. Do you know the consequences of your defection? Do you want to become the next Yi Feng? Lin Chen sighed and said, To be honest, there's a very dangerous guy in the Jinga Palace, and he's already got his eyes on me. That guy is hiding very deep, and he hasn't been discovered even under Zhou He's nose. Li Xinha was taken aback and asked, Who is it? Lin Chen shook his head and said, I can't be sure yet. Li Xinha frowned. Lin Chen, do you know what you're saying? Team Lin is right. Chu Juha suddenly spoke up. What? Li Xinha turned to look at Chu Juha in surprise. She thought Lin Chen's words were already outrageous, but she never expected Chu Juha to say the same. The Xiahushan Villa incident was caused entirely by that guy, Chu Juha stated plainly. Lin Chen extinguished his cigarette and said, That guy has the rule so, a level, the West Asia Church is his creation, and Wang Meng is most likely one of his people. What are you talking about? Li Xinha looked at Lin Chen in shock. Chu Juha's expression turned serious. A level, no wonder. Team Lin, how do you know this? Just 2 hours ago, I released the A-level thief Zhou Kuan who was imprisoned in the Jinga Palace, and that guy fought with Zhou Kuan in the Jinga Palace, Lin Chen said. Chu Juha was taken aback, his mind shaken, and asked, What was the outcome? Lin Chen shook his head and said, Neither good nor bad. Zhou Kuan and he didn't fully engage. That guy continued to hide in the Jinga Palace, and Zhou Kuan took me out of the Jinga Palace. So that guy is still hiding in the Jinga Palace? Chu Juha asked, frowning. Lin Chen nodded and said, That's right. Li Xinha sat beside them, looking at Lin Chen and Chu Juha with a bewildered expression. What's going on with you all? Chu Juha straightened up and asked, Captain Lin, me too? As he spoke, Chu Juha made a gesture. Just then, a phone call suddenly interrupted the conversation among the three. Beep beep beep. Lin Chen and Chu Ju's gazes converged on Li Xin's chest. There, a black phone lit up. The communication phone of the Jinga Palace. The few exchanged glances and tacitly closed their mouths. Li Xinha picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello. Li Xinha, this is Zhao Chi. Zhao Kai's voice came from the other end of the line. Sunny has returned to the Jinga Palace. Your mission with Chu Juhua is over. Why are you still lingering there? Chu Juhua and Li Xin's expressions changed, and then they exchanged a look. We're tracking down the thief who was after Lin Chen. Li Xinha hesitated and said, cease all your actions and return to the Jinga Palace immediately, Zhao Qi said in a deep voice. Minister Zhao, Li Xinha began to speak. Return immediately. That's an order. Zhao Kai's voice directly interrupted Li Xinha. Understood. Li Xinha nodded. Lin Chen was not surprised by this. With such a big incident at the Jinga Palace, Zhao Kai's first action would definitely be to recall Li Xinha and Chu Juhua. Just before hanging up, Zhao Qi suddenly spoke again. Have you seen Lin Chen? In the next moment, both Lin Chen and Chu Juhua held their breath. Li Xinha was silent for a moment. No. Hearing Li Xin's answer, Lin Chen and Chu Juhua exchanged a glance, both letting out a sigh of relief. Li Xinha threw the communication phone onto the table. Chu Juhua, you heard that too. Now the Jinga Palace is urgently recalling us. Chu Juhua tapped his fingers on the table, looking at Lin Chen. Chu Juhua didn't have a good impression of the Jinga Palace. He had only joined to save his life after the Zayahushin incident. Now that the Jinga Palace had such a timely rain hidden within, Chu Juhua had long thought about fleeing. However, Lin Chen shook his head and said, I don't recommend you defect. Although the timely rain is still hidden in the Jinga Palace, he has no interest in you, and besides, he has his own concerns within the Jinga Palace, so there's no need to worry for the short term. Chu Juhua nodded and said, I understand. Captain Lin has news, contact me anytime. Chu Juhua knew that once he defected, facing the pursuit of the Eastern cleaners would be troublesome. Since the Jinga Palace was still temporarily safe, it would be better to continue acting as an official member of the Jinga Palace for now. After all, whether he could escape later would just be a matter of words. Li Xinha stood up, calmly looking at Lin Chen, and said, Lin Chen, I hope that the next time we meet, we are not enemies. Lin Chen shrugged and said, they'll find a way to pay you back the 3 million. Hearing this, Li Xinha was so angry that her vision darkened, and she turned around and walked out of the barbecue shop. Chu Juhua lagged slightly behind, standing next to Lin Chen, exchanging a glance. Lin Chen nodded, and Chu Juhua also showed an expression of understanding, then quickly left the restaurant. After the two left, Lin Chen sat alone at the table. Looking at the half-eaten barbecue on the table, Lin Chen picked up a skewer and stuffed some meat into his mouth. I didn't expect that this time it would just take opening the MP3 to release Joe Kuan. Originally, I was thinking of reaching a level soon to deal with the cleaner's reckoning, but I didn't expect to use it this time. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Although the Eastern Cleaners organization had softened its attitude towards thieves, it would not allow any thieves to enter a level. This was a cold dividing line. Before a level, all the cleaners in the East were your teammates, but after a level, they would all turn into cleaners hunting you down. But it doesn't make much difference. Lin Chen raised his hand and tapped the table, frowning slightly. After all, when approaching a rank, Lin Chen would also defect. Now it's just been moved up a bit, and the outcome isn't much different. With such an incident happening at the Jinga Palace, I wonder how the higher-ups of the cleaners will react next. Each cleaner organization is responsible for 1 or 2 cities. Above these organizations, there are the higher-ups of the cleaners led by that srank old man. Although that old man is a thief. A thief who possesses a dragon. I can't stay in Zheng City any longer. It's too difficult to hide my tracks. Lin Chen took out the 3 paper boats that Joe Cohen had given him from his pocket. 1 paper boat equals 1 life. Should he use 1 paper boat for an equivalent exchange? Lin Chen took out his phone and opened the water margin chat group. Since timely rain could reward him through this group, he could also use the value of this group for countermeasures against timely rain. From the previous chat records, it can be roughly inferred that there aren't many people in the group from the east. Flower Monk Wang Ming, Traveler Wu Kaishan, Timely Rain, and that green-faced beast who was once in the east but would never set foot there again. Lin Chen weighed the 3 paper boats in his hand. Reverse bounty on Timely Rain? No, that won't work. But Lin Chen quickly dismissed that idea. There are only a handful of people in the group from the east, none of whom can match up to Timely Rain. No, I can't use this group. Lin Chen thought for a moment and rejected his own idea again. After all, Timely Rain himself is in the group. Whatever he does through this group would inevitably expose him. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Chen fell into silence. Now that he had defected from the Jinga Palace, he had lost the support of the cleaners. The water margin chat group was also unusable, with Timely Rain present in the group. Just when Lin Chen was feeling a headache, a phone call suddenly came in. Xin Chao? Lin Chen was taken aback by the name displayed on his phone. Hello, Lin Chen, where are you now? Jinga Palace. 75th floor conference room. Zhao He sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression, Zhao Qi on his left, and another middle-aged man on his right. The chairs in the conference room were all filled. The entire upper management of the Jinja Palace had gathered. Zhao He, who had returned to the Jinja Palace immediately after receiving urgent news, looked frighteningly grim. I just left, and such a big mess happened at the Jinja Palace. A rank Shou Kuan escaped, rank Lin Shen defected. The entire Jinja Palace is suspected to have been invaded by the void. Good, very good. Zhao He carefully reviewed a report in his hand, his expression growing increasingly ugly. At 2:13 a.m., the entire Jinja Palace was inexplicably enveloped by a strange piece of music. At 2:15 a.m., all cleaners and logistics personnel, including Zhao Qi, lost consciousness. At 2:17 a.m., a rank Shou Kuan broke free. At 2:20 a.m., the Jinja Palace lost all power. At 2:21 a.m., a barrier suspected to be from the prison appeared, enveloping the entire Jinja Palace. At 2:30 a.m., the prison disappeared, Zhou Kuan vanished, and the Jinja Palace regained power. So much happened in less than 20 minutes. What on earth is going on? Why did Zhou Kuan manage to escape? Have the reasons been clarified? Zhao He asked in a deep voice. A cleaner stood up and said, Captain Zhao, we checked the surveillance of the dungeon where Zhou Kuan was held and found that Zhou Kuan suddenly disappeared. Zhao He's face darkened as he threw the report on the table. Suddenly disappeared? He clearly used dream. Zhou Kuan, who had been imprisoned for nearly a year, just slipped away without any warning. Have you clarified the barrier suspected to be from the prison? Zhao He continued to ask. The cleaner broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, still investigating. Zhao He laughed in anger. Good, very good. You've all been found by the void. And yet you can't even track down a single clue. A middle-aged man beside him spoke up. I said long ago that Zhou Kuan is a hidden danger. When he was first detained, I suggested executing him directly. But Minister Zhao Qi vehemently opposed it, and now look at the result? Zhao Kai's expression darkened as he slammed the table and shouted, Deputy Minister Li, are you questioning my responsibility? At that time, the higher-ups had just issued a strategy to ease the situation. Not killing Zhou Kuan was a decision we made together in the meeting room, and Deputy Minister Li agreed to it back then. This is not the time for mutual accountability. Zhao He interrupted their argument. He then continued to flip through the report. Why did this Blevel Lin Shen also defect? Zhao He asked in confusion. It should be noted that Lin Shen had just joined the Jinja Palace not long ago, had only carried out 2 missions, and had performed excellently. Why would he defect for no reason? He must have sensed something. That little brat with the deception ability is very clever. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Perhaps he learned something from Yi Feng and Zhou Kuan. The deputy minister surnamed Li said coldly. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. This group of thieves is inherently flawed. If it were up to me, I'd say we should kill one whenever we see one. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present changed their expressions. Now, apart from our east, which of the west, north, or south doesn't kill thieves on sight? And here we are, putting an old thief in charge of replacing Qinglong. It's simply a joke. Deputy Minister Li said angrily. Li Dong, shut your mouth. Zhao He shouted, interrupting Li Dong. Old Yen standing up is our east's fortune. It's not your place to spew nonsense here. Alright, continue the investigation for me. Zhao He stood up and said. The headquarters has summoned me for a face-to-face report. You'd better give me some progress before I return. After saying that, Zhao He directly left the meeting room. The room fell into silence. This time, a major incident had occurred in the Jinja Palace, and as the A-level cleaner, Zhao He, being the primary responsible person, would inevitably be held accountable by the headquarters. Zhao Qi, you're really something as a minister, managing to create such a situation. Li Dong sneered, mocking Zhao Qi beside him. Before Zhao Qi could speak, Li Dong had already stood up. Enough with the nonsense. You should go deal with the remaining mess. The videos of the sudden power outage in the 88-story building are already going viral online. The people in the meeting room gradually left. In the end, only a young man and Zhao Qi remained in the room. Zhao Qi sat there with a gloomy expression. Xiao Wang. This incident is too strange. Zhou Kuan couldn't have escaped for no reason. The young man called Xiao Wang was taken aback for a moment, then tentatively asked, Minister Zhao, are you implying? Zhao Qi said in a low voice, I suspect there's a mole inside the Jinja Palace. The last time with Wang Meng losing control and now Zhou Kuan escaping, it's all too strange. Xiao Wang's expression changed and he exclaimed, Minister Zhao, how is that possible? How could there be a mole among us? Zhao Qi raised a hand to interrupt him and said, Xiao Wang, I need you to secretly investigate every single person inside the Jinja Palace. Whether they are frontline cleaners or logistics personnel, I want a thorough investigation. Do you understand? Xiao Wang's expression turned serious as he nodded emphatically. Understood. I'll get right on it. After saying that, the young man immediately left the meeting room. Only Zhao Qi was left alone, taking a deep breath. His expression grim. If there really is a mole in the Jinja Palace, it would be troublesome. To reach this level, that mole must hold a significant position. Who could it be? Zhao Qi murmured to himself. Just then, a wave of intense dizziness hit him. Zhao Qi covered his head with one hand while the other hurriedly reached into his pocket for his blood pressure medication. But just as he pulled out the white pill bottle, Zhao Qi fainted. In the next moment, the threads behind Zhao Qi snapped one by one. Zhao Kai's body split open, and a withered man slowly straightened up from within. The man's eyes, like those of a dried-up ghost, rolled slowly. Zhang City actually has its glass. This time, the appearance of its glass disrupted Zhou Kuan and Lin Chen, forcing them to flee. However, that glass left after seeing the Jinja Palace restored, seemingly unwilling to show up and intervene. The man grinned, his long fingers trembling slightly. A nearly invisible thread, so fine it couldn't be seen by the naked eye, swayed at the tips of his fingers. This thread passed through the window, ascending into the night sky, spreading toward an unseen place. Lin Chen, you can't escape. The man chuckled hoarsely, then slowly wriggled his body back into Zhao Qi as the threads resewed. Zhao Qi gradually opened his eyes. He saw the medicine bottle that had fallen on the table and rubbed his forehead in pain. My blood pressure has been rising lately. In Zicheng City. At the entrance of a 3-story mansion covering 2,000 square meters, Shen Xiao, dressed in a loose bathrobe and slick-back hair, stood at the door holding 2 glasses of champagne, eagerly waiting. Soon, a long black Lincoln pulled up at the mansion's entrance. An elderly man with neatly combed white hair got out of the driver's seat and slightly bowed to Shen Xiao. Young master, the guest has arrived. Shen Xiao smiled and quickly walked down the steps. Hey, Lin Chen. Long time no see. As the car door opened, a portly middle-aged man stepped out. Shen Xiao was taken aback, standing still, staring at the man before him. Who are you? Then Shen Xiao looked at the elderly man beside him. Uncle Fu, what's going on? Uncle Fu was also taken aback and asked, didn't you ask me to pick him up, young master? But at that moment, the portly man spoke up. It's me. The lie was then pierced by reality. Lin Chen returned to his original appearance. Shen Xiao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Not bad, Lin Chen, you have this trick now. Baby, I've missed you so much. Come on, come in. Saying this, Shen Xiao handed 1 glass of champagne to Lin Chen and pulled him into the house. Shen Xiao and Lin Chen sat on the sofa. Shen Xiao took a sip of his champagne. So that's how it is. After reaching a class, the cleaners will come to settle accounts with us. No wonder Yi Feng suddenly defected back then. Lin Chen took a sip from his glass of champagne, frowned slightly, and directly placed it on the table. Wild boars can't appreciate fine brand. Now I'm just like Yi Feng, both wanted criminals in the East. Shen Xiao laughed heartily and said, don't worry, as long as you don't want to show up, you can stay here as long as you like. Uncle Fu, bring out the dishes. Shen Xiao called out, and the elegant elderly man pushed out a dining cart. Mr. Lin, this is what our young master instructed us to prepare in advance, hoping it suits your taste. Shen Xiao set down his wineglass and said, Lin Chen, I've already had someone tidy up your room, Uncle Fu will take you there shortly. Then Shen Xiao stood up and quietly leaned down to whisper in Lin Chen's ear. Take it easy today, I happen to have a cruise party tomorrow. Let's have some fun. You know what I mean. An off-road vehicle sped along the beach, its tires leaving streaks on the ground, buzzing as it drove on the golden sand. Shen Xiao, dressed in a white suit, with his hair still styled in a dragon's beard, gripped the steering wheel with one hand while fiddling with a gold coin carved with a rose in the other. Beside him, Lin Chen wore a black suit with the black shirt casually unbuttoned at 2 places, resting his chin on one hand and crossing his legs. Oh. Shen Xiao laughed heartily, wildly swerving the off-road vehicle. The entire car tilted at an exaggerated angle, almost flipping over, but ultimately came to a steady stop in front of the port. Let's go. Shen Xiao jumped out of the car and tossed the keys to the security guard responsible for reception. Lin Chen, you've come to the right place this time. There will be over 200 people on this cruise, and 150 of them are beautiful women, Shen Xiao said excitedly, pointing at a distant white cruise ship. Lin Chen, with his hands in his pockets and wearing sunglasses, scanned the white vessel. Many sun umbrellas were already set up on the deck, and some people had arranged lounge chairs to sunbathe. How long is this trip at sea? Lin Chen asked. Shen Xiao leaned in, grinning. Well, leave the port, circle around the strait, and we won't be back on land for a total of 7 days. And this time, everyone boarding will have their electronic devices confiscated. At this, Shen Xiao winked at Lin Chen. The two walked up the white steps onto the cruise ship, and the security personnel let them through as soon as they saw Shen Chaos' face. Lin Chen took out his phone from his pocket. Do I have to hand this in too? Shen Xiao patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and laughed. Of course not. You are my esteemed guest this time. I've already had Uncle Fu arrange the best room for you. Following Shen Xiao onto the white cruise ship, Lin Chen was immediately taken aback by the spacious lobby. The center of the ship featured a large open lobby divided into many areas. Golden tables and chairs were set up throughout the lobby, where some people were sitting and chatting face to face while others danced on a stage. Waiters in ties moved through the lobby carrying one drink after another. In the very center of the lobby was a huge stage where a band was playing. Surrounding them were people passing by, all the women looking like socialites. "Young Master Shin, you're here. Young Master Shin." As soon as Shin Chao walked in, many people greeted him, and several beautiful women began to flirt subtly. Dressed in a striking white suit, Shin Chao casually took a drink from a tray held by a nearby waiter. "Did you charter this cruise ship?" Lin Chen asked casually. Shin Chao took a sip of his drink and shook his finger at Lin Chen. No, that's not right. Strictly speaking, this cruise ship belongs to my family." He then pulled out a map from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chen. "This is the layout of the cruise ship, you can familiarize yourself with it." After receiving it, Lin Chen noticed that the small map detailed every level of the cruise ship. This white cruise ship surprisingly included a KTV, bar, theater, water slide, open-air deck pool, and restaurant. Besides these, Shin Chaos' little map transparently presented the entire structure of the cruise ship, even marking some hidden doors. "There aren't many people who know about this, just Uncle Fu, the captain, and me, only 3 of us," Shin Chao said casually. Lin Chen took the small map and stuffed it into his suit pocket. "Looks like you really are a rich second generation." Shin Chao raised an eyebrow and shook his finger at Lin Chen again. No, you're wrong again. "I'm not just an ordinary rich second generation, I'm a super rich second generation." Lin Chen smirked. "Does someone like you, a super rich second generation, still need to join the Mayu Pavilion to work hard?" Shin Chao chuckled and said, "My family is indeed wealthy, but when you have money to a certain extent, it becomes the most useless thing. In our circle, is money important?" For someone like Shin Chao, money had become just a number. He could never spend it all in several lifetimes. However, Shin Chao knew that besides being a rich second generation, he was also a thief with a reversal. The influence of the scavengers is much greater than you think. Every city has organizations like the Jinga Palace and Mayu Pavilion, responsible for the safety of the city. On the surface, every organization like the Jinga Palace or the Mayu Pavilion will have at least one A-level cleaner. At this point, Shinchua smiled and patted Lin Chen's shoulder, saying, "But it's okay, since you've made your decision, I believe in you. Not to mention, if you want to return to an ordinary life, my family has plenty of money, I can guarantee you a lifetime." After saying this, Shinchua opened his arms and shouted, "Babies, I'm here." Immediately, 2 sexy beauties came over with drinks. Leaning against Shinchua's shoulders. "Young Master Shin, it's been a while since we last saw you. Brother Shin, did you miss me?" Shinchua laughed, embraced by the two. "Lin Chen, have fun." Before leaving, Shinchua shot Lin Chen a knowing glance. Lin Chen stood there, watching Shinchua's departing figure. "Damn, why do I feel like I'm being capped?" Lin Chen wasn't very interested in the lobby and followed a waiter to his room. "Mr. Lin, young Master Shin specifically arranged the best suite for you, located on the top floor." The waiter smiled as he led Lin Chen up the stairs to the very top of the cruise ship, handing him a room card. "Got it." Lin Chen took the room card, and the waiter smiled before quietly leaving. Beep. Lin Chen swiped the card to open the door and walked into the luxurious suite that Shinchua had arranged for him. Below in the lobby, 3 young people gathered at a small bar, retracting their gazes. "What's that guy's background? Shinchua actually arranged for him to be on the top floor? Could he be that young entrepreneur? Doesn't seem like it. I've never seen him before. He's a fresh face." A man with an ear stud chuckled, holding a glass of whiskey, and said, "Regardless, being personally arranged by Shinchua to the top floor definitely means he has some significance." "Mao Good, should we test that guy's background?" one man asked cautiously. The man with the ear stud downed his drink and said, "No rush, let's wait and see." Lin Chen sat on the sofa in the suite, with a cup of coffee that had been prepared earlier beside him. He picked it up, took a sip, then frowned and poured the coffee out. He poured himself a glass of water and slowly opened his phone. Zhou Kun's escape, combined with the sudden prison incident, should have left the Jinja Palace in a mess. They won't be able to pay attention to me for a while. Lin Chen opened his phone and searched for the 88-story landmark building in Jiang City. There were also scattered videos about the Jinja Palace suddenly losing power for 20 minutes. However, the underground news had been filled with some paid posts, obscuring the truth with irrelevant chatter. Lin Chen's fingers tapped on the screen. "The Jinja Palace must have noticed something. I just don't know if they can find out about the timely rain." This time, the commotion was so great, Zhou Kun's escape was too sudden, and a level thief escaping is a huge incident. Many people should have sensed something was off, but I don't know if they can pull this ghost out of the Jinja Palace. Zhao Qi should have already started working on it. However, Lin Chen felt the hope was slim. For the timely rain to hide under Zhao He's nose for so long, the chances of being found are too small. If they can't even find a level cleaner, it's going to be too difficult for Zhao Qi. Lin Chen's fingers moved slightly and opened the water margin chat group. Since the last bounty for the timely rain, there had been no news. The most recent was traveler Wu Kaishan giving up the bounty. Before leaving the east, I can't exchange anything through this group anymore. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought. He definitely couldn't stay in the east any longer. If he directly defected from the Jinga Palace, he would surely be wanted in the future. He definitely couldn't stay with Xinchua for long, or it would implicate Xinchua. Lin Chen suddenly thought of someone. Chen Jianpain. That a level thief once, Chen Jianpain had told himself that he owed his mother a favor. Going to the north? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Lin Chen was still a bit hesitant. After all, since joining the Jinga Palace, he had learned through various channels that, aside from the east, the relationships between thieves and cleaners in the west, south, and north were still very tense. The east had the Qinglong, the west had the Baihu, the north had the Xuanwu, and the south had the Zhuke. These first-class cleaners guarded their respective territories. Because the Qinglong in the east had disappeared and an class thief had emerged, the current situation in the east had come to be. But the north was different. The Xuanwu in the north had not disappeared. But how did Chen Jianpain establish himself as a thief in the north? When Chen Jianpain first arrived at the Jinga Palace, it was clear that he held a significant position in the north. Even Zhao Qi had to bow and scrape before him. However, Chen Jianpain had mentioned before that my mother had sealed off an area over there. Lin Chen looked at his palm, where there was a power that did not belong to him. What had happened back then? In Lin Chen's memory, the person who should be called mother had abandoned him and his father when he was 8 years old. There weren't many memories of that woman, just that she loved to knit. Lin Chen lay on the sofa, his expression complicated. Then let's go to the north and take a look. He hoped Chen Jianpain would not go back on his word. Lin Chen finally made up his mind. After this cruise party, he would set off immediately. Right now, the Jinga Palace was still dealing with the mess and couldn't spare the effort to trouble him. Lin Chen lay on the sofa and unexpectedly fell asleep. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he was awakened by a knock on the door. Instinctively, Lin Chen looked at the wall beside him and realized he was not in the Jinga Palace. Who? Mr. Lin, dinner is being served. Would you like to go down and see for yourself, or should I bring it up to you? The servant said respectfully from outside. Lin Chen stood up and said, no need, I'll go down myself. All right. Have a pleasant evening, the servant replied before leaving. Lin Chen casually picked up his suit jacket, ran his hands through his hair, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open to step outside. As soon as he stepped out, he was dazzled by the bright lights and could barely open his eyes. What's going on? Lin Chen frowned. The entire hall was bathed in light, brightly lit with no dark corners. On the stage, a group of musicians sat upright, the sound of the saxophone filling the entire hall. Lin Chen adjusted his clothes and then walked down the steps. Being on the top floor, Lin Chen could roughly see the situation in the hall below. Many people who looked like successful individuals were chatting while holding wine glasses, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. There were also quite a few beautiful socialites dressed in sexy outfits, mingling in the middle of the hall. Lin Chen entered the hall alone and immediately spotted Xin Chao sitting on the central sofa, crossing his legs. Xin Chao was in a white suit, holding a wine glass, and there wasn't a single man around him. Lin Chen casually grabbed a glass of orange juice from the nearby bar and strolled through the hall. A woman in a pure white gown, wearing silver stiletto heels, was walking towards him from the other side. Ah! The woman exclaimed as her heel caught on her skirt, causing her to fall directly into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen caught her with one hand and grabbed her arm with the other. However, the wine glass in the woman's hand fell and spilled all over Lin Chen's clothes, soaking his black suit jacket. I'm so sorry, so sorry. The woman stood on one foot, gripping Lin Chen's arm tightly, swaying unsteadily. It's fine. Once the woman regained her balance, she looked apologetically at Lin Chen's jacket. I'm really sorry, I stepped on my skirt and got your jacket dirty. The dress she wore was very fitted, its line smooth and flowing, her neck long, hair cascading behind her, adorned with a striking necklace. Let me take it to get cleaned up for you. The woman stood awkwardly in place, a bit shy to meet Lin Chen's eyes, and said softly, no need. Lin Chen merely glanced at the woman and replied casually. He then walked around her, took off his coat, draped it over his arm, and held a glass of orange juice in the other hand as he headed towards the bar. Lin Chen was only wearing a black shirt on his upper body, while the damp suit jacket was set aside. Sir, what would you like? The bartender smiled as he approached Lin Chen. A mojito. Please wait a moment. The bartender replied with a smile. He took out a glass, added lime and mint, and then retrieved rum from the cabinet. Just as the bartender was adding ice, a woman walked up beside Lin Chen. Ma'am, what would you like? The bartender looked up and asked the woman with a smile. Just like him. The woman propped her chin on one hand, slightly hiked up her evening gown, sat down on a chair, her toes teasing the silver high heels, glancing at Lin Chen beside her. Drinking alone? 2 mojitos. The bartender handed 2 identical drinks to the two of them. Lin Chen glanced at the woman beside him, who was the same one that had fallen into his arms earlier. Isn't it boring to drink alone? Do you want me to keep you company? As she spoke, the woman twisted her body, changed her posture, crossed her legs, and offered the drink to Lin Chen. My name is Bai Yuan, and you? Lin Chen took the glass. Lin Chen. Bai Yuan smiled and then said, I'm really sorry for accidentally staining your coat earlier. Lin Chen smiled slightly, swirling the drink in his hand. Accidentally? Bai Yuan's expression changed slightly, but she quickly recovered, resting her chin on her hand, and said, of course. Does Mr. Lin not believe me? Lin Chen glanced sideways at Bai Yuan. Noticing the red glow on the socialite's dress had just faded. I certainly believe that Miss Bai didn't do it on purpose. Bai Yuan slightly turned her body, then raised a hand, gently resting it on Lin Chen's thigh, her silver high heel swaying. When you arrived, I saw you were very close to young Master Shin. In these years, very few people have been treated like that by young Master Shin. You must have a good relationship, right? Lin Chen paused his movements and looked sideways at Bai Yuan. What does that have to do with you? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Bai Yuan just smiled, unfazed, and softly said, Mr. Lin, my name is Bai Yuan, and the CEO of a small company in Zicheng. You know, small companies like ours always want to climb up the tree of a big family like the Shins. As she spoke, Bai Yuan took out an exquisite business card from her small bag and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the card, but his gaze remained fixed on Bai Yuan. A faint red glow appeared around her. Lin Chen glanced down at the card in his hand, which belonged to a niche silver jewelry brand. Do you want to know? Bai Yuan lightly bit her lip, shifted closer, almost to Lin Chen's ear, exhaling softly, I want to know. Lin Chen, can you tell me? As she spoke, Bai Yuan's fingers gently traced Lin Chen's thigh. Lin Chen turned his body, one hand resting on Bai Yuan's waist. Sure, I'll tell you. Young Master Shen's second aunt's husband is my little uncle's lover. Bai Yuan froze in place, her mouth twitching. What did you say? Lin Chen stared at Bai Yuan, nodding seriously. Really? Bai Yuan's expression turned cold, and she pushed Lin Chen's hand away, saying coldly, Mr. Lin, you really love to joke. Then Bai Yuan stood up and said, since Mr. Lin doesn't welcome me, then Bai Yuan won't be a nuisance. After saying that, Bai Yuan walked away in her high heels. Lin Chen sat in his seat, watching Bai Yuan's swaying figure leave, holding the glass in one hand and pinching the business card in the other. Full of lies, Bai Yuan walked through the lobby and made her way to a booth in the corner, tossing her small bag directly onto the sofa. The 3 men huddled together drinking noticed Bai Yuan and quietly made room for her. Sister Bai, how's it going? What's that guy's background? One man with an ear stud asked Bai Yuan. She picked up a glass from the table and replied coldly, not much, just rambling, didn't ask a single useful question. The man hesitated and asked, what about him? Bai Yuan shook her head and said, no need to worry, he won't affect us. Then she turned to the man with the ear stud and asked, Mao Kai, what do you have on your side? Mao Kai leaned in and whispered, Sister Bai, I've already positioned Xiao Long and Xiao Hu. There are a total of 7 security personnel on this cruise ship, all disguised, hiding in the lobby. As he spoke, Mao Kai pointed in a direction. Bai Yuan followed his gaze and saw a man with a buzz cut, dressed in a suit, holding a glass of wine, sitting alone in a corner. This man wore an inconspicuous earpiece. Although he held a drink, his posture was straight and his gaze was sharp, occasionally scanning the surroundings. There are 7 like him, Mao Kai whispered. Everyone on the ship has had their communication devices confiscated. Those 7 are using that earpiece to communicate with each other. Right now, the cruise ship has just set sail. It will be farthest from the shore on the 4th day, he continued. That's when we will take action. Bai Yuan nodded and then asked cautiously, have the people on the list been monitored? Mao Kai made an okay gesture and said, don't worry, I prepared 5 card numbers. Once the money arrives, it will be transferred immediately, no problem. Bai Yuan squinted her eyes, then leaned back on the sofa holding her wine glass. Very good. Once we finish this job, we'll take the money and go abroad. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, who had been silent, also chuckled, and the 4 clinked their glasses together. On the other side, Lin Chen finished his drink alone and sat at the bar, scanning the lobby. The cruise gathering organized by Xinhua served 2 purposes, one for indulgence and the other as a platform for people to get to know each other. Lin Chen was not very interested in these social interactions. Xinhua was already in the center of the lobby, surrounded by a rotating group of people. Lin Chen yawned, not paying much attention to Bai Yuan. After all, women like her were inherently full of lies. He left the bar, and the cruise ship's restaurant was already offering a buffet, with various exquisite dishes laid out. Lin Chen casually grabbed a white plate, took some food, and made his way back to his room along the stairs. Click. After returning to his room, Lin Chen placed the plate of food on the table and picked up his phone. He found that Chu Juhua had sent him 3 messages in a row. Lin Chen opened the screen, frowning slightly. Team Leader Lin Zhao He has been summoned to the headquarters for accountability. Team Leader Lin, you are wanted. Someone from the headquarters came and took Wang Meng away. Lin Chen stared at the 3 messages on the screen, lost in thought. With such a big incident at Jinga Palace, Zhao He, as the primary responsible person, would certainly bear the blame. He had already defected, and being wanted was only a matter of time. Zhao He being held accountable and himself being wanted were both expected outcomes. However, Lin Chen did not anticipate that Wang Meng had actually been taken away. From the headquarters? Lin Chen frowned in contemplation. If it was the headquarters, could they trace timely rain through Wang Meng? Lin Chen did not reply to Chu Jua and closed his phone again. He looked out the window. It was already dark and he could not see the shore, only the surging sea around him. On the deck, Lin Chen leaned against the railing, the sea breeze blowing his hair back. How's it going? Xinhua, wearing a pair of flip-flops and a floral shirt, stood to the side and asked, have you eaten in the past few days? Xinhua winked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Not really in the mood. Xinhua patted Lin Chen's shoulder and said, relax a bit. I've invited a few third-tier stars tonight to sing and dance on stage. Want me to save you a spot up front? Lin Chen shook his head and replied, no need. Xinhua didn't say much more, just added, just let me know if you need anything. Then Xinhua left the deck. Lin Chen leaned alone against the railing. The distant horizon where the sea met the sky was truly captivating. Hey, handsome, alone? A woman approached, leaning against the railing as well. Lin Chen turned to look at the woman beside him, dressed in a white dress and wearing flip-flops, with light makeup on. You are Bai Yuan? Bai Yuan said in surprise, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to remember me. Lin Chen didn't respond, just gazed into the distance. Bai Yuan smiled, staring at Lin Chen's profile, and said, Mr. Lin, you look a bit sad. Lin Chen glanced at Bai Yuan, are you trying to sleep with me? Bai Yuan's expression stiffened for a moment and she coldly replied, Mr. Lin, you really are boring. Lin Chen chuckled and said, then why are you coming to find me so often? Is there something you need? Bai Yuan shook her head, actually, no. But among everyone on this cruise, you're the only one I find somewhat appealing. Lin Chen frowned slightly, why? You have a unique aura that none of the others on the cruise possess, Bai Yuan said earnestly. What aura? Lin Chen looked down at himself. Bai Yuan tucked her hair behind her ear, smiling brightly. A kind of poor person's aura. Lin Chen. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Bai Yuan laughed and said, Lin Chen, do you believe there's another world? Lin Chen squinted, what do you mean? Bai Yuan raised a hand and whispered, hidden on the other side of the world. There are people who possess abilities far beyond ordinary ones. Like, superpowers. Lin Chen chuckled and asked, oh really, do you have superpowers? Bai Yuan blinked and said seriously, I do. Lin Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Bai Yuan, you really are honest. At this point, Bai Yuan burst into laughter. Alright, Mr. Lin, forget what I said. Your perspective isn't high enough to see the other side of the world. People like you will probably never understand. Who would believe that there are people in this world beyond imagination? After all, you're just an ordinary person. After saying this, Bai Yuan directly left the deck. Lin Chen stood alone on the deck, squinting, smiling as he watched Bai Yuan's figure disappear. On the 4th night of the cruise, the cocktail party officially began. In the cruise ship's lobby, both men and women were dressed extravagantly, gathered here. On the stage, an unknown third-tier star had already taken the stage. Lin Chen was absent from this gathering, watching a movie alone in a small cinema on the 2nd underground level of the cruise ship. In the lobby, Bai Yuan lifted her skirt and walked to a corner. How's the preparation going? Mao Kai stood there, holding a bottle of wine. Don't worry, Sister Bai, everything is ready. Bai Yuan nodded and said, I'll go find Xinhua, you all get ready to act. Mao Kai smiled and nodded, understood. In the lobby, everyone was immersed in the music. Mao Kai stood up from the corner, looking at the star singing on stage, revealing a smile. Dance, sing. In the lobby, a middle-aged boss from a company was hugging a young woman, laughing. Xiao He, I can invest in your project. I have high hopes for you. Tonight, come to my room and give me a more detailed introduction to your project. The young woman beamed, raising her glass and flattering, sure, Mr. Wang, I will definitely come to report to you tonight. But just then, her shoulder was suddenly bumped. What are you doing? The woman frowned, casting a cold glance to the side. However, the person opposite remained still, awkwardly swaying slightly. Hey, why aren't you speaking? The company's boss expression darkened as he reached out to grab the person's shoulder. Don't you have ears? The person, caught by the shoulder, stiffly turned around. You. The moment the boss saw the man, he froze in place, words caught in his throat. Ah! The woman let out a sharp scream. There stood the rigid figure who had no face. A ghost, it's a ghost. With the woman's scream, everyone in the hall turned to look. In the next moment, countless faceless figures surged out from various passages, densely surrounding the entire hall. Ah! What is this thing? The hall instantly descended into chaos, with countless screams erupting. One by one, the faceless figures appeared, swaying and gathering here. Maokai stood up from the corner, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the center. Along the way, all the faceless people parted to make way. Maokai jumped onto the stage and snatched the microphone from the trembling third-tier star's hands. Hello? Maokai's voice echoed throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I announce that you are all being held hostage now. On the other side, at the top level of the cruise ship, Shinchao heard the commotion outside and stepped out of his room. What's going on? Shinchao looked down at the hall from above and spotted the densely packed faceless figures. Damn it! Shinchao's expression changed and he immediately headed downstairs. But just then, a woman leaned against the side, smiling and waving at Shinchao. Young Master Shin, where are you going? Shinchao suddenly stopped, staring intently at the woman not far away. Who are you? Bai Yuan smiled, her hands clasped behind her back. I am a robber. Young Master Shin, please take a break. Before Shinchao could react, Bai Yuan suddenly stepped aside, revealing a mirror behind her. Shinchao's reflection appeared in the mirror. In the next moment, the rules activated. Shinchao suddenly vanished from his spot, appearing inside the mirror. Bai Yuan took out a lipstick and gently applied it in front of the mirror. Young Master Shin, I'm sorry. Trapped inside the mirror, Shinchao watched Bai Yuan applying lipstick across from him and punched the surface. Bang! The entire mirror shook violently. However, there were no cracks, and Shinchao remained trapped inside. Bai Yuan pursed her lips and smiled. Young Master Shin, don't waste your effort. We've inquired about the inversion. Shinchao pressed his hands against the mirror, growling softly. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Bai Yuan raised her hand, gently covering her mouth, and smiled. Of course. But don't worry, after we take the money, we'll go abroad, so you won't have to worry anymore, young Master Shin. Bai Yuan put away the lipstick and pouted at the mirror in satisfaction. Alright, I'm leaving now. Bye-bye, young Master Shin. Ignoring the shaking mirror behind her, Bai Yuan stepped down the stairs in her silver high heels. On the second level of the cruise ship, Bai Yuan leaned against the railing, watching Maokai on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself. I am the robber this time. It'll be straightforward. If you don't want to die, line up and transfer money one by one. Maokai squatted down, holding the microphone, addressing the hall. The third-tier star beside him trembled, collapsing to the side. Woo-woo. Maokai smiled, raising his hand to stroke the head of the third-rate star beside him. Don't worry, as long as the money is right, life can be spared. Inside the lobby, the controlled wealthy individuals looked grim, standing frozen in place, afraid to move. Faceless people filled the entire lobby, with almost everyone surrounded by one of them. In the center of the lobby, Uncle Fuss' expression was dark as he quietly pressed the earpiece on his ear. Hey, where are you guys? Just as Uncle Fu spoke, Maokai suddenly turned his head to look this way. Found you. Maokai grinned and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a faceless person lunged at Uncle Fu. Damn it! Uncle Fuss' expression changed, and he swung a punch at the faceless person. Bang! But as Uncle Fuss' fist struck the person's chest, a horrifying scene unfolded. Uncle Fuss' fist sank directly into the person, their chest turning into a puddle of mud, firmly embedding Uncle Fuss' arm. What? Uncle Fu was shocked and tried to pull his arm out, but the mud in the faceless person's chest instantly solidified. Maokai jumped off the stage, and the crowd immediately recoiled in fear. Maokai walked towards Uncle Fu with a smile. You're looking for them, right? As he spoke, Maokai clapped his hands. Clap clap. Several faceless people appeared from different directions, each of them imprisoning a short-haired security guard within their bodies. Uncle Fu was taken aback. The security guards had all been dealt with? Maokai chuckled and said, Old man, you don't understand. Then Maokai turned around and shouted towards the lobby. Come on, whoever pays first gets to live. Bai Yuan held a glass of wine, watching the situation below with a smile. Meanwhile, on the second underground level of the cruise ship, Lin Chen, who was watching a movie alone, heard a commotion from above. Lin Chen frowned slightly and stood up from his seat. Outside the small cinema, a faceless person was awkwardly moving its body. Creak. Lin Chen pushed the door open and the faceless person instantly turned around. What's going on? Lin Chen stared at the faceless person, momentarily stunned. Just then, the faceless person stiffly moved its legs and stumbled towards Lin Chen. Bang! Creak creak. The cinema door made a faint sound. A rigid, headless body fell to the ground, splattering into a puddle of mud. Lin Chen picked up the faceless head and examined it closely. This is mud? Lin Chen grabbed the faceless head and slammed it down. Smack! The head was flattened. Lin Chen walked down the steps towards the cruise ship's control room. Inside the control room, two men who looked strikingly similar held guns to the heads of the captain and the first mate. "Don't move. Turn the ship around now or you'll die. Do you understand?" The captain, with a gun pressed to his head, trembled as he said, "I understand. I understand." As the direction of the cruise ship began to slowly change, both men smiled. "Beep beep. Xiaolong, how's it going on your end?" Mao Kai's voice came through the intercom. Xiaolong picked up the intercom from his chest and said, "Don't worry, brother Mao, Xiaohu and I have already controlled the captain and are turning the ship around." "Very good, I've started collecting money here." Xiaolong and Xiaohu exchanged glances and grinned. "Understood, brother Mao." But just then, a knock came from behind the control room door. Knock knock. The sound was not loud, but it was particularly crisp. Xiaolong's expression changed and he immediately pointed his gun at the door. "Who?" Xiaolong nervously swallowed, keeping the gun firmly against the door. Xiaohu turned around and whispered, "Don't worry, the door is thick, bullets can't penetrate it, just ignore it. It might be some fish that slipped through the net. We just need to keep an eye on the direction of the cruise ship." After thinking for a moment, Xiaolong whispered, "To whoever is outside, no matter who you are, if you don't want to die, just get lost." After saying that, Xiaolong also lowered his gun. The cabin door of the cruise ship was specially treated, impervious to bullets. Without a password and key, it was impossible to force it open. The two had already closed the cabin door, and that person could not get in. "Change direction," Xiaohu shouted, pressing the gun against the captain's head. "Keep it this way, no mistakes." Xiaolong pulled out the pre-prepared route map from his pocket and slammed it in front of the captain. But just then, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the cabin door. Bang! The heavy cabin door was instantly twisted. "What?" Xiaolong's face changed dramatically. Before the two could react, the door that even bullets couldn't penetrate was forcibly pried open from the outside. Creak! A young man leaned in. "Excuse me." Xiaolong's face turned pale. "How is that possible? This door, impervious to bullets, was actually pried open by hand?" Xiaohu raised his gun, aiming at the young man and pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang! But in the moment the gun fired, the young man was faster, instantly grabbing his own neck with one hand. Crash! In an instant, Lin Chen had taken both of them down. The captain trembled as he looked at Lin Chen in front of him. Lin Chen stood in the cockpit and patted the captain's shoulder. "Continue on the original route." The intercom on the ground crackled to life. "Hello, Xiaolong, what's going on over there? Why are there gunshots? Hello?" Mao Kai stood on the stage, gripping the intercom tightly, calling out in a low voice. But there was no response from the other end. Mao Kai had a bad feeling in his heart. But the next moment, a strange voice suddenly came from the intercom. "You guys are out of luck." The next second, the entire cruise ship's power was cut off. All the lights in the lobby went out, plunging it into darkness. "What's going on?" Bai Yuan, leaning on the railing, turned pale and picked up the intercom to shout at Mao Kai. Mao Kai's eyes twitched as he said, "I don't know, Bai Jia, we lost contact with Xiaolong and Xiaohu. The one speaking on the other end is a stranger." Bai Yuan's face darkened. What did he say? Mao Kai tightened his grip on the intercom and said, "We are out of luck." Bai Yuan clenched the railing. "Damn it! You keep controlling the lobby, I'll go take a look." After saying that, Bai Yuan took off her high heels and quickly walked towards a glass wall behind her. The next moment, Bai Yuan stepped inside and disappeared. Mao Kai put away the intercom, cursing under his breath. "No chaos. Anyone who runs around will be killed. Keep lining up." On the lowest level of the cruise ship, Lin Chen walked up the stairs alone. Step, step, step. As Lin Chen ascended, he took out his phone from his pocket. "Hello, this is Lin Chen. Captain Lin, why are you calling all of a sudden?" Chu Juha said, somewhat surprised. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead, said, "You need to find a way to contact Mei Yugu. A ship has been hijacked off the coast of Zicheng. There are at least 2 hijackers, and they should prepare for a rescue." "Got it, Captain Lin." Chu Juha immediately responded. "Captain Lin, do you need me to rush over?" "No need, I can handle it here." Lin Chen hung up the phone directly and continued forward in the darkness. A faceless mud figure spotted Lin Chen and immediately stumbled over. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and pressed it against the mud figure's chest. The next moment, Lin Chen found his hand sinking into it. "Is it made entirely of mud?" The mud figure leaned closer to Lin Chen, trying to engulf him. Lin Chen frowned slightly and flicked his hand. Bang! The mud figure shattered completely. "Rule mud?" Lin Chen shook his hand, examining the shattered mud figure. Just then, a woman's figure suddenly appeared in the glass reflection beside Lin Chen. The woman was dressed in a white gown, looking ghostly in the darkness. Bai Yuan frowned as she looked at the figure not far away in the mirror. Due to the darkness, she couldn't make out the person's face. Could it be a cleaner? Bai Yuan's expression changed slightly. Then she began to retreat, her reflection gradually disappearing. In the middle of the hall, Maokai squatted to one side, shining a flashlight on the crowd. Be honest. Give money, give money. Next to Maokai, in a piece of glass, Bai Yuan's figure gradually appeared. Maokai. Oh my. You scared me to death, Sister Bai. Maokai patted his chest, looking at the glass beside him. I've found the person's location, Bai Yuan said. Maokai was taken aback for a moment, then grinned. Got it. In the next moment, Maokai reached into that piece of glass. Bai Yuan shifted her body. On one side was Maokai, and on the other was the glass on Lin Chen's side. Maokai raised his hand and squeezed, a lump of soil appearing in his palm, writhing as if it had a life of its own. Mud activated. A gigantic lion made entirely of mud appeared, stomping in the mirrored space, lowering its head to bare its teeth and roar. Bai Yuan turned around, raised her hand towards the front and activated her own rules. Mirror activated. A path through the mirror was opened. Lin Chen and Maokai were connected through the mirror. Lin Chen's figure appeared on the opposite side. Maokai and Bai Yuan struck simultaneously. The rules overlapped. In the next moment, the mud lion threw its head back and roared, lunging forward. Bang! Lin Chen, who was squatting on the ground looking at the mud figure, instantly turned his head to the side. He saw a massive mud lion suddenly pounce out from the glass. Roar! Lin Chen's expression changed. And he quickly dodged. Bang! The gigantic mud lion missed its target, its sharp claws pressing hard against the ground, lowly growling at Lin Chen. When did it appear? Lin Chen squinted, staring at the suddenly appearing mud lion before him. Bai Yuan's figure quietly retreated, watching Lin Chen silently. Sister Bai, what do you think? Maokai asked softly towards the mirror. Bai Yuan crossed her arms and calmly replied, no rush. Let's test this person first. Maokai twisted his wrist and smiled, don't worry, Sister Bai, with our two rules overlapping, there won't be any accidents. On the other side of the mirror, Lin Chen faced the suddenly appearing mud lion, slightly frowning. Bang! The mud lion lunged at Lin Chen repeatedly, its fangs bared, frantically trying to bite. However, Lin Chen was too fast, the mud lion couldn't touch him at all, only continuously missing its target. Lin Chen stood still, not in a hurry to strike, but instead focused his attention on his surroundings. How did it appear? The sudden appearance of the mud lion had no warning at all. Just mud alone can't achieve this level. Could it be another thief? Roar! The mud lion lunged at Lin Chen once more. Lin Chen didn't dodge again, instead, he stepped forward, pulled back his body, took a deep breath, and pressed a fist against his chest. I will have strength. Deceit activated. In the next moment, Lin Chen instantly threw a punch. Bang! The lunging mud lion was smashed to pieces by Lin Chen's punch. What? Bai Yuan, hidden deep in the glass and looking this way, suddenly changed her expression drastically upon seeing this scene. Maokai, something's wrong, it's a tough nut. Bai Yuan said coldly. But in the next instant, a fire extinguisher suddenly came crashing down. Bang! The entire piece of glass shattered. Lin Chen stood in place, watching the glass break with a grin. Found you. As the glass shattered, Bai Yuan's figure also disappeared. Damn it! Bai Yuan's figure walked out from one of the mirrors, her expression dark. That person had actually discovered her. Sister Bai, what happened? Mao Kai's voice came through the intercom. Bai Yuan took a deep breath, picked up the intercom, and said, that guy found me. Stay alert, that guy is not ordinary. A thief? Mao Kai was taken aback, then asked. Bai Yuan nodded and said, that's right, however, the rules are unknown. Be careful, don't capsize in the gutter. On stage, Mao Kai took a deep breath and said softly, understood. On the top deck of the cruise ship, a clay figure assigned to monitor Shinchua stood in front of a mirror. Shinchua slowly walked forward, facing the clay figure, then raised his hand and pressed it against the mirror. Invert. The next moment, invert was activated. The clay figure instantly appeared in the mirror. Positions were reversed in an instant. Shinchua slipped out of the mirror and quickly disappeared into the darkness, leaving the clay figure to crash against the mirror frantically, again and again. On stage, Maokai cursed under his breath, then stood up and shouted at the line of wealthy individuals in front of him, move your asses faster. Maokai pulled out a gun from his waist and fired a shot into the air. Bang! Ah! The loud gunshot caused the people below to scream in shock. Maokai angrily shouted, no screaming. Anyone who doesn't hand over their money honestly, will be the first to take them out. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan stepped out from the mirror, her expression changing several times. Is it a coincidence? Or have we been targeted all along? Bai Yuan crossed her arms and paced back and forth, her high heels clicking on the floor of the darkroom. This time, for the hijacking, she had already scouted the place and gathered information. The young master of the prominent Shin family, Shinchua. Being a thief was something Bai Yuan had learned at a high price from the black market. She even had a clear understanding of Shinchua's ability, invert. Originally, this plan should have been foolproof. Although Shinchua was also a level thief, his ability was quite simple. With her and Maokai's collaboration, hijacking the ship should have been no problem. But now, there was a variable on this cruise ship. An unknown thief with rules. It shouldn't have been pre-arranged. Bai Yuan stopped, took a deep breath, and slowly opened her eyes. In any case, I am in control now. And with the rules stacked with Maokai's, that guy can't stir up any trouble. I need to deal with him quickly. Bai Yuan turned around, looked at the mirror behind her, and walked straight in, disappearing from the room. Let me see where you are hiding. Bai Yuan traversed through one mirror after another, searching for Lin Chen's trace. Wherever there was a mirror, Bai Yuan's figure could always be seen. But after searching through 2 floors, Bai Yuan still couldn't find Lin Chen's trace. Did he guess my rules and deliberately avoid the mirrors? Bai Yuan frowned, murmuring to herself. This is a bit troublesome. Now, the entire cruise ship's power had been cut off, and the lobby was extremely noisy. Bai Yuan did not linger and continued to move through the mirrors. Mirror kept activating. But at that moment, Bai Yuan suddenly spotted a familiar figure through a mirror. Wait a minute. Shenchua? Bai Yuan's expression changed, looking incredulously at a man hiding in the bathroom. At that moment, Shenchua was crouched down, moving along the tiles silently. But what Shenchua didn't know was that behind him, in a mirror, Bai Yuan was staring intently at him. When did he escape? Bai Yuan stood in the mirror, waved her hand, and a passage leading to the top deck mirror immediately appeared before her. There, a clay figure was continuously crashing against the mirror. Damn it! Shenchua had indeed escaped. Bai Yuan's eyes darkened as she focused on Shenchua, who was crouched forward in the darkness. Shenchua, hidden in the shadows, peered through the door crack, surveying the scene in the lobby. This is a premeditated hijacking. Shenchua stared at Maokai on stage, slightly furrowing his brows. Why is it just him? Where's the other woman? And where's Lin Chen? Shenchua scanned the lobby, murmuring to himself, but it was too dark to see clearly. Shenchua continued to observe the situation in the lobby. What Shenchua didn't know was that in the mirror behind her, a woman in a white gown was quietly taking off her high heels. Bai Yuan stepped out of the mirror barefoot, silently treading on the tiles. She raised her hand and grasped a sharp shard of glass that appeared in her palm. Bai Yuan crept closer to Shen Chaos back, raising the shard high above her head without Shenchua noticing. Just as Bai Yuan was about to plunge the glass shard into Shen Chaos back, a large hand shot out from the darkness. What? Bai Yuan's face changed dramatically. Slap! The hand moved too quickly, instantly gripping Bai Yuan's throat. Ugh! Behind that hand, a figure emerged from the shadows. The moment Bai Yuan saw the person's face, her eyes widened in shock. Lin Chen? Lin Chen tightened his grip on Bai Yuan's neck, slamming her against the wall. Bai Yuan, you're not being very honest, Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. The immense force in his hand made Bai Yuan's face flush, and the sensation of suffocation surged wildly. I must say, your fishing method is quite effective, Shenchua said as she stood up and walked over. Fishing? Bai Yuan's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the 2 people before her. No wonder, Bai Yuan sneered, then struggled to say. But with just you 2, you won't be able to keep me. Bai Yuan glanced behind her, where the mirror reflected the 3 figures. No! Shenchua realized, grabbing a trash can and smashing it against the mirror. Too late. In the next moment, the mirror activated. Bai Yuan's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing in the mirror. Bang! The trash can shattered the mirror into pieces. Bai Yuan's figure also disappeared. I must say, your movements are too slow, Lin Chen said, twisting his wrist and glancing sideways at Shenchua. On the stage in the hall, Maokai, hearing the commotion, suddenly stood up, staring intently in the direction of the 2nd floor. Who's there? Without any hesitation, Maokai raised his hand and reached toward that direction. The mud activated. A giant hand made of mud instantly smashed toward that way. Bang! The entire restroom collapsed under the impact of the mud. At the same time, Bai Yuan's figure appeared in a mirror beside Maokai. Sister Bai. What's going on? Maokai asked hurriedly upon seeing Bai Yuan reappear. Bai Yuan rubbed her neck, her expression dark. I almost got caught. Shenchua escaped, and another thief has shown up. Maokai's gaze turned fierce as he said in a low voice, then let's take them both out. Bai Yuan stared in the direction of the 2nd floor restroom. You've lost your chance. Let's go. Bai Yuan directly opened the mirror's surface and walked into the mirror with Maokai. Lin Chen, you didn't kill me just now, you've already lost your only opportunity. What you face next is the combined rules of me and Maokai. In the mirrored space, Maokai and Bai Yuan gazed at Lin Chen and Shenchua through a mirror. In the next moment, Bai Yuan and Maokai struck simultaneously. The mirror and mud activated at the same time. Maokai grinned wickedly, his hands grasping as countless clumps of mud surged forth, coalescing into 2 massive mud dragons, baring their fangs and twisting their bodies. Roaring upwards, Bai Yuan pressed her hand against the mirror in front of her, and the two mud dragons charged out of the mirror, lunging at Lin Chen and Xin Chao. Bang! The second floor collapsed directly. Crash! Lin Chen lifted a massive stone and emerged from the rubble with Xin Chao. So it's a combination of rules that's quite unexpected. Countless shards of glass lay scattered around, all reflecting the figures of Mao Kai and Bai Yuan. Lin Chen and Xin Chao were surrounded. "This is quite rare," Xin Chao said, adjusting his white suit with a smile. "But you all are a bit too confident." Xin Chao pulled a gold coin carved with a rose from his suit pocket. At the same time, Lin Chen slowly rolled up the cuffs of his black shirt. "One black, one white. The combination of rules is not something only you can achieve." Two mud dragons roared low in midair, baring their teeth as they charged towards Lin Chen and Xin Chuan in an instant. Lin Chen casually said with his hands in his pockets, "Stacking lies one by one is too troublesome." Xin Chua fiddled with the gold coin, smiling, "Then let's try something new?" Lin Chen, with his hands still in his pockets, walked straight towards the mud dragon. Stacking a single lie was too cumbersome. There was a limit to the number of lies that could be stacked. With a finite number of lies, could the strength of those lies be appropriately enhanced? If Xin Chua were here, perhaps they could give it a try. "I will possess strength, speed, attack, defense." The demon's whisper emerged. Deception was activated. Unlike previous singular deceptions, this time Lin Chen simultaneously stacked 4 abilities within one lie. Ding! At the same time, the rose gold coin in Xin Chua's hand was thrown high into the air. Inversion was activated. Rule stacked. The mud dragon had already roared its way to Lin Chen's front. Roar! Lin Chen took a deep breath, grinned savagely, pulled back, and smashed his fist down towards the dragon's head. Bang! The immense force drove the mud dragon's head straight into the ground. Boom! The dragon's head exploded instantly, dirt flying everywhere. Its body also shattered with a loud crash. Amidst the shards of glass on the ground, Mao Kai's expression changed dramatically at this scene. "How is that possible?" Mao Kai screamed in shock. Beside him, Bai Yuan's pupils constricted, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. Xin Chua, with a smile, said, "Looks like the effect is unexpectedly good." The other mud dragon stood tall, also charging this way. But without any surprise, Lin Chen raised his hand and directly tore the mud dragon in half. Mao Kai's heart raced even more at this sight. "Is this guy really human?" Bai Yuan said with a serious face, "Don't rush, we are in an invincible position, we can slowly drag him down." Mao Kai nodded, then began to frantically activate mud. Clumps of mud fell, then began to writhe madly, as if given life. Twisting into various shapes. Monsters made of mud dropped to the ground, then leaped out of the mirror with a roar. "Shen Chua!" Lin Chen called out with a smile without turning back. "Understood." Xin Chua grinned and responded from behind. Lin Chen slightly bent forward and charged towards the oncoming monsters. Bang bang bang! In an instant, Lin Chen had already torn apart a mud monster in front of him. Each time the demon's whisper sounded, the rose gold coin would respond. Ding! All the various monsters made of mud were ruthlessly smashed to pieces by Lin Chen. No matter how scary they are still just mud. Lin Chen grinned savagely, punching through a six-eyed spider in front of him. No matter what kind of monster Mao Kai shaped from the mud, it was useless in front of Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen said, mud was ultimately just mud. A fierce tiger roared and bit down on Lin Chen's arm, and Lin Chen instinctively raised his hand to smash its body. But in the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly stopped his movement. "What's wrong?" Xin Chua asked in confusion upon seeing this scene from behind. The mud tiger's fangs clamped tightly onto Lin Chen's arm, yet it couldn't harm him in the slightest. Lin Chen stared at the mud tiger in front of him, not smashing it with a punch, but instead raised his hand to press against the tiger's head. "Go to sleep." Deception was activated. But this time, the deception did not take effect on Lin Chen. Instead, it attached itself to the mud tiger's head in front of him. The rules were activated. The mud tiger struggled a few times, but gradually began to calm down. However, just as it was about to fall, the mud tiger suddenly opened its fangs again and lunged at Lin Chen. Still not working. Lin Chen frowned and casually smashed the mud tiger. Right across, inside the glass, Mao Kai was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. "No way. I can't do it. That guy is simply not human." Lin Chen had already killed most of the surrounding monsters, with mud scattered all over the ground. Mao Kai's hands trembled, having reached his limit. Lin Chen was covered in mud, holding the head of the last monster in his hand. In the next moment, Lin Chen stepped forward, his figure instantly rushing towards Mao Kai and Bai Yuan. "Be careful!" Bai Yuan exclaimed. Bang! The glass in front of them shattered into powder with Lin Chen's punch. Lin Chen raised his fist, which was now covered in glass shards. "Quick reaction," Lin Chen said, turning to look at another piece of glass. The reflections of Bai Yuan and Mao Kai appeared within it, both watching Lin Chen warily. Bai Yuan's palms were sweating, her heart racing as she looked at Lin Chen. Just a moment ago, if she hadn't activated the rules, Lin Chen would have really punched through the mirror space. Lin Chen, we indeed can't kill you, but likewise, you can't kill me, Bai Yuan said in a deep voice. But before Bai Yuan could continue, Lin Chen smashed that piece of glass again with another punch. Crack! Lin Chen blew away the dust from his fist. In another piece of glass, the reflections of Bai Yuan and Mao Kai appeared once more. Lin! Bang! Lin Chen punched again. Bai Yuan and Mao Kai vanished from the hall, their figures reflected in a mirror inside a room on the cruise ship. What a madman! On the other side, Xin Chao walked up to Lin Chen. They still managed to escape. But Lin Chen shook his head and said, they can't escape. Xin Chao looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Why? Lin Chen smiled and looked at Xin Chao. Have you ever played cat and mouse? Xin Chao paused for a moment and asked, what do you mean? Lin Chen, with his hands in his pockets, said, her ability has its limits. The number of mirrors on the cruise ship is finite. Once all the mirrors are shattered, she will definitely show herself. The two exchanged glances. Xin Chao tied his white suit jacket and smiled. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Chen and Xin Chao walked into the darkness, their footsteps echoing throughout the cruise ship. Mirror after mirror was shattered, forcing Bai Yuan and Mao Kai to keep moving. They were like vengeful spirits wandering in the dark, inching closer to Bai Yuan and Mao Kai. He's breaking the mirrors. Bai Yuan's face turned pale as she hissed. What should we do? At this rate, we'll be forced out sooner or later. Mao Kai clenched his fists tightly, growling softly. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open, and Bai Yuan and Mao Kai's expressions changed. He's coming. They quickly jumped to another location again. Crack! Another mirror was smashed by Lin Chen's punch. Keep running. Watching the shadows of Bai Yuan and Mao Kai disappear, Lin Chen grinned. Xin Chao, dressed in a white suit, stood behind him, while Lin Chen wore a black shirt in front. Let's go. The two stepped back into the darkness, slowly shattering one mirror after another. The two spirits knocked on doors, seeking souls. In the darkness, the footsteps continued. Thud, thud, thud. Two heavy footsteps echoed continuously in the dark, accompanied by the sound of mirrors shattering. In the mirror, Mao Kai's forehead was throbbing with veins, his eyes bloodshot. I'll fight him. Bai Yuan slapped Mao Kai across the face. Slap. Fight? What do we have to fight with? Bai Yuan's face twisted in rage as she hissed in a low voice. Those two outside were not human at all, their combined rules had reached a perverse level. By now, most of the mirrors in the entire cruise ship had been shattered, and at this rate, she would be forced out sooner or later. The footsteps of Lin Chen and Xin Chao continued. Lin Chen kicked open the door to a bedroom and walked towards the full-length mirror next to the wardrobe. But just as Lin Chen was about to smash the mirror, Bai Yuan's figure appeared in it. Lin Chen, I want to talk to you. Bai Yuan, dressed in a white gown, stood in the mirror, staring intently into Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. You finally decided to show yourself. Bai Yuan's expression was grim as she said, if I wait until you shatter all the mirrors, it will be too late for me to come out. Lin Chen smiled and said, negotiation also requires leverage. What leverage do you have to negotiate with me now? Bai Yuan slowly walked out from the mirror and directly approached Lin Chen. We are only after money. Lin Chen, give me a chance to live. Lin Chen raised his hand. Show me your sincerity. Bai Yuan confirmed that Lin Chen had no intention of attacking, then reached into the mirror and pulled out a box. Lin Chen, killing us is of no benefit to you. You can take a look at this. As she spoke, Bai Yuan threw the box to Lin Chen. After catching it, Lin Chen did not rush to open it. Instead, he cautiously stroked the surface with his hand. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he lifted the lid. Inside was a piece of brown cotton cloth, on top of which lay a square mirror. The mirror was surrounded by bronze, already rusted, and the surface was yellowed, clearly indicating that this mirror was not a product of this era. What is this, an antique? Lin Chen stared at the mirror in his hand, frowning as he asked. Bai Yuan gestured for Lin Chen to take a look at the mirror. Lin Chen reached into the box to take out the mirror, but the moment he touched it, he sensed something was off. This feeling, is it the rules? The ancient bronze mirror had an aura of rules attached to it. Moreover, this rule felt very familiar. It was Bai Yuan's mirror. You attached the rules to this ancient bronze mirror? Lin Chen rubbed the mirror in his hand. This was the fourth time he had encountered an object imbued with rule abilities. Jokun's MP3, the jade pendant of the Jade Kirin, the forgetting capsule from the Jinga Palace, and now this ancient bronze mirror. Lin Chen frowned slightly. The idea of attaching one's abilities to objects was something he had been trying, but unfortunately he had never achieved any results. He never expected Bai Yuan could do it. But at that moment, Bai Yuan shook her head and said, not me, I can't do that. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and asked, not you? The rules on this ancient bronze mirror were clearly mirror, yet Bai Yuan claimed it wasn't her doing? Bai Yuan looked at Lin Chen with some surprise and asked, "You don't know?" "No what?" Lin Chen asked, confused. "Only an A-level thief can attach their rule abilities to objects," Bai Yuan said. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. So that was it. No wonder he had never been able to do it. It turned out that only by reaching a level could one attach rules to objects. Zhou Kuan, the Jade Kirin, and the thief with forgetting, they were all a level. But Lin Chen examined the bronze mirror in his hand and asked, "If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Rules are unique. Only Bai Yuan possesses mirror." Looking at the bronze mirror filled with the marks of time, Lin Chen seemed to suddenly think of something. "Wait, could it be?" Bai Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, the owner of this bronze mirror is the previous thief who possessed mirror. Thieves who steal rules have existed for thousands of years. After a thief dies, the rules return to the world, waiting to be stolen by the next person." Lin Chen looked at the bronze mirror in his hand. Meaning this bronze mirror was actually left behind by the previous thief who possessed mirror. Bai Yuan gestured for Lin Chen to look into the mirror. "Lin Chen, you can try looking into the mirror. Don't worry, there won't be any danger." Lin Chen confirmed that Bai Yuan was not lying before lifting the mirror to look at himself. The yellowed surface of the mirror, eroded by time, made Lin Chen's reflection blurry, even distorting his face a bit. But in the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly saw a color in the mirror. It was a faint red, just like his ability to detect lies. "What is this?" Bai Yuan did not rush to answer. Instead, she passed through the mirror and pulled over an ordinary person who was locked in the hall. "No, don't kill me. I have money, I can give you money." The one who was caught was a middle-aged man, trembling on the ground begging for mercy. Bai Yuan pointed to the mirror in Lin Chen's hand and said, "You should take another look at him." Lin Chen strode up to the middle-aged man and held the bronze mirror up to him. On the yellowed surface of the mirror, the man's face was reflected. "No color?" Lin Chen glanced at the bronze mirror, frowning slightly. Bai Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Thieves appear red in the mirror, ordinary people are colorless, and cleaners are white. That's the ability of this bronze mirror." As she spoke, Bai Yuan shoved the ordinary man back into the mirror and tossed it back into the hall. Lin Chen examined the bronze mirror in his hand. "Interesting, it can reveal a person's identity? Thieves are red, ordinary people are colorless, and cleaners are white. Where did you find this bronze mirror?" Lin Chen asked. Bai Yuan shrugged and replied candidly, "A few years ago, for money, I dug up quite a few ancient tombs and unearthed a lot of treasures, and this is one of them. At that time, I also used this bronze mirror to gain the opportunity to steal the mirror." Lin Chen looked at the bronze mirror, running his fingers over the rust on it. "This bronze mirror is at least 200 or 300 years old." Bai Yuan continued, "Later, I researched a lot of materials and found something similar in various folklore." Lin Chen looked at Bai Yuan and asked, "What is it?" Bai Yuan's expression was serious as she spoke each word clearly. "A demon-revealing mirror." Lin Chen was taken aback the moment he heard this name. No wonder he felt a strange familiarity with the mirror's ability. In many folktales, demons disguise themselves as humans, making them unrecognizable, but some demon-catching Taoists possess a magical artifact that can reveal the true form of the demons. That kind of artifact is called a demon-revealing mirror. Lin Chen recalled the mythological stories Jiangjin had once told him. Many truths exist in another form. You just need to carefully verify them. Bai Yuan shrugged and asked, "So, what do you think? This thing is enough to buy my and Mao Kai's lives, right?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "I can spare you. I can even offer you a job." Just then, Shin Chao's phone rang. Shin Chao looked down at his pocket and found it was a call from the black phone provided by Mei Yugu. Standing outside the door, Shin Chao answered the call. "Hello, this is Shin Chao. Shin Chao, we have sealed off the coast. As soon as the cruise ship docks, we can act immediately." Chen Xiaowei's voice came through the phone. "How's it going on your end?" Chen Xiaowei continued to ask. Shin Chao was taken aback, then looked at Lin Chen inside. Lin Chen gave Shin Chao a look and Shin Chao immediately understood. "I have no problems here. The two ship hijackers have already been controlled." "Good, we will meet you on the shore." After Chen Xiaowei finished speaking, she hung up. Shin Chao then walked inside. Mei Yugu has now sealed off the coast and Xiaowei and the others are waiting on the shore. Lin Chen put away the bronze mirror, pointed at Bai Yuan, and said, "Then they will be left to Mei Yugu." Bai Yuan's expression changed several times, but she ultimately fell silent. At least her life was saved. Then Bai Yuan released Mao Kai from the mirror. As soon as Mao Kai came out, he bared his teeth and wanted to fight Lin Chen. "Sister Bai, let's blow him up." But when Mao Kai saw the three silent figures, his movements froze. Bai Yuan said to Mao Kai, "We've already come to an agreement." Mao Kai looked around and finally nodded, obediently following behind Bai Yuan. On the deck, Lin Chen and Shin Chao stood together, facing the sea breeze. With the dawn about to break in the distance, Thanks to you this time. Shin Xiao lit a cigarette and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head and lit a cigarette. Bai Yuan and the others caused quite a bit of trouble with this hijacking. The people on board are all prominent figures. This mess is enough to give Meiyugu a headache. Shin Xiao took a deep breath and then smiled. That has nothing to do with us. That's something for Meiyugu to worry about. Lin Chen leaned against the railing, looking at the gradually clearer coastline in the distance. He could see that the beach had already been cleared, and people in gray work uniforms were on high alert, with several frontline personnel, including Qin Xiaowei, at the forefront. In getting ready to leave, Lin Chen suddenly said. Xin Xiao was taken aback and then asked, "Where are you going?" Lin Chen took one last drag of his cigarette and then extinguished it. "I can't stay in the east any longer. I'm planning to head north." Xin Xiao was silent for a moment before finally nodding. "All right." Lin Chen stood up and patted Xin Xiao on the shoulder. "I'm off." Then Lin Chen left the deck alone, re-entering the cruise ship. He took out 3 paper boats from his pocket. They were the reward Zhou Cohen had given him. Attached to them was the ability of dream. After all, the coast was now filled with people from Meiyugu, just in time to test if this thing is useful. With that, Lin Chen threw one of the paper boats. The moment the paper boat landed, Lin Chen's figure began to blur and quickly disappeared from the cruise ship. The paper boat also vanished swiftly, drifting into the dream. Buzz! The cruise ship slowly approached the shore, and Xin Xiao stood on the deck, waving to Qin Xiaowei below. "Logistics personnel, go up and seal off the cruise ship immediately. Detain the people inside, assess their mental state, and then use the forgetfulness capsules on each of them." Thud thud thud. The logistics personnel quickly rushed onto the cruise ship, controlling everyone inside. Xin Xiao walked down from the cruise ship and faced Qin Xiaowei. "Xiaowei, you arrived just in time." Qin Xiaowei scanned Xin Xiao and asked, "What about those 2 thieves?" Xin Xiao pointed behind him and said, "They're back there." The 2 cleaners behind Qin Xiaowei exchanged glances and quickly moved. Soon, the 2 cleaners brought Bai Yuan and Mao Kai out. "Well, take them back to Meiyugu first." After greeting Qin Xiaowei, the 2 cleaners escorted Bai Yuan and Mao Kai into a special vehicle and quickly left. In the current situation, every thief was of great significance to the cleaner organization. Qin Xiaowei walked up to Xin Xiao and whispered, "Both of these thieves are Class B, you can't handle them alone. Who else is on the ship?" Xin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Just me. This young master is that capable. Do you have any objections?" Qin Xiaowei glanced around and then said sharply, "Xin Xiao, I hope it's only you. The entire East is now hunting for Lin Chen, you must not get involved with him." After saying that, Qin Xiaowei turned and walked towards the cruise ship. Although this hijacking didn't cause a major incident, the remaining mess was still troublesome. On the other side, a youthful student named Li Ming was swallowing hard, feeling his throat dry. Opposite him was a woman in a tight battlesuit, sensually twisting her body. The woman had sultry eyes, flushed cheeks, and her long legs were crossed, rubbing against each other. Li Ming felt a fire spreading throughout his body. He had no idea where this woman had come from. He. Li Ming revealed a lewd smile and lunged towards the woman on the bed. But just as Li Ming reached out, a man suddenly appeared from the side. The 2 locked eyes. What the hell? Li Ming suddenly woke up from the dream, sitting up in bed and reaching for the blanket. "Why is there a man?" Li Ming wailed, having finally had a silly dream, only for a man to suddenly pop up. Li Ming, feeling dejected, pulled the blanket over himself and quickly fell back asleep. What Li Ming didn't know was that in the darkness beside him, a man was gradually appearing. Lin Chen looked at Li Ming lying on the bed and tugged at the corners of his mouth. Well, he just walked right into someone else's foolish dream? Lin Chen silently vanished from the room. "Ladies and gentlemen from all corners of the world, I am very happy to meet you all here. I am your tour guide, Zheng Xiaorong. You can call me Xiao Zhang or Xiao Rong, whichever you prefer." A young man stood in front of the bus, holding a microphone and speaking to the passengers on the bus. The sky was just beginning to brighten when the bus had already entered the highway. Tour guide Xiao Zhang held the microphone high, scanning the tourists in the bus, roughly categorizing them into 3 types: middle-aged people traveling with children, couples chatting intimately, and solitary tourists who hardly spoke. Xiao Zhang silently calculated who had the highest spending power. The cost of this group tour was not high, more would depend on selling some items to earn commissions. Now we are about to enter the highway and start our journey. Just as the bus reached the highway entrance, a group of people in gray uniforms waved at the bus, signaling it to pull over. Zheng Xiaorong was taken aback for a moment, then squatted down next to the driver. "Old Bai, what's going on?" Zheng Xiaorong leaned in, noticing 7 or 8 people in gray uniforms setting up a roadblock by the roadside. "I don't know," the driver, Old Bai, said, turning the steering wheel and pulling over as directed by the gray uniformed individuals. Zheng Xiaorong took off his sunglasses and got out of the bus. As soon as he stepped out, a man in a gray uniform approached him. Hello, we need to verify your documents. The man in gray said to Zheng Xiaorong. Zheng Xiaorong quickly pulled out his ID and the contract for the trip. We are from Rongyo Company, this is a travel outing, and we are all registered. The man in gray looked at Zheng Xiaorong's ID and then said, we need to check the bus. Zheng Xiaorong glanced at the name tag on the man's chest, which read Zhao Hao. This Zheng Xiaorong hesitated, but Zhao Hao directly pulled out a badge from his chest and opened it. Zheng Xiaorong took a look and couldn't say anything more. Zhao Hao then waved to the people behind him, and two of them immediately followed Zhao Hao onto the bus. Please take out your documents and cooperate with our inspection. One by one, the people in gray uniforms carefully checked each person's documents. Zheng Xiaorong asked from the side, brother, is there a problem? Zhao Hao didn't respond. Just got off the bus and signaled for the people in front to let them go. The bus re-entered the highway and Zheng Xiaorong sat next to driver Old Bai. What's going on? Such a big deal? Did you see? They're checking one by one. Old Bai shook his head and said, I guess there's some fugitive. Zheng Xiaorong pushed his glasses up and muttered, fugitive? That's not allowed. In the back row of the bus, a middle-aged man opened his eyes, looking at the line of gray uniforms behind. The east is moving faster than expected. Lin Chen stuffed the fake ID back into his pocket, leaning against the window with his eyes half closed. Not just me, but also the defection of those two level thieves, Yifeng and Zhou Kuan. The entire east is tense now. Lin Chen fell into a deep sleep, and when he opened his eyes again, he was awakened by the tour guide's voice. Who? Family, those who haven't woken up can open their eyes now. We are about to reach our destination. The voice of tour guide Zheng Xiaorong echoed through the loudspeaker. Now, we have arrived at the first stop of our tour, which is also a famous scenic area. Bailo Mountain. Outside the bus glass window, a vast expanse of gray mountains appeared, stretching from left to right like waves surging endlessly. Clouds and mist surrounded the mountains, shrouding them in a hazy veil. I believe everyone has heard of this peculiar scenic area. There are rumors online that it hides some kind of monster, but whether it's true or not, little Zhang isn't sure either. Zheng Xiaorong pointed out the window, and the passengers on the bus all turned to look at the continuous mountain range. Lin Chen also opened his eyes, gazing at the gray mountains. We've arrived, in the north. Soon, the bus came to a stop in front of the scenic area. Zheng Xiaorong organized the tourists to get off, stand in line, and raised his small flag. Dear tourists, the interior of this scenic area is temporarily closed to the public. I've already bought all the tickets. Please stick close to me and don't get lost. We will explore the developed areas on the outskirts and take a look at this mysterious mountain. Lin Chen followed suit, walking at the back of the line. As for this mountain, we may not know the legendary tales surrounding it, but it is rich in mineral resources, including gold, silver, copper, and marble. There are also dozens of species of wildlife, such as black gibbons and Yunnan golden monkeys. Zheng Xiaorong chattered away at the front, while the tourists behind him began taking photos. Lin Chen lingered at the back of the group, staring at the gray mountains, feeling an inexplicable sensation rising in his heart. Hello, the blogger has now arrived at Bailo Mountain. Is there really a water monster inside? What secrets does it hide? This time, it's all real footage. Let's explore the secrets of Bailo Mountain together. A girl holding a DJI camera spoke a lot into the lens and then turned off the camera on her own. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze, she looked at him warily. Seeing a greasy middle-aged man across from her and the look in his eyes, Zhou Yu frowned slightly. Excuse me, do you need something? Zhou Yu put away her camera and asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen pointed to the camera in Zhou Yu's pocket. Are you a video blogger? Zhou Yu nodded and said, yes. There's talk online about the secrets of Bailo Mountain, so I'm here to explore and make a video. Uncle, do you want to follow me? Lin Chen waved his hand and said, no, I'm not interested. The tour guide, Little Zhang, was already holding up the flag in front, leading the group toward the ticket checkpoint of the scenic area. The female blogger Zhou Yu, who had fallen to the back, hurriedly caught up. Lin Chen remained at the end of the line, slowly approaching the scenic area with the tour group. Due to most areas being closed off, many tourists gathered at the outskirts. However, Lin Chen noticed something unusual. Every ticket-checking staff member wore gray uniforms. These uniforms, are they for logistics personnel? This so-called Bailo Mountain scenic area was actually controlled by the cleansing force. Lin Chen slightly lowered his hat. This place was different from the east. The cleansing force in the north had only one attitude towards thieves: kill. Lin Chen stood still, not in a hurry to take photos, just watching the mist deep within Bailo Mountain. The jungle walkway was merely a circle built around the outskirts. The interior was undeveloped mountain paths, dense with jungle, yet the entire mountain range exuded a gray, bleak aura. Standing on the wooden walkway beneath his feet, Lin Chen realized this was barely the outskirts, merely the edge. But what truly caught Lin Chen's attention was, he flipped over his wrist, where a golden mark flickered in and out of view. Lucky's restless. Lin Shen stared at his wrist. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the past, he could only summon this golden chain if he met certain conditions. But now, just by approaching Bailo Mountain, the golden chain within him had already begun to stir. Lin Shen looked up at the mist. It seemed something inside was calling to him. This mountain range feels very wrong. Lin Shen opened his phone and searched for Bailo Mountain online. Bailo Mountain was not originally famous. It gained popularity after a blogger's adventure video went viral 2 years ago, which sparked renewed discussion. Now, it had become a semi-open tourist attraction. Is it because of the unexpected surge in popularity that attention was drawn here, forcing them to create a semi-open tourist area? Lin Shen looked around. The ticket booth was quite new. And even the paint on the wooden walkway beneath his feet still glimmered. It was evident that the ticket booth had been built in the last 2 years. Every staff member wore gray work uniforms, all of them logistics personnel without exception. Lin Shen was certain that something was hidden here, and it was only due to the video's popularity that the northern scavengers had been pressured into transforming it into a semi-open tourist area. Although Bailo Mountain is large, the interior remains largely undeveloped. Everyone can take photos. We will regroup here in half an hour, the tour guide, Xiao Zhang, shouted to the group. Soon, the tour group dispersed. What exactly is inside? Lin Shen stuffed his hands into his pockets, the lock within him still restless. He walked along the wooden path, which was a circular walkway with hardly any branches. At every intersection, there were logistics personnel in gray uniforms. There are too many people here. It's too conspicuous. Lin Shen continued to circle the wooden path until he spotted a public restroom. He lowered his hat and walked inside. Behind the restroom was a window leading to the primeval forest. Lin Shen looked around to ensure no one was watching, then pulled open the window and climbed over. His movements were swift, and he quickly disappeared into the jungle. Rustle. The dense foliage around him rustled against Lin Shen's clothes. He walked deeper along the undeveloped mountain path. After a while, Lin Shen suddenly heard rapid breathing and heavy footsteps. He stood still, squinting in the direction of the sound. Have I been discovered? At the same time, Lin Shen was already prepared to take action. But just as the bushes were pushed aside, he saw a familiar figure. Family, I have secretly entered Bailo Mountain. Zhou Yu held up a camera, speaking to himself. There are no paths here, it hasn't been developed yet, and the jungle is dense. Is that you? Zhou Yu also spotted Lin Shen not far away, then froze. Uncle, what are you doing here? Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to see this video blogger. Zhou Yu looked around and quickly reacted, smiling as he said, so you snuck in too. Zhou Yu then leaned closer and whispered to Lin Shen, you're here to find the secrets of Bailo Mountain, right? Hee, the online buzz is still quite strong. If it blows up, I can gain a lot of traffic. Lin Shen remained silent, pulling out a rusty bronze mirror from his pocket. What is this? Zhou Yu looked at the mirror with curiosity, seeing a blurred face reflected in it. An antique? Lin Shen looked at Zhou Yu in the mirror, which had no color. Colorless. This place is not what you imagine. I advise you to leave while you can. Lin Shen put away the bronze mirror and said to Zhou Yu, no way, I've already filmed the previous videos, my fans are waiting. Saying this, Zhou Yu opened his video, which showed footage recorded before entering Bailo Mountain. See, if I run away now, you'll be roasted alive. Since you're here for an adventure too, why not team up? I can tag you in the video for collaboration. Zhou Yu asked Lin Shen. If it goes viral, I could gain quite a few followers. Lin Shen simply shook his head and said, not necessary. I've given you advice, whether you take it or not is up to you. Zhou Yu was completely unconcerned, hanging the camera in front of her and pulling out a folding entrenching tool from her backpack. It was only then that Lin Shen noticed that Zhou Yu was fully equipped with professional mountaineering gear, clearly well prepared, and having made this plan long ago. The two of them then walked into the mountains together. Tour guide, we're all tired, when are we going to the hotel? Exactly. The tourists urging made Zhang Xiaorong frown. Forget it, let's contact them again and let them find their own way to the hotel. In Bailo Mountain, Lin Shen and Zhou Yu arrived at a lake. Wow, this lake is so beautiful. Zhou Yu excitedly raised her camera and started taking pictures of the lake in front of her. Lin Shen stood aside, surveying the surroundings. The path into the mountains was blocked by this lake. To enter the mountains, they had to cross it. Soon, Lin Shen found a wooden boat tied to a post. He stepped onto it and the wood creaked under his weight, but it didn't leak. It's still usable. He then untied the rope and jumped onto the boat. Hey, wait for me. Zhou Yu, hearing the commotion, hurried over. Just as Lin Shen was about to drift away from the shore, Zhou Yu made a great leap and managed to jump onto the boat before it floated too far. Thud! The boat rocked from side to side. Zhou Yu finally steadied herself and complained, you didn't even wait for me. Lin Shen stood at the bow, silent, only glancing back at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu shrugged it off, continued to rummage through her bag for her camera, and started taking pictures of the surrounding lake. Now that I'm on the boat, we're heading into Bailo Mountain. The water here is very calm, and it doesn't seem as mysterious as I imagined. Lin Shen stood at the bow, the boat creaking beneath his feet as it swayed deeper into the lake. Zhou Yu fiddled with her camera behind him, snapping pictures of the water. Many netizens speculate that there's a big snake down there, but the streamer hasn't found any traces yet. After a while of shooting, Zhou Yu turned off her camera. Lin Shen looked back at her. Aren't you going to keep shooting? Zhou Yu hung the camera around her neck. I can't keep shooting, or the battery will die. After saying that, she sat down on the boat and rummaged through her small bag. It was filled with various items, a power bank, a flashlight, iodine, a lighter. Clearly, Zhou Yu had made ample preparations for this trip into Bailo Mountain. She then pulled out 2 bottles of water and tossed one towards Lin Shen. Here, big uncle. Lin Shen raised his hand to catch the bottle. Zhou Yu twisted off the cap, took a sip, and looked Lin Shen up and down. Big uncle, you didn't bring anything, and you dare to go into the mountains? Lin Shen was only wearing a black down jacket and a baseball cap, without even a backpack. You're really bold, going into Bailo Mountain without even bringing a bottle of water. Lin Shen also twisted off the cap and took a small sip. I didn't prepare that much. Zhou Yu stood up and stuffed the water back into her backpack. People like you are either very skilled and brave or just foolish. Lin Shen looked at Zhou Yu, puzzled, and asked, is Bailo Mountain really that scary? Zhou Yu was surprised. Big uncle, you don't know? Bailo Mountain, they say it eats people. A few years ago, a scientific expedition team went in, and they all went missing. Lin Shen turned around and sized up Zhou Yu. She was very young and not bad looking. Since it's so dangerous here, why do you still want to come in? Zhou Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Shen and then pointed to the camera in her hand. For the views, of course. In this era, views are money. I have quite a few fans, over 500,000. Lin Shen chuckled. Oh, so you're a big influencer. Zhou Yu may smiled brightly, raising her hand to press down. Keep it low-key, low-key. The video traffic from my trip to Bailo Mountain is huge this time. If the editing is good, I could gain quite a few followers. Lin Shen asked curiously, so, after filming so many videos, have you really captured anything? Zhou Yumei raised an eyebrow and said, of course. I tell you. I filmed a dragon. Lin Shen was momentarily stunned by the word dragon. You're joking, right? Zhou Yumei's expression was serious, nodding repeatedly, really. Then, fearing Lin Shen wouldn't believe her, Zhou Yumei opened her phone and began scrolling through her album. She found a video from 3 months ago. After opening the video, it was a Zoamadin shot, about 10 times closer, but the image was a bit blurry. Look, you see the upper right corner. Lin Shen stared at the upper right corner, and for a split second, there indeed appeared a long black shadow, moving quickly, disappearing into the clouds in an instant. Zhou Yumei's eyes widened, eagerly awaiting Lin Shen's reaction. But Lin Shen shook his head. That can't be a dragon. Zhou Yumei frowned and retorted, why not? Lin Shen shook his head and stood up again. Because dragons have long since disappeared. The glass thief in the east possesses the dragon. Such creatures have vanished. Zhou Yumei wanted to argue further, raising her phone towards Lin Shen. Just then, a faint sound of water came from the lake, as if something was slowly swimming. Zhou Yumei and Lin Shen's conversation abruptly stopped. Zhou Yumei quickly opened her camera, focusing on the surrounding lake water. But the water was murky, with algae blocking the view, making it impossible to capture anything clearly. Why can't I get a good shot? Zhou Yumei anxiously spoke to the lake, shaking the camera around, trying to capture something. Lin Shen stood at the bow of the boat, looking down at the lake water. A vague black shadow swayed in the water. Just looking at the shadow, it seemed to be quite large. A fish? Not quite. Lin Shen slowly crouched down, reaching out to touch the lake water. The water was cool, even a bit chilling. Wow, 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 I got it. I got it. Zhou Yumei's exclamation caught Lin Shen's attention, and he quickly walked over to her side. What did you capture? Zhou Yumei was still in an excited state, frantically starting to play the video she had just filmed. Lin Shen stood beside her, staring at the screen. In the video, the camera was shaking as it pointed at the surrounding lake water, showing nothing in the first minute. But at 1 minute and 20 seconds, suddenly a black shadow quickly swept past the water. The camera captured this moment perfectly. That's it, that's it. Zhou Yumei excitedly pointed at the screen. Lin Shen squinted his eyes, looking at the black shadow in the video. Because it was in the lake, the shot wasn't clear, but one could see that shadow moving underwater, very fast, almost disappearing in the blink of an eye. It must be a giant snake. Zhou Yumei excitedly shook Lin Shen's arm, tightly gripping the camera. It really exists. I'm so lucky, I actually captured it. Although it was just a fleeting shadow, with this alone, it would definitely go viral online. But just then, Zhou Yumei, fiddling with the camera, suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Zhou Yumei flipped the camera over, continuously adjusting it. Why is it so blurry? The originally clear video now looked like it was being interfered with by some magnetic field, becoming fuzzy. What's going on? Zhou Yumei's face turned ugly. This was a hard-won video. How could it suddenly become blurry? Do you know about cameras? Zhou Yumei looked at Lin Chen beside her. After taking the camera, Lin Chen fiddled with it a bit and shook his head. I don't understand this. There might be magnetic interference here. It should be fine once we get out. Lin Chen returned the camera to Zhou Yumei and then went back to the bow of the boat. Zhou Yumei sighed and reattached the camera. Looking at Lin Chen standing at the bow of the boat, Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so calm? Aren't you scared?" Lin Chen turned to glance at Zhou Yu and replied calmly, "There's nothing to be afraid of. Even if it is real, it's just a snake." Zhou Yu looked at Lin Chen in surprise. "No wonder you dared to go up the mountain like this. You really have guts." Then Zhou Yu took out her phone and started logging into her account. "I hope this video doesn't get damaged when we go back," Zhou Yu mumbled, feeling a bit frustrated as she scrolled through her comments. "I finally managed to capture something, and it turns out like this." But as Zhou Yu continued scrolling, the comments suddenly stopped refreshing. She refreshed a few times, but it still didn't work. What's going on? Zhou Yu pulled down the phone page and saw an X mark. Pausing for a moment. Why is there no phone signal? Hearing Zhou Yu's soft murmur, Lin Chen, who was standing at the bow, suddenly froze. "What did you say?" "There's no phone signal." Zhou Yu raised her phone and waved it at Lin Chen. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yu looked at Lin Chen in confusion and noticed that the previously calm Lin Chen's expression suddenly became unnatural. Lin Chen took out his phone from his pocket and lit up the screen. No signal. Lin Chen's expression changed. Something's not right. But Zhou Yu, unconcerned, walked over to Lin Chen and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't it normal to have no signal? This is an undeveloped mountain. The magnetic field is all messed up." Just then, fog began to rise over the lake. A thick white mist quickly drifted in from the mountains, soon enveloping the lake in white fog. "Why is it foggy?" Zhou Yu raised her hand and waved, asking in confusion. Lin Chen, at the front, put his phone back in his pocket, his gaze fixed ahead with a serious expression. No phone signal, the suddenly appearing white fog. "This brings back some not so good memories," Lin Chen murmured to himself. Zhou Yu, lost in her own world, took out her phone and opened the video, pointing it around. "Now we've encountered the miasma of Bailo Mountain and we've already started to lose our direction." Lin Chen squinted, standing motionless at the bow. Soon, the thick white fog enveloped the lake and visibility rapidly decreased. There was no longer any direction, only the tranquil lake water remained. At this moment, Zhou Yu was also stunned, slowly lowering her phone. "What's going on?" Zhou Yu looked around with a somewhat pale face. The fog was too thick. It was truly eerie. As the fog thickened, a sudden sound of subtle water rippling echoed in the tranquil lake. Zhou Yu shivered and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Lin Chen stood at the bow, feeling the dense fog around them. "It can't be wrong. We've indeed entered the prison. But we should just be touching the boundary of the prison." Just then, a dull sound suddenly came from beneath the wooden boat. Thud. Then the wooden boat began to sway from side to side. "Ah!" Zhou Yu, extremely tense, couldn't help but scream. Lin Chen stood at the bow, his feet planted on the wooden boat, slightly frowning. Soon, the wooden boat stabilized again. "It must be that thing in the water." Zhou Yu's hands trembled as she tightly gripped the edge of the boat. Splash! Below the lake, a subtle sound of rippling began to rise. It was vaguely perceptible that something seemed to be lurking around the wooden boat. Lin Chen strode over to Zhou Yu and then pulled out the entrenching tool from her bag. "What are you going to do?" Zhou Yu asked in fear. Lin Chen didn't answer. He just returned to the bow, squinting his eyes, staring intently at the lake surface. At the same time, a shadow was drifting in the water, quickly approaching the wooden boat. But in the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly threw the entrenching tool. Bang! The entrenching tool flew swiftly, instantly plunging into the lake. A huge splash erupted, and the black shadow beneath the water began to thrash violently. Boom! Boom! The lake water was stirred up, splashing everywhere, and a patch of crimson spread out from the surface of the lake. The huge black shadow seemed startled, splashing a large amount of water before quickly fleeing the scene. On the surface of the lake, only red streaks of blood remained. You killed that thing?" Zhou Yu looked at the scene in shock. Lin Chen shook his head and said, "No, it just ran away." The moment Lin Chen acted, he was certain that the creature was not an illusion. It was likely some kind of being hidden underwater. Whether it was a fish, a snake, or something else, he couldn't tell. Soon, the lake returned to calm. The small boat drifted for a while before suddenly colliding with a rock. Thud! The boat made a dull sound and then slowly came to a stop. In the white mist, a stretch of mountains emerged. "We've reached the shore." She got off the boat, and Zhou Yu followed closely behind, clutching her camouflage bag. Lin Chen stepped onto the ground and turned back, only to find that the white mist had enveloped them, making even the surface of the lake hard to see. Only the wooden boat remained stationary at the shore. Emergency call. We can make an emergency call. Zhou Yu immediately began rummaging through her camouflage bag. There's no signal anymore, Lin Chen said casually. At that moment, Zhou Yu remembered that her phone had lost signal earlier. Her mind was filled with an unknown fear, and she couldn't help but recall the legends about Bailo Mountain. It's a mountain that eats people. Let's go back, uncle, let's row back. Zhou Yu grabbed Lin Chen's arm, speaking anxiously. Lin Chen pointed at the lake and said, with this thick fog, we'll get lost in the lake. And if the wooden boat capsizes in the middle, we're definitely done for. Lin Chen said this, but in his heart he knew they had already entered an unknown hell. A hell that could cover Bailo Mountain. At least in a level 1. Once they entered in a level hell, it was almost impossible to walk out on their own 2 legs. Zhou Yu's face turned pale as she asked, so are we doomed? Lin Chen chuckled and said, aren't you an adventure blogger? Aren't you afraid of this? Zhou Yu forced a smile that was more painful than crying, but I'm afraid of dying. Lin Chen casually put his hands in his pockets and said, it's fine, well wait until tomorrow when the fog clears up, then we can leave. And didn't you say that Bailo Mountain has a lot of miasma? This is nothing to be surprised about. Zhou Yu nodded, still looking around with lingering fear. The unknown brought fear. Just then, Zhou Yu suddenly noticed Lin Chen walking ahead. Wait, uncle, where are you going? Lin Chen replied as if it were obvious, to take a look inside. Zhou Yu stood frozen, stammering, aren't you afraid? Lin Chen smiled. Waiting here is just waiting. Might as well go in and take a look. Then Lin Chen ignored Zhou Yu and walked straight into the white mist. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and then ran after Lin Chen. Lin Chen walked through the mist, feeling his way forward. This place was different from the outskirts. The vegetation was denser, with all sorts of bizarre shapes everywhere. Faint rustling sounds could be heard around them. Uncle, where are we going? Zhou Yu asked beside him. Just follow my instincts, Lin Chen replied casually. Ha! Zhou Yu opened her mouth, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. However, Lin Chen kept his eyes fixed on one direction. On his wrist, the golden mark became increasingly clear. Lin Chen continued up the mountain path when suddenly he heard a rustling sound from the nearby bushes. Without hesitation, he kicked the bushes aside. Bang! After kicking the bushes, a brown rabbit sprang out, seemingly startled, and quickly dove back into another patch of grass. A rabbit? Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting it to be a rabbit. Zhou Yu was startled but relaxed once she saw it was just a rabbit. Uncle, I read in the materials that there are many wild beasts on Bailo Mountain. We better not run into any, Zhou Yu said with some concern. It is known that Bailo Mountain has always been in an undeveloped state, with vast areas of primitive jungle, a chaotic magnetic field, and filled with miasma. No one knows what kind of beasts might be lurking there. Lin Chen smiled and said, if we really encounter a beast, that would be a good thing. Zhou Yu looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen did not explain and continued walking forward. The rabbit they had just encountered left Lin Chen feeling somewhat puzzled. Now that they were within the confines of the prison, how could a wild animal like a rabbit still survive? If they were to encounter a tiger or something, then this prison would be too safe. Even the ecological environment had not been destroyed. After Lin Chen and Zhou Yu climbed over another hill, a thick white miasma suddenly appeared ahead, making it impossible to see anything. Why is it so dense? Zhou Yu said in terror. The miasma before them was indeed frighteningly thick. Zhou Yu had no doubt that as soon as they entered, they would surely lose their way. However, Lin Chen showed no intention of stopping and walked straight into it. Zhou Yu, not daring to fall behind, hurriedly followed. But the moment they stepped into the mist, Zhou Yu was horrified to see Lin Chen begin to distort before her eyes. Dad, what's wrong with you? Zhou Yu shouted in alarm. She saw Lin Chen's figure rapidly twisting, his once plump body began to shrink, his height increased, and even his face transformed from that of an older man into that of a young person. Lin Chen stood frozen, raising his hand to observe the changes in his body. Is this, my rules being suppressed? The deception was suppressed. The lies used to alter his appearance were also torn apart, and Lin Chen returned to his original form. Zhou Yu stood trembling behind him, not daring to move. Just after entering this white mist, the uncle inexplicably morphed into another person. Am I hallucinating from inhaling too much miasma? Zhou Yu closed her eyes, forcing herself to wake up. She had heard that some people would hallucinate after consuming toxic mushrooms. Could it be that the miasma of Bailo Mountain was poisonous, causing her to be affected? Zhou Yu opened her eyes again, and Lin Chen still looked like a young man. Lin Chen did not explain anything, only turned to look at Zhou Yu. Do you feel something is off? Zhou Yu stammered, why you look different? Lin Chen shook his head, not that. What I mean is, when you walked into this white mist, did you feel uncomfortable? Zhou thought for a moment and shook her head. And no. Lin Chen nodded, then tried to use deception, but there was no response. Ordinary people are unaffected, but thieves are suppressed? Lin Chen frowned, this feeling, he thought of his golden chains. They had an unreasonable suppressive ability against thieves, phantoms, and cleaners. Only ordinary people were unaffected. Could this white mist have the same effect? After climbing over that hill, Lin Chen could clearly feel that he had entered a new area. If the scenic area was the edge, then the lake water to the previous hill was the periphery, and now he had entered the inner area. Lin Chen stood still, lost in thought. Should he continue forward? Originally, he had deception, which gave him the ability to face unknown situations. But now his rules were suppressed, making him no different from an ordinary person. Let alone encountering a phantom. Even meeting a larger beast would be a life-or-death situation. Lin Chen took out 2 paper boats from his pocket, feeling the aura of rules on them. The paper boats are not suppressed. With Jokun's 2 paper boats as a backup, escaping shouldn't be a problem. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen decided to continue forward. Since the paper boats were not suppressed, he could escape at any time. Zhou nervously said from behind, "Uncle, I think I might be poisoned from inhaling the miasma." Lin Chen glanced at Zhou and said, "Then you wait for me outside. The white mist outside is a bit thinner." Zhou thought for a moment and nodded. "Uncle, you must come out safely." Lin Chen nodded and continued forward, while the golden mark on his wrist became increasingly prominent. The feeling of guidance grew clearer. Then Lin Chen walked deeper into the mist, where there was no longer the sound of rustling. Only silence. It was evident that no wild animals could survive here. What is inside? Lin Chen edged closer into the depths, not knowing how long he had walked when a gust of cold wind suddenly blew past. Lin Chen shivered and instinctively stopped. But with that sudden stop, a piece of rubble was kicked out in front of him. The stone rolled forward and suddenly fell, disappearing from sight. After a few seconds, a faint sound echoed back. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then cautiously moved forward. Just after taking 2 steps, suddenly the ground beneath him gave way, and he fell backward. Bang! Lin Chen landed on the ground, instinctively reaching for the dirt, and only then did he realize. The white mist ahead had long obscured the path. A massive cliff appeared. At this moment, Lin Chen was sitting right at the edge of the cliff, 1 foot already dangling in the air. It's actually a cliff? Lin Chen stood up, looking down at the precipice with lingering fear. The ground bore a clear scratch mark left by Lin Chen. The white mist was thick, making it impossible to see the way ahead. If he had kept moving forward just now, he would have surely fallen off the cliff. Lin Chen tried to see what was below the cliff, but the mist was too dense to see anything. After thinking for a moment, he began to walk around the cliff. He walked for a long time in the white mist, but the edge of the cliff remained at his feet. As he walked, Lin Chen suddenly noticed a clear scratch mark beneath him. Did I scratch this when I fell earlier? Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing he had returned to the original spot. Is it another ghost wall? No, it's not a ghost wall. Lin Chen quickly dismissed his own guess. He had indeed walked around the cliff. At that moment, Lin Chen realized that what lay before him was not a sheer cliff but a sinkhole. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the sinkhole, looking down. Unfortunately, the mist was too thick to see anything. Lin Chen picked up a stone from the ground and tentatively threw it down. The stone broke through the mist and fell rapidly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, thud. It wasn't until 11 seconds later that he heard the sound of the stone hitting something. So deep? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Based on the stone's fall, the sinkhole was probably about 40 to 50 meters deep. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeve, and the faint golden mark on his wrist flickered. What is this strange feeling? Lin Chen stared into the sinkhole below, his intuition telling him that something unfathomable was hidden down there. The surrounding mist was thick, and Lin Chen's clothes had long since become damp. Countless tiny dewdrops appeared on Lin Chen's skin, as if the white mist was caressing him. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but decided to try to find a way to the sinkhole. Just as he was about to turn around, a series of sounds suddenly came from the bottom of the massive sinkhole. The sound was like a body scraping against the rocks. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, involuntarily looking at the sinkhole before him. The mist was still very thick. But in an instant, a gigantic scarlet eye suddenly opened in the white mist. That enormous scarlet vertical pupil shone like a massive searchlight, emitting a terrifying red light from the depths of the sinkhole. In that moment, Lin Chen felt as if all his strength had been instantly drained away, his pupils trembling. What is that? But soon, 5 more scarlet vertical pupils opened wide. 6 enormous scarlet vertical pupils stared intently at Lin Chen above the pit. Lin Chen's heart raced as he looked at this terrifying scene, his entire body chilled to the bone. In the next moment, a violent noise began to emanate from the depths of the pit. In the white mist, a vague black shadow emerged from the pit. Behind the 6 scarlet vertical pupils was a colossal creature. Bang bang bang. 8 massive black spider legs thundered from the depths of the pit, embedding themselves into the surrounding rock walls. The 6 scarlet vertical pupils pierced through the mist like searchlights. In the vast white fog, Lin Chen saw a gigantic spider, so large it could fill the entire pit. It's a void. A terrifying black mist surged upward from the bottom of the pit. This was indeed an extremely massive void. Lin Chen was already horrified. This was the center of the abyss, and hidden beneath the pit was a spider-shaped void. That enormous spider void clung to the rock walls surrounding the pit, rapidly climbing upward. Without hesitation, Lin Chen pulled out the paper boat from his pocket. The paper boat carrying Jokun's dream fell from midair, swaying as it was about to take Lin Chen into the dream. But suddenly, the paper boat lost its regulated aura in midair and fell to the ground with a thud. What? Lin Chen's face changed dramatically. The little boat had actually malfunctioned? It's this mist. Lin Chen quickly realized that it was this mist that suppressed the rules, causing Jokun's paper boat to fail. Damn it! Lin Chen gritted his teeth, having tested the paper boat before entering here, but he never expected that Jokun's rules could only last a few seconds. Already surged out from the bottom of the pit. Lin Chen wanted to activate deception but was instantly suppressed. He could only watch helplessly as the massive void charged toward him. Just when Lin Chen thought he was doomed, suddenly, golden chains appeared in the white mist, locking all 8 legs of the spider tightly. Boom! The gigantic spider climbing up from the bottom of the pit was violently pulled down. The enormous spider void fell back into the pit. There was no more movement in the pit. Lin Chen stood in place, his arms trembling uncontrollably. It was so close that massive void was about to tear through the white mist. But just as it was about to leave the pit, it was yanked back down by the suddenly appearing golden chains. Those golden chains. Lin Chen came back to his senses and looked down at his palm. He felt the agitation of the lock within him. Were those golden chains of the same kind as his? Was this void artificially locked here? Lin Chen recalled what Chen Jianpain had once told him. Your mother used the lock to seal off an area at the cost of her life. Was Bailo Mountain the area she had sealed off back then? Just then, he heard Zhouya's voice calling from behind. Uncle! Uncle, the rescue team has arrived. Rescue team? Lin Chen frowned. Bailo Mountain had sealed a void. Where would the rescue team come from? It seems the cleaners have noticed the commotion here. Lin Chen did not linger and quickly retraced his steps. Soon, Lin Chen returned to the mountaintop. He saw Zhouyu cupping her hands around her mouth, shouting vigorously at him. Stop shouting. Lin Chen walked out of the white mist. Zhouya's face lit up as she said, Great, you're okay? The rescue team is here, we're saved. Zhouyu excitedly pointed behind her. Lin Chen tilted his head to look behind Zhouyu and saw several people in white clothes standing beyond the boundary line of the mountaintop. They're all cleaners. The moment Lin Chen laid eyes on them, he recognized them. Without exception, each one was a cleaner. But they all stood behind the boundary line, not daring to step over. Lin Chen knew that as soon as they crossed this boundary line and entered the denser white mist, their abilities would also be suppressed. The leading cleaner, Fan Donghai, looked over at Lin Chen. You are Lin Chen? Lin Chen stood behind the boundary line, staring at this cleaner. So he really recognized me? Zhouyu noticed Lin Chen standing still, somewhat dazed, and asked, Uncle, why aren't you moving? With Lin Chen's halt, a strange scene unfolded. The mountain peak served as a boundary line. On one side were Fan Donghai and several cleaners, and on the other stood the silent Lin Chen. Both sides were in perfect sync, not crossing the boundary line even a step. Only Zhouyu stood on the line, shaking her head left and right. What's wrong? Fan Donghai stared at Lin Chen, then suddenly laughed. You don't need to be nervous, we are under orders from Captain Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback. Captain Chen? Fan Donghai nodded and seriously uttered 3 words. Chen Jianpain. Come with us, Captain Chen is waiting for you. Fan Donghai stepped aside, clearing a path. Lin Chen also crossed the boundary line and returned to the misty outskirts with Zhouyu. The gazes of Fan Donghai and the other cleaners towards Lin Chen varied, but no one made a move. Lin Chen, you've caused quite a stir in the east. I heard you let in a level thief go, which got Zhouyi in trouble. Fan Donghai spoke to Lin Chen as if it were casual conversation. His voice was not loud, and Zhouyu beside him was completely oblivious. Lin Chen did not rush to respond, merely observing the few people around him. Including Fan Donghai, there were 5 people in total. 4 men and 1 woman, each with an immunity level of over 50, were level cleaners. You should know that the north and east are different. Cleaners have always been ruthless towards thieves. But you don't need to worry, this place is different from others, Fan Donghai casually remarked. Lin Chen frowned and asked, What do you mean? Fan Donghai smiled and pointed to the ground beneath them, saying, Here. It's Captain Chen who calls the shots. Chen Jianpain? That's right. Fan Donghai replied seriously. Lin Chen keenly noticed that every time Chen Jianpain was mentioned, the expressions of the 5 cleaners, including Fan Donghai, were filled with respect. Chen Jianpain holds such a high status here? In the north, where there is extreme aversion to thieves, Chen Jianpain actually has the final say, and he commands such reverence from so many cleaners. Soon, the group returned to the lakeside. The old wooden boat was still docked at the shore. Get on the boat. Fan Donghai led Lin Chen and the others onto the vessel. The boat was small, and with 7 people aboard, it felt a bit cramped. The already dilapidated wooden boat began to sway, as if it might fall apart at any moment. With so many people, will it hold? Zhou Yu clutched the edge, worriedly asking. Fan Donghai smiled and said, "Don't worry, this boat won't fall apart." Zhou Yu nodded, half convinced. After all, they were the rescue team here. Soon, the creaking wooden boat drifted into the lake. Zhou Yu returned to the lake, immediately perked up, and focused intently on the water's surface, hoping to see that black creature reappear. Unfortunately, Zhou Yu saw nothing. Before long, the surrounding white mist dissipated. The wooden boat creaked back to the opposite shore. Zhou Yu sincerely said to Fan Donghai, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for your rescue team, uncle, and I might have really gone missing." Fan Donghai smiled and replied, "It's our job. I hope you won't cross the warning line in the future. The area inside is still undeveloped and very dangerous." Zhou Yu nodded vigorously. Then Fan Donghai reached out a hand towards Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" Fan Donghai pointed to the camera around Zhou Yu's neck and said, "Please cooperate with our work. You know, our scenic area has already been sensationalized online. We don't want the Bailo Mountain scenic area to fall into unnecessary hype again." Zhou Yu clutched the camera, hesitantly saying this. Zhou Yu was very reluctant to give it up. After all, it was related to her online traffic. But she had trespassed into an undeveloped area and had to rely on someone to rescue her. "Ma'am, you know that entering the undeveloped area of Bailo Mountain without permission is punishable. 15 days detention and a fine of 5,000 yuan. Seeing Fan Donghai's firm attitude, Zhou Yu ultimately handed the camera over to him, watching as he removed the memory card. "You can seek reimbursement for your loss at the entrance of the scenic area. Thank you very much for your cooperation." Fan Donghai then signaled to the 2 people beside him to take Zhou Yu out. As she was being led away, Zhou Yu noticed that Lin Chen had not left. "Uncle, aren't you leaving?" Fan Donghai smiled and said, "We still have some matters to confirm with Mr. Lin." Zhou Yu nodded. "Uncle, is your surname Lin?" Soon, Zhou Yu was taken back to the wooden plank road, where staff in gray uniforms were already waiting. They escorted her out of the scenic area and compensated her for the camera. Zhou Yu left the Bailo Mountain scenic area holding her camera, surrounded by tourists coming and going. "Ah, what a pity." Zhou Yu squatted down, somewhat helplessly opening the camera. The originally recorded video was gone, although she hadn't captured exactly what it was, just that shadow alone could have made her somewhat popular. Zhou Yu stood up. Forget it. I wonder if that uncle will be detained." But just then, Zhou Yu suddenly froze in place. "Wait, uncle?" At that moment, Zhou Yu realized that from the depths of the white mist back to the shore, that uncle had always appeared as a young man. Zhou Yu initially thought she was hallucinating from the miasma, but now she suddenly realized. "What's going on?" Zhou Yu pinched her face. "Am I still not awake?" After squatting there for a while, the tour guide Zhang Xiurong called. "Zhou Yu, why haven't you returned to the hotel yet?" "Got it, guide, I'll head over right away." Zhou Yu hung up the phone, groggily hailed a cab, and headed to the hotel. Meanwhile, Fan Donghai brought Lin Chen into the internal area of the scenic area. Lin Chen carefully observed his surroundings. Rather than a scenic area, it felt more like a small-scale Jinga palace. "This wasn't a scenic area a few years ago, we were just a cleaning crew stationed here. But as you know, with the sudden popularity of Bailo Mountain in the past 2 years, it attracted a lot of attention and we were forced to urgently convert it into a scenic area. Now that the internet is so developed, it's getting harder to manage. The original logistics brothers have all become ticket inspectors." As he spoke, Fan Donghai pointed to his chest, where a small badge was displayed. "Bailo Mountain Rescue Team. We cleaners also have to double as rescue personnel." Lin Chen nodded, not surprised by such tactics. To hide the truth, the cleaning organization had to disguise itself. Who would have thought that the 88-story landmark building concealed extraordinary power? Fan Donghai then brought Lin Chen to the front of an office. "The overall person in charge of the Bailo Mountain scenic area." Lin Chen looked at the sign above the office. "Captain Chen is waiting for you inside." After saying that, Fan Donghai turned and left. Lin Chen pushed open the office door. It was spacious, with 2 rows of bookshelves on either side filled with various cultivation novels. At the back, a young man with white hair was lounging in a chair, legs propped on a mahogany desk, playing on his phone. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Chen Jianpain glanced at him with a smile, still holding his phone with both hands. "Lin Chen, you're quite interesting. You almost got me into big trouble right after arriving. It was Qin Jianping casually playing games with his legs crossed on the desk. Grade A, Yang attribute, sword. Lin Chen pulled out a chair for himself and sat opposite Qin Jianping. This is an unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought there was a void hidden in Bailo Mountain? Qin Jianping shook his head with a smile. Is this really unexpected? Lin Chen, unbothered, found a teacup on the table and poured himself some tea. Of course, Qin Jianping swiped his finger across the screen and glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, why did you come to Bailo Mountain? Lin Chen shrugged and casually replied, you said you owed someone a favor and that I could come find you. What, is that no longer valid? Qin Jianping raised a finger and shook it. Of course it is. What I want to ask is, why did you come to Bailo Mountain? I just told you I was in the north, but did I tell you where exactly? At this, Lin Chen suddenly froze in place, his hand holding the teacup pausing midair. It was then that Lin Chen realized. Indeed, Qin Jianping had only mentioned he was in the north, without specifying his exact location. How did I know he was in Bailo Mountain? Qin Jianping smiled as he put down his phone, reaching up to touch his white hair, and said, you figured it out, didn't you? His eyes, seemingly filled with stars, glanced sideways at Lin Chen. Why? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, questioning himself, why did I come to Bailo Mountain? He recalled the moment he first entertained the thought of heading north from the east. Bailo Mountain had automatically surfaced in his mind. There was no abruptness, he had naturally signed up for a tour group to Bailo Mountain. Why was that? At that moment, Qin Jianping grinned and said, Lin Chen, do you remember who sealed off Bailo Mountain? Lin Chen frowned. It was my mother. Qin Jianping stood up with a smile and then turned Lin Chen's wrist over. There was a golden mark faintly visible. The true guide for you is this lock. It was only then that Lin Chen realized it had always been the lock within him driving him to Bailo Mountain. Qin Jianping sat back at the table, looking out the window where gray mountains were shrouded in white mist. Since you've already been inside, you must know. Inside Bailo Mountain, there is a void. This void is quite special. It caused quite a stir at the time. There were 7 grade A individuals who fell into it, including a grade A thief. Unfortunately, even so, it was impossible to kill that void. In the end, your mother, as the 8th grade A to enter, completely sealed that void within Bailo Mountain. Lin Chen fell silent, not saying a word. Qin Jianping crossed his arms and smiled. I don't know the specific details either. After all, I wasn't much older than you at that time. Lin Chen didn't linger on this topic and simply asked Qin Jianping, I'm wanted in the east, do you know? Qin Jianping nodded and casually tossed a document to Lin Chen. I've already heard. Zhou Kuan and Yi Feng, 2 grade A defectors from the east, it's caused quite a commotion. Lin Chen opened the file. At the front were the names of Yi Feng and Zhou Kuan, and as he flipped through, he found several grade B thieves had also inexplicably defected, including himself. Qin Jianping looked at Lin Chen, curiously asking, you were doing fine in the Jinga Palace, you were still far from grade A, so why did you defect? Lin Chen looked up at Qin Jianping, sensing from his tone that he was aware of the cleansing organization's prohibition against thieves entering grade A. Lin Chen did not hide it and replied straightforwardly, there was a thief hidden in the Jinga Palace. That guy is grade A and was planning to kill me. There was no choice but to run. Hearing this, Qin Jianping clicked his tongue in surprise. Interesting, a thief sneaked into the Jinga Palace? It seems that things have gotten a bit chaotic in the east after Qinglong left. Why don't you talk to the Jinga Palace about it? Lin Chen looked up at Qin Jianping. Is it useful to say anything? Qin Jianping nodded with a smile and said, that's true. Someone who can hide under Zhou's nose for so long can't be easily exposed by you. Besides, you and he are in different positions. Talking about it might just get you killed faster. Lin Chen took a sip of water and asked, do you have any way to deal with it? Qin Jianping shook his head with a smile and said, not really. The southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest are completely 4 independent regions. I don't have the authority to interfere in eastern matters. Moreover, you know. Saying this, Qin Jianping pointed to himself with a smile. I'm a thief. Lin Chen placed his teacup on the table and said, since you know all this, I don't need to explain further. I understand the situation in the north, just tell me plainly, can you protect me? Qin Jianping seemed amused by Lin Chen's words, his eyes squinting and a smirk forming on his lips. This is really interesting. It seems you really don't understand the north. Lin Chen frowned and asked, what do you mean? Qin Jianping squinted and smiled. In Bailiation, there is no one I, Qin Jianping, cannot protect. Lin Chen was shocked by Qin Jianping's confidence. After all, the relationship between the cleaners and thieves in the north was one of mutual destruction. A thief like Qin Jianping could actually stand firm in the north and say such things? Thinking of this, Lin Chen recalled the attitude of the cleaners like Fan Donghai towards Qin Jianping. Respect. Qin Jianping yawned and said with a smile, all right. Don't worry. He then made a phone call. Hello, Fan Donghai, take Lin Chen down, arrange a room for him, and get him a set of work clothes. Let Fan Donghai help you get familiar with things. Since you're here, you can't just sit around. With that, Chen Jianping lay back in his chair, lazily continuing to doze off. Fan Donghai soon arrived, leading Lin Chen out of Chen Jianping's office. The work clothes will be sent to you tonight. Tomorrow will help you get familiar with the work environment. You can officially start the day after tomorrow, Fan Donghai said with a smile to Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned slightly, looking back at the sign on Chen Jianping's office. Head of the Bailaotian Scenic Area. I'm a wanted person in the East. Can you really accept me? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Fan Donghai couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chen, it seems you still don't know how heavy Chen's name is in the north. Chen Jianping, 24 years old, a level, rule sword. Known as the strongest a level. Lin Chen stood in the bedroom, staring at the file in his hand, frozen in place. The strongest a level? The file contained detailed information about Chen Jianping, which was fully disclosed in the north. It meticulously recorded every task Chen Jianping had undertaken, all of which were successful without exception. Even on the last page of the file, there was a small note. Based on assessments, this person is extremely dangerous and currently the strongest a level. The strongest person? Lin Chen stared at the file in a daze. After all, this a level did not specify a range. A level cleaners, a level thieves, among all a levels, how could Chen Jianping be called the strongest? Lin Chen thought of Zhou Kuan and the timely rain. A level Zhou Kuan possessed dream, with abilities like entering dreams, killing in dreams, making dreams come true, and the fleeting dream, which was almost an unbeatable existence. A level timely rain had so. Directly creating a church in West Asia and sewing together two A-level phantoms. Lin Chen was acutely aware that once someone reached a level, regardless of the rule, none were easy to deal with. These two were already considered freaks, yet Chen Jianping was directly labeled as the strongest A-level. Moreover, this scope even includes all the A-level scavengers. Lin Chen put down the file in his hand. It's simply unbelievable. He looked at the brand new work uniform in front of him, with the words Bailo Mountain Rescue Team printed on it. Lin Chen fell into silence. Indeed, as Fan Donghai said, he had no idea of the weight of the name Chen Jianping. Even now, Lin Chen was unclear about what abilities Chen Jianping possessed. No wonder Chen Jianping can establish himself in the north. Aside from the obvious level scavenger Xuanwu, there wasn't an A-level scavenger who could handle Chen Jianping. This guy could certainly claim his territory. It felt like being granted a fiefdom. But the problem was, after all, he was a thief wanted in the East. Could he really manage it? Never mind, anyway, Chen Jianping said he could protect me. Lin Chen decided not to think too much about it. After all, Chen Jianping had said it himself, and he figured he could handle any pressure that might arise. The next day, Lin Chen's door was knocked on loudly. Fan Donghai was already standing at the door, smiling as he said, "Let's go, Lin Chen, they'll show you around the work environment." Lin Chen put on the Bailo Mountain Rescue Team uniform and followed Fan Donghai outside. The two walked out of the staff dormitory and arrived at the ticket office. Inside the ticket office, there were 6 logistics staff sitting behind the windows, responsible for issuing tickets. Outside, there was a long line of tourists and even a few scalpers squatting at the entrance of the scenic area. This here is the ticket checking area. Mostly handled by the logistics brothers, Fan Donghai explained to Lin Chen with a serious expression. Then Fan Donghai took Lin Chen to the wooden walkway inside the scenic area, which was also crowded with tourists. You know, Bailo Mountain became popular online in the past 2 years, and many people came to see it out of trend. What spread online is all nonsense. There really aren't any water monsters or old demons, Fan Donghai said with a smile. Lin Chen couldn't help but scoff at this. It was easy to say there were no water monsters, but the problem was there was an absurdly large virtual entity inside. Fan Donghai led Lin Chen along the wooden walkway. Actually, our rescue team's work is quite easy. We just need to ensure that nothing happens at Bailo Mountain and look for lost tourists. Like that female blogger from yesterday, there are quite a few tourists who try to sneak in. We have to catch them little by little. For serious cases, of course, we have to detain and fine them. At this point, Fan Donghai pointed to a building in the distance. That's our staff cafeteria. Meals are free. But try not to waste, it's not easy for the logistics brothers to cook. Then Fan Donghai took Lin Chen deeper into the area, chatting as they walked. Here, we need to patrol at night. There will be a schedule because this is a scenic area, which is quite special, so we don't have public holidays. We can take compensatory time off and rotate shifts. Fan Donghai spoke lightly, with a smile, as if he were genuinely explaining to a newcomer. At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, don't you need to go on missions? Why did it feel like a real scenic area here? Fan Donghai thought for a moment and replied, of course there will be missions. However, because we are in a remote area, the occurrences of virtual entities are very rare. In the past 3 years, there has only been one. But at this point Fan Donghai added, of course. Occasionally the headquarters will call us for assignments, but such situations are also very rare. It was only then that Lin Chen understood. Bailo Mountain was like Ningguta and Lingnan, far from the center and extremely remote. However, Lin Chen felt even more relaxed. What was wrong with that? Less work and easy tasks. He didn't have to risk his life executing missions all day. Then Fan Donghai led Lin Chen into a room, where there was an internal passage that directly led to the depths of Bailo Mountain. From here, you can go directly into Bailo Mountain, he said, as he took Lin Chen inside. Stepping back into Bailo Mountain, Lin Chen felt an indescribable sensation as he walked through the jungle. He looked at his wrist, where the golden mark continued to shimmer. This is the edge, there shouldn't be any danger, Fan Donghai said casually. The two then arrived once again at the lake. The small wooden boat was still anchored in place. Crossing this lake means officially entering the realm of the prison. You've been in before, so I won't explain much. Fan Donghai then took out a map and pointed to the area beyond the lake. Once you enter here, you truly step into the prison. Lin Chen nodded. It was also when he was near the shore that his phone suddenly lost signal. Fan Donghai continued along the map, pointing to a mountain peak. This is the most important boundary line. Lin Chen recognized it. It was the very peak he had crossed before. As long as they crossed the boundary line, the white mist would become so thick that one couldn't see their own hand, and their own rules would be suppressed. Is this the core area of the prison? Lin Chen asked. Fan Donghai nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. Because we all refer to this area as a forbidden zone. The reason, you should already know. That place is the core of the prison and also the core of the lock. Once you enter there, no matter who you are, you will be unconditionally suppressed. Fan Donghai said seriously to Lin Chen. Using this mountain peak as a boundary, our responsibility only covers the outskirts of Bailo Mountain. We do not need to step inside. Lin Chen frowned, looking at the area marked on the map. Why not go eliminate this void? With such a significant hidden danger inside Bailo Mountain, why not simply send someone to take it out? Fan Donghai shook his head helplessly. Do you think we don't want to? In fact, over the years, we've tried countless methods to kill that thing, but none have succeeded. The fundamental reason is the lock. Lin Chen was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Fan Donghai pointed to the location of the sinkhole on the map and said, although the lock has sealed this void in Bailo Mountain, it also restricts our actions. Do you remember what I said? No matter who you are, anyone who enters will be unconditionally suppressed. Lin Chen frowned and asked, what about Chen Jianpain? Isn't he supposed to be the strongest A-class? Fan Donghai shook his head again and said, Team Leader Chen can't do it either. Lin Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected the suppression in that core area to be so powerful that even Chen Jianpain would be suppressed upon entry. Moreover, that void is much stronger than you think. Lin Chen paused and tentatively asked, S-class? After all, he had heard Fan Donghai say that this void had killed 7 A-class individuals. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Fan Donghai chuckled and said, how could that be? From 2000 until now, none of the voids that have appeared have been S-class. The highest has only reached A-class. However, this void has already reached the peak of A-class. Lin Chen fell silent, realizing through Fan Donghai's words that since 2000, no S-class void had appeared. Fan Donghai didn't say much more, just patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Are you familiar with your post? Get ready to start tomorrow. The next day, there were still quite a few visitors at Bailo Mountain, most of whom came out of curiosity. When Bailo Mountain first became popular 2 years ago, there were particularly many tourists, but after 2 years of settling, the numbers had begun to decline. After all, to the outside world, this was just a semi-developed scenic area. Although the scenery is quite nice and has the essence of a primeval forest, one can only wander around the outskirts, as the inner areas are not open to the public. There's nothing chaotic on the outskirts. Most of the visitors come with a curious mindset, and after discovering that this is just an ordinary natural scenic area, the online discussions gradually dwindled over time. Lin Chen, dressed in a white work uniform with a walkie-talkie hanging from his waist and a badge reading Bailo Mountain Rescue Team on one side of his chest, strutted around the wooden paths of the Bailo Mountain scenic area. Seeing a child climbing the railing not far away, Lin Chen walked over. Hello, please keep an eye on your child. Climbing here is very dangerous, Lin Chen politely said to a middle-aged couple. It's fine, my kid is very capable, the couple replied. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, wanting to stop this behavior once more when suddenly a familiar voice came from behind him. Uncle? Lin Chen turned around and saw a woman with a camera hanging around her neck. Uncle, is that you? Zhou Yu asked, looking at Lin Chen's back with a hint of uncertainty. Lin Chen instinctively nodded but immediately realized something was off. He had changed his appearance using deception. After seeing Lin Chen nod, Zhou Yu's eyes widened even more. It really is you? Zhou Yu exclaimed in shock, then hurriedly rummaged through her bag. Oh no, it's been 3 days and I still haven't detoxed? Zhou frantically searched her bag, pulling out a bottle of Huashan Jingqi water, biting off the cap and gulping it down. While drinking, she mumbled, "Oh no, the miasma of Bailo Mountain is too strong." Lin Chen helplessly reached out and took the bottle from Zhou Yu's mouth, saying, "That's useless." Zhou Yu stared at Lin Chen with wide eyes, looking intently at him. "Come on, let's go somewhere we can talk," Lin Chen said mysteriously to Zhou Yu. He then led her to a corner of the staff area. "What's going on, uncle?" Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Lin Chen nervously. She knew she was an adventure blogger, although this trip to Bailo Mountain had yielded little. Encountering someone who could change their appearance at will was extraordinary. "Is this a surreal power?" Zhou Yu asked excitedly. Lin Chen simply waved his hand at Zhou Yu, who eagerly leaned in to listen. Lin Chen whispered in her ear, "Sleep." "Ha!" Zhou Yu was taken aback by Lin Chen's words. But the next moment, deception activated. Zhou Yu suddenly felt drowsy, her eyelids uncontrollably drooping, a wave of sudden sleepiness washing over her. She tried to force herself to stay awake, but Lin Chen activated deception once more. "Sleep." With the two lies stacking upon each other, Zhou Yu closed her eyes in an instant, her whole body going limp. Lin Chen supported Zhou Yu with one hand and then dragged her to the Bailo Mountain rescue team's office. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" Fan Haidong opened the door in confusion, only to find Lin Chen standing there with a woman who had passed out beside him. "Fan Haidong, what do you want? This is a legitimate scenic area, I must warn you," he said. Lin Chen smirked. "What are you thinking?" He then tossed Zhou Yu onto the office sofa and explained the situation to Fan Haidong. "So that's how it is, you changed your appearance from the east to here?" Fan Haidong frowned, nodding after hearing Lin Chen's words. "But why did you bring her here?" Fan Haidong looked at Lin Chen with a face full of questions. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, helplessly saying, "This person is a small blogger with some fans. To avoid trouble, I had to bring her along and get her a forgetfulness capsule. The green one should be fine." This time, it was Fan Donghai who was stunned. "What forgetfulness capsule?" "Ha!" Lin Chen was taken aback, then straightened up, gesturing as he spoke. "It's the capsule in red, green, and yellow that can blur memories." Fan Haidong spread his hands. "Where is that thing here?" "Lin Chen? When I was at the Jinga Palace, their logistics staff used that when dealing with ordinary people." "You don't have it here?" Lin Chen looked at Fan Donghai in disbelief. Fan Donghai shook his head again and said, "That kind of thing is specially supplied to the east. They have a great forgetfulness there, specifically for producing these." "Where in the north do they have that?" Lin Chen's eyes widened. "What should we do?" Fan Haidong shrugged and retorted, "Right, so why did I ask you to bring her over?" Lin Chen, Fan Donghai, the two fell silent at the same time. "So what do we do next?" Looking at Zhou Yu, who was lying on the sofa and snoring, the two fell into silence together. "What if you change your appearance again?" Fan Donghai considered for a moment and proposed a method. "Then tell her that you've detoxified now." Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "I guess that's the only way." 10 minutes later, Zhou Yu slowly opened her eyes on the sofa. "Did I fall asleep?" Zhou Yu propped herself up, squinting and looking around, and saw a middle-aged man standing in front of her. Uncle?" Lin Chen had transformed into a greasy middle-aged man. "You're awake, you suddenly fainted earlier, so I brought you here." As he spoke, Lin Chen gestured towards Fan Donghai, who also came over and smiled. "It might be that you inhaled too much miasma from the mountains, which caused your fainting. But it's okay, I've already given you the detox medicine." Zhou Yu was taken aback, then slowly nodded. She then looked up carefully at Lin Chen in front of her. He was indeed still that middle-aged man. Could it really be that I was poisoned by miasma? Then Lin Chen and Fan Donghai helped Zhou Yu stand up and escorted her to the entrance of the scenic area. "Little girl, don't engage in such dangerous behavior again. The scenic area inside Bailo Mountain is very dangerous. This time, you were lucky," Fan Donghai said seriously to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes. I caused trouble for the scenic area." Then Zhou Yu looked at Lin Chen with a somewhat strange expression. "Uncle, you?" Zhou Yu pointed at the Bailo Mountain rescue team badge on Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen looked down, then smiled. "Oh, you mean this? I came this time to apply for this job." Zhou Yu nodded, half convinced, then still tentatively asked, "Uncle, can you transform?" In the end, Zhou Yu was still sent away by Fan Donghai. Zhou Yu sat alone in a taxi leaving the scenic area, holding her head with her hand. Did I really see it wrong? But just then, Zhou Yu suddenly noticed the camera hanging around her neck. "Hey, why is it still recording?" Zhou Yu hurriedly picked up the camera and found it had been recording for over an hour. Just as Zhou Yu instinctively wanted to delete the junk video, her fingers suddenly paused, and for some reason, she pressed the play button. In the next moment, Zhou Yu's eyes widened. Bailo Mountain scenic area. Lin Chen had finished dinner in the cafeteria and returned alone to the assigned single-staff dormitory. Lin Chen, the night shift schedule has been arranged. Fan Donghai's voice came from outside the door. After Lin Chen opened the door, Fan Donghai handed him a night shift schedule. It has your night shift times arranged, remember to go tonight. Got it. Lin Chen took the duty schedule, glanced at it briefly, and his eyelid twitched. Captain Fan, this isn't right, why do I have shifts on both odd and even days? Fan Donghai laughed heartily and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Newcomer? It's always like this at the beginning, it's an old tradition. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth but ultimately accepted the duty roster. After all, he was currently under someone else's roof. Tomorrow officially starts, don't forget, Fan Donghai added before turning to leave. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, looking at this roster that exploited newcomers, and pulled out a cigarette. Just then, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Lin Chen casually tapped the screen, only to find that the long silent Water Margin chat group had new messages. Water Margin chat group 22 Short-lived Erlang, is anyone in the north? A person nicknamed Short-lived Erlang suddenly spoke up in the group. Short-lived Erlang? Lin Chen frowned, then searched online for the origin of this nickname. Based on his experience from hanging around the group for so long, Lin Chen knew that most nicknames in the group had some connection to the person. Fisherman? No, it shouldn't be that simple. Lin Chen browsed through the information while keeping an eye on the group messages. Where to seek the plague messenger, only this is Short-lived Erlang. This was the introductory poem of the nickname Short-lived Erlang from Ruan Xiaowu. As soon as Short-lived Erlang sent the message, the most talkative member, Jade Shilin, indeed popped up. Jade Shilin, north? What do you want to do? Short-lived Erlang, I want to retrieve something, need someone to lend a hand. Jade Shilin, what thing? Short-lived Erlang, a remnant. Short-lived Erlang, I'm quite interested in this thing, the reward can be discussed. Green-faced beast, a remnant? Where did you hear about it? Short-lived Erlang, a little bird told me, can't say more. Lin Chen frowned at the chat records, a remnant? What is that? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen sent a private message to Wang Ming. Soon, Wang Ming replied to Lin Chen's message. You saw the group message too, huh? A remnant, this thing refers to items that carry the rules passed down from the past. Because they are old, not created in the present, they are called remnants. They belong to the older generation. Lin Chen realized after reading Wang Ming's message, so that's how it is. With that thought, Lin Chen took out a rusty ancient bronze mirror from the inner pocket of his clothes. This was something Bai Yuan had exchanged with him to save her life. At that time, Bai Yuan also mentioned that this ancient bronze mirror was left behind by the last thief who possessed the mirror. Only a level can attach rules to external objects, which means remnants are at least a level. Lin Chen fell into contemplation while looking at the rusty ancient bronze mirror in his hand. Ding, ding. New messages came in the group again. Green-faced beast, in the north. Green-faced beast, where are you going to get that remnant? Short-lived Erlang, Bailo Mountain. Green-faced beast. Jade Shilin, 666. Green-faced beast, don't you know where Bailo Mountain is? Green-faced beast, as far as I know, Qinjian Pain is currently in charge of guarding Bailo Mountain. Short-lived Erlang, green-faced beast, you're also a level, are you afraid of him? Green-faced beast, you, a level, don't know shit. The risk of confronting Qinjian Pain is too high, a remnant isn't worth it. Jade Shilin, I advise you to give up this idea, Qinjian Pain is a well-known madman. Short-lived Erlang, that thing is very important, worth the risk. The group fell silent. Lin Chen looked at the group messages, green-faced beast is also a level. Compared to confronting Qinjian Pain, the value of a remnant is definitely not enough. Short-lived Erlang is only level, he can't do it alone. For a levels, going to Bailo Mountain to confront Qinjian Pain for a remnant isn't worth it. After all, this thing can be created by oneself. It seems that short-lived Erlang won't be able to get it. But just then, a new message popped up. Timely rain, I can help you. What? When Lin Chen saw this ID, goosebumps instantly rose all over him. Timely rain is actually going to take over? Lin Chen looked at the message in disbelief. Wasn't timely rain in the east? Was he really coming to Bailo Mountain in person? Just thinking about that emaciated figure, like a withered ghost, along with those eerie threads, made Lin Chen's scalp tingle. Short-lived Erlang, okay, private chat. The group fell silent once again. Timely rain is willing to help this short-lived Erlang? Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, gripping his phone tightly. Timely rain is already a level. Can a single relic really move him? Lin Chen frowned in thought. From the messages he had seen in the group earlier, it was clear that for a level Thieves, unless the relic was attached to certain specific rules, the attraction was not that great. After all, a level Thieves could continuously produce relics themselves. Timely Rain must know that Qinjian Pain is responsible for guarding Bailo Mountain, yet he is willing to risk confronting Qinjian Pain to take action. Why? Lin Chen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. Exhaling, he squinted through the smoke. his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. The attraction of relics isn't that significant. Then there must be something here in Bailo Mountain that Timely Rain wants. Bailo Mountain, as a secret sealed area in the north, hid in a level phantom, and this phantom was terrifying. Timely Rain has great ambitions. He painstakingly created the West Asia Cathedral. What he wants is to complete the 7 thrones. Is it for this phantom? Lin Chen frowned. If it was to complete the thrones of the West Asia Cathedral, Timely Rain indeed had sufficient reason to take risks. However, according to Fan Donghai, the core area was filled with locks. No matter who you were, as long as you stepped inside, you would be unconditionally suppressed. Even the so-called strongest a level, Chen Jianpain, was no exception, and Timely Rain would definitely be suppressed as well. Even if he could obtain this phantom, Timely Rain would still face Chen Jianpain's crazy retaliation. But besides this phantom, what else could interest Timely Rain here? Lin Chen straightened up, slowly extinguishing the cigarette butt. The glass table reflected Lin Chen's own face. Me. Bailo Mountain still has me. Lin Chen looked at the reflection in the glass mirror, the deception that Timely Rain was desperately trying to obtain. But the problem was that his escape to the north was still a secret, and there had been no news of him entering Bailo Mountain. How could Timely Rain know he was here? Coincidence? No, it couldn't be a coincidence. Lin Chen fell silent once again. Could it be he knows where I am? A terrifying thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Is it a locator? Or some kind of special ability? Lin Chen supported his forehead with one hand, his brows tightly knitted. If that's the case, it would be troublesome. Timely Rain, through some unknown means, could know where he was, which was simply chilling. Lin Chen opened his phone, entered a phone number, and pressed the call button. Beep beep beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. A mechanical female voice came from the other end. Can't get through to Chu Juha? Lin Chen hung up the phone. No signal. He must have entered prison. Chu Juha was on a mission, having entered prison, and there was no news from the Jinga Palace side either. The next day, Lin Chen, dressed in a white work uniform, wandered around the scenic area of Bailo Mountain. Lin Chen was somewhat distracted, his mind occupied with the messages from the group yesterday. The number of tourists in the scenic area was not small, but compared to a few days ago, it had already decreased significantly. Lin Chen sat on a wooden bench, crossing his legs, watching the crowd come and go, lost in thought. Hey, Lin Chen, are you on duty now? The voice of Fan Donghai came through the walkie-talkie on Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and replied. On duty, the people in the monitoring room just said that 2 tourists have climbed over the fence, right near the area you're in charge of. Go after them and bring them back. Fan Donghai's voice came through the intercom. Lin Chen was taken aback by the news. So soon? Just yesterday, the short-lived Erlang had sent a message in the group, and today they were already taking action? Lin Chen, why aren't you going yet? Fan Donghai urged. It's very dangerous inside. Ordinary people can easily get into trouble. Understood. Lin Chen pressed the intercom button, then quickly got up and headed towards the location Fan Donghai mentioned. Lin Chen jumped off the wooden walkway and walked along the jungle path deeper inside. Why is short-lived Erlang moving so fast? Has Timely Rain arrived too? Lin Chen furrowed his brows, swiftly weaving through the jungle. Hey, Fan Donghai, is Chen Jianpain at Beilaishan now? Lin Chen advanced deeper into Beilaishan while pulling out the intercom. Captain Chen is in the office. Hearing Fan Donghai's response, Lin Chen finally relaxed. Since Chen Jianpain was at Beilaishan, there shouldn't be any major issues. Lin Chen moved quickly, soon passing through the jungle and arriving at the lake. Next to the broken wooden boat, he spotted the 2 intruders. Lin Chen instinctively squinted, focusing intently on their backs. Almost reflexively, he lightly curled his fingers, the golden mark on his wrist flickering slightly. But just then, the 2 men noticed Lin Chen approaching. Bro, someone's behind us, the man with the backpack immediately informed his companion, who was trying to board the boat. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Gang turned around, awkwardly looking at Lin Chen behind him. When he saw Lin Chen's uniform and the Beilaishan rescue team badge on his chest, Wang Gang's expression turned awkward. Lin Chen paused his movements, frowning as he stared at the 2 men. Ordinary people? What are you doing here? Lin Chen asked the 2. Wang Gang stammered, we are. Just then, Fan Donghai arrived with a cleaner. What are you doing? Didn't you see the no trespassing sign? Fan Donghai glanced at Lin Chen beside him, then questioned the 2 tourists who had intruded. We took a wrong turn, Wang Gang nervously explained. Took a wrong turn? Fan Donghai sneered, then said, let me take you back. Wang Gang exchanged glances with the young man beside him, then both awkwardly lowered their heads, the young man with the large backpack obediently following Fan Donghai back. Lin Chen's tense expression began to ease as he watched their retreating figures. Just 2 ordinary people who wandered in here. Was I too nervous? But neither Lin Chen nor Fan Donghai noticed that although the young man was carrying a backpack, Wang Gang's bag was left on the broken boat. In the security room of the scenic area, Fan Donghai sat in a chair while Wang Gang and his companion stood awkwardly in front of him. Fan Donghai scrutinized their IDs. Wang Gang, Wang Ling. Are you brothers? Wang Gang nodded awkwardly, saying, yes, yes. Fan Donghai slapped the IDs on the table and said, Bailation is not open to the public, it's all primitive jungle. Do you know how dangerous it is? You just climbed in like that. If something happens, can you take responsibility for it? Yes, yes, we realize our mistake, Wang Gang said with a forced smile, hastily responding. Fan Donghai's face turned cold as he addressed Wang Gang. As the older brother, how could you take your younger brother to do something so dangerous? Do you know that we could report this and have you detained? Hearing Fan Donghai's words, both Wang Gang and Wang Ling turned pale with fear. We really know we were wrong. Please don't detain us. My younger brother, he just turned 19 this year. If he gets a detention record, he won't be able to find a job in the future. Fan Donghai glanced at the two of them, then softened his tone. Let's consider this a lesson. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. After another round of lecturing, Fan Donghai finally let the two of them go. After they were released, Fan Donghai sat in his chair and sighed. These people nowadays really have some nerve. If it hadn't suddenly become popular 2 years ago, we wouldn't have this much trouble now. Fan Donghai complained as he took a sip of tea. It was precisely because of those baseless speculations that many people wanted to venture into Bailo Mountain. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, not responding. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. I'll step out for a moment. Lin Chen greeted Fan Donghai and then left the security room. Hello, Captain Lin, I just got out of prison. I was on a mission yesterday and had no signal on my phone. Shuja's voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Chen held the phone, thinking that indeed Shu Juha had gone out on a mission yesterday. How did the mission go? Shu Juha replied, oh, it wasn't a big deal. A level phantom, it's already been dealt with, and not many people were involved. Captain Lin, what was the call about last night? Lin Chen held the phone and walked slowly along the wooden path. Keep an eye on the frontline personnel from Jinga Palace in the next few days, especially those heading north, Lin Chen said quietly. Shu Juha paused for a moment and then asked, Captain Lin, is there a problem? Lin Chen didn't hide anything. Holding the phone he said, I suspect that the timely rain will head north in the next few days. What? The timely rain is moving out? Shuja's voice was filled with shock and he immediately lowered his tone. I understand the seriousness of the situation. I'll pay attention to the movements of the frontline personnel from Jinja Palace in the next few days. Lin Chen nodded. Be discreet. If a team is really dispatched to the north, the timely rain is very likely hiding among them. Shu Juha also understood the gravity of the matter and said in a low voice, I understand. The two quickly hung up the phone. Shu Juha, who are you on the phone with? Li Xinhui, who had just come out of prison, reported the situation to Jinja Palace and then saw Shu Juha on the phone in the corner, walking over. Nothing, just a friend. Shu Juha calmly put his phone back in his pocket. Li Xinhui, who had just finished a mission and killed the phantom, frowned. Li Xinhui wanted to say something but then heard the sound of a phone ringing from her black phone in her chest. Li Xinhui, the logistics personnel are on their way. You need to coordinate with them shortly. The call from the communications room interrupted Li Xinhui and she could only turn and head to meet the logistics personnel. Before leaving, Li Xinhui suspiciously looked back at Shu Juha in the corner. But Shu Juha just smiled and nodded at her. Li Xinhui had to suppress her doubts and go to coordinate with the logistics personnel to wrap up the remaining tasks. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Lin Chen walked along the wooden path. Since the timely rain has promised the short-lived Erlang, it will definitely take action. As long as a team is dispatched from Jinja Palace to this side, the timely rain must be among them. Lin Chen took a deep breath. As long as the timely rain couldn't hold back, he could quickly confirm his identity. After hiding in Jinja Palace for so long, was it finally time to reveal his true colors? At 6 in the evening, the Bailo Mountain scenic area closed. After finishing his work for the day, Lin Chen had a simple boxed meal in the cafeteria and then returned to his room to rest. Just as Fan Donghai said, Bailo Mountain is relatively remote. And the treatment is quite average. Compared to the 88th floor of Jinja Palace, it is indeed lacking a lot. After Lin Chen returned to his room, he began to pack his gear, which included the flashlight and fluorescent clothing sent to him by Fan Donghai. The night shift schedule arranged by Fan Donghai was quite rough. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, each had their own names, and everyone had to work nights except on Sundays. Lin Chen finished packing his gear for the night and then opened his phone to take another look. Shu Juha hadn't sent him any messages. There were no updates in the water margin chat group either. If timely rain takes action, Shu Juha will immediately inform me. It seems that timely rain and short-lived Erlang won't be acting in the short term. Lin Chen then took the flashlight and stepped into the night. The night at Bailo Mountain was very quiet, even eerily so. Lin Chen left the staff dormitory and walked along the wooden plank road, holding the flashlight. There were 2 people on night duty. Apart from Lin Chen, everyone else was a street cleaner, with one person responsible for 4 hours, totaling 8 hours, from 10 at night until 6 the next morning. Lin Chen was the first, responsible for the shift from 10 at night to 2 in the morning. Lin Chen lit up his phone screen and checked the time, 10:15 p.m. He then turned on the flashlight and slowly walked around the scenic area. The night was deep, with only faint lights in the staff area. The entire Bailo Mountain was shrouded in darkness. Lin Chen moved slowly, walking through the entire perimeter of the wooden plank road scenic area without noticing anything unusual. Because Bailo Mountain was a primitive jungle, the temperature around was lower at night, the air was very humid, and it was also quite cool. In the distance, Bailo Mountain exuded a sense of deathly silence, with lingering white mist in the mountains, further revealing an eerie atmosphere. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Chen strolled leisurely in the night, with no light around except for the flashlight in his hand. He took out his phone from his pocket and lit up the screen. 1:35 a.m. The phone was also very quiet, with no new messages or calls. Lin Chen pressed the phone screen. There was still half an hour left until his night shift ended. By the lakeside on the outskirts of Bailo Mountain, there was a broken wooden boat with a climbing backpack on it. Suddenly, the zipper of the climbing backpack was slowly pulled open from the inside, revealing a small opening. An eye appeared through the small opening, rolling around to look at the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one, the zipper of the climbing backpack was slowly pulled open, and a hand first reached out. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds of wood colliding rang out. Like a contortionist, a man slowly crawled out of the climbing backpack. The man had no expression on his face, his movements were stiff, and his arms and thighs were straight, swaying slightly as he moved. The man stood on the broken wooden boat, untied the rope that secured the boat, and slowly drifted towards the lake. On the other side, Lin Chen, who was originally walking the last lap along the wooden plank road, suddenly paused. A strange feeling arose. Lin Chen frowned and looked at his wrist, where the golden mark was flashing. Lin Chen turned his head to look deeper into Bailo Mountain. What's going on? The golden mark on his wrist made Lin Chen feel a strange sensation. After hesitating for a moment, he still opened the intercom. Fan Donghai, I feel something is off. What happened? Fan Donghai quickly replied. It seems someone has entered Bailo Mountain. I'll come over right away. Fan Donghai answered decisively. Soon, Fan Donghai found Lin Chen standing on the wooden plank road. What's going on? Fan Donghai shone his flashlight at Lin Chen. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel someone has gone in. Without hesitation, Fan Donghai said directly, let's go. Whether it's an illusion or not doesn't matter. At worst, it'll be a wasted trip. There can't be any accidents here. Because he wasn't sure, Fan Donghai didn't alarm the others on Bailo Mountain on a large scale. He just crossed the wooden plank road with Lin Chen and quickly headed deeper. Soon, the two arrived at the lakeside. Fan Donghai was surprised to find that the broken wooden boat had already drifted away from the shore and was now in the middle of the lake. In the center of the lake, a figure was faintly standing on that broken wooden boat. What? Fan Donghai's expression changed immediately, and he quickly opened the intercom. Someone has intruded deep into Bailaishan. Get to the lakeside and intercept them immediately. As Fan Donghai spoke into the intercom, the entire employee area of Bailaishan lit up. All the cleaners quickly reacted and rushed over. Lin Chen squinted, staring at the shadow in the middle of the lake. In the next moment, as if sensing Lin Chen's gaze, the shadow inexplicably turned its head 180 degrees to look back at him. In the night, that rigid shadow seemed to raise a hand and gently wave. But just then, a tiny white light suddenly appeared in the sky. In an instant, that white light brightened dramatically, and a straight beam of sword light fell down. Bang! It landed squarely on that broken wooden boat. What's going on? Lin Chen's pupils contracted as he stared in shock at the scene. Without any warning, a beam of sword light fell from above. Seeing this, Fan Donghai immediately stood up straight, his expression serious as he looked towards the center of the lake. With the sudden descent of that sword light, the broken wooden boat came to a halt in the middle of the lake. After a short while, the boat began to sway and drift back towards the shore. Soon, the wooden boat returned to the bank. At that moment, a lazy voice came through Fan Donghai's intercom. What's all the noise at this late hour? Can't you sleep? Fan Donghai immediately responded respectfully, Sorry, Captain Chen, it's my negligence. There was no sound from the other end of the intercom. Lin Chen recognized the voice. It was Chen Jianpain. Was it Chen Jianpain who acted just now? Lin Chen stood frozen, incredulously watching the swaying broken wooden boat before him. He hadn't even seen Chen Jianpain, and he had already taken action? Captain Fan, what's going on? Captain Fan. At that moment, two cleaners rushed to the lakeside. Fan Donghai walked straight onto the wooden boat and discovered the person who had been pinned down by a sword was dragged out. But when Fan Donghai grabbed the man's arm, the entire body suddenly fell apart with a crash. Lin Chen leaned closer, stunned. This isn't a person, this is a puppet? He saw a puppet about the size of a person, scattered across the broken wooden boat, its body completely disassembled. A puppet? How is that possible? Fan Donghai looked at the puppet's arm in his hand, his expression grave. The intruder into Beilaishan at this late hour was actually a puppet? Across from Beilaishan, in a hotel, a man stood in front of the window. The man had long hair, wore strange clothing, was barefoot and had odd patterns painted on his body. Just as you said, the puppet was directly taken down. The man held a phone, gazing at the distant Beilaishan. With Qin Jianping around, if you go in alone like this, that puppet will be your fate tonight. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Yen Gui smiled, not refuting. Timely Rain, then I'll do as you say, I agree to your terms. Very well, I will find a way to draw Qin Jianping away for you. The hoarse voice of Timely Rain echoed from the phone. Yen Gui leaned against the window, grinning as he said, deal. He then hung up the phone. On the other side, Lin Chen and Fan Donghai stood together, looking at the puppet before them. The puppet was already in pieces, with cracks all over its thighs and chest. This was the result of Qin Jianping's sword strike. When did this come in? Fan Donghai frowned and asked. Could it be those two from earlier today? Fan Donghai suddenly thought of Wang Gang and Wang Ling from earlier that day. At that time, only Wang Ling had been carrying a backpack, while Wang Gang had nothing on him, which didn't make sense. Without hesitation, Fan Donghai turned to a cleaner and said, you go check the surveillance footage right now and find me Wang Gang and Wang Ling. Lin Chen squatted down beside him, picking up a puppet's arm and examining it closely. Soon, Lin Chen discovered an extremely fine broken thread at the joint of the arm. The thread was so thin it was almost imperceptible. Lin Chen frowned and gently twisted the delicate thread with his fingers. Boss, we really don't know. Wang Gang cried out in panic from the security room. He just gave me 2,000 yuan and told me to throw that bag inside. I really don't know what's in it. Wang Gang was crouched in the security room, his voice frantic. Fan Donghai sat across from him, his face dark and terrifying, throwing the already damaged backpack onto the floor. Don't know? Keep thinking. Wang Gang looked at the backpack on the ground, shaking his head vigorously, and said in a flustered tone, Boss, I really don't know what's inside. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this. Just as dawn broke, the staff from the Bailo Mountain scenic area found Wang, who were still sleeping in the hotel, and directly dragged the two soundly sleeping individuals out of bed, taking them back to Bailo Mountain. They were escorted by police cars, and as soon as Wang Gang saw this scene, he was immediately terrified, his legs going weak. When he saw Fan Donghai throw out his backpack, Wang Gang's heart sank, thinking it was over. The backpack must have caused the trouble. Wang Gang didn't even know what was in that backpack, crying and pleading for himself. At that time, someone contacted me online, saying they would give me 2,000 yuan, just to throw this bag in. I didn't pay attention, I really didn't know what it was. Fan Donghai's face was grim. Who was that person? Wang Gang thought for a moment, awkwardly shaking his head. I don't know. Pull up the chat records. Boss. Here you go. Wang Gang immediately handed over his phone. Fan Donghai scrolled through the chat records and found that a person with a gray avatar had told Wang Gang to just throw the bag in and not to worry about anything else. Lin Chen stood by, also examining the chat records closely. Can this person be found? Fan Donghai asked in a low voice. A logistics staff member leaned in and whispered, this person hasn't bound their information, it's hard to trace. Lin Chen shook his head and said, no need to look further. Even if we do find them, they're probably just a puppet. After saying this, Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Fan Donghai. Wang Gang was telling the truth. Fan Donghai's expression darkened as he slammed the phone down on the table. Wang Gang, I'm telling you clearly, you've paved the way for criminals. Get ready for detention. Fan Donghai waved his hand, and several logistics personnel nearby took Wang Gang and Wang Ling away, handing them over to another department. We can't find anything useful from these two, Fan Donghai said with a grim face. From the earlier questioning, it was already clear that Wang Gang and Wang Ling were just ordinary people. With Lin Chen personally verifying the lie, it was evident that the two really didn't know what was in the bag. This is troublesome. Fan Donghai furrowed his brows tightly. A mysterious puppet had infiltrated Bailo Mountain in the middle of the night, but there were no clues to follow. Lin Chen walked alone to a corner, raising his hand to continue examining the puppets. The puppets had been shattered by Qin Jianping's sword, and the original aura of rules had been completely dispersed. Lin Chen picked up an arm, feeling for the broken thread at the back. Puppets can't act on their own, someone must be controlling them. A nickname appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Timely Rain. A level, rule so. When they were at the Jinga Palace, Lin Chen and Zhou Koan had entered the West Asia Church together, and after killing 2 phantoms, Timely Rain had made a brief appearance. At that time, Timely Rain had pierced Zhou Koan's chest with a thread. Lin Chen took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Chuja's number. Hey, Lin, what's up? Was there any team sent to the north yesterday? Lin Chen asked in a low voice. Not a single one. I've been keeping an eye on all the tasks, and none went north, Chu Juhua replied confidently. Got it. Lin Chen hung up the phone, looking at the puppet in his hand. Did the real Jishiryu not leave Jinja Palace in person, but instead manipulate the puppet to act? But that ID belongs to Duanming Erlang, why didn't he show up? Lin Chen lit up the screen and checked the group messages again. After the private chat between Duanming Erlang and Jishiryu, there had been no more messages in the group. So, this is actually a test? Oh, Palace is planning to make a move on Bailo Mountain? Chen Jianpain took off his eye mask, crossing his legs as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. This puppet should just be a probe. The real action will come next. Chen Jianpain rubbed his eyes and casually nodded. I see. Then he pulled the eye mask back down, lying back in his chair, falling silent. Lin Chen, don't you have any reaction? Chen Jianpain said lazily. What reaction can I have? He wants to target Bailo Mountain. Let him go. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm here, it's just a matter of 1 or 2 swords. Lin Chen returned to the staff dormitory, reflecting on Chen Jianpain's words. This guy is way too confident, isn't he? Lin Chen lay on the sofa. This puppet is just a test from Jishiryu, and the person with the ID Duanming Erlang hasn't shown up either. Jishiryu won't act personally, he should be assisting Duanming Erlang in entering Bailo Mountain. What a pity. I originally hoped to use this opportunity to catch Jishiryu. Fan Donghai was still investigating this matter, but as soon as he dug a little deeper, all the leads were completely cut off. Just as Lin Chen was pondering, several messages suddenly popped up on his phone. Lin Chen opened his phone in confusion and found several people had messaged him. What's going on? Gu Shishir, Lin Chen, is that you? Qin Yuhan, are you at Bailo Mountain? What's happening? Wang Ming, Lin Chen, something big has happened, you're trending, hurry and check this out. Trending? What does that mean? Lin Chen frowned, looking at a video Wang Ming had forwarded to him. As soon as he clicked it open, Lin Chen froze in place. Hello everyone, I'm Jojo, the adventure lover. As you know, I recently went to Bailo Mountain for an adventure. Due to some special reasons, my memory card got corrupted, but I discovered an even more amazing person. In the video, a girl excitedly spoke to the camera. Zhou Yu? Lin Chen immediately recognized the vlogger in the video. It was Zhou Yu who had just left Bailo Mountain. Lin Chen's heart sank. Zhou Yu was very excited in the video and quickly released her edited footage. In Zhou Yu's video, a young man in a white work uniform appeared. Lin Chen's expression darkened. This person was himself. Someone who can freely change their appearance. No way, is this for real? The vlogger wasn't just recently criticized and deliberately had someone film this video, right? Is it really the same person? I don't believe it. It really is the same person. At 1 minute and 20 seconds into the video, that middle-aged man, and at 2 minutes and 45 seconds, that young man, they are wearing the same clothes, with the same number. Damn, does someone who can change their appearance really exist? A shapeshifter? The video spread at an astonishing speed, and the comments section exploded. Not long ago, Zhou Yu had released a video about her adventure to Bailo Mountain, which had already sparked discussions online, and now with this new video, it instantly went viral. Lin Chen looked at himself in the video, his expression grim. Damn it! He hadn't noticed at the time that the camera around Zhou Yu's neck was recording. Soon, Chu Zhu's call came through. Captain Lin, have you seen the video online? Lin Chen's face darkened as he replied, I've seen it. Chu Zhu's voice was urgent. The Jinja Palace is already aware of this video, and now Zhao Qi and the higher-ups are starting to convene meetings. Captain Lin, you need to leave quickly, don't stay at Bailo Mountain. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry, he simply said, once the Jinja Palace comes to a conclusion, let me know. Understood. Jinja Palace, 70th floor conference room. So this Lin Chen escaped to the north, and he went to Bailo Mountain. Deputy Minister Li Dong shouted angrily. Now the entire east is looking for him. No wonder we couldn't find him. He went straight to the north. On the big screen, Zhou Yu's video was playing. In the video, Lin Chen's face was clearly captured. Zhao Qi sat in a chair, frowning as he said, Lin Chen is a key suspect who defected from the Jinja Palace. I didn't expect him to be exposed in this way. Li Dong sneered, this is a good thing. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Lin Chen never thought he would fall into the hands of a video blogger. Zhao Qi frowned and said in a deep voice, let's discuss how to handle this matter next. Li Dong's eyebrows furrowed, angrily stating, we need to send someone to bring him back immediately. If necessary, we can shoot to kill. First Zhou Kuan, now him. The Jinga Palace has already been held accountable by the headquarters Qinglong Hall. If we let him continue to run around, where will we put our faces? However, Zhao Qi didn't rush to make a decision, but Lin Chen is not in the east, he is in the north. Our Jinga Palace cannot cross regions to capture him without approval from the north. Li Dong paused, furrowing his brows, and said in a deep voice, "What's going on in the north? How could they leave such a wanted criminal there?" Zhao Qi shook his head. "It's not that simple. The person in charge of Bailo Mountain is Chen Jianping. This decision must have come from him. I suspect Xuanwu Hall doesn't know about this." Li Dong slammed the table, angrily saying, "Send a report to the north immediately. They must be held accountable. How could they shelter a wanted criminal?" Zhao Qi thought for a moment and then looked at his assistant beside him. "Draft a report in the name of the Jinga Palace, in duplicate, one copy to Bailo Mountain Scenic Area and the other to the North's Cleanser Headquarters, Xuanwu Hall. In the report, arrange for Lin Chen to be extradited back from the north." Li Dong wanted to say something else, but Zhao Qi stopped him. "Wait until Zhao He returns from Qinglong Hall, then we will finalize how to handle this. For now, let's leave it at that." The meeting is adjourned. Bailo Mountain Scenic Area. In front of the main responsible person's office, Fan Donghai knocked on the office door with a serious expression, holding a document. Chen Jianping was still sleeping with an eye mask on, his legs propped up on the table. "Captain Chen, something's happened." Fan Donghai placed the document on Chen Jianping's desk. "What now?" Chen Jianping lifted the eye mask with one hand and glanced at the document on the table. He saw that the cover of the document had a round seal of Xuanwu. A document from the headquarters? Chen Jianping picked it up out of curiosity. "Holding me accountable?" Chen Jianping flipped through a few pages, raising an eyebrow. "Captain Chen, you might want to take a look at this first." Fan Donghai handed over his phone, which had a buffered video. "Hello everyone, I'm Jojo, the adventure lover." Fan Donghai's expression darkened as he said, "This is a video blogger who entered Bailo Mountain a few days ago. She captured Lin Chen on camera, and now this video has a high view count online, with likes exceeding 500,000. Lin Chen is a key suspect in the defection from the Jinga Palace. Both the headquarters and the Eastern Jinga Palace have sent us documents. The Jinga Palace demands that we hand over Lin Chen immediately, and the headquarters also wants an explanation from you." Unlike Fan Donghai's anxiety, Chen Jianping remained leisurely and relaxed, flipping through the headquarters document. "Isn't he just a wanted thief? What's the big deal?" Chen Jianping tossed the document onto the table and yawned. Fan Donghai stood in front, his face grim, tentatively asking, "Captain Chen, how should I respond to the Xuanwu Hall at headquarters?" Chen Jianping glanced at Fan Donghai. "Respond? What response?" Fan Donghai was taken aback and said, "The headquarters requires you to provide an explanation." Chen Jianping chuckled and directly threw the document from the table into the trash can. "Do I need to explain myself to that bunch of old fossils? Consider this document as never received, no need to respond." Fan Donghai's eyes widened. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked by Chen Jianping's words. "What about the Eastern Jinga Palace?" Chen Jianping glanced at Fan Donghai impatiently. "I want respond to the Xuanwu Hall. Why should I care about them? Tell them to get lost." In the north, Xuanwu Hall. Zhang Helu put down the document in his hand and asked a liaison in front of him, "Have we received a response from the Bailo Mountain Scenic Area?" The liaison looked a bit awkward. "Captain Zhang, not yet, not yet." Zhang Helu frowned. "Not yet? How long has this document been sent?" The liaison cautiously replied, "For 20 hours. Zhang Helu threw the document onto the table. 20 hours. And the Bailo Mountain Scenic Area hasn't responded? What does Chen Jianping want to do? The liaison immediately lowered his head, nervously saying, "Captain Zhang, I'll send it again." Zhang Helu frowned and asked, "How is the situation with that blogger's video? Has the heat died down?" The liaison's face turned awkward, stammering, The heat of that video is still very high." Zhang Helu exhaled, one hand supporting his forehead. "So it's Chen Jianping who hasn't handled it. You first deal with that video, suppress the heat. We can't let it continue to ferment. The secrets of Bailo Mountain must be kept safe." The liaison immediately nodded, saying, "Understood. Handling such videos isn't difficult, just a bit troublesome. Get some water army to dilute the comments, have a private talk with the author, and suppress the heat. Due to the special nature of Bailo Mountain, the handling needs to be more meticulous." Zhang Helu tapped his fingers on the table and continued. "Send another document to the Bailo Mountain Scenic Area, asking Chen Jianping to provide an explanation and a handling plan as soon as possible. Also, give a response to the Eastern Jinga Palace, saying that we at Xuanwu Hall are not clear about this matter and are still investigating." "Understood, Captain Zhang. I'll get on it right away." The liaison immediately left. At the Bailo Mountain Scenic Area, Lin Chen and Fan Donghai stood together, each holding a cigarette. The higher-ups are asking us for an explanation, but Captain Chen hasn't responded, Fan Donghai said. Lin Chen nodded. How should we handle this? Fan Donghai exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, this is troublesome. The Jinja Palace is pressing hard, and the headquarters is also applying pressure. Lin Chen was not surprised and bluntly said, can we manage it? If not, I'll withdraw. Fan Donghai didn't respond directly, only saying, no rush. This still depends on Captain Chen's intentions. Lin Chen looked at Fan Donghai beside him, not shying away, and directly asked, is it worth it to protect a thief like me? Fan Donghai glanced at Lin Chen, not worth it, and I think it's very unworthy. Honestly, if it weren't for Bailo Mountain, I'd have to fight you as soon as we met. Fan Donghai lit another cigarette and tossed one to Lin Chen as well. I know what you're thinking. To be honest, I'm only responsible for carrying out Team Leader Chen's orders. Lin Chen frowned and asked the question that had been on his mind. As far as I know, the North's attitude towards thieves is to kill them on sight. But why do you all show such reverence for Chen Jianping? It's worth noting that in the entire Bailo Mountain scenic area, apart from Chen Jianping, people like Fan Donghai are all cleaners. However, during this time, Lin Chen also noticed that Fan Donghai seemed to hold a certain awe for Chen Jianping. Fan Donghai chuckled, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, and pointed around. In the entire Bailo Mountain scenic area, whether it's the cleaners or the logistics brothers, everyone owes Team Leader Chen a life. Do you understand now? Hearing Fan Donghai's words, Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. So that's how it is. Fan Donghai stubbed out his cigarette. Alright, don't forget your night shift tonight. After saying that, Fan Donghai left. That night, Lin Chen prepared his flashlight as usual and stepped out at 9:50. With the flashlight in hand, he walked along the wooden plank path. Creak, creak. As Lin Chen walked, he checked his phone. Zhou Yu's video had already been taken down. Zhou Yu herself had re-recorded a video, admitting that her previous video was a self-directed script for the sake of gaining views. She also offered a sincere apology and announced that she would be taking a break from the internet for a while. Under the latest video, there were various comments debunking her. Lin Chen knew that Zhou Yu had probably been summoned for a talk. The North's cleaner organization handled the matter swiftly and the heat quickly died down. The most troublesome part is that I've been exposed. Lin Chen frowned, slowly walking with the flashlight. Fan Donghai had revealed some information to him, saying that the North's Xuanwu Hall had sent a document to the Bailo Mountain scenic area demanding an explanation from Chen Jianping, and the East's Jinja Palace had also gotten involved. Lin Chen glanced at his phone. It's exactly 12 a.m. Inside the security room, Fan Donghai sat in a chair, still sorting through documents. Chen Jianping was the official head of the Bailo Mountain scenic area, but in reality, all the work at Bailo Mountain was handled by Fan Donghai. In the corner of the security room, the already disassembled puppet lay quietly in the darkness. Creak, creak, creak. The disassembled puppet began to slowly roll. The broken strings at various positions gradually moving and reconnecting. Soon, the puppet was stitched back together. In the next moment, the puppet's head eerily twisted around, and two hollow eyes gradually glowed with a crimson light. Buzz! Lin Chen, who was on night patrol, suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look towards the security room. What's going on? He saw a crimson barrier suddenly expand from the security room, rapidly spreading outwards. This is prison? Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. A void had appeared? This prison quickly expanded, pulling everything around it inside. Lin Chen quickly retreated, climbing over the guardrail until he reached the original forest, where the expansion of the prison finally stopped. This prison enveloped the entire employee area of Bailo Mountain. A void had actually appeared here at Bailo Mountain? But just at that moment, before Lin Chen could be shocked, a sound of a sword ringing out suddenly echoed. Buzz! A beam of sword light appeared in an instant. Humph! Chen Jianping appeared in midair, standing on a flying sword, squinting at the prison below. Without saying a word, Chen Jianping charged directly into the prison. Chen Jianping had made his move. Chen Jianping had already entered the prison, and just as Lin Chen was about to act, the golden mark on his wrist reacted. Wait a minute. This feeling, someone has intruded into Bailo Mountain? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. This familiar feeling couldn't be wrong. Someone had actually intruded into Bailo Mountain at this time. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately rushed towards the depths of Bailo Mountain. The sudden appearance of this phantom drew Chen Jianping to deal with it, but in that gap, someone actually broke into Bailo Mountain. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp as he swiftly moved through the jungle. This can't be a coincidence. Someone must have pinpointed this gap. He stopped abruptly, arriving at the edge of the lake. At that moment, beside the dilapidated wooden boat stood a man with long hair dressed in strange attire. Hearing the noise behind him, Yen Gui turned around suddenly, cautiously sizing up the young man behind him. Lin Chen squinted, fixating on the man in the odd clothing, whose bare arms and calves bore strange patterns. In the darkness, their eyes met. Short-lived Erlang? Upon hearing Lin Chen utter that nickname, Yen Gui narrowed his eyes. Looks like you're the guy that Timely Rain mentioned. Yen Gui was surprised by Lin Chen's appearance. The entire Bailo Mountain scenic area should have been engulfed in prison by now. That phantom can't hold Jinga Pain for long. We can't waste time here. Without hesitation, Yen Gui slightly bent down, pushed off the ground, and instantly charged towards Lin Chen. At the same time, the strange patterns on one of Yen Gui's arms began to move, as if they had come to life. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating. But Yen Gui was faster, appearing right in front of Lin Chen in an instant, one hand pressing firmly against Lin Chen's chest. Die! Yen Gui said expressionlessly, then pressed down hard. The rules activated. Lin Chen's expression changed as he sensed the aura of the rules. Not good. But Yen Gui's speed was too fast. He had already pressed down on Lin Chen's chest, leaving no time to react. Bang! Lin Chen was instantly pushed away, his whole body falling backward, crashing into the primitive jungle behind him. Bang bang! Lin Chen rolled several times before coming to a stop, then quickly got back up. What happened? Without much pause, Lin Chen was already on his feet. That last blow was quick but far from as heavy as he had imagined. There was no special ability involved. It felt like he had just been shoved. But the rules had indeed activated. Lin Chen could clearly feel it. Facing Lin Chen's resurgence, Yen Gui by the lake made no move, instead looking over with a cold smile. That gaze was like looking at a dead man. Then Yen Gui actually turned around, ignoring Lin Chen, and walked towards the dilapidated wooden boat on the shore. Don't go! Lin Chen stood up and took a step towards Yen Gui, when suddenly a strong wave of dizziness hit him. Lin Chen swayed, and his whole body fell to the ground again. What? Lin Chen braced himself on the ground, shaking his head vigorously, but everything in front of him was already a blur. At that moment, Yen Gui had jumped onto the boat, stepping down hard, causing the wooden boat to sway as it drifted towards the lake. Yen Gui pulled out his phone, typed a message, and sent it. As per your request, I've succeeded. That guy disappointed me. He wasn't a hassle at all. Just wait a little longer and he will become a corpse. After that, Yen Gui put down his phone and the patterns on his arm returned to calm. On the shore, Lin Chen was bracing himself on the ground, his vision a blur. A few drops of blood falling from his nose onto the ground. When did this happen? Lin Chen unzipped his chest, discovering a strange black mark where Yen Gui had pressed on his chest. This mark was peculiar, resembling some kind of sinister curse. Lin Chen noticed that his chest had begun to rot, the decay spreading rapidly throughout his body. Lin Chen struggled to get up but once again fell to the ground. On the boat, Timely Rain quickly replied to Yen Gui. As long as you succeeded, that's good. You need to move quickly. Jinga Pain won't be held up for long. Yen Gui merely glanced at the screen, not continuing to reply to Timely Rain. What a terrifying guy. To think of such a method. To take a complete void and forcibly tear it apart, then stitch it back together at a specific time, allowing this void to revive once more. This Timely Rain guy is even scarier than I imagined. Yen Gui stood on the broken wooden boat, quickly entering the depths of the lake, where white mist began to envelop him. Is this mist? No, this isn't ordinary mist. Yen Gui quickly realized he had crossed into the boundary of the prison. The information was correct. It seems that thing is right here. Yen Gui was excited and soon disappeared into the white mist. Creak, creak. The wooden boat slowly came to a stop at the shore and Yen Gui stepped off. He looked back at the wooden boat. This is actually a remnant too. Yen Gui hadn't expected that this broken wooden boat was also a remnant, unknowingly attached to some rules. No wonder the message said that only this wooden boat could cross the lake. Yen Gui didn't linger and continued deeper into the white mist. Although this wooden boat was also a remnant, it was insignificant compared to that thing. The white mist here was much denser than that over the lake, and Yen Gui moved quickly while cautiously keeping an eye on his surroundings. That remnant should be nearby. Yen Gui took out a yellowed map from his pocket, which marked a dozen locations. I can only take my chances. The marked locations were all places where that remnant might be. Yen Gui soon arrived in front of an ancient tree, squatted down, and began to dig through the soil beneath the roots, but unfortunately found nothing. Yen Gui bit his finger and smeared some blood on the map at that location, then continued walking into the white mist. The mist grew thicker, and Yen Gui quickly reached the second location, which was a natural earth slope. He jumped down the slope and reached out to feel around the bushes below. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find that thing. Yen Gui frowned and marked an X on that location on the map. There were many marked locations on the map, a total of 16. After all, Jinga Pain was in a level. Although he didn't know the specifics of his strength, he was definitely not to be underestimated. The void could only hold Jinga Pain for so long, so he could only explore half of the locations. Before entering the sad prison mountain, Yen Gui had determined the last possible 6 based on repeated deductions. But now, having searched too, he still found nothing. Just as Yen Gui straightened up, intending to move to the next location, a sudden sharp killing intent emerged from the white mist beside him. Who? Yen Gui spun around, but a hand had already pierced through the mist, instantly gripping his neck. Yen Gui's expression changed, but he reacted quickly, slamming his arm down. Bang! The hand slipped away from Yen Gui's grip, releasing his neck, and he quickly retreated. Rip! But just as Yen Gui was retreating, that hand grabbed the yellowed map in his hand. The map was torn in half. After standing firm, Yen Gui looked at the half map left in his hand, his gaze fierce. Who are you? From the white mist opposite, a young man stepped out. You're still alive? Yen Gui's expression changed in surprise upon seeing the person's face. Lin Chen emerged from the mist, blood still dripping from his nose, but a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the half map in his hand, Lin Chen squinted. What a pleasant surprise. After seeing Lin Chen, Yen Gui's expression shifted several times as he said, You actually survived after being hit by my curse. So it was a curse. Lin Chen chuckled a few times, looking at Yen Gui across from him. No wonder you came so suddenly. Yen Gui stood still, quickly thinking, never expecting that Lin Chen could survive his curse. Did this guy have some special means? Yen Gui was rapidly calculating in his mind whether he should continue to act. It wasn't that he feared Lin Chen in front of him, but rather that he was afraid of Chen Jianping escaping. This time entering the sad prison mountain was because the timely rain had released that phantom which had detained Chen Jianping. Now I had already found 2 positions, and this was the closest I had been to that thing. As long as I quickly killed Lin Chen here, I would still have time to search. Yen Gui glanced at the half map in Lin Chen's hand, then his gaze turned fierce. Kill! The moment Yen Gui made up his mind, the incantations on his arm began to move rapidly, all converging into his palm. In an instant, Yen Gui raised his hand and reached for Lin Chen. The incantation was activated. The moment the first incantation appeared, Lin Chen felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain exploding from his temple. In that brief moment, Lin Chen's head felt like it was about to split open. Not only that, but the moment Yen Gui grabbed Lin Chen's arm, he had already cast the second incantation. In the next moment, Lin Chen's arm began to visibly rot, flesh and blood rapidly dissolving. In just a few breaths, half of Lin Chen's arm was already exposed, with bare bones showing. Got it! Yen Gui sneered, 2 incantations appearing simultaneously on Lin Chen. He was undoubtedly doomed. But just as Yen Gui activated the incantation, Lin Chen simultaneously activated deception. My body will restore to its original state. The moment the lie appeared, the rotting arm rapidly healed and the pain in his temple was immediately soothed. What? Yen Gui's pupils constricted at this scene. His incantation actually failed? Before Yen Gui could react, Lin Chen instinctively raised his hand to grab. Lin Chen's hand was still stained with his own nosebleed. Condition met. Lock activated. But to Lin Chen's surprise, the moment lock was activated, the entire sad prison mountain seemed to respond. The originally silent sad prison mountain appeared to be summoned, and the thick white mist enveloping it surged instantly. In the next moment, the surrounding white mist coalesced into golden chains, piercing through the mist and instantly wrapping around Yen Gui's arms. The moment the chains wrapped around Yen Gui's arms, the incantation was immediately suppressed. How is this possible? Yen Gui's face changed dramatically, staring in horror at the golden chains binding his arms. The incantation lost its effect. Lin Chen also couldn't hide his shock. What's going on? The golden chains Lin Chen had summoned would normally not exceed 5, but this time was different. The entire sad prison mountain had given a strong response. First, 2 chains appeared instantly, wrapping around Yen Gui's arms, then more golden chains pierced directly into Yen Gui's thighs from the white mist. In an instant, all of Yen Gui's limbs were actually restrained by the golden chains. Not only that, but Lin Chen could even feel that deep within the white mist, there were an immense number of golden chains waiting for his summons. With Yen Gui's limbs locked, he stared fiercely at Lin Chen, then began to move his throat. A mass of black scripture was expelled from his stomach. I can't believe I've been forced to this point. Yen Gui's eyes turned savage, and he was about to chew through the black scripture. Just then, a sword light suddenly shone from afar, splitting the prison with a single strike. The prison has been split open. Lin Chen looked in shock at the distance. Chen Jianping had already slain that phantom. Yen Gui was equally shocked. How could it be so fast? It should be known that in Yen Gui's plan, the time Chen Jianping was detained should have allowed him to find at least 6 positions. But in reality, the time Chen Jianping was detained was not even half of that. The sword light paused momentarily in the sky, then immediately rushed this way. With Yen Gui's arms firmly locked, he looked at the distant sword light, his face turning ashen. Damn it! Chen Jianping had escaped. There was no chance left. Yen Gui abandoned the idea of crushing the black scripture in his mouth and had to swallow it back down. Lin Chen, I remember you. Yen Gui shouted angrily, then directly bit off his own tongue. Bang! In the next moment, Yen Gui's body exploded instantly. A cloud of blood mist spread out. Bang! Lin Chen rushed into the blood mist, raising his hand to wave, and the golden chains instantly contracted. Only 4 golden chains were seen, entwined around the legs and arms. This Yen ghost actually abandoned its own limbs. In the distance, a beam of sword light descended, and Chen Jianping appeared holding a puppet's head. What's going on? Looking at the blood mist before him, Chen Jianping frowned and casually tossed the puppet head aside. But at that moment, Chen Jianping suddenly turned to look at Lin Chen. However, what Chen Jianping was looking at was not Lin Chen himself, but the white mist behind him. Hidden within the thick white mist behind Lin Chen were countless golden chains, lurking like a waiting army ready to strike. Interesting, Chen Jianping squinted and smiled. Outside the scenic area of Bailo Mountain, in a hotel. In a dimly lit room, a black altar was placed in the center, surrounded by many strange incantations. At that moment, the surrounding incantations began to move, all converging towards the black altar in the center. Soon, these incantations crawled up the black altar. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the black altar. Bang! Then with a loud bang, the altar exploded. A completely naked person crawled out from the altar. Rather than a person, it was more like a human pig. Because this person, covered in a foul stench and congealed blood, had no limbs left, only an upper body writhing on the ground. Damn it! In the security room, Fan Donghai was smoking one cigarette after another. This time it was my negligence. I didn't expect this puppet to actually be a void. Lin Chen sat beside him, holding a revised report. It recorded the process of Lin Chen's confrontation with the Yen ghost. Fan Donghai extinguished the cigarette butt and sighed. If it weren't for Team Chen, we would have been in trouble again. Lin Chen looked up and asked, "What's the deal with that void?" Fan Donghai leaned back in his chair and said, "Do you remember the disassembled puppet? That void was hidden inside. It was just artificially torn into several pieces and in a state of false death. When they were stitched back together, that void awakened." Hearing Fan Donghai's words, Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. The timely rain could actually achieve this level? To disassemble a complete void and then restitch it? How long did it take Team Chen to deal with that void? Lin Chen asked, raising his head. 15 minutes. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. It was surprisingly fast? Fan Donghai thought for a moment and said, "This void is a bit special. It indiscriminately attacks everyone. It's fine for us cleaners, but many of the logistics brothers got dragged in. Team Chen first pulled everyone out of the prison before he could free his hands to deal with that void. If he had to handle it alone without caring for those people, probably 30 seconds. Lin Chen sat in his chair, falling into silence. 30 seconds? Lin Chen, I have to admit, this time it was thanks to you. Fan Donghai stood up and handed Lin Chen a cigarette. Lin Chen took it and then Fan Donghai lit it for him. Huff. This report will be submitted to headquarters. That person's identity cannot be determined for now. You worked hard today, go back and rest. Take a day off tomorrow, Fan Donghai said. Lin Chen did not be polite and nodded in agreement. After returning to his staff dormitory, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. What exactly happened in Bailo Mountain at that time? Lin Chen looked at the golden mark on his wrist. That feeling was as if the entire Bailo Mountain responded. Lin Chen would never forget that feeling, a response like a mountain roaring and the sea surging as the white mist of the entire Bailo Mountain rushed in. He could even feel that void bound in the sinkhole. When Chen Jianping arrived, he simply tossed out a remark, interesting, and then left. Chen Jianping didn't waste any more words, not even asking about his confrontation with the Yen ghost, and just left after throwing down that puppet head. Regarding the matter of Yen Gui, it was Lin Chen who returned to the security room to report to Fan Donghai, which led to the issuance of that report. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, standing by the window, gazing at Bailo Mountain. There, a white mist lingered year-round. It still needs verification. The next day, during the day, the report about the intrusion at Bailo Mountain was sent to the headquarters at Xuanwu Hall. The commotion from last night was minimal, and hardly anyone noticed anything amiss. The flow of visitors to Bailo Mountain remained substantial. Lin Chen, dressed in a white work uniform, walked through the scenic area. A cleaner spotted Lin Chen and approached him. "Lin Chen, didn't team leader Fan say you were off today?" As he spoke, Li Ho pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then took the cigarette and said, "Just wandering around, nothing else to do." Li Ho nodded and said, "Alright, you enjoy your stroll, I'll get back to my shift." Lin Chen went back to the security room alone, where Fan Donghai was sitting in the office, a thick stack of documents on the desk. "Lin Chen, you came at the right time. Hey, race the new duty roster, take a look." Fan Donghai looked up after seeing Lin Chen and handed him a freshly printed duty roster. 1, 3, 5. Only 3 days? Lin Chen looked at the duty roster in his hand. noticing his name only appeared on the first, third, and fifth days. Fan Donghai nodded and said, "Everyone here works 3 days a week, you can follow this from now on. The old duty roster is void." Lin Chen nodded and then asked, "Have you found anything on that Yen Gue?" Fan Donghai opened his computer and pulled up a document titled Curse. "This guy has shown up a few times before, his file is recorded at headquarters. Yen Gue, male, 31 years old. Rule Curse, Yang attribute, grade B a note, possesses unknown residues." Lin Chen looked at the file on the computer, his brow furrowing as he murmured, "Yen Gue. He has residues?" Fan Donghai nodded and said, "This is a file established by another cleaner, he must have encountered Yen Gue. Since it's marked as special, it's likely this guy has no less than 3 pieces of residue, and they're not simple things." Lin Chen nodded, "I want to go into the mountain for a look. Is that alright?" Fan Donghai continued to stare at the computer, showing no reaction to Lin Chen's words, and said, "You can go." Lin Chen then entered Bailo Mountain through the back door of the security room. He was already familiar with the outskirts of Bailo Mountain, quickly arriving at the lakeside. Without hesitation, Lin Chen boarded the wooden boat. As the boat carried him toward the center of the lake, the surrounding white mist began to appear. "I'm at the edge of the prison now." Once on the shore, Lin Chen did not linger and directly walked into the depths of the white mist. From the moment he entered the mist, the mark in Lin Chen's hand began to flicker. He continued until he reached the mountain peak that served as the boundary. On the other side of the peak was a dense white mist so thick that one could not see their own hand. Lin Chen did not pause and stepped directly into it. The moment he entered this core area, deception was immediately suppressed. Anyone who enters here will be unconditionally suppressed. Lin Chen looked at his wrist. Deception had already been suppressed, so what about lock? Lin Chen raised his hand to grab, and in the next moment, a golden chain appeared instantly. Whoosh! The golden chain spiraled through the white mist, parting the surrounding mist to create a path for Lin Chen. Just as I thought. Lin Chen gazed at the golden chain, his eyes shifting slightly. A strange feeling arose from the depths of his heart. Looking at this thick white mist, which was so dense that it was difficult to handle and caused immense headaches for the entire northern region, Lin Chen surprisingly felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It was as if he had come home. Lin Chen did not attempt to use deception, instead relying on the golden chain to move forward. The dense white mist around consciously parted, and the entire sad prison mountain responded, as if welcoming its master. Lin Chen had come to the sky pit again, but this time was different from the last. He simply waved his hand, and the thick white mist gathered in the pit began to disperse. Soon, Lin Chen saw the massive spider lurking in the sky pit. The void. At the moment it saw Lin Chen, all 6 of its vacant eyes opened simultaneously, glowing with a crimson light. This void let out a low growl, its 8 legs entangled in golden chains, yet it drove itself into the rock wall, climbing upward once more. Lin Chen stared at the void crawling up from the bottom of the pit, attempting to grasp it with his hand. In the next moment, the 8 chains tightened instantly. Bang! The void was yanked back deep into the pit, and there was no more movement. Lin Chen stood beside the pit, falling into a long silence. He looked at the golden mark in his palm. A vague figure from many years ago appeared in Lin Chen's mind. The woman's face was already blurred, but in his memory, she was smiling as she stroked his head. "Is this what you left for me?" Lin Chen remained silent at the edge of the pit for a while, then stood up again. The mountain wind howled through sad prison mountain, and the surrounding white mist parted only for Lin Chen. He raised his head to look at the horizon. The entire sad prison mountain was shrouded in the lock, and no matter who you were, you would be unconditionally suppressed. Only Lin Chen, who possessed a part of the lock, could command the white mist of the entire sad prison mountain. From the moment Lin Chen had the thought of heading north, sad prison mountain had appeared in his mind, driving him to come here. Lin Chen clenched his fist. The entire sad prison mountain responded instantly, and the golden chains hidden in the white mist surged forth like a mountain wave. Countless golden chains appeared from all directions, forming a vast golden tide, and a level lock. As long as he was in sad prison mountain, within the range of the white mist, Lin Chen was the owner of the lock. Anyone else would be unconditionally suppressed by the chains. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and the surrounding white mist began to rapidly gather, while the golden chains started to disappear. Using the rules of the lock to seal a part of my abilities within my body, only to be triggered under specific conditions. Indeed, setting aside everything else, just this method alone was already a limit of rule development. In that moment, Lin Chen felt a sensation he had never experienced before. A woman who had long been dead left her child with the final protection. Lin Chen stood up and turned to leave the pit, where the locked void lay silent at the bottom. Crossing the boundary line, the suppression of deception vanished instantly. If Yen Gue had crossed the boundary line yesterday and entered the core area, he would undoubtedly be dead. Lin Chen was certain that if the place where they fought yesterday was the core area of the lock, Yen Gue would have certainly perished. However, it seemed Yen Gue had some sort of backup plan but abandoned it upon discovering Qin Jianpei's appearance. Last night, when Yen Gue was bound, he had spat out a mass of black scripture from his mouth. That should be a remnant. According to the records of the curse, it was known that Yen Gue possessed more than one remnant. With this thought, Lin Chen pulled out a half-torn yellowed map from his pocket. This was something he had snatched from Yen Gue during their confrontation last night. What could be worth risking his life for Yen Gue to break into Sad Prison Mountain to search for? Lin Chen fell into contemplation as he looked at the half-torn yellowed map. Through the water margin chat group, it was known that both Jade Qilin and Green-Faced Beast held high evaluations of Qin Jianpei. They wouldn't even consider confronting Qin Jianpei unless absolutely necessary. Yen Gue was only a level, yet knowing that Qin Jianpei was stationed at Sad Prison Mountain, he still took the risk of being slain by a single sword to break in. What exactly is that residue? Lin Chen slowly unfolded the crumpled map, which marked several locations. The torn parts of the map had a bit of red mark, vaguely resembling a cross. Yen Gue should have ruled out several positions, but he didn't expect Qin Jianpei to resolve that phantom so quickly, so he didn't have time to continue the investigation. However, he had plenty of time, and he wasn't afraid of the lock of Bailo Mountain. With this thought, Lin Chen spread out the map and began to search for the marked locations one by one. According to the markings on this half of the map, Yen Gue highlighted several locations with the highest probability. Following the map, Lin Chen first found a moss-covered stone, then bent down to lift it. With a rustle, the stone was turned over. Underneath were two snails, and Lin Chen examined them closely, confirming there was nothing. One ruled out. Lin Chen fiddled with the map and continued searching in the white mist. Soon, the sky darkened. Lin Chen arrived in front of a tangle of vines, pushed aside the entwined vines with his hands, and bent down to enter. A peculiar smell of vegetation wafted in, and Lin Chen frowned. Unfortunately, there was nothing here either. Lin Chen opened the half-yellowed map. This was the last marked location. Could it not be on this half of the map? Lin Chen frowned, muttering to himself. After all the effort to obtain this half of the map, was it still not meant to be? Would he just miss that residue? Lin Chen was still pondering when the intercom on his chest crackled with Fan Donghai's voice. Lin Chen, you need to come to the security room immediately. Someone from Xuanwu Hall has arrived. Lin Chen's heart sank upon hearing this. So they finally came? I understand. After replying, Lin Chen put away the yellowed map and began to head down the mountain. Zhou Yu's video went viral online. Although it was quickly suppressed, Zhou Yu also clarified that it was a self-directed script. But my appearance was exposed, not just by Jinga Palace, but the Northern Scavenger Organization also discovered me. Lin Chen thought as he walked, arriving at the lakeside and stepping onto the rickety wooden boat. I just don't know if Qin Jianpei can withstand the pressure. However, Lin Chen wasn't worried because he now had a bargaining chip. Lin Chen looked back at the Bailo Mountain shrouded in white mist. The phantom locked in the sinkhole would be his final bargaining chip. Soon, Lin Chen had returned to the outskirts of the Bailo Mountain scenic area. It was already 6 in the afternoon, and the scenic area had closed. Inside the security room, a middle-aged man in plain clothes sat on the sofa, while Fan Donghai stood respectfully beside him, not daring to breathe. Captain Zhang, Lin Chen will be here soon. Zhang Helu sat on the sofa, looking at a file in his hands without speaking. On one side of Zhang Helu's chest was an emblem of Xuanwu. This emblem represented the headquarters of the Northern Scavenger Organization, Xuanwu Hall. Zhang Helu frowned as he flipped through the file, which recorded the attack on Bailo Mountain yesterday. Have you figured out what that phantom was? Fan Donghai lowered his head awkwardly and said, this is still under investigation. Zhang Helu threw the file onto the table. Take a complete phantom, break it into 5 parts, and then piece it back together. I've never heard of anyone having that ability. Fan Donghai nodded in agreement, then seized the opportunity to say, thanks to Lin Chen, who stopped Yen Gue from breaking into Bailo Mountain. Zhang Helu did not respond, only asked, have you figured out why Yen Gue entered Bailo Mountain? Fan Donghai was taken aback and could only force himself to say, not yet. Zhang Helu snorted coldly and fell silent. Just then, Lin Chen appeared from the back door of the security room. Fan team. Lin Chen, you're here. After seeing Lin Chen, Fan Donghai immediately walked over quickly and whispered, the people from the headquarters, a level, be careful what you say. Lin Chen nodded and then walked up to Zhang Helu. Zhang Helu lifted his eyelids and looked at Lin Chen in front of him. The first sentence made Fan Donghai break out in a cold sweat. What are you doing in Bailo Mountain? Fan Donghai quickly interjected, Captain Zhang. Lin Chen went to Bailo Mountain for an inspection today. Did I ask you? Zhang Helu shot a glance at Fan Donghai. Yes, Captain Zhang didn't ask me. Fan Donghai's forehead was beaded with cold sweat as he immediately stepped aside. Zhang Helu continued to look at Lin Chen. Speak. Lin Chen did not dodge or avoid, meeting Zhang Helu's gaze directly. Inspection. Zhang Helu sneered, say it again. Having deception, does that mean you have to deceive people? How interesting. Lin Chen remained silent, standing still. Zhang Helu extended a hand, and someone behind him immediately handed over a file. Lin Chen, possessing deception, Blevel. Once a member of the Jinga Palace, later defected. Zhang Helu smiled and tossed Lin Chen's file onto the table. You've got some guts, daring to come to the north. Do you know I could kill you right now? As he spoke, Zhang Helu leaned back on the sofa, looking at Lin Chen with a smile. In an instant, the entire security room fell into silence. Fan Donghai's expression changed, and he quickly said, Captain Zhang, Lin Chen, is this a place for you to speak? Zhang Helu shot a cold glance at Fan Donghai, who immediately fell silent. Lin Chen's fingers trembled slightly, the golden mark on his wrist flickering in and out of visibility. They were now at the edge of Bailo Mountain, too far from the core of the lock to know how much could be mobilized. Lin Chen calculated in his mind, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Helu in front of him. He could be sure that this guy was in a level cleaner from the Xuanwu Hall. Just as the tension was palpable, the door of the security room was suddenly kicked open. A white-haired man wearing an eye mask, seemingly just awakened, appeared. Captain Chen. Upon seeing Chen Jianping, Fan Donghai looked as if he had found a lifeline and hurriedly walked over excitedly. Chen Jianping yawned and waved his hand at the approaching Fan Donghai. Zhang Helu's expression also changed slightly upon seeing Chen Jianping. Chen Jianping walked into the security room, glancing sideways at Zhang Helu sitting on the sofa. Is this your seat? I'll count to 3, get up. As soon as Chen Jianping's words came out, everyone present changed their expressions drastically. Fan Donghai, in particular, turned pale with fright and hurriedly whispered, Captain, he is from the Xuanwu Hall of the headquarters. The two attendants behind Zhang Helu also narrowed their eyes, staring intently at Chen Jianping. But Chen Jianping only smiled at Zhang Helu and slowly spoke. 3. As Chen Jianping began to count, suddenly the entire security room was filled with the sound of trickling spring water. What sound is that? Spring water? It was like a gentle stream. The spring water bubbling up. But this spring water brought a chilling sensation. What's going on? Lin Chen also noticed the sound of the trickling spring water. This feeling was the rules activating. Chen Jianping? Only Fan Donghai, standing to the side, looked pale and instinctively took a step back, distancing himself. Zhang Helu, sitting on the sofa, changed his expression upon hearing the sound of the spring water and said in a deep voice, Chen Jianping, what do you want to do? But Chen Jianping remained indifferent, calmly saying, 2. In an instant, the previously trickling spring water exploded. Countless flying sword phantoms gathered out of thin air, and the entire Bailo Mountain scenic area erupted with the sound of swords. Centered around Chen Jianping, the sword energy spread in all directions, with streams of sword energy gliding across everyone's necks. Zhang Helu's two attendants, as well as Lin Chen and Fan Donghai, all stood frozen in place. The sharp sword energy slowly glided over everyone's necks, sending chills down their spines. Everyone had only one thought in their minds, move, and you will die. Lin Chen, who stood still as well, was also sweating coldly. That sharp sword energy was simply inescapable, filling the air from all directions. Zhang Helu's face had turned ashen, and he shouted angrily, Chen Jianping, are you really above the law? But Chen Jianping merely curled his lips and said softly, 1. Just as Chen Jianping counted to 1, Zhang Helu had already stood up from the sofa. His face was pale, and he gritted his teeth, saying, enough. Seeing this scene, Chen Jianping suddenly burst into laughter and the surrounding sword energy instantly dissipated. Zhang Helu, that's more like it. With that, Chen Jianping stepped over the table and sat down on the sofa. The others let out a sigh of relief. As if the sword hanging over their heads had vanished. Zhang Helu's face remained grim as he asked, Chen Jianping, what do you want? Chen Jianping lay back on the sofa, casually smiling, nothing much, you scared my subordinates, so I thought I'd scare you a bit. Otherwise, if this gets out, it would be quite embarrassing for me as the head. Zhang Helu sighed and asked, why haven't you responded to the 2 documents sent to you by the headquarters? Chen Jianping scratched his ear. What documents? Zhang Helu's expression darkened as he said, don't play dumb. Chen Jianping still wore a nonchalant look. Zhang Helu took a deep breath, not wanting to dwell on that, and instead said, I'm here for 2 things. The first is about Lin Chen, whom you've taken in. The second is about the attack on Bailo Mountain last night. Only then did Chen Jianping nod. First, I've protected this guy. Zhang Helu frowned, he's a wanted thief in the east, give me a reason. The name Chen Jianping is reason enough. Chen Jianping replied with a smile. Is that reason sufficient? Zhang Helu fell silent for a moment and surprisingly said, let's talk about the second matter. The two accompanying personnel beside them could hardly hide their shock. After all, Zhang Helu was in a level cleaner from the headquarters Xuanwu Hall, and it was unexpected that Chen Jianping dared to speak like this. Moreover, Zhang Helu's reaction clearly indicated he would no longer pursue the matter. Chen Jianping smiled and then said, "The second matter isn't important." Zhang Helu finally couldn't hold back his anger, saying, "Chen Jianping, you should know how important Bailo Mountain is. If that thing goes out of control..." But Chen Jianping interrupted Zhang Helu. "As long as I'm here, that thing won't go wrong." Zhang Helu suppressed his anger and coldly asked, "If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility?" Chen Jianping slowly sat up and extended a finger. "I will take responsibility." Zhang Helu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Chen Jianping, you underestimate that thing too much. You haven't experienced that battle, you don't know the painful price we paid." Chen Jianping smiled, "Zhang Helu, you underestimate me too much." Zhang Helu did not continue speaking but glanced at Lin Chen on the other side. "If you want to protect him, you can. But you need to set boundaries." Chen Jianping stood up, "No problem. You help me spread the word. If he leaves Bailo Mountain, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Anyone can kill him, and I absolutely won't interfere. But as long as he is on Bailo Mountain, anyone who wants to kill him is going against me." Chen Jianping. Zhang Helu said nothing more and then took out a document from his pocket. "You can take a look at this document. It'll be waiting for you at Xuanwu Hall." Chen Jianping took the confidential document but didn't rush to open it. Instead, he casually tossed it to Fan Donghai. Zhang Helu didn't say much either. After all, Chen Jianping was known for listening to orders but not following through in the north. Zhang Helu glanced at the two attendants beside him. "Let's go." Chen Jianping stood still, unmoved, and Fan Donghai hurriedly said, "They'll see you out." Team leader Zhang Fan Donghai escorted Zhang Helu away from the Belaishan scenic area. "Captain Zhang, take care." Zhang Helu sat there, glanced at Fan Donghai beside him, and then slowly rolled up the car window. Watching Zhang Helu's car leave Belaishan, Fan Donghai finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the car, the driver said from the front, "Captain Zhang, that Chen Jianping is too arrogant." Zhang Helu, sitting in the back seat, pressed his forehead and replied, "There's nothing we can do. He does have the strength to say those things." The accompanying personnel added, "Captain Zhang, Jinga Palace is still waiting for our response." Zhang Helu frowned, thought for a moment, and asked, "Is there any movement from Qinglong Hall?" "No, Captain Zhang, this matter is just Jinga Palace unilaterally sending us a message. Just hold off, no need to reply for now." At that moment, the personnel in the passenger seat received a document, and after glancing at it, his expression changed slightly. He immediately turned around and handed the phone to Zhang Helu behind him. "Captain Zhang, I think you should take a look at this." Zhang Helu glanced at the electronic document on the phone. "What is this?" "Captain Zhang, this is a file sent to us by Jinga Palace regarding Lin Chen." Zhang Helu didn't pay much attention. "Haven't we seen it before? This file is more detailed. I think you should take a look." Observing the expression of the accompanying personnel, Zhang Helu frowned and opened the file titled Deception. It detailed Lin Chen's 2 missions. "It is indeed more detailed, but there's nothing noteworthy." Just as he said this, Zhang Helu suddenly stopped his actions. "Wait." The file indicated that Lin Chen possessed a certain golden chain, suspected to have suppressive abilities. Zhang Helu immediately sat up straight, his expression changing. "Golden chain? Shaoli, quickly check Lin Chen's family background. Who are his parents?" Soon, Lin Chen's household registration information was fully retrieved. When Zhang Helu saw the information about Lin Chen's mother and recognized the familiar face, his expression changed drastically. "What? Lin Chen is actually her child." Zhang Helu fell silent, looking at the file in his hand, memories pulling him back to that great battle years ago. "Captain Zhang, Jinga Palace has news again. They want to extradite Lin Chen back to the east. Are we still not replying?" Zhang Helu turned off his phone and said in a deep voice, "Reply. You will send a document to Jinga Palace in the name of Xuanwu Hall." The personnel in front immediately straightened up, listening intently to Zhang Helu's words. "Using the name of the Northern Xuanwu Hall. Immediately reject their extradition request. Tell Jinga Palace that I don't care who they send to the north, they all need to get lost immediately. They cannot touch Lin Chen." Shaoli in front was already dumbfounded, never expecting Zhang Helu to say such a thing. "See, Captain, is it really appropriate to use the name of Xuanwu Hall?" Zhang Helu said in a deep voice, "Send it as I said." "Understood." In the Belaishan scenic area, inside the security room, Chen Jianping stood up from the sofa and said, "All right, go do what you need to do." However, Lin Chen stood still and asked, "Why are you helping me?" Chen Jianping scratched his head and replied, "No special reason. I promised to protect you, so I will definitely protect you. That's how it is when you're the boss." Chen Jianping then left the security room and returned to his office to catch up on sleep. Soon, Fan Donghai returned to the security room. He smiled and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. I knew Captain Chen would be willing to protect you. It seemed that Fan Donghai was not surprised at all by Chen Jianping's decision. With Captain Chen's word, you can rest easy in Beilaishan. Don't forget your duty tomorrow. Lin Chen returned to his room, originally thinking he would need to use the lock as a bargaining chip for negotiation, but unexpectedly, Chen Jianping managed to handle it all alone. For now, there's no need to worry about the wanted notice from Jinga Palace. During his time in the north, Lin Chen also discovered that the 4 divisions east, south, west, and north actually do not interfere with each other. If the east wants to extend its reach into the north, it needs the approval of Xuanwu Hall. Lin Chen took out the yellowed map from his pocket and unfolded it again. Unfortunately, none of the markings on here led to that residue. Ding dong! His phone received a new message notification. Water Margin Chat Group. Xingnian Beast, video. Lin Chen was taken aback. Xingnian Beast actually sent a video? Lin Chen clicked on the video and found it was a distant shot, aimed at the horizon. The video showed dark clouds gathering, with thunder rumbling, clearly indicating a heavy rain was about to come. What does this mean? Lin Chen continued to watch with confusion, and soon the camera in the video began to focus on a corner. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the night. In an instant, the entire night sky lit up as bright as day. In that moment, within the clouds of the video, there was a crimson creature, dominating the dark clouds. Its eyes shone brightly, filled with heavenly wrath, for sharp claws dug into the clouds, its scales covered like armor, and a pair of horns stood out prominently. The next second, that crimson creature vanished. Then the thunder followed, rumbling across the sky. What kind of joke is this? Lin Chen watched the video progress, repeatedly replaying that 1 second. A dragon? Lin Chen stared at the video in his hand, almost unable to believe his eyes. But in that 1 second of the video, the existence of that creature was undeniable. Qingnian Beast, hee, look at what I captured. Yuli Jin, a dragon? Yuli Jin, where did you film this? Qingnian Beast, in a valley in the north. Waheshang, no way? Is this real? Xingja, there really is such a thing. The video from Qingnian Beast exploded in the group, and many who usually stayed silent began to speak up. Lin Chen clicked on the video again. Zhou Kuan said that dragons have all been extinct. Could it be that the old man who possesses the dragon has made a move? Messages continued to pop up in the group. Qingnian Beast, this thing has been filmed by quite a few people in the past 2 years, but this is the first time I've seen it. Qingnian Beast, it's truly shocking. Waheshang, there really is a dragon, but why did it disappear the next second? Lin Chen looked at the group messages and suddenly thought of his previous chat with the adventure video blogger Zhou Yu. At that time, Zhou Yu had said he had filmed a dragon. Lin Chen hadn't paid much attention, thinking Zhou Yu was just talking nonsense. But now, recalling that moment, deception had no reaction at all. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. What is going on? Just then, the level Yuli Jin suddenly said something puzzling. Yuli Jin, it seems he can't hold on much longer. Waheshang. What do you mean? But the level Qingnian Beast seemed to know something and replied to Yuli Jin. Qingnian Beast, that old guy has lived long enough, he's probably close to dying. What? Dying? Lin Chen looked at the group messages, incredulously furrowing his brows. The old man who possesses the dragon is the current level thief sitting in the east in place of the Qinglong. The person they referred to as about to die, could it be him? Yuli Jin, in recent years, more and more people have filmed dragons, indicating that his condition is not good. He's probably already half a foot in the grave. Qingnian Beast, this old guy is hanging on to life, refusing to die, no one can do anything about him. Qingnian Beast, but at this rate, he probably doesn't have many years left. Yuli Jin, once he dies, the entire East will likely fall into turmoil. Qingnian Beast, just right to green-faced beast, once that old guy dies, we'll know whether the Azure Dragon is alive or dead. If the Azure Dragon is still alive, he will definitely come out to take charge. Lin Chen looked at the flood of messages in the group, lost in thought. Zhou Kuan also told me that the thief who possesses the dragon is already very old. The dragon has been missing for at least 100 years, which means that old man reached rank 100 years ago. If we calculate it this way, he could very well be 150 years old. That's almost 2 generations of lifespan. Even with Srank Dragon, without special methods, life expectancy would reach the human limit. So, the Srank thief currently stationed in the east is already on the verge of death, about to die of old age? Lin Chen pondered. The reason why someone has been capturing images of the dragon these past 2 years is likely because that old man has fallen into some near-death state only to wake up again? It's truly shocking. Perhaps in just a few years, he would witness the fall of Srank with his own eyes. I just wonder, besides this old man, are there any other Srank thieves in the world? Lin Chen frowned, unfortunately unable to find an answer. Just then, Yu Qilin suddenly changed the subject and tagged short-lived Erlang in the group. You Qilin, short-lived Erlang, weren't you going to Bailo Mountain? How did it go? You Qilin, did you get your hands on that relic? Green-faced beast, don't let Jinga stab you to death with 2 swords. Green-faced beast, if you die, don't forget to kick him out of the group to save space. Short-lived Erlang, I'm not dead yet. You Qilin, so, wasn't Timely Rain supposed to help you? Did you succeed? Short-lived Erlang, no success, I was interrupted. Short-lived Erlang, almost lost my life in the process. Green-faced beast, I told you not to provoke Jinga, but you insisted on charging in. Green-faced beast, I've said it long ago, that guy is not easy to deal with. Even I'm not confident. Outside the hotel near Bailo Mountain, Yen Ghost looked at the messages that had come in, angrily crushing the cup in his hand. Then Yen Ghost took out the half-yellowed map from his pocket. Although I memorized another map, I won't have the chance to enter Bailo Mountain in the short term. A fierce glint flashed in Yen Ghost's eyes. Damn it, that guy actually took away half of it. Missing this opportunity, it would be very difficult to enter Bailo Mountain again, perhaps even indefinitely. Jinga's strength exceeded his expectations, which was even more troublesome. Yen Ghost sat in his seat, but that guy still has half of the map. He couldn't enter Bailo Mountain, but that guy could come and go freely. Yen Ghost looked at the marked locations on this half map. Since he only searched 2 locations, he wasn't sure if the half map Lin Shen took had the correct locations. If he gets that relic, all my efforts will be in vain. Yen Ghost clenched the half-yellowed map in his hand. This was information he had paid a great price to obtain. Did he really have to make a wedding dress for someone else? No, that won't do. Then Yen Ghost immediately stood up, his eyes fierce, and dialed a number. Hello. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Timely Rain, I know you have a way to find Lin Chen. I need your help, he must die. Yen Ghost said coldly. There was a pause on the other end of the line. No, right now Bailo Mountain is being watched very closely. Taking action would be too risky. Timely Rain said hoarsely. Yen Ghost considered for a moment and said, I have a relic in my possession, left by the previous generation of curses. Taking action will leave no trace, the risk is very low. Timely Rain was somewhat surprised and asked, Are you willing? It's known that the relic in Yen Ghost's hand is a one-time curse. Extremely precious. But now Yen Ghost actually wants to use this relic to kill Lin Chen, just because Lin Chen took away half of the map. Yen Gui said in a deep voice, I have no choice. The value of that relic from Bailo Mountain was worth the risk of being killed by Qin Jianpain with a single strike, and it was also worth Yen Gui using the relic to kill Lin Chen, who knew the secret. But unexpectedly, Ji Shiryu still refused Yen Gui. I said, it's not the right time yet, let's think it over. After saying this, Ji Shiryu directly hung up the phone. Hello? Hello? Yen Gui shouted into the phone, but unfortunately, there was no response. Damn it! Yen Gui's eyes blazed with anger, and the incantations on his body swirled restlessly. Bailo Mountain. Lin Chen ventured deeper into the forest and arrived at the edge of a lake. A broken wooden boat was moored at the shore, creaking with the water. Lin Chen approached the dilapidated boat, not in a hurry to jump on, but instead squatted down to examine it. The boat was small and very worn, giving the impression that it could fall apart and sink at any moment. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to the boat, but now, upon closer inspection, Lin Chen discovered that this broken wooden boat was also a relic. I just don't know what rules it holds. Lin Chen shook the boat. After years of erosion, the rules on this wooden boat had been diluted to the point of being unrecognizable. It was estimated that in a few years, it would completely degrade into an ordinary wooden boat. Lin Chen jumped onto the boat, which then began to drift slowly into the depths of the lake. Creak, creak. As the boat reached the center of the lake, white mist gradually appeared around it. This time, Lin Chen felt a sense of familiarity facing the mist. Soon, the boat reached the shore. Lin Chen stepped off the boat and walked deeper into Bailo Mountain. He took out the yellowed map from his pocket again. He had already marked everything on it, but unfortunately he still hadn't found that relic. So, the real relic is on the other half of the map? Lin Chen looked up at the gray mountains before him. Bailo Mountain was simply too vast, searching for it bit by bit was unrealistic. Yen Gui had the real map, but he couldn't enter Bailo Mountain. Although he could come and go freely, he didn't know the location of the map. I can't just give up like this, I have plenty of time. Lin Chen stuffed the map back into his pocket and pulled out a shovel from his backpack. I can just dig slowly, bit by bit. For the next 3 days, whenever Lin Chen had time, he would venture deep into Bailo Mountain, carrying a shovel and wandering around. Unfortunately, after 3 days, Lin Chen still found nothing. The only benefit was that he had almost memorized the layout of Bailo Mountain. Even without needing the map for guidance, Lin Chen had been keeping an eye on the messages in the water margin chat group. Yen Gui had lost his footing the last time he entered Bailo Mountain and had even lost half a map, so he definitely wouldn't give up easily. However, the water margin chat group was surprisingly quiet, with no new updates. Moreover, since the last time Zhang Helu from Xuanwu Hall had come, Qin Jianping had directly released news that he wanted to protect himself, and there had been no news from Xuanwu Hall or Jinja Palace since then. On the border from the east to the north, a bright red sports car was stopped. Li Xin sat in the driver's seat, wearing sunglasses, while two people in gray work uniforms were checking her documents. The two logistics personnel checked Li Xin's document number, confirmed her identity, nodded respectfully to her, and then returned the documents with both hands. "Can I go now?" Li Xin said as she was about to shift gears and drive past the border. But one of the logistics personnel said, "Sorry, we haven't received the release order." Li Xin's actions paused, and she pushed her sunglasses up. "What?" Next to her, Chu Juha was also somewhat surprised and said, "We had contacted Xuanwu Hall in advance and sent the documents. Is there a mistake?" The logistics personnel shook his head and said, "I'm really sorry, both captains. We haven't received the order to release the Jinja Palace." Li Xin said in disbelief, "What are you joking about?" "I'm sorry, please don't make it difficult for us." Li Xinha and Chu Jua exchanged a glance, both with puzzled expressions. Not only were their sports cars stopped, but a car from Jinja Palace behind them was also blocked and not allowed to pass. "Didn't we already coordinate with the north? Why can't we be released?" This time, Li Xinha and Chu Jua were sent by Jinja Palace to the north to extradite Lin Chen back from Bailo. But now they were stopped at the border. Chu Jua frowned and said, "Let's pull over to the side of the road. If the north doesn't allow passage, we don't have the authority to enter." In the four regions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, ordinary people could move freely without any restrictions, and there wouldn't even be a concept of different regions. But for the organized scavengers and thieves, it was different. Without a pass, they couldn't cross regions for no reason. "What's going on?" Li Xin said, a bit irritated, slapping the steering wheel. Soon, a call from Jinja Palace came in. Li Xin picked up the black phone beside him and answered the call. "Li Xin, the task to extradite Lin Chen has been cancelled." Zhao Kai's voice came from the other end of the line. Li Xin was taken aback and asked, "Why?" Zhao Qi was silent for a moment and said, "The pass we received from the north has been revoked." "Revoked?" Chu Juha, who was beside her, was also stunned. They had previously coordinated with the north, but now it was suddenly revoked? "I don't know the reason, but Xuanwu Hall suddenly cancelled our pass." "The task is cancelled. Return to Jinja Palace first." Although Li Xin was confused, she nodded. The frontline personnel from Jinja Palace behind them also received the same call and began to turn around. Li Xin and Chu Jua returned to Jiang City like this. What on earth is going on? How could the north suddenly change its mind? Li Xin slammed the car door and frowned. Chu Jua remained silent beside her, taking out his phone, inserting a card, and sending a message to an unfamiliar number. The two took the elevator and soon arrived at the 75th floor of Jinja Palace. Zhao Qi had been waiting in the conference room for a long time, and on the table was a document stamped with the Xuanwu seal. "Zhao Qi, what's going on?" As soon as Li Xinha entered, she questioned Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi remained silent and threw the document in his hand over to her. "Our pass has been revoked. Bailo also rejected our extradition request." Li Xinha flipped through the document in her hand, her brow furrowed. Chu Juha beside her had a tense expression, lost in thought. "It's not just that. News has come from the north that Bailo has declared it will protect Lin Chen." Zhao Qi ignored the two of them and waved his hand. "You can leave now. This mission is cancelled. I will submit a report to the Qinglong Hall on behalf of Jinja Palace. I hope Qinglong Hall will negotiate the extradition process with Xuanwu Hall again." After Li Xinha and Chu Juha left, Zhao Qi sat alone in the office, lost in silence. He didn't move an inch until sunset. Click. The door to Zhao Kai's office was pushed open. "Zhao Qi, what do you want from me?" Li Dong stood at the door, speaking to Zhao Qi after Li Dong arrived. Zhao Qi straightened up and smiled. "Old Li, have a seat." Li Dong snorted coldly, his expression reluctant, but he still pulled out the chair in front of him. "What's up? Xuanwu Hall rejected our application, and now you, the minister, remember me?" Li Dong crossed his arms, speaking in a bad mood. Zhao Qi chuckled and said, "Old Li, we've been at this for so many years, let's not talk about that today." Li Dong looked a bit surprised, glancing at Zhao Qi in confusion. "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Qi bent down, pulled out a bottle of wine from under the table, and placed it on the table. "Old Li, this bottle of wine is good wine. I saved it when I retired back then. It's been 21 years now." Hearing Zhao Kai's words, Li Dong's expression softened as he fell into memories. On the surface, one was the minister of the Jinja Palace and the other the deputy minister, often at odds with each other's views and opinions. Li Dong had even tried several times to have the Qinglong Hall remove Zhao Qi from his ministerial position, but in reality, the two had come from the same military unit over 20 years ago. Zhao Qi took out 2 cups from the side, then opened the bottle of aged wine and poured a glass for both Li Dong and himself. Boldly, over the years, although we have our disagreements, I know we are both for Jiangqing City. As he spoke, Zhao Qi swallowed the wine in his hand, his brow furrowing. Seeing this, Li Dong downed his drink in one go and placed the cup on the table. Zhao Qi, with your blood pressure, you should drink less. Zhao Qi sighed and said, can't avoid getting old, huh? This high blood pressure is unavoidable. When I was young, I could handle 2 gin of white wine without a problem. Now, just a couple of sips and I feel it. Li Dong sighed as well, saying, we're both getting old. Then Zhao Qi opened a drawer and took out a black handgun, placing it on the table. Click. Glock 17. Weight 0.62 kilograms, barrel length 114 millimeters, magazine capacity 17, effective range 50 meters. As he spoke, Zhao Qi racked the slide and pressed the handgun down on the table. You remember this gun, right? Li Dong's expression shifted slightly at this scene, and he grinned, saying, of course I remember. This is a good piece, lightweight, with a good safety. This thing has saved both our lives more than once. Li Dong shifted in his seat, the corners of his mouth curling up as if lost in thought. Zhao Qi smiled, pulled out 2 cigarettes from a pack, tossed one to Li Dong, and lit one for himself. Li Dong, with your abilities, you deserve to sit in the minister's position. Li Dong took a puff of his cigarette and sneered. I, Li Dong, do indeed want the minister's position. What, are you planning to shoot me today because of that? Zhao Qi didn't respond. Merely took a deep drag of his cigarette and pulled out a stack of documents from the drawer. Rustle. Zhao Qi threw the thick stack of documents onto the table. Li Dong was taken aback, then pulled out a few sheets to look through. Zhao Qi, what on earth are you thinking? You actually investigated everyone in the Jinga Palace? Li Dong couldn't hide his shock. This thick stack of materials encompassed all personnel in the Jinga Palace. Even every logistics staff member had been thoroughly scrutinized. Li Dong was surprised to find himself in there as well. Zhao Qi, what do you mean? In response to Li Dong's questioning, Zhao Qi remained calm in his seat, slowly taking a drag of his cigarette. Li Dong, I suspect there are ghosts in the Jinga Palace. The defection of Lin Chan and Zhou Kuan, Wang Meng's loss of control, and the prison that appeared for 5 minutes in the Jinga Palace. Li Dong's pupils trembled as he flipped through the materials in his hand. You found out? Li Dong stood up, his face darkening. Such a big matter, we can't make a decision. We must wait for Zhao He to return from the Qinglong Hall. Zhao Qi flicked the ash from his cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke, and pointed to a camera in the corner. Zhao He has already returned. What? Li Dong was taken aback. I concealed the news of his return. He's watching us on the surveillance right now. Zhao Qi said expressionlessly. What do you want to do? Li Dong's brow furrowed tightly, staring intently at Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi took one last drag of his cigarette and then extinguished the butt. Li Dong, I investigated everyone in the Jinga Palace but still found no clues. From the previous actions, it can be inferred that that person possesses many of the Jinga Palace's top secrets. Being able to do this shows that guy has a high status in the Jinga Palace. Li Dong stood in place, staring blankly at Zhao Qi. What are you talking about? Zhao Qi raised his hand. Interrupting Li Dong. I've checked the entire Jinga Palace, even the logistics staff, but I still can't find anything. Then there's only one possibility left. Li Dong frowned and asked, what? Zhao Qi picked up the Glock pistol from the table and pointed the muzzle at his own temple. That ghost is me. Li Dong's expression changed dramatically as he shouted angrily at Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi, are you crazy? Do you even know what you're saying? The minister's position is yours. Without waiting for Li Dong to react, Zhao Qi pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The loud gunshot rang out instantly. Buzz. All the sounds around disappeared, and a ringing filled Li Dong's mind. Li Dong blinked hard, staring blankly at the scene before him. Everything around him began to spin. Zhao Qi shot himself. The Glock pistol fired just 1 centimeter from Zhao Kai's temple. At that distance, even the skull of an African elephant would be easily penetrated. Zhao Qi was no exception. The entire wall beside him was splattered with blood. Zhao Qi fell to the ground, motionless, the gun dropping at his feet. In front of the monitor, Zhao He, returning from the Qinglong Hall, stared intently at the scene, his eyes bloodshot. Zhao Qi only let Zhao He watch this on the monitor tonight without telling him what would happen. Even though Zhao He was Zhao Kai's brother. In the office, Li Dong stared blankly at the scene, momentarily lost in a daze. But the Zhao Qi, who had been lying on the ground with dilated pupils, suddenly twitched. From the hollow muzzle at his temple, a bloodshot eye emerged. A hoarse voice let out a roar. Damn it! A huge gash suddenly tore open at the back of Zhao Kai's head. Countless threads began to snap, a crack spreading from the back of his head to his back. What? Li Dong's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a gaunt figure, disheveled and resembling a withered ghost, crawling out of Zhao Kai's body. This ghostly man had a sunken bullet wound at his temple. Damn it! The timely rain roared, and his arm, like a dry branch, swung out violently, countless threads instantly stabbing towards Li Dong. But the next moment, the office ceiling suddenly collapsed. Boom! A large hole was broken in the ceiling, countless debris fell, and dust flew everywhere. A burly man appeared in front of Li Dong in an instant, raising his hand to directly snap those threads. Zhao He's eyes were blood red, his whole body trembling, and overwhelming rage exploding in his chest. Die for me! Bang! Zhao He stepped down, shattering the tiles beneath his feet, crashing towards the timely rain like a cannonball. The timely rain couldn't dodge in time, and was directly knocked away, the glass behind him shattering. Bang bang bang! The timely rain, like a withered tree, rolled on the ground several times before barely stopping against a wall. Crack! The timely rain's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at his bent and broken arm, the corners of his eyes twitching incessantly. Zhao He appeared at the end of the corridor, fists clenched, the fury in his eyes almost bursting forth. Zhao He never expected that there was actually a thief hiding in the Jinga palace. Moreover, it was hidden inside Zhao Qi. In the office, Li Dong rushed to Zhao Kai's corpse, and upon closer inspection, a chill ran through him. Zhao Kai's entire body had been hollowed out, looking like a skin suit, limp on the ground. Only a brain remained, pressed inside the skull. It was only at this moment that Li Dong realized the real Zhao Qi had, strictly speaking, long been dead. It was only because the timely rain had taken refuge in Zhao Kai's body that Zhao Qi had been under the illusion of being alive. It was like a hand severed at the palm, with the fingers still twitching incessantly. That was not the palm still alive, but merely the natural spasms of the nerves. In the corridor, Zhao He tore open his collar and walked towards the emaciated man at the end. I will kill you myself. Jishiryu twitched his body, trying to stand up, but after so long without movement, his muscles had long atrophied and his legs would not obey him at all. His broken arm hung to one side, like a snapped branch. Just as Jishiryu managed to prop himself up, he immediately fell back to the ground. Damn it! Can't move anymore? Zhao He, filled with murderous intent, charged forward. With each step he took, the tiles beneath his feet shattered. His fists were imbued with overwhelming killing intent, and in an instant he was before Jishiryu, delivering a direct punch. Bang! Jishiryu tried to dodge, but his atrophied muscles would not respond, and Zhao He's fist struck his chest. Thud! Like a great bell, the sound erupted suddenly. Jishiryu's entire chest shattered in an instant, as Zhao He's fist drove deep into his chest. Not only that, the entire wall behind Jishiryu was directly smashed to pieces. The tremendous roar even shattered all the glass on the 75th floor of the Jinga palace. Puff! Jishiryu's eyes bulged, and he fell like a kite with a severed string, crashing into a pile of ruins. Zhao He stood in place, violently shaking his hand to fling off the blood. Without any hesitation, he directly tore down the wall in front of him and walked towards Jishiryu. Jishiryu lay on the ground, continuously spitting blood, a hollow created in his chest from the punch. Die for me! Zhao He roared, delivering another fierce punch down at Jishiryu on the ground. But at that very moment, Jishiryu's fingers twisted strangely, and countless threads appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, a sea of crimson instantly covered the entire 75th floor. Prison opened. In an instant, Zhao He's punch missed, crashing into the mud beneath his feet. This punch created a pit in the mud below, and countless tombstones were crushed to pieces. The prison continued to expand rapidly, the gray sky began to spread, and the rotting earth churned, with tombstones emerging from underground. Zhao He straightened up and looked into the distance. In a field, there stood a bizarre black church quietly. The West Asia Church. What? Zhao He's face changed dramatically. The West Asia Church, which had been missing for so long without a trace, had appeared here. Inside the West Asia Church, Jishiryu slumped on a throne. Huff, huff. Jishiryu's fingers trembled, and countless threads pierced into his chest. So activated. Ah! Jishiryu let out a wail as countless threads stitched up the gaping hole in his chest. Jishiryu gasped for breath, his eyes rolling, and his ribs protruding. Zhao Qi, you really should die. You should have died a long time ago. Jishiryu never expected that Zhao Qi had actually plotted against him. This person, who should have long been dead, had managed to reach this point. Jishiryu looked at his broken arm and his thin, atrophied thigh, his face pale. Having resided in Zhao Kai's body for too long, this body had already lost its original functions. Facing Zhao He knew he could very well be beaten to death. Jishiryu understood that he could not stay here any longer. The commotion in the Jinga palace was so great that it wouldn't be long before other level cleaners arrived, and he would inevitably fall into a siege. Zhao He, who was originally mired in the mud, suddenly sensed something was wrong. The gray sky was rapidly disappearing. The disappearance of the prison? No, he's trying to escape. Zhao He quickly reacted and charged towards the distant West Asia Church. But just as Zhao He was about to step into the West Asia Church, the entire church suddenly vanished. Bang! In the next moment, Zhao He was back in reality. All around him was a wasteland, and he had returned to the 75th floor of the Jinja Palace. The timely rain had also vanished without a trace. I swear I will kill you with my own hands. Zhao He roared, smashing his fist into the wall beside him. The commotion on the 75th floor of the Jinja Palace was immense, and the cleaners who had been resting in their rooms quickly rushed over. Team Zhao! Team Zhao! What happened? One by one, the cleaners rushed up from downstairs, staring at the chaos before them, bewildered. Jiang Jin was among them, having only thrown on a nightgown before dashing up. Soon, 3 knocks echoed at the door. A door appeared from the ground. Click! The door was pushed open, and Chu Juhua and Li Xinhui stepped out, with Chen Xiaoyuan shrinking behind them. What happened here? Chu Juhua looked in shock at the scene before him. The entire 75th floor had nearly turned to ruins. A great cleaner Zhao He stood amidst the wreckage, a murderous aura radiating wildly. What on earth had happened? Chen Xiaoyuan shrank back, standing behind Li Xinhui. WWE should go. Lin Gu isn't here, I'm scared. Li Xinhui remained silent, frowning as she scanned the surroundings. Did you feel that? Chu Juhua nodded and said, it was just for a moment, but I sensed it too. The two exchanged glances, seeing the answer in each other's eyes. A void. Although it was only for an instant, that presence was unmistakable. Just moments ago, a void had appeared in the Jinja Palace and had opened the prison. This is the second time already, Li Xinhui said, her expression worried. Just then, Zhao He turned his head towards them. Immediately seal off the Jinja Palace, no one is allowed to leave. Understood. Understood. The cleaners present, though confused, did not hesitate to carry out Zhao He's orders. Chu Juhua stood still, his face grim. Something serious had happened in the Jinja Palace. Meanwhile, at the Bailo Mountain scenic area, Lin Chen, who was on night duty, wandered deeper into Bailo Mountain alone, sitting in a rickety wooden boat that swayed precariously. The night around was deep, and the entire Bailo Mountain exuded an eerie atmosphere, with white mist slowly enveloping the area and various faint rustling sounds emanating from the darkness. Yet for Lin Chen, the whole Bailo Mountain felt particularly familiar. Holding a flashlight, Lin Chen shone it on the lake surface beneath him. The water was murky with algae, not clear at all, but under the flashlight's beam, he could still see quite a few fish swimming. Soon, the wooden boat came to a stop at the shore. The surrounding white mist had begun to thicken, and Lin Chen walked deeper in. During this time, Lin Chen had been carrying a spade, digging around Bailo Mountain. Although he didn't have an accurate map, he had the advantage of time, allowing him to come and go freely. As long as he kept digging over time, he would eventually uncover that residue. Lin Chen strode through Bailo Mountain, occasionally digging into the ground with his spade. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the mountain peak that served as the boundary line. Looking at the dense white mist, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Could the residue be hidden over there? Without hesitation, he lifted the spade and crossed the boundary line, stepping into the core area. As soon as he entered, the deception lost its response, while the lock began to become unusually active. Lin Chen looked at his palm. He did not possess the lock, but had been forcibly endowed with one of its abilities. The idea of using the lock to seal abilities was simply genius. As Lin Chen walked, he arrived at the enormous sinkhole. Surrounded by the white mist, Lin Chen could clearly sense the massive void beneath the sinkhole. Its 6 eyes were all closed, and its 8 legs coiled below, completely still. But Lin Chen knew this was a monster that gave the entire northern region a headache. He did not linger at the sinkhole but circled around the core area. The white mist here was thick and visibility was low, making it impossible for even Lin Chen to completely dispel it. Lin Chen was walking with a military shovel when he suddenly kicked something underfoot. Snap! Lin Chen paused. What? He had indeed kicked something, and it felt quite crisp. He walked over in that direction and quickly discovered an old-fashioned camera on the ground. Lin Chen bent down and picked up the old CCD camera. An old CCD model, huh? You hardly see these on the market anymore. Unlike today's high-performance digital cameras, this type of CCD was popular about 20 years ago and had very basic functions. It was a white CCD, covered in dirt, its color long eroded to an unsightly state. Clearly, this CCD had been abandoned here for many years. Lin Chen frowned and tried pressing the power button. To his surprise, the CCD actually lit up. Lin Chen was taken aback. How is it still working? He navigated through the buttons and opened the album, which contained only a single video. The footage appeared to be of the Bailo Mountain. Lin Chen pressed the play button. But the next second, something strange happened. The original night instantly vanished, replaced by daylight. The sky suddenly brightened? Lin Chen's body jolted and he instinctively stood up, nervously scanning his surroundings. It was then that Lin Chen realized that not only had night turned to day, but the white mist that had enveloped Bailo Mountain had also disappeared. Lin Chen instinctively moved his fingers. But the lock had no response. What's going on? Lin Chen's body tensed, cautiously observing his surroundings. Aside from it being daytime and the absence of mist, Lin Chen noticed that his location had not changed. He was still in Bailo Mountain. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly saw a shadow emerge from his own body. What? The shadow held a similar white CCD, its features blurred and indistinct. Lin Chen glanced down at the CCD in his hand and then leaned closer to examine the one in the shadow's hand. It's the same model. However, the CCD in the shadow's hand looked much newer. Soon, the shadow began to walk forward with the CCD, and Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before following it. The shadow passed through a thicket and arrived at the edge of a cliff. Lin Chen stood behind, momentarily stunned. Is this that sinkhole? Before him was indeed the massive sinkhole. However, unlike before, there was no white mist swirling inside, nor was there that enormous phantom. The figure holding the CCD glanced at the sinkhole, then lowered its head and pressed the pause button on the CCD. In the next moment, everything around them changed instantly. The daylight returned to the pitch-black night and the impenetrable white mist reappeared. Lin Chen stood still, tentatively trying to use the lock. 2 golden chains shot out from the mist. I'm back? What just happened? Lin Chen looked down at the CCD in his hand, the video image frozen at the edge of the sinkhole. Lin Chen stared in shock at the CCD, now certain that this was a relic. Then Lin Chen noticed that the bottom right corner of the video displayed the time. He clearly remembered that his mother had left 12 years ago. That was in 2013, which meant that before 2013, Bailo Mountain had neither phantoms nor white mist. 2010, the CCD in that shadow's hand was brand new, and Bailo Mountain was not shrouded in mist. An unbelievable thought crossed Lin Chen's mind. Did I just travel back to 2010 through this video? Lin Chen's gaze trembled as he looked at the CCD in his hand. He immediately checked the storage space, only to find that aside from the recent video, all other photos and videos were completely corrupted. This CCD is related to time? But soon, Lin Chen suddenly realized another issue will wait. I am currently within the range of the lock. Any rules will be unconditionally suppressed. Even someone as strong as Chen Jianpain will be no exception. But why is this CCD still usable? The lock left by his own mother is Class A, yet this CCD seems to ignore the lock? Could it be that the level of this CCD remnant has already surpassed Class A? Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He could now be certain that Yen Gui risked his life to break into Bailo Mountain for this camera. However, Lin Chen was unsure whether this CCD could see memories of the past or truly return to the past. Lin Chen reopened the only remaining video. The surroundings transformed back to daytime and the white mist disappeared. A figure stepped out from where Lin Chen was standing, still holding that brand new white CCD. An identical scene. This is the footage from the video. Lin Chen followed the perspective of that figure as it moved forward, and just like last time, it arrived at the edge of the sinkhole. Lin Chen looked down at his feet, where there was a piece of rubble. He crouched down and scratched a shallow mark on it with his nail. Then he buried the piece of rubble under the tree. The figure in front stood at the edge of the sinkhole, once again lowered its head and pressed the pause button. As the video ended, Lin Chen returned to the present. Lin Chen, relying on his memory, found that big tree and began to dig in the soil beneath it with a spade. Soon, a piece of rubble was unearthed. Lin Chen immediately wiped all the dirt off the surface of the rubble and carefully examined it. After 15 years of erosion, a faint mark could still be seen. At that moment, Lin Chen's heart trembled. Did I change the past? But before Lin Chen could get excited, the next moment, the piece of rubble in his hand seemed to touch some taboo and then vanished into thin air, as if erased by an invisible hand. Lin Chen frowned, looking at his empty palm. This feeling is exactly the same as when a lie is exposed. It was as if the world discovered a bug and quickly erased it. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and once again opened that CCD, clicking on the same video. As expected, everything around him changed in an instant, and Lin Chen returned to daytime once more. The video was short, lasting less than 10 seconds. It was filmed by the previous owner, and the camera followed that person as they began to move. This time, Lin Chen walked to a big tree and deeply carved "I visited here" into it. As that figure pressed the pause button again, the video stopped once more. Lin Chen returned to reality. He immediately found that big tree, and the mark of "I visited here" was very obvious on the surface. Although it had been worn down by time, those 4 characters were still visible. But soon, the mark was erased again. Lin Chen squatted on the ground, lost in thought. It seemed that no matter what he did, the world would clean it up. So that's how it is, the past cannot be changed. Lin Chen lowered his head and reopened that old white CCD. The storage space was already full. Lin Chen tried to record another video, but could only manage to do so once. He also attempted to delete the damaged videos and pictures, but unfortunately, it was impossible. Just as Lin Chen was adjusting it, it seemed that the CCD was too old and it directly turned off the screen. After pressing a few times, he finally managed to restart the CCD, but several buttons were already unresponsive. This remnant is almost at the end of its life. Lin Chen knew that this CCD had reached its limit and would likely be unusable soon. Yet even so, this suspected Class S remnant was invaluable. It's truly incredible. It actually involves time. Lin Chen looked at the worn-out CCD, unable to believe that there were indeed rules that touched upon time. Who is the figure in the video, the true owner of this CCD? Lin Chen couldn't imagine the extent to which a thief who had stolen time could develop their skills. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the person's face clearly in the video. Who was that person? This question remained unanswered for Lin Chen. He studied the CCD again but still couldn't think of its purpose. The memory is already full, at most it can be used 1 or 2 more times. Even if I capture a video or photo, the past cannot be changed, so it's of no use. Aside from being able to see the scene again, it seemed to serve no other purpose. Lin Chen put the CCD into his pocket. Although it was of no immediate use, he knew this item was definitely not that simple. No wonder Yen Gui is so crazy. On his way down the mountain, Lin Chen recalled the scene of Yen Gui desperately trying to break into Bailo Mountain. If he were in Yen Gui's position and learned that there was a relic possibly linked to time, he would also take risks. But Yen Gui never expected that this relic would ultimately fall into his hands. Yen Gui won't give up. He will definitely make another move. After seeing this CCD, Lin Chen was certain that Yen Gui would act again. This thing was truly too terrifying. It was enough to drive anyone mad for it. As he descended the mountain, it was just the right time for the night shift change. Lin Chen, your night shift is over. Fan Donghai's voice came from behind. Today's duty roster had Lin Chen at the front and Fan Donghai at the back. At this moment, Fan Donghai had already arrived at the wooden walkway with a flashlight. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Fan. Lin Chen smiled at Fan Donghai behind him, who waved his hand in acknowledgement. The two then switched shifts, and Lin Chen returned to the staff dormitory. Just as he sat down, still pondering over the damaged white CCD, a phone call came in. It was from Chu Juhua. 2 o'clock in the morning. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already 2 in the morning, and Chu Juhua was actually calling. A sense of foreboding arose from the depths of his heart. Lin Chen answered the phone. Hello, Captain Lin. Something happened at the Jinga Palace. Zhao Qi shot himself, and the thief with the scene has already confronted Zhao He. What? Lin Chen was shaken to his core upon hearing this news. Zhao Qi shot himself? The thief hiding in the Jinga Palace was inside Zhao Qi? Lin Chen said in disbelief. The timely rain had actually been hiding inside Zhao Qi? It was known that Zhao Qi was the head of the Jinga Palace. No wonder it was so easy to delete the stone files back then. Lin Chen clenched his fists, feeling a lingering fear. Every time he carried out a mission, the person responsible for communications behind the scenes had always been the timely rain. Fortunately, he hadn't reported that the timely rain was inside the Jinja Palace, otherwise, it would have inevitably fallen into Zhao Kai's hands. Who dares to accuse this official? Indeed, the defection back then was the right choice. Lin Chen held his phone and asked, what was the outcome of Zhao Yi's confrontation with that person? Shuji's voice was low as he replied, not good. The entire 75th floor has been turned into ruins, and that guy opened a momentary prison. In the end, Zhao He only managed to injure that guy, but he still let him escape. Now Zhao Qi has sealed off the Jinja Palace, conducting thorough checks inside and out, and people from the Qinglong Hall have also been dispatched. Lin Chen frowned. They couldn't even capture him in the Jinja Palace? He didn't expect the timely rain to have escaped. The Qinglong Hall would definitely respond quickly. They would at least dispatch an additional A-level agent to Jiang City for a city-wide manhunt. But can they really find him? Lin Chen's brow furrowed tightly. It was difficult. Timely rain possesses the ability to sew, allowing it to stitch itself into another person's body without them even realizing it. The person who has been hollowed out may not even be aware that they are dead, continuing to live as usual. Timely rain has been hidden in the Jinja Palace right under Zhao Yi's nose for so many years. Trying to find timely rain in the entire Jiang City is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Not only that, but timely rain also holds a Western church, which contains 2 stitched-to-level phantoms. If it weren't for the fear of reinforcements arriving later, timely rain would have no reason to fear Zhao He. This is troublesome. Jiang City University. In the cafeteria, Wang Ming was eating a bowl of rice noodles at a table while Hua Baichao sat next to him, gnawing on a steamed bun. Since it was past mealtime, the cafeteria windows were mostly closed, and there were not many people around. The two of them sat at a corner table eating. No way, is this for real? The head of Jinja Palace, Zhao Qi, is dead? Wang Ming looked shocked as he read the gossip on his phone, then elbowed Hua Baichao beside him. I heard that the Qinglong Hall has also started to take action. Hua Baichao, holding a bun in one hand, leisurely adjusted his thick glasses. Well, it looks like things will be a bit quieter for a while. Hua Baichao quietly opened his phone and cancelled his 16-hour hard seat train ticket. What a pity, Jiang City is going to be locked down. With such a big incident at Jinga Palace, there wouldn't be any major commotion on the surface and it wouldn't disrupt social order. However, the entire Jiang City would definitely be in a soft lockdown state. Ordinary people would be unaffected, but thieves and cleaners would be closely monitored. After confirming the ticket cancellation, Hua Baichao's face turned red with frustration as he exclaimed, "Why do they charge me a handling fee? It's over, I've lost 36 yuan and 5 jiao." Hua Baichao looked pained, sighing heavily. He had just taken on a new job, but now with this incident at Jinja Palace, he was forced to stay here. Wang Ming sat beside him, his expression changing several times. What exactly happened? Hua Baichao was completely unconcerned, only lamenting the handling fee he lost. Just then, a sweet girl dressed in a JK uniform walked over and sat directly across from Wang Ming and Hua Baichao. Wang Ming was taken aback, looking up at the sweet girl in the short JK skirt and white stockings. He then exchanged a stunned glance with Hua Baichao. Hua Baichao pushed up his glasses. "She's definitely not looking for me." Wang Ming stared at the sweet girl who was so close, suddenly stammering, "Hello. Beautiful. Oh no, classmate, who are you looking for?" Wang Ming's expression turned shy, unable to meet the gaze of the JK sweet girl. But at that moment, Wang Ming suddenly froze, his pupils shaking. He saw a seam appear on the girl's forehead, and then a crack formed in the middle of her face. Crack! One by one, the threads snapped, and the girl's face split in half, revealing the eyes of a man who looked like a withered ghost. "Hua Baichao." A hoarse voice squeezed out from that man's mouth. Wang Ming's face changed dramatically, and he shouted in terror, "Who the hell are you?" Stone activated instantly. Wang Ming raised his hand to grab the withered ghost-like man in front of him, but the next moment his arm suddenly froze in midair, unable to move an inch. Wang Ming focused on his forearm, only to find it wrapped in extremely fine threads. These nearly invisible threads held Wang Ming's arm firmly in place. "Be quiet. I am Timely Rain." Timely Rain rasped at Wang Ming. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming was momentarily stunned, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Timely Rain? This was actually Timely Rain? Wang Ming had interacted with Timely Rain before, but he had never seen what Timely Rain looked like. The scene before him left Wang Ming completely dumbfounded. Beside them, Hua Baichao squinted, staring at the body of the JK sweet girl in front of him. All the organs have been hollowed out, and the brain has been cleaned out. From a medical perspective, she has long been dead, leaving only this shell. What a ruthless method. Wang Ming, sitting nearby, glanced at the messages on his phone and then looked up at Jishiryu. Could Zhao Kai's death in the Jinja Palace be related to you? Hua Baichao pushed up his glasses, his gaze sharp. You used this method to hide in the Jinja Palace. The last person who was hollowed out was that minister from the Jinja Palace, right? Jishiryu smiled, his prominent eyes rolling continuously. Hua Baichao. You should have guessed why I came to find you. This isn't a place for conversation. Then the girl's split face gradually closed up, threads stitching the gap together. Soon, like a withered ghost, Jishiryu returned to the girl's body. And that sweet-looking JK girl appeared exactly as she did before. The JK sweet girl stood up expressionlessly, stiffly walking away. Let's go. Hua Baichao stood up, and together with Wang Ming, they left the cafeteria. On the rooftop, the JK sweet girl stopped. Wang Ming and Hua Baichao stood behind her. Unlike Hua Baichao's calmness, Wang Ming felt his stomach churning all the way, as if he was about to vomit. Hollowing out a person's internal organs, leaving only a shell? And then hiding inside? Wang Ming's stomach churned, and at that moment he thought of a ghost story. Painted skin. Hua Baichao focused on the JK sweet girl's legs. You walk very stiffly, your muscles have completely atrophied. Hua Baichao's words were clearly not directed at the girl. Crack! A series of sounds of threads snapping echoed. A huge gash tore open from the girl's forehead to her lower abdomen. A gaunt man emerged from within. The man's chest had a massive wound, continuously oozing black blood. Hua Baichao raised an eyebrow. Although the wound was forcibly stitched with various threads, it was still evident that the wound had penetrated through the body. A severe penetrating injury. Wang Ming frowned instantly. Such a large wound. Did you fight with Zhao He? Jishiryu slowly opened his mouth. You know why I came to find you. Heal me. Wang Ming looked at Jishiryu's chest. Although stitched with threads, the wound was clearly serious. Moreover, one of Jishiryu's hands hung limply to the side. Jishiryu continued, I'm not just talking about this wound. Saying this, Jishiryu shakily crawled out from the girl's body. At that moment, Wang Ming was shocked to discover that Jishiryu's entire body was almost skin and bones. Due to long-term residing in another's body, Jishiryu's muscles had atrophied, and his bodily functions had declined to the lowest level. No wonder you couldn't fight with Zhao He. Wang Ming frowned. Crack, crack, crack. Jishiryu twisted his body and a sound of bones cracking echoed from his withered form. I want you to heal me completely. Bring my body back to its perfect state. I know you can do it. Hua Baichao stared at Jishiryu for a moment and said, you know my rules. You currently have no money at all. Jishiryu said nothing, only reached into the JK girl's bag and pulled out a box, handing it to Hua Baichao. Hua Baichao took the box, opened it, and found neatly arranged threads inside. It was a whole box of surgical sutures. Items attached with rules? Hua Baichao quickly noticed something was off. This was not ordinary surgical thread, it was attached with rules. But Hua Baichao still shook his head and closed the lid. I don't need these things. My rules cannot be broken. As he spoke, Hua Baichao was about to return the box to Jishiryu. But Jishiryu did not raise his hand. Instead, he let out a hoarse laugh. Before coming here, I visited the orphanage you invested in. The facilities are great and I had a lot of fun playing with the kids inside. Upon hearing this, Hua Baichao's expression instantly turned cold, and beneath his thick glasses, his gaze became razor-sharp. Are you threatening me? Jishiryu grinned, revealing his cracked lips. Heh, how could that be? Managing so many orphanages on your own and pouring in so much money, I really admire you. A healer's heart, after all. Hua Baichao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Jishiryu, I advise you not to touch my bottom line. Although you are a level and I am just level, if you dare to harm them, I will spare no effort to use my connections to kill you. Nicknamed Divine Doctor, Hua Baichao's connections accumulated over the years had reached a terrifying level. People get sick while living, and when they are sick, they need medicine. Without medicine, they die. Perhaps you don't need medicine, but what about your family, friends, and loved ones? As long as Hua Baichao is willing to go to any lengths and puts the word out, many people will crazily hunt down Jishiryu, even if you are in a level. Jishiryu's shoulders trembled. Ha ha ha. Of course, I wouldn't do that. I want to make a deal with you. Hua Baichao narrowed his eyes. What? Just then, Jishiryu took out a phone with a video on it. After opening it, a little boy was seen eating fries in a hamburger shop. Xiaosheng? Seeing the boy in the video, Hua Baichao's expression changed drastically, veins bulging on his forehead as he growled, Jishiryu, if you dare to touch him, are you looking for death? Hey, don't get angry. When did I say I would do anything to him? Jishiryu chuckled hoarsely and then turned off the phone. When I visited your orphanage, I happened to find this little guy. This child is quite interesting, he even has rules. And he's of the Een attribute. Hua Baichao struggled to suppress his anger and hissed, Jishiryu, I advise you not to have any designs on him. Jishiryu extended his dry finger and said, let's make a deal. Hua Baichao, furious to the point of laughter, asked, are you threatening me? Jishiryu grinned and replied, of course not. Cure me, and he will return to the orphanage tonight. Hua Baichao clenched his fists, the fury in his eyes beneath his heavy glasses was surging. Fine. Hua Baichao gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, I can cure you, but if I don't see Xiaozheng tonight, I will definitely kill you. Jishiryu narrowed his eyes and smiled. How could that be? I always keep my word. And you know, I will soon be wanted in the east. In this body of mine, I will die. Hua Baichao said nothing, only raised his hand and pressed it against Jishiryu's chest. Medicine activated. Soon, Jishiryu's once withered body began to firm up, and the massive wound on his chest started to heal. Like a withered ghost, Jishiryu began to rapidly transform. The atrophied muscles and the nerves that had long lost their response all awakened. I hope you keep your promise, Hua Baichao said softly as he withdrew his hand. At that moment, the person standing in front of Hua Baichao and Wang Ming had completely transformed. A man still thin but no longer emaciated stood in place. The man's skin was pale, his cheeks sunken, and his eyes constantly rolling. Ah, that's more like it. Jishiryu moved his body, all his bodily functions restored. He twisted his neck and casually kicked away the JK girl's skin behind him. Hua Baichao's expression darkened as he stared intently at the man before him. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. The next moment, Jishiryu disappeared from the rooftop hamburger shop. A little boy in denim overalls is sitting at a table. In front of him is a kid's meal. The hamburger is already gone. And there are only a few fries left. Welcome. The door of the hamburger shop swings open, and a man with sunken cheeks and a pale complexion walks in. Timely Rain approaches the little boy, glancing at the small toy on the table, and picks it up. His pale fingers grip the toy and place it right in front of Du Tingzheng. Xiaosheng, is it tasty? Du Tingzheng looks up at the man in front of him and nods vigorously. Delicious. Thank you, uncle. Timely Rain squats down, running his bony fingers through Du Tingzheng's hair, revealing a chilling smile. Now, Xiaosheng, can you help uncle with one more thing? Du Tingzheng blinks, lowers his head, and glances at the toy on the table. This uncle took him out for hamburgers from the orphanage this morning. Director Xiaochao said that if others treat you well, you should treat others well too. Du Tingzheng nods earnestly. Okay. Timely Rain smiles and pats Du Tingsheng's head. So good. Beep, beep. Outside the Bailo Mountain scenic area. A hotel. Yen Gui sits restlessly in a chair, staring intently at the distant gray mountains. While he is thinking of ways to eliminate Lin Chen, he suddenly receives a phone call. Hello. Yen Gui, it's me. Timely Rain? Yen Gui is taken aback by the hoarse voice. Why are you calling me at this time? I'm on my way to Bailo Mountain, get ready, we're going to kill Lin Chen tonight. What? Yen Gui is stunned by Timely Rain's words. You mean we're killing Lin Chen tonight? Just a few days ago, when he mentioned killing Lin Chen, Timely Rain didn't agree. But now, just a few days later, he takes the initiative to contact him. Don't ask too much. Okay, I'll wait for you at the hotel. Yen Gui smiles excitedly. It's the best news that Timely Rain is willing to help kill Lin Chen. After all, that guy has half of the map in his hands. If Lin Chen gets that relic, all his efforts will be in vain. Meanwhile, on the high-speed train heading to Bailo Mountain, a refined man is with Du Tingzheng, seated on the train. Along the way, several members of the scavenger organization are checking IDs. However, Timely Rain has already emptied the body of a young man, and he and Du Tingzheng smoothly board the train. Uncle, where are we going? Director Xiao Chao said not to let you return too late. Du Tingzheng says worriedly. Timely Rain smiles and replies, don't worry, after we finish this, Uncle will take you back. 3 hours later. There's a knock on Yen Gui's door. Knock, knock, knock. Yen Gui, alert, leans against the door and remains silent. It's me. A hoarse voice comes from outside. Hearing the voice, Yen Gui finally feels at ease and opens the door. After opening it, Timely Rain stands outside with Du Tingzheng. Who is this child? Yen Gui frowns and asks. Upon seeing Yen Gui, Du Tingzheng instinctively takes 2 steps back, hiding behind Timely Rain. Oh, he's a very important person. Timely Rain smiles, patting Du Tingzheng's shoulder, signaling him not to be afraid. Once inside, Yen Gui pulls back the curtains, revealing the gray mountains outside. Timely Rain, didn't you disagree with taking lethal action against Lin Chen? Why the sudden urgency now? Timely Rain stands to the side, wearing a chilling smile. No choice, there's no time. Although it's not fully matured yet, it has to be taken now. Having lost Zhao Kai's identity, he can no longer hide in the Jinga palace. Now the entire East is hunting for him, and Zhao He is frantically tracking his whereabouts. Although the deception hasn't been developed to an ideal level yet, Timely Rain can't wait any longer. He presses his hand against the glass, his sunken cheeks trembling slightly. Soon, deception will be mine. Once deception is in place, the hollow figure on the third throne can rise. Inside Bailo Mountain, Chen Jianpain has already declared that as long as Lin Chen is in Bailo Mountain, no one can touch him. Yen Gui stood to the side and said, I have a remnant, and with just a little medium, I can cast the curse on him. As he spoke, Yen Gui's throat rolled, and a wrinkled black scripture was spat out of his mouth. It depicted an extremely bizarre spell. Oh, since it's a remnant of the previous generation's curse. Jishiryu squinted his eyes. Yen Gui didn't elaborate further, only saying, Jishiryu, I hope you won't disappoint me. Because of Chen Jianpain's presence, it was no longer possible to confront Lin Chen directly. Jishiryu smiled and finally pointed at the timid Du Tingzheng behind him. Don't worry, there won't be any accidents this time. He then waved at Du Tingzheng, who walked over hesitantly. Do you know what his rules are? Yen Gui was taken aback, not expecting the child in front of him to be a thief as well. His rules are quite interesting, called 100%. Jishiryu patted Du Tingzheng's head and said with a smile, 100%? Yen Gui was momentarily stunned. Is this a shadow attribute rule? Looking at him, he seems to be clever. What can he do? Jishiryu shook his head and smiled. You'll know soon enough. Yen Gui snorted coldly and said, then let me see the medium you can find. Jishiryu didn't hesitate, raising his pale palm, his index finger trembling slightly. So activated. In the next moment, an extremely fine thread appeared from Jishiryu's fingertip, spreading outward, its end landing in Bailo Mountain. This? You actually have a thread connecting to Lin Chen? Yen Gui was taken aback by this scene. He never expected Jishiryu to have such a means. Lin Chen has the ability to restore his body. Your single curse is useless. No wonder. Yen Gui frowned. No wonder that night when he fought Lin Chen, that guy clearly fell under his curse but still chased after him unharmed. What should we do then? Yen Gui looked at the black scripture in his hand. Although the spell of this remnant was terrifying, it would be useless if Lin Chen could restore himself. Jishiryu pointed at Du Tingzheng beside him. Rule stacking. So serves as the medium, directly connecting to Lin Chen. The remnant of the curse is then stacked with 100%. So, curse, 100%. 3 rules stacked. A curse that hits 100% and is guaranteed to happen. Bailo Mountain scenic area. Lin Chen and Fan Donghai were patrolling as usual, looking for tourists who had deliberately climbed over the fence on the outskirts of Bailo Mountain. Since your video was exposed online, although the hype died down quickly, it still attracted quite a few people. They come to Bailo Mountain for thrills, just like Joyu, Fan Donghai said to Lin Chen as they walked. Lin Chen nodded, holding a sandwich in his hand. This was served at the cafeteria of Bailo Mountain in the morning, and it tasted surprisingly good. Lin Chen almost visited every day. As the overall person in charge, doesn't Chen Jianpain have to stay in Bailo Mountain most of the time? Lin Chen casually asked. Fan Donghai nodded and said, Team Leader Chen belongs to the special unit in the north. Without necessary actions, he cannot leave Bailo Mountain without permission. Lin Chen stuffed the remaining sandwich into his mouth and stepped onto the stones, entering the primitive jungle. But at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly felt something tugging at his back. Lin Chen turned around abruptly, only to find that behind him, an extremely thin thread had appeared without him noticing. This is... Lin Chen frowned and raised his hand to press down on the thread. Looking up along the silk thread, Lin Chen discovered that its end was actually pointing towards the horizon. Wait, this kind of silk thread? Lin Chen's expression changed, a terrible premonition rising within him. When did this appear on me? Just a second ago, 3 days ago, or had it always been there? Before Lin Chen could react, so was activated. In the next instant, a certain special rule, using the silk thread as a medium, suddenly descended. In that fleeting moment, every hair on Lin Chen's body stood on end and his scalp tingled. Curse stacked with 100% stacked with so. A deadly curse had arrived. Lin Chen had no idea what was happening. He only felt something suddenly descend upon him. From the moment he sensed it, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Thump, thump. Lin Chen's heart suddenly contracted, twisting into a chaotic mass, and then it exploded. Bang! Lin Chen's brain instantly crashed, his eyes losing focus, and then his gaze quickly scattered. In the next moment, Lin Chen fell forward onto the ground. Fan Donghai, standing nearby, had no idea what was happening. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had been fine, and now he had suddenly collapsed. Lin Chen? Fan Donghai's face changed dramatically as he rushed to Lin Chen's side, panicking as he tried to pull Lin Chen's arm. But with that pull, Lin Chen's arm had already lost sensation, limp and powerless, sliding down. What? Fan Donghai's mind went blank as he instinctively tried to turn Lin Chen over. But as soon as he did, he saw Lin Chen's unfocused eyes, blood mist appearing from his ears, nose, and mouth, with half a sandwich still stuffed in his mouth, not even swallowed. Fan Donghai frantically pressed his ear to Lin Chen's chest, but he couldn't hear a single heartbeat. The heart had shattered without warning. Quick, notify Team Chen. Tell Team Chen to come here immediately. Hurry! Fan Donghai shouted desperately into the walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, at the hotel outside the Bailo Mountain scenic area, the black scripture in Yen Gui's hand began to turn to ashes and disappear. Du Tingjiang, lying on the ground, was already rolling his eyes back. Got it. Yen Gui grinned, flicking the ashes from his hand. What about this kid? Yen Gui glanced at the unconscious Du Tingjiang, asking expressionlessly. Timely Rain chuckled hoarsely, then said, Of course, we return him. I promised Hua Baichao to send him back to the orphanage tonight. Inside Bailo Mountain, Lin Chen lay on the ground, all vital signs rapidly fading. Fan Donghai, no matter what method he tried, couldn't extend Lin Chen's life for even a second. What on earth is happening? But in the next moment, Lin Chen, who was on the verge of death, suddenly refocused his eyes, and his shattered heart began to beat again. Lin Chen? You're not dead? Fan Donghai was taken aback to see Lin Chen breathing again, then immediately asked nervously, what happened? Lin Chen's face was extremely pale, his gaze cold as he pushed himself up from the ground. He spat the half sandwich onto the ground, the yellow-brown bread now stained bright red with blood. It's the stacking of rules. The moment that special rule descended, Lin Chen immediately activated deceit. My body will recover as before. Lies and curses appeared simultaneously. If it had been a moment later, I would have been dead. Lin Chen's face twisted in rage. What kind of rule stacking could kill him in an instant? Has Bailo Mountain been attacked? Fan Donghai stood by, gripping the walkie-talkie tightly, cold sweat beating on his forehead. After all, Lin Chen was inside Bailo Mountain, yet he had still been killed in one blow. What kind of existence could achieve such a feat? Lin Chen recalled the silk thread that had appeared earlier, and a person suddenly came to mind. He remembered that Chu Jua had called him, Zhao Qi had committed suicide, and Timely Rain had already escaped from the Jinga palace. That thread, it can't be wrong, it must be him, Timely Rain. But the rules of Timely Rain are not the main point. The scene is merely a medium. What truly kills is the curse. No, it's not just the curse. There's another unknown rule overlapping. The opponent is not inside the sad prison mountain, it should be. But at that moment, Lin Chen's words abruptly stopped. Thud. Lin Chen lowered his head, and the heart that had just started beating again suddenly contracted once more. It was as if an invisible giant hand had gripped his heart. How is that possible? Before Lin Chen could react, in the next moment, his heart shattered again. Bang! Blood mist erupted from Lin Chen's mouth and nose, and he collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant. The deadly curse had appeared once more. What? Fan Haidong, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, screamed in horror. Fan Donghai's head felt like it was about to explode as he watched Lin Chen's heart shatter again. The hope he had just felt plummeted to the depths. A 100 overlapping curse. In that instant, Lin Chen finally sensed the rule that was overlapping with the curse. It was a kind of rule that ignored any process, regardless of what was done, leaving only a 100 inevitable result as the endpoint. Certain death. Lin Chen's vision blurred, struggling to use deception once more, but his body could no longer respond. Lin Chen fell. Just before the moment of certain death from the curse, Lin Chen had tried to use deception again. Unfortunately, he lost that opportunity. Lin Chen was dead. Fan Donghai knelt on the ground, staring blankly at Lin Chen's fallen body. In that next second, a beam of sword light rushed in from afar. Chen Jianping appeared in an instant, looking at the body on the ground, his pupils shaking. What? Lin Chen is dead? Chen Jianping pressed down on Lin Chen's body, discovering that Lin Chen's heart had been completely shattered. Captain Chen, it's the rule overlap. Someone used the rule overlap to attack Lin Chen. Fan Donghai shouted from the side. Chen Jianping's face darkened, his starry eyes filled with surging anger. Not long ago, he had just announced that the entire North knew Lin Chen was now a part of Sad Prison Mountain. But now, Lin Chen had actually died in Sad Prison Mountain. Died right under his nose. In that instant, Chen Jianping suddenly turned his head, catching the moment the rule dissipated. He saw a very thin thread slowly fading in midair. Seeking death. Chen Jianping howled to the sky, his roar echoing through the mountains. In the next moment, the sword was activated. A burst of pure white sword light erupted, the sword light like a swimming dragon, instantly rushing along that thread. Meanwhile, Timely Rain, who was in the hotel, suddenly changed his expression. No way! But there was no time to react, a beam of sword light had already arrived in an instant. Bang! The sword light sliced the entire room in half. What's going on? Yen Gui was already heartbroken upon seeing this scene. The sword light appeared without warning. One sword cut the entire room in half. If Yen Gui hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been sliced in two. Timely Rain's face also changed drastically. How is that possible? Just by sensing the scene dissipating, could he directly chase after him along the rules? Yen Gui realized Chen Jianping has set his sights on him. Without hesitation, Yen Gui immediately turned and fled. Chen Jianping was coming after Timely Rain's rules. There was still time to escape. Yen Gui didn't hesitate at all, fleeing from the scene, and Timely Rain also realized that Yen Gui was escaping alone, but now he couldn't care about him. Because at the edge of his vision, another beam of white light lit up. Damn it! Timely Rain roared, then instantly raised his hand to grasp in front of him, countless threads converging wildly towards him. The scene was activated. A dense mass of threads piled up layer upon layer, forming a barrier that blocked in front of Timely Rain. At the very moment the threads were stacked up, the sword light arrived. Bang! That straight line of sword light pierced through the layers of stacked threads in one strike. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, it directly pierced through Timely Rain's shoulder. What? Timely Rain's face changed dramatically, unable to believe what was happening before him. The layers of threads he had stacked were actually pierced by a single sword. Not only that, but his left shoulder had been severed by the sword, his arm falling to the ground. Timely Rain's mind was in turmoil. How is this possible? But there was no time for him to think. A figure streaked across the sky like a meteor. Chen Jianping had personally charged in front of him. Bang! The front glass was shattered. Chen Jianping's white hair flew back, and his starry eyes were filled with fury. You really seek death. Timely Rain gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce, and without hesitation activated so once more. A crimson space instantly opened up. Hell was unleashed. The ceiling vanished, the gray sky rapidly expanded. And the floor beneath turned into rotten, stinking mud, with graves crazily emerging from the ground. A dark, eerie church appeared in the distance. The West Asia Church. Chen Jianping was directly pulled into the hell. Timely Rain appeared in the West Asia Church, one hand covering the wound on his left shoulder, gasping for breath. Damn it, he actually hurt me. Timely Rain picked up the severed arm and used so to reattach it to his body. Even though he had restored his atrophied muscles through Hua Baichao, he was still struck down by Chen Jianping's sword. But just then, the door of the West Asia Church was split open by a sword. Chen Jianping, expressionless, walked directly into the West Asia Church. It's just a hell. You think you can stop me, Chen Jianping? Facing the 7 blood-red steps, Chen Jianping stepped up directly. Countless flesh buds grew wildly on the blood-red steps, but all were severed the moment they approached Chen Jianping. Timely Rain's eyelids twitched. Then he extended a hand, and countless threads shot out from his fingertips, piercing into the three-headed phantom on the throne. Roar! The head of the ghoul instantly opened its eyes, its crimson vertical pupils fixated on Chen Jianping, while the bull head and goat head beside it began to revive. The three-headed phantom raised its hand to grab the long spear beside it, roaring as it suddenly stood up from the throne. But just as the three-headed phantom stood, it saw Chen Jianping snort coldly. Oomph, trash heap. A flying sword shadow shot out, straight as an arrow, directly piercing through the chest of the three-headed phantom. Bang! The three-headed phantom was nailed to the throne by a single sword. What? Timely Rain's face changed drastically just as he was about to summon another giant snake covered in scales. But before so could activate, Chen Jianping struck again. The giant snake was cleaved in half by a single sword. You seek death. I will fulfill it. Chen Jianping's gaze was icy, fixed on Timely Rain on the throne. Timely Rain instinctively took 2 steps back. Chen Jianping, we can make a deal. But what responded to Timely Rain was the sword light that enveloped the entire West Asia Church. Countless beams of sword light rose like white jade pillars, directly piercing through the West Asia Church, each beam leaving a large hole in its wake. In an instant, the entire West Asia Church was riddled with holes, wind whistling through from all sides. After a single sword strike, the entire West Asia Church collapsed. Hell shattered. Chen Jianping stood in place, looking at the headless body across from him, frowning. In hell, Timely Rain's head was severed by a sword. But now, Timely Rain's head was nowhere to be found, only a body remained. In the sewer, a head rolled down. In the foul-smelling sewage, Timely Rain half-closed his eyes, desperately clinging to his last breath. His body had completely V until a stray dog appeared in the sewer and caught sight of the head of Timely Rain. Sniff sniff. The stray dog sniffed at the thing before it. The next moment, a thread suddenly shot out from Timely Rain's mouth, and the stray dog let out a wail before collapsing. Fine grains fell softly. The sand trickled down the hourglass little by little. With the appearance of this ancient hourglass, a certain state was frozen in time. Lin Chen opened his eyes once more, the white light dazzling and making him feel a bit dizzy. He found himself lying by the lake, an ancient hourglass beside him, sand continuously falling. 12 hours. Chen Jianping's voice sounded from the side. Lin Chen turned his head and saw Chen Jianping standing nearby, arms crossed, with a gloomy expression. I've already taken care of that guy for you. And the West Asia Church has also been destroyed by me. Chen Jianping then pointed at the ancient hourglass beside them. As the sand fell, Lin Chen's state was fixed in place. Is this a remnant? Lin Chen quickly sensed something was wrong. He had already been struck by a fatal curse, his heart shattered, doomed to die. Yet now he was frozen in a near-death state by this hourglass. What I can buy you is just the last 12 hours, Chen Jianping said expressionlessly. Don't worry, as long as that guy shows up again, I will personally kill him. After saying this, Chen Jianping left. Fan Donghai sat nearby, watching Chen Jianping leave, and sighed helplessly. Lin Chen, after you were attacked, Team Leader Chen immediately chased after him. The rules on you are stacked, and Team Leader Chen has no way to deal with it. This hourglass is a very precious remnant, and Team Leader Chen has done his best. Lin Chen glanced at the hourglass beside him. The sand was flowing very slowly, and the hourglass looked ancient, appearing quite old. Did Chen Jianping fight with Timely Rain? Fan Donghai nodded and said, that's right, and a prison has opened outside. Now the Bailo Mountain scenic area has been closed off, and the surrounding tourists have all been cleared out. The people from the Xuanwu Hall have already arrived here, and Team Leader Chen is now writing a report. Lin Chen nodded and then felt in his pocket. Seeing Lin Chen's movement, Fan Donghai took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed one to Lin Chen. Thanks. Lin Chen pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. I will die in 12 hours? Fan Donghai nodded heavily. This hourglass can only freeze your state for 12 hours. Once the time is up, you will die. The north is different from the east. There aren't as many thieves being recruited. This remnant is already the limit that Team Leader Chen can offer. Lin Chen nodded. I understand. If you need anything, contact me anytime. Fan Donghai stood up, leaving the last 12 hours to Lin Chen himself. Lin Chen sat in place, silent, just watching Fan Donghai leave. Ha! The stacking of rules is the method of Timely Rain and Yen Gui, but Timely Rain didn't gain much either. The West Asia Church was destroyed by Chen Jianping, all those years of accumulation gone in an instant. Lin Chen extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and glanced at the hourglass beside him. A remnant with very special rules. If it weren't for this remnant, I would be dead by now. But now, with these last 12 hours, he still had a chance. Lin Chen stood up and looked down at his chest. Heart shattered. Once I lose the protection of the hourglass, I will die in less than 10 seconds. Just as Fan Donghai said, the north is different from the east. On the surface, there are no thieves belonging to the cleansing organization. Although Chen Jianping is claimed to be the strongest a class, Because he only possesses the yang attribute rules, he has no way to deal with the fatal curse on himself. This remnant is already the limit that Chen Jianping can provide. Thus, Chen Jianping made a promise: as long as Timely Rain shows up again, he will personally kill him. Lin Chen lit another cigarette, took a deep breath, and his mind gradually cleared. An hour has already been wasted. I must cherish the time in the hourglass. This kind of rule stacking is special. It ignores the process and only determines a result. The inevitable result serves as the endpoint. What should I do to counter this rule stacking? Lin Chen fell into deep thought, then looked down at his wrist. Now, Lin Chen stood before the lake at Bailo Mountain, with that broken wooden boat right by the shore. It seemed as if the depths of Bailo Mountain were calling to him. Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped onto the wooden boat holding the hourglass, and headed deeper into Bailo Mountain. As Lin Chen ventured into the lake, the surrounding white mist gradually enveloped him. Soon, the small boat reached its end, and Lin Chen stepped off, arriving at the shore. If it's the core area of the lock, can it suppress the rule stacking? Lin Chen walked through the white mist and arrived at the mountain peak that served as the boundary line. On the other side of the peak was the core area of the lock. As long as he stepped in there, all rules would be suppressed. Lin Chen held the hourglass tightly and then crossed the boundary line. The moment he crossed the line, the fatal curse on him was suppressed by the lock. Is it working? But before Lin Chen could feel joy, the hourglass, which had been slowly flowing, suddenly stopped. The hourglass was also suppressed. In an instant, Lin Chen lost the fatal curse and the protection of the hourglass. He returned to a state of shattered heart. Lin Chen's mind went blank, and in the last moment before consciousness faded, he fell backward. Bang! Lin Chen was thrown out of the boundary line, leaving the core area of the lock. The fatal curse reappeared, and the hourglass began to flow again. In the next moment, Lin Chen was once again frozen in a near-death state. That was close. I almost lost the last 11 hours. Lin Chen sat on the ground, staring at the dense white mist across from him. The hourglass beside him was gently sifting down. The core area of the lock could indeed suppress the rule stacking on him, but the hourglass would also be suppressed. With his heart shattered, he would die immediately without the hourglass protection. Lin Chen fell into silence. Now, the fatal curse on him and the hourglass had reached a balance. An 11-hour balance. After the sand flowed, he would still die. Use deception to restore my state? But soon, Lin Chen dismissed this idea. Even if he restored himself with deception, the fatal curse would still exist. No matter how many times he restored himself, he would only head toward a fatal outcome. Restore myself, then enter the core area of the lock. That won't work either. Entering the core area, deception would also be suppressed, and my heart would shatter again. Lin Chen fell into silence, seemingly trapped in a dead end. The hourglass could only extend the time of his death, but could not avoid this outcome. No, I can't waste time here. Lin Chen watched the time flow in the hourglass, knowing he had to seize every second. Since there were no opportunities here, he could not continue to waste time. Without hesitation, Lin Chen left with the hourglass. The last 11 hours. Fan Donghai received the news that Lin Chen had left the Bailo Mountain scenic area. Fan Donghai fell silent as he looked at the report of Lin Chen's departure. The logistics personnel beside him were still waiting for Fan Donghai's response. Fan Donghai glanced at Chen Jianping's office, where people from Xuanwu Hall were holding Chen Jianping accountable. In broad daylight, Chen Jianping had actually taken action directly, and a prison had appeared. If something happened to Chen Jianping, the virtual entity inside Bailo Mountain would risk breaking free. If this matter got out of control, it would lead to unimaginable consequences. I know about this, there's no need to worry. After some consideration, Fan Donghai decided to suppress the matter. As for Lin Chen's departure, Bailo Mountain pretended not to know and did not leak the news. Zicheng City. A man wearing a hat walked through the villa district. This is the most famous villa area in Zicheng City, where only the wealthy or the elite reside, all of whom are successful individuals who have reached the pinnacle of society. In the very center of the villa district, in front of a two-story mansion, the man stopped. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Who is it? Xinchua came out wearing pajamas. The moment she opened the door and saw the man in front of her, her expression changed immediately. Lin Chen? Inside the room, Lin Chen took off his hat and placed a sand timer, which had lost a third of its sand, on the table. I don't have much time now, so we'll be brief. I was attacked. It's a rule overlay. This time, the rule overlay is very special. It's a curse that guarantees death. I am already in a near-death state, barely surviving through this remnant. Staring at the suddenly appearing Lin Chen and his chilling words, Xinchua froze in place. Rule overlay? A curse that guarantees death? Lin Chen nodded and sat down on the sofa. That's right. Xinchua's mind was in chaos. After Lin Chen left Zicheng City, he was wanted throughout the east, then went to Bailo Mountain and was exposed online, etc. Now Lin Chen suddenly appears carrying a curse of certain death? However, Xinhua quickly calmed down and asked the most critical question. How much time do you have left? Since Lin Chen said he was in a near-death state and was only surviving through the remnant, time was the most important thing. Lin Chen glanced at the sand timer beside him. He had rushed here from Bailo Mountain and nearly a third of the sand had already flowed out. About 8 hours. Or maybe even less. Upon hearing this, Xinhua's pupils constricted. 8 hours? Lin Chen only had 8 hours left? What can I do to help you? Xinhua immediately grasped the key and asked. Lin Chen stood up, pointed to his chest, and said, my heart has shattered. Using deception to restore myself is useless. The curse of certain death will still appear. I need to try the rule overlays of deception and inversion. Xinhua nodded immediately and said, I understand. She then turned and picked up the rose-engraved gold coin from the table. Lin Chen did not hesitate and immediately activated deception. The curse on me will disappear. Deception responded. At the same time, the rose gold coin in Xinhua's hand was thrown high into the air. Ding! Inversion. Inversion was activated simultaneously. The lie was instantly inverted, drawing infinitely closer to reality. The curse of certain death on Lin Chen began to fade. Did it succeed? Xinhua's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly asked Lin Chen. But before Lin Chen could speak, in the next moment, another rule overlay appeared. The two rule overlays collided instantly. In just a moment, the inverted lie was punctured. Cough. Lin Chen suddenly covered his mouth, blood spraying through his fingers. The lie had been pierced. The backlash of the rules also arrived. Lin Chen. Xinhua was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she rushed to support Lin Chen. It failed. The curse of certain death caused by 100% overlaying curse and so far surpassed the combination of deception and inversion. Lin Chen and Xinhua's control over the rules was too low. The inverted lie could not become the truth. Curses at level A. Yan Gue used that remnant. Lin Chen realized that with just himself and Xinhua, they could not resist their rule overlays at all. Lin Chen, they'll help you contact someone else right now. Xinhua immediately reached for her phone, but Lin Chen stopped her. No need, I don't have much time left. I must find the next person immediately. The last 6 hours. After the failure of the rule overlay with Xinhua, Lin Chen arrived at Jiangcheng University. On the rooftop on the ground, an hourglass, already half empty, continued to let its grains of sand fall softly. Hua Baichao pushed up his glasses and leaned against the wall. Lin Chen stood not far away. Looking down at his chest, the heart that had been shattered was beginning to beat again. This is all I can do, Hua Baichao said calmly. Hua Baichao had used medicine to repair Lin Chen's exploded heart. Lin Chen frowned, feeling the rhythm of his heart. Unfortunately, the curse of certain death still lingered. The hourglass maintained its current state. The curse of certain death had not yet erupted. But once all the sand in the hourglass had flowed away, the curse would still descend. Wang Ming stood by, his face pale, questioning. Hua Baichao, didn't you say there was no one in the world you couldn't heal? What's going on now? Faced with Wang Ming's inquiry, Hua Baichao merely shook his head. I'm sorry, at least from the current medical perspective, he is a healthy person. Hua Baichao looked at Lin Chen and adjusted his glasses. Right now, Lin Chen had no wounds on his body. Healthier than ever. The medicine had no place to exert its effect. But Lin Chen knew clearly that this was only because the hourglass had frozen his state. Indeed, he had no injuries at the moment and was very healthy. Wang Ming suddenly slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it! Hua Baichao could only shake his head helplessly. Lin Chen fell into silence. Another failure. The stacking of the curse, no matter how many detours were taken, left him with only a dead end. Lin Chen said nothing more, just glanced at the hourglass that had already lost half its sand and turned to leave the rooftop. The curse of certain death continued. The last 2 hours. Lin Chen attempted to use deception, risking everything to place another bet, trying to leverage the situation. Unfortunately, Lin Chen failed. The lies stacked before no longer allowed him to continue betting. The last hour. Jiang City. Lin Chen called Chu Juhua. Hello, Team Lin. What? In the night, Chu Juhua and Lin Chen met on a high bridge outside the Jinga Palace. Team Lin, even you can't escape this curse of certain death? After learning about Lin Chen's current situation, Chu Ju's expression changed drastically. Looking at the hourglass beside Lin Chen, which had little sand left, the veins on Chu Ju's forehead throbbed. Lin Chen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. Exhaling, the white mist was instantly blown away by the Jiang wind. I've tried every method, but without exception, they all failed. I can't escape the curse of certain death. Chu Ju's face darkened, asking, then, Team Lin, what about you? Lin Chen shook his head, lowering his head to take a puff of smoke. I need you to help me with something. Chu Ju's expression immediately turned serious, speaking in a low voice. Team Lin, go ahead. Lin Chen took out 2 paper boats from his pocket and tossed them to Chu Juha. Team Lin, what is this? Chu Juha looked at the 2 paper boats in confusion. They were 2 very simple paper boats folded from roadside advertisements. But as soon as they were in his hands, Chu Juha sensed something was off. This feeling, is it the attachment of rules? Lin Chen nodded and said, these 2 paper boats are attached with the 11 rule dream, which can save you once at a specific time. Chu Juha's expression changed, asking, Team Lin, this? Lin Chen extinguished the cigarette butt and exhaled. These things are of no use to me anymore. I'll leave the paper boats with you, and in return, I need you to agree to one condition. Chu Juha's expression was complex. Team Lin, what condition? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said, the person who tried to kill me is still alive. If you reach a level in the future, I need you to kill him. His name is Yen Gue, and his rule is curse. Chu Juha nodded heavily, sighing, I understand. Team Lin. Lin Chen nodded, saying nothing more, and left the overpass alone. Chu Juha wanted to follow but was stopped by Lin Chen. In the end, Lin Chen disappeared into the night alone. The last 30 minutes. By the river. Lin Chen sat on a stone bench watching the swirling river water in the night, lost in silence. Next to the stone bench was a nearly empty hourglass. 12 hours with only the last 30 minutes remaining. After the hourglass runs out, I will die. This is the edge of an ecological wetland in Jiang City where many people come to walk in the evening. People passed by one after another, some couples on dates, families out for a stroll, and even someone walking a dog. Lin Chen just sat on the stone bench, watching these people come from one side and then leave. Ha! Lin Chen lit a cigarette, falling into silence. At this point, Lin Chen felt inexplicably sad. Not because of the curse of certain death, but because, when faced with death, Lin Chen suddenly realized that he couldn't even arrange for his own funeral. The life-saving paper boat he got from Zhou Kuan, Lin Chen didn't even know who to leave it to. In the end, he simply threw it all to Chu Juha. Am I really going to die alone here? Lin Chen exhaled a puff of white smoke, frowning. If I had a lot of money saved up, I wouldn't even know who to give it to. It would just be confiscated after I die? Good thing I have no money. Lin Chen thought for a moment and found it somewhat ridiculous. The last 10 minutes. Lin Chen looked at his wrist, where a golden mark flickered. If I had known, I would have stayed at Bailo Mountain. But just then, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something and pulled out an old white CCD from his pocket. Lin Chen pressed the button and the nearly defunct CCD lit up. The storage space was almost full, and the button was sometimes responsive and sometimes not. In the camera, Lin Chen's face was right in front, his hair blowing in the wind. But just as Lin Chen fiddled with the white CCD, he suddenly frowned. The past cannot be changed, but what about the future? The curse of certain death could not be avoided, but what would happen after he died? Lin Chen suddenly stood up, staring intently at the white CCD in his hand. No, I haven't lost yet. I can gamble one more time. In the next moment, the recording button of the CCD was pressed. A video began to record. In the video, a man in a black shirt sat by the lake. The man stared at the camera, simply repeating 3 words. 10 seconds later, the recording time ended, and the last bit of storage space was completely used up. Jinga Palace, 30th floor. Qin Xiaoyuan received a phone call, then sneaked up, raising his hand to knock on the ground. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks sounded. The door was activated. On the other side of the door was a familiar man in a black shirt, holding an hourglass. Let's go. After the door was activated 3 times, Qin Xiaoyuan returned to Jinga Palace alone, then went back to bed, tightly hugging his pillow. The last 60 seconds. Bailo Mountain scenic area. Lin Chen returned here. Without any pause, Lin Chen ran up the mountain alone in the night. The last 5 seconds. Lin Chen appeared at the mountaintop, the dividing line. Lin Chen raised the hourglass in his hand, watching the last few grains of sand, waiting quietly. 5 seconds later, when the last grain of sand fell, the time in the hourglass completely ran out. This ancient relic became ineffective. In the next moment, the curse of certain death descended. The once beating heart instantly paused, then continuously compressed, bursting apart. Lin Chen lost consciousness in an instant, his gaze blank. After the heart shattered, Lin Chen's body rolled down the other side of the mountain. In the thick white mist, rolling down the slope, Lin Chen finally crashed into a rock, forced to stop. Because of rolling down the slope, one of Lin Chen's arms twisted and broke behind him. Lin Chen was dead. Dead in the core area of the lock. An hour after Lin Chen's death, his muscles began to relax, his joints became difficult to bend, and his body grew stiff. 6 hours after Lin Chen's death, his body ceased to generate heat, and warmth rapidly dissipated, leaving the corpse completely devoid of temperature. 26 hours after Lin Chen's death, the blood that had stopped circulating pooled in the capillaries and small veins due to gravity, forming patches of livor mortis. 48 hours after Lin Chen's death, his abdomen began to swell, green patches appeared on the skin of his lower right abdomen, and a foul, decaying odor permeated the surroundings. 72 hours after Lin Chen's death, a worn-out white CCD screen not far from the corpse suddenly lit up. A video set to play with a delay appeared on the blurry screen. Everything around began to change rapidly. In the video, a man dressed in a black shirt sat by the riverbank. The man spoke softly to the corpse on the ground, as if whispering like a demon. "Wake up! Wake up!" The man sat on a stone bench by the river, looking at the corpse beneath him, uttering demonic whispers. Deception was activated. But the corpse on the ground, already showing livor mortis cold and stiff, showed no reaction. Yet in the video, the man remained unfazed and spoke again. "Wake up!" The corpse still did not respond. "Wake up!" The corpse continued to lie on the ground. Until the man spoke for the 5th time, the video ended. Everything around began to change rapidly again. The riverside at night vanished, and they returned to the depths of the sad prison mountain. In the thick white mist, the corpse remained unresponsive. But soon, the worn-out white CCD lit up once more. The video began to loop. Lies started to stack upon each other. "Wake up!" After an unknown number of repetitions, the already dead corpse suddenly twitched a finger. "When the waking lie stacked infinitely, I would awaken from hell." Lin Chen awakened. In the next moment, the corpse slowly propped itself up from the ground, and on the face covered in livor mortis, a pair of murky eyes suddenly opened wide. "I succeeded." After an unknown number of lies stacked upon each other, Lin Chen woke up. Lin Chen stood up, looking at his bloodless hands, the pervasive stench around him, and the heart that had long since shattered. It was clear that Lin Chen had indeed died. No heartbeat, no breath, no 5 senses. He had lost all vital signs, and his body had already shown signs of livor mortis. The fatal curse had succeeded, killing Lin Chen. But Lin Chen also succeeded, using that CCD to awaken himself. I avoided the conflict with the fatal curse, allowing this corpse to awaken again through the continuously stacking lies. I guess I am now a living dead. Lin Chen turned around and shut off the CCD that was still looping. I bet right, this glass residue can remain unaffected by the lock and can impose the past lies onto the present. Lin Chen sensed that deception had ceased to respond. Just as I thought, deception disappeared after I died. Every thief with rules, upon their death, would see the stolen block return to the world. I was no exception. When the fatal curse fell, Lin Chen died, and deception left him. But the Lin Chen recorded in the CCD still possessed deception. And because it lost its physical form, deception could infinitely stack with the looping playback of that CCD, ignoring the backlash of the rules, until I truly awakened. Lin Chen wanted to smile, but his facial muscles had completely stiffened, making even that simple action impossible. Then let's try the second hypothesis. Lin Chen raised a hand, attempting to activate the lock sealed within his body. In an instant, the sad prison mountain responded, countless thick white mists began to coalesce, and golden chains encircled the surroundings, like stars surrounding the moon, enclosing Lin Chen at the center. As expected, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, the lock was still there. The lock was not his own rule, but rather a power sealed within him by his mother long ago. And now that I am dead, this is merely a corpse's lifeless shell. A living dead is not quite accurate. In fact, I am now an A-grade remnant. He was nothing more than a remnant attached to the lock, no different in essence from that old white CCD and that bronze demon revealing mirror. The only difference was that he had accumulated deception and gained consciousness. Very well. In any case, I should do one thing now. Yen Gue, it seems your luck isn't too good. Lin Chen raised his hand and tugged. A golden chain appeared, gripped by a hand covered in corpse spots. The golden chain dragged behind him, making a rustling sound. A person who had long since rotted stood up again. Now, the evil spirit was about to start claiming lives. Time rewound to 72 hours earlier, 1 hour after Lin Chen's death. Jinga Palace. As Jiang Jin was heading to the 70th floor to report a task, his pupils suddenly contracted. An extremely dangerous aura emerged. In the next moment, a massive wound split open on Jiang Jin's back. The lies had failed. Without any warning, blood gushed forth instantly. Jiang Jin collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. But soon, across from Jiang Jin, a woman slowly approached. The woman was not tall, wearing flat shoes and a pair of headphones. She slowly crouched down, looking at Jiang Jin, who was gradually losing his breath. Upon closer inspection, it was found that this woman bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Jin, almost 6 or 7 parts alike. Sister, you really are useless. In the next moment, the woman raised her hand and pressed it against Jiang Jin's back. The wound capable of tearing apart his upper body vanished. Jiang City. A truck drove along the asphalt road, the driver extending one hand out the window with catchy DJ music playing inside. The truck rattled as it passed over a series of speed bumps, then turned right at an intersection. This was a remote area of the city, where dense housing appeared. Surrounding it was a large circle of railings, enclosing all these tightly packed houses in the middle. If not mentioned, no one would believe that this was actually an orphanage. The driver skillfully stopped in front of a large gate. "Hey, old Joe." The driver honked the horn, then leaned halfway out of the window, shouting towards the security booth by the gate. Inside the booth, an elderly man in his 60s put down his newspaper, leaned over, and saw the truck outside. "Ha ha, Li Feng is here." The elderly man then pressed a button and the gate slowly opened. The driver nodded and drove the truck inside. In the central square, several young people were already waiting. Li Feng parked the truck slowly in the square and immediately people gathered around. Li Feng smiled as he opened the truck door, jumped down, and opened the back of the truck. Inside were mountains of meat and vegetables, cold air rushing out from the compartment. Every week, Li Feng had to come here to deliver goods. The head of the orphanage was very generous and never delayed wages, so Li Feng was very willing to take on this job. A young man wearing thick glasses walked over and offered Li Feng a cigarette. Li Feng immediately smiled and took the cigarette. "Director Hua, you're back." Hua Baichao lit the cigarette for Li Feng and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You have to run over here every week." Li Feng, holding the cigarette, smiled and said, "Not at all, Director Hua. You're too polite." Hua Baichao didn't waste words, directly opening a worn cloth bag from himself and pulling out a thick stack of cash. This time, the beef, pork, and vegetables. "I've calculated the money, you just order." Li Feng immediately put a cigarette in his mouth, took the stack of cash from Hua Baichao's hands without counting it, and directly placed it in his bag. "Director Hua, we all trust your reputation. Today it's meat and vegetables." Old Lu gave a heads up because he was delayed by traffic for half a day. "The toys won't arrive until tomorrow." Hua Baichao nodded, adjusted his glasses, and smiled. "All right, you all have worked hard." At this moment, people had gathered around the truck, pushing carts one by one. Li Feng was quick to notice, took a couple of strong puffs, and extinguished the cigarette. "Director Hua, you keep busy, he'll help unload the goods." He then ran to the back of the truck, jumped up, and energetically started moving boxes of meat down. Hua Baichao watched for a while, confirmed everything was fine, and turned to leave the square, heading towards a building behind. The buildings here were densely packed. From the outside, it looked like a rather upscale community. However, those familiar with the area knew it was an orphanage, funded and sponsored by only one person. Li Feng and the others delivering goods were very clear about this. Director Hua, if one had to describe it in one word, it would be extravagant. Wealthy. He was clearly not short on money, spending generously, always choosing the best food and drinks, and never furrowing his brow when settling payments. Hua Baichao climbed the stairs, moving forward according to the door numbers. He finally arrived at a door adorned with a little dog design and knocked. Soon, the door opened. A little boy smiled at Hua Baichao. "Director." Upon seeing the boy, Hua Baichao patted his head. "Xiao Zhang, tell the director where you went to play a few days ago." Du Tingzheng pulled Hua Baichao into the room and then pulled out a small toy from under his bed. Hua Baichao recognized the logo on the toy. It was a recent collaboration toy from a hamburger restaurant given away with kids' meals. "An uncle took me to eat hamburgers and then bought me a toy. Then he took me for a ride, a really fast ride." Hua Baichao paused for a moment. "A ride? What kind?" Du Tingzheng furrowed his brows, thought for a while, and gestured with his hands. "It's long, like a line, and there are many seats, and it goes really fast." "High-speed train?" Hua Baichao was taken aback by Du Tingzheng's description and slowly frowned. "Did Jisher you take Du Tingzheng on a high-speed train? And then, Xiao Zhang, where did you go next?" Hua Baichao asked gently, smiling as he continued. Du Tingzheng thought for a moment but shook his head. "I can't remember what happened after that. I can't recall." Hua Baichao didn't press further, just patted Du Tingzheng's head. "It's okay, tell me when you remember." Just then, Du Tingzheng suddenly frowned in pain. "Director, at that time, that uncle seemed to have let me use that." Hearing Du Tingzheng's words, Hua Baichao's expression changed dramatically. "What?" This was a little secret between Du Tingzheng and Hua Baichao, also a kind of code. It represented Du Tingzheng had used the rule 100%. Du Tingzheng covered his head. "But I can't remember, Director, I'm sorry." Hua Baichao didn't say much, just pinched Du Tingzheng's face. "It's okay, no rush." After leaving the room, Hua Baichao's expression was grim. "Jisher you actually exploited Xiao Zhang's rule?" At that time, Jisher Yu had assured him that he would ensure Du Tingzheng returned safely. Du Tingzheng was indeed sent back to the orphanage. But in between, he was taken by Jisher Yu to exploit the rule. Hua Baichao took off his glasses, his pupils shaking. No wonder why Lin Chen was entangled with the deadly curse. It turned out to be compounded with Du Tingzheng's 100%. Lin Chen came to me at a time when there was little left, and now he is already dead. Hua Baichao understood clearly that Lin Chen was under a fatal curse and time was running out. Hua Baikeo's expression darkened as he immediately took out his phone and logged into the chat group. Water Margin Chat Group 22 Divine Doctor, Timely Rain, where are you? Divine Doctor, Timely Rain, how could you promise me this? Jade Kirin? Jade Kirin, what happened? Green Face Beast, Divine Doctor, why are you so angry? Traveler? Flower Monk, what's going on? Swift Guardian, is something wrong? Divine Doctor. As Hua Baikeo's message was sent, the previously quiet Water Margin Chat Group exploded. People who had never spoken up before couldn't help but chime in. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no news from Timely Rain. At that moment, a message from Short-Lived Erlang popped up. Short-Lived Erlang, no need to Timely Rain anymore, he's already dead. Jade Kirin? Green Face Beast? Traveler? Swift Guardian? With Yen Ghost's message sent, it was like a bomb had been thrown in. Jade Kirin, Timely Rain is dead? Short-Lived Erlang, not just Timely Rain, I almost died too. Short-Lived Erlang, we got involved with Chin Pain, that guy found him following Timely Rain's rules. Short-Lived Erlang, luckily, I wasn't locked onto, I managed to escape by luck, but Timely Rain has already been killed by Chin Pain. Green Face Beast, ha, I told you not to mess with Chin Pain, did you listen? Jade Kirin, Chin Pain is actually that strong? Swift Guardian, Chin Pain? The one who claims to be the strongest A-class? Green Face Beast, you all don't understand, you've never really faced him. Green Face Beast, I've fought him in the north, that guy is simply insane. Short-Lived Erlang, I didn't expect it either, I still underestimated him. Timely Rain has already fallen this time. Short-Lived Erlang, Divine Doctor, no need to look for him anymore, he's dead. Swift Guardian, Divine Doctor, what happened between you and Timely Rain? Hua Baichao looked at the messages on the screen, unable to hide his shock. It was only recently that Timely Rain had come to him to restore his bodily functions, but an A-class thief just died like that? Jade Kirin, since Timely Rain is dead, let's kick him out. Green Face Beast, Short-Lived Erlang, what about that residue you had, did you get it? Short-Lived Erlang, don't mention it, I got involved with Timely Rain and didn't get it. Short-Lived Erlang, forget it, with Chen Pain there. There's no way to get it. Hua Baichao fell silent as he looked at the messages on his phone. Not only is Lin Chen dead, but Timely Rain is dead too. Unexpected. But just then, a message that absolutely should not have appeared suddenly popped up in the group. The moment Hua Baichao saw this message, he was stunned in place. Water Margin Chat Group 22 Leopard Head, Short-Lived Erlang, where are you? What? Hua Baichao stared at the message from the ID Leopard Head, completely dumbfounded. Others might not know, but Hua Baichao was clear, Leopard Head is Lin Chen's ID. Wasn't Lin Chen already dead? The fatal curse had already taken effect, Lin Chen should have died long ago. On the other side, on a bus, a person dressed very tightly, wearing a mask, sat in the corner, their phone flickering with a faint light. There were quite a few people on the bus, but whether young or old, they intentionally avoided this person. It was simply because this tightly covered person had a strong smell of cheap perfume. The scent was so pungent that it even mixed with a faint odor, filling the entire bus with this smell. Lin Chen leaned against the window, looking at the screen of his phone. Although he had woken up, this corpse was still slowly decaying, with more and more liver mortis accumulating and the stench of decay becoming increasingly obvious. Lin Chen had no choice but to use a bottle of cheap perfume to mask his own smell. On the screen, Water Margin Chat Group 22. Leopard Head, Short-Lived Erlang, where are you? After Lin Chen sent the message, Yen Gui had not replied. Now in the entire group, only Wang Ming, Hua Baichao, and the already vanished Timely Rain know his true identity. After Lin Chen sent the message, it took a full 5 minutes for a new message to pop up. Short-Lived Erlang, Leopard Head, what do you want? Yen Gui didn't know much about this newcomer to the group chat. Moreover, since Lin Chen rarely sent messages in the group, Yen Gui had no impression of this Leopard Head. Leopard Head, I have information about that residue. Short-Lived Erlang? Short-Lived Erlang, impossible. Jade Qilin, oh? It seems that residue is quite famous. Green-Faced Beast, Short-Lived Erlang, you've invested so much, are you just going to give up? Flower Monk. Swift Guardian, Leopard Head, what is that residue? In a hidden mountain village in the north, Yen Gui stared at the messages on his phone screen, his eyes flickering. Leopard Head? He knows about the residue too? Yen Gui hesitated, is he trying to trick me with this? The information about that residue had indeed circulated in small quantities in the underground market in the north. Yen Gui was so eager because he feared someone would get to it first. After all, a residue related to time would cause a frenzy wherever it appeared. Yen Gui stared at the messages on his phone, is it true or false? Swift Guardian, Leopard Head, I'm quite interested, you can sell me the information. Short-Lived Erlang, Leopard Head, you're talking nonsense, you can't possibly know about that residue. Jade Qilin, Short-Lived Erlang, why are you so agitated? Green-Faced Beast, And a grade residue is worth you going this crazy? Green-faced beast, could it be that this residue is scrayed? As soon as the message from Green-faced beast was sent, the previously calm group chat instantly became agitated. And scrayed residue would have a different value altogether. Even a grade thieves like Green-faced beast and Jade Shilin would be extremely interested in scrayed residue. Damn, what a blabbermouth. Yen Gue looked at the group messages, his face darkening, and he kicked over the table in front of him. Damn it, if this information gets out and these great people get involved, it will be even more impossible for me to get it. Although Chen Jianpain was stationed at Bailo Mountain now, he would eventually have times when he wasn't around. Yen Gui's only advantage was his exclusive information. If everyone knew, he would definitely have no chance of obtaining it. I can't lose my composure, this guy's words might not be true. But just then, a new message popped up. Leopard head, that residue, according to my information, seems to be related to time? Swift Guardian, what? Swift Guardian, is your information accurate? I can make an offer to buy your information. Jade Shilin, time? Green-faced beast, hiss. If that's the case, then it's indeed something extraordinary. Green-faced beast, and currently in the north. If that's true, it wouldn't be a loss to risk confronting Chen Jianpain. Yen Gue saw the message, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He actually knows. Yen Gue suddenly felt tormented. He had already sacrificed 2 grade residues for this scrayed residue. After finally killing Lin Chen, who was in the know inside Bailo Mountain, now if the information got out, would he really have to accept that the residue fell into someone else's hands? After Lin Chen sent this message on the bus, he didn't say anything else, just silently turned off the screen. Yen Gue, let's see if you can hold yourself back. There is a strange psychology in human nature. Most people are reluctant and unwilling to back down when faced with something they have invested too much in. So there are people who sink into a wrong relationship, gritting their teeth to pay off a mortgage even as their house depreciates, or getting stuck in a plummeting stock for over a decade. It's not that they aren't smart enough, it's that they are unwilling to let go. Soon, Lin Chen's phone rang. This time it wasn't a group message, but a friend request accompanied by a private chat. Short-lived Erlang has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Chen forced a smile, still taking the bait. Short-lived Erlang, since you have the news, how can you talk about it in the group? Short-lived Erlang, you should know that many in the group are also a level, and the fewer people who know about this residue, the better. Leopard head, I don't plan to take that thing. I intend to sell the news for a good price. Leopard head, and I have exclusive information about that thing. Seeing the message, Yen Gui's expression changed several times, and after hesitating for a moment, he replied, what do you mean? Are you sure it's exclusive information? Leopard head, absolutely. Yen Gue stood up and paced a few times in the dim little room. Short-lived Erlang, let's meet. I can offer you an irresistible price. Short-lived Erlang, don't send messages in the group anymore. On the bus. Lin Chen saw Yen Gui's message and slowly replied with 2 words. Okay. Soon, Yen Gue sent a vague location. Let's meet around here. The location was not precise, situated in a remote mountain village. Lin Chen squinted, a dangerous glint flickering in his murky eyes, like a vengeful ghost. Yen Gue, you're unwilling to let go too. Unwilling to let go means continuing to pay the price. Short-lived Erlang. This time, what will you sacrifice? Lin Chen got off the bus, hailed a private car, and headed towards that location. The night deepened. Lin Chen got out of the taxi and arrived at a remote mountain village. This place was different from the brightly lit city. After dark, there were almost no lights. Only a few streetlights emitted white light, slightly illuminating the mountain path beneath his feet. Lin Chen stood in the village, looking at the dilapidated houses in the distance. It was already spring, and the weather had begun to warm up. Yet Lin Chen was dressed heavily. Layers of clothing wrapping around his entire body. Not only that, but he even wore gloves and a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. It's good that I've lost feeling, otherwise, I might die from the heat now? Lin Chen looked down at his body. Although wrapped in layers of clothing, he was still incredibly cold. Oh, wait. I've already died, it's supposed to be cold. Lin Chen moved somewhat stiffly, slowly walking up the mountain path. Because the muscles of this corpse had stiffened, it wasn't easy for Lin Chen to move his joints. The strong scent of cheap perfume on him tried to cover up the stench of decay as much as possible. Lin Chen opened his phone. Besides Yen Gue, there were several other messages. Wang Ming, Lin Chen, you're not dead? Lin Chen, dead. Wang Ming? Ignoring Wang Ming, Lin Chen looked at another message. Hua Baichao, when you have time, come find me here. Below was a location shared by Hua Baichao. Lin Chen squinted slightly at Hua Baichao's message. He actually took the initiative to contact me? Lin Chen didn't reply but noted down the location. After all, he couldn't remain in this state of a living corpse forever. The body would rot and the bones would shatter, making it useless even if his consciousness awakened. Lin Chen scrolled down and found a friend request from Divine Traveler. Lin Chen paused for a moment, recalling the earlier message in the group. This ID, Divine Traveler, seemed very interested in that residue. However, Lin Chen didn't rush to accept as he had more important matters to attend to. Leopard Head, I've arrived. Short-lived Erlang, I know. Yen Gui simply replied to Lin Chen and then went silent. Although Yen Gui chose to take the risk again, he was cautious enough to keep the initiative in his own hands. Lin Chen wandered aimlessly in the dark mountain village. It was at this moment that he realized there were very few people left in this village. Almost half of the houses were empty. Lin Chen casually pushed open a dilapidated wooden door, and inside, it was already deserted. The surrounding earthen walls had also collapsed significantly, and no one had come to repair the houses. Just then, a voice sounded behind Lin Chen. Leopard Head. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Chen turned to look back. But the next moment, Yen Gui's voice immediately rang out. Don't move. In the darkness behind him, Yen Gui had already raised a hand just a few centimeters from Lin Chen's neck. Yen Gui squinted and the black runes on his body began to writhe. The spell had already been activated. Don't turn around or you'll die, Yen Gui said coldly. As long as Yen Gui's palm pressed against Lin Chen's neck, the spell would instantly take effect on him. Lin Chen stood still, hands in his pockets, and chuckled lightly. Yen Gui, is this how you make deals? Upon hearing his name, Yen Gui's expression changed and he asked in shock, who are you? How do you know my true name? Lin Chen did not answer, only slowly turning around. Don't move! Yen Gui shouted coldly. But Lin Chen did not stop, still slowly turning. A fierce glint flashed in Yen Gui's eyes as he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Lin Chen's neck. Looking for death. The next moment, the spell was activated. Yen Gui slammed Lin Chen against the wall, his hand tightly gripping Lin Chen's neck. But just as he made contact, Yen Gui sensed something was off. No, why is it so cold? His neck was too cold, lacking any body heat. Yen Gui's palm felt icy. Yen Gui furrowed his brow, staring intently at Lin Chen's exposed neck. Even in the darkness, it was faintly visible, pale as death. Heh, Yen Gui, you're too greedy, Lin Chen's voice rang coldly, accompanied by a chilling laugh. Is it you? Lin Chen. Yen Gui's face changed drastically as he took a step back. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Yen Gui retreated, cold sweat beading on his forehead, staring fixedly at Lin Chen. That was the combination of the rules of 100% and curse. Lin Chen had already been cursed to die. How could he still be alive? Lin Chen gently twisted his neck and slowly removed his gloves. His fingers were already somewhat pale, even showing signs of livor mortis. How is this possible? This isn't a place for a dead man like you. Get back! Yen Gui shouted, then directly activated the curse. The curse stacked upon Lin Chen. Soon, Lin Chen's chest began to rot rapidly. But Lin Chen remained unfazed, simply standing in place. The curse has lost its effect? Yen Gui looked at the scene before him in shock, unable to believe it. The curse had stacked on Lin Chen, yet he had not died at all. Lin Chen smiled and said, how can a person who has long been dead be killed again? The next moment, Lin Chen raised his hand and grasped, and a golden chain appeared instantly. The golden chain was particularly striking in the night. But in Yen Gui's eyes, Lin Chen before him was nothing less than a vengeful spirit crawling out of hell. Yen Gui, you're too unwilling to accept this. What you've wagered this time is your life. Yen Gui looked at Lin Chen in terror, frantically activating the curse. Unfortunately, as someone who had long been dead, Lin Chen was completely unaffected. The next moment, the golden chain pierced through Yen Gui's body. Lin Chen showed no hesitation, instantly impaling Yen Gui. Yen Gui was dead. At that moment, Lin Chen vaguely felt something disappear. This feeling, is it the rules? After Yen Gui's death, the curse vanished. This rule returned to the world. Lin Chen raised his hand and crushed the golden chain. But he did not hurry to leave. Instead, he crouched down and began to search Yen Gui's body. Soon, Lin Chen found Yen Gui's phone. After unlocking it, Lin Chen browsed through the apps. Yen Gui must have some channels to obtain information about glass residues. Sure enough, Lin Chen discovered a strange app. This app had no name, only a string of garbled text. Is this the underground black market Yen Gui mentioned? Lin Chen opened the app, which had no password or account input page, but instead featured a facial recognition login option. Lin Chen glanced at the unconscious Yen Gui on the ground, then pressed the phone against his face. Beep. Verification successful. Lin Chen successfully logged into the app using Yen Gui's account. The interface of the app was very clear and tidy, with no complicated functions, just a main hall. Inside the hall, everyone could post messages. By rummaging through Yen Gui's account, Lin Chen quickly found records of past transactions. Killed a thief just to get information about CCD. Lin Chen looked at the chat records and discovered that Yen Gui had used a curse to kill a class thief to obtain this CCD information. The rules of that person were unclear, but from the snippets of conversation, it could be inferred that Yen Gue had delivered a fatal blow without showing his face. Indeed, using curse for assassination is incredibly convenient. Lin Chen frowned as he browsed through the hall. There were many posts, some offering lives, others exchanging residues, and even transactions where money could buy people. This underground black market almost enveloped the entire north, and the posters were not just thieves, many were ordinary people who had come into contact with these things. Lin Chen did not rush to browse, he simply turned off the phone screen, cleaned up Yen Gui's body, then put on his mask again and quietly left the mountain village in the night. Lin Chen sat on the bus, leaning against the last seat, scrolling through his phone. The people around him looked at Lin Chen with strange expressions, and some even covered their noses. After noticing the odd looks, Lin Chen took out a large bottle of cheap perfume and sprayed it all over himself. What's wrong with this guy? Hey, this is a public place, can you not pollute the air? A few people, unable to tolerate it, wanted to argue with Lin Chen. But Lin Chen ignored them, absorbed in his phone. Seeing that this strange person wasn't talking, those people quietly left. After all, in today's society, living a stable life is the most important thing. Why provoke those lunatics? Lin Chen looked at the bottle of cheap perfume in his hand, then took off one glove and examined the back of his hand. The decay has worsened. Lin Chen knew that his Botus decay rate had accelerated, and the stench was becoming hard to suppress. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his body completely fell apart. It seems it's time to pay Hua Baichao a visit. Lin Chen opened the location sent by Hua Baichao, zoomed in, and found something off. This is an orphanage? Lin Chen frowned slightly. It was a bit strange for Hua Baichao to take the initiative this time. I'll know when I meet him. Lin Chen leaned against the glass, closed his eyes, and although he wanted to sleep for a while, it seemed he had already lost that ability. The news of his death had spread. Now both the Jinga Palace and the Bailo Mountain had announced his death. The bounty on him in the east had also been lifted. Just then, new messages popped up in the water margin chat group. Xinxing Taibao, Leopard Head, are you still there? Xinxing Taibao, short-lived Erlang, why aren't you speaking either? Lin Chen opened his eyes and frowned at the messages on the screen. This ID, Xinxing Taibao, seemed very interested in that glass residue. Lin Chen pulled out the old white CCD from his pocket. Since the last time he filmed that video, the storage space had become completely full. This CCD, due to its age, had buttons that worked intermittently, so he had not been able to successfully delete any memory. As Lin Chen was pondering, a new message suddenly popped up in the group. Tian Mu, no need to short-lived Erlang, he's already dead. Xinxing Taibao? What are you saying? Xinxing Taibao, dead? The moment Lin Chen saw this message, his pupils constricted sharply. How could he know that Yen Gue is dead? Lin Chen immediately began to recall the process of killing Yen Gue. He acted quickly, not giving Yen Gue time to send a message, and there was no third person present throughout. Moreover, how long had it been since he killed Yen Gue? The news of Yen Gui's death shouldn't have spread so quickly. Something's not right. Lin Chen stared at the ID Tian Mu, lost in thought. Yu Qilin, Tian Mu, are you sure? Tian Mu, sure, I saw the curse return. Chang Mian Shou, good grief, he just died like that? Yu Qilin, could it be that Qin Jianpain found him? Qing Mian Shou, impossible, Qin Jianpain has been at Bailo Mountain and hasn't left in days. Lin Chen looked at the messages on the screen, narrowing his eyes. Saw the curse return? This ID Tian Mu seemed to possess some ability to see the rules. Yu Qilin, what a pity, then I kicked both short-lived Erlang and Timely Rain. Tian Mu, no need, Timely Rain isn't dead yet, his rule hasn't returned. Yu Qilin, oh, really? He hasn't died. In the orphanage of Jiang City, Hua Baichao was shocked as he looked at the message on his phone. Yen Gue is dead? Hua Baichao swallowed hard. Others might not be clear, but he could be 100% certain that it must have been Lin Chen who acted. But how long has it been? Lin Chen actually went and killed Yen Gue. Is Lin Chen dead or not? After the fatal curse, how could Lin Chen still appear? Hua Baichao was silent for a moment, then opened the chat box for ID Tian Mu. Divine Doctor, are you there? Tian Mu, oh, Director Hua, what brings you to me? Divine Doctor, help me look at someone. Tian Mu, sure, who would dare not give face to you, Director Hua? Divine Doctor, thanks. Tian Mu, next time I come to you for treatment, just give me a 20 discount. Who is it? Then Hua Baichao found the wanted notice issued by the Jinga Palace and sent Lin Chen's photo over. The chat box fell silent with no new messages. Hua Baichao looked at his phone and adjusted his glasses. What's going on? No movement from Tian Mu? After a full 5 minutes, Tian Mu finally sent a message. Tian Mu, hiss, Hua Baichao, where did you find this person? Tian Mu, so strange. Divine Doctor, what do you mean? Tian Mu, I looked through this guy is too strange, he no longer possesses rules, but the rules that belong to him haven't returned. Seeing the message, Hua Baichao was taken aback. Lin Chen is indeed dead, so his rules disappeared, but deception hasn't returned? How could that be? Tian Mu, in this situation, could he have been consumed by the void? Hua Baichao didn't continue to reply but fell into silence. Lin Chen couldn't have been killed by the void, he died from the fatal curse. But why hasn't deception returned? It's not with Lin Chen, hasn't returned to the world, and certainly hasn't been consumed by the void. So where did deception go? Just as Hua Baichao was deep in thought, a message suddenly popped up. Lin Chen, open the door. Hua Baichao was taken aback, suddenly looking up at his office. Then he walked over, grasped the doorknob, and slowly twisted it open. The door opened, revealing a person wearing a mask and hat, dressed very warmly standing outside. Lin Chen? Hua Baichao tentatively asked upon seeing this person. Lin Chen took off his hat and walked straight in. We meet again, Hua Baichao. Hua Baichao closed the door, looking at Lin Chen behind him, slightly frowning. This smell, the stench of death? Due to having medicine, Hua Baichao was extremely sensitive to this kind of odor. Even though the cheap perfume on Lin Chen was extremely pungent, Hua Baichao still detected the rotting smell hidden beneath it. Lin Chen did not hide it. He took off his mask, revealing his bloodless face. Hua Baichao's eyes behind his glasses trembled, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. You are already dead? Hua Baichao felt no signs of life from Lin Chen. Medically speaking, he was a complete corpse. Yet here Lin Chen stood before him, even able to speak and move. Lin Chen did not conceal the truth, saying, I am indeed dead, but I woke up through special means. After the shock, Hua Baichao nodded and asked, Did you kill Yin Gue? That's right, Lin Chen replied. As expected, Hua Baichao was not surprised by this answer. How long can you maintain this state of a living dead? Hua Baichao pushed up his glasses, staring intently at Lin Chen's body. As a medical professional, seeing a living corpse in person made Hua Baichao's heart race with excitement. This state was simply incredible. However, Hua Baichao did not believe this condition could be sustained for long. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, took off his gloves, and placed them on the table, revealing his palm marked with corpse spots. As you can see, my body is rotting. This state won't last a month. My body will completely collapse. I came to find you to seek a solution. But what puzzles me is, why did you find me first instead of me finding you? Lin Chen looked at Hua Baichao, asking the question that had been troubling him. Hua Baichao was silent for a moment, then sat down across from Lin Chen. You should know that the fatal curse, besides the curse, has another rule added to it. Lin Chen nodded and said, That's right, with just the curse, I only need one lie to resolve it. The added rule is the key to killing me. Hua Baichao sighed and said, The other rule is 100%, and the one who possesses it is an orphan here. Lin Chen was taken aback, then slowly straightened up, asking coldly, Hua Baichao, what did you say? Hua Baichao did not hide anything and revealed the matter regarding Du Tingzhang. After Xiao Zhang awakened 100%, because he was still young, I never let him develop it. But unexpectedly, timely rain found the orphanage and took Xiao Zhang away. Later, I learned that Xiao Zhang was used by timely rain to add rules. Lin Chen slowly narrowed his eyes, so the thief of the other rule is right here with you. So you found me to protect him? Hua Baichao pushed up his glasses and calmly said, Yes. I can offer you a reward, even several lives in return, as long as you spare Xiao Zhang. Lin Chen's fingers tapped on the sofa, letting out a cold laugh. He. So that's how it is. Can you bring me back to life? Hua Baichao was silent for a moment, then seriously said, No. Medicine can only cure diseases, but it cannot bring you back to life. Lin Chen said nothing, just quietly stared at Hua Baichao. The next moment, Hua Baichao suddenly stood up from the sofa and then directly knelt down. Lin Chen, I hope you can consider it. You know, my medicine can bring you immeasurable value. Lin Chen did not respond, just looked around and said, This orphanage is quite large. I checked on my way here, and there is only one sponsor. Is it you? Hua Baichao nodded and said, Yes, it's me. Lin Chen paused, glancing at the ragged bag on Hua Baichao. To support such a large orphanage alone, no wonder you're so stingy. Hua Baichao smiled awkwardly but said nothing. I want to see that 100%, Lin Chen said. Hua Baichao nodded, agreeing to Lin Chen's request. With a phone call from Hua Baichao, soon a timid little boy peeked his head through the door. Director? Du Tingzhang saw Hua Baichao and the unfamiliar man sitting across from him. Seeing Hua Baichao wave, Du Tingzhang, a bit scared, sat down next to Hua Baichao, occasionally looking up and quietly glancing at the man across from him. Lin Chen looked at Du Tingzhang and asked, How old are you? Du Tingzhang glanced at Hua Baichao, and after receiving an encouraging look from him, said to Lin Chen, 7. Lin Chen nodded and then asked, Where are your mom and dad? Du Tingzhang blinked, then awkwardly smiled, lowering his head shyly as he said softly, Dad is sick, and Mom left. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then reached out and patted Du Tingzhang's head. Little brat. Go back to sleep. Du Tingjiang was taken away, leaving only Lin Chen and Hua Baichao in the office. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen stood up and said, "I need you to help delay the decay of this body." Hua Baichao nodded, without hesitation, directly using the medicine. Soon, Lin Chen's decaying body began to repair itself, the corpse spots started to disappear, and the foul smell began to dissipate. Lin Chen looked down at his hands. "I have restored your body to its state before death, but this is just a temporary fix. Your body will start to stiffen and decay again," Hua Baichao said. Lin Chen nodded and replied, "That's enough. This time is sufficient." Then Lin Chen looked at Hua Baichao and smiled. "Don't forget, you still owe me a life." Hua Baichao nodded and said, "Of course." Lin Chen took off his shirt and stood in front of a mirror. Now he looked no different from a normal person. But Lin Chen knew this was just an illusion, his body was still dead. Hua Baichao stood behind him, watching Lin Chen's back, and asked, "Lin Chen, are you really dead?" Lin Chen chuckled and asked, "Isn't it obvious enough?" Hua Baichao was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "You should know that after a thief dies, their rules return to the world. The only variable for the rules not returning is if the rules are taken by the void. You haven't encountered the void. But why hasn't deception returned?" Hearing Hua Baichao's words, Lin Chen squinted and asked with a smile, "You found that ID Tianmu from the group, didn't you?" Hua Baichao did not hide it and straightforwardly said, "That's right. His rule is I, and he developed the ability to see the rules. But he didn't see deception return. Where did deception go?" Lin Chen did not answer, only picking up the black shirt from the sofa and putting it back on. "Guess?" Lin Chen finished dressing, smirking as he squinted and smiled at Hua Baichao. "It's gone." Lin Chen left the orphanage directly, pulling out his phone from his pocket. Although Hua Baichao hadn't brought him back to life, the decay of this body had been significantly delayed. Compared to the last 12 hours burdened with a death curse, Lin Chen now felt somewhat relaxed, even at ease. Water margin chat group 21 one less person. It should be Yen Gue who got kicked out. Lin Chen scrolled through the group members and indeed found short-lived Erlang was gone. I didn't expect there to be a thief in the group with I even able to see the return of the rules. However, what truly concerned Lin Chen was the ID Timely Rain. "You really didn't die." Lin Chen sneered, staring at the avatar of Timely Rain. In the night, Lin Chen returned to the elevated bridge in Zheng City. Instinctively, Lin Chen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one by the river. Tasteless, Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking at the lit cigarette in his hand. Now he was already a corpse, devoid of all five senses, and smoking had long since lost its feeling. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but took another drag. It had almost become a habit. Even Hua Baichao in the group can't help. "It seems I won't find a way to come back to life from here." Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to think quietly. He couldn't continue living in this dead state, although he had used CCD to successfully layer lies and awaken himself. No matter how many lies were piled up, there would eventually come a day when they would be pierced. "I must find a way to come back to life." Lin Chen put his phone back and pulled out Yen Gui's phone from another pocket. The underground black market app he last logged into hadn't logged out yet. Lin Chen entered the lobby and began to scroll up. Cheated on, 500,000 to buy the lives of adulterers. Assemble handguns, rifles, bullets, all goods, prices negotiable. New T, 19, C, 7 points, clean, prices negotiable. Lin Chen frowned as he browsed through one post after another. Soon, he realized something. This so-called underground black market was not just a den of thieves. Most of the people inside were ordinary folks. No. Since Yen Gue can get information from here, it proves that there is news of thieves circulating within. Lin Chen stopped looking at the posts in the lobby and opened Yen Gui's chat history. From a pile of messages, Lin Chen discovered a tavern that Yen Gue frequented. Wait. Lin Chen's finger paused as he scrutinized the tavern. Then he searched for the name of the tavern on another phone's map. But the map couldn't find any trace of this tavern. Lin Chen scrolled down through the records and soon found that Yen Gue had arranged to meet someone at this tavern. There were many coded messages inside, most of which Lin Chen didn't understand, so he could only make rough guesses. Soon, Lin Chen found a clue. The vast majority of Yen Gui's transactions occurred at this tavern. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a gathering place for these thieves in the black market. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately began to devise a route based on the tavern's location. The tavern was situated in a tourist area in the north. There was no information available online, and the only few photos of the storefront that had leaked out showed it was closed. Lin Chen extinguished the cigarette butt and left the riverside. Just as he passed under an overpass, a fiery red sports car sped by. Whoosh! Lin Chen brushed past the fiery red sports car in an instant. But in the passenger seat of the bright red supercar, a short boy holding the latest figurine stared wide-eyed out the window. Thud! The latest figurine slipped from his hand and fell to the floor, yet the boy remained dazed, staring outside. Xiao Yuan, you dropped your figurine. Li Xinhe, gripping the steering wheel, glanced at Qin Xiaoyuan beside her and reminded him. This figurine that Qin Xiaoyuan had been clamoring for a long time, Li Xinhe had specially taken him out to buy today, but now it had fallen to the floor. And Qin Xiaoyuan didn't even react. It seemed Qin Xiaoyuan hadn't heard Li Xin's words at all, still staring blankly out the window. Xiao Yuan? Li Xinhe sensed something was off, slightly slowing down the car, and asked with concern, Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? Just then, Qin Xiaoyuan snapped back to reality, turning his head stiffly with a mournful face. Ghost, it's a ghost. What? Qin Xiaoyuan said he saw Lin Chen? Chu Juhua suddenly stood up from his seat, staring intently at Li Xinhe across from him. Li Xinhe frowned and slowly nodded. Last night, I drove Xiao Yuan to buy the figurine, and halfway there, Xiao Yuan suddenly shouted ghost. When I asked, I found out that Xiao Yuan said he saw Lin Chen. Chu Juhua stood in place, his expression changing several times, tentatively asking, could it be that he saw it wrong? Li Xinhe sighed, raised her head, and said, he must have seen it wrong. After all, Lin Chen is already dead. Not only the Jinga Palace, but the Bailo Mountain scenic area in the north has also issued a statement confirming Lin Chen's death. Li Xin's emotions were also complex. She never expected that the once vibrant Lin Chen would meet such a tragic end. After Lin Chen truly stepped into another world, he rose to prominence at an astonishing speed, but now he had fallen just as quickly. Meanwhile, Chu Juhua stood still, lost in thought. In the north, Lin Chen arrived at an ancient city based on the location of the tavern on Yin Gui's phone. This place could be considered a tourist attraction, though it wasn't very well known and the development was quite mediocre. The ancient city didn't require an entrance fee, inside were commercial streets, and the shops sold mostly similar items. As Lin Chen walked through the ancient city, there were hardly any tourists around, locals were too lazy to come, and outsiders showed no interest, resulting in a lack of popularity for the ancient city. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Chen strolled down the street, paying attention to the shops on either side. Having restored his decayed body to its previous state through Hua Baichao, he appeared no different from an ordinary person, except for a slightly paler complexion. Across from the ancient city was a middle school, and it was just the right time for students to be getting out. Many children rode their bicycles, flooding in from the road opposite. Lin Chen stepped aside to clear the main road, standing to one side, waiting for the group of middle school students on bicycles to pass. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a crumpled cigarette pack, reaching in only to find it empty. So, Lin Chen casually crumpled the pack and tossed it into a nearby trash can. Hey, brother, want a smoke? At that moment, a middle-aged man beside him offered 2 cigarettes. Lin Chen tilted his head and took the one offered to him. Thanks. The two lit up and stood by the roadside smoking, not continuing the conversation. Lin Chen glanced at the middle-aged man out of the corner of his eye. He looked to be around 40, wearing a beige coat, with thick calluses on his hands. Meanwhile, Dong Xianben was also sizing up the young man beside him. When he had offered the cigarette, Dong Xianben hadn't thought much of it, but now standing next to Lin Chen, he sensed something was off. It was too cold, far too cold. Standing next to this young man, he felt no warmth at all. Once the group of middle school students passed by, the two merely nodded at each other before going their separate ways. Dong Xianben and Lin Chen walked in different directions, and Dong Xianben frowned as he looked back. Looks like I was overthinking it. In the other direction, Lin Chen continued to search for the tavern's location bit by bit. The location wasn't precise, but it was only a matter of time to find it within this ancient city. Lin Chen circled nearly halfway around the ancient city before spotting a sign across the street. Tavern. There was nothing complicated about the name, it simply hung a sign that read Tavern. Not only that, but from the outside, the tavern appeared to be closed, and the surrounding shops looked half dead. This is it. Lin Chen took out his phone, glanced at the photo, compared it, and confirmed there was no mistake. He crossed the street directly and walked up to the closed tavern, pushing the door open. Ding dong. As Lin Chen pushed the door, an antique brass bell jingled. Everyone in the tavern turned to look. There weren't many people in the tavern, just 5 or 6, and they were all seated far apart. A bald man behind the bar was wiping a glass. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the people in the tavern wore various expressions. An ordinary person who mistakenly wandered in? The bald man at the bar smiled at Lin Chen and said, "Sorry, brother, we're closed, please go somewhere else." However, Lin Chen ignored the man's words and walked straight in. The others also kept an eye on this suddenly intruding young man. A stranger. In the corner, Dong Xianben raised an eyebrow when he saw Lin Chen. It's actually him? After finishing his smoke and parting ways, Dong Xianben had seen Lin Chen heading in another direction and thought he was overthinking it. But now, seeing Lin Chen circle back to this tavern, Dong Xianben could almost be certain that this was no coincidence. This young man was likely a thief too. As Lin Chen walked directly into the tavern, the bald man at the bar's expression changed slightly but quickly returned to normal. "Brother, we don't sell alcohol here. We're closed, not serving anymore." Lin Chen, however, pulled out a chair and sat down at a small table in front of him. The bald man squinted. "Brother, don't push your luck. This isn't a place for you." The bald man then gave a look to another man who was drinking. "Old Lu, give it a try." The man called Old Lu grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, then stood up and walked towards Lin Chen. "Kid, looking for trouble, huh?" Old Lu then raised his hand and suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's shoulder. Slap. But just as he made contact with Lin Chen's shoulder, Lin Chen casually raised a finger. Buzz. A golden chain instantly latched onto the man's arm. In an instant, the man was suppressed by the golden chain and crashed to the ground. Lin Chen merely squinted and smiled. "So he really is a thief. Looks like I didn't come to the wrong place." "What?" The bald man's face changed dramatically at this scene. The golden chain had instantly subdued Lu Shi. Lu Shi lay on the ground, howling, "Damn it, kill him. Do something." However, the bald man immediately regained his composure, showing no reaction to Lu's ice cries. Only watching Lin Chen warily. "Brother, you're a stranger, haven't seen you before. Who introduced you?" It was impossible for anyone to find this place through the underground black market. This tavern was not open to the public, and one needed an introduction to find it. But Lin Chen was a stranger, and no one had given prior notice. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then took out Yen Gui's phone from his pocket and opened his account. The introducer should be Yen Gui. "Old Yen?" The bald man visibly froze at the mention of Yen Gui's name, surprised. "You're someone old Yen introduced? Why didn't he give a heads up?" Lin Chen smiled and said slowly, "Because he's already dead. I killed him." At this statement, everyone present changed their expressions dramatically. The bald man wasted no time and suddenly pulled out a shotgun from under the bar. The two thieves at the table behind Lin Chen also wasted no time, throwing their stools and lunging towards him. But just then, Lin Chen merely snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, over a dozen golden chains shot out from around Lin Chen. They didn't give the bald man a chance to pull the trigger. One golden chain pierced through his palm, while another wrapped around his neck. The two men behind were also instantly bound by the golden chains, their movements suppressed, and they all fell to the ground. "See, you're in a hurry." The moment the golden chains appeared, everyone present was instantly controlled. Even Dong Xianben, in the far corner of the tavern, was no exception, bound by a golden chain that restrained his hands. However, Dong Xianben was still somewhat dignified. The others were all firmly pressed to the ground by the golden chains, struggling to no avail. "A level? How is this possible?" The bald man was tightly bound by the chain around his neck, trying to pull it off with his hands, but it was still useless. The young man in front of him was actually in a level? Lin Chen crossed his legs and sat in the chair, beckoning to the bald man with a finger. Immediately, the golden chain began to tighten, dragging the bald man out from the bar and pulling him in front of Lin Chen. "What's your name?" Lin Chen lowered his head, looking at the bald man on the ground. The bald man struggled for a moment, but the chain around his neck continued to constrict, the feeling of suffocation rising. Driven by the fear of death, the bald man revealed his name. Yu Kai. As Yu Kai answered, the chain around his neck began to loosen slightly, alleviating the suffocating sensation. Yu Kai gasped for air, cold sweat beading on his forehead, nervously staring at Lin Chen. How could an A-level thief find this place? Someone who could instantly subdue everyone in the tavern, leaving them powerless to resist, not even knowing why their own rules were unresponsive. A level, definitely a level. And Yu Kai looked at the golden chain around his neck, which could instantly suppress his rules. Yu Kai cursed Yen Gui in his heart. That damn thing, how could it attract someone like this? "Brother, listen to me, Yen Gui did come here, but this is an underground black market. Many people come here, mostly to buy and sell information. We have nothing to do with Yen Gui," Yu Kai hurriedly said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen merely nodded, slightly loosening the golden chain. The atmosphere in the tavern was extremely tense, and the two people behind Lin Chen were also gasping for breath, not daring to look directly at him. "I need some information about thieves or remnants." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Yu Kai suddenly realized and quickly walked to the bar, pulling open a drawer and taking out a stack of documents. "You, feel free." Yu Kai handed the documents to Lin Chen, standing aside with a smile. "These are all the documents listed in the black market." Watching Lin Chen flip through them, Yu Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he was here to seek information. Lin Chen began to sift through the pile of documents in his hands, which contained a lot of varied information. Soon, Lin Chen found information about Bailo Mountain. Suspected remnants related to time, level unknown. This information should be what Yen Gui had obtained back then. Lin Chen did not pause, quickly searching through the documents, hoping to find a way to survive. The sound of Lin Chen flipping through the documents was the only noise left in the tavern. Yukai and the others stood frozen in place, not daring to make a move, not even daring to leave. Lin Chen flipped through more than half of the documents in his hands, stopping when he saw a piece about a handgun. Wait! Lin Chen pulled out that document and stared at the information on it. There was a photo of a very old, outdated revolver. This revolver was specifically marked as having flowed into the north from abroad. This a level remnant, the attached rule is gamble? Lin Chen looked at the information, frowning. A very special shadow attribute rule. How much do you know about this revolver? Lin Chen placed the document in front of Yukai and asked. Yukai glanced down and then said, this remnant entered the north 2 years ago. Its ability is very special, but also, very useless. The rule on it is gamble. You can make a request to use this revolver to achieve it. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, probing further, achieve a wish? Yukai awkwardly nodded and said, theoretically, yes. Lin Chen frowned and asked, theoretically? Yukai did not hide anything, saying, because the rule on this remnant is too special. Have you ever played roulette? It's something the Russians like to play, loading bullets into the chamber and then shooting themselves in the head. As long as you pull the trigger and no bullet comes out, you've won the bet. If a bullet does come out, you'll be killed by this residue. Lin Chen pressed the document in his hand onto the table, thought for a moment, and asked, what about the odds? Yukai seemed a bit troubled and replied, they change based on the requirements presented. But from what I know about this residue, the odds are very low. Most of those who pulled the trigger died under this residue. No one would gamble their life on this, it's not worth the risk. Yukai had one more thing he didn't say. When this residue first appeared on the black market, it was even considered a cruel joke by its previous owner, meant to kill those greedy gamblers. Lin Chen smirked, interesting. It turned out to be a developed level shadow attribute rule for gambling. Where is this handgun now? Lin Chen asked Yukai. Yukai was taken aback, stammering and unable to respond. Just then, Dong Xianben in the corner spoke up, this residue has already been taken. It's in the hands of someone named Guofeng. Lin Chen turned to look at Dong Xianben. Do you know where he is now? Dong Xianben nodded and said in a low voice. He went to a dock in the east a couple of days ago. I can give you his phone number. Lin Chen stood up and walked over to Dong Xianben. Great, what do you want in exchange? Dong Xianben shook his head and said, just consider it a favor owed to me. Lin Chen said nothing more and simply snapped his fingers. The golden chains in the tavern vanished without a trace. Deal. Lin Chen walked out of the tavern, and his phone now had an additional number. Looking at the location Dong Xianben sent him, Lin Chen frowned slightly. It was a dock where the person named Guofeng was said to work. However, what truly caught Lin Chen's attention was that this dock was actually in Zicheng. Lin Chen thought for a moment and first dialed Guofeng's number. Beep beep beep. The number you dialed is not in service. Lin Chen was taken aback and then frowned. Guofeng's phone has no signal? Lin Chen stared at the unanswered call on his phone, falling into silence. At that moment, his phone beeped twice. Lin Chen opened his phone to find a message from Dong Xianben, a document he had organized. Lin Chen raised his hand to open it and found information about Guofeng. Guofeng, male, 37 years old. Rule, divide, clevel, shadow attribute. Works at the dock in Zicheng to hide his identity as a thief. So he also has a shadow attribute. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting Guofeng's rule to also be a shadow attribute. However, judging by Guofeng's level, it was clear he hadn't developed this rule. Lin Chen put away his phone. This result was not unexpected, as most owners of shadow attribute rules remained at clevel. After leaving the tavern, Lin Chen walked through the ancient city, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the shops on either side. Soon, Lin Chen noticed a problem. There were several shops in this ancient city, with decent-sized storefronts, but they were in a semi-closed state, selling strange items. And hardly any customers visited. How did such shops manage to survive? Lin Chen thought of the tavern he had just visited, which on the surface was a non-operational tavern, but in reality, it was an underground black market hideout for thieves, with circulating underground information. Did these shops also have another way of operating? However, Lin Chen did not linger. If it were in the past, he might have been more interested, but now his time was limited, and he needed to hurry to Zicheng to find that revolver. Zicheng. Due to being half-coastal, Zicheng has a long coastline, with golden beaches for vacationing and docks for loading and exporting goods. Around one of the docks at this moment, yellow caution tape had already been put up, and everyone at the dock had been cleared out. All ferries had come to a halt, and all import and export activities had ceased. The entire dock was sealed off. A stretched business vehicle drove past the caution line, heading towards the blocked dock. The vehicle stopped at a distance from the dock, where more than a dozen people in gray uniforms had been waiting for a long time. What's the situation now? A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows stepped out of the car and asked the logistics personnel who approached him. Captain Du, this dock has been completely sealed off by us. All import and export activities have been cancelled. We have coordinated with the relevant companies and the surrounding people have also been cleared out. As the logistics personnel spoke, he handed over a report he was holding. Du Gangming took the report and quickly flipped to the end. Have the frontline personnel from Mayu Pavilion arrived? The logistics personnel stepped aside respectfully and said, "They are all ready, just waiting for you." Captain Du Gangming walked briskly towards a temporary metal shed nearby. As soon as the door was pushed open, several people inside stood up upon seeing Du Gangming. Captain Du. Du Gangming scanned the room and said, "Sit down. Who are the action personnel assigned by Mayu Pavilion this time?" Report, "I am Bai Yuan from Mayu Pavilion, one of the action personnel assigned this time." A woman with long hair, dressed in a white uniform, stood up and spoke to Du Gangming. Du Gangming glanced at Bai Yuan, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with this thief who had just been incorporated into Mayu Pavilion. He flipped through the information in his hand and quickly found details about Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan, rule mirror, Blevel. Attempted to hijack a ship at a cruise party organized by the Shin family group, failed, and was taken to Mayu Pavilion, now incorporated. Du Gangming looked at the man in a white suit beside him. "Is this the one you brought back?" Shin Chao straightened up and nodded in response. "Captain Du, Bai Yuan was brought back to Mayu Pavilion by me." Bai Yuan stood there, looking obedient, with her hands folded on her abdomen. Du Gangming set down the personnel list in his hand and gestured for Bai Yuan to sit down. "Is there any news from the pair inside?" Shin Chao shook his head with a serious expression and said, "Captain Du, 2 level cleaners from the first team went in, but they lost contact after 12 hours. Then Shin Chao took out a stack of photos, which were satellite images of the dock. When the prison first appeared, the area was not very large, only covering a cargo ship near the dock. After receiving the news, Mayu Pavilion classified this incident as clever. But when the 2 cleaners from the first team arrived here, the prison's area had already expanded to 600 meters. Du Gangming looked at the photos in his hand, frowning. The prison's area was only 600 meters, but when he arrived here just now, the prison had already enveloped the entire dock. Is the prison's area continuously expanding? Shin Chao nodded and took out a video. 24 hours after the prison appeared, the area had expanded threefold, and the rate of expansion is still accelerating. Now it has expanded to cover the entire dock, and Mayu Pavilion has urgently called off this operation and reclassified it. Now this dock incident has been classified as a level. In the video, the prison initially only covered that cargo ship, but as time passed, it suddenly expanded. In just 24 hours, the prison had expanded threefold. Now the prison had completely enveloped the entire dock. Du Gangming watched the video and said in a deep voice, "Have the reasons for the prison's expansion been found?" Shin Chao shook his head and said, "Not yet." Du Gangming fell silent, pressing his palm on the table, staring at those photos. No wonder Mayu Pavilion urgently called me to handle this situation. An ever-expanding prison is indeed quite tricky. From originally being classified as level C, it has now been defined as level A. Not only that, but at this very moment, while they were sitting here analyzing, the prison was still expanding. What exactly was the source of the prison? That phantom? Du Gangming quickly settled on an idea. We can't let the prison expand any further. We must deal with that phantom as soon as possible. He then picked up the black phone used for communication from the table and pressed the call button. "Hello, this is the command center of Mayu Pavilion." A voice came from the other end of the line. Du Gangming placed the phone on the table and spoke softly. "I am Du Gangming, level A cleaner, and I have arrived at the dock. The second action team is now established, with Captain Du Gangming and team members Shin Chao, Bai Yuan, and Su Guanchang. Based on the actual situation, I suggest we act immediately." Soon, orders were issued from Mayu Pavilion. Received. Permission to act immediately granted. Sorry, no entry ahead. A man in a gray uniform stopped a taxi. "Hey, we can't go ahead, should we take a detour?" the driver said, turning to Lin Chen. Lin Chen squinted slightly upon seeing the staff member in the gray uniform. "No need, turn around." The taxi began to turn around, and when they reached the intersection, Lin Chen called for the taxi to stop. After paying, Lin Chen stood by the roadside, looking far towards the coast. According to the information provided by Dong Xianben, Guofeng was at that dock, but now the roads around the dock were all blocked. The phantom has appeared. Lin Chen had already confirmed his suspicion when he saw the logistics personnel. Guofeng's phone was out of service, losing signal, and the dock was sealed off by Mayu Pavilion, indicating that a phantom had found Guofeng. Lin Chen didn't rush to head that way. Instead, he found a nearby hotel to stay in. The elevator went all the way up to the 13th floor. Lin Chen used his room card to unlock the door, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. From here, Lin Chen could clearly overlook the distant coast. The coastline was long, and the blockade only surrounded that dock. Lin Shen squinted and saw the metal shed built next to the dock, along with the logistics personnel stationed by Mayu Pavilion. Something's not right, the range of this prison. Soon, Lin Shen noticed something was off. The prison at the dock seemed to be expanding. He took out his phone and dialed Guo Feng's number again. Beep beep beep. The number you dialed is out of service. Guo Feng's phone was still unreachable. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Shen knew that as long as the phantom wasn't eliminated, the prison wouldn't disappear. Now that Mayu Pavilion had sent people to take over the dock, frontline personnel had already entered the prison. It was just uncertain when it would be resolved. Lin Shen felt conflicted. If Guo Feng had been taken away by Mayu Pavilion's people, it would become even more troublesome for him to find him. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen found Shin Chaos contact information in his phone. Beep beep beep. Lin Shen dialed Shin Chaos number. The number you dialed is out of service. What? Shin Chaos phone has no signal too? Lin Shen was taken aback, then looked up, staring at the distant dock. Could it be that Shin Chao has also entered the prison? Lin Shen turned off the screen of his phone, lost in thought. Just then, without any warning, the prison at the dock paused for a moment, then suddenly exploded outward. In an instant, that prison seemed to explode outward, rapidly expanding. What? Lin Shen's pupils constricted, staring in shock at the scene not far away. There was no time for Lin Shen to react. The prison that had only existed at the dock had now enveloped the entire surrounding coast, and even 3 streets along the shore were instantly covered. Buzz, in the next moment, a vast expanse of white prison instantly enveloped the hotel where Lin Shen was staying. What's going on? Lin Shen immediately pulled out his phone, only to find that it had lost signal. Had he been caught up in the prison? Lin Shen looked out through the glass window and saw that the streets below had already begun to descend into chaos. Why is there no signal? I'm in a meeting. Hello? Hello? I'm playing a game. What the hell is going on? Lin Shen's face turned grim as he stared intently at the nearby dock. What on earth is happening? Why had the prison's range suddenly expanded explosively? It had originally only shrouded the dock, but now it had extended to the inland streets. Lin Shen roughly estimated that the current range of the prison had already exceeded 3 kilometers. The originally established warning line of the Mayu Pavilion was now utterly meaningless. This prison now covered at least several thousand people. The terrifying speed of expansion made Lin Shen's scalp tingle. He had never encountered such a situation before. Based on the prison's range, he could roughly deduce that the entity should be at level. But now, the situation, that entity had reached a level. Meanwhile, the command center of the Mayu Pavilion was in an uproar. Minister, it's bad. The prison is expanding rapidly. 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 2,500 meters, and it hasn't stopped. Quick, hurry and bring the minister over. What's going on? Why has the prison by the seaside suddenly expanded? Everyone in the command center changed their expressions drastically, as this sudden explosive expansion of the prison had come without any warning. Moreover, the range of the prison had truly reached a level. Several responsible individuals rushed over upon hearing the news, staring intently at the satellite positioning on the screen. How long have Du Gangming and the others been in the prison? 4 hours. Immediately call Du Gangming. Hurry. Yes, yes. A liaison hurriedly dialed Du Gangming's number. But just as the phone rang once, it was instantly hung up. The liaison stood there dumbfounded. Su, Minister Su, team leader Du hung up the phone. What? Du Gangming rejected the call? Su Yun's expression changed, his fists clenched. Should we keep trying? The liaison asked, trembling. Su Yun raised his hand to stop the liaison's actions. No need. Su Yun took a deep breath, quickly calming himself down. Something must have gone wrong inside the prison. There's definitely a reason why Du Gangming didn't answer the call. No need to keep calling, just wait for him to call back to the Mayu Pavilion. Su Yun then turned to the side, his expression serious as he asked, what's the current extent of the prison by the seaside? Report, Minister Su. The diameter has now reached 3,500 meters. The 3 commercial streets by the coast have all been engulfed. Hearing the liaison's words, Su Yun's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, immediately notify the Mayu Pavilion to send in all the cleaners above level. Have them all gather in the hall. Then send a message to the surrounding cities to see if we can mobilize any other level cleaners for support. Don't worry about Du Gangming's team. Du Gangming is a level, and he won't run into any problems for now. Su Yun then said solemnly, from now on, report the situation of the prison to me every 10 minutes. Yes, understood. The liaison responded loudly. Su Yun immediately left the command center and sent the gathering message to the level cleaners currently stationed at the Mayu Pavilion. Meanwhile, Su Yun quickly took out another phone from his pocket. Notify the logistics personnel to head to Bo County immediately and seal off the surrounding coast. Don't worry about social impact, seal off the nearby main roads as well, no one can enter anymore. On the other side, in the hotel, Lin Chen stood in front of the huge glass window, not in a hurry to leave. The sudden expansion of the prison must have a reason. What caused the prison to explode in such a way? Lin Chen frowned, standing still. However, there are no lockdowns at the boundaries of this prison, even ordinary people can walk out of it. Unlike the church in West Asia, where the prison's boundaries are sealed, this prison is open. Woo! 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 The air raid siren suddenly blared, echoing between the tall buildings. Everyone on the commercial street heard the air raid siren and looked up at the sky in surprise. What's going on? What day is it today? An air raid drill. The traffic on the street began to slow down. And with the sound of the air raid siren, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Soon, 2 pickup trucks with official markings appeared at the end of the street. A large red loudspeaker was placed on top of the pickup. Due to special circumstances at the seaside, please evacuate quickly from the seaside. Due to special circumstances at the seaside, please evacuate quickly from the seaside. Due to special circumstances at the seaside, please evacuate quickly from the seaside. The loudspeaker repeated this over and over. Not only that, but the logistics personnel station near the dock had already begun to evacuate the crowd. The flow of people on the commercial street started to surge. Many, although unsure of the reason, followed the instructions and began to retreat. The sound of the air raid siren, the disappearance of signals, and the evacuation of gray personnel created a tense atmosphere in the nearby commercial streets. Lin Chen watched for a while by the window, then opened his room door and walked towards the elevator. He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor just as the elevator doors were about to close. Wait, wait! A woman shouted as she ran over, shoving her palm into the elevator door. Lin Chen pressed the open button. The elevator doors reopened, and the woman hurriedly squeezed in. Huff, huff, huff. Thank you. The woman was panting, wearing pajamas, and even had a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. She had a bag slung over her left shoulder, stuffed with a laptop and wallet, and in her right hand she held a small white fleece dog. Unlike Lin Chen's calm demeanor, the woman's hair was disheveled, and she appeared flustered. What's going on today? Did something happen at the seaside? Is there a war? I'm so scared, I still have so many clothes left behind. The woman muttered anxiously while trying to soothe her little dog. Ding! The elevator doors reached the first floor. The woman grabbed her bag with one hand and picked up the fleece dog with the other, rushing towards the exit. Outside, the street was already in chaos, and the woman stood there, bewildered, unsure of which direction to go. Just then, Lin Chen appeared slowly from behind, patted the woman's shoulder, and pointed in a direction. Go that way. Ah, thank you, thank you. The woman bowed to Lin Chen several times and then ran in the direction he indicated. Lin Chen stood at the hotel entrance, watching the somewhat chaotic flow of people outside. The crowd on the commercial street had begun to evacuate. Those who initially thought it was just a drill, half believing, also emerged from various places and started to follow the crowd to leave. However, about a quarter of the people still remained in their rooms or took the opportunity to loot shops. Lin Chen, hands in his pockets, expressionless, walked along the street against the flow of people. This sudden expansion of the prison came without warning. The logistics personnel station near the dock had no time to make proper arrangements and could only urge ordinary people to evacuate as best as they could. In the chaos, no one noticed a young man walking towards the dock. Lin Chen, hands in his pockets, squinted his eyes, staring in the direction of the dock. The prison first appeared on a cargo ship and then began to spread to the surrounding docks, eventually enveloping the nearby commercial street. The sudden expansion of the prison must mean something went wrong on Shin Chaos side. Guofeng should have been the first to come into contact with this entity. If I'm not mistaken, this entity was attracted by Guofeng. Lin Chen walked towards the dock by the coast, crossing the previous warning line, and then arrived near the logistics personnel station at Mayu Pavilion. Surrounding him were several makeshift metal shacks, along with a lot of equipment left scattered around. Due to the sudden expansion of the prison, they could only quickly evacuate the crowd, and there was no time to deal with these items. Lin Chen pushed open the largest metal shack in the center, where there was a large conference table, the chairs pulled out, and cups filled with tea on the table. Lin Chen walked to the front of the table and picked up the documents scattered across it. Bai Yuan? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. The first page was Bai Yuan's file. Back on the cruise ship, Bai Yuan and Mao Kai, along with the rules of mirror and mud, left a deep impression on Lin Chen. He didn't expect that after being brought to Mayu Pavilion, Bai Yuan would also be recruited. Lin Chen continued to flip through the documents and indeed found the file on Xin Chao. Xin Chao is indeed involved in this operation. Following that was a file on a young man named Su Guanxiang, a level cleaner with an immunity level of 43. Lin Chen set down the documents and picked up a half-written report lying nearby. Second Squad, Captain Du Gangming, squad members Bai Yuan, Shen Chao, Su Guanxiang began operations at 1 p.m. on April 7.
Du Gangming?
Lin Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the name. As expected, he should be a level cleaner leading the team. Moreover, the report indicated it was the second squad, meaning Mayu Pavilion had already sent a squad to handle the situation before, and the result must have been a failure. Lin Chen continued to read, which recorded the real-time situation of Du Gangming and his team after entering the dock.
At 1 p.m., the squad entered the dock.
At 1:30 p.m., a dead body was discovered, identified as a dock worker. At 1:45 p.m., the squad approached the shore where there were 4 cargo ships lined up from left to right preparing to board the first cargo ship. At 3:30 p.m., the first cargo ship was inspected, revealing 27 deceased dock workers with no signs of a void.
At 3:31 p.m., the void appeared. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Encountered a void?
At 3:35 p.m., the void was shot dead by Du Gangming, classified as level, with no casualties. Lin Chen realized something was off. If the void had already been killed by Du Gangming, the prison should have collapsed long ago, but why was it still expanding? At 4:30 p.m., searching the second cargo ship, they encountered 3 voids, all level, which were killed, yet the prison still hadn't ended. At 5:28 p.m., Du Gangming's squad actively hung up the phone and lost contact. Lin Chen looked at this abruptly halted action report, his brow furrowed.
Lost contact? A level cleaner. Du Gangming is the captain, with Shen Chao,
Bai Yuan, and Su Guanxiang as level team members.
How could a squad of this level go missing?
Lin Chen threw down the action report in his hand and continued to search through the documents on the table, trying to find more useful information.
Unfortunately, there was nothing useful left.
Lin Chen walked out of the makeshift metal shack, looking back at the still chaotic commercial street behind him. At this moment, the few logistics personnel were working hard to clear the crowd, and there should also be logistics personnel outside starting to assist. With such a significant problem occurring in this prison, Mayu Pavilion would definitely react strongly. They were likely already mobilizing cleaners by now.
Lin Chen did not linger any longer and began walking towards the dock not far away. From this position,
he could clearly see the 4 massive cargo ships docked at the coast.
The void should be inside.
Lin Chen pondered the information he had just gathered from the report as he walked towards the dock. The report mentioned that Du Gangming and his team first encountered a level void, which they quickly killed, yet the prison did not disappear. Later, they also encountered 4 level voids, all of which were killed. The prison not disappearing indicates that the void was not completely eliminated, meaning there is more than one void present in this prison. Lin Chen shoved his hands into his pockets, frowning. Du Gangming and the others went missing 4 hours after entering the prison, which was at 5:28 p.m., and the sudden explosive expansion of the prison coincides almost exactly with their disappearance.
The prison won't lie.
Initially, the prison covering the dock was at most level, but now the coverage has reached a level.
Based on the prison's range, one could infer the level of this entity.
In other words, half an hour ago, this entity had just transitioned from level to a level. However, given the strength of Du Gangming's team, it was absolutely impossible for them to be completely wiped out. The reason they cut off communication must be due to some unavoidable circumstance. Yet there was one point that puzzled Lin Chen.
Can entities also level up? Or is it that the entry of Du Gangming's team attracted another A-level entity?
Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, now standing before the 4 massive cargo ships. The ships were deeply laden, with a dense array of enormous containers on board, some of which had already been opened for unloading, while others remained sealed. According to the report, Du Gangming and the others had explored the first cargo ship on the left and found nothing.
Lin Chen directly bypassed the first cargo ship and walked towards the second one. Thud, thud, thud.
Lin Chen climbed the ladder step by step onto the cargo ship. Unlike the cruise ship where Xinhua had hosted a private party at sea, this cargo ship was almost entirely filled with cargo holds, except for the engine room. Lin Chen took a glance into the cockpit and found it long abandoned, so he headed towards the deck. The deck was almost entirely covered with containers of various colors, and there were many of them, significantly larger than usual. Lin Chen leaned over and approached an opened container. Inside were neatly arranged rectangular goods, wrapped in white packaging. Lin Chen raised his hand to tear open a packaging bag, discovering a pile of black and gray items inside. He dipped his finger into it and brought it to his nose to smell. Unfortunately, this body had long since lost its sense of smell. Lin Chen stepped out of the container and slowly walked deeper onto the deck. He moved slowly, his footsteps light, always alert to his surroundings.
Bang! Suddenly,
a sound of something colliding with a container echoed from one side. Lin Chen immediately halted, turning to gaze at the nearby red container.
Crack!
A huge bulge suddenly appeared on the red container, the metal beginning to deform.
What is it?
Lin Chen squinted, pulling one hand out of his pocket.
Creak, creak.
As the deformation of the red container intensified, the bulge began to push violently towards Lin Chen. In the next moment, the container finally reached its limit. Bang! The side of the container was ripped open, and a pitch-black claw shot out from inside, instantly reaching for Lin Chen. Lin Chen merely narrowed his eyes slightly. Poof! In an instant, 2 golden chains shot out around Lin Chen. Bang! Bang! The 2 golden chains pierced through the black claw, then, like a torrent, they tore through the container, ripping apart the steel and dragging the entity inside out. With a clatter, as the entity was pulled out by the golden chains, its crimson vertical pupils fixed intently on Lin Chen, and white smoke began to rise from its body. The entity struggled violently, the golden chains rattling as it tugged at them. Unfortunately, it still couldn't break free from the golden chains. Lin Chen stood still, watching as the entity was dragged to his feet. Its head was large, but its body was very short, with its hands dragging on the ground, the struggling claws leaving cracks on the deck. Level? Lin Chen murmured, staring at the entity. Then Lin Chen raised his hand and squeezed the air, causing the golden chains to tighten instantly, directly crushing the entity's body. Whoosh! The entity's body was shattered, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Similarly, after Lin Chen dealt with this entity, the prison still showed no reaction. This should be the void that Du Gangming and the others encountered in the report. Lin Chen stood still, lost in thought. In a single prison. It's rare for 2 voids to appear at the same time. But now, in this prison, counting the 5 that Du Gangming and his team dealt with, a total of 6 level voids have appeared. Lin Chen stood up and continued walking deeper into the deck. Meanwhile, at the Jinga Palace. On the 60th floor of the Jinga Palace, in Zhao He's office, the phone suddenly rang. Hello, this is Zhao He from Jinga Palace. Zhao He answered the phone, speaking in a deep voice. I am Su Yun, the head of Meiyu Pavilion. There is a void appearing at the 3rd dock of the number 8 sea line in Zicheng City, and the area has expanded to 5 kilometers. The situation is urgent. I have obtained permission from the Qinglong Hall to request your assistance in this operation. Su Yun's voice came through the phone. What? Zhao He's expression tightened, but he quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. I understand. I will head to Meiyu Pavilion immediately. After hanging up the phone, Zhao He quickly dialed a new number. Hello, this is Zhao He. Prepare a helicopter for me. The situation is urgent, speed is essential. I request to take off in 15 minutes. The commercial street covered by the prison around the coast had already been mostly cleared. Meiyu Pavilion responded quickly, sealing off the roads and dispatching a large number of logistics personnel to evacuate the crowds caught in the area. Report, Captain Chen, the commercial street has been cleared. A logistics personnel approached Chen Xiaowei respectfully. Chen Xiaowei stood beside a vehicle, her expression grave as she looked towards the hell not far away. At this moment, there were still a few scattered people being brought out from inside. The surrounding intersections had been completely sealed off, not only with warning lines but even covered with nails on the road. All broadcasts had been requisitioned, repeatedly announcing evacuation notices. I understand. Chen Xiaowei nodded, then took out her phone and dialed Shin Chaos number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Shin Xiao was indeed still inside. Chen Xiaowei looked at the prison, her face extremely serious. According to intelligence, this prison suddenly expanded at 5:30 p.m., directly tripling in size, even enveloping 3 surrounding commercial streets. Du Gangming's team entered the prison at 1 p.m. and completely lost contact 4 hours later. The timing of both events almost coincided. The only good news was that this prison was an open barrier, allowing ordinary people to enter and exit freely. What is the current range of this prison? Chen Xiaowei asked a nearby staff member. In front of the staff member was a computer displaying satellite images of the prison's coverage area. Captain Chen, the diameter of the prison has now expanded to 5 kilometers. And the prison is continuing to expand slowly. Chen Xiaowei's expression darkened, her fists clenched tightly. Damn it! Why is it still expanding? Based on the prison's coverage area, it had already reached a level. What on earth is going on with this void? At the dock, Lin Chen stood on the deck of the second cargo ship, surrounded by dozens of chains thrusting out in different directions. Each chain pierced through a void's body, with dozens of voids pinned to the deck by Lin Chen's golden chains, their howls echoing across the cargo ship. Lin Chen frowned, looking at the dead voids around him. There are too many. The number of these voids was far too great, completely defying logic. Lin Chen raised his hand, and the chains shattered all the voids' bodies, turning them into a cloud of black smoke. With a whoosh, the golden chains disappeared into thin air. Could it be that none of these are the source void? Lin Chen frowned, just the voids on the deck alone were enough to wipe out some level teams. Just then, the surrounding containers began to shake. Bang, bang, bang. The outer walls of the containers started to deform and twist to varying degrees. A series of sharp claws emitted a piercing scratching sound from inside the container. Lin Chen's expression changed. What? He looked around. There were at least 100 containers nearby. Without exception, almost every container was filled with roaring sounds, and they had begun to deform, ready to burst open at any moment. How could there be so many? Lin Chen didn't hesitate and immediately ran towards the entrance of the deck. The number of these creatures was absolutely abnormal. He couldn't stay here. Just then, a sudden cracking sound came from behind. Bang, bang. Dozens of creatures tore through the steel exterior of the container, roaring as they charged towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen was startled and quickly jumped off the deck. Looking around, he kicked open the hatch and dove into the interior of the cargo ship. Roar! The creatures all surged down, their terrifying claws scratching countless cracks into the deck, and the walls of the surrounding cabins were also torn open. Pairs of crimson vertical pupils flickered, black mist swirling around them, with two impossibly long arms dragging behind, making a screeching sound. But after losing sight of Lin Chen, these creatures fell into silence. Lin Chen crouched beneath the cabin, peering through the gaps in the steel frame, staring at the roaring creatures with an unblinking gaze. After a while, these creatures began to disappear, returning to the deck. Lin Chen understood that he could not be considered a thief right now. He did not truly possess the rules. The deception had vanished, and the true lock was in the prison of Bailo Mountain. Now, only a part of the lock's ability was being carried by him. He was more like a remnant, so the creatures would not be attracted to him. Something's not right. The number of these creatures shouldn't be this many. Lin Chen frowned, lost in thought. Just then, a shadow in the corner suddenly caught Lin Chen's attention. He turned around, squinting, and stared into the darkness at the bottom of the cabin. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Chen raised a hand and slowly walked towards the darkness. In the dark, there was a figure slumped on the ground. Who are you? Lin Chen asked coldly, standing still, as golden chains began to gather around him. But the next moment, Lin Chen sensed something was off. Is this a corpse? He walked into the darkness and discovered it was a long-dead person slumped on the ground. The man was wearing work clothes, leaning against the iron wall behind him, his body limp, blood long since pooled on the ground, now thick and congealed. But the moment he clearly saw the man's face, Lin Chen's pupils jolted. This is Guofeng? Lin Chen crouched down and lifted the corpse's chin. It really is him. Lin Chen opened his phone's photo album and found a picture, carefully comparing it with the man. This was a photo that Dong Xian had sent him of Guofeng. The dead body was identical to the man in the photo. Guofeng is actually dead. Lin Chen frowned, staring at Guofeng's corpse. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed a thumb-sized hole on the side of Guofeng's temple, hidden in the darkness. Is this a bullet hole? Lin Chen quickly recognized the hole on Guofeng's temple. It was indeed a bullet hole. Guofeng's arm hung limply on the ground, and not far from him lay a rusty revolver. Lin Chen picked up the revolver. This is that remnant. The remnant that possessed the rule of gamble. Next to the rusty gun, there was a phone that was still glowing. Lin Chen picked it up and found it was a recorded video. Wife, son, I might not be able to come back this time. There's a loose brick next to the toilet. Inside there's 600,000 cash. I'm sorry for you both. In the video, Guofeng recorded this segment with a terrified expression. His face was pained as he raised a hand to touch his face, continuing, this time I got caught, I can't escape anymore. I can only take a gamble. With that, Guofeng placed his phone in front of him, trembling as he pulled a revolver from his pocket and aimed it at his own head. I want to escape. Guofeng closed his eyes tightly and voiced his wish, then gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. The gamble was initiated. Bang! The revolver fired. Guofeng lost the gamble. His body slumped back weakly, the phone fell to the ground, the revolver dropped to the side, and blood slowly trickled down from his temple. Lin Chen fell into silence. He set the phone down and closed the video. Guofeng was dead beneath the revolver that held the gamble. Lin Chen frowned. From this video, it was clear that Guofeng had been driven to a dead end by that entity and was forced to use the gambling revolver. His wish was to escape this prison. But he lost the gamble and died under this gun. Wait, why did the prison change so drastically after Guofeng died? Lin Chen furrowed his brow and reopened Guofeng's profile. Rule, divide, in attribute, class. And those dozens of entities encountered on the deck, could they be related to Guofeng's divide? It was hard for Lin Chen not to connect these two events. Entities are attracted to rules. Normally, when a thief dies, the rules return to the world, but rules devoured by entities do not return. Lin Chen recalled the secret Zhou Kuan had once revealed to him. If the rules devoured by entities do not return, then where do the rules go? Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly. Could it be that after entities devour the rules become possessed by the entities? If that's the case, this prison is much more troublesome than I imagined. It started by enveloping a cargo ship, then expanded to cover the entire dock, and finally directly encompass 3 commercial streets on the coast. Moreover, Lin Chen could clearly sense that the prison was still slowly expanding. If that entity truly obtained divide and continued to develop, it would continuously create more entities. Xin Chao and the others should be on the other 2 cargo ships. Lin Chen stood up and picked up the revolver from the ground. The entities outside had disappeared, and Lin Chen opened the hatch, bending down to walk out. The entities that had been there had seemingly vanished, as if they had returned to the deck. Lin Chen stepped onto the stairs, his footsteps light and silent, slowly leaving the cargo ship. Looking at the 3rd cargo ship beside him, Lin Chen did not hesitate and walked straight up. Thud! This cargo ship was much quieter than he had imagined. Almost eerily silent. Lin Chen first headed to the cabin, raised his hand to grasp the doorknob, but it was unfortunately locked. He did not attempt to break the door but instead slowly walked toward the deck. However, as soon as he stepped onto the deck, Lin Chen was met with a scene that shocked him to the core. The deck was packed with densely clustered entities. Billowing black mist gathered together, and pairs of crimson eyes flickered with an eerie light. Just a quick glance made Lin Chen's scalp tingle. The number was terrifying. Was it 100 or 200? Lin Chen couldn't be sure, but this extremely horrifying scene left him in shock. How could there be so many? Lin Chen's eyelids twitched violently as he hid behind a container, watching the entities crowded on the deck. Each of these entities looked identical, without any difference. Crimson vertical pupils, massive heads, short bodies, and 2 sharp claws dragging on the ground. This feeling is the activation of the rules. Lin Chen surprisingly detected the aura of rules emanating from these entities. Divide was indeed taken by that entity. But Guofeng, who originally possessed Divide, was only class. It was absolutely impossible for it to develop to this extent. How long had it been since the entity obtained Divide? Less than 24 hours, and it had already reached this level. The terrifying speed of development that exceeded common sense made Lin Chen feel a chill run down his spine. He stood still, not making a sound. Because right now, he was merely a remnant and wouldn't attract the attention of the void. With over 100 level voids, no wonder the prison keeps expanding. Each void possessed a prison, and with the accumulation of hundreds of voids, the range of the prison grew larger and larger. It was at this moment that Lin Chen realized why Du Gangming and the others had actively cut off contact. Just a slight noise would lead to being surrounded and killed by hundreds of level voids. Lin Chen slowly began to back away, leaving the deck. As he descended the stairs, retreating back to the cabin, the previously closed cabin door suddenly swung open. Lin Chen instinctively raised his hand to grab something, but suddenly a hand grasped his wrist. Slap! Who? Lin Chen spun around sharply, only to see a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows looking at him seriously, raising a finger to his lips in a sure gesture. Upon seeing the man's face, Lin Chen's mind suddenly recalled that piece of information. A level scavenger, Du Gangming. At this moment, Du Gangming held Lin Chen's wrist with one hand and gestured with the other, slowly shaking his head, signaling Lin Chen not to make a sound. Inside the cabin, Xin Chao leaned out, clearly surprised upon seeing Lin Chen. Lin Chen exchanged glances with Xin Chao, then slowly lowered his hand. Locke returned to calm. Du Gangming also slowly released his grip on Lin Chen, stepping aside. Following Du Gangming into the cabin, Lin Chen discovered that besides Xin Chao, there was another person sitting in the corner by Yuan, while another scavenger, Su Guanshan, stood behind Du Gangming, watching Lin Chen warily. Xin Chao, upon seeing Lin Chen, looked astonished, then picked up a drawing board from the side and wrote on it with a marker. Lin Chen, how are you here? You didn't die under that curse? Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly, and at Xin Chao's gesture, he took the marker and wrote 2 words on it. Half dead. Xin Chao was taken aback, looking at Lin Chen in confusion. Only Du Gangming, standing nearby, squinted slightly, staring intently at Lin Chen. There was no trace of a living person's aura on Lin Chen, although his skin showed no abnormalities. Just a bit pale, there was a very obvious deathly aura about him, one that did not belong to the living. You are already dead. Du Gangming wrote a line on the drawing board? At that moment, Bai Yuan, who had been sitting in the corner, froze upon seeing Lin Chen, then her face suddenly turned pale, instinctively retreating backward. It was him. Bai Yuan's expression darkened. She would never forget the scene on the white cruise ship. The one dragging chains, wandering in the darkness. Bai Yuan forced a stiff smile at Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not respond, merely surveying his surroundings. The cabin was small, barely able to accommodate 6 or 7 people. When he had pulled the cabin door earlier, Du Gangming and the others must have noticed him. No wonder they had cut off contact with Mei Yugu. Just those voids above were enough to instantly tear them apart. Lin Chen took the drawing board and wrote a line with the marker. What is the current situation? Xin Chao took the drawing board and wrote a line that sent chills down the spine. The void is infinitely splitting. Although Lin Chen already had a vague guess, he was still shocked upon seeing Shen Xiao write that line. That void indeed obtained the split and has developed to the point of infinitely splitting itself. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. No wonder the prison that originally shrouded the dock suddenly expanded explosively. This terrifying speed of development, if given enough time, would cause the prison's range to expand wildly, even covering the entire city of Xichang. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, as if he had touched upon a hidden truth. Why did the East take the lead in asking the cleaners to ease relations with the thieves, preferring to protect the thieves rather than let them be devoured by the void? The fundamental reason is not that the glass dragon took over the Azure Dragon Hall, but because the void, after devouring the thieves, would also take away the rules. Humans have bodies, they feel pain, they get hurt, and the body ultimately has limits. But the void is different. It crazily develops rules without any repercussions, even directly ignoring the backlash of the rules. This particular void is an example. After obtaining points, it split into hundreds of voids in just 24 hours. It seems that the birth of the void is solely to take away the rules. At this moment, Du Gangming took the blackboard. What's the situation outside? How much has the range of the prison expanded? Lin Chen took the marker. The prison has covered 3 surrounding commercial streets and is still continuing to expand. Du Gangming's expression darkened upon seeing Lin Chen's writing, his thick brows knitted together. Killing the split-off voids is ineffective. We must kill the original source void to completely end the prison. We can't do it alone. We can only wait for support. Lin Chen nodded at the words Du Gangming wrote on the board. The number of voids he saw on the deck was truly terrifying. Even if Du Gangming isn't a class cleaner, he couldn't kill all these voids. And as long as the source void with the points is not found, no matter how many voids are dealt with, it would be meaningless. But Lin Chen fell into silence. With the terrifying development speed of that void, could they really afford to wait? A class void, after obtaining points, could cause such a terrifying situation simply because it wasn't killed in time. Meanwhile, at the boundary of the prison, a small helicopter buzzed in from the horizon. Chen Xiaowei, responsible for monitoring the boundary, sensed the presence and immediately turned to look. She saw a tall man stepping down from the helicopter. Chen Xiaowei's expression shifted. He had arrived, the A-class cleaner. Zhao He strode towards Chen Xiaowei and said in a deep voice, "I am Zhao He from the Jinga Palace, responsible for this support mission as per orders. Tell me the situation here immediately. Time is of the essence." Chen Xiaowei nodded and quickly notified the command center. The news of Zhao He's arrival was swiftly relayed to Minister Su Yun of the Meiyu Pavilion, who was commanding at the boundary. Su Yun immediately took off his headset and said, "Continue monitoring this prison with satellites. Report any situation to me at the first opportunity." "Understood, Minister Su." Su Yun stepped out of an RV and saw the helicopter parked not far away. He quickly walked towards Zhao He and extended his hand for a handshake. "I am Su Yun, Minister of the Meiyu Pavilion. Thank you for your support." Zhao He did not engage in pleasantries and quickly flipped through the report in his hand. "Has Du Gangming made contact?" Su Yun shook his head and said, "No. The last time he hung up the call, he never called back." Zhao He nodded and asked, "What is the coverage area of this prison?" A secretary following Su Yun immediately handed over the latest satellite image. The prison's range has now expanded to 6 kilometers, with no signs of stopping. Su Yun said, "Based on past experience, this prison has already reached a class." But after Zhao He reviewed the satellite image, he looked at the prison that was so close. "No, it can't be a class," Zhao He said in a deep voice. Su Yun was taken aback and walked to the boundary of the prison with Zhao He, saying, "The coverage of this prison has reached the A-class judgment line. How can it not be a class?" Zhao He tossed the satellite image to an assistant beside him. Watching the logistics personnel clearing the crowd ahead, the level prisons cannot be opened. Once they reach a level, the prison's barrier becomes restrictive, making it impossible to leave easily. Zhao He pointed to a few ordinary people who had just run out of the prison. Su Yun stood aside, momentarily taken aback. Zhao He had already extended a hand, touching the boundary of the prison. His palm passed through the barrier without any obstruction, entering the prison. Although the coverage has reached a level assessment, that phantom is definitely not a level. Su Yun frowned, contemplating Zhao He's words. As the head of the Meiyu Pavilion, Su Yun mostly undertook command tasks and had rarely ventured deep into the prison himself. Zhao He, as an A-level cleaner, had dealt with many incidents and could see through the true level of the phantom at a glance. After thinking for a moment, Zhao He said to the secretary behind Su Yun, "Get me a communication phone. I need to call Du Gangming." The secretary paused for a moment and said softly, "Captain Zhao, Captain Du and the others must be in some unavoidable situation. If we call rashly, won't it?" Zhao He said in a deep voice, "Give me the phone, I will take responsibility for the consequences." The secretary hesitated. Looking at Su Yun, Su-yun remained silent for a moment, then said to the secretary, "Go get a communication phone. Trust Captain Zhao's judgment." "Yes, he'll go right away." The secretary was momentarily stunned and then quickly ran off. The secretary did not expect that Su-yun, as the head, would allow Zhao He's reckless behavior. After all, no one knew what had happened inside the prison, and if the judgment was wrong, this phone call could very well endanger Du Gangming and the others. But Su-yun allowed Zhao He's actions because he believed that Zhao He, as a level cleaner, had better judgment than his own theoretical knowledge. The phone was brought over, and without hesitation, Zhao He pressed the call button. Beep. It rang just once before being quickly hung up on the other end. What? Du Gangming hung up again? Su-yun frowned, his heart tense. Unexpectedly, after 3 hours, calling Du Gangming again still resulted in the call being hung up. What on earth was happening inside? But Zhao He put down the phone and, after a moment of silence, spoke. "I understand now." Su-yun turned to Zhao He, nervously asking, "What do you mean?" Zhao He handed the phone to the secretary beside him and then took off his coat. The fact that Du Gangming can hang up the phone proves he is still alive. Although this prison has expanded to 6 kilometers, it is not a restrictive boundary, and the fact that Du Gangming has survived deep inside the prison for so long proves that the core phantom inside can only be Blevel. A Blevel phantom, yet it has the range of an A-level prison. This indicates there is likely more than one phantom inside. Su-yun was shocked by Zhao He's analysis, not expecting that he could deduce all this from such limited information. After all, Zhao He had not even seen the action reports of Du Gangming and the others. Indeed, a frontline A-level cleaner who had personally dealt with phantoms and experienced life and death several times had a sensitivity to information collection and analysis that far exceeded that of the command personnel. "I have brought all the Blevel cleaners from Mayu Pavilion who are not on a mission. How should I coordinate with you?" Su-yun asked. Zhao He shook his head and said, "Have them stand by in place." Hearing this, Su-yun was taken aback and asked, "Why?" Zhao He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "1 or 2 Blevel phantoms, and Du Gangming can handle them easily by himself. There's no need for this. If Du Gangming feels that he cannot handle it alone, the number of phantoms inside is likely beyond imagination. Blevel combat power is no longer useful. There's no need to increase casualties unnecessarily." Meanwhile, on the third cargo ship at the dock. I in the cabin, Lin Chen furrowed his brows after reading the situation written by Du Gangming. At that moment, his gaze fell on Bai Yuan in the corner. Something's not right. With Bai Yuan's ability with the mirror, she could easily take you all out of here. Lin Chen realized something was off. If Bai Yuan could traverse the mirror world, this prison was open-ended. As long as she used her mirror ability, she could leave. Lin Chen frowned and turned to stare intently at Du Gangming. As an A-level cleaner, Du Gangming must have known this too, but why would he prefer to go missing rather than leave this cabin? After seeing Lin Chen's writing, Du Gangming fell silent for a moment. The rules cannot be used. Then he pointed upwards. "Haven't you noticed that almost all the phantoms are gathered on the deck, not leaving the dock?" Lin Chen paused, realizing it was indeed the case. When he was on the first and second cargo ships, the phantoms above were negligible compared to those on the deck of the third cargo ship. The split phantoms had almost all converged on the deck of the third cargo ship. Du Gangming continued to write, "Phantoms are attracted to the rules. The reason these phantoms are gathered on the third cargo ship and haven't left is that Xin Chuo and Bai Yuan are still here. Once Bai Yuan uses the rules, the balance will be broken and the hundreds of Blevel phantoms will go out of control, leading to unimaginable consequences." Bai Yuan, sitting in the corner, lifted her head and cast a resentful glance at Du Gangming but then lowered it again. Lin Chen then realized that Bai Yuan must have tried to use the mirror to leave but was stopped by Du Gangming. Now, the phantoms on the third cargo ship and Du Gangming had reached a delicate balance. As long as the inversion and the mirror did not leave, the phantom's instincts would remain here. Once Bai Yuan used the mirror to leave, all the hundreds of phantoms on the deck would instantly go out of control. Lin Chen looked through the cabin towards the coastal commercial street. If these phantoms went out of control, the 3 commercial streets in the prison, with thousands of lives, would be under deadly threat. Lin Chen remained silent, glancing at Du Gangming beside him. No wonder Bai Yuan sat alone in the corner. It turned out that Du Gangming would rather gamble with the lives of a few people than risk the ordinary people around them. But Lin Chen frowned tightly. How can anyone understand if we keep waiting like this? Du Gangming's team had already gone missing, and the situation at the dock could not be communicated. How could anyone understand Du Gangming's thoughts? But soon, Lin Chen's attention was drawn to a familiar figure outside the cabin. At the end of his line of sight, the people on the commercial street had been dispersed, and a tall figure was walking alone towards the dock. Upon seeing the tall man, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhao He. The A-level cleaner Zhao He from the Jinga Palace had appeared at the dock. Upon seeing Zhao He, Du Gangming, who had been waiting all along, revealed a barely noticeable smile. He's here. Zhao He, just like Lin Chen at the beginning, first boarded the first cargo ship and then began to search in order. Lin Chen stood aside, expressionless, but his heart was extremely shaken. From the moment he boarded this cargo ship filled with phantoms, Du Gangming had been waiting. Now, Du Gangming had actually waited. He had waited for the ordinary people from the surrounding commercial streets to be evacuated and for Zhao He, also an A-level cleaner, to come alone for support. Soon, Zhao He had finished searching the first two cargo ships. With a calm expression, he set his sights on the third cargo ship. Just as Zhao He stepped onto the third cargo ship, the cabin door was gently opened. Zhao He saw Du Gangming and the others inside, his expression shifting slightly while Du Gangming made a shoe gesture. Zhao He immediately understood and quickly slipped inside. The two A-level cleaners had come together. Du Gangming wasted no time and directly took out the drawing board to explain the situation on the deck to Zhao He. Upon seeing the information written by Du Gangming, Zhao He was taken aback. Over 100 level phantoms? Du Gangming nodded and continued writing. We must eliminate the source phantom, otherwise, it will all be in vain. Zhao He's expression grew serious as he nodded. What about the evacuation of ordinary people? Du Gangming wrote on. Zhao He took the marker. The evacuation is complete. Du Gangming nodded. All the ordinary people caught in the prison had been evacuated, and Zhao He had also regrouped with the support team. Just then, Zhao He's gaze swept over the people in the cabin. Xin Chao, Bai Yuan, Su Guanchang. But at that moment, Zhao He's attention was drawn to a young man standing by the window. When Zhao He recognized the person's face, his pupils constricted, unable to hide his surprise. Lin Chen? You're not dead? Lin Chen's expression was blank as he raised a hand. Long time no see, Captain Zhao. Zhao He looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. It should be known that Lin Chen's death report was publicly announced by both the Bailo Mountain scenic area and the Jinga Palace. Yet now, Lin Chen was standing right in front of him. But soon, Zhao He noticed something was off. Lin Chen had no trace of a living person's aura. However, Zhao He did not delve deeper, as the priority was to deal with the phantom possessing the ability of division. That phantom is still continuously splitting. We can't delay for too long, Du Gangming wrote. Within the area shrouded by the prison, all ordinary people have been evacuated. And the phantom gathered on this cargo ship. This is the best opportunity. Du Gangming then glanced at Bai Yuan. Noticing Du Gangming's gaze, Bai Yuan silently stood up from the corner and walked in front of everyone, pulling out a mirror. Using the mirror as a medium, Bai Yuan's ability can allow us to evacuate quickly. Bai Yuan and Xin Chao will remain in the cabin and not participate in the operation. They are key to stabilizing the phantoms. If they make a mistake, all the phantoms on this cargo ship will go out of control, making the situation even harder to manage. Du Gangming's plan had no issues and was the safest course of action. As thieves possessing rules, as long as Bai Yuan and Xin Chao did not move around carelessly, the phantom's instincts would keep all the hundreds of phantoms gathered on this cargo ship. Lin Chen stood to the side, seemingly recalling something, and looked up at Du Gangming. Previously, when Lin Chen was at the Jinga Palace, he had been curious why the frequency of missions assigned to thieves was far higher than that of the cleaners. He had originally thought it was because the cleaner organization was exclusionary, deliberately sending thieves like him to carry out dangerous tasks. But now Lin Chen realized it was not as simple as he had thought. Phantoms are attracted to rules. As long as there are thieves with rules present, the phantom's instincts would not allow them to leave. If the bait of the thieves was lost, once the phantoms possessing prison began to move, it would cause immeasurable harm. This approach was entirely to prevent the phantoms from going out of control. At that moment, Zhao He looked at Lin Chen. Will you also participate in the operation? Xin Chao stepped forward and wrote, my inversion combined with Lin Chen can achieve rule stacking. My participation will be more effective. Facing the two, Lin Chen took the marker and wrote a line on the board. I have already lost deception. At most, I am just a remnant. Upon seeing what Lin Chen wrote, Xin Chao was taken aback. Lin Chen lost deception? Zhao He frowned, looking at Lin Chen's lifeless state. Indeed, even if he had narrowly escaped the deadly curse, Lin Chen had paid a great price. He had even lost deception. Bai Yuan's expression also shifted slightly as she quietly glanced at Lin Chen. He lost deception? Du Gangming's plan was quickly formulated. Lin Chen, Zhao He, and Du Gangming would form the first team to execute the mission. Bai Yuan and Xin Chua stayed in the cabin, while Bai Yuan also activated the mirror, responsible for the evacuation of the three. Lin Chen glanced down at the mirror in his hand, then turned back to look at Bai Yuan. Upon noticing Lin Chen's gaze on her, Bai Yuan instinctively averted her eyes, unable to meet his stare. Begin the operation, Du Gangming issued the command. The three of them arrived at the cabin door, and as Du Gangming raised his hand to slowly twist the door open, they stepped out of the cabin. Two A-grade cleaners and one conscious A-grade remnant. The makeshift team of 3 descended the stairs, slowly making their way to the deck. "Well, try it out for the first time. If we get surrounded by the void, we will immediately evacuate through by Yuan's mirror," Du Gangming said to Lin Chen and Zhao He beside him. They quickly reached the deck. The cargo ship was large, and the deck was very spacious, with containers stacked haphazardly. Lin Chen pressed tightly against one of the containers, then slightly poked his head out to look outside. In Lin Chen's line of sight, he indeed found the deck densely packed with the void gathering together. "There are more of them," Lin Chen thought to himself. It had only been a short time since he last stepped onto the deck, at most 2 hours, but now the number of the void was visibly increased. Du Gangming's expression was also grim compared to his first time on the deck. The number of the void had doubled. Zhao He, despite having dealt with dozens of tasks of varying sizes, was still shocked by the sheer number of the void on the deck. There were just too many. All the void looked the same, with huge heads and short bodies, an extremely disproportionate physique that made them appear bizarre. The sky had darkened, and visibility was starting to diminish. On the deck, the densely packed void had pairs of crimson vertical pupils that flickered in the night, creating an eerie sight. From a distance, the cargo ship emitted a strange red light that flickered continuously. Just then, as one of the voids slowly turned around, it spotted Lin Chen behind the container. Hiss! The void, dragging its 2 arms, charged towards the container in an instant. Bang! With the void's sharp claws crashing down, the entire container was deformed. A tremendous sound erupted on the deck, like a signal. The 3 of them scattered, their expressions serious. The great battle had begun. In the next moment, all the void on the deck surged towards them. Roar! One void lunged at Lin Chen, its body leaning forward, claws aimed directly at his chest. But before it could even touch him, a golden chain had already pierced through the void's massive head in an instant. Bang! After the golden chain penetrated the void's skull, it shattered on the spot. Lin Chen looked at the void rushing towards him and simply raised his hand to grab. Lock activated. Lin Chen stood in place, pointing ahead. Behind him, dozens of golden lights lit up, followed by dozens of golden chains piercing out of thin air. Whoosh! The golden chains tightened in midair, instantly piercing through the body of the void in front of him. Originally, possessing both deception and lock, deception would suppress the appearance of lock occupying Lin Chen's space. But after losing deception and with this body completely dead, Lin Chen's use of lock had reached its limit. Now, Lin Chen was entirely a conscious a great remnant. The void was continuously pierced by the golden chains, each one being lifted high, causing violent tremors on the deck. Lin Chen stood in place, his eyes rapidly flickering among the void, trying to locate the source of the void. Meanwhile, Du Gangming and Zhao He were also handling their tasks with ease. Great void could not harm a great cleaners in a short time. Zhao He raised his fist and directly smashed one void's head, then with his other hand, he swiftly grabbed another void's body. As Zhao He exerted his strength, that body was violently twisted apart. Du Gangming acted decisively as well, not pausing in place but instead jumping onto a container. "Have you found any trace of that source?" Du Gangming shouted down to the 2 below. Zhao He was just punching directly into the container, his voice deep as he said, "Not yet." Meanwhile, Lin Chen stood still, golden chains continuously piercing out from behind him. At the same time, Lin Chen's pupils rolled, his gaze flickering rapidly across the deck. No luck. Du Gangming stood on the container, looking deep into the deck. That source might be at the very center. After saying this, Du Gangming leaped from one container to another. As Du Gangming darted across the containers on the deck, he quickly charged into the center. Inside, they were densely packed, and upon seeing Du Gangming, they all roared and charged at him. "This is too risky." Seeing Du Gangming venture deeper, Zhao He immediately turned and thrust his hands into the container. With a creak, Zhao He exerted his strength, lifting the massive container. Then, he smashed the huge container into the interior. Bang! The tremendous sound shook the entire deck. Meanwhile, Du Gangming had already reached the center. His gaze flickered quickly, and his strikes were swift. Each that approached him was instantly pierced through. Unfortunately, even so, Du Gangming still couldn't find that source. Every looks exactly the same. Du Gangming's face darkened as he swept his arm, smashing through the in front of him. On the periphery, Zhao He showed no mercy, taking a deep breath, bending down, and suddenly delivering a powerful punch to the deck below. Boom! As Zhao He's punch landed, the heavy steel deck instantly warped. Lin Chen stood aside, feeling the deck beneath him shake and twist, raising an eyebrow. This isn't a class cleaner? Not being able to find that source is utterly futile. No matter how many we kill, it doesn't make a difference, the numbers aren't decreasing at all. Zhao He shouted. Du Gangming, deep inside, also realized this. Although they could handle these class with overwhelming force, as long as that source with the ability Tao isn't killed, they would continue to split endlessly. Damn it, they're all identical. Du Gangming grabbed staring intently at its body, but it looked no different from the surrounding. Lin Chen's expression was emotionless, the golden chains behind him continuously piercing out, each being pierced and shattering into black smoke. Lin Chen pointed to the side, and a golden chain instantly wrapped around A. Suppression occurred. However, Lin Chen didn't let the golden chain crush Thee's body, instead, he bound it. Thee struggled on the ground, but it was of no use, unable to break free from the golden chain. If we can't find the source, we'll eventually be worn down here.
But besides these endlessly splitting, what worried Lin Chen even more was theft that Thee possessed.
Originally, Wofang's class had developed to this terrifying extent within 24 hours after that obtained it.
If this dragged on, would that further develop Thee? Just then, among the dozens of rushing in, one's pupils suddenly flashed with an unusual glimmer. In that instant, Lin Chen abruptly turned his head.
It was the breath of rules.
The next second, Thee activated.
In an instant, there was no time to react, and one of Lin Chen's arms was directly shattered into pieces.
What?
Lin Chen's pupils contracted as he stared at his right hand. He saw his right arm rapidly splitting, instantly turning into countless fragments. Zhao He also noticed the situation here and stepped forward without hesitation.
Bang! At the deck beneath Zhao He's feet instantly caved in, and he lunged towards Lin Chen, raising his fist to smash the abnormal void. Lin Chen? What's going on?
Zhao He shouted back at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a step back, suddenly stopping. His right hand had been completely shattered into countless fragments.
Lin Chen's face turned ashen.
The thing he feared the most had happened. Split was activated again. In the next moment, a void passed by Zhao He, its crimson pupils fixated on Lin Chen. Split was triggered.
Another one.
Zhao He also sensed the aura of the rules, swiftly sidestepping to block in front of Lin Chen. The rules that should have manifested on Lin Chen appeared on Zhao He instead. In the next moment, dense cracks began to form on Zhao He's chest. But just as they appeared, the blood within the scavenger began to boil. With a 71 immunity, Zhao He minimized the impact of splitting himself.
Humph!
Zhao He snorted coldly, raising his fist to crush the head of the void in front of him. Looking down at his chest, he noticed that unlike Lin Chen, who had been completely split apart, he only had fine cracks. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. When Split instantaneously shattered his right hand into countless fragments, it only left behind minor cracks on Zhao He.
So this is the scavenger.
Meanwhile, at the very center, Du Gangming suddenly leaped up, retreating outward.
Du Gangming bore more fine cracks than Zhao He, densely covering his body. Du Gangming endured more of Split. The appearance of the void acted like a signal.
Soon, more entities with pupils flashing with strange light began to emerge from the dense mass of voids. Du Gangming had no choice but to temporarily retreat from the center, moving back to the periphery.
I didn't find that source void.
Du Gangming gasped, looking at the numerous cracks on his body, feeling a lingering fear. The void that had previously posed almost no threat to him suddenly unleashed a batch capable of splitting bodies.
Moreover, the number of these newly empowered voids appeared at a terrifying speed. That source void has activated Split again. With an endless stream of splitting abilities, it won't be long before these newly empowered voids reappear in the thousands.
Lin Chen said solemnly from the side.
Du Gangming's expression darkened, and he took out the mirror from his pocket. Retreat! On the other side of the mirror. Bai Yuan activated mirror.
In the next moment, the three on the deck vanished into the mirror.
Inside the cabin,
the three stepped out from within a mirror. Bai Yuan immediately closed the mirror passage to prevent the other voids from crossing through and appearing here.
Huff, huff. Du Gangming gasped heavily, his expression grave. The operation had failed.
When Shen Xiao saw the three return, his expression changed slightly, then he noticed Lin Chen's missing right arm.
Lin Chen, your right arm?
Lin Chen replied calmly, that void activated Split again, and my arm was shattered into fragments. But Shen Chaos eyes twitched, unable to hide his shock.
He never expected that the full team composed of Du Gangming, Zhao He, and Lin Chen would still fail. Moreover, that void had once again activated Split, and with an endless stream of splitting abilities, the voids would soon appear at an unimaginable rate. Damn it! We can't find that source void at all. Du Gangming slammed his fist against the cabin wall.
At this rate, the voids on the cargo ship losing control is just a matter of time.
And once these voids with the ability to split external objects lose control, the entire city of Zicheng will be utterly destroyed.
Even more terrifying is that the source void is still in the process of developing Split. Lin Chen stood to the side, staring at his vanished right arm, lost in silence. The operation failed. They missed the best opportunity. Now, the void's ability to has further developed, and they have already lost the capacity for direct combat. While their people are still inside the cabin, the void is continuously splitting. By the time the number of voids with new abilities reaches over 100, just a moment of direct contact could result in their bodies being shattered into countless pieces. If we can't kill that source void, at this rate, the entire city of Zicheng will be reduced to wasteland.
By then,
The only ones who might survive are the A-level cleaners, Lin Chen said softly.
Du Gangming beside him looked ashen, his fists clenched tightly. He was acutely aware of this outcome. And who could predict when the next development would occur?
After the next development, even they, the A-level cleaners, would become ineffective.
No, we can't wait any longer.
The longer we delay, the smaller our chance to kill that source void becomes.
If we wait until the next development, we will lose our last opportunity. Du Gangming growled in a low voice.
Then he prepared to re-enter the mirror, using its ability to return to the deck.
Time waits for no one. If necessary, he would die on the deck.
Zhao He beside him remained silent but also took action.
The two were determined to seize the last chance while they still had an opportunity. Bai Yuan, open the mirror passage.
Bai Yuan's face was pale, trembling as she activated the once more.
In the next moment, the two were back on the deck.
In the cabin, only Lin Chen, Bai Yuan, and Xin Chuo remained.
Bang, bang, bang.
A violent tremor came from above the cabin. Du Gangming and Zhao He had already taken action again. Lin Chen was not a cleaner. He had no way to deal with and had lost the ability to participate in direct combat.
Are we really going to just watch the void go out of control?
Xin Chuo's eyes were bloodshot as he growled softly. Bai Yuan beside him was already despondent, sitting quietly to the side, watching the scene in the mirror without saying a word. Lin Chen stood still, lost in thought.
Du Gangming's judgment is correct. This is indeed the last opportunity. But the odds of randomly killing that source void are too low.
Even if they can resist, once they are stacked hundreds or thousands of times, they still can't escape the fate of their bodies being split.
The only chance is to find that source void. Then let's take a gamble. With that thought,
Lin Chen pulled out a rusty revolver from his pocket with his left hand. He placed the gun on the table, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his chest pocket with his left hand and put one in his mouth. Seeing this, Xin Chuo took out a lighter from his pocket and lit a cigarette for Lin Chen.
Lin Chen nodded and took a puff. Ha!
In the white mist, Lin Chen, with a cigarette in his mouth, picked up the rusty revolver from the table with his left hand.
Lin Chen, what do you want to do?
Xin Chuo stood across from him, looking at Lin Chen's actions in confusion. Lin Chen did not answer. He simply held the revolver against his temple.
Find that source void with Lin Chen stated his demand. In the next moment, he pulled the trigger directly against his own head. Gamble was activated, the game of roulette.